On the Tianxian continent, at dusk on Dazhu Peak of the Xianyin sect, the man returned to his cave and discovered that the restrictions he had set up had been broken. He immediately took out 2 first-grade high-quality talismans, his fingertips slightly pulsating with spiritual energy, ready to respond at any moment. A female cultivator dressed in a sky-blue dress stepped out. "Senior brother Lin, you're quite wary." Lin Hao recognized her as Li Xuanran, a fellow outer disciple of Dazhu Peak. Lin Hao asked coldly, "What are you doing here?" Li Xuanran smiled and said, "I heard you want to use the spirit-gathering pill as a bargaining chip." Lin Hao's expression was complicated. He planned to use the spirit-gathering pill as a bargaining chip, and his first target was her. She originally planned to take 10 pills in one night, but she changed her mind and spread the news throughout Dazhu Peak, making Lin Hao a laughingstock. Li Xuanran teased, "Still want to trade? How about I?" Lin Hao replied in a deep voice, "Sure, 10 pills at a time, are you willing?" Li Xuanran winked and said, "Let's go inside and have a deeper conversation." Lin Hao closed the door and went in, only to see her lying on her side on the bed with her beautiful legs crossed. His heart raced. He sheathed the talisman at his waist and slowly stepped forward. At the critical moment, Li Xuanran drew her short blade and stabbed it towards Lin Hao's chest. But she was stopped by the green glowing dagger, its potent poison forcing her to lower the short blade. Lin Hao kicked the short blade away, took the storage bag from her waist, and applied a protective barrier. "Tell me, why did you try to assassinate me?" Li Xuanran feigned a pitiful expression. "Senior brother Lin, I just wanted to add some fun." Lin Hao coldly replied, "Don't test my patience." She panicked. "Mu Xian sent me here." A cold glint flashed in Lin Hao's eyes, and Li Xuanran begged in terror. "Senior brother Lin, I'll give you all my storage bags." Lin Hao said coldly, "Not enough to buy your life. Pay the debt with your body and continue what's left unfinished." He shattered Li Xuanran's clothes with a single palm strike. Lin Hao was extremely surprised. A single interaction with a woman had brought him to the brink of a breakthrough. He sat cross-legged and circulated the blazing sun technique, instantly breaking through to the 7th level of qi refining. Li Xuanran sensed the fluctuations in spiritual energy. "You've broken through?" Lin Hao moved with lightning speed, grabbing her by the throat. Li Xuanran pleaded in panic, "Senior brother Lin, spare my life. I'm willing to be your slave." Lin Hao sneered, "You've lost your most precious thing. What else can move me?" He reminded her of his identity. "You were sent by Mu Xian. It's risky for me to keep you by my side." Li Xuanran, quick-witted, replied, "Master, I've already lost my virginity. Mu Xian will no longer trust me." A playful glint flashed in Lin Hao's eyes. "Serve her well from now on, and don't make any mistakes." Li Xuanran nodded with her head down. Having not slept all night, Li Xuanran nestled in Lin Hao's arms. "Lin Lang, you must cherish me." Lin Hao slapped her hands away. He coldly issued the order, "Find a virtuous female cultivator. I want to make a deal with her." Li Xuanran's eyes were full of resentment, but she had no choice but to agree. After breaking through the 7th level, Lin Hao's physical strength increased, and he walked down the mountain with a lighter pace, quickly catching up with the pioneers. He noticed that Li Xuanran was acting suspiciously, as she was not going down the mountain to find a trading partner. Lin Hao secretly followed her and saw her enter a courtyard. He quietly climbed over the wall and eavesdropped on the sounds inside. Sure enough, Li Xuanran was having a secret rendezvous with Mu Xian. Mu Xian ordered her to execute the second plan, promising her 10 spirit-gathering pills as payment in exchange for giving Lin Hao a poison powder. Lin Hao's face turned cold, and a murderous intent surged within him. As night fell, Lin Hao, who was meditating, noticed that the restriction had been activated. His fingertips flashed with light as he opened the restriction and saw 2 figures. "Master, I'm back," Li Xuanran said seductively, pushing a pretty female cultivator in front of Lin Hao. This was junior sister Qianqian, who had come to trade with her senior brother. Lin Hao glanced at Qianqian. She was of average looks, but had a graceful figure. He transmitted his voice to Li Xuanran, asking, "Is she married?" "Not a Taoist couple, no trouble," Li Xuanran replied. Lin Hao waved for her to leave. "You know the transaction rules, right?" The female cultivator nodded slightly. "I understand." Lin Hao immediately took out 5 spirit-gathering pills. "Is this price acceptable to you?" The female cultivator was at the 4th level of qi cultivation, and she was quite pleased to receive such a pill after offering herself to him once. The transaction was complete, and the female cultivator departed. Li Xuanran returned to her cave. "Master, how are you feeling?" Lin Hao replied calmly. "Next time, Don't bring any non-virgin female cultivators. Li Xuanran offered tea, subtly testing the waters. Lin Hao closed his eyes and regulated his breathing, remaining calm and composed. He calmly accepted the tea. Close the door, then come and serve me. Taking advantage of her turning away, he used his magic to evaporate the tea, pretending to finish it before collapsing to the ground. Li Xuanran exclaimed, "Master, what's wrong?" The man in black, Mu Xian, appeared, seeing Lin Hao collapsed. "How dare you provoke me?" Lin Hao cried out in terror. "What did you do to me?" Mu Xian said coldly, "You've been poisoned by the 10 fragrant tendon softening powder. I'll kill you slowly." Li Xuanran said softly, "Boss Mu, my reward." Mu Xian said impatiently, "Don't interfere." Li Xuanran stepped aside, and Mu Xian's gaze turned venomous. "Take off your semen first." Lin Hao feigned weakness, gripping the poisoned dagger in preparation for a counterattack. Suddenly, a slender sword pierced Mu Xian's chest from behind. Lin Hao was shocked. Li Xuanran had betrayed Mu Xian. Mu Xian was furious. His spiritual power surged, and he grabbed Li Xuanran, slapping her away. Lin Hao flashed forward and stabbed Mu Xian in the heart. The poison blade carried a potent venom, and Mu Xian's spiritual energy quickly dissipated. Lin Hao then unleashed fire from his palm, destroying the body and erasing all traces. He grabbed Li Xuanran by the neck. "Why did you betray me? Was the tea poisoned?" Li Xuanran hurriedly explained, "No, I've always been your person. I just wanted to stall Mu Xian so I could have a chance to get rid of him." Lin Hao stared at her, his spiritual energy surging in his hand. "Since you are loyal, drink the tea." He drew the spiritual tea with one hand and handed it to Li Xuanran. Li Xuanran picked up the teacup and drank it all in one gulp. Lin Hao confirmed that there was no poison and secretly relaxed, but still remained vigilant. Lin Hao reminded her, "Mu Xian has slaughtered his fellow disciples. You need to understand your situation." Li Xuanran knelt down and swore she would not betray him. Afterwards, Lin Hao rewarded her with a bottle of spirit-gathering pills. "I don't need you to serve me. Focus on your cultivation and find me a respectable woman tomorrow." Li Xuanran, her eyes filled with resentment, walked away and began cultivating beside the cave. Lin Hao took out Mu Xian's storage bag from his robes, preparing to inventory his spoils. With his cultivation level, he easily broke through the restriction and poured out the items. 3 bottles of spirit-gathering pills, more than 180 low-grade spirit stones, a stack of talismans, and 2 mid-grade magic artifacts. Lin Hao secretly calculated that these magical artifacts and spirit stones were quite valuable, especially the mid-grade magical artifacts, which he had to take to the market to sell for a considerable profit. In the middle of the night, Li Xuanran quietly left the cave. Lin Hao woke up on his intuition, noticed something was wrong, and immediately followed her out. He saw her sneaking up the mountain and stopping at a height of 600 feet. Lin Hao wondered about her purpose and secretly followed her. Li Xuanran stood before a cave dwelling and respectfully called out, "Senior sister, Xuanran requests an audience." A cold reply came from inside. "Come in." Lin Hao's expression changed. He hadn't expected that the person Li Xuanran was meeting at night was Chun Yueming, a qi refining perfection cultivator with stunning beauty. Lin Hao subtly concealed his presence. Chun Yueming and his senior sister Li Qiushui were mortal enemies. However, Li Xuanran's purpose for this trip was most likely related to his senior sister. In the middle of the night, Li Xuanran quietly returned to Lin Hao's cave. After checking that everything was all right, she sat down to meditate. Lin Hao snorted coldly and ordered her to come in and serve him. After the night, Lin Hao felt unbearably hot and walked with a slight limp. "Today, we must find a virgin female cultivator, understand?" Li Xuanran replied with tears in her eyes, "Yes, master." Lin Hao then left the cave, intending to go to the market. Lingyun Market is 500 li away from Xianin Sect. He used to sell talismans at a street stall. When he came to a stall selling magical artifacts, Lin Hao stopped. "A mid-grade magic weapon, only 100 spirit stones," Lin Hao said with a faint smile. The magic arrays on the 3 magic weapons were damaged, and their power was not as good as that of a low-grade magic weapon, but the materials were still acceptable. He noticed that the animal hide on which the magic artifact was placed was extraordinary. He recognized it as the hide of a cloud thunder beast, a high-grade second-tier demon beast. He had to take it. Lin Hao said casually, 50 spirit stones, I'll take it." The stall owner had no choice but to agree and quickly wrapped up the magic item. Lin Hao put the animal hide into his storage bag. The animal hide could be cut into 50 talismans, with a success rate of 20 to 30%, and each talisman could be sold for 50 spirit stones. On the way back, he paid attention to the conversations of the cultivators around him. No one mentioned Mu Xian, which made him realize that the outer disciples had a low status and that news of them did not easily spread. Back in his cave, Lin Hao began cutting animal hides. 2 hours later, he obtained 50 raw materials for talismans, but he didn't draw any talismans yet, waiting to use them when he became a second-tier talisman master. "Master, I'm back." Li Xuanran's charming voice came from outside the cave, as she led a petite woman inside. "Senior brother Lin, this is junior sister Wanner." Lin Hao looked the woman over. She had a graceful figure, her virginity was intact, and she was pure and innocent. "Senior brother Lin, I need 15 spirit-gathering pills," Wanner said shyly. Lin Hao caught a glimpse of her beauty mark at the corner of his eye and immediately grabbed her wrist. Yes, a pure female cultivator at the 5th level of Qi refining is perfectly matched with the value of 15 spirit-gathering pills. He handed the small jade bottle to her and pulled her into his arms. At dawn, the sky was filled with rosy clouds. Lin Hao stepped out of the cave, his forehead covered in a fine sweat. The mountain breeze caressed his face, making him feel refreshed. Li Xuanran's legs went weak as she leaned against the door. She had only been a substitute last night, and she silently complained to herself that he had boundless energy. A streak of light flew in. It was Xiao Jian carrying a letter, emitting a faint fragrance. Lin Hao recognized the letter from his senior sister, inviting him to participate in the demon hunting competition. Li Xuanran asked if she could come along, and Lin Hao coldly replied, "Yes." Li Xuanran suggested buying pills, and Lin Hao, knowing her intention, said, "Go ahead, choose carefully." Lin Hao ascended the steps, passed through the purple bamboo forest, and arrived at his senior sister's cave. He respectfully requested an audience to discuss countermeasures. The stone door to the cave opened, and Li Qiushui sat upright on the platform, her beautiful eyes sparkling, her face exquisite, and her aura gentle. Lin Hao briefly described how Chun Yueming had planted spies around him, and mentioned that Li Xuanran would be accompanying him to the demon hunting competition. Li Qiushui frowned and said coldly, "Keep her hanging, but don't alert her." Lin Hao nodded in agreement. Afterwards, Lin Hao asked about cultivation issues, and Li Qiushui patiently gave him guidance. Her guidance, given that she was at the great perfection of Qi refining, was sufficient to help Lin Hao improve. Half a month later, the demon hunting competition began. Lin Hao had advanced to the mid-stage of the 8th level of Qi refining and had made deals with several innocent female cultivators. He found that the effectiveness of trading with women of low cultivation level decreased, and women of high cultivation level were difficult to approach. Li Xuanran was of no help, so he had to suspend his actions. The demon hunting competition takes place in the Great Wilderness Forest. The rules are simple: kill demon beasts to obtain demon cores, rank them by quantity, and receive generous rewards. It's inevitable that disciples will compete for them. Lin Hao and Li Xuanran flew out on their swords and arrived at a gathering place outside the Great Wilderness. The crowd was dense, and Li Xuanran asked softly, "Is it just the two of us?" Lin Hao said calmly, "If you think my cultivation level is too low, you can find someone else." He concealed his true strength, showing himself as a Qi refining level 7 cultivator. Li Qiushui and her entourage arrived on swords, their white robes like lotuses emerging from the water. Lin Hao clasped his hands in greeting, glanced at the familiar faces around him, and exchanged pleasantries for a moment. The elder descended onto the high platform on a flying sword, announced the rules, and reminded everyone that they must not put in the demon core in advance, otherwise they would be disqualified and have their monthly salary deducted. The demon hunting competition begins. As soon as the words were spoken, disciples from all walks of life rushed into the dense forest to seize the demon beast areas, temporarily setting aside their old grudges. Li Qiushui reminded everyone to act quickly. The group split up to hunt, with Lin Hao killing demons in front and Li Xuanran skinning them and extracting their cores behind him, acting like a little follower. On the outskirts of the Great Wilderness Forest, Lin Hao easily hunted down 10 first-tier early-stage demonic beasts, leaving the rest to Li Xuanran to deal with. He then followed Li Qiushui deeper into the forest. Upon arriving at the gathering place of mid-grade first-tier demonic beasts, Lin Hao took out a talisman and unleashed it, its power equivalent to a full-force strike from a 6th-level Qi refining cultivator. In the middle of the day, he hunted down 30 or 40 demonic beasts, while Li Xuanran skinned and extracted their cores from them. He was covered in sweat, but he had no complaints. Lin Hao carefully observed Li Xuanran. The woman appeared competent and did not exhibit any unusual behavior, which kept him on his guard. As night fell, the demonic beasts rested and absorbed the moon's essence, while the cultivators set up camp and lit fires. Li Xuanran started a fire to warm wine and brew tea, and Lin Hao counted his spoils. He tallied the number of monsters killed. His senior sister killed 50 mid-stage monsters, he killed 35 mid-stage monsters, and 10 early-stage monsters, and the other 4 killed a total of 80 monsters. Li Qiushui distributed the spoils of war, with Lin Hao receiving 20% and the rest each receiving 10%, without any objection, following the rule of more work, more reward. Lin Hao nodded his thanks, and his senior sister asked with a smile, "You've advanced to the 7th level of qi refining, haven't you?" He smiled and admitted that his true strength, the 8th level of qi refining, had not yet been revealed. Li Xuanran brought over tea, and Lin Hao exchanged glances with his senior sister. Taking advantage of her inattention, he switched the teacup with his storage bag. Tea was served, and Lin Hao and Li Qiushui drank it. Li Xuanran asked him in a charming manner what it tasted like, and he pretended to suddenly clutch his stomach and stagger to the ground. The other 4 collapsed to the ground, screaming, "You poisoned it." Lin Hao struggled helplessly, while Li Qiushui was shocked. "Your maid poisoned the tea." Li Xuanran stepped back several feet and sneered. "Do you take me for your master? I'm just trying to gain your trust." Lin Hao feigned anger, his eyes flashing with coldness. Chen Yueming appeared with her men, clapping her hands. "Li Qiushui, you didn't expect this, did you? You're finished." Lin Hao feigned surprise, indicating that she was a slut. Chen Yueming was excited. He counted all the demon cores in Lin Hao's storage bag, hung them on his waist, and walked towards Li Qiushui. She teased her chin, her gaze lewd, while a fat, ugly male cultivator followed, drooling. Chen Yueming arrogantly said, "Today, let this stupid pig serve you." Li Qiushui was furious. Cultivation techniques can sever emotions, and once one's virginity is violated, one's cultivation level will plummet. As the ugly male cultivator approached, Li Qiushui's face paled, and her forehead was soaked with sweat. Chen Yueming laughed wildly. "Li Qiushui, even you have a day when you're afraid." Chen Yueming loudly mocked. "You're being humiliated, and no one's coming to your rescue." Li Qiushui's eyes were filled with despair, while her nemesis was smug, watching others suffer humiliation with a smug look on his face. Suddenly, a fierce palm strike aimed at Chen Yueming's heart. Chen Yueming was shocked. His body was sent flying 3 or 4 zhang by the force of the palm strike, and he coughed up blood. She landed, her eyes filled with resentment and disbelief. "Li Qiushui, you faked being poisoned?" Li Qiushui is tall and graceful, as beautiful as a lotus. "Chen Yueming, I have already seen through your scheme." Lin Hao leaped to his senior sister's side and coldly surveyed the crowd. "I know everything you've done by planting wolves among my people." Chen Yueming, wounded in the chest and realizing his scheme had been exposed, was utterly dejected. Li Qiushui stepped forward and said, "What you plan to do to me, I'll return to you." A tiny, emerald green sword flew out of the storage bag, and Lin Hao's palm emitted fire. The two attacked simultaneously, and Chen Yueming was powerless to defend herself. Her robes were torn, her breath was ragged, and her fans had all fled. Lin Hao struck her in the abdomen, causing her to spit out blood and her legs to go limp. With a small sword pressed against her chest, Li Qiushui looked down at her and asked, "How does it feel to be captured?" Chen Yueming was speechless. Lin Hao turned his gaze to Li Xuanran. Everyone else had run away, but she had not. Anger surged in his heart, and flames swirled around his arms. "Senior sister, save me." Li Xuanran cried out in terror, trying to flee. Lin Hao was interrupted by Li Qiushui. "Lin Hao, don't hurt her, she's mine." Lin Hao was stunned, only then realizing that Li Xuanran was an informant planted by his senior sister. Li Qiushui said apologetically, "I had no choice but to do this in order to lure Chen Yueming into the trap." Lin Hao smiled wryly, understanding that his senior sister was in control of the whole situation. Li Xuanran's approach to him was just a bargaining chip, and everything was under her senior sister's control. Chen Yueming was filled with resentment. "Li Qiushui, you bitch." Li Xuanran straightened her back. "I've always been my senior sister's woman." Lin Hao looked troubled. His senior sister had arranged for him to target Chen Yueming, but the opportunity was too good to pass up, and he couldn't miss the chance to improve his strength. He glanced coldly at the seriously injured Chen Yueming, first sealing her dantian, then carrying her in a princess carry, and walking towards the tent with swift and decisive movements. Inside the tent, Chen Yueming huddled in a ball, tears clinging to her eyelashes. Lin Hao sat cross-legged in meditation. Having reached the peak of the 8th level of qi refining in a short period, his combat power skyrocketing. He straightened his clothes and stepped out of the tent, just in time to meet Li Qiushui and her senior sisters returning. Senior sister, Lin Hao greeted her, and she clearly acknowledged his strength. Li Qiushui glanced at Chen Yueming, her blush still lingering, a mocking smile playing on her lips. Is this punishment or enjoyment for you? Chen Yueming was powerless to refute and could only lower her head, her expression complex. Li Qiushui tossed aside her old clothes and shoes, said, "Put them on, and get out." Chen Yueming grabbed her clothes, quickly put them on, and hurriedly left. Before leaving, she stole a glance at Lin Hao, her expression complicated. Only Lin Hao and Li Qiushui remained in the tent. The two tacitly stepped out of the tent. Li Xuanran softly admitted her mistake. "Senior brother Lin, I was wrong about what happened before." Lin Hao responded coldly, asking about her relationship with Mu Xian. Li Xuanran explained, "Mu Xian has been harassing me, so I lured him into this mess to help you get rid of trouble." Lin Hao understood that he was merely a pawn, and that his senior sister had orchestrated a grand scheme to deal with Chen Yueming. Li Xuanran brought over some spiritual tea and said with a smile, "Senior sister and senior brother, please have some tea." Lin Hao and Li Qiushui drank the tea and soon felt weak in their limbs. Li Qiushui exclaimed, "Xuanran, you took the wrong tea? Quickly, get the antidote." Li Xuanran sneered, "That's right, it's the tea that's been drugged." Li Qiushui was shocked. The person she had trained had betrayed her. Who was the master behind this? Li Qiushui asked angrily. A voice rang out, and Cui Qing'er appeared, one of the 12 outer sect disciples at the great perfection of qi refining. Cui Qing'er kicked down Li Qiushui's confidence. The detoxification process was not yet complete, and they were completely unable to resist. She smiled brightly, her pure temperament revealing a touch of allure. Lin Hao observed calmly, his mind racing. Li Qiushui struggled against her discomfort. "Cui Qing'er, we have no grudge against each other. Why did you harm me?" Cui Qing'er responded coldly. "You rejected my senior brother who I liked before, and he went mad with qi deviation. I'm going to make you break your cultivation." She ordered Li Xuanran to drug the tea, causing the holy fairy to fall into depravity, just like Chen Yueming. Li Qiushui's beautiful eyes glazed over. Her whole body felt hot, and she was drenched in sweat, unable to resist the effects of the aphrodisiac. She looked at her junior brother Lin Hao, reached out, and pulled him into the tent. Qingming's defenses were completely lost, and they were in dire straits. Afterwards, Lin Hao picked up the small garment from the ground and handed it to Li Qiushui. The latter blushed slightly, quietly took it, and stood up, still looking as beautiful as a fairy. Lin Hao said firmly, "Senior sister, I will avenge you." Li Qiushui's cultivation level dropped to the 7th level of qi refining, while he took the opportunity to break through to the 9th level of qi refining. "Don't go." Li Qiushui reached out to grab him, but was shaken away by Lin Hao's aura. "Junior brother, I'm also at the 9th level of qi refining." Lin Hao explained his breakthrough in a low voice. Through communication with Chen Yueming and his senior sister, his special physique accelerated his cultivation to the 9th level. Li Qiushui was shocked. This young man had become a high-level qi refining cultivator. She felt conflicted, but she was also convinced that she could rely on him to take revenge. Lin Hao was full of confidence. "I have cured 2 kinds of poisons and can avenge you." Senior sister nodded, reminding him that the attack on the demoness should be unexpected. The two plotted their attack. Lin Hao focused his mind and prepared for the sneak attack, with a clear strategy and proceeding step by step. Outside the tent, Cui Qing'er stared at the demon cores her subordinates had collected, nodded indifferently, her focus not on winning the championship, but on Li Qiushui. She arrived at the tent, tore the tarpaulin, and saw Lin Hao and Li Qiushui embracing each other. A contemptuous smile appeared on her lips. "Did it end so quickly? Li Qiushui, you deserve to run into such a fast guy." Cui Qing'er shouted jokingly. Lin Hao feigned weakness, and Cui Qing'er raised her hand to slap Li Qiushui. Just in time, he unleashed his spiritual energy and punched her in the chest. Cui Qing'er's pupils contracted. She hadn't expected Lin Hao to be at the 9th level of qi refining. His full-force attack shattered even the golden light shield, causing her to suffer a severe chest injury and spit out blood. Despite her severe injuries, she still channeled her spiritual energy, emitting golden light. Lin Hao nimbly dodged, his gaze sharp, and his hands formed flaming blades, moving with lightning speed. The flaming blade struck the golden shield, which cracked but did not shatter. Lin Hao unleashed several attacks in quick succession, suppressing the attack with all his might, and continuously scattering talismans to gain the upper hand. Cui Qing'er's subordinates tried to rescue her, but Li Qiushui quickly stopped them, and a chaotic battle ensued. Lin Hao handed the talisman box to his senior sister, and together they suppressed the enemy. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Lin Hao unleashed 3 waves of punches, causing Cui Qing'er to vomit blood. He then locked her throat with one hand, the tip of his emerald dagger serving as a warning of the effects of the 5 steps crimson serpent poison. Unable to resist, Cui Qing'er could only beg for mercy in a low voice, offering to provide a beautiful female cultivator. Lin Hao looked at her coldly, weighing her value. Li Qiushui dragged Li Xuanran closer and reminded Lin Hao, "The demoness you subdued still has her primordial Yin energy. Why go to such lengths instead of seeking something else?" Cui Qing'er shouted angrily, "Li Qiushui, you are shameless." Li Qiushui slapped her across the face. "You are the shameless one. You ordered your servants to drug me and ruin my reputation." She pinched Cui Qing'er's face and forced her to taste the medicine in the tea. Cui Qing'er was desperate and out of control. The effects of the medicine made her lose all reason. Seeing this, Lin Hao picked her up and carried her into the tent, where they engaged in a passionate encounter. Afterwards, Lin Hao meditated and cultivated, while Cui Qing'er, weak, could only roll her eyes and ask, "What were you doing?" Li Qiushui entered the tent, took out the recording stone, and threatened Cui Qing'er. "Shut up after you leave, or all the male cultivators in the sect will see it." Cui Qing'er nodded helplessly, adjusted her breathing and left, then sent a telepathic message to Lin Hao. "Senior sister is a member of the demonic sect. Be careful not to get into danger." Lin Hao chuckled, unconcerned. Her methods are too clumsy. Li Qiushui turned to Lin Hao. "What about that wretched maid?" Lin Hao looked at the injured Li Xuanran and coldly replied, "Tell her to get lost. I don't want to get my hands dirty." Li Qiushui nodded, and Li Xuanran left in a disheveled state. Only Lin Hao and his senior sister remained, creating an awkward atmosphere. Lin Hao suggested going to the desolate forest to hunt demons the next day, but Li Qiushui shook her head. "My cultivation level has dropped to the 7th level, and I just want to be alone." Helpless, Lin Hao retreated to his tent, lit a campfire, and began meditating. The next morning, Lin Hao discovered that the camp was deserted. The storage bag contained the demon cores hunted the day before, plus nearly 500 mid-stage demon cores taken from Chun Yueming and Cui Qing. As the demon hunting competition draws to a close, the competition among cultivators is fierce. Lin Hao uses his strength and wit to constantly deal with sneak attacks and reaps rich rewards. The competition is no longer about hunting demons, but has become a battleground for disciples, which the sect is happy to see. After the competition ended, the Grand Elder arrived on his sword, announced the end of the demon hunting competition, and asked each team to send a representative to hand over their storage bags. Lin Hao looked around and found that Chun Yueming and Cui Qing'er had handed over an astonishing number of demon cores, proving their formidable strength. Chun Yueming, Cui Qing'er, 3 late-stage first-tier demon cores, and 820 mid-stage demon cores. Everyone exclaimed in surprise. Zhang Mingfei handed over his storage bag, which contained 10 late-stage first-tier demon cores and 1,000 mid-stage demon cores. Everyone was shocked, and the outcome of the competition was imminent. Suddenly, the chubby boy Fang Yuan handed over his storage bag containing 30 late-stage demon cores, causing an uproar and making him a favorite to win. Lin Hao was secretly surprised. Reaching the 9th level of qi refining in just 1 year was incredibly fast, and he admired it inwardly. Fang Yuan is known as the spendthrift child, as he gives away magical artifacts to his opponents when he loses a battle. He has a distinguished background and is highly regarded by his sect. The Grand Elder announced the rankings. Fang Yuan came in first, Zhang Mingfei came in second, Chun Yueming and Cui Qing'er followed closely behind, and Lin Hao came in 8th. Lin Hao was not very satisfied with his ranking, but he decided to play it safe. The 8th place prize was a high-grade magic weapon, a spear, which he decided not to use immediately. The sect allows the exchange of contribution points. A high-grade magic weapon can be exchanged for 500 points. Lin Hao plans to go to the Scripture Pavilion to exchange for a dual cultivation technique. The Outer Mountain Scripture Pavilion is open to Outer Sect disciples. Lin Hao entered the pavilion with his identity token and went straight to the dual cultivation technique area. The Xianin sect doesn't have many dual cultivation techniques, and most of them are spoils of war. Lin Hao is looking for techniques such as Dian Feng Pei Yuan Gong, Huan Shi Ji Lu Gong, and Long Feng He Huan Chan. Lin Hao perused the cultivation techniques and discovered that although they came from different sects, most of them relied on absorbing the vital energy of women to enhance themselves. The joyful bliss exercise in hands poses the least harm and is considered a relatively safe choice among dual cultivation methods. Young man, you are young and the path of cultivation is long. Why take a detour? Lin Hao was surprised that the elder guarding the pavilion had taken the initiative to speak. He said respectfully, "Thank you for your guidance, senior. I wish to study this, hoping it may lead to further understanding." The elder sneered, "Since you want to learn this." A jade slip floated over, containing the Yin-Yang Union technique, a level higher than the cultivation method he had chosen, beneficial to both men and women. Lin Hao was overjoyed and thanked it repeatedly. After exchanging the cultivation manual, he returned to his cave, perusing it while contemplating a potential cultivation partner. Li Xuanran had already betrayed him, and the thought flashed through his mind, "I'll go find my senior sister." Back at Dazhu Peak, he went straight to his senior sister's cave. Li Qiushui sat reclining on the platform, her expression shifting when she heard the voice transmission, "Come in." Lin Hao glanced at her disheveled hair and slightly wrinkled clothes, yet her beauty remained unchanged. "Junior brother Lin, congratulations on your 8th place." Lin Hao said, "Senior sister, I will exchange the reward for a cultivation technique." Li Qiushui nodded. "The qi refining chapter has been exchanged. This dual cultivation technique is just right." He took a deep breath. "Senior sister, I want to become your Taoist partner." Li Qiushui was stunned. Her ears turned slightly red, and her gaze darted away. Lin Hao held her delicate hand. "Senior sister, I will not let you down." She whispered, "Let go first, let me think." But he pulled her into his arms. Lin Hao smiled. "Senior sister, I will never let you down." He took out a jade slip containing cultivation techniques, saying, "This is a legitimate method of dual cultivation, harmless to both parties." Li Qiushui used her divine sense to check and confirmed it was safe, but her cultivation was progressing slowly. "Why don't you switch to the fire element?" Lin Hao said. "You suffered a hidden injury, and I must take responsibility for healing it with this technique." Li Qiushui said softly, "Cultivating together will slow you down." Lin Hao said firmly, "It's all right, it's a responsibility, and I'm suited for it." She smiled slightly and looked at him quietly. Lin Hao was overjoyed. "Senior sister, let's try this technique." "Okay," she replied shyly, bowing her head. Half a month passed. Lin Hao moved his belongings into Li Qiushui's cave, intending to stay there permanently. Although sects have regulations regarding cave dwellings, disciples are allowed to reside in other disciples' cave dwellings. Outer disciples residing in the cave dwellings of direct disciples is not a violation. Li Qiushui stretched, looked at the sleeping Lin Hao, and said softly, "Still restless even in your sleep." She moved her hand away, feeling much more comfortable breathing. When Lin Hao woke up, Li Qiushui said gently, "Junior brother, I'm going to buy some alchemy materials." Lin Hao nodded. "Senior sister, you go ahead." After she left, Lin Hao got up to reflect on his gains. In terms of relationships, he maintained a harmonious and respectful relationship with his senior sister. In terms of cultivation, he broke through to the great perfection of qi refining. With the dual cultivation technique perfectly suited to his physique, he broke through from the mid-stage of the 9th level, a speed far exceeding that of Wang Jingzhan, a genius from the outer sect. His obsession with becoming a direct disciple deepened, and he hoped to enter another scripture pavilion as soon as possible. After dressing, he returned to his cave to practice drawing talismans. He spread out the materials, closed his eyes to regulate his breathing, and with his fingers holding the brush, he drew a golden shield talisman, a top-grade first-tier talisman. Lin Hao was satisfied and put the talisman into the talisman bag, but drawing it consumed a lot of spiritual energy, and if he used a spirit-restoring pill to recover it, the cost would be not low. So he drew 2 more first-grade high-level talismans, and then stopped. He took out 2 spirit stones, sat cross-legged, and meditated. An hour later, he recovered his spiritual power. Afterwards, he went to the market to sell talismans, and also prepared to purchase a talisman pen that could draw second-tier talismans. Inside the magic item shop, seeing that the customer, Lin Hao, was awake, said, "I want to buy a talisman brush." The man with the goatee took out a first-tier talisman brush and introduced it. Lin Hao interrupted. I want a second-tier talisman brush. The man with the goatee looked him over in surprise and tentatively asked, for your own use or as a gift? Lin Hao replied, for my own use. Excitement flashed in the goatee's eyes. You're a second-tier rune master? Young Foundation Establishment second-tier rune masters are rare. Lin Hao smiled and said, not yet, just buying some for backup. The man with the goatee was slightly disappointed, but ordered, Chinger, bring me the second-tier talisman brush. Lin Hao's eyes as he thought, Chinger, could it be that woman? Chapter 015 Outer Sect Competition. He looked into the room, and sure enough, it was that woman. Both of them knew what was going on, but they never expected to meet here, and the atmosphere became awkward for a moment. The man with the goatee asked in surprise, you two know each other? The two said in unison, we don't know each other. The man with the goatee looked at them suspiciously, clearly not quite believing them. Young man, these are all top-quality second-tier talisman brushes from my shop. Take a look and see which one you like, the shop owner said with a smile. Lin Hao shifted his attention away from the woman and focused on the talisman brush. Sure enough, it was of good quality and probably not cheap either. He picked up an ivory white talisman brush and casually asked, how many spirit stones does this one cost? This white cloud ink is worth 588 spirit stones. If you really want it, I can round it down. 500 spirit stones. Thank you, shopkeeper. Lin Hao thought to himself, but in the end, it only cost him 8 spirit stones. After some haggling, the final price was set at 550 spirit stones. Shopkeeper, I don't have enough spirit stones. Can I use this talisman to pay for 50 spirit stones? Lin Hao took out a talisman. The man with the goatee took the talisman and exclaimed in surprise, a top-grade talisman. This is enough. Top-grade talismans are extremely rare, and only a few talisman masters can create them. The man with the goatee immediately changed his attitude. Young man, this talisman is worth 60 spirit stones on the market. I can't let you suffer a loss, so I'll give you some cinnabar. He took out cinnabar from the box. These cinnabars are quite valuable, worth at least 20 spirit stones. Lin Hao sighed inwardly, realizing he had gained quite a bit of benefit. He accepted the talisman brush and cinnabar without hesitation. Cui Qing'er stood aside, her face full of shock. She never expected that Lin Hao was actually a talisman master, and could even draw top-grade talismans. Sixth uncle, will you sell me that golden light shield? Cui Qing'er asked. She urgently needed to prepare for the outer sect competition and knew that Lin Hao was a talisman master, but she didn't expect that he also sold magical artifacts. Lin Hao transmitted his voice. You want the golden light shield? He had already decided to sell it to her. Cui Qing'er was somewhat surprised. You have more? Yes. Come to my cave in 3 days, and I'll sell you 3 tickets. Lin Hao left the magic artifact shop. He overheard the disciples discussing the upcoming outer sect competition. The triennial outer sect competition offers generous rewards to those who rank highly, and outstanding performers will receive training from the sect and become its personal disciples. This is an opportunity that Lin Hao cannot afford to miss. Back at the cave, Lin Hao saw his senior sister Li Qiushui, who was wearing new clothes and looked even more graceful. He stepped forward and hugged his senior sister, saying, Senior sister, you are so beautiful. Li Qiushui smiled slightly, a hint of shyness in her eyes. You bad boy. What are you planning to do now? It's nothing. I just think you're so beautiful. Lin Hao couldn't help but say. The outer sect competition is about to begin. What are your plans, senior sister? Li Qiushui sighed. The outer sect competition offers very generous rewards for the top 3. If I can make it into the top 3, I might be selected by an elder. But right now, my cultivation level is only at the 8th level of qi refining. Lin Hao comforted her. Senior sister, there's still some time before the competition. We can still work hard, and maybe you can return to the 9th floor. Li Qiushui lowered her head, her cheeks slightly flushed. Junior brother, can you be serious? Our kind of cultivation is not right. Like a nimble little rabbit, she broke free from Lin Hao's embrace, her skirt fluttering lightly as she stepped on the fox fur. Actually, you have a chance to get 3rd place, but it will be very difficult to win 1st place, she said with a light laugh. Lin Hao frowned. Senior sister, do you think Wang Jingzhan and Jiang Mingfei, who are at the great perfection of qi refining, will compete for the championship? Li Qiushui shook her head. No, they could have broken through to the foundation establishment stage long ago, but they deliberately suppressed their cultivation level to avoid breaking through for the outer sect competition. Once they broke through to the foundation establishment stage, they would not be able to participate in the outer sect competition. Lin Hao's eyes. To suppress his breakthrough in order to win the championship, that's ruthless. Seeing Lin Hao's stunned expression, Li Qiushui said softly, "Junior brother, don't worry too much about being the champion. As long as you make it into the top 3 and perform well, an elder will eventually take you as a disciple. That's better than just randomly finding a master." Lin Hao sighed inwardly, thinking that his senior sister was truly an enchanting being, with every smile and frown being extremely alluring. He quickly pulled his senior sister into his arms again. "Senior sister, I understand, but my goal is to become the champion, so I would appreciate your help." With 10 days left until the competition, he believed he could go even further. Chapter 16, Refining Talismans. The next day, Lin Hao walked out of his senior sister's cave. After being cleansed by the rain, the surrounding green mountains are even greener, and the flowers and plants are even more lush. The disciples coming and going discussed the upcoming outer sect competition, speculating who would win the championship and whether there would be a dark horse. Lin Hao walked towards his cave dwelling, took out the hide of the Cloud Thunder Beast, and planned to draw a second-tier talisman. He held the white cloud ink and began to draw, but he ruined 8 talismans in a row before finally succeeding on the 9th. This second-tier talisman, Palm Thunder, is as powerful as a strike from the early stages of Foundation establishment. With a sigh, Lin Hao put away the Cloud Thunder Beast hide and prepared to draw a first-tier top-grade talisman. Due to previous losses, his success rate in drawing first-tier talismans was low, succeeding only twice out of 10 attempts. He took 20 rejuvenation pills and finally drew 6 golden shield talismans. He planned to exchange 3 of them with Cui Qing'er and keep the remaining 3 for himself. After finishing the talisman, Lin Hao did not return to his senior sister's cave. Instead, he sent a letter to his senior sister, telling her that he was going down the mountain to take care of personal matters. 3 days later, while Lin Hao was in deep meditation, Cui Qing'er walked in. She was wearing a white gauze dress, as light and graceful as a fairy, and the skirt fluttered in the breeze. Lin Hao used his teleportation technique to fly a small stool in front of her and said, "Sit down." Cui Qing'er sat down in confusion, wondering why he was being so polite when he was supposed to be making a deal. "Have some tea," Lin Hao said calmly. Cui Qing'er looked at the teacup he handed her and asked in a low voice, "You brought the spirit stones, but where's the golden shield talisman?" Lin Hao took out 5 golden shield talismans and said, "The golden shield talismans are ready, but they will not be traded for spirit stones." Cui Qing'er was somewhat surprised, not expecting Lin Hao to be able to refine top-grade talismans. Just as she was wondering, the stone door closed automatically. "Now, let's talk about the details of the deal," Lin Hao said with a smile. "What do you mean?" Cui Qing'er asked, frowning. "Be my man, do things for me," Lin Hao said. Cui Qing'er was slightly taken aback. "Your cultivation level is comparable to mine, so what gives you the right to ask?" "Don't worry, I won't treat you unfairly. 5 golden shield talismans per month, and after you reach the Foundation establishment stage, 10 tier 2 talismans per month," Lin Hao continued. "Then what do I need to do?" Cui Qing'er asked. Lin Hao leaned close to her ear and whispered, "Stay with me and help me find a trading partner." Cui Qing'er paused for a moment, then smiled charmingly. "Okay, deal." Chapter 017, The Grand Competition begins. 10 days have passed in a flash, and the outer gate competition has begun. During this period, with the help of his senior sister and Cui Qing'er, Lin Hao did not break through the bottleneck, but his spiritual power became more refined. Match day. The Xianin sect has nearly 20,000 outer disciples. If they all fought in the arena, it would take a year and a half. Therefore, this competition is divided into 3 stages. The first stage is to test cultivation level, eliminating all those below the 6th level of Qi refining. This first round eliminated most of them. The second round was a free-for-all with 100 participants. All the disciples were randomly grouped, and the last one standing advanced to the arena. This stage is highly random, but participants can form alliances. Lin Hao was lucky. The strongest member of the battle group he was assigned to was only at the 8th level of Qi refining. As soon as the melee began, Lin Hao was targeted by 2 people. A tall and a short cultivator surrounded him. "Are you 2 planning to gang up on us?" Lin Hao asked calmly. "Kid, it's good that you understand. Kneel down and beg for mercy to avoid suffering some physical pain." Lin Hao sneered, seeing through their cultivation levels directly. The 2 Qi refining level 6 cultivators were utterly insignificant. He pretended to be scared and turned to run away. The tall and short monks felt they had gotten a good deal and gave chase. When the other contestants saw Lin Hao being chased, they stopped paying attention to him. Huff, huff. Brother, this kid is so slippery. The tall guy chased him for a long time, but couldn't catch up. He's definitely about to give up. Give it your all. The dwarf took out a rejuvenation pill from his storage bag and prepared to take it. Don't eat it. Lin Hao flashed forward, snatched the other party's storage bag, and took the spirit recovery pill with him. These are my spoils, don't eat them. The one in your hand is dirty, I don't want it. Lin Hao crushed the pill and kicked the dwarf 5 or 6 feet away. Big brother. The tall monk was enraged and drew his broadsword, ready to fight to the death. However, the great perfection of chi refining was utterly overwhelming for someone at the 6th level of chi refining. The tall cultivator couldn't even withstand a single move before collapsing to the ground. The Xianin sect's competitions, there are no taboos except for killing. Lin Hao revealed his strength. Faced with the attack of more than 10 people, he chose to circle around to waste time and wait for the other cultivators to decide the winner. After being eliminated, Li Qiushui watched Lin Hao's performance. Seeing how easily he handled the chaotic battle, she couldn't help but laugh out loud. Hearing the laughter, Lin Hao waved to her. This action caused dissatisfaction. After Zhang Mingfei's team finished clearing out the external enemies, they saw Lin Hao and Li Qiushui exchanging glances, and Zhang Mingfei was immediately displeased. Who is that kid? How dare he flirt with the fairy I've set my sights on? Zhang Mingfei said angrily. Young Master Jiang, that kid's name is Lin Hao, he's Qiushui Xianzi's follower, one of his men replied. A worthless lackey, daring to plot against him? Zhang Mingfei sneered. Go and have Xiao Lu and the others deal with that kid with all their might. Yes, young Master Jiang. Lin Hao was speechless as he saw the number of pursuers increasing. He was just participating in the competition, so why had he become the target of everyone's criticism? Damn, do they really think I'm easy to bully? Lin Hao stopped and prepared to face more than 30 people alone. A burly man stepped forward and said menacingly, Kid, why aren't you running anymore? I'm tired. You little brat. You dare mess with the woman my boss has his eye on? I'll break your leg today. Boss. Lin Hao's gaze sharpened as he saw Zhang Mingfei harassing his senior sister Li Qiushui outside the arena. A murderous glint flashed in Lin Hao's eyes as he unleashed his chi refining perfection cultivation, coldly saying, Take one of my legs? Chi refining great perfection? Before the burly man could react, he felt a pain in his left leg, lost his balance, and fell. Everyone gasped in shock. Zhang Mingfei was shocked by Lin Hao's cultivation level. He didn't bother Li Qiushui anymore and focused on Lin Hao. Chapter 0:18 Good News and Bad News. A bunch of trash together is nothing but a rabble. Lin Hao was 2 minor realms higher than the enemy, and he charged into the enemy ranks as if they were nothing. Bang, bang, bang. A group of cultivators were kicked away by him like piglets. In less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Lin Hao defeated all the enemies and became the victor in the final battle. On the viewing platform, sect leaders and peak masters and elders from various peaks would occasionally glance at the massive melee while chatting. Which peak does this disciple belong to? A plump and beautiful woman frowned slightly. She was the peak master of Shaozhu Peak. As the leader of a peak, she knew the outstanding disciples of each peak very well, because after the competition, each peak would compete for geniuses. She naturally knew that Wang Jingzhan of Misty Peak and Lung Fengchun of Falling Goose Peak were both capable of reaching foundation establishment at any time. Others, such as Fang Yuan, Cui Qing'er, and Li Qiushui, and Qin Yueming of her own peak, also possessed talent. However, it's a pity that Dazhu Peak originally had 2 talented female cultivators, but one dropped in cultivation level and the other broke through to the foundation establishment stage, resulting in Dazhu Peak lacking a leader. Feng Sanyue, the peak master of Dazhu Peak, is beautiful and charming, possessing a mature elegance and an otherworldly aura. She wore a plain brocade palace robe with a light crimson gauze over it, which fluttered in the breeze, making her look incredibly elegant. At this moment, the voluptuous woman pointed at Lin Hao and asked, Senior Sister Feng, do you recognize this person? Feng Sanyue shook her head slightly. Junior Sister Morong, this person looks unfamiliar to me. I don't know which peak he is from. Morong Qinxue ordered her subordinates to investigate, and after a short while, they reported back that this was a disciple of Dazhu Peak. Feng Sanyue didn't even recognize him. It seemed he was a dark horse, perhaps someone she could recruit into Shaozhu Peak. Lin Hao was unaware that he had been noticed by the peak masters. He was confronting Zhang Mingfei and had his arm around his senior sister's slender waist. You brat, Get your filthy hands off me. Jiang Mingfei roared jealously. My senior sister and I are Taoist partners. I can hug her however I want. Is it any of your business? Lin Hao retorted. Jiang Mingfei's face turned pale with anger. Kid, you just wait. I'm waiting for you, Lin Hao said provocatively. Li Qiushui couldn't stand the two arguing, so she broke free from Lin Hao's embrace and said quietly, Junior brother, you've changed. Why are you provoking a qi refining great perfection cultivator? Lin Hao pondered to himself that his style of doing things had changed after he became stronger through dual cultivation, and perhaps this was his true personality. In the end, one can't be too cautious when cultivating immortality. What's the point of immortality? It's utterly boring, Lin Hao muttered to himself. He took Li Qiushui's hand and said, the ring match is tomorrow, and I want to spar with my senior sister to warm up. Pa, don't think I don't know what you're up to. Li Qiushui spat lightly. That night, Lin Hao and Li Qiushui fought 7 battles before stopping when they felt exhausted. The next day, Lin Hao leisurely headed to the Outer Gate competition venue, as his match was scheduled for the afternoon. In this competition, 96 people advanced to the final round, from which 48 were selected. Lin Hao's first opponent was a young girl at the 8th level of qi refining. She looked weak and powerless, but she successfully made it into the arena. She planned to lull her opponent into a false sense of security with her innocent appearance before launching a surprise attack. But Lin Hao wasn't buying it. After talking with his senior sister and Cui Qing'er, his aesthetic threshold had risen, and a pretty girl like her wouldn't move him at all. He acted swiftly, unleashing a devastating attack on his opponent. The woman's attempt to feign pitifulness failed, and she had no choice but to hastily accept the challenge, ultimately being knocked off the stage by Lin Hao with a single punch. The onlookers were amazed. This guy is ruthless. He showed no mercy to such a pitiful beauty. He is at least at the 9th level of qi refining, while we 7th level cultivators are no match for him. After defeating his opponent, Lin Hao decided to stay and watch Cui Qing'er's match. Her match ended quickly, without her breaking a sweat, and she easily defeated her opponent. Since Li Qiushui was nearby, she didn't greet Lin Hao, but instead sent him a telepathic message to discuss a deal. At night, Lin Hao left his senior sister's cave and returned to his own residence. Cui Qing'er seemed to have been waiting for a long time. Her clothes were disheveled, and her eyes sparkled. Lin Hao sighed inwardly, realizing this woman had clearly developed a taste for the good, and asked, weren't we supposed to make a deal? Where is she? Cui Qing'er's eyes were alluring. Does a transaction have to involve people? I've brought 2 pieces of news. Which one would you like to hear first? Let's start with the bad news. Cui Qing'er revealed an expression of certainty and slowly said, Wang Jingzhan and Lung Fengchun have both reached the foundation establishment stage. It is believed that the leader will emerge from between the 2 of them. And what's the good news? I'm almost at the foundation establishment stage too, and I need your help, Cui Qing'er said. She felt that she was only 1 step away from reaching the foundation establishment stage, and it might take some time, but for the sake of the competition, she hoped to cultivate with Lin Hao. Lin Hao was speechless. Your foundation establishment is not good news for me. My ranking is going to drop again. Why are you so petty? Cui Qing'er rolled her eyes. You insulted me in the demon hunting competition. I've been planning to get revenge. Helping me doesn't count. Hurry up, I can't wait. After saying that, Cui Qing'er immediately took action. Chapter 019 Battle against Cui Qing. Early morning. Lin Hao walked along the tree-lined path covered with white frost, stopped, and sat down cross-legged. He was only 1 foundation establishment pill away from breaking through, but with his current wealth, he simply couldn't afford it. Most cultivators begin preparing foundation establishment pill materials when they reach the 9th level of qi refining, and by the time they reach the great perfection of qi refining, they've usually gathered all the materials. But Lin Hao had only gone from the 6th level to the great perfection in 2 months. There was no way he could possibly have accumulated enough materials. He took out the 2nd-tier talisman, Palm Thunder, and played with it, deciding to collect more talismans. Although she had considered trading the foundation establishment pill with Cui Qing'er, it was a strategic resource, and she wouldn't easily hand it over to him. It was almost time, so Lin Hao woke Cui Qing'er up, and the 2 headed to the competition venue together. Today, there were significantly more people watching than yesterday, and elders and their disciples were also present. Lin Hao glanced at the viewing platform and saw his personal disciples standing proudly above the rest. He clenched his fist. Becoming a personal disciple was his greatest motivation for participating in the competition. His opponent was a young man dressed like a scholar, seemingly frail, but Lin Hao knew he was a master at the 9th level of qi refining. There were no weaklings among those who made it into the top 48. Greetings, sir. The scholar bowed slightly and greeted him. Lin Hao stared at him coldly, offering no response. The scholar, unfazed, took out 2 ancient books from his travel bag. Brother, I'm about to make my move. As soon as he finished speaking, the scholar's body began to swell, almost bursting through his robes. The might of the army sweeps across the desolate desert. Its killing intent soars to the heavens. Soldiers arrayed beneath the Red Mountain. Their camps opened beside the Purple Pass. Boom. The scholar's face turned fierce, and his appearance no longer resembled that of a scholar, but rather that of a general on the battlefield. A squad of soldiers appeared in front of him. Although they were formed from spiritual energy, they were almost indistinguishable from real people. Lin Hao frowned slightly. This scholar actually practiced Confucianism. Confucianism, Taoism, Buddhism, military strategy, and the cultivation of immortality can all lead to longevity. Lin Hao sensed the dangerous aura emanating from the soldier and quickly circulated his spiritual energy to meet the attack. Qi refining great perfection. The scholar gave a wry smile. The gap in their levels of understanding was probably insurmountable. But since he had already come this far, he could only forge ahead. War. The scholar recited a battle poem, and the soldiers began their charge. Flaming blade. Lin Hao chanted an incantation, and 3 flying knives materialized, radiating a blazing aura. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The 3 swords flashed like lightning, swiftly slashing towards the soldiers. The powerful spiritual energy slashed through the soldiers as easily as cutting paper figures, 1 strike at a time. However, 6 soldiers charged towards Lin Hao. Good timing. Lin Hao unleashed his power with both fists, fiercely attacking the soldiers. Boom. His fist was violent, scattering the soldiers with a single blow. Upon witnessing this scene, the scholar's face turned grave, his legs trembled slightly, and cold sweat poured down his forehead. So strong. The scholar took a deep breath, gripped the ancient scroll, and prepared to continue reciting the battle poem, but his opponent attacked too quickly. Cut. Lin Hao's flying sword shot out swiftly, cutting through the air like lightning, and instantly arrived in front of the scholar. The scholar had no time to recite poetry and could only hastily pull out a talisman to deal with the situation. However, the first-grade high-level defensive talisman was no match for Lin Hao's attack. Clang, clang, clang. Lin Hao unleashed 3 consecutive sword strikes that shattered the scholar's spiritual shield, sending him flying 5 or 6 zhang away. Uft. The scholar coughed up blood and said with a bitter smile, I admit defeat. Lin Hao smiled calmly, glanced at him, and said coldly, If you were at the great perfection of cultivation, you could cause me trouble. Alas, I am far inferior to fellow Taoist Lin. The scholar bowed and left the arena. Murong Qinxue, the peak master of Shaozhu Peak, had been watching Lin Hao's match closely. Seeing his easy victory, she secretly harbored the idea of recruiting him. However, before she could take any action, she received a telepathic message from Feng Songyue. Junior sister Murong, Lin Hao is an outer disciple of our Great Bamboo Peak. Oh, from your Great Bamboo Peak? Then you're not doing a good job as Peak Master. A genius has emerged from your sect, and you don't even know it. I'm not as dedicated as you, the Peak Master. You're always thinking about poaching people. Lin Hao was unaware that he had attracted the attention of 2 beautiful Peak Masters from the Xianin sect. In the top 12 qualifying round, Lin Hao's opponent was still a Qi refining level 9 opponent, and he was defeated after only 2 moves. Chui Qing'er also won easily, and the 2 successfully advanced to the top 6. But during the afternoon draw, the 2 became opponents. Zhang Mingfei made his debut against Fang Yuan, who had overpowered him in the demon hunting competition. Zhang Mingfei was more powerful, but Fang Yuan had many magical treasures. The 2 fought for hundreds of moves, and Zhang Mingfei won by a slight advantage. Fang Yuan was unwilling to give up. He glared at his opponent and left without looking back. Huh? The money-giving boy lost. He didn't give away any magic treasures. What happened? You don't understand. This person only gives away magic weapons to those he has defeated. Although Zhang Mingfei won, he was only slightly better. Zhang Mingfei stood on the stage, his expression shifting. Although he had won the competition, he didn't feel happy at all. The second match is Lin Hao versus Chui Qing. Lin Hao calmly walked onto the stage, feeling the gazes of many, but he focused only on Chui Qing. Fortunately, she didn't make a breakthrough last night. Otherwise he would have stopped here today. Chapter 020 Advancing to the top 6. Lin Hao and Cui Qing'er went straight for the kill without any probing. Although Cui Qing'er is a woman, her fighting style is extremely aggressive. After using water-based magic, she immediately summoned a golden shield talisman and used her flying sword to prepare for close-quarters combat with Lin Hao. You want to fight me in close combat? I'll make sure you don't get your way, Lin Hao sneered. He nimbly dodged the water tiger on his flying sword, formed hand seals, and cast a spell, and a ball of flame flew towards Cui Qing'er like a shooting star. As the scorching fireball hurtled towards her, Cui Qing'er advanced instead of retreating, her sword enveloped in sky-blue aura as she slashed at the fireball. Boom! With a single sword strike, Cui Qing'er cleaved the fireball in two, then unleashed a series of water balls, attempting to force Lin Hao into close combat. Lin Hao countered with fire-based magic, occasionally throwing out frostfall to freeze the water spheres. Cui Qing'er's attacks weakened, and panic appeared on her face. Why is this man's magic so powerful? After exchanging dozens of blows, Cui Qing'er's spiritual energy gradually depleted, and she wanted to use the spirit recovery pill but had no chance. Shattered her golden shield with 3 consecutive sword strikes, then quickly closed in. He roared, his fists bursting with flames as he thrust them straight at Cui Qing'er's lower abdomen. Cui Qing'er hurriedly mobilized her remaining spiritual power to condense a barrier, but her shield was as fragile as glass. The shield shattered, and Lin Hao's punch struck her ribs. Cui Qing'er coughed up blood and flew out, angrily saying, "You're a ruthless person." Lin Hao said coldly, "Admit defeat." Cui Qing'er rolled her eyes, lowered the blade from her neck, and said softly, "With a blade at my throat, how can I not admit defeat?" Lin Hao wins, the elder referee announced, eliciting a flurry of discussion from the crowd. Where did this kid come from? How did he manage to defeat Fairy Qing? Fairy Qing'er is at the great perfection of qi refining, ranked among the top 5 in the outer sect, and Lin Hao actually defeated her. I know this Lin Hao. He's one of Qiu Shui Fairy's little followers, but he's made a name for himself today. He performed well in the demon hunting competition and made it into the top 8. So powerful. I need to befriend him. Maybe I can establish a connection with his personal disciple. Without Wang Jingzhan and Lung Fengchun, he definitely had a chance to reach the top. Jiang Mingfei's face was gloomy as he glared at Lin Hao with hatred. When did this kid become a top expert? In the next match, I'll show you what it means to be outmatched. Murong Qinxue, the lord of Shaozhu Peak, was also shocked by Lin Hao's performance, never expecting him to be able to defeat Cui Qing'er. Murong Qinxue's expression, Feng Tsungyue, revealed a smug look, thinking that Lin Hao had brought glory to Dazhu Peak. She flew gracefully to Lin Hao's side, a hint of appreciation flashing in her phoenix eyes. You did very well. From today onwards, you are the chief outer disciple of Dazhu Peak. If you can enter the top 3, you can enter the inner sect scripture pavilion 3 times. Upon hearing this, Lin Hao thought to himself, is the Peak Master still a virgin? He sensed a unique fragrance emanating from Feng Tsungyue, similar to that of Li Qiushui and Cui Qing'er. He quickly calmed himself down, suppressed his distracting thoughts, and respectfully said, "Disciple obeys. Thank you, Peak Master." Feng Tsungyue smiled slightly, left after declaring her sovereignty. Murong Qinxue watched this scene and spat out a light snort. Feng Tsungyue is really. Lin Hao was walking off the stage when he suddenly saw his senior, Li Qiushui. He walked over with a smile. "Junior brother, congratulations on advancing to the top 6. Li Qiushui smiled gently, her purple gauze dress fluttering in the wind. Lin Hao said in a low voice, "Senior sister, I've advanced. How are you planning to celebrate?" Li Qiushui chuckled. "You'll find out tonight." Lin Hao watched her leave, then prepared to continue watching the game. At this moment, Cui Qing'er walked over and asked, "Are you alright? After taking the pill, you're fine. You're so heartless. You don't know how to cherish a beautiful woman." Cui Qing'er laughed. "We're about evenly matched. If I held back, I wouldn't be able to beat you. I'll make it up to you later," Lin Hao said. "You said it," Cui Qing'er said with a smile. Subsequently, Wang Jingzhan faced off against a qi refining grand perfection cultivator, and unsurprisingly, Wang Jingzhan won easily, demonstrating the power of a foundation establishment cultivator. Wang Jingzhan has indeed reached the foundation establishment stage. He's definitely the champion. Lung Fengchun can also compete with Wang Jingzhan. Lung Fengchun only practices asceticism, and his combat experience is far inferior to Wang Jingzhan's. Listening to the discussion, Lin Hao made up his mind. If he wanted to compete for first place, foundation establishment was a must. Lung Fengchun makes her appearance, dressed in a black bodysuit, with a cold and aloof demeanor that gives off an unapproachable feeling. She easily defeated her opponent, demonstrating strength no less than Wang Jingzhan's. Lin Hao decided to leave, confident that he could handle the remaining opponents. Cui Qing'er also left, asking, "What is your relationship with Li Qiushui?" "Same relationship as yours," Lin Hao replied. Cui Qing'er sighed. "You've already caught the peak master's attention, and your future is bright. Why get entangled with demons?" Lin Hao frowned, not understanding why she always called her senior sister a demon. He gets along well with his senior sister. How could he be a cold-blooded demon? Chapter 21 Surprise. No. If you don't believe me, it's simple. Go buy a packet of Immortal Spirit Powder and try it. As everyone knows, this is a medicine that counters demons. If a demon takes it, its demonic energy will dissipate in a short time, and no matter how well it hides itself, it will still give itself away. Cui Qing'er spoke with absolute certainty, clearly not lying. Lin Hao's expression was complicated. His senior sister was his guide to immortality, and they had a deep friendship. He actually trusted her a lot. But then he thought, why not give it a try? If she wasn't a demon, the Immortal Spirit Powder wouldn't harm her. Lin Hao bid farewell to Cui Qing'er and went to the market to buy Immortal Spirit Powder and materials for talismans. Upon arriving at the market, he quickly acquired all the necessary materials for the talismans, spending nearly 200 spirit stones, a painful expense. The Immortal Spirit Powder wasn't expensive, but because the Xianin sect hadn't fought the demonic sect in recent years, shops were out of stock, so he had to try his luck at the street stalls. Thunder rumbled. Lin Hao, dressed in green robes and carrying a sword, held a spirit stone in his hand. The wind caressed his face, and his clear eyes scanned his surroundings. He sighed, thinking that it was no wonder the Immortal Spirit Powder was so hard to find. He understood that the demonic sect had been lying low for many years and rarely produced such medicines. After wandering around for most of the day, I finally found the Immortal Elixir at a small stall. The stall owner was a girl who looked to be about 15 or 16 years old. She was pretty and charming, but her eyes flashed with angry, murderous intent. With a cultivation level of 6, she's probably a newly initiated junior sister. Lin Hao smiled and asked, "How many spirit stones does this packet of Immortal Spirit Powder cost?" A murderous glint flashed in the girl's eyes. "I don't want spirit stones." "No spirit stones?" Lin Hao frowned slightly. "Why don't you want spirit stones?" The girl bit her cherry lips, her murderous aura intensifying. Exorcising demons and protecting the righteous path is the duty of cultivators. Fellow Taoist, please accept this packet of Immortal Spirit Powder. Looking at the sincerity in her eyes, Lin Hao took the Immortal Spirit Powder and took out a talisman from his storage bag, handing it to her. "You're right, young lady. Exorcising demons is what we cultivators should do. Please accept this talisman." The young woman accepted the talisman, cupped her hands in greeting, and asked, "May I ask your name, fellow Taoist?" "Lin Hao, Xiang Xiaoyuan. I congratulate senior brother Lin on slaying the demon." Watching Lin Hao leave, she checked the talisman in the garden and was surprised to find it was a second-tier talisman. This senior brother. Lin Hao rushed to his senior sister's cave dwelling, and on the way he encountered Lung Fengchun, who was the favorite to win the competition. Lung Fengchun, dressed in white, looked dashing and heroic, with the sound of a sword echoing behind him. As he brushed past Lin Hao, he uttered softly, "You're quite good. I hope to fight you on the arena." Lung Fengchun flew easily on his sword, clearly indicating that he was already an inner disciple. Lin Hao watched her walk away, his fists clenched, and continued walking upwards. Upon arriving at my senior sister's cave, I took a deep breath and pushed open the door to enter. "You're back so late?" Li Qiushui asked gently. "I ran into a friend, and we chatted for a while," Lin Hao said. "All right." Li Qiushui tapped his forehead with her jade-like finger. "Next time you're late, send me a message." Lin Hao smiled and saw his senior sister busy cooking. He took out the Immortal Spirit Powder from his storage bag, poured it into the teapot, shook it, poured a cup of tea, and handed it to his senior sister. "What are you busy with, senior sister?" He put his arms around her waist. "I'll cook you some spirit beast meat to help you recover," Li Qiushui said with a smile. "Thank you for your hard work, senior sister." Lin Hao picked up his teacup. "Please have some tea, senior sister." "Oh, what's wrong with you? You're serving me tea." "My senior sister has worked so hard for me. It's nothing for me to offer her a cup of tea," Lin Hao said with a smile. "You're so sweet-talking." Li Qiushui picked up her teacup, took a sip, and smiled. "Junior brother, this tea tastes a bit strange. Did you drug me?" "How could that be?" Lin Hao replied calmly, observing her reaction. Lin Hao was relieved to see that his senior sister was still radiant, confirming that she was not a demon. He felt relieved, but at the same time felt guilty and even began to doubt his senior sister. To make amends, Lin Hao planned to help her cultivate, but was stopped by a slender, jade-like hand. Junior brother, don't rush. Do you remember the surprise I mentioned during the day? Li Qiushui said with a smile. Lin Hao was taken aback. What surprise? Li Qiushui dodged his approach, flitting to the side like a butterfly. You'll definitely like this surprise. She clapped her hands, and 3 women dressed in sheer gauze walked in, their faces showing shyness and anticipation. What's wrong, senior sister? Lin Hao whispered. Junior brother, these 3 women were all handpicked by me for you. They are all at the 7th level of qi refining and are virgins. Lin Hao was shocked. He had thought that his senior sister didn't want him to have relationships with other women, but he never expected that she would find one for him. Junior brother, I have also prepared a foundation establishment pill for you to help you establish your foundation and compete for the top spot. Foundation establishment pill? Lin Hao was stunned. This was a strategic resource. It would take a cultivator 1 or 2 years of hard work to obtain a foundation establishment pill. His senior sister gave him a foundation establishment pill. Lin Hao felt that he had been troubled by his breakthrough, and the sudden help he received made him feel even more guilty. He picked up his senior sister and kissed her deeply. Li Qiushui said sweetly, breakthrough is the most important thing. Urged on by her, Lin Hao had no choice but to accept, his heart filled with gratitude. Chapter 022 Foundation Building. After passing through 3 narrow passageways, Lin Hao finally saw the light. All the spiritual energy in his body was transformed into golden liquid, and he could not advance any further. He asked his senior sister to ask the 3 female cultivators to leave, and then directly took the foundation establishment pill. Seeing that he had entered a meditative state, Li Qiushui set up a barrier to prevent outsiders from peeping and began to protect him. Boom. Lin Hao suddenly stood up, his skin flushed red, like a boiled shrimp. Li Qiushui's face turned deathly pale, filled with worry. What's going on? She dared not interfere, as any external intervention during the breakthrough could lead to failure or even a drop in her cultivation level. Flames surged within Lin Hao's body, as if his internal organs were being roasted, and his skin cracked, resembling charcoal. Li Qiushui dared not look any longer and closed her eyes. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Hao finally calmed down. Li Qiushui opened her eyes and saw Lin Hao lying on the ground, his clothes tattered and his skin blackened. She exclaimed in shock, Junior brother Lin. She reached out to check his breath, but Lin Hao bit her. Senior sister, what are you doing? Lin Hao asked with a smile. Li Qiushui pounded his chest. You scared me to death. She smiled and congratulated him. Junior brother, congratulations on becoming a foundation establishment expert. What's so special about someone at the foundation establishment stage? Lin Hao said calmly. You're much stronger than the qi refining stage. You could defeat me with a single finger now. No, senior sister, I still prefer to use 2 fingers. Lin Hao grasped her hand and said gratefully. Thank you for helping me establish my foundation, senior sister. Li Qiushui gave him a complicated look and said softly, I hope you live a long and prosperous life, achieve great things, and don't forget me. How could that be? Lin Hao laughed. Ugh, it stinks. Go wash up quickly, Li Qiushui said with disgust. Lin Hao realized that it really smelled bad, so he immediately went to wash himself. After washing his body, he sensed changes within him. The liquid spiritual energy had transformed from a vat into a small pond, and his divine sense had expanded tenfold, undergoing a qualitative change. He felt a wave of self-mockery. He had previously thought that he could challenge Wang Jingzhan, who was at the foundation establishment stage, with his qi refining cultivation. Now he realized how ridiculous that was. The final 3 qualifying rounds have begun. The 6 prodigies stood on the high platform, receiving the gaze of countless eyes. The elder took out 6 bamboo sticks and shouted, Now we will begin the drawing of lots. Lin Hao received the number 1 draw and narrowed his eyes slightly. Who will my opponent be? The one who drew number 1, stay? The rest of you, leave for now. The elder announced, leaving only 2 people. Lin Hao looked at his opponent, who was Jiang Mingfei. You're perfect. Lin Hao breathed a sigh of relief. Jiang Mingfei was initially overjoyed, but when he saw Lin Hao breathe a sigh of relief, he was slightly startled. Kid, you're unlucky to have met me today, Jiang Mingfei said arrogantly. Fighting you would dirty my hands, and I'd be unlucky, Lin Hao replied with a cold laugh. The audience below the stage were buzzing with discussion. Lin Hao is really interesting, and he has great eloquence. The arena is about strength. No matter how sharp-tongued Lin Hao is, he's still a clown. He once defeated Cui Qing'er, but can he defeat Zhang Mingfei? Zhang Mingfei is exceptionally talented and comes from a family with a strong academic tradition. What makes Lin Hao think he can win? Zhang Mingfei displayed his qi refining perfection cultivation, exuding an aura of authority. Boy, it's not too late to kneel down and surrender, or you'll regret it. Oh, Lin Hao replied calmly. Zhang Mingfei gritted his teeth angrily. Kid, how long can you keep up this act? Come and fight. Lin Hao raised an eyebrow. Zhang Mingfei took a deep breath, took out several talismans, and used Golden Shield Talisman, Frost Soul Talisman, and other imposing talismans. As expected of senior brother Jiang, he doesn't hesitate to use precious talismans. The onlookers discussed among themselves. Zhang Mingfei was met with astonished gazes from those around him, and he was determined to defeat his opponent decisively amidst the shock. Chapter 23, I can't keep up the pretense anymore. Lin Hao watched his opponent Zhang Mingfei flaunt his wealth and pondered to himself that he shouldn't reveal his foundation establishment stage strength, so he should just play along with this guy. Golden Lion Seal. Zhang Mingfei roared and punched out Golden Fist energy, which condensed into a battle lion. Lin Hao remained calm and collected. This kid really deserves a beating, someone whispered from below the stage. Flaming Blade. He only uttered 3 words when the Golden Lion was close enough. With a single swing, the flaming blade swiftly slashed towards the Golden Lion. Boom. Zhang Mingfei was prepared. The force of his fist was fierce, and he struck directly at Lin Hao's head. Lin Hao suddenly realized he was pretending to be stupid, so he withdrew his fist and took out a Golden Shield Talisman. Little brat, you think you can afford a top-grade first-tier talisman? Zhang Mingfei sneered. Boom, boom, boom. Zhang Mingfei unleashed 3 consecutive punches with his War Lion, shattering the Golden Shield Talisman into pieces. That Golden Shield Talisman is all you have left, isn't it? But before he could finish speaking, Lin Hao pulled out 2 more Golden Shield Talismans, and Zhang Mingfei's expression changed. Boom, boom, boom. After 3 more punches, Zhang Mingfei said, let's see how many talismans you have. 1 Golden Shield Talisman after another shattered, and Zhang Mingfei was going crazy. Where did this kid get so many Golden Shield Talismans? There really aren't any left. Lin Hao patted his storage bag and said seriously, he's lost. Lin Hao is going to lose. Some viewers began to pessimistically predict his defeat. Their cultivation levels are about the same, but the gap in other aspects is too big, someone sighed. You're out of talismans. Let's see how you stop me now. Zhang Mingfei roared arrogantly, his voice like that of a war immortal, as the Golden Lion crushed down like a small mountain, brimming with power. Lin Hao caught the attack, leaving Zhang Mingfei astonished. How is this possible? Now is not the time to be surprised. Lin Hao roared, instantly swung his sword, shattered the Golden Lion, and flashed to Zhang Mingfei's side. I've been acting with you for so long, that's enough. You've been pretending you can't beat me? Zhang Mingfei was stunned. No, I'm just a slow starter, Lin Hao said with a smile, realizing he couldn't keep up the act any longer. Enraged, Zhang Mingfei unleashed a fireball talisman at Lin Hao. You're slow to heat up. I'll roast you alive. After Zhang Mingfei threw out the talisman, his spiritual energy was drained, so he quickly took a pill to restore his spiritual energy. Boom. Dozens of fireball talismans erupted with tremendous power. Lin Hao could not reveal his foundation establishment cultivation level, so he had to temporarily hide and let Zhang Mingfei recover his spiritual energy. After recovering, Zhang Mingfei took out the spirit control banner from his storage bag. This was a top-grade magic artifact that could control 3 first-tier demonic beasts. Lin Hao, if you dare to mess with me, you'll be crippled. The spirit banner exuded a chilling aura, and 3 giant wolves leaped out from it, their presence fierce. You're finished. The wolf spirits will tear you to pieces, and your corpse will become their nourishment. Zhang Mingfei's face was contorted with rage, as if a god of death had descended. Chapter 24 The Peak Master makes a move. You talk too much. The 3-headed wolf spirit was as big as a calf, extremely cunning, and attacked in perfect unison. As late-stage first-tier demonic beasts, they were already capable of using magic. The 3-headed wolf spirit spat out several wind blades and swiftly pounced on Lin Hao. You beast, you're cunning indeed. Lin Hao sneered, took out a Golden Shield Talisman, and erected a shield of light. Zhang Mingfei asked in surprise, didn't you say there weren't any left? How come you still have top-grade talismans? Fool, You believe everything I say? Lin Hao mocked. Jiang Mingfei roared. Tear him to pieces. Tear him to pieces. The three-headed wolf spirit became even more ferocious, its fur bristling, and its sharp claws lunged forward. Boom. Lin Hao's golden light shield shattered after blocking the wind blade, and the three-headed wolf pounced on him. Well done. Lin Hao's lips curled up slightly, and 10 flaming blades gathered in front of him. My God, how did he do that? The audience exclaimed. I cultivate fire-based techniques, and even at the 9th level of Qi refining, I can only condense 3 flame blades. A hint of surprise flashed in the eyes of Feng Songyue, the peak master of Dazhu Peak. This little guy has condensed fire's spiritual power into liquid and forged a special path. Morong Qinxue licked her red lips and murmured, Interesting. Interesting. Impossible. Jiang Mingfei shouted wildly. It's fake. It must be fake. How could your spiritual power be so abundant? His response was the mournful howl of the three-headed wolf spirit. 10 flaming blades slashed simultaneously, causing the wolf spirit's soul shadow to sway. Lin Hao didn't want to delay any longer. He flew into the air on his sword, his expression cold. Starfire. Thousands upon thousands of sparks shot rapidly toward Jiang Mingfei. Boom. Flames struck the enemy, and the explosion was deafening. Jiang Mingfei's beard and hair were scorched by the flames, emitting a burnt smell. He collapsed to the ground in a sorry state, all his spiritual power gone. Seeing Lin Hao condense 6 more flaming blades, Jiang Mingfei felt a sense of fear. Why does he have such abundant spiritual power? I clearly didn't see him take any pills. He desperately transmitted his voice. Lin Hao, lose to me now, or I'll make sure you can't move an inch in the sect. Lin Hao coldly replied, Go. The fire blade trailed a fiery tail, swiftly cutting through the weeds. Boy, how dare you? An old man roared, his large hand of spiritual energy crushing Lin Hao's flaming blade. You dare to kill me. The old man glared at Lin Hao, raising his hand and unleashing thousands of earth-yellow light spots that shot towards him like a rain of arrows. Slash! A light, melodious voice rang out, and the red clouds in the sky condensed into a giant flaming sword. Boom! The flaming giant sword sliced through the yellowish-brown light spots. Lord Feng, what is this? The old man asked with displeasure. Feng Songyue coldly replied, You want to kill my disciples from Dazhu Peak? The old man froze, then said hatefully, It was this brat who tried to kill my grandson. That's why I. A wave of her hand. Feng Songyue sent the old man flying hundreds of feet away. She looked down at everyone and said, My disciples from Dazhu Peak can only be punished by me if they make mistakes. Come with me. Lin Hao felt a force pulling him away, and in the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the horizon. The summit of Dazhu Peak. Feng Songyue sat on a lotus platform carved from cold jade. Her red dress could not cover her jade-like feet. Her phoenix eyes were sharp as she glanced at Lin Hao. Peak Master, when did you reach the foundation establishment stage? Lin Hao's heart tightened, and he felt extremely uneasy. This disciple only established his foundation yesterday. Breakthrough in the heat of battle? Feng Songyue raised an eyebrow. Why not just reveal your foundation establishment strength and defeat your opponent directly? I have just advanced to the foundation establishment stage, and I think my Qi refining cultivation is sufficient to deal with Qi refining cultivators, Lin Hao replied. You're planning to save your foundation establishment stage for the finals, aren't you? Lin Hao was amazed by her keen insight. Yes, Peak Master. On the path of cultivation, one should be as firm as possible, with clear thinking, without seeking stability in everything. Feng Songyue said calmly. Lin Hao respectfully replied, This disciple will keep your teachings in mind. Feng Songyue patted the storage bag with a faint smile, and 2 streams of light appeared in front of her. There is an offensive talisman here, equivalent to a strike from the great perfection of foundation establishment. This bottle of pills restores spiritual energy 10 times better than the rejuvenation pill. Thank you, Peak Master. Go, prepare well, and fight for the championship, Feng Songyue said calmly. Yes. Lin Hao agreed and took his leave. Back in his cave, Lin Hao meditated to recover his spiritual energy and then began to refine talismans. He took out the talisman bestowed upon him by the Peak Master from his storage bag. It contained a sword aura, equivalent to a strike from the great perfection of foundation establishment. He decided to use this talisman as a trump card. After all, his next opponent had a powerful background. Although his mastery of talismans has not yet reached the level of a second-tier top-grade talisman, he believes that quantity will prevail and miracles will happen at crucial moments. Chapter 025 Taking Advantage of Opportunity. The competition began on the second day, and the venue was packed with people. All the disciples from each peak, inner disciples, personal disciples, and elders came to watch the battle. Lin Hao was in the crowd when he suddenly felt a venomous gaze. He turned around and saw that it was indeed Jiang Mingfei. Jiang Mingfei is resorting to underhanded tactics because he can't win in the arena? Lin Hao isn't afraid. The Xianyin sect has strict rules, so the other party wouldn't dare to kill him. Even if he goes outside, he's not worried. The top 3 teams will draw lots on stage. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Lin Hao ascended the high platform. The final 3-way competition was a round-robin tournament, in which the 3 players would face off against each other. Lin Hao drew number 3, which was unexpected. He had thought that his first battle would be against a Foundation establishment cultivator at his peak. The audience below the stage were buzzing with discussion. Lin Hao is really lucky. He can rest easy with the 3rd draw. Can a Qi refining cultivator defeat a Foundation establishment cultivator? It's just good luck. Being able to hold on until now is already the limit. Ignoring the noise, Lin Hao turned and stepped off the stage, quietly observing the 2 people on stage. The 2 fought for a full incense stick's time, and the audience below began to stir. Wang Jingzhan finally moved, his movements as agile as a sharp spear, and instantly stabbed at Lung Fengchun. Lung Fengchun also began to act, and it was hard to imagine that her delicate figure contained the momentum of a galloping horse. Boom! The 2 collided, and the ball of light exploded. Wang Jingzhan moved swiftly, flashing behind Lung Fengchun, and unleashed a surge of spiritual power from his palms, striking hard. Undeterred, Lung Fengchun unleashed a powerful spiritual energy hand to clash with it. Wang Jingzhan was fainting. He lifted his foot and took the spear back into his hand. Soul-shattering spear, a yellow-grade magic weapon. The spear's edge shot out like a rain of pear blossoms, piercing through Lung Fengchun's powerful spiritual hand. Lung Fengchun remained calm and quickly activated the Frost Talisman, unleashing 100 ice arrows. However, Wang Jingzhan's spear technique was impenetrable, and the ice arrows could not penetrate his defenses. Lung Fengchun didn't expect the ice arrow to break through her defenses. She seized the moment, condensed several sword energies, each containing an invincible aura, and swiftly flashed to Wang Jingzhan's front. Wang Jingzhan remained calm, the jade pendant protecting its owner and creating a barrier of light. Bang! The sword energy struck the light barrier, causing it to ripple. Wang Jingzhan suddenly thrust his spear forward, a golden spear beam piercing towards Lung Fengchun's heart. Fellow Taoist Jingzhan is incredibly strong, someone exclaimed from the audience. Lin Hao was startled. Even he would have difficulty defending against this move, unless... Seeing Lung Fengchun abandon defense and launch a full-scale attack, Lin Hao nodded slightly. This was indeed the best strategy. However, Wang Jingzhan summoned the golden light barrier again, easily blocking Lung Fengchun's sword energy. Golden Shield Talisman, a low-grade 2nd-tier talisman. Lin Hao couldn't help but complain. Is this Wang Jingzhan a tortoise? He couldn't help but wonder, but he still took Wang Jingzhan very seriously. He was strong and was one of the best in his realm. On the arena, the 2 clashed fiercely, their spiritual energy colliding like raging fire, producing a deafening sound. 15 minutes later, Wang Jingzhan suddenly swallowed a red pill, and his aura surged. Lung Fengchun then took the rejuvenation pill and immediately regained his vitality. Lin Hao was shocked. He hadn't expected Wang Jingzhan to be suppressed. After a fierce battle, their spiritual energy was gradually depleted, and finally, a victor emerged from among the 2. Lung Fengchun wins, the competition steward announced. The audience was buzzing with discussion. Wang Jingzhan lost? I always thought he was capable of defeating Lung Fengchun. He can't even beat a woman? Lung Fengchun has won. He is the champion of the competition. Upon hearing the discussion, Wang Jingzhan's face darkened, and he unleashed a powerful aura that silenced the surrounding noise. He took out some pills, sat cross-legged to recover his spiritual power, and half an hour later went up on stage again to face Lin Hao. Lin Hao is in big trouble. Senior brother Wang has been holding back his anger, and he's bound to vent it. He lost to a woman, and Lin Hao is definitely going to suffer next. Chapter 26 Battle of the Champions. Since you chose to stand here, you have to bear the consequences. Why regret it? One audience member sneered. If I were Lin Hao, I would choose to admit defeat, another person echoed. It's not shameful to admit defeat in front of a Foundation establishment cultivator, someone else commented. These words did not affect Lin Hao. He remained calm and composed. Wang Jingzhan said coldly, "Are you going to admit defeat yourself, or should I knock you down?" "You make the first move," Lin Hao said calmly. There was a lot of discussion in the audience, and everyone thought Lin Hao was too arrogant. He actually dared to let a Foundation Establishment cultivator make the first move. He's practically courting death. The difference between Qi refining and Foundation Establishment is like an insurmountable chasm, especially this difference. It's like the difference between a mortal and an immortal. Wang Jingzhan's anger was tinged with a hint of admiration. "You're arrogant, but arrogance should be backed by the strength to back it up." He kicked the spear away and unleashed a beam of light that pierced straight at Lin Hao. Faced with this attack, Lin Hao displayed his Foundation Establishment cultivation, condensing his surging spiritual power into hundreds of flaming blades, which he then blasted towards Wang Jingzhan. A look of surprise flashed in Wang Jingzhan's eyes. He's actually at the Foundation Establishment stage? How is this possible? He had always thought Lin Hao was a Qi refining cultivator, but he never expected that the other party was a Foundation Establishment cultivator. Boom. Wang Jingzhan tried to defend himself, but Lin Hao's attacks were too fierce, and he had no time to react before being blasted off the stage. Lin Haoshan. The referee was stunned by the fight. Wang Jingzhan was instantly killed, leaving everyone in disbelief. Why was senior brother Wang suddenly knocked off the stage? I'm not seeing things, am I? Lin Hao is actually at the Foundation Establishment stage. Lin Hao is amazing. He feigned weakness, then unleashed a powerful attack, eliminating senior brother Wang. This guy is really good at hiding his true strength. He plans to reveal it only in the finals. Poor senior brother Wang. He fell for Lin Hao's trap. The audience was shocked that a genius cultivator from the outer sect had been defeated by an unknown newcomer. On the high platform, Murong Qinxue, the master of Water Peak, laughed so hard she almost fell over. Lin Hao is really interesting. He's been hiding for so long, and today he killed a Foundation Establishment cultivator. That's really in line with the style of our little bamboo peak. Feng Songyue replied calmly. Didn't you see him defeat his opponent using fire techniques? He has a fire elemental root, which is naturally suited to my cultivation method. Murong Qinxue retorted defiantly. I also have fire-based techniques. Aren't they just as good as yours? Feng Songyue sneered. Can you teach him this move? With a wave of her hand, a giant fire lotus flower condensed in the sky, burning the entire firmament. Everyone was captivated by the enchanting fire lotus and marveled at it. The world-burning fire lotus. Lord Feng actually used this move. Her fire lotus is too powerful. When will she be as powerful as the Lord? Humph. Murong Qinxue snorted unwillingly. At the same time, Wang Jingzhan leaped onto the arena, his soul-shattering spear radiating killing intent. I am not reconciled. I want to fight again. Zhaner stepped down. A beautiful woman stepped onto the stage, and a single glance from her dispelled Wang Jingzhan's anger. Mother, I shouldn't have lost to him. Victory is victory, and defeat is defeat. A man should be able to take it and let it go. The beautiful woman gently admonished him. Yes, Wang Jingzhan replied, bowing his head. The beautiful woman turned to Lin Hao, her tone kind. Young friend, I apologize for the trouble caused by my poor upbringing. Lin Hao was slightly surprised. He had thought the Wang family would hold a grudge against him like the Jiang family, but he hadn't expected them to be so polite. Elder, you flatter me. Lin Hao bowed slightly in return. The beautiful woman led Wang Jingzhan away from the arena. Lin Hao stared at their retreating figures, somewhat dazed, before quickly regaining his composure. The opponent definitely doesn't have any primordial yin. The grand finale has begun. Lin Hao stood on the arena and looked around. Among the tens of thousands of cultivators, apart from Li Qiushui, Cui Qing'er, and others who supported him, almost everyone else supported Lung Fengchun. Despite this, Lin Hao was not discouraged, but a hint of anger remained in his heart. Just then, he heard a clear shout. Senior brother Lin, you have to win. He turned around and saw a female cultivator in a pale yellow dress waving at him. Xiangsun. Lin Hao was slightly stunned. Then he saw the tenderness in his senior sister Li Qiushui's eyes, and Cui Qing'er's gentle gaze also moved him slightly. I must win. I absolutely must win. He clenched his fists, his gaze unwavering, as he swept his eyes toward Lung Fengchun across from him. Chapter 27 Sword Spirit Root. Lung Fengchun smiled, her phoenix eyes gleaming with heroic spirit, and gently parted her lips. Lin Hao, may I ask about your spiritual root aptitude? A mid-grade fire spirit root, Lin Hao said naturally. His spirit root aptitude had been recorded when he entered the sect, so there was nothing to hide. Lung Fengchun said calmly, I am a mutated metal spirit root, a sword spirit root. Sword spirit root. Lin Hao's heart sank. Mutated spiritual roots were extremely rare, and sword spiritual roots were even more so, the seeds of innate swordsmanship. Thinking back to the battle just now, Lung Fengchun hadn't drawn her sword at all, and Lin Hao had initially assumed she was merely using magic. He hadn't expected her to be a sword cultivator. This was something ordinary cultivators couldn't compare to. He sighed inwardly, his gaze growing even more intense. To be able to spar with a natural-born swordsman was an immense challenge. Clang. The sword case is opened, and the green blade rings out. Lung Fengchun said casually, I was too exhausted in the last battle. In order to win the championship, I will draw my sword. Please accept my challenge. These words enraged Wang Jingzhan. He felt insulted because Lung Fengchun had not drawn her sword during their battle, but now she was about to. Lin Hao's expression was solemn. The powerful offensive methods of sword cultivators should not be underestimated. Clang. A battle sword gleaming with a cold light appeared in Lung Fengchun's hand. With a casual swing, she unleashed a long rainbow of sword energy, her fighting spirits soaring to the heavens. Lin Hao's body trembled, and he immediately conjured a 5 or 6 Zhonglong flame blade. Drink. The flaming blade clashed with the sword energy, and golden and red spiritual energy intertwined, eventually transforming into countless points of light. Lung Fengchun parted her lips slightly. You're quite strong. I'm curious, when did you become a foundation establishment cultivator? When I reach the foundation establishment stage has any significance in our current confrontation? Lin Hao countered. Lung Fengchun smiled. It's meaningless. Defeating you and becoming the champion is a kind of enjoyment. With a flick of her wrist, her long sword unleashed a surge of spiritual energy, slashing towards Lin Hao like a raging torrent. Boom. The sword energy carved a deep trench on the arena, displaying immense power. The cold fairy is truly powerful. If she had drawn her sword earlier, Wang Jingzhan would probably have been defeated long ago, someone in the audience murmured. How could Lin Hao possibly withstand the sword energy of the cold fairy? Others questioned. Lin Hao felt the terror of the sword energy and a stinging pain on his face. He hurriedly circulated his spiritual energy, condensing thousands of flames to form waves of fire. Boom, boom, boom. The wave of fire rushed towards the sword energy, dissipating most of the soaring sword energy. Lung Fengchun took out another sword from the sword box, named Fire Phoenix, a low-grade yellow-rank magic weapon, with fire attribute attached to its sword energy. The sword energy of 2 different attributes arrived simultaneously, and Lin Hao struggled to cope with it. The sword cultivator's killing techniques were even more difficult to withstand. Boom, boom, boom. Lin Hao unleashed 2 palm lightning bolts to block the 2 sword energies, but he still felt immense pressure. He took out the talisman given to him by Feng Sanyue from his storage bag, poured in his spiritual power, and just this one talisman exhausted most of his spiritual energy, almost causing him to collapse to the ground. Phew. A sword aura, like a phoenix, carrying an aura of world-destroying destruction, rushed towards Lung Fengchun. A hint of surprise flashed in Lung Fengchun's eyes. He hadn't expected Lin Hao to possess such a powerful talisman, whose sword energy was equivalent to a full-force attack from a foundation establishment cultivator at the Great Perfection stage. She was surprised to find that the true essence of swordsmanship contained in this sword energy was comparable to that of an old monster who had cultivated for hundreds of years. On the high platform, Morong Qinxue said to Feng Sanyue, Lord Feng, you treat Lin Hao very well. Feng Sanyue snorted coldly. This venerable master has never been stingy with the disciples of my peak. Morong Qinxue smiled and said, since that's the case, why not give him a talisman? Feng Sanyue raised an eyebrow, secretly unwilling to speak. Although the talisman treasure was not precious, he was not good at drawing talismans, and if he wanted to give away a talisman treasure, he would have to ask the sect leader for it. The foundation establishment cultivators were all horrified when they saw that sword energy. If they were on the arena, they would never have taken it head-on, but would have put on full defense and patiently waited for an opportunity. Lung Fengchun, however, was not afraid at all. He took out another sword from the sword box, stepped on the other sword, and held a sword in each hand, bravely meeting the sword energy. Lin Hao watched as Lung Fengchun's frail figure charged towards the sword energy without hesitation, and he felt a deep respect for her. He is indeed a born swordsman. With a sword in hand, he is fearless. Boom. Like a moth drawn to a flame, Lung Fengchun rushed into the soaring sword energy. Chapter 28, Becoming an Apprentice. Clang, clang, clang. The sword's cry was like the roar of a dragon and the cry of a phoenix, and the overwhelming sword energy finally dissipated. All eyes were focused on the spot where the sword energy had disappeared, and Lin Hao was no exception. His eyes filled with admiration as he looked at Lung Fengchun, who was leaning on his short sword. Lung Fengchun, with a gentle smile on her handsome face, blocked the sword energy that was comparable to a full-force attack from a Foundation establishment cultivator at the Great Perfection stage. The audience below the stage was stunned, and even the inner disciples and personal disciples showed surprise. However, Lung Fengchun coughed up a mouthful of blood, staining her chest crimson, her body covered in wounds. She still didn't fall, but instead hastily swallowed a pill and continued her charge. Lin Hao remained silent, took out the pill given to him by Feng Songyue, and swallowed it to restore his spiritual energy. Bang, bang, bang. Fire magic and sword energy clashed, creating a deafening roar. The two engaged in another fierce battle, their spiritual energy rapidly depleted, forcing them to take pills to recover. Despite the support of the spirit recovery pill, Foundation establishment cultivators have limited spiritual energy, making a protracted battle extremely difficult for them. In the end, the two sides engaged in close-quarters combat using long swords and short daggers. The beautiful woman said in a low voice, "Genre, you did not lose unjustly." Wang Jingzhan looked at Lung Fengchun, lost in thought. If I faced that sword energy, could I withstand it? He smiled wryly. It's not unfair that I lost to Lung Fengchun. No, I mean it's not unfair that I lost to Lin Hao. Wang Jingzhan's eyes flashed with astonishment. Him? He had always believed that he lost to Lin Hao because of his carelessness, but if he went all out, he could have won. The beautiful woman said, "Genre, if you're not convinced, just watch. Lin Hao will win this match." The two continued to fight, their physical strength and spiritual energy completely exhausted. Lin Hao smiled, confirming that Lung Fengchun had no more tricks up her sleeve. Lin Hao took out a pile of first-tier talismans from his storage bag. Although these talismans weren't enough to threaten Lung Fengchun at her peak, now, he scattered talismans at Lung Fengchun, and the flaming blades flew towards her like raindrops. A look of surprise flashed across Lung Fengchun's eyes. She hadn't expected her opponent to still have strength left. With a wry smile, she waved her hand and said, "I lost." Boom. A plump young woman jumped onto the arena, used a golden bowl to block the rain of fire, and picked up Lung Fengchun. "Wait, Aunt Shui." Lung Fengchun looked at Lin Hao, took out an unsharpened magic sword from the sword box, and said with a smile, "Keep this sword safe. Soon, I will challenge you to another fight. I will defeat you and take this sword." Lin Hao took the magic sword and watched her departing figure, lost in thought. Is she a treasure-delivering child? Lin Hao wins, the referee announced, the result of the battle shocking everyone. Looking at Lin Hao's figure, Wang Jingzhan felt bitter. What should have been his glory was now his. "Genre, you should be grateful that cultivators like Lung Fengchun and Lin Hao will become whetstones for you to become even sharper." The voice of the charming woman rang out. The audience was abuzz with discussion. Lin Hao, by feigning weakness, ultimately defeated the two favorites to win the championship and became the champion of the outer sect competition. Some people believe that Lin Haoxing's victory was unfair and that he won the competition by using talismans. Among them, Xiang Xiaoyuan, dressed in a pale yellow dress, clenched her fists and secretly vowed to cultivate like Lin Hao and compete for the next champion. Li Qiushui looked at Lin Hao with a look of relief in her eyes, knowing that he had not let her down. Cui Qing'er smiled and muttered, "When did that brat achieve Foundation establishment? I was planning to give him a good beating after I did." The Grand Elder, who was in charge of hosting the competition, walked onto the stage and looked at Lin Hao gently. "Lin Hao, congratulations on winning the outer sect competition." The Grand Elder smiled and took out 3 jade boxes, saying, "This is the sect's reward for the champion." Lin Hao already knew that the rewards included talismans, a low-grade Xian-level manual, and a rough prototype of a magic weapon, but he was still excited after receiving the jade box. He finally had a force he could rely on. However, before he could examine the reward closely, a fiery ribbon bound him and instantly took him away from the competition venue. Murong Qinxue frowned slightly as she looked at the black dot in the sky, walking so fast, as if you're afraid someone will steal it from you. The summit of Dazhu Peak. Feng Songyue asked coldly, "Is it beautiful?" Lin Hao snapped back to reality, realizing he had been staring blankly at the Peak Master's small feet. And nothing. Feng Songyue laughed and said, "You've got quite the nerve." Lin Hao felt a little uneasy. This disciple wishes to become the peak master's disciple. Feng Songyue smiled and said, "All right, after becoming my disciple, you can open a cave within 6,000 feet and enter the inner sect scripture pavilion 3 times. You can come to me within 3 months to ask for help with your cultivation problems." Lin Hao said gratefully, "Thank you, peak master. Enough with the formalities." Feng Songyue smiled dismissively, then tossed out a token engraved with a fire lotus. "Come to the apprenticeship ceremony in 3 days." Lin Hao was quickly slapped away by her, and she reminded him, "Sword control." Lin Hao leaped up, his lightsaber flying beneath his feet, and finally became a personal disciple. Chapter 029 Optional. 3 days later. Venerable Master Feng accepting disciples spread, countless cultivators gathered at the foot of Dazhu Peak. Fortunately, the disciples guarding the peak stopped them, otherwise the mountain path of Dazhu Peak would have been trampled down. "I'd really like to know what kind of talent could catch the eye of Venerable Lord Feng," a short, stocky cultivator said sourly. "Hey, this is Lin Hao, the champion of the outer sect competition." "It's him." The short cultivator's eyes flashed with disdain as he sneered. "I thought he was some kind of genius, but he's just an outer disciple. I was the one who registered him in the first place. He only has a mid-grade spiritual root, and that's enough for him to become the Venerable Lord's disciple. Moreover, he won the championship in the competition entirely through talismans. He doesn't deserve it because of his true strength. This kid is incredibly lucky. By becoming the Venerable Master's disciple, he'll definitely receive preferential treatment in terms of cultivation resources." Down the mountain, both outer and inner disciples were envious and jealous of Lin Hao's treatment. The mountaintop was also bustling with activity, with fiery lotuses dancing in the sky, exotic flowers blooming on the ground, and spirit butterflies flitting among them, the spiritual energy being extremely rich. This is a sacred place for spiritual practice. Even ordinary people who stay here for a long time can prolong their lives. Feng Songyue sat upright on the cold jade lotus platform and said, "There are no complicated formalities or rules to follow when you become my disciple. You only need to remember one thing. You must not betray Dazhu Peak, otherwise I will kill you. Do you understand?" Disciple understands. A solemn expression appeared on Lin Hao's face as he immediately performed the disciple acceptance ceremony. "You are my 3rd disciple. Your senior brothers and sisters are not currently in the sect. We will introduce them when they return. By the way, to become my disciple, you must form your core before the age of 60. Your eldest brother formed his core at 40, and your second sister at 30. As for you, your spiritual root aptitude is mediocre, so I can extend it to 100 years. A century." Lin Hao thought to himself that as long as he had enough people to learn from, surpassing his senior sister wouldn't be a problem. "This sword was used when I was in the foundation establishment stage. Consider it your gift for becoming my disciple." Feng Songyue held an unsheathed sword in front of Lin Hao, who was startled when he touched the blade. "Magic treasure. A high-grade yellow rank magic treasure. Hee hee." A silvery laugh came from the sky. "Senior sister Feng only gives 1 yellow rank magic weapon when accepting a disciple. Isn't that too stingy?" Feng Songyue coldly looked at the newcomer. She disliked crowds, so the so-called apprenticeship ceremony was only for the elders of her own peak to attend, and no one from the sect was invited. Unexpectedly, an uninvited guest still showed up at the door. What wind blew junior sister Morong here? Did she just follow the scent herself? "Everyone in the sect knows my senior sister's scent. You can smell it even from 1,000 miles away." No, junior sister's nose is still more sensitive. Even more sensitive than Elder Yang's greyhound. Listening to the verbal sparring between the two giants, Lin Hao felt extremely uneasy, constantly reminding himself, "Don't listen to what's improper. Don't listen to what's improper." "Lin Hao, it's not too late to back out now. If you become a disciple of my little bamboo peak, I can give you a Xian-grade magic treasure." Lin Hao's face flashed with surprise. Profound-grade magic treasures are extremely precious, and even ordinary golden core cultivators might not possess one. Yet, in Peak Master Morong's words, they were as common as cabbage. "Peak Master Morong, I will always be a disciple of Dazhu Peak, and that will never change." "Yeah, what kind of bewitching potion did Feng Songyue give you to make you follow her so devotedly?" "Let me tell you, my little bamboo peak has many female cultivators, including many noble ladies from prominent families. If you can find one, will you still have to worry about wealth, companionship, magic, and land?" Snort. Feng Songyue snorted coldly and said with great pride, "Become my disciple, and and you will have no worries about wealth, companions, methods, and land. Young man, you should cultivate well. When you reach the core formation stage, your master will go and snatch a saintess to be your Taoist companion. Only one saintess. Come to my little bamboo peak, saintess, witch, enchantress, the choice is yours. Why is the apprenticeship ceremony getting weirder and weirder? Lin Hao silently complained to himself. After the apprenticeship ceremony ended, Lin Haofei fled down from the mountain peak and returned to his original cave dwelling, where he placed a restriction on his cultivation in preparation for seclusion. He first took out the 3 jade boxes that would be awarded to the champion of the grand competition. The most precious item here is that Xian rank manual. The only thing he regretted was that it would have been a body refining technique. But one should not be greedy after getting what one wants. Body refinement methods are already rare, let alone the Xian level body refinement method. He opened the cultivation manual and flipped through it. The 9 revolutions crimson flame technique, when mastered, could repeatedly refine the fire spirit energy within the body and could also ignite the earth's fire. He was worried that after reaching the foundation establishment stage, he would no longer be able to continue practicing his previous cultivation methods. Now, he could switch to cultivating the 9 revolutions crimson flame technique. What surprised him even more was that the circulation of spiritual energy in this technique was almost identical to the techniques he had practiced before, so he didn't have to put in the effort to relearn it. In just 2 days, he changed his cultivation method, and sure enough, the spiritual energy in his body became more condensed, and the power of his fire-type spells increased by almost 10%. After studying the cultivation technique, he then put his hands to work on that talisman treasure. This item could only be made by cultivators at the golden core stage or above, and it possessed the dual characteristics of a talisman and a magic weapon. Because it is a consumable item, its power is a notch stronger than that of magic weapons of the same level. The talisman in Lin Hao's hand is a defensive type, containing a portion of the power of the yellow rank high-grade magic treasure fire dragon shield. It can withstand a full force attack from a mid-foundation establishment cultivator, but this talisman can only be used 3 times. This was a decent way to save his life. Lin Hao thought for a moment and then fixed it to his arm so that he could use it quickly in a crisis. Finally, there was the rough draft of the magic weapon. Since he had received Feng Yue's sword as a gift, he didn't care much about this rough draft. To refine a rough embryo into a magical artifact, one needs to prepare a large amount of materials and carefully nurture it, which requires a great deal of effort. He decided that it would be better to sell it for spirit stones. He put the jade box containing the rough jade back into his storage bag and took out his master's sword. The sword is 3 feet long and is forged from star iron. The blade is relatively thin and light, and it gleams with a dazzling cold light. The hilt is carved with 2 fire lotuses, and there is a groove below it where fire elemental spirit stones can be embedded to increase the power of the sword. He tested the blade. It was incredibly sharp, truly as cold as autumn frost. What surprised him most was that there was a faint red line on the edge of the blade, as if it were stained with blood, exuding a chilling killing intent. His master must have used this sword to kill many enemies. The fact that the other party was willing to give him this sword shows how much they valued him. He gripped the sword hilt, infused it with a little spiritual energy, and heard the sword's cry, like the cry of a fiery phoenix. He made up his mind and thought to himself, I must not disgrace the reputation of this sword. Chapter 30 The Great Riot. A month has passed in a flash. Lin Hao's acceptance of the great bamboo peak master as his disciple subsided. After all, they were all cultivators, and they knew that fate was something that could not be forced. No matter how envious or jealous they were, they could not change the fact that the former had become a personal disciple. During this period of time, apart from studying that Xian rank manual, Lin Hao has been busy opening up a new cave dwelling. Disciples can settle down at a location 6,000 feet above Shaozhu Peak, which is close to the summit. The rich spiritual energy from the Peak Master's secluded cultivation area can spread here. In addition, a third-order spirit gathering array was carved into the 6,000 feet of land, making the cultivation effect hundreds of times better than where Lin Hao had lived before. He chose a relatively remote spot on a mountain, carved out a cave dwelling, and put his personal belongings inside. Actually, there wasn't much there, just a bed and a table. Compared to other direct disciples, or even to inner disciples, his place is quite shabby. There was no way around it. His cultivation speed was so fast it was like a leap, leaving him no time to accumulate any wealth. He stepped out of the cave for some fresh air and saw 4 or 5 people walking towards him in the distance. As they got closer, he asked in surprise, Senior sister, what's going on? He glanced at the group of women behind his senior sister, all of whom he had had relationships with. Li Qiushui gracefully walked up to Lin Hao and said in a sweet voice, Junior brother, I would like to move into your cave. Is that all right? Of course, senior sister, Lin Hao said without hesitation. The woman in front of him had helped him so much, and now that he could repay her, he certainly wouldn't refuse. There's one more thing. Li Qiushui's long eyelashes drooped slightly as she parted her lips and said, These 3 women want to become your maids. Lin Hao looked up at the 3 women, paused for a moment, and said, Okay, senior sister. Upon hearing this, the 3 women's pretty faces lit up with joy, and they looked at the man with tender affection. When his senior sister moved into the cave, Lin Hao naturally had to accompany her. After wasting 3 days, Lin Hao finally remembered that he should get down to business. Now that he has reached the foundation establishment stage, he plans to study and inscribe second-tier talismans in his spare time. Therefore, he planned to make a trip to the Inner Gate Sutra Repository. As soon as I stepped outside the gate, I heard a cold, sinister voice. Stop. Lin Hao thought it must be the Elder Guardian, and quickly took out his identity token. Brush. Before he could react, the token carved with a fiery lotus flower was sucked away. An elderly man dressed in a gray Taoist robe floated cross-legged in midair, his eyes vacant, as if he were blind. To his surprise, the elder guarding the pavilion seemed to be the same old man from the outer sect. Boy, why are you staring at me like that? Lin Hao quickly looked away and said neither humbly nor arrogantly. This junior thinks that you resemble someone very much, senior. You mean the gatekeeper of the outer sect? He's my good-for-nothing younger brother. Lin Hao glanced at the mummified corpse hanging on the ancient locust tree and thought to himself, no wonder they're brothers, they even used the same methods to kill each other. In fact, Lin Hao's complaints were not wrong. All the warnings he heard were the same. The old man pointed at the fire lotus on the token, and suddenly 3 palm-sized fire phoenixes flew out. So you're Tsang Yue's disciple? Has she finally agreed to take on another disciple? The old man raised his hand, and the token flew back into Lin Hao's hand. Since you are that little girl's last disciple, you can consult all the classics below the Golden Core stage. You can exchange 3 cultivation techniques and Taoist arts without using contribution points. Lin Hao's greatest interest in the Elder Guardian was his elusive and unpredictable methods. Unless the Elder spoke first, no one could detect any trace of his presence. This was truly a clever tactic of a Taoist practitioner. He braced himself and asked, Elder, I wonder if your method of concealment is recorded in the scripture pavilion. You have a sharp eye, kid. If you want to learn my secret technique, you'll have to become the master of a peak first. Go away. If you disturb my peaceful cultivation again, I'll teach you a lesson and you'll hang yourself from a locust tree branch. Lin Hao was terrified and dared not say another word. He quickly went into the sutra repository. There aren't many restrictions here, you can wander around freely, but if you don't have contribution points, wandering around is pointless. Lin Hao had just become a disciple and hadn't completed a single task yet, so of course he didn't have any contribution points. Fortunately, Feng Tsangyue granted him 3 opportunities to exchange for cultivation manuals, which could be exchanged for any yellow rank cultivation technique, Jade Slip. The Intersect Scripture Pavilion has 3 floors, each 3 zhang high. It contains countless cultivation techniques and Taoist arts, some painstakingly collected by the predecessors of the Xianin sect, and others painstakingly written by geniuses. These jade slips are all-encompassing, containing everything from cultivation methods and spells to secret techniques, strange tales, and cultivation insights. Lin Hao felt like a foodie in a paradise, scanning the cultivation manuals everywhere. After looking for a long time, he finally selected a few decent manuals on talismanic arts. He then selected from several secret manuals and surprisingly found the sect leader's manual on talismanic arts. He had only heard that the sect leader's mastery of talismans had reached a state of perfection, and that a single stroke of his brush could create a talisman treasure. Lin Hao was overjoyed and immediately picked up the journal, reading it voraciously, not missing a single detail, even starting with the beginner-level talismans. He held the notes and, without realizing it, read them for a whole day and night. If the elder guarding the pavilion hadn't interrupted him with a cold snort, he probably would have finished reading them standing up. The elder guarding the pavilion chased everyone away. Lin Hao remembered that he still had 2 more chances to exchange for cultivation techniques, so he chose another group attack technique, Wildfire Burning Plains, which was considered an upgraded version of Starfire. The other book is a single-target Taoist technique, Starburst, which can compress flames to the extreme, just like the thunderpalm lightning. He took the 3 jade slips to the elder, exchanged them, and then left. Back at his residence, he couldn't wait to take out talisman paper and talisman brush to draw first-level talismans. The result was very pleasing. The success rate of drawing talismans increased by 10%. Unexpectedly, the sect leader's notes had such a miraculous effect. He took out the notes and began to read them eagerly. Time flies, and another month has passed. It's done. Lin Hao picked up the second-tier mid-grade talisman on the table and couldn't help but want to roar to the sky. After studying the sect leader's notes, his understanding of talismanic arts deepened, his success rate in drawing low-level talismans increased significantly, and he even broke through the limits to draw mid-grade second-level talismans. He longed to share his joy with someone, but his senior sister wasn't around. He had been engrossed in drawing talismans lately, neglecting his senior sister, who often left early and returned late, seemingly busy preparing for foundation establishment. Never mind. Lin Hao sighed softly, left his residence to find Cui Qing'er, and also to find a formation master to set up a formation restriction for his cave. Just as he was about to fly on his sword, he suddenly heard a loud crash. He looked in the direction of the sound, and saw that the sect's demon suppression tower had collapsed. Countless wisps of black mist surged out from inside the tower. Demons, demonic cultivators, they're all demonic cultivators. A massive riot. Lin Hao's pupils constricted. Clang. The bells rang out deafeningly. The sect rang the great bell to summon its disciples. All disciples within the Mountain Gate area must stop what they are doing and head to the pointing, immortal platform. Chapter 031 Kill the Demon. But, for thousands of years, the demon suppression tower has suppressed no fewer than 1,000 demons. These vicious and wicked people, after escaping, only wanted to kill and set fires. The flames engulfed the wood, and the cultivators screamed in agony. Lin Hao originally intended to fly on his sword, but after some thought, he realized that flying in the air would make him too conspicuous and an easy target for attack, so he decided to land on the ground and make further plans. Your blood must be delicious. But as soon as he landed, a disheveled, ragged demonic cultivator noticed Lin Hao, who was drooling incessantly. It's been so long since I've tasted the blood of a cultivator. Let me try the blood of a righteous disciple and see if it's still as sweet as before. After saying that, the demonic cultivator pounced on Lin Hao, raising his hand to unleash hundreds of golden streaks of light. Metal-based Taoist magic, torrential rain of golden needles. Lin Hao quickly summoned a defensive talisman and coldly snorted. Demon, watch me slay you today. This is a perfect opportunity to test the power of my newly mastered starburst technique. Boom. A mountain of flames condensed in front of him, then rapidly compressed, eventually becoming the size of a peach pit. Go. The fiery peach pit shot towards the demonic cultivator like a meteor. Laugh. Demonic cultivators have no defensive talismans or magical treasures. They can only rely on their physical bodies to withstand the power of Taoist magic. Bang. Boom. The fire peach pit made contact with the demonic cultivator's body, causing a deafening explosion, and then wrapped around the demonic cultivator like vines. The flames imbued with spiritual energy scorched the demonic cultivator, causing him to scream in agony. Clang. The magic sword given to him by the venerable lord from the sword box, and moved as fast as lightning to the demonic cultivator's front. Uft. A huge head flew into the air. The demonic cultivator's headless body fell heavily to the ground. Lin Hao let out a soft breath. This demonic cultivator's cultivation was not weak. He should be at the early stage of foundation establishment. However, he had been imprisoned in the tower for a long time, and his body was extremely weak, which is why he was killed in 2 moves. He suddenly remembered that it was said that several great demons with extraordinary cultivation were sealed in the demon suppression tower. If they escape, they could turn the Xian'an sect upside down. We need to find my senior sister quickly. She hasn't even reached the foundation establishment stage yet, so even if she's facing a weakened demonic cultivator, she won't be able to hold her off. Lin Hao's fellow disciples clashed with the demonic cultivators. He would lend a hand to those who were at a disadvantage, but he did not linger in the fight, as he was worried about his senior sister's safety. However, he hadn't had any in-depth conversations with his senior sister recently, and he didn't know where she was. If he searched for her haphazardly, he was afraid he would fall into the siege of demonic cultivators. Could it be that she left the sect? A thought flashed through Lin Hao's mind, and he quickly put it into action, rushing towards the mountain gate. However, the closer he got to the mountain gate, the more intense the battle became. Along the way, Many disciples lay dead in pools of blood, their bodies covered with teeth marks, clearly having been drained of blood by demonic cultivators. Glancing at his dead fellow disciples, Lin Hao couldn't help but feel a sense of shared sorrow, and quickened his pace involuntarily, hoping nothing bad would happen. As they drew closer to the mountain gate, more and more corpses dressed in the white Taoist robes of the Xian sect appeared. Suddenly, a splash of pale yellow caught Lin Hao's eye. His heart skipped a beat. Could it be that little girl? He rushed to the pale yellow dress like an arrow released from a bow, his fingers trembling slightly as he picked up the piece of fabric. It was indeed Xiang Xiaoyuan's clothes. An ominous premonition rose in his heart. He looked around and saw an even larger patch of pale yellow. He rushed over and scooped the pale yellow piece out from the pile of snow white. Junior sister. Lin Hao placed his finger in front of the female cultivator's delicate nose, but could no longer sense her breath. This pure and innocent girl, who viewed demonic cultivators as her enemies, had not a single patch of intact skin on her body. Her hands and feet were broken. Demon. Demonic cultivator. Lin Hao star-like eyes. He unleashed a furious sword strike, cleaving a demonic cultivator who had dared to approach him in two. Demonic blood rained down, soaking his blue robe. He laid the girl's body down, took off his outer robe, and covered her with it. Junior sister, watch me slay the demon. However, before he could make a move, he saw a familiar figure. Senior sister. Lin Hao was incredulous. Li Qiushui and her three so-called maids were actually with a demonic cultivator. Senior sister was coerced, wasn't she? But the next second, her senior sister ruthlessly attacked her fellow disciple, shattering all of Lin Hao's illusions. Li Qiushui killed a qi refining cultivator. She seemed to sense that someone was watching her. She turned around and met Lin Hao's gaze. This time, when their eyes met, there was no tender affection in those clear, bright eyes. Why? Lin Hao asked, walking up to the woman with his sword in hand. He really hoped that his senior sister was being coerced, because then he would use the sword in his hand to rescue his woman. It's quite obvious that my senior sister is in cahoots with the demonic cultivators. Why did you betray your sect and associate with demonic cultivators? Li Qiushui glanced at the man tenderly, then her eyes were filled with determination. She said calmly, because I am a demon by nature. You're just too stupid to realize it. Impossible. Lin Hao raised his voice, staring intently at the woman. Cui Qing'er once told me you were a demon, but I didn't believe it. Is that so? A mocking smile appeared on Li Qiushui's face as she coldly said, if you believe I'm not a demon, why did you make me take the immortal elixir? You clearly don't believe me, Lin Hao. You can lie to others, but never lie to yourself. Also, your method of administering the drug is too clumsy. You should study it more in the future, or you'll suffer the consequences. Here, take this identity token back. Whoosh. Lin Hao caught the streak of light that flew towards him, and upon closer inspection, he realized it was his identity token. Recently, he had been studying the art of talismans and had not traveled outside, so he had not used the token and left it to gather dust in his cave. Who would have thought it would fall into Li Qiushui's hands? Enter the demon suppression tower and release the demonic cultivator because she had my identity token. He figured it out. No wonder the woman had been leaving early and returning late lately, claiming to be preparing foundation building materials, but actually she was planning to release the demonic cultivator. It's likely that the woman had ill intentions from the very beginning when she approached him. Or perhaps he was just a pawn casually placed by the woman, which just happened to come in handy. What a scheming woman. Chapter 32 Demons and Monsters. Lin Hao, I used your identity token to release the demonic cultivator. If you stay in the sect, you will definitely be punished. Come with me. For the sake of our past relationship, I will help you find a future. Lin Hao's lips curled into a mocking smile, his voice growing increasingly cold. From beginning to end, I was nothing more than a pawn in your game. Why are you pretending to help me with my future now? Actually, the reason you had a relationship with me, gave me foundation establishment pills, and helped me break through was so that I could win the grand competition, obtain an intersect or higher identity token, and then release people into the demon suppression tower, right? Li Qiushui did not deny it, but frankly said, I did take advantage of you. However, they didn't take advantage of you from the beginning. To be honest, they didn't initially have a high opinion of you because your qualifications were too mediocre. Unexpectedly, you suddenly rose to prominence, so I increased my bet on you, and it turned out to be a correct bet. We, the people of the demonic path, dislike owing favors. If you truly don't want to come with me, then leave this place immediately, otherwise dying a violent death would be far too unworthy. Before Lin Hao could reply, the demonic cultivator beside Li Qiushui became enraged and said coldly, "Why waste words with him? Just chop him up with one stroke, and all karma will be wiped clean." Boom. The short, stocky demonic cultivator muttered incantations, and after a moment, his entire body was enveloped in black mist, radiating an overwhelming ferocity. "You little bastard, remember this. Shui Yin is the one who killed you." The demonic cultivator unleashed a dazzling blade of light, its momentum astonishing. Lin Hao felt the threat of death and dared not take it head-on. He swung his sword and unleashed a burst of sword energy. The blade's edge and the sword's energy clashed, producing a metallic clang. In the end, the blade's edge prevailed and devoured the sword's energy. Bang! Lin Hao was struck and sent flying backward like a kite with a broken string, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Late stage of Foundation establishment. Sensing the enemy's strength, Lin Hao was shocked. This short, gourd-like guy actually possessed the strength of the late Foundation establishment stage. If the opponent hadn't been imprisoned in the Demon Suppression Tower for so long and wasn't in poor physical condition, I probably would have been defeated in one strike. Boom, boom, boom. The short, stout man pressed his advantage, unleashing 3 consecutive sword strikes. Left with no other choice, Lin Hao had to summon his talisman, the Fire Dragon Shield. The dark, demonic blade light struck the talisman, creating ripples. "You little brat, you're quite wealthy, aren't you? You even have a talisman treasure. But how many of these can withstand my attacks?" The short, stout guy went berserk and slashed wildly, fighting with a reckless abandon, causing the light shield to ripple like water. Click. Seeing the cracks appear in the light barrier, the short, stout man's lips curled into a cruel smile as he chuckled. "Little thief, let's see how long you can hold out." Li Qiushui clasped her hands together, observing coldly. She felt a pang of pity for Lin Hao and wanted to ask her senior brother to let him off the hook. But once her senior brother goes berserk, there's no way to stop him. Click, click, click. The protective shield shattered like glass, and the talisman in Lin Hao's hand became extremely dim, clearly unusable. He had just established his foundation, and it would be extremely difficult for him to defeat someone in the late stage of Foundation establishment. However, this was not a ring match. It was a matter of life and death. He knew very well that if he admitted defeat, he would definitely suffer death and humiliation. "It seems we have no choice but to take a gamble." He was holding a red pill in his hand, about to put it in his mouth, when he heard an angry shout. "Demon, stop killing my Xianyin sect disciples." It was her. A hint of surprise flashed in Lin Hao's eyes as he looked the woman up and down. This mature and voluptuous beauty was none other than Wang Jingzhan's mother. He never expected that the person who came to his rescue would be this lady. "Li Qiushui, how dare you collude with the demonic path?" Li Qiushui was one of the top 3 beauties among the outer sect members, and her reputation was well known. Moreover, the voluptuous beauty was well aware that her son liked this woman. I'm not colluding with the demonic path. I am a demon myself." Li Qiushui spoke as if it were a trivial matter, her eyes remaining calm and still. "What a frank witch you are. I'll kill you." With the voluptuous beauty, the short, stout man suffered a considerable loss, but he was a man of action, and besides, the voluptuous beauty was very much to his liking. Withdraw. Li Qiushui sensed something was amiss. The fact that this woman had arrived meant that the higher-ups of the Xianyin sect had likely sounded the call for a counterattack. The scattered demonic cultivators were being routed, and she felt that if she stayed any longer, she risked being exterminated to uphold justice. "Lin Hao, since Chui Qing'er told you I am a demon, then I'll tell you she is a monster. If you get too close to her, be careful not to repeat the same mistake." Before leaving, Li Qiushui sent a telepathic message to Lin Hao. After sending the message, she followed the main force of the demons. Can you trust a witch's words?" Lin Hao's lips curled into a mocking smile. However, after this experience, he understood a principle. Even if a woman is willing to give herself to him, she can change her mind at any time. Therefore, you can't trust women easily, especially beautiful women. After thanking the voluptuous woman for her help, Lin Hao picked up Xiang Xieyuan's corpse and flew on his sword to a desolate peak. This place is overgrown with weeds and dense forests, and the spiritual energy is scarce, so almost no cultivators venture here. Lin Hao came here because he could see the Demon Suppression Tower from here. The girl hated the demonic path to the core, and here she perished. Clang. The sword case opens, and the blade rings out. 10 sword energies crisscrossed, carving out a square tomb. He placed the girl's corpse on the ground, and then felled a large tree. make coffins and carve tombstones. He did all this methodically, like a puppet on a stage. Here he is. The demon is here. Quickly report to the Elder of Punishments. A chi refiner shouted excitedly. They received the sect's nurturing grace, yet instead of repaying it, they colluded with demonic cultivators. Shameless traitor. How dare you show your face here? Lin Hao, stop pretending. This junior sister died because of you. Faced with everyone's accusations, Lin Hao remained silent. Yes, I didn't kill my junior sister, but she died because of me. His sorrow deepened as he gently closed the coffin lid, allowing his junior sister to rest in peace. The hypocrite, the damned demon, and several cultivators beside him kept cursing, but no one dared to make a move. They were just chi refining cultivators, and even if they were stacked together, they wouldn't be enough to defeat Lin Hao. Boom. A streak of azure sword light came from the horizon and directly slashed Lin Hao away. The chief of criminal law is here. That shameless traitor is doomed. Lin Hao was slashed through the air like a tattered cotton wad, coughing up blood continuously. A hideous wound was left on his chest, and the blood that seeped out stained his clothes red. Lin Hao, for colluding with the demonic path and releasing a demon, shall be executed according to the law. The words of the Elder of Criminal Law were like the frost of the 12th lunar month, chilling one to the bone. Clang. Rules was drawn from his sheath, its dazzling cold light like the north wind in winter, cutting painfully into one's face. Immediately, a sword aura slashed towards Lin Hao. Chapter 33 Punishment. As large as a crescent moon, carved a bottomless chasm into the ground and slashed towards Lin Hao with lightning speed. The difference in strength was too great to avoid. Lin Hao patted the sword box, the mechanism clicked, and the green blade was drawn. Even knowing he was no match for them, he did not give up and wait to die. Overestimating one's abilities. The Elder of Criminal Law held a sword in his arms, his face full of sarcasm. Boom. A fiery red sword aura instantly annihilated the cyan sword aura. Who dares to disturb my law enforcement? I. A stunningly beautiful woman arrived, stepping onto a crimson lotus platform. Her unparalleled beauty moved all who beheld her. Lord Feng, what do you mean by this? The Elder of Punishments softened his tone. I've come to take my disciple away. This is probably inappropriate. Sensing the woman's palpable killing intent, the Elder of Criminal Law said, forcing himself to speak. Lord Feng, Lin Hao has committed the crime of betraying the sect, and according to the sect rules, he should be executed. Feng Sanyue raised her eyebrows and snorted coldly. You say Lin Hao committed the crime of betraying the sect. Do you have any evidence? If someone intends to slander, according to the sect rules, their cultivation should be abolished. Lord Feng, according to the elders guarding the Demon Suppression Tower, someone used Lin Hao's identity token to enter the Demon Suppression Tower, broke its restrictions, and released thousands of demons. This crime deserves death. Can you be sure that Lin Hao personally held the token and released the demonic cultivator? The Elder of Criminal Law was at a loss for words. He couldn't prove that Lin Hao used the token to open the Demon Suppression Tower's restrictions. According to the elders of the Demon Suppression Tower, it was a female disciple who held the identity token. Unsure, huh? Then the sword energy you just unleashed should be considered a malicious attack on a fellow disciple. According to the sect rules, your cultivation should be sealed, and you should be punished with 100 strokes of the cane. Bystanders, intimidated by Feng Sanyue's unparalleled ferocity, dared not utter a word of discussion, but their minds were filled with complaints. This lord is way too protective of his own. He's willing to confront the Elder of Criminal Law for Lin Hao's sake. What Lord Feng said makes sense, but it doesn't mean he was the one who let the demonic cultivator go. Fellow Taoist, you are truly foolish. Even if Lin Hao did not personally go to the Demon Suppression Tower, the person who obtained his movement technique token must be someone he trusts. Can you guarantee that he is not manipulating all of this in secret? Therefore, the Elder of Criminal Law was right. Even if Lin Hao didn't directly betray the sect, he was one of the biggest culprits behind the demonic cultivator's escape. However, since the Venerable One was primarily focused on protecting Lin Hao, the Elder of Criminal Law couldn't really be persuaded to stay. Lin Hao, come with me. Feng Sanyue's words were devoid of any emotion as she prepared to leave with her good-for-nothing disciple. Lord Feng, this is probably inappropriate. You old dog, you're so noisy. Feng Sanyue said coldly, her words filled with disgust. You just wait and see. The swords of your main peak can't kill anyone from my great bamboo peak. When Feng Sanyue got angry, the air became scorching hot, almost suffocating. The hilt of the sword in the elder's arms was charred, so hot that it slipped from his arms and fell to the ground. If you dare to touch anyone from my great bamboo peak again, I won't be roasting your sword, but your claws. The woman conjured a large, spiritual hand, lifted Lin Hao directly onto the Fire Lotus platform, and vanished in an instant. In the blink of an eye, we arrived at the summit of Daju Peak. Master. So you do know you have a master. Feng Tsungyue gave a light rebuke, her smooth insteps arching involuntarily, her pink toes stepping on the fox's fur. Her two very beautiful eyebrows furrowed slightly as she raised her voice and said, "Tell me, why is the token I gave you in the hands of that traitorous daughter of the sect?" Lin Hao hesitated for a long time, not knowing how to start the conversation. He couldn't very well say that he and the other party were close friends, so he hadn't been on guard. I know why even if you don't tell me. Feng Tsunyue's phoenix eyes, like a carving knife, scraped over Lin Hao's body, and she said with disappointment, "Lust is not terrible. What is terrible is being addicted to lust. You must know that you are a cultivator. Spending all your time mingling with women will ultimately jeopardize your own path to immortality. Lin Hao, you must remember this. What we cultivators strive for is the great Tao, immortality, and eternal life. No matter how beautiful a woman is, she is nothing more than a skeleton in disguise. It's human nature to seek pleasure, but you can't devote all your energy to it. Do you understand? Let me remind you one last time. The more beautiful a woman is, the more likely she is to deceive you. Have you ever heard the saying, the most poisonous heart is a woman's?" Lin Hao could tell from his master's concern, but he couldn't help but think to himself, "Aren't you the most beautiful woman in the Xianin sect? According to you, aren't you the biggest liar?" "Disciple understands, master." Wow. A pill was flicked into Lin Hao's mouth, and the horrific wound on his chest immediately began to heal. "Thank you, master." Feng Tsungyue wanted to say something more, but her beautiful eyes suddenly looked up at the sky. In the time it takes to breathe too, a beautiful Taoist nun and a withered old man arrived together. "What are you doing at my great bamboo peak, senior sister sect leader? And you even brought a loyal dog with you." "Oh no, it's the elder of criminal law. I haven't been practicing much lately, so my eyesight isn't very good. Please don't mind." The elder in charge of punishments, hiding behind the sect leader, dared not take offense at this infamous female killing god. He simply lowered his head and remained silent. "Sangyu, do you realize you've made a mistake?" "Yes, senior sister headmaster. I know I was wrong. I was wrong to beat the dog without looking at its owner." Upon hearing Feng Tsunyue's words, the elder of criminal law's face twitched incessantly. He was furious at the former's deliberate humiliation, but dared not show the slightest dissatisfaction on the surface. Although their positions were similar, their cultivation levels were worlds apart. In the Xianin sect, apart from those old fogies, only the sect leader can consistently outmaneuver this venerable master of Daju Peak. The sect leader's eyes flickered, and he frowned slightly as he said, "You know that's not what I'm talking about. The person behind you is the real protagonist." Lin Hao didn't make any move, but his body was involuntarily pushed in front of everyone. "Lin Hao, your token was obtained by a traitor, which led to the release of the demons from the demon suppression tower. You should know that identity tokens cannot be lent out, no matter how you try to justify it. This is indeed your fault. According to the rules of the sect." The sect leader could finish speaking. Feng Tsungyue raised an eyebrow and asked, "If an identity token is accidentally lost, leading to negative consequences, what should be the punishment?" The elder of criminal law dared not speak out in anger. He had already investigated and found that the woman who held the token and let the demonic cultivator go had an extremely close relationship with Lin Hao, and could be considered a Taoist couple. He didn't believe that Lin Hao would be completely unaware of the woman's actions. According to the sect rules and regulations, Lin Hao's situation should also be punished by sealing his cultivation, administering 500 strokes of the cane, and forcing him to spend 50 years cultivating his mind in the mortal world. This punishment is actually quite severe, especially the latter one, which requires 50 years of cultivating one's mind in the mortal world without being able to cultivate. The path of cultivation for the punished person has come to an end. This fiery girl is really too protective of her own, but since the other party has already conceded a step, if I were to strictly punish her according to the sect rules, it might damage the friendship between fellow disciples. The sect leader sighed slightly and said, "Sangyu, you have not been strict with your disciples, which has led them to commit a serious mistake. You are hereby punished with a year's supply of cultivation resources. Lin Hao, you've met the wrong person, causing your identity token to be misused. You are hereby punished to guard the demon-locking tower and diligently temper your Dao heart. The elder of criminal law felt that the punishment was a bit lenient, but the sect leader had already punished even venerable Feng. If he dared to speak recklessly now, he would probably be slapped away. Lin Hao accepts the punishment. The sect leader said in a clear voice, "Reflect on this carefully." After the sect leader and the criminal law officer left, Lin Hao said in a deep voice, "Master, I'm sorry to have troubled you. The cultivation resources that a peak master can receive each year are enormous. If he cannot receive them for a year, the loss would be too great." Lin Hao felt extremely guilty for causing his master to suffer such a heavy loss. "Go, hone your Dao heart in the demon-locking tower." Feng Songyue raised her delicate hand and swept it away, sending Lin Hao flying. Chapter 34 Demon Locking Tower. The Demon Locking Tower and the Monster Locking Tower are important sites within the sect, and ordinary people are not allowed to approach them. Each floor is guarded by elders, and the higher the floor, the stronger the demons. However, inner disciples can use their identity tokens to go to the ordinary floors to observe the demons and broaden their horizons. Thunder rumbled, and a torrential downpour began. A large number of cultivators had gathered in front of the demon ceiling tower. Everyone used their unique abilities, and the raindrops, like pearls falling from a broken string, could not fall on them. "I heard that the demon ceiling tower is going to imprison a powerful demon with true dragon blood," a cultivator with thick eyebrows said excitedly. "Fellow Taoist, where did you hear this news from? It's completely irrelevant. The one to be imprisoned wasn't a great demon, nor did it possess true dragon blood. It was a human being." "Huh, what's so interesting about someone all alone? What if this person is a direct disciple?" "Personal disciples? Those guys are all of extremely high status. How could they be locked up in the demon locking tower?" "Humph, it's not just a personal disciple. This person is the closed-door disciple of the peak master." "My Sanqing, what heinous crime has this guy committed?" Colluding with the demonic path. Let's learn about it." "Colluding with the demonic path?" Instead of stripping him of his cultivation and expelling him from the sect, he's imprisoned in the demon locking tower. "Shoo, be quiet. This is the result of that person's efforts to protect him." "They're here." A rough voice broke the heated discussion. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a young man dressed in a blue robe, carrying a pale yellow box on his back, walked over with a steady gait. "Is that Lin Hao? He's quite handsome. No wonder he's so popular with women." "What do you mean by infatuated?" "It's just a matter of mutual benefit. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been tricked out of your identity token by the witch, and would instead be punished here. I've heard that this guy sleeps with 10 women a night, and he's a savage who uses Yin to replenish Yang. Shouldn't this shameless scoundrel be skinned alive?" "Yes, he has defiled no fewer than 100 innocent female cultivators." The rumors grew increasingly outrageous, but Lin Hao remained silent, simply walking towards the demon-suppressing tower. You treacherous fiend, you betrayed your sect, and instead of offering your neck for execution, you come here to receive your punishment. Where is your face?" Jiang Mingfei roared with a mocking tone. "It is a disgrace to all of us to allow such a scoundrel to live in the Xianyin sect. We cultivators work so hard to slay demons, don't we? Now the demons are right before us, Snap. A resounding slap. It shattered all the noise. Jiang Mingfei covered his swollen cheek, his eyes filled with disbelief, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. You dare to hit me? You're trying to add to your crime by injuring a fellow disciple for no reason, aren't you? I must inform the elder of criminal law. You insulted your elders for no reason. I wouldn't be at a loss even if I beat you to death." Clang. The green blade is drawn from its sheath. Lin Hao's words were sharper than a sword. A mere qi refining cultivator has offended a foundation establishment cultivator, and an inner disciple has insulted a close disciple. "So do you want to die?" Jiang Mingfei felt that the other party probably wouldn't dare to hurt someone in public, but he didn't dare to gamble, since it was a gamble with his life. So he had no choice but to retreat timidly. The onlookers were not highly educated and of low social status. They wanted to laugh, but were afraid of offending both sides, so they could only try their best to suppress their laughter. Lin Hao's sharp, chisel-like eyes swept over the crowd, and he said calmly, "Who else wants to die?" Everyone's faces turned solemn. They dared not joke about their own lives. This ruthless person is truly capable of killing. Moreover, the ruthless man is right. A disciple should not be insulted. If they act recklessly, the ruthless man can kill them, and probably no one will feel sorry for them. Boring. Lin Hao strode into the demon locking tower, leaving everyone bewildered. I say, fellow Taoist Hua, you're the one who hates evil the most. So why didn't you fight him just now? Damn your ancestors. Didn't you see the murderous intent surging in that demon's eyes? If I dared to go up there, I'd probably be beheaded. Would you? You little brat. Come to offer sacrifices to your grandfather then. Yes, I will go to pay respects to your grandfather. The group was just joking around, but when it came to getting rid of Lin Hao, this demon, none of them were willing to step forward, fearing for their lives. As Lin Hao stepped into the demon-locking tower, the chilling aura emanating from him instantly vanished. Snap! A black object, swift as the wind, swept towards Lin Hao. He circulated his spiritual energy and barely managed to grasp the object, his palms aching from the lightning contained within it. Weren't they quite arrogant outside the demon-sealing tower? How boring. How boring. What? Does it only become interesting when someone jumps out and makes you look bad? Lin Hao's eyes were fixed on the darkness, where a blurry figure could be vaguely seen. It wasn't because it was dark and they couldn't see clearly, but because the other party used spiritual power to conceal their aura. A Foundation establishment cultivator, and not even in the early stages of Foundation establishment. Lin Hao understood and clasped his hands in a fist and said, Elder Han, I have been ordered to come and guard the demon-locking tower. A voluptuous and beautiful woman, swaying with captivating charm, emerged from the darkness. It turned out to be Wang Jingzhan's mother. Those large eyes, like an autumn lake, held complex emotions. Are you disappointed that Zhaner didn't come? Was quite surprised that Wang Jingzhan did not come. He smiled and said, fellow Taoist Wang's Dao heart seems to be more stable. Han Liyue's beautiful eyes flickered, and she said softly, if Zhaner had your temperament, he wouldn't have had to disarm himself in the outer sect competition. Elder Han, thank you for saving me before. No need to thank me. Mutual assistance is a rule of the Xianyin sect, but many people have forgotten it. I just hope you're punished by being sent to guard the demon-sealing tower, and don't cause any trouble. Lin Hao stared at the mature and beautiful figure, feeling a mix of emotions. How could he cultivate in this desolate place? He found his dwelling, and after a simple cleaning with a dusting talisman and a water purification talisman, he sat down to meditate and cultivate. Before he could even complete one cycle of the cultivation technique, he felt a burning fire inside his body, and had no choice but to give up. Being confined here, unable to come into contact with female cultivators, and thus unable to resolve the evil fire within his body, it seems he has no choice but to abandon cultivation. However, his physique is very special. Even if he does not actively cultivate, once the fire spiritual energy in his body accumulates to a certain level, he needs to cultivate with a woman to resolve it. Unable to cultivate for the time being, Lin Hao simply left his room and wandered around inside the tower. Lin Hao was guarding the ordinary floor, and besides the elder guarding this floor, he was his only disciple. Are punished to guard the demon-locking tower are not only responsible for repairing the demon-suppressing formation, but also for cleaning the prisoner's cells. This form of punishment was called heart refining. Tap, tap, tap. Lin Hao carried cleaning tools as he walked through the cold, dark prison. Roar. The once quiet prison cell suddenly boiled over, like a red-hot iron rod meeting cold water. Bang, bang, bang. The floor Lin Hao was in charge of only had 100 cells at most, but it had 3 arrays to suppress the prisoners, making it even more powerful than the demon suppression tower. The dimly lit, star iron-built prison cells, shadows emanated from the cells, and roars could be heard from time to time. Inside were imprisoned ferocious beasts. The smell of human scent nearly drove him mad. The beasts pounded against the cell door with their bodies, their eyes red and mouths watering, wishing they could swallow the thin young man whole. Ha ha ha, this kid must taste delicious. Come here, and let Grandpa take a bite. A burly man with a bear's head grinned, his blood-red mouth spewing out a foul stench. This bare-headed man was a second-tier demon beast. His bloodline was not very pure, but he was extremely ferocious. He once devoured a village. After being captured by a disciple of Daju Peak, he was suppressed in the demon refining tower. To become Grandpa's excrement is an honor that you, as a human, could never hope to attain in your entire life. My darling, don't listen to him. Come to me instead, I'll take good care of you. A woodlice, its 2 tiny eyes darting around. Upon Lin Hao's arrival, the wild animals in the prison roared. In this dark and sinful land, the new human who entered was like a pure white fairy flower, drawing out all the beasts. Chapter 35 Little Fox. Boom. Thousands of flying swords hovered, their sharp tips aimed at all the rampaging monsters. But these demonic beasts were destined to die, and now that they were dead, it was a relief for them. Therefore, they were not afraid of the formation that was about to be activated. The situation was about to get out of control. Snap! Lin Hao stopped abruptly and patted the sword box behind him. Xiang Xiaoyuan, are you willing to slay the demon? Rough magic weapon for Xiang Xiaoyuan at the market. It had never been named before, but in order to commemorate Xiang Xiaoyuan, he decided to name it after her. Click, click, click. The mechanism clicked, and the sword case opened. The fiery red longsword flew into Lin Hao's hand. His icy gaze swept over the bare-headed man. This ruthless beast, who killed without blinking an eye, broke out in a cold sweat under that gaze, collapsed to the ground, and blood gushed from his 7 orifices. In just one breath, all 4 of his limbs were severed. Utter silence. A group of demonic beasts saw the human turn around and glance at him, and the stupid bear was suddenly found with its limbs severed. They immediately realized that this was someone they couldn't afford to mess with. The new demon-suppressing expert is an extremely ruthless person. They watched in terror as that tall figure gradually disappeared into the distance. Along Lin Hao's journey, anyone who dared to speak out of turn was crippled. The beasts, their bodies still intact, were all horrified. This human must be from the underworld, right? Cold and indifferent. Pure, blooded demonic beasts who kill without hesitation and are bound with chains of lightning and fire are imprisoned. It is said that in the deepest cell, there is an unparalleled ferocious beast, with a blue face and fangs, standing 10 feet tall. With a flick of his arms, he can pierce through the demon-suppressing tower. His body is as if forged from divine iron, fearless of magic. If he wants to leave, no one can stop him. These humans dared to go underground. They were truly skilled and daring. They must have been terrified by those savage beasts. Judging from their attire, they are clearly not elders of the tower, but most likely disciples who have come to receive punishment. Even if they die here, the Xianin sect probably won't hold them accountable. The mixed-blooded demon beasts place their hopes on the pure-blooded demon beasts deep within. Unlike hybrids, purebreds are as obedient as dogs, all with their heads lowered, not daring to look directly at humans, as if afraid that their gaze would be sacrilegious and cause human displeasure. They had already received a warning from that being. They must not show any disrespect to the humans before them, or their race would be wiped out. They may be dead, but the sin of wiping out their own race is far too grave. So, it really is someone I'm looking for. The human figures disappeared into the darkness. The purebloods breathed a sigh of relief, having escaped a calamity for the time being. Hopefully, humans and that being won't have a conflict, and that being will be in a better mood. Otherwise, some beast will die. Tap, tap, tap. Footsteps echoed in the quiet prison. As Lin Hao ventured deeper, he discovered that the prisons, forged from star iron, were completely empty. There seemed to be no demonic beasts imprisoned in this depths, yet he could clearly smell an extremely dense demonic aura. Finally, he walked to the last cell. This prison is not made of star iron, but of divine iron used to forge magical artifacts, and the prison door is engraved with a suppression rune array. Through the crack in the cell door, Lin Hao saw a pure white fox inside. The fox had one tail, no? It was a long tail with 8 broken pieces. You've arrived. The white fox spoke human language and then transformed into human form. The woman it transformed into was a beautiful young woman with delicate, dark eyebrows and skin as white as snow with rouge. Those enormous eyes were crystal clear and bright, as if stars had been crushed within them. A delicate, straight nose, full cherry lips, and pearly white teeth. A snow-white neck, a budding flower, and long, straight legs. Anyone who sees her will exclaim that she is stunningly beautiful and cannot help but look at her again and again. The woman had a clear and innocent appearance, but she exuded endless allure. You've arrived. The sound was very penetrating. The purebloods trembled like leaves when they heard it, fearing that the person would be angry. Were you waiting for me? Lin Hao reluctantly withdrew his gaze from the woman's long legs. You came here looking for women, didn't you? Meeting the woman's pure gaze, Lin Hao felt somewhat embarrassed. He did want to cultivate with a woman, but the one in front of him was a demon beast. Humans couldn't, or at least shouldn't. I'm looking for a woman. Lin Hao's gaze was fiery and aggressive as he looked the woman's beautiful body up and down. But you're not human, you can only be considered female. The woman's bright, expressive eyes held a hint of melancholy. Am I not beautiful in human form? I think the human form I take is more beautiful than any woman I've ever seen. Lin Hao could tell that the woman wasn't narcissistic, but rather innocent and naive, unaware of what lying was. And what she said was true. Among all the women Lin Hao knew, only his master, Feng Songyue, could rival her in beauty. Hey, little fox. Lin Hao withdrew his burning gaze and said calmly, Little fox, you've said this same line to everyone who comes here, haven't you? You want to use your seductive arts to control humans and help you break the array's restrictions. But you've chosen the wrong person. The woman's alluring expression vanished, and she puffed out her soft cheeks, saying, This is boring. You humans are so dull. A slight smile appeared on Lin Hao's lips. I'm boring. You'll only find me interesting if I succumb to your seductive charms and remove the seal that binds you. The woman's delicate eyebrows were slightly furrowed, her rosy face held a smile, and her beautiful eyes contained a hint of amusement, her ample bosom rising and falling. How about we make a deal? Help me open the sealing array, and after I leave this place, I will make you the Demon King. Then you must have sealed away quite a few Demon Kings before, right? A mocking glint flashed in Lin Hao's starry eyes. You? The woman was so angry that she stopped maintaining her human form and reverted to her original form. Go away, I don't want to see you again. Great minds think alike, but I'd really like to meet you. After all, you look much better than those weird-looking things. The little fox didn't say anything, only showing Lin Hao its backside. Lin Hao smiled slightly and used 2 talismans, a whisk and a water purifier, to help the little fox clean its cell and groom its fur. This made the little fox bristle and bare its teeth at Lin Hao, but that was all it could do. Her magic was sealed, and the other party was immune to seductive arts, so he had no means to subdue her. Stroked the little fox and left, satisfied. It's worth mentioning that on the way out of the prison, a tigress also wanted Lin Hao to help her clean her cell and groom her fur, but she was hit by a frost and almost became a frozen tiger. After Lin Hao came out, he found the charming and beautiful Han Liyue waiting for him at the door. Is the cell cleaned? The cleaning is finished. Han Liyue smelled the faint scent of blood in the air, and a beautiful smile curved her lips. Finally, something interesting has arrived. Chapter 36, Petting the Fox. That night, the moon was bright, and the stars were few. Lin Hao lay there, feeling utterly bored. He dared not cultivate, and cultivators did not need much sleep. He wanted to go out for a stroll, but before he even left the tower, he encountered Han Liyue. I learned from the woman that once you enter here, you cannot leave without permission from above. Why? It's so hard to endure not being able to cultivate. Lin Hao entered the prison again. Half a day passed, and the cold cell was still filled with the smell of blood. Those cultivators whose limbs had been cut off were terrified when they saw Lin Hao again. Their remaining bodies trembled like leaves. Why is that jinx here again? Lin Hao, like a victorious general, strolled around inspecting the monsters in the prison. These creatures are strangely shaped, some with human heads and animal bodies, and others with animal heads and human bodies. The purebloods, on the other hand, are all animal-shaped and look much more pleasing to the eye. But after looking around, the little fox was still the cutest. Human, what are you doing here again? The little fox rested its fluffy cheeks on its 2 white paws, and its sapphire-like eyes darted around. Transform into human form. Human you wish. You covet this heroine's beauty, don't you? Oh, you call yourself a female knight-errant? Lin Hao said with a playful glint in his eyes and a smirk. A demon who has harmed countless people, yet dares to claim she's upholding justice. Isn't eliminating humans and helping demons considered chivalrous? From the perspective of the other group, this is indeed chivalrous, but Lin Hao is a human being. He can't stand with those hairy beasts. What are you looking at? The little fox turned its cute smiling face and turned its back to Lin Hao again. Didn't I tell you I didn't want to see you? Let's get going. I am the demon slayer. You are the prisoner. What right do you have to order me around? Anyway, this heroine doesn't want to see you. Lin Hao and the little fox bickered for a while, and Lin Hao felt that his boring days had been brightened up. Before leaving, he conjured a large spiritual hand and patted the little fox's furry head. The little fox was seething with hatred, but having no spiritual power of its own, it could only rage helplessly. On the way back, Lin Hao carefully examined the monsters again, but failed to find a single one that looked decent. A scholar with 2 faces, a freak with the body of a baby and the face of an old man, a toad with 6 eyes, a swan with 3 legs, a centipede without legs. Not one of them is normal. Lin Hao, someone is looking for you. He had just reached the top of the prison when he received a telepathic message from Han Liyue. Someone is looking for me. Lin Hao frowned slightly. Lin Hao went outside and saw that it was Cui Qing, junior brother. Ignoring the presence of outsiders, Cui Qingyu hugged Lin Hao tightly, her long eyelashes glistening with tears. What brings you here? Cui Qingyu said softly. I heard you were punished to guard the demon locking tower, so I rushed here to see you. The two walked hand in hand back to Lin Hao's residence. An hour later, Cui Qingyu lay in Lin Hao's arms, her voice hoarse as she said, Junior brother, you've suffered here, haven't you? Now you know why I repeatedly warned you that Li Qiushui is a demon, and that following such a jinx will only bring suffering. Thinking about this incident, Lin Hao was furious. It was indeed his negligence that allowed that female demon to take advantage of him, resulting in him being banished to this filthy place. He avoided the main point and asked, now that you've reached the foundation establishment stage and become an inner disciple, how do you feel? The treatment has improved significantly, Cui Qingyu said excitedly, her eyes sparkling. Moreover, my status has become much more prestigious. Now, whenever I go down the mountain, people call me senior sister. That's good. Lin Hao rolled his eyes and sighed. It's just too boring here. You should come and see me more often when you're not cultivating, otherwise I'll miss you all the time. The woman rolled her eyes at him and said coquettishly, Are you sure it's you who misses me, and not your brother? I have something serious to tell you. You find this place boring? Here's a chance for you to leave. Stop keeping me in suspense, Lin Hao urged, eager to leave this place. Soon after the outer sect competition, the inner sect competition will follow. Disciples who perform well can receive generous rewards and have some sect punishments reduced. Is this possible? Lin Hao frowned slightly. He really wanted to get out of this godforsaken place, mainly because there were no innocent female cultivators here, which was hindering his cultivation. It's not easy to achieve outstanding results in the inner sect competition. The inner sect is full of geniuses, and the competition is even more intense than that of the outer sect. He's only just broken through to the foundation establishment stage. It's too difficult for him to stand out in this den of geniuses. Therefore, one must diligently cultivate oneself to improve one's strength. But, if he tries to circulate his energy here, he will suffer the burning pain of the fire spirit energy. Without the primordial yin energy, he can't bear that kind of pain. No, we must find a way to break this deadlock. Obviously, it wasn't appropriate to ask Cui Qingyu to help make the connection, but he didn't know anyone else. He had no choice but to bite the bullet and tell Cui Qingyu his thoughts. He thought the other party would complain, but to his surprise, the other party readily agreed. Chapter 37. Pretty clever, huh? Early in the morning, Lin Hao followed his usual routine, carrying cleaning tools to clean the cell. He said he was cleaning the cell, but actually he was there to tease the little fox. Halfway there, Lin Hao sensed something was wrong. He quickly concealed his presence and tiptoed forward. He saw that the door to a prison cell was wide open. What's going on? Could it be that a demon has escaped? Lin Hao shuddered. He was the guard in charge of this level of the prison, and if any demon escaped, he would be held responsible. They rushed forward to check the situation and found that the cell had been set up with a protective barrier, so they could not see any movement inside or hear any sound. His eyebrows furrowed, and he tried to grab the demons next to him to ask what was going on, but the beasts were all dizzy and he couldn't wake them up. Left with no other choice, he had to take out a barrier-breaking talisman, a second-tier talisman specifically designed to break through various barriers and defenses. After reciting the incantation, the barrier-breaking talisman in his hand transformed into a Vajra cone, swift as fire, and shattered the barrier before him. The scene before him left him completely bewildered. A tall female cultivator with disheveled hair was wearing only a blouse and shorts. A bull demon lay sprawled beside the female cultivator, seemingly dreaming, a silly grin on its face. Twitter. The sword flashed like a streak of light, piercing towards Lin Hao's eyes. You lecherous scoundrel, you dare to peek at me. I'll gouge out your dog eyes. Clang. Lin Hao opened the sword case, drew his sword, deflected the woman's attack, and retorted. This is a prison for imprisoning monsters, an area under my jurisdiction. You sneaked in, and I haven't even settled accounts with you. Yet you're the one making the accusation. Clang. 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 In the blink of an eye, the two exchanged several blows, and it was difficult to determine the winner. Noticing the man's gaze occasionally falling on her exposed skin, the female cultivator became extremely agitated. But for the time being, she couldn't force the other party to back down. While dealing with the woman's attacks, Lin Hao taunted her. Heh, woman, do you want to put some clothes on before you start hitting me? Hearing this, the female cultivator became even more embarrassed and angry, and she wielded her sword in a dazzling display of skill. After fighting for over 100 rounds, she still couldn't defeat Lin Hao. So she resorted to underhanded tactics, gritting her teeth and saying, "Do you know who I am?" After speaking, she took out a token, which was entirely black and had a black dragon carved on it. A personal disciple? A hint of surprise flashed in Lin Hao's eyes. This woman was actually a personal disciple of Xiaozhu Peak. "You little thief, you recognized me, didn't you? Now kneel down." "Huh, just a personal disciple? You've got quite the nerve." Lin Hao slowly took out his identity token from his storage bag. "Perfect match, I have one too." Disbelief flashed in the female cultivator's eyes. This guy in front of her was actually a direct disciple. But why would a personal disciple be doing menial work in this godforsaken place? Humph, so what if he's a direct disciple? Staying here, you're definitely going to be an insignificant outsider. Dare to mess with me, Shui Linger, and I'll teach you a lesson you won't forget. Hey Lin, I advise you to mind your own business and get out of my way. Shui Linger forcefully pushed Lin Hao aside and was about to leave aggressively, but was stopped by a single sentence from him. "A disciple of Xiaozhu Peak is here to extract the essence of demonic beasts from the prison. If word gets out, I'm afraid." "You dare?" Shui Linger's pretty face flushed slightly. Then she said fiercely, "You're utterly vulgar and despicable. What do you mean by exploitation? I was just practicing seductive arts, okay? I had absolutely no relationship with these beasts." "Yeah." Lin Hao raised his two sword-like eyebrows and said in a calm tone, "Do you think I believe that? Even if I do you think other people will believe it? Unless what? Unless you prove it to me." "How do I prove it?" Shui Linger suddenly thought of something, her face turning as red as the evening glow. "Pa, that's vulgar." She furrowed her smooth forehead and said in a spoiled manner, "Say what you will. Anyway, I have nothing to hide." After saying that, he turned and left. Lin Hao watched that carefree figure walk away and said with a smile, "By the way, has anyone ever told you that you're very radiant?" "You." Shui Linger's eyes blazed with fury as she glared at Lin Hao before leaving in shame and anger. As the beautiful figure gradually disappeared into the distance, Lin Hao stroked his chin, his mind filled with various thoughts. As expected of a woman from Xiaozhu Peak, she's made of water from head to toe. If they were to have a more in-depth discussion, would it lead to the flooding of the 7 armies? At the same time, the Minotaur slowly awoke, saw the person in front of him, and let out a roar. Snap! Lin Hao slapped it hard across the face and frowned, saying, "What are you yelling about?" The bull-headed demon finally came to its senses and dared not offend the evil star before it, its bull-faced expression full of flattery. Seeing the monster looking very listless, Lin Hao snorted and said, "You bull demon, you're quite the ladies' man, enjoying the favors of so many beauties." The bull-headed man said in a panic, "Lord Guardian, I am innocent. It was that woman who forced me to do it. It was not my intention." "Huh, you beast, you've had your fun, and now you're blaming others for forcing you?" Bullhead mustered his courage and said, "Lord Guardian, you don't know this. If only we could really enjoy it. She uses seductive arts to create an illusion and make us fall into it. In fact, she herself has not lost her virginity." A hint of surprise flashed in Lin Hao's eyes. "Good heavens, you can do that?" The women of Zaya's Yufeng are quite the ladies' man. Chapter 38, Becoming a Demon. Time flies, and half a month has passed. During this period, Shui Qinger brought him many female cultivators, but they were all at the qi refining stage. His strength has increased significantly compared to half a month ago, but he still has a long way to go before reaching the mid-stage of foundation establishment. Lin Hao took out the sect leader's talisman manual, his fingers swirling with a small flame, like a nimble butterfly, as he flipped through it. Books are always new and insightful, especially the sect leader's understanding of talismanic arts, which greatly benefited him. He had always been curious why this notebook, which should be considered a treasure, had not been redeemed. But he was just curious, and he couldn't ask the elder guarding the pavilion for answers, for fear that he would be hung on the old locust tree. After flipping through the notes, Lin Hao felt something and was about to draw a talisman to confirm his understanding when Han Liyue interrupted him. "There's a demon here that needs to be confined on your floor." Lin Hao nodded calmly, then followed Han Liyue outside the tower to meet with the disciple in charge of escorting the demon. Han Liyue wore a green dress today. Whether it was because the dress was too tight or because her figure was too graceful, the dress seemed to be an extension of her body, fitting her perfectly. This woman is old, but she seems to be so tender that you could squeeze water out of her. Lin Hao quickened his pace, glanced at the woman, and noticed a green leaf mark on her smooth forehead, which added to her innocent charm. The faint fragrance lingered around his nose, making Lin Hao somewhat distracted. He sighed inwardly, thinking it would be better to shut down his sense of smell. Otherwise, it wouldn't be good if they did something wrong. When the two arrived outside the tower, the disciples escorting the demon came up to greet them. Of course, it was to pay respects to Han Liyue. With nothing else to do, Lin Hao went to examine the demon. Was it a crane demon? He was a little unsure, mainly because the demonic bird had been plucked clean and looked almost like a molting chicken, except with a long neck and long legs. However, from the conversation between the visitor and Han Liyue, he learned that this was indeed a crane demon, and its cultivation level was quite high, having reached the late stage of the second tier. Establishment sword cultivator from the inner sect who captured it. Annoyed that it had caused a lot of trouble, he plucked all the feathers off the demonic bird. This demonic bird. Han Liyue frowned and asked, "Is it male or female?" Suppressing Elder was quite interested. The demon exorcising Elder explained, "Elder Han, this is a female demon, and she's extremely fierce." Phew. The crane demon let out a shriek. Only its head could move, but that didn't stop it. It stretched out its beak and tried to peck at Lin Hao. The latter nimbly dodged, and a cluster of flames rose from his palm. "If you keep yelling, I'll roast you." Seeing the flames in the other's palm growing larger and larger, the crane demon shrank back in fright and dared not cause any more trouble. "Elder Han, this disciple will take his leave now." The demon hunter didn't recognize Lin Hao. He was only surprised by the other's methods and didn't pay much attention before leaving on his flying sword. "Lin Hao, I'm going out to take care of some things. You can take this monster with you and decide which cell to put it in." The woman vanished in a streak of light, leaving behind only a lingering fragrance. Lin Hao led the crane demon deeper into the prison and found a cell close to the little fox, where he imprisoned the crane demon. He went straight to the cell where the little fox was. This time, it wasn't to tease the little fox, but rather because Elder Han wasn't around, and they were worried that these demons might have some ideas. If any demons escape, he, as the guardian, will inevitably bear the responsibility. To avoid unnecessary trouble, he decided to meditate and cultivate himself in prison. The little fox saw the human arrive again. It was about to make a sarcastic remark when it saw him sitting cross-legged for 2 days straight. Boom. Lin Hao sensed that the evil fire within his body was about to erupt violently. Just as he was about to stop cultivating, he discovered that the fire's spiritual power within his body was beyond his control. The surging spiritual energy, like a raging dragon, coursed through his meridians, the tearing pain causing him to clench his teeth. His forehead was covered in sweat. Her once smooth face was now contorted in pain. It's like he's about to go mad from his cultivation. He desperately needs a woman's Yin essence to suppress the fire within him, otherwise he'll explode and die. "Woman," he muttered to himself, stumbling toward the prison gate. The little fox transformed into human form, looking at the unsteady human with puzzled thoughts. What's this jerk up to? Did he mess up his cultivation? What does it have to do with me if he messes up his cultivation? The little fox thought this to herself, but her sapphire-like eyes never left Lin Hao. "Woman." Lin Hao's eyes were bloodshot, and he looked like a drunkard with a hangover, staggering as he walked. A spider demon tried to take advantage of the chaos, transforming into its original form and extending its spider legs to stab him. However, Lin Hao raised his hand, and with a single sword stroke, he severed the spider demon's legs completely, leaving a trail of blue slime on the ground. The crane demon standing to the side was already stunned. She was a late-stage second-tier demon, and she could tell that Lin Hao was only at the early stage of foundation establishment. How could his moves be so powerful? She couldn't even see the human's sword moves, but seeing that the human was in a very strange situation, she didn't dare to provoke him and just cowered in a corner. "Woman?" In the crane demon's eyes, what was this human trying to do by repeatedly calling out the word woman? An old wolf demon with white hair and beard carefully observed Lin Hao, and suddenly his green eyes were filled with surprise. Could it be that this human has that kind of constitution, which allows them to cultivate extremely quickly, but requires the assistance of a woman's Yin essence? Otherwise they will explode and die. Does it require a woman's virginity? The crane demon's eyes darted around. It had only been locked up for a short time and was eager to escape. It felt that this was an opportunity. Then she cried out, "I am the mother, the mother. Woman, mother." Lin Hao's eyes were bleeding, and he could no longer see, yet he easily made his way back to the depths of the prison. Hearing footsteps approaching from not far away, the little fox, who was gently stroking its hair, was surprised. How did that stinky human manage to return? And what do you want to do standing in front of my room? Looking at that handsome face covered in blood, the little fox's eyes were filled with bewilderment. Suddenly, two slender fingers pierced through the prison's protective array, then pinched the prison door made of divine iron, and flung the heavy door, weighing over 1,000 pounds, away as if it were a piece of paper. Chapter 39 Breakthrough to the Mid-Foundation Establishment Stage. The demons outside the prison could only hear the little fox's cries, but could not see what was happening inside. That person asked the demon suppressor too. Shoo, be quiet. Aren't you afraid that the demon-suppressing cultivator will leave behind some magic? You dare to gossip about it behind my back. How many lives do you have to do that? The commotion coming from the little fox's prison caused the demons inside to whisper and discuss amongst themselves. Boom. A large amount of fire elemental energy surged into the cell where Lin Hao was located. Lin Hao couldn't absorb it all, and the spiritual energy accumulated more and more, causing him to become violent. The raging fire elemental energy relentlessly assaulted the prison array, causing the other demons to become excited, seeing this as an opportunity to escape. But before they could make a move, Han Liyue flew in, her beautiful eyes gleaming with golden light. She parted her lips and said, "Seal." Subsequently, the protective arrays of each prison were activated, and thousands of flying swords patrolled the prisons. Wherever the sword light touched, all the demons bowed their heads. After bringing the scene under control, Han Liyue investigated the source of the disturbance. The prison was filled with violent fire elemental energy, which amazed her. At the same time, Lin Hao had regained his senses and, after absorbing the little fox's Yin essence, had suppressed the fire within his body. At this moment, he was surprised to find that he was already at the peak of the early foundation establishment stage. He never expected that the little fox could bring him such great benefits. Moreover, he felt that it was more than that, sensing that the cell was also filled with violent fire spiritual energy, and he immediately sat down to meditate and cultivate. He can use this to break through to the mid-stage of foundation establishment. As Lin Hao meditated and absorbed the energy, the violent fire spiritual energy in the cell surged towards him like a flood, and was then absorbed into his dantian. Break! Lin Hao cried out in his heart. Then I felt as if the spiritual energy in my body had broken through a barrier and rushed into a wider road. All the fire elemental energy in the cell was absorbed, and the cell returned to calm. At this moment, the little fox, who had been beaten unconscious, slowly woke up. Thinking of what had just happened, she glared fiercely at the man who was meditating. Clang! Her slender fingers sprouted sharp claws, flashing with a cold glint. She wanted to take advantage of Lin Hao's meditation to slit his throat with her claws. But, when her claws were pressed against the other person's throat, she hesitated. She still retained a sliver of reason. This man was quite strong, and must have a high status in the sect. He had just made a mistake, and was punished to come here. If she killed him, she would probably not get away with it. The sharp claws on her fingers disappeared, and she simply stared coldly at the man. Hey, you stinky human, are you really in a meditative state, or are you just pretending? Lin Hao had actually been awake for a while. He was digesting what he had gained from cultivating with the little fox, and a wisp of his divine sense was constantly observing the movements outside. He watched the little fox raise and lower its claws, observing the entire sequence of actions. The little fox actually stopped. Lin Hao's lips curled into a smile, recalling his passionate encounter with her, and he couldn't help but feel absurd. Humans and demons are destined to be apart. What sins have I committed? I was just about to finish my meditation. Suddenly, the cell door was opened. Han Liyue walked in and saw Lin Hao sitting listlessly in the corner, his clothes tattered. Her eyebrows instantly furrowed in anger. With a flick of her wrist, a white ribbon flew out, striking the little fox and sending it flying, crashing heavily against the stone wall of the prison cell. Uft! The little fox spat out a mouthful of blood, its face as pale as paper, and glared fiercely at Han Liyue. You beast! How dare you harm my Xianyin sect disciple? Believe me or not, I'll skin you alive. A pair of golden scissors appeared in Han Liyue's hand, trailing a trail of spiritual energy, and flew towards the little fox. Seeing that things were about to get out of control, Lin Hao pretended to have just woken up and used a golden talisman to block Han Liyue's attack. Lin Hao, are you alright? Seeing that he had woken up, Han Liyue temporarily stopped pursuing the little fox and instead used a wisp of her divine sense to check Lin Hao's injuries. She found that he was not injured, and her expression immediately turned strange. The little fox gritted its teeth and said hatefully, You stinking human, you've finally woken up. Lin Hao pretended not to see the little fox's rage, and instead asked evasively, "Elder Han, when did you arrive?" Han Liyue's gaze was deep and unfathomable, and she parted her lips slightly as she said, "When I arrived, I sensed a violent fire elemental energy outside the cell." Lin Hao, what exactly happened? Well, Lin Hao felt that Elder Han could guess what had just happened, but since the other party hadn't revealed it, he naturally wouldn't be foolish enough to tell him. "It's nothing. I just had a mishap during my cultivation and asked this demon for help." "You mean one busy time?" "It's hundreds and thousands of times." The little fox was full of resentment, but in front of the usually ruthless Elder Han, she dared not say a word. "It's all right, that's good." Han Liyue's gaze lingered on the little fox's thigh, and she said softly, "Demons are most adept at bewitching people's hearts, so be careful not to fall for its tricks. This prison is not a place to stay for long. If you have nothing else to do, let's leave first." Han Liyue took out a stack of paper figures from her storage bag, blew on them, and the paper figures grew taller in the wind, eventually becoming no different from ordinary people. Under Han Liyue's control, these paper figures immediately began repairing the damaged cells, including the flying cell doors and the weak protective array. After the two left, the little fox reverted to its true form, its furry paws leaving 3 deep scratch marks on the prison door forged from divine iron. "You filthy human. I've never been treated like this before. Wait, once this heroine is out, she will avenge this." Back at my lodgings, Lin Hao looked inward at his dantian and found that the spiritual liquid had changed from a small pond to a small lake. He couldn't help but feel deeply moved. This ordeal with the little fox was equivalent to dealing with 100 or so female cultivators at the qi refining stage. This effect is absolutely amazing. It was so strong that it was unbelievable to him. Taking advantage of the lingering effects of dual cultivation, Lin Hao cast aside his distracting thoughts, calmed his mind, and began meditating. If it weren't for the evil fire affecting him, his physique would allow him to cultivate much faster than ordinary cultivators. Han Liyue's divine sense, which she had separated, sensed Lin Hao's residence and condensed a vortex of fire's spiritual energy, causing her chest to heave in shock. Zhonur's defeat was truly deserved. This child possesses a great destiny. A dragon lurks in the abyss. Once it reveals its claws, it will surely cause a stir. She couldn't help but feel fortunate that she had a good relationship with this boy and would take good care of him in the future. Perhaps she would be able to rely on him in the future. After clearing her mind, she withdrew her divine sense and prepared to take a trip to the prison to shut up all the demons who knew what had happened that day. Chapter 40 Secret. Cultivation knows no time. Lin Hao entered into meditation for 7 days, thoroughly consolidating his cultivation. Ding dong. A small, emerald green sword knocked on Lin Hao's door. He opened the door, and Han Liyue's voice came through. "That woman is here again." That woman. Lin Hao knew without thinking that the other party was referring to Cui Qinger, but why was Elder Han's tone a little off? He went outside the tower and brought Cui Qinger inside. After some conversation, Cui Qinger suggested taking a stroll around the prison, and Lin Hao naturally agreed. As the two were strolling, a commotion suddenly broke out behind them. "Wait here for a moment. I'll be right back." After Lin Hao finished speaking, he rushed to the scene of the turmoil as swiftly as the wind. It turned out that 2 demons were fighting across the prison, and the other demons were cheering them on. "Court death!" Lin Hao roared. The demons that had been making a fuss immediately shut up, intimidated by Lin Hao's imposing presence. The 2 demons, however, seemed to have gone mad, relentlessly entangled in their conflict. Disrupting prison order is punishable by death. Buzz. A crimson longsword flew out of the sword box, unleashing several sword energies. These 2 demons were only at the early stage of the 2nd tier, and their spiritual power was sealed. They were no match for the sword energy and were directly cut into mincemeat. Lin Hao looked down at the group of demons and said coldly, "Those who are not afraid of death can continue to test my patience." The other demons, seeing his decisive and ruthless actions, trembled with fear and all obediently huddled in the corner. Lin Hao rushed to find Cui Qinger, but when he arrived at the cell where they had just been, he found it empty. Where did this woman go? He frowned and used his divine sense to search for Cui Qinger's whereabouts. But they discovered that this woman was having a private conversation with the little fox in front of the cell where he was being held, separated by the cell door. A flash of anger crossed Lin Hao's eyes, just as he expected. When Li Qiushui left, she sent him a message saying that Cui Qinger was a demon. Although he didn't completely believe it, he was still wary. He had long sensed that something was off about the woman, but he didn't say anything. He just wanted to see what tricks she was up to. Those two wreaking havoc must have been Chui Qing'er's doing. Bitch. Like Li Qiushui, she's a despicable woman. They just wanted to use me. He was seething with rage, but outwardly remained calm, and silently crept over. Because the little fox's cultivation was sealed, and it was unable to transmit its voice, Chui Qing'er could only whisper to it. As a result, Lin Hao heard their conversation clearly. Lin Hao never expected that the little fox was actually a demon princess. Chui Qing'er's purpose in approaching him was to rescue the little fox. Oh, what a wicked woman. She's so cunning. Lin Hao's eyes, as cold as stars, gleamed with killing intent as he suddenly appeared before the two. Chui Qing'er exclaimed in surprise. Lin Lang, what brings you here? Lin Hao's lips curled into a mocking smile. If I hadn't come, you monster would have broken through the talisman array and rescued this fox. You bitch, you've been hiding it pretty well. You were just trying to use me from the start, weren't you? You're just like Li Qiushui. You approached me with ulterior motives. Chui Qing'er hadn't expected Lin Hao to return so quickly, and she immediately denied it, saying, You've misunderstood. I never thought you would become a personal disciple. I had already been intimate with you before you became a personal disciple, and I'm already an inner disciple, so I can come here freely without needing to rely on your token like Li Qiushui did. Lin Hao said coldly, Do you think I would believe that? It's ironic that I trusted both of the two women I was involved with, one a demon, the other a monster. I am a disciple of the immortal sect, and I am irreconcilably opposed to demons. Prepare to die, you monster. Clang. The sound of swords rang out, echoing throughout the prison. Chui Qing'er had a bitter smile on her lips. Li Qiushui and I are a demon and a monster, but have we ever harmed you? How about this? Let's set aside sentimentality and focus on mutual benefit. Let's make a deal. I'll send you beautiful women to cultivate every day and tell you a secret. All you have to do is help me conceal my identity. Moreover, my infiltration of the Xianyin sect was solely to rescue the princess, not to release all the demons from the demon suppression tower like Li Qiushui did. Lin Hao, the secret I'm about to tell you is extremely important to you. It's even a matter of life and death. Chapter 41 Mysterious and Unpredictable. Even if this hadn't happened today, I would have wanted to find a chance to tell you. The sword in Lin Hao's hand gleamed with a cold light. You shameless woman, tell me what you have to say. Seeing that Lin Hao showed no regard for their past relationship, Chui Qing'er couldn't help but feel sad. Wasn't it said that feelings would grow over time? This man showed absolutely no mercy. It was truly hurtful. The woman's melancholy demeanor did not move Lin Hao. He said impatiently, You'd better hurry up and tell me, or I'll run out of patience and kill you. Man is the butcher. Chui Qing'er sighed deeply and said in a low voice, What I want to tell you is that I did have ulterior motives for approaching you. However, initially, it wasn't to rescue the princess, but rather to obey the Grand Elder's orders. The Grand Elder? Lin Hao frowned. How could this involve the Grand Elder? He had no connection with the Grand Elder, let alone offend him. What did the Grand Elder want by sending someone to approach him? The man's furrowed brows. Chui Qing'er knew she had captured his curiosity, so she began to speak slowly and deliberately. The Grand Elder sent me to get close to you, so that I could go to Wushan with you. Should we go to Wushan together? Lin Hao was even more confused. What was the Grand Elder up to? However, he also realized some things. He was afraid that the relationship between Li Qiushui and him was also the work of that Grand Elder, or even Li Xuanran. Chui Qing'er's next words confirmed Lin Hao's thoughts. The Grand Elder's plan was to have women have relations with him unintentionally. If a woman was unwilling, she could find a cultivator of the same cultivation level to replace her. Thus, Chui Qing'er plotted to frame Li Qiushui, and the woman guessed that Li Qiushui must have also received this order. Why did the Grand Elder allow you and me to have sex? Lin Hao asked coldly. The Grand Elder said that your physique is special, and if you don't cultivate with female cultivators, your cultivation level may not make any progress. They even said you were a key figure being secretly groomed by the sect, which is why they had me secretly arrange for female cultivators to throw themselves at you. But after so much contact, your constitution is indeed special, but I have some suspicions that the Grand Elder may have ulterior motives. Lin Hao was completely confused. The Grand Elder went to great lengths to arrange all of this, just to help me cultivate? In particular, why carry it out in secret? Could it be because my cultivation method is not in line with the identity of a righteous immortal sect? It seems that only this can explain it. But why did you keep it from me? Couldn't you just tell me directly? Lin Hao was completely baffled and kept it in mind, planning to investigate the matter thoroughly when the opportunity arose. Don't get on a pirate ship without even realizing it. Chui Qing'er pursed her lips and asked cautiously, Lin Hao, I've already told you the secret. Is it okay? Lin Hao glanced at the woman, and images of their past bloody battles flooded his mind. It would be a lie to say that there are no feelings involved after a long time. And as the woman said, she had indeed never harmed him, and had provided considerable help to his spiritual practice. I glanced at the little fox again. For some reason, Lin Hao developed a strong liking for him. Unlike the other women he had been intimate with, he seemed to have developed inexplicable feelings for her. He sighed inwardly and said in a cold tone, You may leave. If you dare to come here again without my permission, I will kill you without mercy. Chui Qing'er arched her eyebrows and let out a long breath. With Lin Hao by her side, she couldn't speak to her own princess, so she simply bowed silently and left. Only the two of them remained, and the little fox, who had been silent all along, finally spoke. I will remember your kindness in sparing my subordinates. No need, this is just a transaction. Yes, it was indeed a transaction. No, I'm referring to the deal between the two of us. What? The little fox's expression changed drastically. Before she could react, she was hugged by a human. One day later, the little fox huddled in the corner, watching the man meditating with a complicated expression. She really wanted to slit his throat with her claws. That guy is absolutely despicable. They humiliated her time and time again. What did they take her for? After circulating the cultivation technique for one cycle, Lin Hao let out a long breath, and the spiritual liquid in his body had already become a lake. He opened his eyes, as cold as stars, and looked at the little fox as if it were a rare treasure. One time with this woman is worth a month of arduous training. This woman is simply a walking miracle cure. Having tasted the sweetness, Lin Hao approached the little fox again. On the other side, Han Liue heard the noise the two were making and muttered, What a disaster! Chapter 42 The most poisonous heart is a woman's. Before she could finish her reflection, she noticed someone holding a token entering the tower, and it was someone she knew. The visitors seemed to know the way well, moving quickly through the cells and finally stopping in front of one of the prison cells. The bull demon in the prison, upon recognizing the newcomer, was so frightened that his limbs went weak and he kowtowed repeatedly, begging for mercy. Those who cannot be moved by compassion soon fall into a dream. Human fox, human cow. This is truly a terrible tragedy. But in her heart, Han Liue felt an indescribable impulse. She was worried that if she listened any longer, she would lose her composure, so she quickly sealed off her six senses. Lin Hao noticed that someone had infiltrated the prison, so he let the little fox go and went to find the infiltrator. Ah, Shui Linger is here again, and she's determined to fight the bull demon. Is there some special plot involved? Sister Shui, what do you take this place for? It's a tea house. You come and go way too often. Shui Linger was practicing her skills. She was constantly distracted by the outside world after what happened last time. Actually, she didn't want to come here, mainly because the guards here were too sharp-tongued. But the monsters here are of great help to her cultivation of seductive arts, so she only came here as a last resort. Let me guess. Lin Hao's gaze lingered on the woman's graceful body. Senior sister, you've been coming so often. Is it because you want to make a breakthrough before the intersect competition? Shui Linger was annoyed that the other party had guessed her thoughts so quickly, but she didn't want to get entangled with him, so she simply didn't say anything. Lin Hao, however, had no intention of letting her go. He stepped forward and kicked the bull demon, almost waking it up. TSK, 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 he's been sucked dry to the bone, and they still won't let him go. Truly, a woman's heart is the most poisonous. Shui Linger had just reached a crucial point in her cultivation technique, and annoyed by Lin Hao's interference, she knocked the bull demon unconscious. Hey Lin, are you deliberately picking a fight? I'm deliberately picking a fight. Lin Hao's face turned cold, and he said in a clear tone, You trespassed into the prison under my jurisdiction, and you still think you're right? Oh. Shui Linger gave a cold laugh and gritted her teeth, saying, You came here to atone for your sins? You really think you're something special? Boom. The woman's palm emitted spiritual energy as she attacked Lin Hao. Shui Linger possesses a water spirit root, so she naturally cultivates water-based techniques. The spiritual energy in her palm transforms into thousands of water arrows, shooting towards Lin Hao. Unexpectedly, Lin Hao was prepared and raised his hand to build a wall of fire. The water jets hit the firewall, making a hissing sound, and water vapor rose up. Oh, so the women of Shaozhu Peak have such fiery tempers? Shui Linger was somewhat surprised. After leaving last time, She sent people to investigate the man's background and learned that he was a newly promoted disciple of Daju Peak and had just broken through to the Foundation establishment stage. How could he so easily resolve the killing move she suddenly used? Are you in the mid-Foundation establishment stage? Shui Linger asked, raising her eyebrows. Otherwise what? Shui Linger was surprised to hear that he was in the mid-stage of Foundation establishment. This guy had only recently become a Foundation establishment cultivator and had already broken through a small realm. What kind of heaven-defying cultivation talent was this? How did you manage to cultivate so quickly? Could it be that you've cultivated some kind of evil technique? Wanna know? Lin Hao smiled faintly and said, I'm not telling you. You? Since her opponent was at a higher level than her, Shui Linger dared not make a move easily. Hey Lin, you go your way, I'll go mine. Let's keep to ourselves, okay? That won't do. You're causing trouble on my turf. How can I just ignore it? Sensing the other person's strange gaze, Shui Linger cursed him under her breath as a lecher. What exactly do you want? It's not about what I want, but what you can make me do. Shui Linger felt uneasy under that extremely aggressive gaze. Not daring to linger, I left with my graceful legs. Looking at her serpentine waistline, Lin Hao felt a surge of desire. They immediately turned back to find the little fox and complete their unfinished mission. Chapter 43 Secret Techniques. Time passed slowly, and another half-month went by. During this period, as agreed, Cui Qing'er sent female cultivators to him every few days to cultivate, which helped him improve his strength. On this day, Cui Qing'er came to the Demon Locking Tower to find Lin Hao. Lin Hao, my plan is to wait until you finish participating in the inner sect competition, perform exceptionally well to avoid punishment, and leave this Demon Locking Tower before I rescue the princess. This way, you can avoid being implicated. Should I thank you? Lin Hao finished drawing the last stroke on the talisman paper, creating a second-tier mid-grade talisman, the Thunderfire spell. How do you know I will perform well in the competition? There are many geniuses in the inner sect, not to mention the personal disciples of each peak. They are not easy to deal with. I myself am not confident. Can you guarantee that I will win? Didn't you cultivate a dual cultivation technique? Coupled with your special physique, it shouldn't be difficult for you to break through to the late Foundation establishment stage before the inner sect competition. Not difficult? Lin Hao snorted coldly, his two sword-like eyebrows arched like bows. You make it sound so easy. You are also a Foundation establishment cultivator. You should know that this realm is about building a foundation for immortality. Without a deep foundation, how can one condense the core? What level are you at now? Cui Qing'er looked ashamed and said with some difficulty, I am still in the early stage of Foundation establishment. Then tell me, how can I break through to the late Foundation establishment stage within a month? Cui Qing'er bit her lip lightly, hesitated for a moment, and then a resolute look flashed in her eyes. Actually, I have a method that can help you break through to the late stage of Foundation establishment. Just say it. What a heartless man. Would it kill you to bow your head and apologize? Cui Qing'er rolled her eyes and then said, I have a secret technique for dual cultivation here. After speaking, the woman took out a martial arts manual from her bosom. Lin Hao looked at the yellowed book and felt quite strange. It was actually a paper book. Why wasn't it engraved into a jade slip? Cui Qing'er seemed to see the other party's doubts and explained, this secret technique is a closely guarded secret of my demon race. It was restricted by the demon ancestor and can only be copied into books, not on jade slips. Lin Hao took the book, casually flipped through it, and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. What a closely guarded secret. It's truly quite mysterious. The prerequisite for this dual cultivation technique is that one must absorb 9 women simultaneously. This is even more demonic than a demonic cultivator. If word gets out, I'm afraid I'll really be seen as a demon, a meritorious figure among the scions of a prestigious family. I'm afraid even my master won't protect me. Even if he didn't care about his reputation when he practiced this method, where could he find 9 women in such a short time? This isn't one-on-one, it's a human pyramid. How many women would be willing to do this? Fortunately, it's not necessary to find Chuko, otherwise it would be even more difficult. Seeing Lin Hao hesitate, Cui Qing'er said, Don't worry about finding a female cultivator, I'll help you. However, please give me some time. After all, more people involved means more complications. Lin Hao snorted coldly, which was taken as tacit approval. Is there anything else? Cui Qing'er was slightly taken aback, then shook her head and said, It's nothing. Let's go then. Cui Qing'er gave him a resentful look and stormed off. Lin Hao didn't care, picked up his brush and continued to draw talismans. The sect leader's notes were of great help to his mastery of talismans. In just over a month, he was able to draw mid-grade second-tier talismans. If he could improve his talisman skills before the inter-sect competition, he would be even more confident. Lin Hao packed up his talisman drawing tools and was about to sit down for meditation when he suddenly found himself in darkness. It was so dark you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. A slight panic gripped him, and he quickly patted the sword case behind him. Having Qing Feng in his hand gave him a sense of security, but the thick black substance still made it impossible to see. Lin Hao took out a bright flame talisman from his pocket, preparing to chant the incantation to use it, but found that he had no spiritual power at all. What's going on? Panic crept into his heart. Chapter 44 Illusion. At that moment, a thunderclap sounded. Boom, boom, boom. The lightning, like a giant python, tore through the sticky darkness, letting in a sliver of light. Using Liangzi's help, Lin Hao quickly imprinted the scene he saw into his mind. He was actually outside the inner sect's library, on a 1,000-year-old locust tree, where hundreds of mummified corpses were hanging. All of these corpses were facing the same direction, which was the direction Lin Hao was in, staring into countless empty eyes. A chill emanated from Lin Hao's tailbone, shooting straight to the top of his head. The clothes on the mummified corpses were all Taoist robes from the Xianin sect, meaning that no outsiders were present. But why am I here? He was clearly in the demon ceiling tower. His sudden arrival here is truly bizarre. Moreover, there is no old man guarding the pavilion here. Could it be an illusion? Lin Hao bit his tongue lightly. It hurt. The darkness before his eyes remained the same. Is this not an illusion? Or have we been tricked by some powerful being? His mind was filled with distracting thoughts, and his hand holding the sword trembled slightly. Compared to that, the unknown was more frightening. But there shouldn't be any powerful figures on his list of enemies. The Xianin sect, only the Elder of Punishments had a grudge against him. But would this old dog dare to use such methods? He's in charge of the sect rules, yet he violates them to punish disciples. Old dog must not want this elder position anymore. Boom. Another bolt of lightning struck. In a fleeting glimpse, Lin Hao saw the old man guarding the pavilion. The old man had empty eyes, yet he stared directly at him, and his eyes shone with light, piercing through his body. They then hung it on the ancient locust tree, which is thousands of years old. Oh, the illusion has been exposed. Before Lin Hao could even laugh, a woman appeared in front of him, none other than his master, Feng Songyue. The master, dressed in a red gown, shone like the blazing sun, illuminating the darkness, her skin as smooth and flawless as jade. Boom, boom, boom. Thunder rumbled incessantly. The red-robed master licked his lips. In complete darkness. You are pressing down on me. The master's voice came from below. Upon hearing this, Lin Hao's eyes flashed with astonishment. How did I suppress my master? Looking down, he saw that his master was actually beneath him. Lin Hao looked shocked. Is this something I would actually do? This is not disrespecting one's teacher. The next moment, thousands of lightning bolts, like thousands of pythons, struck his body. The real physical pain, coupled with the mental torment, made Lin Hao subconsciously glance back. And it was from that one glance that a chill instantly shot from the tailbone straight to the forehead. The scene before his eyes transformed once more. He was surrounded by thousands of female nuns. Those countless beautiful figures and long legs, gathered together, had no aesthetic appeal whatsoever. Instead, it sent a chill down Lin Hao's spine, especially the charming smile of the thousands of female cultivators. My mind went blank for a moment. He knew perfectly well that he was under an illusion. However, he was unable to break free from his current predicament. The fear of the unknown exploded in Lin Hao's heart, and his body trembled involuntarily. He felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave, so stiff that even lifting a finger was a luxury. She could only watch helplessly as she became nourishment for countless female cultivators. The scene was extremely intense. I noticed that I was visibly thinner and was quickly becoming emaciated. At the last moment, a familiar voice rang out. Lin Hao, master. It was his master's voice, a familiar tone, which put Lin Hao at ease. Lin Hao, you treacherous disciple who betrayed your master and ancestors, prepare to die. But the next second, the master's voice turned angry. Then he heard the sound of a sword ringing out. A scorching wave of fire erupted behind them. Buzz. It sounds like the roar of a dragon and the cry of a phoenix. A fiery sword light flashed and disappeared in the darkness. Boom. The overwhelming fiery sword energy devoured thousands of female cultivators, and also Lin Hao. The physical pain was so intense it felt like a dream. Lin Hao was confused, wondering what was wrong with him. Just then, he heard a woman's giggling laughter. His body was no longer stiff. He turned his head to look back and saw Shui Linger looking at him with a smile in her eyes. That sky-blue dress was spotless, untouched by any dust, and her fair, jade-like feet trod on the water. It was this woman who did it. He considered that it might be the Grand Elder's doing, or perhaps Han Liyue, or even the little fox. The only thing I never expected was this woman in front of me. Chapter 45 Bet. Shui Linger walked forward on the waves, her eyes fixed intently on the distance ahead. I never imagined your dreams were so varied. The first scene is outside the inner sect's scripture pavilion, where you are hung on a 1,000-year-old locust tree. This is your inner fear, your fear of the sect's rules. In the second image, you are thinking of a woman in red. You want to have her. She is your obsession, the person you love but cannot have. The third scene shows you dying by your master's sword, which should be because you were worried that your own desires would anger your master. A strange look flashed in Lin Hao's eyes. Shui Linger could sense his fantasies, but they weren't entirely real. Thankfully, that's the case. Otherwise, if his inner thoughts were to be leaked, he might really be killed by his master with his sword. He moved behind the woman with lightning speed and grabbed her fair wrist. Since you're so good at analysis, then analyze what I want to do right now. How can you still move after being killed 3 times in this dreamlike realm? Shui Linger was shocked. Lin Hao's gaze fell on the woman's exquisite face, and he said, because from beginning to end, I knew that I was just acting with you in the illusion. No, impossible. Shui Linger's eyes widened, looking incredulous. Nothing is impossible. Since you enjoy using your seductive arts so much, why don't we do something real? I guarantee it will bring you more benefits than absorbing the essence of demons. Shui Linger struggled violently, but found that she could not break free from the man's restraints. One transaction is equivalent to hundreds or thousands of times. How about this deal? Lin Hao lowered his head slightly and whispered in the woman's ear. The intense heat made the woman's body feel weak. Hey Lin, what exactly do you want? You are so beautiful and alluring. It's natural that I want you to be my Taoist partner and cultivate with you. Upon hearing those 2 words, the woman blushed with embarrassment. To become my Taoist partner, one must be a prodigy of the sect. Tianjiao am I not? Lin Hao asked, puzzled. He was the #1 disciple in the outer sect. Shui Linger had inquired about the other party. Upon learning that the other party had progressed from the early to the middle stage of foundation establishment in just over a month, she was utterly astonished by his cultivation speed. After discovering that he enjoyed spending time with women, they concluded that the other party was relying on dual cultivation techniques. She had mastered the arts of seduction and illusion, so she came this time to try and find out Lin Hao's cultivation method. As a result, the other party didn't fall for it, and instead, he was the one who was manipulated. What kind of prodigy are you? At best, you're a genius. A prodigy is someone who ranks high in the inner sect, at least in the top 100. You're not in the late foundation establishment stage, so it's impossible for you to be in the top 100. And even if you are in the late stage, you still need a certain amount of luck. Lin Hao said calmly, how about we make a bet? The woman frowned. What's the meaning? If I become one of the top 100 inner disciples, you will be my Taoist partner. A mocking smile curled at the corner of the woman's lips. This guy is really arrogant. Even those in the late foundation establishment stage don't dare to say they'll be among the top 100 in the sect. How can you, a mere mid-stage cultivator, possibly do that? She felt confident of victory. If you fail, you must let me read your dual cultivation technique. It turns out this woman's goal was to trick me into revealing my dual cultivation techniques. Lin Hao, having figured out what had happened, scoffed. What? Not satisfied with the status quo? Want to experience what it feels like to be fulfilled? Shui Linger raised an eyebrow and bit her lip, saying, You surnamed Lin, we've already reached an agreement, so why don't you let me go? Who told you we've reached an agreement? Lin Hao gripped the woman's wrist tightly, leaving a red mark on her fair and delicate skin. Hey Lin, don't go too far. Is this going too far? Then you haven't seen anything worse. Lin Hao was practically pressed against the woman's face. Chapter 46 on the eve of the grand competition. I'm very curious. How did you manage to sneak into my cave so quietly? You must be practicing a technique that allows you to conceal your presence. Okay, I'll give you 2 choices. Either hand over the technique, or I will execute you on the spot. I really hope you'll choose the latter. Lin Hao's lips curled into a wicked smile. Sensing that Lin Hao was about to get serious, Shui Linger was frightened. Despite practicing seductive arts, she was still a virgin. Her face paled as she said, "Lin Hao, don't do anything rash. We can talk things over. Don't test my patience, just make a choice." Lin Hao said impatiently. It seemed she had no choice but to make a decision. Shui Linger couldn't help but regret her actions. Why had she provoked this bastard? Now she was trapped in his clutches. She sighed heavily, realizing that things were unlikely to end well today. Compared to her own innocence, she had no choice but to give up the escape technique, though she was truly unwilling to do so. She acquired this magical technique at a great cost. She could feel the man's hand about to touch something forbidden, and she screamed, "Stop!" With a thought, a jade slip containing cultivation techniques appeared. That's it. Lin Hao drew the jade slip into his hand and used a wisp of his divine sense to examine it carefully. He was instantly captivated by the exquisite nature of this escape technique. This escape technique allows one to conceal their presence and quickly escape or approach a target. Seeing the man's eager look, Shui Linger secretly resented him. That scoundrel is too cautious. Does he think I'm faking it? Lin Hao only glanced at it briefly, but he immediately felt that this escape technique was incredibly profound and definitely not a fake. Therefore, he directly inscribed the contents of the jade slip onto a blank jade slip. After Lin Hao finished recording the cultivation technique, he released his grip. "Come on, why aren't you leaving?" Seeing that the woman was still there, he told her to shoo her away. "Give me back the jade slip containing the cultivation technique." "That won't do," Lin Hao said casually, toying with the jade slip in his hand. "I'm keeping this jade slip for now, in case you turn around and accuse me of attacking my fellow disciples or stealing their techniques." Shui Linger was speechless. He left in a fit of rage. During the lesser heat period, the heat is intense, and some of the rare and exotic plants on the mountain wither. The disciples of Shaozhu Peak rode on flying swords, casting water-based spells to bring down sweet rain and drive away the summer demons. Those graceful figures, while bringing coolness, also ignited the passion in the hearts of many male disciples. With nothing to do, they looked up at the sky, hoping to encounter a generous fairy, but their luck was not good. I looked up for a long time, but I didn't see the scene I wanted to see. Among the crowd were several young people dressed in white Taoist robes with the character Xian embroidered on their chests. They were all elites among the inner disciples, who usually spent their days on missions, accumulating contribution points to seize opportunities, fearing that they would fall behind others on the path of immortality. But with the inner sect competition approaching, they all returned to prepare for the competition. Seeing those male cultivators with their heads tilted back, the elite disciples felt disgusted. They thought they were a bunch of lustful devils who didn't know that lust was a stumbling block on the path to immortality. However, they came here not to despise the depraved male cultivator, but to gather news. See if any emerging stars are emerging, and prepare countermeasures in advance. A rising star? I don't know much about him, but a ruthless person has emerged from Dezhu Peak, a male cultivator with a large head said, rubbing his sore neck. A formidable figure emerged from Dezhu Peak? Tell me about it. Figure in the outer sect, but unexpectedly, he rose to prominence in the outer sect competition and won the championship. Huh, is that all? The handsome young man's eyes flashed with disdain. Which elite disciple didn't enter the inner sect as the top disciple of the outer sect? Can this be considered a ruthless person? It seems the newcomer isn't very capable. Hey, don't be impatient. I haven't finished yet. This ruthless person colluded with a female demonic cultivator and let 1,000 great demons escape. Oh dear, this person committed such a heinous crime, and wasn't stripped of his cultivation and expelled from the sect? No. This Lin Hao is the closed-door disciple of Venerable Feng. You should know that. The big-headed cultivator lowered his voice. Throughout the Xianin sect, everyone knows that Venerable Master Feng is extremely protective of his own. Not to mention her last disciple. Even if an ordinary disciple makes a mistake, she will protect them. This, the elder of criminal law, didn't even bother to seek an explanation. You asked for it. Why didn't you ask for it? Then Lord Feng slapped you away. The man stroked his chin. This was indeed a ruthless person. No one from Dazhu Peak should provoke him, especially his disciple. Chapter 47 Elder Han. Time flies, and there are only 3 days left until the competition. Cui Qing'er finally gathered the 9 people together and practiced the secret technique with Lin Hao, helping Lin Hao break through to the late stage of foundation establishment. Chaoyang Peak, the sect master's palace. Sect leader Ouyang sat upright in the main seat, his phoenix eyes filled with doting affection. Shuer, would you like to participate in this competition? Ning Qingxue, the only disciple of the Xianyin sect's leader, sat cross-legged on a futon, with a sword lying flat on the small table in front of her. She wore a black dress. Her stunning face was free of makeup, and her eyes were bright. Will the two disciples of the Misty Peak Master return? They are on a classified mission and will not be returning, Sect Leader Ouyang said with a smile. Sect Leader Ouyang knew that her disciple was proud and arrogant, and that few of the young talents in the sect could catch her eye. If there weren't any opponents she was interested in, she probably wouldn't have even considered participating in this competition. Although those two little guys from Misty Peak aren't coming back, those old guys who are in seclusion are planning to have their disciples participate in the competition. You can use them to test your swordsmanship. Ning Qingxue stood up, picked up the Qingfeng sword on the table, clasped her hands together, and said, "Thank you for your kindness, Master. I'm going to practice my sword now." Watching his disciple's departing figure, Sect Leader Ouyang's phoenix eyes were filled with shifting thoughts. No one knew what this sect leader of the immortal sect was thinking. "Lin Hao, come to my place, we need to talk." During this time, Han Liyue was forced to eavesdrop and was so aroused that she finally couldn't resist and sent a telepathic message to Lin Hao. What could Elder Han want with me? Lin Hao felt a little suspicious and soon arrived at Han Liyue's residence. Out of courtesy, he knocked on the door. "Come in." Lin Hao pushed open the door and entered. This was his first time visiting Elder Han's residence. Upon entering, the curtains were drawn low, the walls were completely covered with brocade, and there was an exquisitely carved jade-inlaid bed, brocade quilts, and embroidered blankets. Several sachets hung on the curtain hooks, emitting a faint fragrance. But Lin Hao could clearly smell something unusual in the fragrance. It seemed that Elder Han was quite a remarkable person. He was about to ask a question when Elder Han spoke first. "Sit." Upon hearing this, Lin Hao had no choice but to sit cross-legged on the futon. On the small table in front of him was a small incense burner, from which wisps of purple smoke were emitted. "Elder Han, what brings you here?" "Lin Hao, you've been here for quite some time now. What do you think of me as a person? Why is this woman suddenly asking these questions?" Lin Hao silently thought to himself, could it be that she's smitten? He smiled slightly and said, "Elder Han guards this demon tower with utmost diligence, which is truly admirable." Han Liyue glanced at the other person and said softly, "I don't want to hear these polite words. I want to know, what do you think of me as a woman?" Lin Hao glanced at the woman and, seeing the sticky, seductive look on her face, coupled with the exotic fragrance lingering around his nose, he instantly understood her true intentions. This woman still possesses a captivating charm and an elegant demeanor. She is truly enchanting. But considering the age gap between the two, and especially since she was Wang Jingzhan's mother, Lin Hao felt it was best not to create any unnecessary complications. So he pretended to be stupid and said, "Elder Han is magnanimous and has a good way of raising her children. She is a model mother." Han Liyue had more experience than Lin Hao had, so she understood his meaning perfectly well, and a hint of disappointment flashed in her eyes. "I'm getting old, and I can't compare to those young female cultivators." She could understand Lin Hao's refusal, but she was still angry, so her attitude turned cold. "I understand." She flicked her finger, extinguishing the burning incense burner. "You can leave now, just pretend nothing happened today." Chapter 48 begins. Leaving the woman's residence, Lin Hao couldn't help but smile wryly, realizing he had probably offended Elder Han. He'll probably need to tone it down a bit if he wants to party every night in the future, otherwise, he might get jealous and cause trouble for his women behind his back. But it doesn't matter. He's confident he'll shine in the intersect competition and leave this hellhole as soon as possible. The day before the competition, the Xianyin sect was bustling with activity. 100 arenas, crafted from black gold, are set up on Chaoyang Peak. Since it was located at the summit, the entire area was used to build the arena, so no grandstands were set up, but this did not prevent the cultivators from watching the battle. The intersect competition attracts spectators whose cultivation levels are all quite high, at least at the early foundation establishment stage. Watching a match while riding a flying sword is a piece of cake for them. Below the foundation establishment stage have ways to watch the competition. They can use the flying swords of foundation establishment experts, though this requires paying a small amount of spirit stones. For Qi refining stage cultivators, watching high-level cultivators fight can improve their understanding of cultivation, and spending some spirit stones is worthwhile. Some clever cultivators, in particular, wanted to take this opportunity to get to know the inner disciples. When I enter the inner sect, I'll have someone to rely on. The Xianyin sect is much smaller than that of outer disciples, with less than 2,000. Even among these, a considerable number of disciples are on secret missions outside, so only a little over 1,000 people are participating in the competition. Nothing was said that night. Upon waking up in the early morning, Lin Hao went to check in with Han Liyue. Elder Han, I'm going to participate in the inter-sect competition. I'll have to trouble you to take care of me during this time. The woman did not reply. Lin Hao thought to himself that the woman was probably still angry, but he couldn't possibly try to coax her. Simply bowed deeply outside the woman's cave, then rode his flying sword towards Chaiyang Peak. Lin Hao, carrying a pale yellow sword box, climbed Chaiyang Peak and looked towards the sect leader's palace, where he indeed saw Feng Sanyue. The master was still wearing a long red dress, which stood out among the white Taoist robes, like a white rose among camellias. He walked through the crowd and respectfully bowed to Feng Sanyue. Master. Feng Sanyue nodded slightly, extended her slender white fingers, and shot out a stream of light. This is for you. Perform well in the arena and don't disgrace the prestige of my great bamboo peak. Yes, master. Lin Hao knew that what his master had bestowed upon him must be a rare and precious treasure, but he suppressed his curiosity and did not examine it on the spot. Go. Lin Hao bowed again, preparing to return to the arena and wait for the competition to begin. Unlike when he went there, on the way back he heard a lot of talk. The truth is that not many people recognized him just now. The Xianyin sect has nearly 30,000 members, and countless strange things happen every month. The hype surrounding his collusion with the witch has long since faded. But when everyone saw him bow to Feng Sanyue, those long-buried memories were awakened, and they began to point and whisper about him. This is the ruthless person who colluded with the witch and let the 1,000-headed demon go. Nearly 100 of our disciples lost their lives because of this incident. The elder of criminal law tried to punish him, but was instead slapped away by the venerable lord. Because of him, so many people have been implicated. What a scumbag. How can he still have the nerve to stay in the sect? A bunch of two-faced people. All they do is point fingers behind people's backs. Lin Hao's lips curled up, his eyes flashing with coldness, and he was about to retort, but before he could speak, he heard a clear, mountain spring-like female voice. Do you consider hearsay as the truth? Do you deserve to be called cultivators? Can't even distinguish right from wrong? Have you wasted your spiritual practice on dogs? Lung Fengchun, dressed in white with the long sword Wenxin on his back, exuded a heroic aura that made many men feel ashamed of themselves. Who are you, and what gives you the right to stand up for Lin Haoqiang? A cultivator with triangular eyes rolled his eyes, and a sneer curled at the corner of his mouth. Could it be that you're also his lover? Clang. The question is posed. The cold, sharp tip of the sword was aimed directly at the throat of the man with the triangular eyes. If you can't speak, I can shut you up forever. Chapter 49 First Battle. Cold sweat poured down his face. He could feel the chilling murderous intent emanating from the woman. His legs trembled, and his voice quivered as he said, Fellow Taoist, let's talk this out. Clang. Return your heart to its sheath. The man with the triangular eyes fled in panic and disappeared into the crowd. Brother Lin. Lung Fengchun clasped his hands in a fist salute, two dimples appearing on his cheeks. Long time no see, Lin Hao said with a gentle and refined smile. He already had a good impression of this spirited woman, and what's more, she had stood up for him earlier, a gesture he would remember. Brother Dao, I hope to have another battle with you on this arena. Lung Fengchun's slender body erupted with overwhelming fighting spirit. Lin Hao patted the sword box behind him and said with a smile, This sword box is still quite empty. Lung Fengchun smiled nonchalantly. If I win this time, I will take back the bluebird. If I lose this time, I will give you this question of conscience. The two were merely kindred spirits, not close friends or relatives. They exchanged challenges and then prepared for the upcoming competition. Lin Hao found an open space, sat cross-legged, and took out the magic weapon given to him by his master. This is a sword pellet. Like sword-wielding talismans, sword pellets can unleash a sword beam. However, unlike talismans, which lose their spiritual power after repeated use, sword pellets can be used indefinitely. What's even more remarkable is that the sword pellet requires decades of painstaking effort from a nascent soul cultivator to refine. How could a nascent soul cultivator be willing to refine it if they are not a direct descendant? Master's affection is very deep. Lin Hao held the sword pellet in his hand, reluctant to put it down. He is using this sword pellet now, and although he cannot unleash its full power, It will be surprisingly effective when used at crucial moments. Moreover, this sword pellet is a killing sword and is extremely ferocious. Offensive magical weapons are all about slaying everything with a single strike. He felt it would be a waste to use such a strategic trump card in the intersect competition, so he carefully put it back into his storage bag. He looked up at the arena, then patted the sword case behind him. Xiang Xiaoyuan, come with me on this expedition. This competition uses a pure elimination system, one-on-one, with the winner advancing and the loser being eliminated. Moreover, the match pairings were arranged by a senior elder, which was very mysterious. The opponent would not be known until it was time to step into the ring. Although there were many participants in this competition, the competition actually progressed very quickly due to the differences in individual abilities. Lin Hao was drawn in the third batch of participants, which meant he waited for an hour before stepping onto the stage. He was quite surprised when he saw his opponent in the first match, Wang Jingzhan. The two sides had just fought not long ago, and Lin Hao was the victor that time. I never expected to encounter the man who would cause my defeat in my first battle. A surge of fighting spirit welled up in Wang Jingzhan's heart. He felt that, in some mysterious way, this was an opportunity for him to get revenge. Therefore, he passionately declared, "Let's fight." Lin Hao's lips curled slightly, and he said with a hint of helplessness, "Actually, there's no need. You can't beat me." He was telling the truth, without the slightest exaggeration, because he detected that the other party's cultivation level was still at the early stage of foundation establishment. The difference in their levels of understanding is like an insurmountable chasm. Wang Jingzhan, however, thought the other party was too arrogant, and he always felt that he was just one move behind the other party. With a little effort, you can overcome it. They might even win by overwhelming force. Because he has gained new insights in his swordsmanship, he is confident that he can defeat any opponent of the same level. Lin Hao, come and fight. Let's fight. Facing an opponent who was like a fighting cock, Lin Hao said helplessly. Han Liyue was watching the match from the audience. She never expected that her son would encounter Lin Hao in his first battle. She knew very well the latter's strength and that her son was no match for him. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but feel a little helpless. After this battle, Zhang Er's Dao heart would probably be damaged. However, without destruction, there can be no construction. A true man should have the fearlessness to face death and survive. Zhang Er, you can do it. Hearing his mother's encouragement, Wang Jingzhan became even more excited and launched the first attack. He mobilized all his spiritual power and unleashed a dazzling sword beam. Seeing that Lin Hao was about to be engulfed by the sword light, a confident smile appeared on his lips. However, the result was quite different from what he had imagined. Behind Lin Hao, two large hands of spiritual energy materialized. Crushing the sword light, he unleashed with the force of breaking gold and jade. And then she slapped him across the face. It was too fast. There was no way to avoid it. Bang! Wang Jingzhan was slapped so hard he flew off the stage. While suspended in midair, his mind went blank, with only one thought remaining. Has the gap between us become this big? Chapter 50, Unstoppable Momentum. No one expected that Lin Hao would defeat his enemy in one move. Those who came to watch this battle were all there to see the excitement. They all knew that Lin Hao and Wang Jingzhan were roughly equal in strength during the outer sect competition. Wang Jingzhan suffered because he consumed too much physical and spiritual energy and was too arrogant and complacent. Unexpectedly, despite Wang Jingzhan's best efforts, he was still defeated by Lin Hao in a single move. Jiang Mingfei, hiding in the crowd, felt a chill run down his spine when he saw Lin Hao displaying his prowess. Fortunately, he hadn't been reckless enough to provoke him personally, but instead borrowed Jiang Shuyan's knife. For some reason, there has been no news from Jiang Shuyan. Regardless of whether Lin Hao has been taught a lesson, at least she should have replied. He couldn't contain his anxiety, but he didn't dare to ask. After all, that woman was really not someone to mess with. Just then, he received a telepathic message from Jiang Shuyan, asking him to go to the back mountain. He was probably talking about Lin Hao. He nervously pushed through the crowd and headed towards the back mountain. Wang Jingzhan lay on the ground, his heart filled with mixed emotions. During the last outer sect competition, he was careless and underestimated his opponent, and was knocked off the stage by Lin Hao. He has been holding a grudge ever since. Therefore, he trained day and night in the hope that one day he could defeat Lin Hao with overwhelming force. But he never imagined things would turn out this way. He couldn't even withstand a single move from his opponent. The difference in their strength was like an insurmountable chasm, leaving him feeling utterly defeated. He felt that his Dao heart was on the verge of shattering. Zhang Er, Failure is not shameful. What is shameful is to wallow in failure. Han Liyue helped her son up from the ground and said gently. Wang Jingzhan looked blank and said with a bitter smile, Mother, I'm not afraid of failure, but I don't know where I fall short compared to him. Why has his strength improved so quickly? Han Liyue gazed wistfully at Lin Hao's retreating figure, a bitter feeling rising in her heart. Zhaner, I'm afraid you'll never catch up with him in this lifetime. She understood the terrifying extent of Lin Hao's cultivation improvement better than anyone else present, which made her even more desperate. But she couldn't show her inner despair to her son, otherwise her son's resolve would truly be shattered. Zhaner, you don't need to compare yourself with him. You just need to cultivate diligently, and one day you will stand at the pinnacle of the Tao. Mother, may I? Sure. You should know that you are also a cultivation genius. Moreover, the path of cultivation isn't solely about talent. It also involves fortune, perseverance. Wang Jingzhan nodded emphatically, clenching his fist and saying, Mother, I understand. He looked at Lin Hao with a stern expression, secretly vowing that one day he would defeat him. Lin Hao noticed the mother and son's gaze, but he didn't pay it any mind. He felt that after this competition, he would never have any further contact with the mother and son. Brother Lin, congratulations on your first victory. Lung Fengchun was shocked by Lin Hao's strength and knew that he was no match for him because the two were two minor realms apart, a gap that could not be bridged by swordsmanship alone. She suddenly realized that she was not working hard enough compared to Lin Hao, so after winning the first match, she withdrew from the competition. She was going back to seclusion, hoping to gain new insights into the path of swordsmanship. This was her only chance to fight Lin Hao again. Lin Hao watched Lung Fengchun leave gracefully, secretly wishing him success in his sword cultivation. This spirited woman, and Xiang Xiaoyuan, who tragically passed away, were the only two beautiful women he had ever met, yet he did not wish to possess them. Because this year's intersect competition uses an elimination system, the competition proceeds extremely quickly. The first round of the competition ended in less than a day. Besides the defeated, some of the winners, like Lung Fengchun, chose to withdraw from the competition, either due to injury or other reasons. Fewer than 500 people remained to participate in the second round. Lin Hao's opponent in his second battle was a middle-aged man in the mid-foundation establishment stage. This person has been cultivating in the intersect for many years and is quite old. If he cannot make it into the top 100 in this competition, he will be sent down to places like Spirit Stone Mines to serve as a fourth-level elder. Leaving the intersect means that the cultivation resources available to you will be greatly reduced. He really wanted to win. Unfortunately, he met Lin Hao. After exchanging 10 blows, Lin Hao defeated his opponent without even breaking a sweat. Disciples who were familiar with Lin Hao were shocked. Lin Hao had just broken through to the foundation establishment stage, so how could he defeat a veteran foundation establishment expert so easily? What level is he at now? Mid-stage foundation building? How could you break through so quickly? The inner audience was even more dumbfounded. Many of them recognized the middle-aged man. He was a veteran foundation establishment cultivator with considerable strength. Many of them had also attended the outer sect competition and knew Lin Hao. Everyone thinks that someone who has only broken through to the foundation establishment stage a few months ago can't possibly be that strong. Unexpectedly, the veteran foundation establishment expert was defeated before he could even touch the hem of Lin Hao's clothes. In the sect leader's palace, seeing Lin Hao easily defeat his opponent, a smile involuntarily appeared on the holy jade face of sect leader Ouyang. Junior Sister Feng, your little disciple is quite strong. After another round, they advanced into the top 100 of the inner gate. Even if your two disciples don't come back, your great bamboo peak will not lack leading disciples. Feng Songyue lay lazily on the fire lotus platform, her jade-like little feet kicking 3 fireballs. Compared to junior sister Qingxue, she is still far behind. Upon hearing this, sect leader Ouyang couldn't help but shake his head slightly. Junior sister, you're comparing Lin Hao to my only disciple. Aren't you taking advantage of me? Feng Songyue's 2 very beautiful eyebrows were slightly raised. What do you mean by taking advantage? My unworthy apprentice is the one who suffers, okay? He suffers because he's young. However, youth is also an advantage, and his future is promising. As for junior nephew Qingxue, she has been immersed in the way of the sword all these years. Otherwise, she would have already formed her core long ago. As you know, Qingxue is a stubborn girl. She will only consider forming her core if she feels that her swordsmanship cannot progress any further. She is indeed quite stubborn, but with her current strength, it won't be difficult for her to take first place. Sect leader Ouyang shook his head slightly and sighed. Since the disciples of the Supreme Elders are also participating in this competition, Qingxue may not be able to gain the upper hand. I am already satisfied that she can make it into the top 3. Feng Tsungyue kicked 3 fireballs into the sky, curled her lip, and said, "What kind of disciples can that old cadre teach? A coward. Junior sister, be careful what you say." Feng Tsungyue said nonchalantly. "I would dare to say that to their faces too." Hee. An aged voice echoed in the hall. "Who provoked our fiery girl? She's so angry." An elderly man with white hair and beard appeared out of nowhere. Sect leader Ouyang quickly stood up and greeted him, saying, "Uncle Master Lu." Feng Tsungyue remained unmoved, lazily saying, "You old man, you actually dared to leave seclusion? Aren't you afraid of dying?" Junior sister. Sect leader Ouyang was about to reprimand the other party for disrespecting the Supreme Elder, but Elder Lu stopped him. "Fire girl, are you allowed to watch your own disciples battle? But I'm not allowed to cheer for my disciple." "Whatever you say," Feng Tsungyue said, raising an eyebrow. "Hee, fire girl, you're still as fiery as you were when you were young." "I am very young now." Chapter 51. The wrong button was pressed. The inter-sect competition has entered its 3rd round, and among the remaining contestants, there are almost no weaklings. Lin Hao's 3rd opponent was named Jiang Shuyan. This woman, like him, was in the late stage of foundation establishment. Because of her stunning beauty and graceful figure, coupled with her status as the pride of the Jiang family, she had many suitors. Below the stage, countless male cultivators cheered her on. "You want to defeat me, advance to the top 100 of the inner sect, and leave the demon locking tower, right? I'll make sure you don't get your way." Jiang Shuyan had heard about Lin Hao's actions, so she disliked him very much. After saying that, he launched the first attack. Although she carried a magic sword at her waist, she did not follow the path of sword cultivation. Instead, she used an octagonal golden hammer. The golden hammer, the size of a millstone, was held in a slender hand, yet it unleashed an incredibly violent aura. Boom. The giant hammer blasted through the airflow, carrying countless golden spiritual energies, and smashed down on Lin Hao's head. In a flash, Lin Hao drew a sheathless sword. As spiritual energy flowed in, the light emanating from the sword surged to 3 zhong, approximately 10 meters. Fight! The beautiful woman launched a fierce attack, her large golden hammer carrying a vicious wind. The stark contrast drew enthusiastic applause and cheers from the cultivators below the stage. Lin Hao, however, was as light as a swallow. After his sword light deflected the golden hammer, he immediately moved closer, thrusting, parrying, slashing, wiping, pulling, and flicking. He used only basic sword moves, each one unremarkable. A light boat in a stormy sea, seemingly destined to be shattered at any moment, yet he was able to perfectly counter the enemy's fierce moves. Inside the sect leader's palace, Murong Qingxue, the master of Xiaozhu Peak, had a series of strange glints in her eyes. She always felt that Lin Hao was more suited to be her disciple, and that following Feng Tsungyue was a waste of his talent. Lin Hao is truly remarkable. He has perfectly demonstrated the lightness and agility of sword techniques. If he were to combine this with the soaring dragon step of our little bamboo peak, he would indeed be a banished sword immortal. Feng Tsungyue was originally arguing with the Supreme Elder Lu Yi, but upon hearing Murong Qingxue's words, she immediately turned her attention to the latter. "Learn the dragon steps, so you can become a womanizer?" With just one sentence, she grasped the key to the master of Xiaozhu Peak. Snort. Murong Qingxue snorted coldly, but did not refute it, because what the other party said was true. Her 3rd disciple, Bewitched, used the dragon step to sneak into the caves of other female disciples and forcibly took them as his wife. This beastly behavior almost made her self-created dragon step a laughingstock. Murong Qingxue frowned slightly on her smooth forehead, about to retort, but was drawn to a scene on the stage. The golden hammer that Jiang Shuyan was using was taking a heavy toll on her, and after a long battle with no clear victor, she couldn't help but feel anxious. So he steeled himself and poured most of the remaining spiritual power in his body into the golden hammer. Nourished by spiritual energy, the millstone-sized golden hammer swelled to the size of 3 houses, covering almost half of the arena. The cultivators below the stage couldn't help but swallow hard as they looked at the mountain, like golden hammer. Fortunately, they did not act on their improper thoughts about this fairy. Otherwise, they would have been either killed or seriously injured if they had been hit by a hammer. Lin Hao is bound to break down soon. He should kowtow and beg for mercy, or he will be turned into a pile of minced meat in no time. I really hope Fairy Shuyan can kill him with one blow. Anyway, it's normal to accidentally kill your opponent on the intersect competition stage. Yes, the one who lured the demon was only punished by cleaning the demon-suppressing tower. This punishment is far too lenient. If he were truly beaten to death by Fairy Shuyan, even if Lord Feng were fiercely protective, he wouldn't be able to say anything against him. Jiang Shuyan held the golden hammer high, giving the impression of something that could blot out the sky. Lin Hao sighed inwardly, thinking that if he were hit by this giant hammer, he would definitely be turned into a meat pie. He also heard the discussions among the people below the stage. Almost everyone thought that he would die under the giant hammer unless he threw his sword to admit defeat. But faced with this mountain of pressure, he stopped fighting and instead patted the sword case behind him. A crimson longsword flew out of its scabbard, engraved with 2 fiery lotuses. This was a gift from his master. Buzz. The fire elemental energy within his body poured in. The 2 fire lotuses emitted a bewitching red light. When Jiang Shuyan charged forward carrying the giant hammer, Lin Hao did not retreat, but instead went to meet her, his long sword, which he was dragging backward, gleaming with a dazzling light. Boom! The sword struck the golden hammer, and though it was like a needle piercing an elephant, it unleashed an astonishing power. Metal and fire produced bursts of sound waves, but for a time, neither could gain the upper hand, and they were evenly matched. However, the bigwigs in the Sect's palace could see that Lin Hao was going to win this battle. Could confront a large army head-on with a light sword without being at a disadvantage is proof enough of his profound spiritual power. Victory or defeat can be decided in a single thought. As expected, Lin Hao chuckled, and the fire elemental power within his body surged forth like a rushing river, all of it empowering the fire spirit sword. The long sword possessed a spirit and emitted a phoenix cry. Then a great light shone forth, unleashing a raging sea of fire. Under the scorching heat of the flames, the mountain-sized golden hammer quickly shrank and soon returned to the size of a millstone. Lin Hao seized the opportunity, flicked the spine of the sword with his finger, and the long sword vibrated, directly knocking the golden hammer away. He moved swiftly and rushed in front of the woman. His hand, like a claw, reached for the woman's snow-white neck. Something feels off. Lin Hao frowned. The feeling of that grab just now was very strange. He turned around and saw that his hand was actually grabbing the woman's chest. He originally intended to grab the woman's neck to render her completely unable to resist, but the woman instinctively dodged, causing him to grab the wrong target. Chapter 52: The Most Suitable Path. In full view of everyone, the discussion is raging. Jiang Shuyan's face was flushed, and her body, which was at its last gasp, suddenly burst out with an unusually powerful force, breaking free from Lin Hao's control, and then she attacked in anger. However, having exhausted his spiritual energy, his moves, though ruthless, were not sustainable. In no time, Lin Hao completely subdued him again. Lin Haoxing, the elder referee, announced. You won already? The cultivators below the stage were incredulous. They had always felt that Fairy Shuyan was slightly better, and that Lin Hao, this pseudo-demon, would become a lump of rotten flesh, rotting and stinking. But the result greatly disappointed them. This scoundrel is utterly shameless. He won, fine, but he still dared to insult Fairy Shuyan's innocence. He's no gentleman. He's a scoundrel, so why would he care about what others think? Fairy Shuyan is truly pitiful. She lost the competition and was even taken advantage of. Alas, I really can't understand how Lin Hao can improve his cultivation so quickly. I remember half a year ago, he was just a low-level cultivator at the 6th level of qi refining. These words drew people's attention back to Lin Hao's level of attainment, leaving them both shocked and curious. Could he be an unparalleled genius? Oh, you didn't know that. Lin Hao got to where he is today by using dual cultivation to plunder Primordialine. A short, stout monk with a bulbous nose was talking nonstop. If it weren't for those lowly female cultivators practicing dual cultivation with him, how could someone with mediocre talent have reached the late foundation establishment stage? Those who heard this were all astonished. Fellow Taoist, you're talking nonsense. Lin Hao is punished and confined to the demon locking tower. He can't come out on weekdays and has no opportunity to contact the outside world. How could there be a woman cultivating with him? The short, stout monk grinned slyly and said in a low voice, You'd never guess this no matter how hard you rack your brains. Lin Hao had a mistress when he was in the outer sect. I think her name was Cui Qinger. It was this woman who acted as matchmaker, which led to beautiful female cultivators frequently entering and leaving the demon-locking tower. The short, stout monk had a talent for storytelling, but he would pause at crucial points. The audience, their curiosity piqued, urged, but logically speaking, even with the method of dual cultivation, his cultivation level shouldn't have increased so quickly. The short, stout cultivator narrowed his small eyes and chuckled strangely. Your knowledge is too shallow. The dual cultivation method that Lin Hao practices is clearly different from the one recorded in the scripture pavilion. I think his dual cultivation method is very likely to have originated from the Joyful Union sect. So it's the Hahuan sect? The crowd was buzzing with discussion. The Hahuan sect is both righteous and evil, and its sect's motto is to teach without discrimination, and it will not interfere with the growth of its disciples. The result of this unbridled growth is that the disciples of the joyful sect are difficult to distinguish between good and evil. When things are right, they can help those in distress, but when things are wrong, they will forcibly seize rogue cultivators for their dual cultivation. However, as the name suggests, the Hahuan sect still focuses on the two characters Hahuan, meaning joy and happiness. Male cultivators yearned for it, while female cultivators turned pale at the mere mention of it. Upon hearing this, the female disciples around immediately categorized Lin Hao as an evil cultivator in their minds and marked him with a danger symbol. Lin Hao practices unorthodox martial arts. This must be reported to the sect, and he must be punished to uphold the sect's reputation. That's right, evil and wicked people must be eradicated completely. The short, stout monk shook his head and said calmly, Your ideas are too naive. The sect has no rule forbidding disciples from practicing dual cultivation techniques. But he is clearly a heretical cultivator. If he is not punished, everyone will follow suit, and the sect will be in chaos. The short, stout cultivator retorted, Lin Hao did not force those female cultivators to go to ecstasy with him. Even if the sect wanted to punish him, they would be struggling to find evidence. We can find female cultivators who practice dual cultivation with Lin Hao and have them testify, so that Lin Hao can receive the punishment he deserves. Hearing the discussions of the crowd, Jiang Shuyan was filled with mixed feelings. She knew very well how Lin Hao had improved his cultivation level. The short, stout cultivator was only half right. Lin Hao's dual cultivation technique was indeed miraculous, but it didn't reach the point of turning the rotten into the miraculous. In fact, what was more mysterious was his physique. It's unclear what kind of physique Lin Hao possesses, but he's perfectly suited to dual cultivation techniques. If Lin Hao were in the Joyful Union sect, he would be like a fish in water. As for those cultivators, it was impossible for them to make Lin Hao suffer punishment from the sect. Because she knew that the female cultivators who practiced dual cultivation with Lin Hao had all benefited, she naturally wouldn't come forward to accuse her benefactor. Moreover, this also concerns their reputation. Although cultivators should not be burdened by fame, they still need to care about their reputation if they want to find an excellent Taoist partner. The competition has progressed to the third round, and the remaining disciples are all elites from their respective peaks, so the masters of each peak are paying close attention. Lin Hao decisively defeated Jiang Shuyan, and the peak master of Misty Peak looked rather displeased. Although Jiang Shuyan was not his disciple, he was still his personal student. It was a great loss of face for him to lose to someone he considered an unknown nobody. He flicked his sleeves and left. Feng Songyue didn't say anything. She disdained to make fun of others. Murong Qinshue couldn't help but speak up. Didn't you always boast that you were the best among the 5 peaks of Misty Peak? How come your personally trained disciple, whom you've trained for 3 years, is not as good as the newly promoted disciple of Great Bamboo Peak? Snort. The peak master of Misty Peak snorted heavily. Among all the peak masters, he had the highest cultivation level and a violent temper. Only this woman, Murong, dared to provoke him. He used to argue back, but later he realized that he was the one who would suffer in the end, so he stopped saying anything. Senior Sister Feng, I'm standing up for your Great Bamboo Peak. Aren't you going to thank me? It was your own choice, Feng Songyue said coldly. She had no interest in arguing with Murong Qinshue. She was pondering why her junior disciple's cultivation had progressed so quickly, even faster than her eldest disciple's. It should be noted that her eldest disciple possesses the rare Nine-Yang body, naturally compatible with fire elemental energy, and his progress in cultivating fire tribute techniques is remarkable. He went from chi refining to foundation establishment in just 1.5 years, which is nothing short of monstrous. But compared to Lin Hao, he is still a step behind. Could it be that this kid, Senior Sister Feng, Your precious disciple's cultivation speed is so fast, it seems he has gone astray. If he were with me at Xiaozhu Peak, he wouldn't have, Morong Qinxue said, raising her eyebrows. In fact, what Morong Qinxue said was exactly what Feng Sanyue was thinking. But she wouldn't let anyone speak ill of her disciples, so she retorted sharply. I really can't compliment the level of your teachings. You're nothing but a womanizer. Also, who says that's necessarily the wrong path? There are 3,000 paths to immortality, but only by finding the path that suits you can you go further on the path of cultivation. His breakthrough was so rapid, and his combat strength even surpassed that of other geniuses of the same level, which means that this is the path most suitable for him. Chapter 53 Ningqing Xue. He defeated Jiang Shuyan and entered the top 100 in the competition. Lin Hao achieved his expected goals, but he did not choose to retire while he was still at the peak of his career. The main reason was that the rewards for the competition were quite generous. Making it into the top 50 would earn him a high-grade yellow rank magic weapon, so he decided to take a gamble. The top 50 qualifying rounds will be held the following day. He had intended to return to the Demon Locking Tower, but unexpectedly received a message from his master asking him to come over. According to the rules of the sect, he can only participate in the competition and cannot engage in any other unauthorized behavior. However, the enforcement team dared not provoke his master, so they could only let him be. Lin Hao rode his flying sword to the top of Dazhu Peak. The master's holy face was expressionless, but the slight upturn of her foot revealed her inner anxiety. Master, Lin Hao performed a disciple's salute. Feng Sanyue said calmly, no need for formalities, come here. Lin Hao dared not disobey his master's request, so he had no choice but to take off his shoes, step on the soft fox fur, and walk up to his master. The two were only 2 feet apart. This was the first time he had ever been so close to his master. That stunningly beautiful face, when viewed up close, is even more breathtaking. A wisp of black hair swayed gently on her forehead. Her eyebrows were like distant mountains. Her phoenix eyes were captivating and charming. Her nose was delicate and straight. Her cheeks were slightly flushed. Her lips were luscious, and her skin was as white as jade, making one want to play with her. Furthermore, the master possesses a unique fragrance that would likely stir the heart of even those without roots. Is it pretty? Nice. He was halfway through his sentence when Lin Hao suddenly woke up, stammering in panic. Disciple. Unexpectedly, Feng Sanyue interrupted him directly. Lin Hao, how long have you been a student? 3 years and 5 months. Feng Sanyue raised her eyebrows and said, I remember half a year ago, you were at the 6th level of qi refining, and you only reached the foundation establishment stage 3 months ago. You won the championship in the outer sect competition. In these 3 months, you have advanced from the initial stage to the later stage, completing a journey that others may not be able to finish in 2 or 3 years, or even 8 or 10 years. Can you tell me why your cultivation speed is so fast? Lin Hao knew he couldn't hide it, and he didn't want to. He replied neither humbly nor arrogantly. Master, what I cultivate is the method of dual cultivation. Show me your martial arts techniques. His dual cultivation method was merely something he exchanged from the scripture pavilion. It wasn't particularly valuable. Besides, Feng Sanyue was his master, so he readily took it out. Feng Sanyue separated a wisp of her divine sense to examine the jade slip and discovered that it was just an extremely ordinary dual cultivation method, not the legendary Hehuan sect technique. She was even more surprised. This kind of ordinary dual cultivation technique was used by all the couples in the sect, but no one could achieve the effect that Lin Hao had shown. I'm afraid it's related to this kid's constitution. She extended a slender hand and touched Lin Hao's brow, then softly said, don't resist. With Feng Sanyue's cultivation level, he couldn't possibly resist any attempt to harm him, so Lin Hao faced the situation calmly. He felt a warm spiritual energy coursing through his meridians for about half a cup of tea's time. Feng Sanyue withdrew her spiritual power, a strange look appearing in her eyes. Lin Hao, what kind of physique did you have when you underwent physique awakening? Not knowing why his master asked such a question, Lin Hao pondered for a moment before saying, I don't know. The elder in charge of the awakening ceremony only said that my physique is ordinary. However, later, during my cultivation, I noticed that my physique was somewhat unusual. It appears to be very compatible with the method of dual cultivation. Master, could it be that I have some kind of rare constitution? Feng Sanyue shook her head slightly, pursed her red lips, and said, it's not rare, just a little special. You don't need to worry about it. Just continue cultivating as you did before. Lin Hao nodded. He felt that his master must know something, but since the other party was unwilling to say, he, as a disciple, could not ask any further questions. Lin Hao, you performed well in this competition, but the battles ahead will become increasingly difficult. Just do your best, but don't push yourself too hard, understand? This disciple understands. To voice all his doubts about cultivation techniques. Feng Songyue's cultivation was profound. Even a casual remark from her could greatly benefit Lin Hao. The master and disciple sat and discussed the Tao until dawn the next day. The inter-sect grand competition, top 50 qualifying round. Lin Hao was not very lucky. His opponent was a veteran late-stage foundation establishment cultivator who had been stuck at this level for several years. Whether it's the accumulation of magical power or the collection of magical treasures and talismans, it's all quite profound. Lin Hao used all his skills to barely win. It's worth mentioning that Shui Linger, who had a bet with him, came to watch the match. She failed to advance in the second round yesterday. When she saw Lin Hao win the fourth round and advance to the top 50, she felt terrible. She blamed herself for underestimating him and wondered why she hadn't set a goal of breaking into the top 10 of the inner sect. In this way, no matter what tricks the other party uses, they will not be able to complete it. Now what? Do I really have to submit to that lecherous bastard? Just when she was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, things took an unexpected turn for the better. In the round of 25, Lin Hao drew Ning Qingxue, a beautiful swordswoman, the sect leader's only disciple, and also the favorite to win this competition. You little thief, I hope Ning Qingxue beats you so badly you can't get out of bed. On the arena, Ning Qingxue wore a long white dress, holding a sword in her arms, her phoenix eyes calm and still. You are no match for me. She wasn't being disrespectful at all, she was just stating the facts. But his aloof demeanor stirred the passion of the cultivators below the stage. What a beautiful woman. Lin Hao looked her over and couldn't help but sigh. This woman's beauty was second only to his master. Dressed in white, with skin as white as snow, she is the epitome of beauty and elegance. Coupled with her own exceptional cultivation level, it's no wonder that countless male cultivators have fallen for her. Even Lin Hao, who had seen countless beauties, couldn't help but feel a ripple in his heart. Go ahead and make your move. I will not surrender without a fight. From the discussions below the stage, it was learned that this woman was at the great perfection of foundation establishment. Unlike ordinary foundation establishment cultivators, she could form her golden core at any time, and the quality of her golden core would not be low. However, she was unwilling to form her golden core because she wanted to hone her swordsmanship. We can't beat them, we really can't beat them. However, he still wanted to fight him and see how big the gap was between him and his opponent. This Lin Hao really has no self-awareness. Fairy Ning told him to throw down his sword and admit defeat, but he didn't know what was good for him and insisted on challenging her. Isn't that just asking for humiliation? That's fine, let Fairy Ning show him what it means to be outmatched. To attempt to challenge a swordsmanship genius is either foolish or idiotic. Huh? What right do you people, who can't even get onto the stage, have to criticize Lin Hao? Cui Qing'er said with a slight frown. I recognize you, Lin Hao's lover. Are you looking for death? The two groups started arguing, but Cui Qing'er was outnumbered and quickly fled after being verbally abused. The Palace of the Religion. Murong Qingxue reclined lazily on the soft couch, her two small eyebrows slightly raised. Lin Hao's fortune is too shallow. He actually ran into junior sister Qingxue. I'm afraid he'll be beaten so badly that he won't be able to stand up. The master of Misty Peak has always held a grudge against Lin Hao for defeating Jiang Shuyan. Having finally seized the opportunity, how could he let it slip by? Junior sister Murong is right. Junior nephew Qingxue is a leading figure among the younger generation of the sect. To deal with an unknown nobody, a single sword strike is all it takes. Sect leader Ouyang shook his head slightly, his expression becoming even more solemn as he said, Qingxue is not yet worthy of the title of number one. The disciples of the Supreme Elders are all outstanding. Feng Songyue's expression was unfriendly as she coldly said, Sect leader, there's no need to be so modest. Qingxue's strength is indeed in a class of its own among the younger generation. But to think you can defeat my disciple with a single sword strike? That's impossible. Feng Xingyue was known for protecting his own, and the two venerable masters of Shaozhu Peak and Piaomiao Peak, seeing his unfriendly expression, naturally did not want to offend him further and kept silent, only paying attention to the two people on the arena. Chapter 54 Three Swords. Clang. Ning Qingxue pushed the sword guard with her thumb, revealing a small part of the sword blade, which resembled a snow dragon and exuding a chilling sword intent. Your fearlessness is enough for me to draw my sword. Clang. The magic sword in his bosom was drawn from its sheath. On the arena, swords flashed in all directions. Fairy Ning actually drew her sword. It's worth it for Lin Hao to be killed. The cultivators below the stage spoke with great passion and fervor. Lin Hao ignored him, his mind focused entirely on his battle with Ning Qingxue. He wanted to see just how big the gap was between himself and a peerless genius. A fiery red longsword flew out from the pale yellow sword box behind him. Not only was his cultivation level weaker than his opponent's, but his magic sword was also 2 levels inferior. Nobody thought Lin Hao could win. No one even believed that Lin Hao could withstand Ning Qingxue's sword strike. Unlike other cultivators who mocked Lin Hao for overestimating his abilities, Ning Qingxue took him very seriously. Even when facing a strong opponent, she still dares to draw her sword. This is the swordsmanship she pursues. Defeat is not terrible. What is terrible is not even having the courage to fight. Are you ready? I will strike with all my might. Ning Qingxue's voice was soft, but her whole body exuded a terrifying fighting spirit, like a female killing god. With a flick of her wrist, the long sword, resembling a snow dragon, unleashed a dazzling sword aura. The crescent-shaped sword energy sliced through countless clouds and parted the gentle breeze for miles. Faced with this terrifying sword energy, Lin Hao's face turned pale. As expected of the #1 swordsman among the younger generation of the Xianyin sect, this sword energy was enough to suppress his peers. This sword energy is incredibly powerful. Even ordinary golden core cultivators probably couldn't withstand it. What makes Lin Hao so capable? Serves him right. Who told him to be so clueless? He deserves to die on this stage. As the crowd discussed this, a flame rose up, illuminating half the sky. The collision of the fiery sword energy and the crescent-shaped sword energy created a strange and beautiful effect, like ice melting and snow thawing. However, the fiery sword energy was clearly no match and was instantly cleaved in two. The crescent-shaped sword energy remained undiminished as it slashed towards Lin Hao. Mystic Fire Shield. Lin Hao's words thundered like spring thunder. The 3 talismans in his hand turned into black flames and condensed into shields. Boom, boom, boom. Sword energy cleaved through 3 shields. With his power almost completely depleted, Lin Hao was shocked. This #1 beauty of the inner sect was terrifyingly strong. If I hadn't been able to draw a mid-grade second-tier defensive talisman, I probably wouldn't have been able to withstand even one of its attacks. Ning Qingxue was surprised that her opponent could actually withstand one of her moves, and her phoenix eyes revealed admiration. But she did not choose to stop. Instead, she mobilized all her spiritual power and prepared to strike again. She always believed that the greatest respect for an opponent is to give it your all. The Snow Dragon sword unleashed a silvery white sword aura. This sword energy, like a bolt of lightning or a giant dragon, swiftly slashed at the opponent with the speed to cut through the wind. Lin Hao felt threatened with death. Since he had not yet recovered from the previous sword energy, he chose to temporarily evade. But the sword energy was drawn by the swordsman's aura, like a maggot clinging to his bone, relentlessly biting him. Buzz, forged from star iron, was pierced by sword energy, leaving a deep furrow. There's no way to avoid it. Simply running away is not a solution. Lin Hao gritted his teeth, his spiritual energy surged, and his outer clothes were shattered by the violent spiritual power within him, revealing a body that looked as if it were cast from refined steel. Starburst. All the fire elemental power in his body gathered at his fingertips, transforming into a small fireball. The white fireball deliberately collided with the silver dragon, sword energy. Boom, boom, boom. The fireballs exploded continuously, and although they failed to dissipate the sword energy, they did dim it by 3 points. Buzz. Lin Hao flicked the spine of the fire spirit sword, and 2 flying swords suddenly flew out of the sword box into the small garden. He stood on a flying sword, held another in his hand, and had a third flying over his shoulder. He resolutely charged towards the silver dragon, sword energy. An ant trying to shake a tree, like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. The onlookers, now giving their final verdict on Lin Hao's actions. The previous move was merely borrowing the power of the talisman. How did he block that attack? The physical body. Ridiculous. Nobody thought Lin Hao could stop him, not even his supporters. Cui Qing'er's beautiful eyes were filled with worry. That little rascal, has he gone mad? It's just a big competition. Why are you pushing yourself so hard? The current results are enough to offset the hardship of cleaning the demon-suppressing tower. What's the point of continuing to fight like this? Buzz. Sword energy severed the flying sword. Sword energy severs flesh. Lin Hao had a bloody wound cut into his chest. That cold light chilled to the bone. He mobilized all the fire elemental power in his body to repair his damaged physical body and barely withstood the sword energy attack. The fire spirit sword, which his master had given him, remained broken. He carried the broken sword, looked back at the cultivators below the stage, and barely managed to spot Lung Fengchun. I'm sorry, the bluebird you gave me is broken. Lung Fengchun carried a long sword, a strange emotion flashing in his eyes. She unsheathed her long sword, Wenxin, and threw it directly onto the arena. Fellow Taoist Lin, you can use this sword. It doesn't matter if it breaks. This spirited woman has the temperament of a heroine. Lin Hao took the sword and twirled it. Fellow Taoist Ning, I'm going to strike first this time. In truth, he was already at his limit, having exhausted most of his spiritual energy, and was no longer able to withstand another sword strike from his opponent. Even knowing he was no match for the enemy, he still drew his sword. This is his way. The man before him was only a small realm below him, yet he managed to withstand 2 of his moves. He was truly admirable. Ning Qingxue faced the scorching sword energy, as intense as the blazing sun, and swung the snow dragon sword once more. Buzz. With a single sword strike, the man was cut down from the arena. His body was like a tattered sack, rolling on the ground for a long time before stopping. The sight of Lin Hao, who was blasted off the stage by Sanjian, was met with applause from those who harbored resentment towards him. But those who cared about him rushed over immediately. Cui Qing'er knelt on the ground and hugged him in her arms. Lin Hao, are you stupid? Knowing you're no match, why do you still insist on taking the hit? Lin Hao smiled calmly and said, cultivation is not just for immortality, but also for the freedom to do as one pleases. I just want to see how much of a difference there is between myself and the number 1 swordsman of the younger generation in the Xianin sect. 3 swordsmen were cut down and knocked off the stage. His resolve to follow the Tao was not broken. On the contrary, it became even stronger. Ning Qingxue is the person he needs to catch up with now. Chapter 55 Handle. Fellow Taoist Lin, your spirit of drawing your sword is truly admirable. Lung Fengchun's 2 spirited eyebrows held a hint of respect. Lin Hao handed the long sword Wenxin to the other party, and said with a wry smile, thank you for the gift of the sword, fellow Taoist Lung. This sword did not break. Have that bluebird sword repaired by a master craftsman, and then return it to you. Lung Fengchun took the heart-questioning sword, sheathed it, and said with a smile, it's just a small matter, fellow Taoist, you don't need to worry about it. As for the bluebird, let's decide after my battle with you, fellow Taoist, has concluded and a victor has been determined. This woman is truly free-spirited, Lin Hao thought to himself, and then closed his eyes. The physical pain and the weakness from the depletion of his spiritual energy came at once, and he could hardly bear it. Meanwhile, in the sect leader's palace, the 3 peak masters engaged in a heated debate. I knew this would be the outcome. How could a wild brat who suddenly appeared be a match for junior nephew Qingxue? The master of Misty Peak said excitedly, sect leader, congratulations. With the strength that Qingxue has shown, winning first place in the competition is not difficult at all. When sect leader Ouyang heard this, he simply smiled modestly. Qingxue's advantage lies in her long cultivation period. If Lin Hao were given another 3 years, the outcome would still be uncertain. That's right, I have high hopes for Lin Hao. It's only a matter of time before he becomes a leading figure among the younger generation of the sect, Morong Qingxue said. Feng Songyue didn't reply, but flew directly out of the sect leader's palace to check on Lin Hao's injuries. Take this pill. Lin Hao took a red pill, and immediately felt his spiritual energy rapidly recover after swallowing it. The terrifying wound on his chest, where the bone was visible, healed visibly. Sacred Essence Pill. An elderly monk exclaimed. He recognized that Feng Songyue had given Lin Hao a 4th-grade pill, a sacred medicine used by nascent soul-stage cultivators to save their lives. Unexpectedly, the Venerable Lord would give this medicine to a mere foundation establishment disciple to heal his injuries. Lin Haoqiang struggled to his feet, a smile tugging at the corner of his mouth as he said, Thank you, master. Feng Songyue remained expressionless and said calmly, To withstand 3 sword strikes from Ning Qingxue head-on, are you courting death? Master, no need for further words. Focus on recovering from your injury, and then come back to me to receive your punishment. After his master left, Lin Hao leaned into Cui Qingyer's arms and whispered something. Your demon identity was never revealed in front of my master. I'm very curious about what kind of magic you used. Cui Qingyer smiled charmingly and said, "Want to know? I won't tell you." Woman, you're playing with fire. Lin Hao whispered in the woman's ear. Come see me tonight. Upon hearing this, Cui Qingyer was delighted and whispered, okay. Lin Hao's outstanding performance in entering the top 50 of the Intersect competition was enough to exempt him from the arduous task of cleaning the demon suppression tower. Moreover, with Feng Songyue vouching for him, there's no need to go to the demon suppression tower. He went straight back to his cave. It hadn't been lived in for a long time, and a layer of dust had accumulated inside. He used a whisk and a water purifier to clean up before meditating to heal his injuries. It was evening. Cui Qingyer arrived as promised. After the cultivation exchange, you're already injured, and you're still doing this. If you don't care about me, you should at least care about yourself, Cui Qingyer complained. Lin Hao stared at the top of the cave, his eyes somewhat unfocused, and said casually, I know my own physical condition best. I could do it again without any problem. That's right, I just don't want to. Unexpectedly, a hint of sorrow flashed in the woman's eyes. I thought things had eased a lot after our conversation, but who knew the other person would say such heartless things again? When will you make your move? Cui Qingyer sighed and said, originally, the competition would have been the best opportunity. But in order not to involve you, we have to find another time. Oh, so I should thank you? That's how it should be. The woman raised an eyebrow and said softly, although I am a demon, I am also a demon who values love. How could I possibly harm you? Your heartlessness towards me is truly heartbreaking. After saying this, the woman's eyes filled with tears, and she began to sob. Well, Lin Hao felt rather helpless when the woman cried. Cui Qingyer had indeed never done anything to harm him. On the contrary, she had always been dedicated to finding female cultivators for him. It can be said that without Cui Qingyer, he could not have improved his cultivation so quickly. In particular, despite his cold attitude and deliberate indifference towards her during this period, the woman remained devoted and loyal, truly showing her deep affection. Thinking of this, he hugged the woman. Cui Qingyer buried her head in the man's chest and wiped her tears on his body. Lin Hao, I want to discuss something with you. What is it? Tell me. Lin Hao's hand brushed across the silk, like skin, but he suspected that what the woman was talking about was related to the little fox. As expected, you no longer need to go to the demon suppression tower, so you should sever your relationship with the princess. She holds a revered position among the demons, and associating with her could implicate you. Furthermore, if the Green Mountain Demon King finds out about you and the princess, unless you stay in the Xianyin sect, even if you escape to the ends of the earth, the Green Mountain Demon King will not let you go. Lin Hao cupped the woman's face in his hands and asked, Are you thinking of me? Certainly. Actually, he knew the woman was right. If his relationship with the little fox were exposed, it would be difficult for him to handle the situation, whether it was with his own sect or the demon race. But the little fox was his woman, and he really couldn't bear to end their relationship like that. After a moment of contemplation, he sighed and said, Just as you said, I don't need to go to the demon suppression tower to clean anymore. Going there rashly will definitely attract the attention of those with ulterior motives, so it's better not to go. It's wonderful that you think that way. Cui Qingyer smiled radiantly, captivating all who beheld her. That way, we won't give others any leverage over us. Chapter 56: The Battle for the Championship. The next day, the final day of the Inner Gate competition, Lin Hao arrived at the venue early and secured a prime viewing spot. To make watching the match more comfortable, he specially bought a broadsword as wide as a door panel in the market. He sat on it with a steady and stable posture, and even placed a small table on the sword, with all kinds of spiritual fruits and teas. The other cultivators, seeing his leisurely and carefree demeanor, couldn't help but secretly blame themselves for being foolish not to have thought of this ingenious method. However, the more discerning cultivators were shocked by Lin Hao's profound spiritual power. Although cultivators who cultivate qi can manipulate objects, the greater the weight of the object, the greater the energy expenditure on themselves. Lin Hao was able to wield a broadsword as wide as a door panel with such ease, which shows that his spiritual power far surpasses that of ordinary foundation establishment cultivators. Paid no attention to the envious glances and whispers around him. His mind was entirely focused on the upcoming decisive battle. It is worth mentioning that Ning Qingshue's opponent in this battle was none other than the disciple of the Supreme Elder Lu Yi. Ning Qingshue's victory over a group of senior disciples and her standing on the final stage was truly astonishing. But, Her opponent is even more terrifying. Since the start of the competition, he has defeated all his opponents without making a single move. He truly didn't make a single move. Because none of his opponents could break through his defenses, they either exhausted themselves or gave up on their own. Previously, Lin Hao was focused on preparing for the battle and hadn't paid attention to this point. Now, he was very curious about what this direct disciple of the Supreme Elder had relied on. The final battle was personally presided over by the Grand Elder. An old man dressed in a black Taoist robe floated in midair and said in a majestic tone, "The intersect competition is a battle between dragons and tigers. Life and death are the responsibility of each person. Each shall accept their fate. I now declare the final battle begins." Buzz. Ning Qingxue drew the snow dragon's sword from behind her, its silver light pouring freely into the world. The fact that she drew her sword immediately shows that she takes her opponent very seriously. Ning Xianzi has defeated almost every enemy with a single move along the way. I think she can defeat Lu Buping. Although Fairy Ning is very strong, I have high hopes for senior brother Lu, because he defeated all his enemies without making a single move, so he is obviously stronger. Ning and Lu each have their supporters. The two on stage haven't even clashed yet, but the audience is already arguing. The strongest sword versus the strongest shield. Will the sword break or the shield shatter? Let's wait and see. Lin Hao saw Lung Fengchun watching the battle in the crowd, so he invited him via telepathy. The spirited woman accepted the invitation with ease. Cui Qing'er and the others could act at any time, so in order to minimize the impact on him, Cui Qing'er decided to see him less often. Therefore, he would have no one to watch the Intersect Championship battle with him, so it was good for him to have someone to talk to now. Fellow Taoist Lin, who do you think will win the championship between the two on the stage? Lung Fengchun asked. Lin Hao put down his teacup, pondered for a moment, and shook his head slightly, saying, "It's hard to say. I haven't watched Lu Buping's matches, so I can't make any rash judgments." Lung Fengchun drank a cup of spiritual wine and said leisurely, "I have been paying attention to this. This supreme disciple is a master of body refinement. I feel that he has refined his body into a magical treasure." Body tempering? A hint of surprise flashed in Lin Hao's eyes. He was about to speak when he saw the two people on the stage locked in a fierce battle. Buzz. Ning Qingxue unleashed a silver dragon sword aura. If the arena hadn't been made of divine iron, it wouldn't have been able to withstand such a violent and deadly attack. Boom. Sword energy crisscrosses. Under the enormous, crescent-shaped sword energy, Lu Buping's body was like an ant, destined only to be crushed. However, the astonishing sword energy only left a white mark on the opponent before dissipating into the world. Lin Hao's pupils contracted. Such strong defense. He was well aware of the power of Ning Qingxue's sword techniques. Such a violent sword move was like tickling Lu Buping. It was truly astonishing. The sword energy failed to achieve its purpose, but instead ignited Ning Qingxue's fighting spirit. With a wave of her hand, she unleashed several sword energies, then charged forward with her sword in hand. At the same time, Lu Buping clasped his hands together, and golden light shone brightly from his body. It not only withstood the sword energy. Ning Qingxue's sword struck his body, but failed to break through his defenses. This physical body is excessive. Lin Hao really didn't know how to describe the shock he felt. A body of flesh and blood, yet harder than a magical artifact. Is this body refining technique really that powerful? No wonder it's widely known in the cultivation world that you should never engage in close combat with a body refining cultivator. Their defense is comparable to that of a Xian turtle, who could possibly break through it. Interesting. Ning Qingxue smiled smugly. He flashed backward, retreating several dozen feet to maintain a safe distance. He then placed the long sword horizontally in front of him. All the spiritual power in his body was poured into the magic sword. The already bright sword shone even brighter with the addition of spiritual energy, like the bright moon in the night sky. Buzz. The long sword rang out on its own, like the roar of a dragon. Snowstorm. Ning Qingxue parted her lips slightly and unleashed her strongest move. The sky was clear and blue, but suddenly a heavy snow began to fall. A north wind is blowing, and the temperature is dropping suddenly. Hundreds of millions of snowflakes, like streaks of sword light, all slashed towards Lu Buping. Silver and gold light. Yin and yang. Two streams of spiritual energy are clashing. The sword energy lasted for about half an incense stick's time before it dissipated. Chapter 57 Jealousy and Competing. Forged from divine iron, is now unrecognizable, riddled with craters, as if struck by a meteor. Blood trickled from the corner of Lu Buping's mouth, but his body remained as upright as a pine tree, never falling. Even after unleashing her strongest move, Ning Qingxue only managed to inflict minor injuries on her opponent, and she shook her head helplessly. I lost. She walked off the stage with a graceful air. If I fail to break through the defenses this time, I'll just have to go down and cultivate diligently. She can take things on, and she can let them go. He left behind only a dashing figure for the cultivators. After watching Ning Qingxue leave, Lin Hao's gaze fell on Lu Buping. This guy's defense is incredibly tough. He's truly turned his body into a magical weapon. Even if I used all my strength, I probably wouldn't be able to leave a single white mark on it, unless... He reached into his storage bag and stroked the sword pellet that his master had given him. Perhaps the sword energy unleashed by this sword pellet can break through Lu Buping's golden body. But this is ultimately an external force. We still need to strengthen ourselves. His eyes were fixed on the boundless sky. I must train diligently and strive to defeat Sword and Shield as soon as possible and become the #1 in the inner sect. Lin Hao secretly set a goal in his heart. The Palace of the Religion. Congratulations to Master Lu's beloved disciple for winning the championship, the Lord of Misty Peak said with a smile. To win the inner sect competition without even making a single move. This will surely become a legendary tale once it gets out. Lu Yi's already wrinkled face turned into a chrysanthemum when he smiled. This stubborn disciple is not good at cultivating qi, but he has quite a talent for body cultivation. After 3 years of cultivation, his performance can only be described as mediocre. Feng Sanyue snorted coldly and said, "Is body tempering just about turning yourself into a tortoise? I think he's not refusing to make a move, he just doesn't understand any sophisticated techniques. Making a move would only lead to his humiliation." Lu Yi's smile vanished instantly, and he said in a somewhat cold tone, "Fire Girl, what you're saying is really harsh. If you find it unpleasant, you don't have to listen. Lu Yi was a generation above the leaders of the various peaks, and was usually treated with great respect. Only this fiery girl dared to defy him. But he was helpless because Huiyada's master was even more protective of his own. If he dares to attack Feng Sanyue, he'll be hunted down all over the world. His own disciple won, but he felt even worse than if he had lost. What kind of situation is this? Lu Buping's victory signifies the official conclusion of this inner sect competition. Sect leader Ouyang personally distributed rewards to the outstanding disciples. He won first place in the inner sect competition, obtained a level 1 earth rank spell, and also received a high-grade level 1 profound rank magic treasure. The second and third place winners only received Xian-level magic treasures. As one of the top 50, Lin Hao was not only exempted from the punishment of cleaning the demon suppression tower, but also received a high-grade yellow rank magic weapon. The purple gold soft armor, a defensive magic item, is perfect for him. However, he was determined to form his core as soon as possible, so this soft armor could only be used temporarily, but it was better than nothing. He returned to his cave and put on his soft armor. He has always believed that the more means of survival the better. The following days were rather boring. Cui Qing'er no longer took the initiative to contact him, nor did she try to set him up with anyone else. Lin Hao suddenly thought of Shui Ling. They had a bet, but this girl didn't take the initiative to come to him. Then, let him go find her and fulfill the agreement. It seems that his silence indicates the other party is prepared to renege on their debt. That won't do. He's eager to improve his strength. Shui Linger is still a virgin and her cultivation level is foundation establishment. If she could engage in dual cultivation, she would surely benefit greatly. He rode his flying sword to Little Bamboo Peak. He didn't know where Shui Linger lived, but she was a personal disciple and a renowned, beautiful cultivator. With a little inquiry, it was easy to find out where the other person lived. In a cave dwelling, Shui Linger sat on the bed, her eyes sparkling with gentle waves. "Senior brother Lu, you don't need to be like this. Fate cannot be forced, and I only want to cultivate the Tao, and have no intention of finding a Taoist partner." A tall, slender male cultivator, his handsome face filled with restlessness and impatience. "Junior sister, we grew up together and entered the immortal sect together. If we could become Taoist partners, it would surely be a perfect match." Before Lu Yulo could finish speaking, the restrictions on the cave dwelling began to rattle. Who was so annoying, choosing this time to visit my junior sister? Shui Linger was happy to see someone coming to visit, thinking she could get rid of Lu Yulo's entanglement, but, after sensing the visitor's aura, her face immediately fell. It was that lecherous bastard. This shameless person came knocking on my door. Could it be that they want to? Shui Linger became increasingly frightened as she thought about it, and naturally did not want to let the other person in. She wanted to pretend that no one was there and let the other person leave on their own. However, the other party seemed convinced that there were people in the cave and refused to leave, which made her feel quite helpless. Lu Yulo sensed something unusual about the woman and spoke up. Junior sister, is that person outside a harasser? Shui Linger rolled her eyes dramatically, silently complaining to herself. You two are equally bad, neither of you are any good, and both are equally annoying. Clearly, if Lin Hao wasn't allowed in today, he could stay outside the cave indefinitely, which would attract a lot of attention. It will have a negative impact on her reputation. She frowned and thought for a while before deciding to let him in, so she opened the barrier. Lin Hao entered the cave and saw that there was another man there. He was immediately displeased, and his eyes narrowed slightly. Junior sister, I'm here. Who is your junior sister? Shui Linger weakly retorted, but her voice lacked strength. This was mainly because her strength was currently weaker than the other parties, so it was normal for her to be called a junior sister. The competition is over, and I've advanced to the top 50. Junior sister, it's time for you to fulfill your bet. Shui Linger looked slightly flustered and changed the subject. What bet? Of course, you'd become my Taoist partner. Before Shui Linger could refute, she angered Lu Yulo, who was standing next to her. Kid, what nonsense are you spouting here? Whose pants weren't fastened properly, exposing you? Lin Hao raised an eyebrow, not even opening his eyes to look at the other person. I'm talking to junior sister Linger. Who do you think you are? An outsider who dares to interrupt? You. Lu Yulo's face turned a deep purplish red. He was already annoyed that the other person was more handsome than him, and he also resented the other person's flirtatious behavior towards Shui Linger. So his anger suddenly flared up. Boy, who do you think you are, daring to harass junior sister Ling? Lin Hao stepped forward and pulled Shui Linger into his arms. Shui Linger's body trembled, and she struggled, but the difference in their strength was now too great. Lin Hao was using hidden force, so she couldn't break free easily. She simply stopped struggling and let the two of them fight like dogs. Lin Hao glanced at Lu Yulo with disdain. Linger and I are Taoist partners. What are you doing here? Are you a lonely dog? You. Lu Yulo's chest heaved with anger. He couldn't win the verbal battle, so he decided to resort to violence. Before he could make a move, the other party had already attacked. Buzz. A flash of cold light. The fire spirit sword was pressed against Lu Yulo's chest. Boom. Lin Hao channeled all his fire elemental power into the longsword. Heat waves rippled through the cave. The aroma of meat. Shui Linger's pupils dilated. She knew all too well that the two were evenly matched. But Lin Hao was able to defeat his enemy in one move, and his actions in battle were ruthless. Chapter 58 Considerations. He was subdued without even making a move in front of the woman he loved. Lu Yulo wanted to get revenge, but he had a strong sense of crisis. If I dared to say anything out of line, I'm afraid I'd get a hole punched in my chest. Fellow Taoist, do you know who I am? Lin Hao narrowed his eyes slightly and said calmly, Who are you? I am a disciple of the transmission elder of Misty Peak. If you leave now, I can pretend nothing happened. Oh. Lu Yulo thought the other party was about to compromise and was overjoyed, but the next moment, he felt a pain in his chest. Hiss. He gasped and quickly said, Brother, let's talk this out. Get out of here now, and I can pretend nothing happened. Lu Yulo's face stiffened. Had he been told the exact words back? Hesitating, the sword pierced even deeper. Brother, stop stabbing me. Stop stabbing me. I'll get out of here right now. Faced with life and death, dignity is nothing. Lu Yulo hurriedly turned around and was about to run out. Wait a minute. He had only taken 2 steps when he was stopped. He was furious, but he was under someone else's roof and could only force a smile. Brother Dao, what is it? He asked, forcing a smile. Lin Hao made a gesture and said calmly, Get out. Roll. Not having his heart pointed at by a long sword, Lu Yulo wanted to retort, but then he saw his opponent take out a sword pellet. The scorching sword aura made him want to kneel down and beg for mercy. He didn't dare to resist anymore and rolled away, scurrying away. Beside her, Shui Linger's expression was not good. She thought that the two of them had fought to a standstill, and she. But who would have thought that Lin Hao would be so forceful, giving him no chance at all? Lu Yulo, you chicken out too quickly. Even if you resisted, what difference would it make? Lin Hao really dared to kill a disciple within the sect? Just thinking about facing Lin Hao, this great demon king, gave her an immense headache. Now that there are no outsiders, it's time to keep our promise. Lin Hao looked at the woman, a glint in his eyes. This, junior sister, are you perhaps considering backing out? Shui Linger was caught in a dilemma, unsure of what to do. Lin Hao, can we change the prize? I'm willing to compensate you with a high-grade yellow rank magic weapon. Junior sister, in my eyes it is a priceless treasure. How could it be compensated by a mere high-grade yellow rank magic weapon? Shui Linger gritted her teeth and said resolutely. 2 items, I'll give you 2. And I'll also teach you an offensive technique. Lin Hao shook his head again and said calmly, none of these are what I want. I just want to discuss the mysteries of life with you. You. As the man drew ever closer, Shui Linger's heart pounded wildly. Lin Hao calmed down. The man's fiery gaze truly frightened her. We need to come up with a solution quickly, or we'll really be in trouble. Her little brain worked quickly, and after a moment, she made a decision. Lin Hao, this kind of thing can only be done between Taoist partners. And the most important thing for becoming Taoist partners is mutual trust. You can only prove you trust me if you show me the cultivation technique you practice. I'll show you. Lin Hao took out his cultivation technique, Jade Slip, without hesitation. The Xin level cultivation technique, 9 revolutions Crimson Flame technique, when mastered to its fullest extent, allows one to repeatedly refine the fire elemental energy within the body and even ignite the earth's fire. Shui Linger took the Jade Slip containing the cultivation technique and was shocked. She had asked to look at the technique because she thought the other party would consider it too precious and wouldn't let her look at it. As a result, the other party took it out without saying a word, which thwarted her wishful thinking. See? This one won't do. I have another book on dual cultivation. Do you want to take a look? As he spoke, Lin Hao took out the dual cultivation technique again. It's a good opportunity for us to cultivate and study together. Chapter 59 Bloodshed. I'm 1,000 times better than those monsters. Being my Taoist partner means I can improve my cultivation just by lying down. Isn't that better than toiling away all day long? After studying the cultivation technique together, Lin Hao continued to persuade Shui Linger. Let me think about it. You go first, okay? Shui Linger pleaded. Okay, think about it carefully. Lin Hao also felt that they shouldn't push Shui Linger too hard, so he agreed. As he left Shui Ling's cave, he suddenly frowned. Such a strong demonic aura. Could it be that Shui Qing'er and the others have made their move? Demonic energy surged to the heavens, and shouts of battle thundered. But if it's just about rescuing the little fox, why does it cause such a strong demonic aura? He didn't want to get involved in this mess. However, the situation is now unpredictable, and if he doesn't go, it's like being scratched by 100 cats, which is really unbearable. He patted the sword box behind him, took out the fire spirit longsword, and flew towards the place where the battle was about to begin. In the distance, a huge dragon could be seen coiled on the mountain where the demon locking tower was located. Its massive body was comparable to a great river. The ferocious dragon head spews out clouds and lightning. Several black dots flew rapidly, fighting with the dragon. The demon ceiling tower is located has been almost completely leveled. With a casual wave of its massive body, black specks would fall. Those who could fight the dragon were undoubtedly the strongest in their sect, yet they were knocked to the ground like dumplings being dropped into a pot. Demon King, absolutely Demon King. Lin Hao was shocked, feeling the demonic power, and his blood and chi surged within him. That vixen Shui Qing'er deceived me. She released the Demon King. No, she released all the demons. You promised to only save the little fox. His eyes were utterly cold. He was deceived. He was deceived by a woman again. He felt like a fool, being manipulated by a woman. The demon ceiling tower collapsed, and 10,000 demons escaped. These beasts have been suppressed for a long time, yet their ferocity remains undiminished. The 3-legged golden toad swallowed several Xian insect disciples whole. An old wolf with venomous eyes targeted young cultivators, biting through their throats with its jaws. A dragon-like demon was chewing on a male cultivator while humiliating a female cultivator beneath it. The Xianin sect was thrown into chaos, and rivers of blood flowed. Lin Hao felt the sword box behind him tremble. Xiang Xiaoyuan, you not only have to slay demons, but also suppress monsters? Buzz. Another sword flew out of the sword box. It was the broken bluebird. He took it to a master craftsman for repair. One hand holds fire spirit, the other bluebird. Lin Hao resolutely charged towards the demon camp. The sword in my hand is like the rising sun cutting through the morning dew, unwavering and resolute. The sword, wreathed in scorching flames, slashed towards a bear demon with lightning speed. The sword energy seemed to scorch the air itself, producing a crackling sound as it passed through, leaving a burn mark on the rocks. The bear demon was taken aback, never expecting to be targeted by such a ruthless person. Although it was fat and strong, it reacted with lightning speed. The enormous bear paw, covered in a cloud of earth spikes, slammed down on the fire spirit sword. The violent force caused the air to tremble slightly. The bear's head, as large as a millstone, opened its bloody maw and bit at the cultivator's shoulder. At the same time, Lin Hao's azure bird longsword unleashed several sword shadows, producing a resounding sound as it pierced the air, aiming for the bear demon's heart. A hint of horror flashed in the bear demon's narrowed eyes. The opponent's reaction in the face of battle was so fast that it was simply terrifying. It sensed the threat of death and dared not take the attack head-on, so it had to withdraw its move, but it was already too late. The bluebird sword, like a whirlwind, pierced towards the bear demon. Even with its thick fur and amazing defensive capabilities, it couldn't withstand the attack. In 10 breaths, it was stabbed over 100 times. Its chest was a bloody mess, like a lump of rotten flesh. Lin Hao seized the opportunity and was not about to let it slip away. He used his chi to control his sword and freed up his left hand. He lunged forward, his fist aimed straight at the bear demon's wound. Starburst. He muttered something to himself, and his fist was immediately covered with violent fire elemental energy, roasting the bear demon's fur and flesh. The air was filled with the aroma of roasted meat. Had slaughtered several Xian Yin sect disciples, collapsed heavily to the ground. In Lin Hao's hand, he held a vibrant heart that seemed to be beating. Boom. Lightning flashed and thunder roared. Lin Hao looked up at the demon ceiling tower in the distance, where the battle was almost at its most intense. Sect masters were continuously struck down by the dragon's tail, but the dragon itself was also seriously injured, with a gaping maw blasted open in its body, its blood staining the sky. But dragons are inherently ferocious, and the more injured they are, the more ferocious they become. Thick clouds covered the sky, and hail began to fall from the sky, the hailstones being cone-shaped. This is yet another supernatural power unleashed by the dragon. Lightning, strong winds, and hail. This ferocious dragon is proficient in attack techniques of 3 different attributes, which is truly rare. No wonder it was so difficult for several sect experts to subdue this beast. But where did the sect leader and the 5 peak masters go? If they were here, how could they allow the dragon to run rampant? Lin Hao looked up at the black clouds. Between the thunder and lightning, he faintly sensed an aura that made his soul tremble. Could it be that the sect leader and the 5 peak masters are fighting an even stronger being above the clouds? He shook his head slightly. This high-level battle was clearly beyond his ability to intervene. The most important thing right now was to kill as many demon beasts as possible. He rushed to the demon ceiling tower, and as he approached, he saw a familiar figure. Han Liyue was surrounded by several demons. Her light blue dress was stained with blood, her black hair was disheveled, and her face was covered with blood and sweat. Lin Hao felt a chill in his heart and jumped off the flying sword, crashing down on an old wolf like a falling meteor. His eye for seizing opportunities was extremely sharp. When he crashed, he landed right on Old Wolf's waist. A crisp snap. Old Wolf, who was equivalent to the late Foundation establishment stage, was killed by him sitting on his butt. Han Liyue was surrounded by 4 Foundation establishment demons and was already at her limit. After the Old Wolf was smashed to death, the pressure on her body lessened a bit. When she saw who had come to her rescue, she was shocked. Lin Hao. She thought she was going to die here, but she never expected that this little man would save her. Roar. A lion covered in black fur leaped high and pounced on Lin Hao. The lion's gaping maw contained gleaming teeth that resembled daggers, radiating a chilling aura. Facing the lion that had pounced on him, Lin Hao remained calm and composed, effortlessly dodging the attack and nimbly moving behind the lion before delivering a powerful punch. The fist, carrying flames, smashed into the lion's waist and abdomen. The ferocious beast, as large as an elephant, was blasted 5 or 6 zhong away by a single punch, blood spilling from its mouth and nose. Despite the heavy blow, the lion remained ferocious, roaring like thunder as it pounced on the humans once more. But it misjudged one thing. Even if it didn't come over, Lin Hao would still take the initiative to attack. Now, it's only hastening its demise. Click, click. The sound of bones cracking was incessant. The once arrogant and ferocious beast was torn to pieces by Lin Hao. Limbs and dismembered bodies were scattered all over the ground. This was a true case of being completely dismembered. Both Han Liyue and the 2 demons fighting her were filled with horror in their eyes. That's brutal, absolutely brutal. A sense of awe arose in Han Liyue's heart. This young man was so fierce. Zhan'er would probably never be able to surpass him in this lifetime. The two creatures were a bull demon and a white crane. They recalled the fear of being dominated by Lin Hao in prison. Escape. The two demonic creatures fled like wild dogs that had broken free of their reins. Chapter 60 Internal Strife Among the Demon Clan. Thank you. Han Liyue's face was flushed, seemingly due to the severity of her injuries, and she spoke weakly. Lin Hao simply nodded in acknowledgement and prepared to leave on his flying sword. Wait a minute. Han Liyue called out to the other person, then took out a storage bag from her bosom. Here are some talismans and pills. You can take them and use them for now. Need not. Lin Hao leaped onto the flying sword hovering in midair and laughed nonchalantly. No need for that. I am a talisman master. I have no shortage of talismans or pills. Keep it for yourself. Monsters are rampant, so be careful. Han Liyue watched the departing figure with a sense of loss, feeling that this young man was drifting further and further away from her. Lin Hao sped along, practically flying close to the mountainside. The closer they got to the demon ceiling tower, the fiercer the battle became. Severed limbs and blood staining the stones. Among the corpses scattered everywhere, he recognized many familiar faces, including Jiang Mingfei. This coward actually dares to fight against monsters? But he died a worthy death. Wang Jingzhan, having lost an arm, continued to charge into battle. Along the way, Lin Hao helped his fellow disciples who were in a disadvantaged position. But he did not linger in battle. He's going to find Cui Qing'er and the little fox and get to the bottom of this. When he was almost halfway up the mountain, he finally saw a familiar figure. Both women reverted to their true forms, a snow-white nine-tailed fox and a swift lynx. With each attack, they left a trail of blood. Especially Cui Qing'er, who is ruthless and has sharp claws that are specifically designed to rip out hearts. The figure, which resembled a female demon, made Lin Hao feel a sense of unfamiliarity. A complex mix of emotions flashed in his eyes, 7 parts anger and 2 parts sorrow. Buzz. The nine-tailed fox's long tail, like streaks of lightning, swept towards a female cultivator. Grass sword technique, break. A streak of cyan sword light pierced through the nine-tailed fox's attack. Lung Fengchun, holding a long sword, walked into the middle of the battlefield, his 2 narrow eyebrows slightly raised, exuding a vigorous heroic spirit. You bitch, how dare you ruin our good time? Who has transformed into her true form as a demon, is mad and extremely fierce. The raised claws emitted a chilling, eerie light. Lin Hao sighed inwardly. Had Cui Qing'er, this vixen, really been hiding her true strength? His eyes gradually turned cold. Clang. He pulled the bluebird from the sword case and slashed away Cui Qing'er's attack. A hint of surprise flashed in Lung Fengchun's eyes, and he said with a smile, Fellow Taoist Lin. Lin Hao nodded in greeting and stood side by side with the heroic female cultivator. Cui Qing'er hadn't expected to encounter Lin Hao here. She immediately reverted to human form and subconsciously said, Lin Lang. You monster, you are not worthy to call me that. Beside her, the little fox also reverted to her demon form, transforming into a stunningly beautiful woman, a flicker of emotion flashing in her foxy eyes. You go quickly, leave this to me, Lin Hao said to Lung Fengchun. Lung Fengchun knew that Lin Hao and Cui Qing'er were having an affair. After hesitating for a moment, he nodded in agreement, leaving Lin Hao to handle his entanglement on his own. Let's go somewhere else. Lung Fengchun addressed the other disciples. The little fox and Cui Qing'er, powerful and ruthless, had just escaped death and were eager to leave the battlefield, so they immediately followed. The little fox and Cui Qing'er didn't stop them or say anything, and the other demons didn't stop them from leaving either. Why? After everyone left, Lin Hao turned to Cui Qing'er and asked. Cui Qing'er lowered her head. She knew what the other party wanted to ask. The original agreement was to only save the princess and then flee far away. But now, she has not only released a demon king, but also, she has released all the suppressed demons. From the perspective of the demon race, what she did was understandable, but she did break the promise she made to the man. Cui Qing'er smiled bitterly and sighed. Lin Hao, it was indeed my fault for lying to you. But have you ever thought about how we could escape safely if we didn't release all the demons and throw the Xianyin sect into chaos? I have no choice but to do this so that I can leave more safely. What the other party said did make sense, but what Lin Hao cared about was that he had been deceived. If you were going to do this, why did you say you would only release Little Fox in the first place? What a load of nonsense. He sneered. Now that you have rescued your demon princess, why don't you leave quickly instead of causing trouble here? Cui Qing'er was about to speak when she was interrupted by the little fox. My parents died at the hands of you humans. In that battle, the dog cultivators of the Xian'an sect contributed greatly. How could I not hate them? Moreover, I've been imprisoned here and suffered endless torture. What's wrong with killing a few cultivators to vent my anger? Lin Hao had heard of this so-called war to exterminate demons. Back then, in order to wipe out the Qingxiu demon race, several major cultivation sects joined forces and killed the Qingxiu demon king. In that battle, the master of the current leader of the Xian'an sect was seriously injured. The injury was fundamental, and he is currently in seclusion. He hadn't participated in the war to exterminate demons, so he couldn't comment on it. But now that his sect was being ravaged by demons, he had to stand up. Lin Hao, for the sake of our past relationship, I can let you go. You can leave now. Lin Hao's expression was complicated, and his eyes gradually turned cold. This is my sect, why should I leave? It's you bunch of monsters who should leave. Those who want to disrupt my sect and slaughter my fellow disciples will first have to step over my dead body. The little fox felt a chill in her heart, and her long eyelashes trembled. This man was truly heartless. Was he declaring war on her? Just as she was lost in thought, she suddenly felt a pain in her chest. A long, emerald green sword pierced through her body. She turned around and found that the one who had betrayed her was actually Cui Qing'er. You. The little fox's face turned pale, and demonic power gathered in its hands, blasting away the traitor. After shaking off Cui Qing'er, the little fox coughed up a mouthful of blood and endured the excruciating pain to pull the long knife out of its body. Lin Hao was shocked to witness this scene. What on earth is Cui Qing'er up to? Why did they suddenly attack the little fox? Buzz. Lin Hao unleashed a sword beam, forcing Cui Qing'er, who was attacking the little fox again, back away, and then stood in front of the little fox. At the same time, the demon race immediately split into two groups. One group stood guard in front of the little fox, while the other group followed Cui Qing'er, creating a tense standoff. Lin Hao frowned and asked, "What are you up to?" The little fox's face was deathly pale, and her body was so weak that she swayed. She looked at the woman, her trusted and capable assistant. Why would she betray her? Cui Qing'er hid among the demons, a hint of disappointment flashing in her eyes. She had thought she could strike hard and kill the little fox. Hearing Lin Hao's question, Cui Qing'er looked at the two of them, her feelings complicated. Having betrayed the trust of two people in succession, how could he not feel something in his heart? But she quickly composed herself and said coldly, "My princess, you are too naive. Some people in Qingxiu want you to return, while others don't. I was just following orders, so please don't blame me." Lin Hao finally understood that this involved internal strife within the demon race. The demon race went to great lengths to rescue the little fox, perhaps hoping to win over the hearts of the other demons. However, saving the little fox would mean having another obstacle, so saving the dead little fox is the best outcome. A bunch of hairy beasts, they're quite good at scheming. Thinking of this, he looked at the little fox with a hint of pity in his eyes. This is a victim of power struggles. Chapter 61, Will we meet again? A hint of impatience flashed in Cui Qing'er's eyes, and she said hurriedly, "Lin Hao, get out of the way." After saying this, she beckoned to the demons behind her, ready to forcibly engage in a bloody battle. Unexpectedly, Lin Hao stood between the two, arms outstretched, like an immovable king. "You mustn't hurt her," Cui Qing'er said angrily. "Lin Hao, what do you mean by this? Are you determined to protect that little bastard? Let me tell you, this is an internal matter of my demon race. Meddling will only bring trouble upon yourself." Seeing that Lin Hao still wouldn't move aside, she said sternly, "You haven't developed feelings for this little brat, have you? Or do you really think she likes you? It's all fake, a complete lie. She just wants to use you." Lin Hao remained silent, then turned to look behind him. The little fox's eyes darted around furtively. He heard a voice transmission in his ear. "Cui Qing'er is right. There is no affection between us. You should leave now." Lin Hao retorted, "Are you sure you have no feelings for me?" Seeing the little fox stunned and speechless, he curled his lips slightly and said domineeringly, "As a man, it is only natural to protect your woman. If you want to hurt her, you'll have to get past me first." Cui Qing'er looked sorrowful and said, "Then what about me? Am I not your woman? You are one of them, so the two of you shouldn't kill each other." "Impossible. The situation is already dire, and even if I defy that person's will and stop taking action, I will still face the pursuit of that little beast's lineage." Neither side. She shouted and waved her jade hand, signaling her demon subordinates to step forward and fight their opponent. Lin Hao pointed behind her and said calmly, "Take a look behind you first, and then decide whether to fight or not." Cui Qingge turned around and saw thousands of streaks of light in the distant sky. Reinforcements from all the peaks of the Xianyin sect had arrived. Her face turned deathly pale. Despite the fierce fighting, she knew that the demon race was at a disadvantage, since this was the human race's home ground. If the human race were to receive another batch of fresh troops, the demon race would surely be defeated. She made a decision immediately and led the demons away. The little fox thanked Lin Hao and was about to leave when it was stopped. "Are you stupid? Cui Qingge left first. She'll definitely be waiting outside for you. Isn't this just walking into a trap?" The little fox turned pale and asked helplessly, "What should I do?" "Take off your clothes." "Take off your clothes?" Half a cup of tea. Lin Hao changed into the little fox's clothes and used his disguise technique to transform himself into the little fox. He then led several demons who were determined to become assassins to fly outside the sect. Meanwhile, the little fox, dressed only in a single layer of clothing, fled in the opposite direction, escorted by two trusted confidants. When Lin Hao arrived outside the sect, he indeed spotted Cui Qingge and the others. He quickly pretended to be panicked and wandered around like a headless fly. Seeing this, Cui Qingge, who was hiding, had a hint of doubt in her eyes. This little brat seemed strange, but if she didn't chase after him, he would escape. Left with no other choice, Cui Qingge had to pursue the matter with a belly full of doubts. Lin Hao separated his divine sense, and sensed that Cui Qingge was leading the demons to catch up. A smile appeared on his lips. His aim was to buy the little fox time to escape, so he didn't linger in the fight and only focused on running away. This is where his speed advantage comes into play. The escape technique he obtained from Xue Linger is now proving useful. The more Cui Qingge chased, the more puzzled she became. The Qingqiu Fox clan was not good at escape techniques, so how could this little beast escape so quickly? Fearing that continuing this pursuit would yield no results, she gritted her teeth, spat out a mouthful of blood essence, and used the blood escape technique. Its speed immediately increased, and it caught up with the other side in an instant. However, when she stood in front of her pursuers, she immediately sensed something was wrong. "You're not a little bastard, you're Lin Hao." The two had known each other's strengths and weaknesses day and night, and even if Lin Hao used his disguise technique, Cui Qingge could still recognize him at a glance. Having his disguise exposed, Lin Hao decided to lay his cards on the table and reveal his true identity. Cui Qingge looked at that handsome face with an extremely complicated expression. "Why? Don't you understand that the Fox clan is the most ruthless? What do you gain by going to such lengths for that little beast? Because she's my woman. Huh, you really are a lovesick fool. If I had known this day would come, I should have launched the plan earlier and let the Xianyin sect know that you not only seduced demons, but also formed a bond with monsters, so that you and that little beast could die together. You won't." Lin Hao took 2 steps forward, extended 2 fingers, and lifted the woman's snow-white, pointed chin. "If you are so heartless towards me, why don't you send the demons forward and chop me into mincemeat?" Looking into the man's burning gaze, Cui Qingge felt her legs go weak, so she quickly bit her tongue to bring herself back to her senses. "Lin Hao, you don't need to use sweet words. I'll tell you the truth. Our relationship is completely over." After saying that, Cui Qingge pushed the man away and led the demons to leave, but Lin Hao stopped her. "You can't leave now." Cui Qingge instantly flew into a rage and said coldly, "You're stopping me to buy time for that little brat, aren't you?" Lin Hao remained non-committal, simply holding his sword and standing in front of the woman. After a brief standoff, Cui Qingge gritted her teeth and said, "If you stop me again, I'm really going to take action." With a wave of her hand, the demons followed, transforming into their true demonic forms. Their soaring demonic aura sent chills down everyone's spines. But Lin Hao neither retreated nor dodged. He simply stood in front of him like an impregnable wall. Sigh. Cui Qingge sighed heavily in her heart. She said she wanted to sever ties, but how could feelings that had grown over time be cut off in a moment? She gave a helpless, bitter laugh, her tone tinged with resentment. "You only know how to bully me." Those almond-shaped eyes seemed to be filled with a layer of moisture, misty and hazy. Lin Hao saw this scene, but didn't say anything. Suddenly, his expression changed. "You can go now." Cui Qingge's eyes flashed with surprise, and she asked in confusion, "Why are you allowing me to leave now?" "Because the sect has launched a counterattack, it will be too late if you don't leave now." Upon hearing this, Cui Qing'er turned pale. After concentrating her senses, she indeed detected countless streaks of light flying towards her. She quickly led the demons away. As she was leaving, she glanced back and whispered, "Will we ever meet again? We won't see each other again, will we?" Lin Hao gazed at the purple-clad figure, his eyes filled with complex emotions. This woman had been with him the longest and had helped him the most. His parting with her now left him quite sad. Chapter 62 Interrogation. Lin Hao did not fly on his sword, but walked on the mountain path. There were many corpses on both sides of the path, including disciples of the Xianyin sect, but more of them were demons. After all, the demon race had been suppressed for a long time and was extremely weak. Moreover, this is the Xianyin sect, where disciples can rely on the terrain and the sect's restrictive formations to rout the demon race. Only a very small number of timid demons escaped from the demon-suppressing tower and chose to flee far away, thus saving their lives. That great dragon, as large as a river, had its head severed by Feng Canyue, the master of Dazhu Peak. As for the higher-level battlefield, Lin Hao didn't know the specifics, but seeing the unfriendly expressions on the faces of the sect leader and the two peak masters, he figured that the unknown being had escaped. In this battle, over 1,000 disciples of the Xianyin sect died, mostly outer disciples, not to mention countless medicine gardens and spirit fields were destroyed. The losses were devastating. Witnessing the horrific scenes, Lin Hao couldn't help but feel a pang of self-reproach and sorrow. The women around him were all troublemakers. He knew that Cui Qing'er wanted to save the little fox, but he didn't report it to the sect, thus losing the initiative. Otherwise, this tragedy could have been avoided. But if we do that, Cui Qing'er will die, and the little fox might even die too. What should he choose? What choice could he possibly make? On one side is his sect, and on the other is his woman. Most importantly, he was deceived by Cui Qing'er. He never expected that they would cause such serious consequences. He felt somewhat disheartened, his eyes vacant as he looked at the mountains of corpses piled up on both sides of the road. Among the pile of corpses, he saw a familiar face. Li Xuanran was his first woman, a woman who played the field skillfully, yet she ended up dying here. Fortunately, he didn't see the people he cared about, his master, Shui Ling. None of them were there. In the sect leader's palace, sect leader Ouyang sat in the main seat, his peerless face covered with a layer of frost. A pair of cold, icy phoenix eyes looked down at the people kneeling in the main hall. Sect leader, it is indeed my dereliction of duty that gave the demon race an opportunity to take advantage of us. Sect leader Ouyang showed no emotion whatsoever, his voice utterly indifferent. You have indeed failed in your duty. As the demon suppression elder, you failed to notice and report the turmoil in the demon suppression tower to the sect immediately. Han Liyue lowered her head, not daring to look the sect leader in the eye. Her body was trembling, and she was so afraid that she could hardly speak. Sect leader I. In the eyes of sect leader Ouyang, this demon-suppressing elder was merely a minor figure in the demon race's escape incident. He had failed in his duties to some extent, but he did not play a decisive role. With so many demons infiltrating the sect, there must be a high-ranking member of the sect acting as an inside agent. Otherwise, how could everyone, from top to bottom, be unaware of the demon race's infiltration? Are they all just good-for-nothings? She has been in charge of the sect for 10 years, yet the internal situation is so chaotic, someone is definitely trying to trip her up. It seems that without a thorough overhaul, I won't be able to hold on to my position as sect leader. Although the crimes committed by Han Liyue and other elders who were tasked with suppressing demons were not too serious, they must be severely punished as a warning to others. All the elders guarding the demon locking tower will be stripped of their cultivation resources for 3 years and sent to guard the medicinal garden and spirit fields. Han Liyue and the other elders who were suppressing demons looked gloomy. With their cultivation resources taken away and the added burden of guarding the disciples doing menial tasks, they had no time to cultivate themselves. This was tantamount to cutting off their path to cultivation. However, the sect leader's authority was already deeply ingrained in people's minds, and since the sect leader was in a fit of anger, no one dared to disobey. After punishing the demon-suppressing elder, sect leader Ouyang's phoenix eyes flashed with murderous intent as he surveyed the sect's higher-ups. This time, the demon race's rebellion must be due to collusion between a powerful figure and them. The sect leader's words were as heavy as 1,000 pounds, pressing down on all the high-ranking members so much that they almost couldn't breathe. Murong Qinxue, the mistress of Shaozhu Peak, revealed a murderous aura on her fair face and said hatefully, "It's that traitor who dared to collude with the demon race. Step forward, and I'll beat you to death." No one answered. Inside the main hall, it was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. It was eerily quiet. "You have the guts to do it, but not the guts to admit it?" Morong Qinshue's gaze was like a sharp flying sword, sweeping across the crowd. At this moment, the elder of criminal law stepped forward. "It's you?" Morong Qinshue's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, a sharp glint in them. The elder of criminal law broke out in a cold sweat and hurriedly denied the crime before finally saying, "Sect leader, I did find one person particularly suspicious, but—" Sect leader Ouyang's gaze sharpened, and he said calmly, "What are your thoughts? Feel free to speak." Reporting to the sect leader, "I suspect that Lin Hao, a disciple of Daju Peak, is colluding with the demon race." Brush. Inside the main hall, all the high-ranking members of the Xianyin sect turned their attention to the Elder of Punishments. Morong Qinshuo spoke first. "Elder Luo, are you saying that Lin Hao colluded with the demon race? Do you have any evidence?" Elder Luo calmly said, "I have investigated and found that the spy who released the demon race has a close relationship with Lin Hao, who was punished in the demon locking tower. It is hard to guarantee that he will not take the opportunity to do something convenient. This boy has a history of colluding with the demon race, and now he's entangled with the monster race again. He's truly a menace. I urge the sect leader to investigate thoroughly." Feng Tsungyue stepped barefoot on the lotus platform and sneered. The sect leader asked if there were any spies among the higher-ups, but Lin Hao is only at the foundation establishment stage and does not hold any important position in the sect. So you are deliberately targeting my great bamboo peak. Or are you implying that I, the venerable one, colluded with the demon race? Elder Luo felt the overwhelming killing intent descending upon him, and dared not reply, looking timidly at the sect leader. The master of Misty Peak stepped forward and said, "Junior Sister Feng, please withdraw your pressure and let Elder Luo finish speaking. Who do you think you are? What right do you have to tell me what to do? Do you think you're the sect leader? You." Misty Peak already had a bad impression of Lin Hao and was willing to take his side, but he did not expect Feng Tsungyue to be so angry. They were both masters of their own peaks, so there was no question of who was afraid of whom. He was about to retort when the sect leader interrupted him. "Sangyu, I know you are a pillar of the sect and would never do anything detrimental to the sect." Elder Luo was just stating the facts and was not targeting Daju Peak. "Elder Luo, why don't you apologize to Lord Feng right now?" A slight smile appeared on the old face of the criminal law elder. "Lord Feng, I spoke inappropriately before. You are a magnanimous person and don't need to hold it against me." Feng Tsungyue snorted coldly, her eyes filled with killing intent. "If Lin Hao really colluded with the demon race, I will personally eliminate him without your judgment. But if anyone dares to falsely accuse a disciple of my great bamboo peak, I will never forgive them." She stepped onto the fiery lotus platform and transformed into a streak of light, departing. A moment later, Lin Hao was led into the main hall by her. "Sect leader, Lin Hao has been brought here. Please ask whatever you wish to ask." Lin Hao had not known why his master had brought him here before, but now he understood the whole story. The demon race revolted, wreaking havoc on the sect. "The dirty water has been poured on me." His eyes swept over the crowd, and when he saw the elder in charge of punishments, a chill ran through him. It was that old dog again. Chapter 63 Witness. After understanding the purpose of being summoned, Lin Hao remained calm, his expression as still as a calm lake, without the slightest ripple. With his master backing him up, he only needs to argue his case based on reason. "I'm making it clear beforehand that if my disciple colludes with the demon race, I will personally shatter his soul. If my disciple has been falsely accused, then the person who falsely accused him must kneel down and kowtow to my disciple." Lin Hao understood that his master said this to deter villains and prevent them from smearing him. "It's so heartwarming. Lin Hao, do you know Cui Qinger, one of the ringleaders of this demon clan uprising?" "No." Lin Hao answered frankly that since many people knew about his relationship with Cui Qinger, there was no need to hide it. His candid attitude pleased sect leader Ouyang, but it did not clear him of suspicion. Cui Qinger infiltrated the demon locking tower to release the demons. This required prior planning. "You've been on good terms with her. Has she mentioned this to you?" "No." Lin Hao knew that if he told the truth, he would be charged with failing to report a crime, and the head of the criminal law department would definitely make a big deal out of it. "Impossible." The elder of criminal law jumped out, pointing his halberd at Lin Hao. "That woman's relationship with you is even closer than that of a Taoist couple. How could you not know anything about it? I can tell you're hiding something. Buzz. A scorching sword aura slashed the Elder of Punishments out of the main hall. A sneer flashed in Feng Tsunyue's eyes as she coldly said, "This is the time for the sect leader to question my disciples. Who gave you the right to interrupt, you old codger?" The elders of the criminal law faction were annoyed by Feng Tsunyue's domineering behavior. They couldn't find any fault with her, because what she said did make sense. It was inappropriate for an elder to interrupt when the sect leader was asking a question. Sect leader Ouyang shook his head slightly, then said, "Lin Hao, did that demoness really not reveal any relevant information to you?" No. Lin Hao lied. Although he felt somewhat guilty about the calamity that befell the sect, he ultimately believed it wasn't his fault. He had simply acted idly. He wasn't a pedantic person. He was frank about everything. If he admits it, it's tantamount to death. Even his master can't save him. Lin Hao's concise answer made those who wanted to frame him furious, but they had no way to refute it. The sect leader no longer asked about this point. If they insisted on pressing it, it would only backfire. If that's the case, the demoness wreaked havoc on the demon locking tower using her own identity token, and you were already exempt from punishment at the time, so this matter really has nothing to do with you. Sect leader Ouyang had always felt that this matter had little to do with Lin Hao, and that the real mastermind was the sect's higher-ups, so he tried to change the subject. Before she could speak, Wang Taihang, the master of Misty Peak, stepped forward. Sect leader, perhaps Lin Hao is unaware of the demoness plan. However, his relationship with the demoness is unclear, and his connection with the witch from last time is also unclear. What's going on here? Who can guarantee it? You old dog. When did I offend you that you would target me like this? Lin Hao looked coldly at Wang Taihang. He hadn't even exchanged a single word with this master of Misty Peak, yet he was being targeted like this. He simply couldn't understand it. The elder of criminal law limped into the main hall. He first glanced at Feng Tsunyue with fear before speaking. What Lord Wang said makes sense. The instigators of the chaos caused by demons and monsters are all closely related to Lin Hao. Is he really innocent? Or rather, why are these women so eager to get close to Lin Hao? What secrets does he harbor? This guy is ruthless. He won't rest until he's framed me for a crime. Lin Hao sneered inwardly, but said neither humbly nor arrogantly. Sect leader, I only met them because I practiced the dual cultivation technique. I did not know they were demons. A hint of surprise flashed across the elder of criminal law's face, and he said excitedly, "So you're willing to admit that you're practicing evil arts?" Lin Hao frowned and said, "I cultivate the dual cultivation method, which does not violate the sect rules. On what basis do you call it an evil technique? I have never heard of any method of dual cultivation that requires union with hundreds of female cultivators." Sect leader, I strongly suspect that Lin Hao has embarked on the path of evil cultivation, forcing female cultivators in the sect to engage in dual cultivation with him in order to practice evil arts. I have never forced any female cultivator to have relations with me. You are making baseless accusations. Aren't you afraid of getting sores on your mouth? Hey. The elder of criminal law chuckled and said coldly, "I knew you wouldn't admit it. I've already found witnesses." Reporting to the sect leader, "I have witnesses who can prove that Lin Hao forced female cultivators in the sect." A hint of surprise flashed in Ouyang's eyes as he said calmly, "Have someone witness come over to confront Lin Hao." The elder of criminal law was indeed prepared. As soon as he sent a telepathic message, someone entered the hall. Lin Hao glanced over and realized it was someone he knew. He was Shui Linger's suitor, and he even beat her up. The two sides had a grudge, and now the other party is accusing him, which is indeed a difficult situation. Lu Yulo glared at Lin Hao with hatred, gritting his teeth. "You dare to steal my woman? I'll make you pay." He was just about to utter some harsh words when he heard the high and mighty sect leader speak calmly. "Can you prove that Lin Hao forced female disciples to cultivate with him?" This was Lu Yulo's first conversation with the sect leader, and he was instantly excited. Reporting to the sect leader, this disciple personally witnessed that scoundrel Lin Hao forcing Shui Linger, a direct disciple of Xiaozhu Peak, to have relations with him. Snap! A crisp slap echoed in the hall. "You little bastard, how dare you tarnish the reputation of the female disciples of Little Bamboo Peak." Murong Qinshue's eyes flashed with murderous intent, her face covered with a layer of icy killing intent. Lu Yulo covered his swollen mouth, his body trembling with fear. Wang Taihang stepped forward and said with a forced smile, "Junior Sister Murong, whether what Lu Yulo said is true or false, just call that female disciple from Xiaozhu Peak up here for a confrontation. What is the meaning of your attacking a disciple of my Misty Peak?" Wang Taihang, Is all your good apprentices good at is biting people indiscriminately? The two leaders were about to start arguing. Sect leader Ouyang said, "Please, both peak masters, do not let this damage your harmony. The truth of the matter should be revealed when the three confront each other." With the sect leader's decisive action, the two peak masters had no choice but to suppress their anger and retreat. A moment later, Shui Linger arrived at the main hall. The expressions on everyone's faces varied. Shui Linger glanced at Lin Hao, her eyes filled with complex emotions, and said in a cold voice, "Sect leader, did you summon me here because of Lin Hao?" Sect leader Ouyang nodded slightly. The elder criminal law officer forced a smile, his face, as bark-like as an old tree, blossoming into a smile. "Linger, tell me how you were bullied in front of everyone, and I will definitely bring the thieves to justice." Lu Yulo rushed over and excitedly said, "Junior sister Shui, quickly tell me how Lin Hao humiliated you. With the sect leader and all the peak masters here, they will surely stand up for you. Don't worry, after this is over, I can still become your Taoist partner. I don't mind your past." Chapter 64 Traitor. Shui Linger like a fly, chattering incessantly. Wow. Two beams of killing intent, as tangible as real ones, shot out. Shui Linger raised her snow-white chin and said coldly, "Who wants to become your Taoist partner? And who says I've been humiliated?" This. Lu Yulo stammered, cold sweat beading on his forehead. "Junior sister, don't let the villains bewitch your hearts." The elder of criminal law spoke up at the right moment. "Shui Linger, you must not be afraid of power and protect thieves." The senior criminal law officer gave him a stern reprimand, laced with barbs. That invisible pressure made people tremble. But Shui Linger wasn't buying it at all. She strode over to Lin Hao with her long, slender legs. "I did it all voluntarily. Everything was voluntary." Lu Yulo's face stiffened, and he stammered, "Junior sister, I heard you resisting with all your might. How can you say that you were willing?" After he rolled out of the cave that day, he lingered outside and heard what happened between the two, but he didn't dare to go in and stop them. "You're all alone, so of course you don't know what the pleasures of the bedroom are." These words shocked everyone present, and even Elder Luo, who had always wanted to bring Lin Hao to justice, felt powerless. When a woman is willing to stand up and testify in this way, the idea of forcing dual cultivation is clearly untenable. He has lost another bargaining chip in his efforts to detain Lin Hao. But Lu Yulo, who framed Lin Hao out of thin air, shouldn't he be punished? Shui Linger said coldly. Lu Yulo tried to explain, but Wang Taiying told him to back down. He didn't want to lose more than he gained by trying to steal a chicken. With things having developed to this point, sect leader Ouyang felt it was inappropriate to question Lin Hao any further. She was prepared to let the matter drop, but someone needed to step forward and play along with her. Morong Qinxue is skilled in social maneuvering and quite suitable for this kind of thing, but that female disciple is, after all, a disciple of Xiaozhu Peak. In any case, it's the female disciple who's at a disadvantage. If we let Qinxue speak up again, that would be too heartless. We can only turn to Feng Songyue. Hopefully, this fiery girl won't cause too much trouble. Before she could even speak, the elder of criminal law jumped out and began to pester her relentlessly. Sect leader, no matter what, the demonic turmoil is closely related to Lin Hao, and he deserves to be punished. Ouyang's beautiful eyes. This elder Luo was really something. He had lived to be so old. How could he be so clueless about human relationships? I'm afraid I'm going to get beaten up again. Wang Taiying was very perceptive. He sensed the temperature rising in the main hall and immediately stopped talking. He wasn't worried about being unable to defeat Feng Songyue, but rather about the latter's madness. The entire Dezhu Peak lineage was no pushover. It's definitely a case of beating the younger one first, then the older one comes along. We dare not provoke them, nor can we provoke them. Sect leader, both morally and logically, Lin Hao must be punished. Otherwise, how can we appease the disciples who perished? Wang Taiying kept trying to wink at Elder Luo, but the latter seemed not to notice and continued his impassioned speech. Punishment is the only way to quell public anger. Are you implying that there's no one capable of ruling Great Bamboo Peak? Boom. Feng Songyue stepped down from the Fire Lotus platform, with a fire lotus blooming beneath her feet with each step. After taking 18 steps, 18 fiery lotuses converged into a sword aura. That unparalleled aura seemed capable of cleaving the heavens in two. This. Sect leader Ouyang's expression changed drastically. Junior sister Feng had actually used her strongest killing move to protect her own. How could Elder Luo possibly withstand it? They were willing to kill an elder to avenge their disciples. The protectiveness of the Daju Peak lineage was truly unparalleled. However, it's a bit tricky that Lin Hao can make junior sister Feng so concerned. Go! Sect leader Ouyang flicked his finger, and a palm-sized bronze mirror flew to Elder Luo's front, transforming into a golden light shield. Boom! The two spiritual energies collided, creating a violent force. Fortunately, the sect leader's palace was a magical artifact, which prevented it from being destroyed. Sect leader, what do you mean by this? Feng Tsungyue coldly looked at the main seat. Her strongest killing move, however, could not break through the sect leader's shield. This old dog has slandered my disciple time and time again. How can such a dog, who cannot distinguish right from wrong, be qualified to be in charge of the sect's criminal law? Upon hearing this, sect leader Ouyang sighed inwardly, but his expression remained unchanged as he said, I think not only should the Elder of Punishments be replaced, but the Grand Elder should also be replaced. The Grand Elder, who had remained silent throughout, suddenly changed his expression. Sect leader, why have you replaced me? What good deeds have you done that you think you can hide from me? A green bird suddenly appeared in the white, jade-like palm of sect leader Ouyang. Do any of you recognize this bird? Wang Taiyang exclaimed in surprise. The demon slayer. The expressions of the sect leaders present changed drastically. Called the palm demon is of low rank and cannot transform into human form. Its demonic power is weak, but it has a unique characteristic. It can detect demonic energy, and no matter what method of concealment is used, it cannot escape the bird's detection. Because of this characteristic, the bird's entire clan was wiped out by demons, but unexpectedly, the sect leader kept one as a pet. Upon seeing the demon-slaying palm, the Grand Elder immediately fled out of the main hall like a wild dog that had broken free of its reins. Grass sword technique, endless life. From the cracks in the floor tiles of the main hall, tender little grasses sprouted like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. Its growth rate was almost a fraction faster than the Grand Elder's escape technique. No. A hint of despair flashed in the Elder's eyes, before the soft blades of grass pierced his body, annihilating his soul. Lin Hao was shocked. The Grand Elder was a powerful cultivator with extraordinary cultivation, yet he couldn't even withstand a single move from the sect leader. Just how strong was the sect leader? Feng Tsungyue seemed to read Lin Hao's mind, and said with a slight smirk, I, too, can kill this fiend with a single sword strike. Well, why does it feel like Master is a little jealous? A strange feeling arose in Lin Hao's heart. Let's go. There's no need to watch them fight amongst themselves. It's boring. Feng Tsungyue waved her hand, summoning the Fire Lotus platform to her side, and gracefully leaped onto it. Sect leader, I hope you will keep your word and remove Luo Laogo from his position, otherwise I, the sword in my palm, will not allow it. After saying that, he left with Lin Hao. Daju Peak, the summit of the mountain. Feng Tsungyue lay languidly on the warm jade bed, her two small, snow-white feet captivating all who beheld her. Lin Hao, I need to go into seclusion for a while. You should stay on Daju Peak obediently, do you understand? Disciple understands. You don't know anything. Feng Tsungyue rolled her eyes and said quietly, You're more likely to cause trouble than your senior brothers and sisters. I know you're someone who can't stay still. If you really can't resist, you can go out and gain experience. Use the sword pellets I gave you when you encounter danger. Don't be stingy with them. Come back to me to claim it after it's damaged. However, you must remember to keep a low profile when your teacher is not around, so as not to cause your teacher to bury your child. Master, you don't look like an old man with white hair. Lin Hao stole a glance at his master. Those graceful curves were enough to make his blood boil. Get out of here and reflect on your actions. Feng Tsungyue seemed to sense her disciple's gaze and flicked her sleeve, knocking him off the cliff. You little rascal, you're getting bolder and bolder. Chapter 65 High-Level Decision. When Lin Hao returned to his residence, he carved a sign with bamboo strips and inscribed the words seclusion. The main reason is that his master has gone into seclusion. Without his master's protection, he feels insecure in the Xianyin sect. Who knows if those wolves will become so ruthless that they'll disregard the rules and attack him. He was unwilling to place his hopes on the conscience of others, so it was better to proceed with caution. However, due to his special physique, his constant seclusion meant that he could only endure the pain of the fire's spiritual energy burning his body and was unable to cultivate it all. He still needs to find a virtuous female cultivator to cultivate with, but that vile woman Shui Qing'er is gone, and there's no one to match him up. He's infamous now. If he were to go looking for them himself, he'd probably scare them away before he even opens his mouth. Forget it. Compared to cultivation, life is more important. He felt that even if he couldn't cultivate in seclusion, he could still study magic and talismans. His progress in talismanic arts is quite fast. He aims to be able to draw second-tier high-grade talismans, or even top-grade ones, when he emerges from seclusion. Lin Hao went into seclusion, but the outside world was bustling with noise. The aftershocks of the demon race's chaos left the entire Xianyin sect in turmoil for some time. The Grand Elder was killed by the sect leader with a single sword strike, and the Elder of Punishments was dismissed from his post. The disciples didn't care about the Grand Elder being killed. They believed that traitors from the demon race should be executed anyway. What is regrettable, or rather infuriating, is that the Elder of Criminal Law was dismissed, which was truly unjust. It's such a waste that he was accused of negligence and framing his fellow disciples simply for suspecting Lin Hao of colluding with demons. Besides, this doesn't count as framing someone. Lin Hao, that bastard, first hooked up with the witch, then went out with the enchantress. Doesn't he know about the two sluts' plan? Oh, some even suspect that Lin Hao is a demonic fetus, and that if he is not eliminated as soon as possible, he will cause great trouble. Despite their anger, no one dared to cause trouble for Lin Hao at this time. The main reason is that the glory of protecting one's own at Dazhufeng is awe-inspiring. Don't you see? Even a high-ranking and powerful person like the Elder of Criminal Law offended a junior disciple of Dazhu Peak, and was slapped so hard by Venerable Master that he couldn't stand up. Those small fry who dare to mess with Lin Hao probably won't see the sun rise tomorrow. The Palace of the Religion. Sect leader Ouyang glanced at the sect's higher-ups, noticed an empty seat, and frowned, asking, "Where's Tsangyu?" Murong Qinxue stretched her slender waist, a lazy look flashing across her face, and said calmly, "She's probably in seclusion. This woman seems to be about to break through." Wang Taihong's face twitched. Was she about to break through? Feng Tsungyue was not even 100 years old, and she was about to reach the same realm as him. What terrifying talent. Why don't we wait a bit? The newly appointed Elder of Criminal Law, Lu Mei, said softly. This newly appointed head of law enforcement may seem gentle and mild-mannered, but everyone present knows exactly what's going on. This woman is a true goddess of death. Since embarking on the path of immortality, she has never secluded herself for a single day, spending her days killing. She pursues the path of enlightenment through killing, which suits her constitution perfectly, the gung metal body, unstoppable. The sect leader promoted this person to be in charge of criminal law, which seems to indicate that he intends to use severe punishments to quell the chaos within the sect. What left the higher-ups most at a loss was that Lu Mei was Feng Tsungyue's close confidant. Everyone felt that the sect leader's dismissal of Elder Luo was a gesture of goodwill towards the Dazhu Peak lineage, and that the promotion of Feng Tsungyue's close associates was unfair. But with the demons causing trouble, the sect leader was seething with anger, and no one wanted to provoke them at this critical juncture. Let's not wait any longer. Let's discuss this first. Sect leader Ouyang raised his two delicate eyebrows slightly, his eyes containing a hint of killing intent. The demon race's chaos has caused heavy losses to our sect. This debt must be settled. Wang Taiying spoke first. That's right. If we don't teach the demon race a lesson, they'll still think our Xianyin sect is a pushover. And if we don't show any resistance, I'm afraid our Xianyin sect will become a laughingstock among the righteous immortal sections. Sect leader, order the campaign against the demon race. I will personally lead the troops to Qingqiu. That old scoundrel, all he does is mindlessly charge into battle. Murong Qinxue's eyes held a hint of disdain as she calmly said, Qingqiu now has more than one demon king, and that Green Mountain Demon King has 1 foot in the Emperor realm. Can Lord Wang defeat him? Wang Taihong's face stiffened. When the demon race caused chaos, the Green Mountain Demon King broke into the formation and held back him and the sect leader and other high-ranking members. If it were him, he would probably be beaten to death by the Green Mountain Demon King. He still has that much self-awareness. However, he only said that to express his attitude, but he never expected that Murong Qinxue would seize on it. Seeing that the other party remained silent, Murong Qinxue's disdain deepened, and she casually said, Don't take on a job you're not qualified for. Besides, these hairy beasts suffered a great loss in the last demon-slaying war, so they went into hiding, and it's hard to find where they are. Especially the high-ranking members of the demon race, they are all hiding in seclusion, so it's impossible to find them. So even if we go with a large force, I'm afraid we won't even be able to find our target. Murong Qinxue's words made everyone frown and fall into deep thought. Indeed, they were determined to take revenge, but they couldn't even find their enemy. Wang Taihang, feeling humiliated, snorted resentfully. So what if we can't find them? As long as we launch a direct attack, the demon race won't dare to fight back, and it's the demon race that will lose face. Qinxue, do you have a solution? Sect leader Ouyang ignored Wang Taihang and asked Murong Qinxue instead. Sect leader, I have a method that can severely damage the demon race, avenge them, and restore the reputation of the Xianyin sect. Murong Qinxue addressed the sect leader. We can hold a large-scale demon hunting competition and invite inner disciples and personal disciples from various sects to participate. This can both hone the prodigies and destroy the foundation of the demon race, thus striking a blow against them, truly killing two birds with one stone. As soon as Murong Qinxue finished speaking, an elder slapped the table and exclaimed in admiration, "Brilliant! This way, not only have we gotten our revenge, but it's also all thanks to our sect. Let the demon race's higher-ups continue to cower like cowards. We'll wipe out their entire lineage and let them continue to decline for the next few hundred years." Qinxue, that's a good suggestion. A hint of joy flashed in sect leader Ouyang's eyes. He greatly appreciated the proposal. She said in a light tone, I will now invite the leaders of each sect to discuss the demon hunting competition. If all the sects agree to participate, Qinxue, you will represent the Xianyin sect and lead all the disciples in the competition. Murong Qinxue raised an eyebrow and said, That's fine. I can stretch my muscles and kill 100 or so demons to help senior brother Wang improve his brain. Snort. Wang Taihang flicked his sleeves and left the main hall. The other high-ranking officials also transformed into streaks of light and departed, but Lu Mei refused to leave. Sect leader, I also want to lead a team to participate in the demon hunting competition. Junior sister Lu, you are currently in charge of criminal law, so you should stay and guard the sect. Lu Mei said unwillingly. Sect leader, you know I fought my way up. If I don't go to the battlefield to train, my cultivation will stagnate, and how will I deter lawless people? Therefore, for the sake of fairness in the sect's criminal law, I hope the sect leader will allow me to participate in the competition. A whole bunch of fallacies. Sect leader Ouyang sighed and said helplessly, All right, I allow you to participate in the competition, but I still want to remind you that you are now an elder. When you do things, you should consider the disciples of the sect more and never act impulsively. Sect leader, you can rest assured, I am very calm now. Well, let's hope so. After Lu Mei left, sect leader Ouyang went into a secret room, took out a small bell, and shook it. A moment later, several beams of light and shadow appeared on the stone bench in the secret room. These lights and shadows represent the divine consciousness of the leaders of the 5 major righteous forces. Each immortal summoning bell contains a wisp of this consciousness, which is intended to facilitate communication and exchange between the various sects. It's much more convenient than using a flying sword to transmit a message or descending in person. These figures of light and shadow have different expressions, but what they have in common is that they all carry an overwhelming sense of pressure. Chapter 66 Hunting in Qingqiu. What is the purpose of summoning us here? Zhao Tian, the leader of the Liang sect, was the largest in size, his 6-zhang-tall golden body perfectly supporting the roof of the secret chamber. Sitting opposite him was sect leader Ouyang, who was as petite as a kitten. I heard that the demon locking tower of the Xianyin sect collapsed, and thousands of powerful demons fled, including the Qingqiu demon princess. Sect leader Ouyang, you didn't send us here to clean up your mess, did you? The Liang sect and the Xianyin sect have always been at odds. When Zhao Tian learned that the Xianyin sect was in chaos due to the demon race, he was not about to miss the opportunity to ridicule his old enemy. Last time you were attacked by the demon clan, and this time you're attacked by the monster clan. Your Xianyin sect's luck is terrible. How about changing your name to Xianyang sect and becoming a branch of my Liang sect? What do you think? This Zhao Tian is as annoying as ever. Sect leader Ouyang, not to be outdone, retorted sarcastically. Zhao Tian, you get so excited when you hear the word demon. Are you thinking of your concubine? TSK, a hybrid born of a demon and a monster, yet it has bewitched the leaders of righteous sections. Upon hearing this, Zhao Tian's eyes trembled with anger and embarrassment. He said, Ouyang, if you bring this up again, I'll never forgive you. All right, stop arguing, a middle-aged man with sharp eyebrows and piercing eyes said. As soon as he opened his mouth, Zhao Tian immediately fell silent. This middle-aged man is the sect leader of the Heavenly Sword sect. He is exceptionally talented and possesses extraordinary cultivation, making his contemporaries feel suffocated. Not to mention that the Heavenly Sword sect is the leading righteous sect, with thousands of golden core cultivators and hundreds of thousands of foundation establishment and chi refining cultivators. The other righteous sects, even if they add up all their disciples, can only compare with the Heavenly Sword sect. Ouyang, why did you ring the summoning bell? Senior brother, not long ago, the Qingqiu demon clan wreaked havoc on our sect, causing heavy losses to our sect. Therefore, I have decided to hold a demon hunting competition. We cordially invite elite disciples from all sects to participate in the Qingqiu hunt, where you can hone your skills and slay demons. To put it bluntly, they still suffered a loss. They couldn't defeat the Qingqiu demons on their own, so they wanted to rely on external forces, Zhao Tian said with disdain. Isn't your Xianyin sect the best at slaying demons? How come you were killed by the demon race and suffered heavy losses? However, if my Liang sect is attacked by the demon race, I will definitely seek revenge, and I will never rely on external forces, mainly because I cannot afford to lose face. Or is it that your Xianyin sect's foundation is so weak that it is powerless to retaliate against the demon race? If that's the case, you'd better beg me properly, and we won't stand idly by. Sect leader Ouyang remained calm and composed, showing no sign of being disrupted by Zhao Tian. 100 years ago, our various sects were of one mind and joined forces to suppress and kill the Qingqiu demon emperor, causing his demon race to decline and become like stray dogs, not daring to show their faces. These beasts dare to wreak havoc on my Xianyin sect. They not only disregard my Xianyin sect, but also the entire righteous immortal sects. I'm determined to take revenge, but I can't find the stronghold of the demon race's high command, so I'm planning to hold a demon hunting competition. Let them continue to cower like cowards. We'll wipe out the demon race, shake its foundations, and cause it to decline for hundreds more years. This is a grand plan targeting the demon race, so this is not just a matter for my Xianyin sect, but for all righteous immortal sects. Sect leader Ouyang said with righteous indignation. She stood on the moral high ground, making it somewhat unreasonable for the various sects not to participate. The cultivation world has been peaceful for too long. It's time for some ripples to appear. My Myriad Flower Palace is willing to participate, together with the Profound Yin sect, in the hunt at Qingqiu. The Lord of Myriad Flower Valley spoke first. Sect leader Ouyang nodded to Fairy Wanhua, for which she was very grateful for her words of support. The Heavenly Sword sect master, his tiger-like eyes flashing with lightning, coldly said, "The righteous immortal sects have always been of one mind and one body. The rampant Qingqiu demon clan has caused damage to the Xianyin sect, and at the same time, it has also caused damage to our righteous immortal sections. How can we cultivators tolerate such behavior from the demon race? We should teach them a lesson and let them know that sunlight does not belong to them. If you want to live, stay underground." Since the foremost figure of the righteous path had spoken in this way, the other factions quickly echoed his sentiments. Wuji Palace wishes to hunt in Qingqiu. 3-1. If I object again, I'm afraid I'll be kicked out of the Righteous Alliance, Zhao Tian said, pinching his nose. The Blazing Sun sect is willing to participate in the hunt in Qingqiu. The Heavenly Sword sect master said solemnly, since everyone agrees to participate, then let us call on all sect disciples to actively participate in this demon hunting competition. Brother Dao, this matter arose because of my Xianyin sect, so the rewards for this competition will be borne by my sect. Junior sister Ouyang, thank you for your kindness, the sect leader of the Heavenly Sword sect said with a smile. The expressions of the other sect leaders also softened considerably. Even Zhao Tian, who had been constantly finding fault, became more amiable. 3 days later, of the hunt for Qingqiu spread among the 5 major sects. This demon hunting competition will be spearheaded by the Xianyin sect, and the rewards are extremely generous. In particular, the champion will be directly rewarded with a level 1 cultivation technique and a nascent soul level talisman. The reward setup sparked heated discussions across various sectors as soon as it was revealed. Heavenly Sword sect, a certain peak. So it's finally time to slay the demon? A swordsman in white picked up a sword lying to the side and flicked the spine of the blade with his finger. Old friend, you were born to slay demons, but unfortunately you've never encountered a demon worthy of your drawing. Hopefully, you'll find one this time. Liang sect, Preaching Square. The Xianyin sect is also known as the demon-suppressing sect, yet it was outsmarted by the demon race. How utterly amusing. It seems that the Xianyin sect's strength and foundation are not very strong. The Qingqiu demon clan, which is barely clinging to life, can make them so miserable. It is a disgrace for our Liang sect to be ranked alongside sects like this. I'm going to win first place and take all the rewards from the Xianin sect. Get out of my way, you Qi refining novice. How dare you speak so arrogantly? So what if I'm in the Qi refining stage? I'm the chosen one of destiny, and this competition is my path to rise. Wuji Palace, Wanhua Valley, were equally bustling with activity. All the cultivators were discussing the demon hunting competition. Of course, the most bustling place was none other than the Xianin sect. Because the Xianin sect directly stipulates that all inner disciples and personal disciples without special missions must participate. This regulation essentially sent all the sect's elite disciples to the demon-hunting battlefield. It must be said that sect leader Ouyang has tremendous courage. Chapter 67 Shui Lingner's Persuasion. Lin Hao had been in seclusion for half a month, and his progress in the art of talismans was slow, with no new techniques available for research. He wanted to go to the scripture pavilion to find a Taoist cultivation method, but he had used up his free entry opportunity and needed to accumulate contribution points. But he has never carried out any sect missions, so where would he get merit points? Furthermore, since he couldn't cultivate through normal means, he was feeling restless and wanted to go out for a walk to clear his head. Using a disguise technique to transform into an ordinary face and suppressing his cultivation level to the Qi refining stage, he left the cave. Walking on the mountain path of Dazhu Peak, you can see many disciples stepping on sword light, ethereal like fairies from the heavens, a sight that inspires longing. Furthermore, seeing many newly initiated disciples in pairs along the mountain path only added to his unease. For nearly a month, he had not had any in-depth exchanges with the female cultivator. In addition to the frustration in his cultivation, he was also feeling very irritable physically. Why? Lin Hao sighed deeply. He felt suffocated if he didn't come out, but he also felt suffocated if he did. It's truly a dilemma. However, a conversation among his fellow disciples piqued his interest. The sect actually took the lead, uniting major righteous sects to hold a demon hunting competition and invited elite disciples from various sects to participate. The Xianin sect even made it mandatory for all disciples, unless they had a special mission, to participate in the competition. It seems that the incident at the demon locking tower made the sect feel they had lost face, and they are now trying to get revenge. Thinking of this, a beautiful figure flashed through Lin Hao's mind. Little Fox, a woman with innate charm. I haven't seen her for a long time, but her every smile and frown is still clearly imprinted in my mind. And then there's Cui Qinger, this woman who has been of great help to his cultivation. Perfect helpmate, always ready to help with the needle and thread and contribute her own efforts. Unfortunately, they were demons. The more Lin Hao thought about it, the more agitated he became, so he simply returned to his cave. As for the demon hunting competition, he wasn't in the mood and didn't want to participate. Lin Hao returned to his cave and was just about to hang up the "nothing happened" sign when he sensed someone coming to visit. Shui Lingyu? He frowned slightly. They had no contact since their confrontation at the sect leader's palace. What did this woman want this time? He couldn't guess what the woman wanted to do, but he knew what he wanted to do. He then invited the woman in. Half the month has passed, and the demon hunting competition is just around the corner. Lin Hao still hasn't come to find her, so Shui Lingyu has no choice but to come to him in person. Lingyu, what brings you here? The woman gave him a knowing look and said in a playful tone, What? Can't I come if there's nothing wrong? This woman is a little jealous. Lin Hao rubbed his nose and said, Of course not. I heard that the sect is going to hold a demon hunting competition. Shouldn't you be preparing for that? That's why I came to see you. Lin Hao was incredibly clever. He immediately guessed the woman's intention. She had come to him because she wanted to team up with him and participate together. However, he did not want to participate, so he said first, I plan to go into seclusion for a period of time and do not intend to participate in this demon hunting competition. Seclusion, not participating? Shui Linger's beautiful eyes were filled with resentment. Why not attend such a grand event? I said I'd go into seclusion. No, that's not the real reason, Shui Linger said. Under Lin Hao's surprised gaze, Shui Linger continued. Because you like demonesses, you can't bear to kill demons. Lin Hao remained silent, unwilling to argue. Lin Hao, even if you can't bear to kill the demon race, the sect has a rule that all disciples and inner disciples within the sect must participate in this competition. If I don't want to participate, I can make it clear to my master, and she will naturally find a way to make me not go. Shui Linger sighed slightly. The other party's master was the master of a peak, who had a great deal of influence within the sect and was known for being fiercely protective of his own. If she were willing to vouch for Lin Hao, he could naturally be exempted from participating in the competition. Lin Hao, you should actually participate in this competition. That way, you can clear yourself of any suspicions about the demon race. Lin Hao smiled indifferently. Seeing that Lin Hao still disagreed with forming a team, Shui Linger guessed some of the reasons. She felt that this despicable man must have been betrayed by his women one after another, and had become a figure hated by all the disciples of the Xianyin sect. Therefore, he was dejected and lost his spirit. She felt she understood Min fairly well. He was a vengeful person, and she didn't want him to tolerate being insulted or slandered. In order to prevent the man from continuing to be negative, she made a decision. Lin Hao, we cultivators value doing whatever we want. You can't keep your troubles inside, and you can't passively escape them. Those foul-mouthed people talk about you and insult you behind your back. You don't have to make them submit to you, but you can make them fear you. As long as you are strong enough, you can shut them up forever. Shui Linger in surprise. He hadn't expected this woman to be so eloquent. However, I felt that what he said made a lot of sense. Shui Linger felt a little flustered under the man's gaze and unconsciously lowered her voice. Why are you staring at me like that? Watch my woman reason. You little rascal, always teasing me. Shui Linger rolled her eyes and continued. Those vixens betrayed you, but you shouldn't respond negatively. You should be optimistic and positive. After all, you don't only have them by your side, you also have me. Lin Hao was taken aback at first, then asked excitedly, You've agreed to be my Taoist partner? Shui Linger nodded and said somewhat awkwardly, I guess so. But the premise is that you have to cheer up. I like the spirited Lin Hao. Chapter 68 Unaccustomed. Upon hearing that Shui Linger wanted to be his Taoist partner, the gloom in Lin Hao's heart vanished. After Cui Qing'er and the other enchantresses left, he didn't have a single woman by his side. Now that he has Shui Linger, at least he can free his hands. He is very happy today. Even when you're happy, you shouldn't get carried away. The other party chose to follow him when he was at his lowest point, and this kindness is rare and precious. So he decided to be honest with the other party. Linger, there's something I need to tell you beforehand. Shui Linger's pretty face hadn't faded yet when she asked, What is it? You should know that I cultivate the dual cultivation method, which requires the primordial yin of a pure female cultivator in order to quickly improve my strength. Therefore, even if we become Taoist partners, I cannot guarantee my fidelity. Shui Linger was well aware of the extraordinary nature of the other party's dual cultivation method, as she was also a beneficiary. She didn't actually care how many women the other party would find. Otherwise, they wouldn't have made it clear at this time that they wanted to be each other's Taoist partners. You don't need to worry about that. As long as you treat me well, I'm willing to follow you. Of course I'll treat you well. Lin Hao rubbed his hands together, his face full of excitement, and said, Wife, let's do something we love to do now. What? Shui Linger didn't react immediately, so she was a little confused for a moment. Just as Lin Hao was about to reply, he received a telepathic message from his master. He was slightly surprised. Wasn't his master in seclusion? Why was he suddenly summoned? Although he couldn't understand it, he immediately got up and rushed over. Before leaving, he told Shui Linger to wait for him here. They flew to the summit of Dazhu Peak on their swords. Seeing his master's graceful back, Lin Hao's heart fluttered. He wondered which bastard would end up with such a stunning master. I wish I could be that bastard. Why am I always having such wild thoughts? Forgive me, I mustn't betray my teacher. Stopping his random thoughts, Lin Hao approached and asked, Master, weren't you in seclusion? Feng Songyue stared at the sea of clouds and said without turning her head, The sect is going to hold a demon hunting competition, going deep into the demon clan's lair. We naturally can't just sit idly by. We have to secretly protect the disciples who are participating. Lin Hao felt a pang of emotion. Although his master was somewhat unconventional, he was always willing to do his best for the sect when it came to matters of great importance. All the elite disciples of the sect are required to participate in this demon hunt. What are your thoughts on this? If you don't want to participate, go back to your cave and cultivate in seclusion. With me here, no one will dare to say anything. Lin Hao knew, of course, that his master had this ability, but he was now planning to participate. Master, I have decided to participate in this demon hunting competition. Those fools are spreading rumors that I have an ambiguous relationship with the demon race. I will use this to prove my determination to exterminate the demons. Upon hearing Lin Hao's reply, Feng Songyue showed neither joy nor sorrow, as if she had not taken the matter to heart. However, her actions showed that she valued Lin Hao, her disciple, very much. This is a Saint Essence pill. As long as you are not killed on the spot, it can save your life. This is a precious armor made from the scales of a 1,000-year-old dragon, capable of withstanding a full-force attack from a golden core cultivator. I snatched this crimson spirit sword from an enemy when I was at the golden core stage. Divine weapons and armor, elixirs and talismans. Any one of these items would be fiercely contested by Foundation establishment cultivators. But his master bestowed it upon him without a second thought. Lin Hao felt incredibly warm. His master was probably the best person to him in the world, without exception. He felt guilty about his previous thoughts. This is our master. How can you look at him like you would a woman? Feng Songyue said in a calm tone. You can participate in the competition, but it's best to keep a low profile. You should know that you are now not only on the radar of the demon race, but also a thorn in the side of some people in the sect. Lin Hao nodded slightly. Of course he knew that his affair with the little fox would definitely be known to the higher-ups of the demon race. It would be a miracle if he wasn't hunted down after pushing their princess. As for within the sect, not to mention Elder Luo's lineage, the sheer number of scoundrels and demons he's attracted lately, just from his own rising prominence, is enough to give him a run for his money. Surrounded by tigers and wolves, it seemed impossible to move an inch. But Lin Hao still decided to participate. Firstly, he had promised Shui Linger, so how could he stand up his woman? Secondly, his Taoist convictions do not allow him to retreat. Thirdly, he wanted to see old friends. Just as Lin Hao was lost in thought, Feng Songyue said, Lin Hao, you just need to remember that when you encounter danger, you can go all out, no matter who the enemy is. You don't need to be bound by any rules or regulations. Do whatever you want, and I'll take care of everything. Lin Hao felt even more guilty because his master was so caring towards him. He really shouldn't have been thinking such nonsense. Go down the mountain and do what you want to do. Why aren't you leaving yet? Standing motionless, Feng Songyue couldn't help but ask 3 questions in a row. Master, I'm just a little not used to it. What are you not used to? Ever since I became a disciple of my master, I have always been the one who gets slapped down. That brat, what's going on in his head? He doesn't seem very bright. Feng Songyue flicked her sleeve, sending Lin Hao flying off the cliff. Get lost. Chapter 069, 100,000 Mountains. The 10,000 Mountains, the destination of this demon hunting competition. This vast and desolate land is inhabited by hundreds of millions of demons, among whom are powerful clans with noble bloodlines. The Qingqiu demon clan is just one branch, living on the outskirts of the mountains. As for the depths of the mountains, those are off limits to humans. Powerful demon clans all reside here. Only nascent soul cultivators dare to explore deeper into the realm. Even though some nascent soul cultivators went to explore, no one could say for sure what kind of demon race lived there. Those great cultivators were very secretive about the forbidden zone for humans. Among low-level cultivators, there are many who are unwilling to be lonely and want to explore and become heroes, but the result is nothing more than adding more skeletons. To prevent ignorant cultivators from losing their lives needlessly, powerful human beings use their great magic to set up a restriction deep within the mountains. It can prevent reckless fools from rushing in, and also block the demons from entering and leaving the depths. 3 days later, Xianin Sect, Mountain Gate. The disciples who participated in the competition gathered together. Looking up at the sky, the sect leader stood on a sword, a gentle breeze blowing her dress, revealing her calves that were as white as snow. Of course, many disciples dared not look closely, because the sect leader held immense authority, and they felt that even a single glance would be a desecration of the sect leader. However, Lin Hao was an exception. His eyes never left the sect leader's calves, which were as smooth as mutton fat. They were even secretly comparing themselves to their master. The sect leader had slightly more flesh on his calves, but he was not fat. Rather, he was quite fleshy. I wonder if the upper peaks are the same. Unfortunately, the sect leader was not a generous person, and no matter how hard Lin Hao tried to see, he couldn't figure it out. Suddenly sensing that his master was watching him, he reluctantly withdrew his gaze and put on an innocent look. The sect leader seemed oblivious to this detail, instead gazing intently at his disciples. Gentlemen, the demon race has wreaked havoc on my sect and killed my fellow disciples. What should we do? A blood debt must be paid in blood. A blood debt must be paid in blood. A blood debt must be paid in blood. The sect leader asked a question, and the disciples responded excitedly. Sect leader Ouyang was very satisfied with the disciples' answers. Gentlemen, I wish you all a triumphant return from this demon hunting competition. Triumphant return. Triumphant return. Triumphant return. More than 1,000 people shouted in unison, as if 10,000 drums were beating simultaneously. All the participants, more or less, felt their blood boiling. Humans and demons are inherently mortal enemies, especially since these demons killed your fellow disciples. Therefore, we must conquer Qingxiu and exterminate this line of demons. After blessing his disciples, sect leader Ouyang instructed Murong Qingxiu to go to Qingxiu first, while the disciples from other sects waited for her to arrive. The leader of the Xianyin sect, Elder Lu Mei, had her hair in a high ponytail, wore silver soft armor, and carried a large spear on her back. Her dashing appearance aroused the admiration of many male disciples, but none dared to reveal their feelings. This woman is a true killing machine. If you provoke her, you'll be riddled with hundreds of holes. Not to mention the female killing goddess, who now controls the criminal law of the Xianyin sect, and is someone who cannot be provoked, whether in public or private matters. Mayor, please take good care of my little disciple. Just as Lu Mei was about to lead her team away, she suddenly heard Feng Songyue's telepathic message, and a hint of surprise arose in her heart. A beauty colder than the eternal iceberg of the North Sea is actually so concerned about this little man. Does he have some special talent? Otherwise, why would the leader of a peak be so concerned? Fellow Taoist Lin. Lin Hao knew that he had a bad reputation within the sect, so he disguised himself in order to avoid unnecessary trouble. Unexpectedly, they were recognized before they even set off. He turned to look at the newcomer, a woman more spirited and vigorous than any man. Lung Fengchun. Fellow Taoist Lung, I used a disguise technique. How did you recognize me? Lung Fengchun smiled calmly and pointed to the sword box behind Lin Hao. There aren't many people who carry a pale yellow sword box, and if we're close enough, I can sense that the bluebird was me before. Lin Hao touched the sword box behind him and realized that's how it is. Fellow Taoist Lin, would you be willing to team up with me for this demon hunting competition? Lin Hao was quite willing to accept the invitation from the beautiful woman, as he had a strong liking for her. However, he was well aware of his current situation, which had incurred the wrath of many. If someone targets us, a bloody battle is inevitable. Teaming up with Lung Fengchun would actually drag her down. In truth, if Shui Linger hadn't insisted on following him, he would have preferred to be a lone wolf, free to come and go as he pleased. There's no need for fellow Taoist Lung to form a team. I already have my own team. Lin Hao took Shui Linger's hand in a generous manner, both to show that he really couldn't get away and to reassure his woman. Very well, I wish fellow Taoist Lin great success. Lung Fengchun was incredibly carefree. After offering his blessings, he left gracefully. After watching the beauty leave, Lin Hao looked back at the mountain gate and met his master's eyes. He respectfully performed a disciple's salute. You brat, at least you have some conscience. Feng Songyue murmured softly, a faint smile on her stunningly beautiful face. He watched his only remaining disciple gradually disappear into the distance. Lin Hao and Shui Linger did not go with the main group of the sect, but went to the hunting grounds alone. The main reason is that he already has a bad reputation within the sect. Although he doesn't care about other people's opinions, there's no need for him to create trouble for himself. Therefore, he decided to leave the group and changed his identity after using a disguise technique. Of course, his tricks couldn't fool those with higher cultivation levels. Chapter 70 The List of Beauties. After traveling over 1,000 miles from their respective sects, the Xianyin sect group arrived at the agreed-upon location. By this time, most of the disciples from various sects had arrived, along with a considerable number of independent cultivators who had come just to join the fun. Tens of thousands of elite disciples gathered in one place, making it quite a lively scene. Lin Hao disguised himself as a middle-aged man and walked with the youthful and beautiful Shui Linger, looking like a father and daughter. Elder Lu Mei, the leader of the Xianyin sect this time, could see through Lin Hao's disguise at a glance, but she did not make a fuss. She wanted to see how long her close friend's disciple could keep up the act. Lin Hao was unaware that someone was secretly watching him. He and Shui Linger were listening to an argument. Among the disciples that your Xianyin sect dispatched this time, are there any prodigies? You should know that our Blazing Sun sect has geniuses who will fight. Which prodigy did you send out? Peach Blossom, Sword Immortal. The listener was taken aback. But that Sword Immortal who cut down all the peach blossoms on the mountain with a single stroke. That's right, it's her. The listeners were all excited. Peach Blossom Sword Immortal, an extraordinary woman. She possessed immense magical power, and her swordsmanship was superb, surpassing all other sword cultivators and earning her the reputation of a sword immortal. What's even more remarkable is her incredibly graceful figure. As for her appearance, most people have never seen her true face. Because she had cultivated a technique of concealment, her appearance appeared shrouded in mist, making it difficult to discern her true face. The audience was completely surprised that a golden core seed would participate in this demon hunting competition. These golden core seeds are the focus of the sect's cultivation, with the sole purpose of forming a golden core. The core formed in the core formation stage is divided into 3 types: Yuan-Dan, Qing-Dan, and Jin-Dan. In fact, according to legend, above the golden elixir, there is an even higher quality purple elixir. However, for 10,000 years, no one has ever produced a purple elixir. The cultivators generally agreed that the purple pill was a complete fabrication, invented by their predecessors. Therefore, the cultivation world regards the golden elixir as the highest form of cultivation. All foundation establishment cultivators aim to form the golden core. But reality is cruel. Most cultivators form Yuan-Dan, a small number form Qing-Dan, and only the geniuses of each sect can form Jin-Dan. It should be noted that the chances of a golden core cultivator breaking through to the nascent soul realm are 30% higher than those of an ordinary core formation cultivator. Therefore, the seeds of the golden core are treasures of the sect. Therefore, the sect can make things very convenient for them. No one can force them to do things they don't want to do. Even though the Xianyin sect was known for its strong-arm tactics, it never forced golden core seeds to participate in the hunt. The disciples of the Blazing Sun sect, seeing the disciples of the Profound Yin sect looking away, couldn't help but feel even more smug. What? Does your Xianyin sect not have any golden core seeds willing to serve the sect? Or is it that your sect has no geniuses? Filled with mockery as he said this. All major sects have golden core seedlings, but those who can be called geniuses are not many. So-called prodigies are either invincible among their peers or possess unique abilities, and the best among them can even challenge those of higher levels. It was truly unexpected that a prodigy from the Liang sect would come. The Xianyin sect and the Liang sect were constantly at odds, and the atmosphere among their disciples was extremely tense. The disciples of the Xianyin sect were at a disadvantage when competing against the sect's most outstanding talents, and they were all very unwilling to accept it. But what the other party said was true. The leading figures of their sect were Lu Buping and Ning Qingxue. These two are indeed exceptionally talented and are the sect's golden core seeds, but they are both secluded cultivation fanatics and have no record of dominating their peers, so they cannot yet be called geniuses. The disciples of the Xianyin sect were about to retort when they heard someone exclaim in surprise, "Look, it's Li Jinghong from the Heavenly Sword sect." This one sentence instantly ignited the atmosphere at the scene. Li Jinghong, that white-robed swordsman, the ruthless swordsman. I never expected her to participate in the demon hunting competition. The Sword Immortal has just arrived, and now the Blade Immortal is here too. Let's forget about being at the top. Let's all compete for 3rd place. Compared to Peach Blossom Sword Immortal's participation, Li Jinghong's appearance is even more exciting. Li Jinghong, the Heavenly Sword sect's cultivation prodigy, with a face that could topple kingdoms and unparalleled swordsmanship. These 2 phrases were tailor-made for her. Unlike the Peach Blossom Sword Immortal, Li Jinghong did not hide her true appearance. Her stunningly beautiful face was enough to make all living beings fall in love with her. Not only in the Heavenly Sword sect, but also in various other sects, she has a group of fervent followers. With such a divine figure descending upon them, how could everyone remain calm? It is worth mentioning, however, that despite the emergence of a prodigy from the Heavenly Sword sect, the sect's disciples did not become complacent. They all had an expression as calm as a still lake. This matter seems quite ordinary. This is the demeanor of the leader of the righteous sects. This demon hunting competition is packed with geniuses, with hundreds of foundation establishment, great perfection cultivators. Forget about competing for the top 3, you can forget about even making it into the top 10. In this Tianxian cultivation world, when it comes to the peerless geniuses below the core formation realm, no one dares to make a rash judgment on who can be ranked in the top 10. However, if we were to rank the top 10 most beautiful foundation establishment cultivators, the stunningly beautiful Fairy Jinghong of the Heavenly Sword sect would definitely be among them. A monk dressed as a scholar said, shaking his head. He is someone who specializes in collecting information about the cultivation world. Lin Hao wasn't particularly interested in the golden core seed. His path was unconventional, and there was no need to pay too much attention to it. However, he was very interested in the list of beauties, and his ears immediately perked up. Seeing that everyone's curiosity had been piqued, the scholar couldn't help but twitch his lips slightly upward. The list of beauties not only covers both the righteous and demonic paths, but also includes the demon race. However, 5 of the top 10 spots belong to the righteous path. They even included a list of demons. Lin Hao couldn't help but admire him. This information broker was quite skilled. The audience's appetite had been whetted, and when the scholar stopped talking again, they felt like they were being tickled by a kitten. So they all started shouting, "You pedantic scholar, just say what you have to say, or shut up. Stop beating around the bush." Exactly. It's infuriating to leave things unsaid. I'm so anxious. Seeing the crowd's agitation, the scholar dared not keep them in suspense any longer and began to explain in detail. Top 10 most beautiful foundation establishment cultivators. The 5 seats occupied by the righteous sects are Li Jinghong of the Heavenly Sword Sect, Yi Zhaoqiu of the Boundless Palace, Ting Yin and Ting Yu of the Myriad Flowers Valley, and Ning Qingxue of the Profound Yin Sect. Especially the 2 from the Valley of 10,000 Flowers, who are twins, one pure and charming, the other enchanting and peerless. If one could possess both of them, one would not trade them for a celestial position. Lin Hao was slightly surprised. He had seen Ning Qingxue's beauty before. Those 4 women who were on par with him, how beautiful they must have been, is unimaginable. No one from the Liang sect made the list. You brats from the Blazing Sun sect, weren't you all so cocky just now? Why are you so smug now? A disciple from the Profound Yin sect immediately mocked. It's only because our Peach Blossom Sword Immortal didn't reveal his true form. Otherwise he would definitely have taken a seat. Chapter 71 Gu Qingqing. The scholar took a sip of tea and said, "Don't rush to argue. Do you know who the stunning beauties from both the demon and monster families are?" Lin Hao's ears immediately perked up. He wasn't interested in the demonic path. He wanted to know if the stunning beauties of the demon race had little foxes among them. I don't know about the demon race, but the beauties of the Hahuan sect are definitely from the demonic path. Regardless of their appearance, just the intoxicating feeling they evoke makes me support their selection. A short, stout man said with a sly grin. No one mocked the short, lecherous-looking man. On the contrary, they agreed with his statement. The women of the Hahuan sect are either elegant and noble, passionate and fiery, gentle and tender, or demure and charming. They almost encompass all the types of women that men like. Seeing the audience lost in thought, the scholar revealed a meaningful smile. You're mistaken. The Human Union sect is not a demonic sect, so it cannot take up a spot from the demonic sect. Moreover, women from the Hahuan sect are not included in the list of beauties. They all practice seductive arts. You have no idea whether you like her because of her beauty or for some indescribable reason. Let's get back to the demonic path. The scholar tried to steer the conversation back on track, but the audience was not happy about it. We don't want to hear any nonsense about the demonic path. Tell us about the Joyful Union sect. That's right. I want to know if the women of the Hahuan sect are really as alluring and captivating as the legends say. Due to the strong demands of the crowd, the scholar had no choice but to recount information about the Hahuan sect. If you want to hear about the Hahuan sect, then you're in for a treat today. The Hahuan sect has produced an incomparably beautiful woman named Gu Qingqing. Her cultivation talent is also outstanding. She is a peerless genius who is no less than Li Jinghong. We don't want to know about her cultivation practices. We just want to know how alluring and seductive she is. Her beauty was so stunning that it captivated the world. The scholar uttered only 10 words, yet they sparked a great deal of speculation among the crowd. Lin Hao didn't pay attention to the description of his appearance. He was thinking about whether the Hahuan sect's cultivation method was more suitable for his own physique. The Hahuan sect is based on dual cultivation, and its sex techniques are entirely for the purpose of absorbing the essence of the other's energy. If I were to switch to the Hahuan sect's cultivation techniques, how fast would my cultivation speed be? Lin Hao was very curious. However, the Hahuan sect's cultivation techniques are never passed on to outsiders. Even disciples of the sect can only receive the next stage of the techniques after completing the previous stage. Moreover, all the disciples of this sect had restrictions placed in their sea of consciousness. Once cultivation techniques are involved, the sea of consciousness will explode, turning the person into a senile. Everyone was fantasizing about what kind of person Gu Qingqing was, while others scoffed at her. Ridiculous, utterly ridiculous. Li Jinghong is such a genius. How could a small sect like the Hahuan sect possibly dare to mess with him? You pedantic scholar, spouting nonsense. What makes you think the women of the Joyful Union sect are superior to the fairy of the startling swan? The scholar was not angry after being scolded. He remained calm and unhurried as he said, "It is said that the demonic master Si Wuxia personally visited the Hahuan sect to propose marriage for his youngest son. He hoped that Gu Qingsheng would marry into his family. You must know that this is Si Wuxia, whose standards are extremely high. He once declared that anyone who wanted to enter his family must be a nascent soul cultivator. But now he's willing to lower his cultivation standards and personally come to propose marriage, which shows just how admirable Gu Qingsheng's beauty is." The leader of the Hahuan sect also agreed to the marriage alliance. However, Gu Qingsheng refused. She spread the word that the man she favored must be a righteous person. Upon hearing this, the disciples of prestigious sects couldn't help but feel a ripple in their hearts. Doesn't that mean I have a chance? But those damn scholars are keeping things in suspense again, leaving half the story unsaid. Gentlemen, don't be too happy yet. Gu Qingsheng has another requirement. Her husband must be at the same cultivation level as her, and he must be able to defeat her. You should know that Gu Qingsheng is at the great perfection of foundation establishment. Ordinary people don't even have the chance to fall at her feet. After hearing the scholar's words, the audience's hearts sank immediately. Gu Qingsheng is also a prodigy, with astonishing cultivation and unparalleled combat power. How could someone at the same level possibly defeat her? Unless one is also a prodigy. And it's the kind of challenge that allows you to take on opponents of higher levels. Lin Hao, however, was filled with a competitive spirit, thinking that if he had the chance, he would have a great battle with the other party. He was too proud to admit that he was lusting after her body. Shui Linger had been observing Lin Hao, and noticed that he was quite excited when the scholar listed the beauties, his eyes filled with a hint of resentment. "You want to get your hands on that woman, Gu Qingsheng?" Lin Hao stroked his chin. Although Shui Linger had said before that she wouldn't care how many women he had, she still harbored some resentment. It wouldn't be good for him to give a hasty answer at this moment. Therefore, he changed the subject and talked about other things. "What kind of Taoist magic is Gu Qingsheng skilled in?" The scholar was very polite and immediately said, "Aren't you all curious about why Gu Qingsheng dared to refuse the giant of the demonic path? The truth is that before Gu Qingsheng even entered the immortal sect, she was taken in as a disciple by a nascent soul cultivator on behalf of her master. That person's fame has never spread throughout the world. But we are all old monsters who have cultivated for many years, and even our hair is empty. Think about it carefully. How terrifying must someone's own cultivation be to be able to teach someone to become a great cultivator?" So even though Gu Qingsheng refused, and the demonic sect leader lost face, he didn't say anything. No one can force Gu Qingsheng to do anything unless she is willing. Everyone should consider whether they have the ability. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone around him fell silent. Gu Qingsheng must have a big secret to be able to have a nascent soul cultivator take on the role of her master in accepting disciples. Lin Hao felt something was wrong, but it had nothing to do with him, since it was the first time he had ever heard the name Gu Qingsheng. "Lin Hao, this poor scholar is young and inexperienced. His words are unreliable. I'm someone who frequents the cultivation world, yet I've never heard of the demonic cultivator Si Wuxia proposing marriage to the Hahuan sect, let alone a nascent soul cultivator accepting a disciple on behalf of their master." Shui Linger pursed her cherry lips with a hint of disdain. Lin Hao remained non-committal and did not refute the woman. He felt that what the scholar said was probably true, and that this unassuming fellow was no ordinary person either. How could someone who dares to expose Si Wuxia's wounds not have some skills of their own? He's becoming increasingly interested in Gu Qingsheng and really wants to have a good time with her. The scholar wanted to say something more, but after calculating with his fingers, his expression changed drastically, and he instantly transformed into a streak of light and fled into the distance. This scholar is interesting. Lin Hao watched the departing light and couldn't help but find it amusing. "Let's go. Let's find a place to rest for a while. Then we should head into the mountains to hunt demons. The sect elders might give a speech later. Shouldn't we stay and listen?" "No need to listen. It's all just useless platitudes anyway." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Hao sensed that something was wrong. All eyes were on him. Some people even had their eyes light up. "Lin Hao," one person shouted excitedly. I was disguised. How did they recognize me?" Lin Hao touched his face and realized that his disguise had been broken silently. Chapter 72, Everyone Wants to Kill. "Who is it?" Lin Hao was puzzled as to who had silently broken his disguise. Upon hearing the name Lin Hao, all the disciples of the Xianyin sect turned their heads. "Well, he really is a scoundrel." "You damn thing. How dare you even show your face in public? You still dare to go out. You colluded with demons, causing 2 major upheavals. My Taoist partner died because of you. I was unable to avenge him within the sect. A cultivator in blue robes, his eyes blazing with fury, said, "It's a great misfortune for the sect to have someone like you. You enjoy the sect's cultivation resources, yet you do nothing but commit theft and debauchery. Do you have any shame?" Lin Hao, if I were you, I would kneel down and commit suicide to atone for my sins. What's the point of talking to this scoundrel? He's going to participate in the demon hunting competition anyway, so we'll just rob him every time we see him. The crowd was outraged and condemned Lin Hao, but he didn't care. After Shui Linger's guidance, he had already come to a realization. There's no point in reasoning with these people. You have to conquer them with your fists. He wouldn't mind having a big fight with the clamorers here. Lin Hao's disguise technique was discovered by the team leader, Elder Lu Mei. She just wanted to tease the kid. Unexpectedly, this led to him being besieged. Seeing that internal strife was about to erupt, Lu Mei quickly spoke up to stop it. A bunch of idiots. All they do is fight amongst themselves. Go fight with other sects. What's the point of besieging your own sect members here, other than making yourselves a laughingstock? After the team leader spoke, those who were denouncing Lin Hao fell silent. All of you, behave yourselves and come over here to collect your talismans. This is for saving your lives, you bunch of brats. As long as the spell is cast, elders from various sects will come to the rescue. Of course, once rescued, they will lose their eligibility to compete. After distributing the talismans, Lu Mei contacted Murong Qinxue to inform her that preparations were complete. The person in charge of this demon hunting competition was about to speak and announce the start of the competition. But then they saw a flying boat on the horizon, speeding towards them. Who could it be? Doubts arose in everyone's hearts. All the members of the major righteous sects have arrived. Who would come at this time? A moment later, a flying boat, resembling a painted barge, hovered in midair. 2 groups of beautiful women in light dresses and thin gauze stepped off, their feet treading on petals, as if welcoming a distinguished person alighting from the boat. Meng Qin. A hint of surprise flashed in Murong Qinxue's beautiful eyes. Why would the peak master of the Hahuan sect come here? As soon as Meng Qinfu came down, thousands of petals fluttered in the air, not to mention the bees and butterflies flitting among the sea of flowers. What a beautiful woman! No, what an alluring enchantress. Indeed, Lin Hao sensed a faint, demonic aura emanating from the beautiful woman. One of the leaders of the Hahuan sect is actually from the demon race. Of course, for a powerful demon like her with such extraordinary cultivation, concealing her demonic aura was not difficult at all. The woman's composure suggests that the Hahuan sect has lenient rules and doesn't care about worldly opinions. Lin Hao immediately understood why the Hahuan sect, which had not committed any heinous acts, could not be listed as a righteous sect. The reason is that the sect teaches indiscriminately, only looking at talent and not character, and even disregarding race. This enchanting woman's captivating beauty seemed capable of bewitching the soul. Lin Hao only glanced at it once, but he felt that he was about to fall into its trap. He quickly bit his tongue to bring himself back to his senses. He was immediately filled with surprise. This woman's seductive skills were incredibly powerful. She could make people fall for her without them even realizing it. Upon closer inspection, this beautiful woman was not as pretty as Feng Songyue, but was about the same height as Murong Qinxue. But when under the influence of the charm spell, one will only feel that she is the most beautiful woman in the world. Meng Qin, what do you mean by this? With a flick of her jade finger, Murong Qinxue summoned a giant ice dragon that circled in the sky and roared, instantly waking everyone from their trance. Meng Qinlian walked over gracefully. Qinxue, I'm here to hunt demons, of course. Murong Qinxue frowned slightly. The Hahuan sect was neither righteous nor evil and was not well received by the righteous sects, so they were not invited to this competition. Who would have thought that they would come uninvited? However, of course, the more people there are, the better when it comes to exorcising demons. Since you have come to exorcise demons, I welcome you on behalf of the Xianin sect. Meng Qin smiled, making all the beautiful female cultivators present pale in comparison. Qinxue, I didn't bring many people. Only one of my disciples. Come down, Qingcheng. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone was shocked. Gu Qingcheng. This beautiful woman is actually Gu Xinzi's master. 2 breaths later, a beautiful young woman slowly stepped off the flying boat. The petals, bees, and butterflies are no less beautiful than Meng Qin's. Lin Hao's gaze was instantly drawn to it. Her eyebrows were like wisps of smoke, her eyes were like autumn waves, and her cheeks were delicate and fair, with a hint of a smile in her dimples. Her face was unadorned, yet it was as fair as snow and frost, so tender it seemed one could squeeze water from it. Dressed in a purple and green dress, with slender shoulders and a graceful waist, her beautiful figure was truly blessed by the heavens. Beautiful, absolutely stunning. Before the woman disembarked, Lin Hao used a mind-awakening talisman on himself, fearing that he might succumb to temptation. Even so, he was still amazed by the woman's beauty. They were so engrossed in the illusion that they couldn't pull themselves out for a long time. Gu Qingsheng is indeed extremely beautiful. Even Li Jinghong, who was on the list of most beautiful women, paled in comparison to this one. Morong Qinxue, being a woman with profound cultivation, was naturally unaffected by Gu Qingsheng's beauty, only inwardly cursing her as a femme fatale. He might curse in his heart, but on the surface he was all smiles. If fellow Taoist Meng's beloved disciple is willing to participate in the competition, it will surely inspire the disciples of all sects and add prestige to the competition. There will definitely be incentives. Lin Hao glanced at the group of male cultivators around him, who were still captivated by the women's beauty. It seems that Uncle Morong will have to use his magic again to wake these guys up with the ice dragon. Seeing the disciples' state, Morong Qinxue cursed them under her breath for being so spineless, but had no choice but to use the ice dragon technique to bring them back to their senses. All the disciples from various sects had arrived. Morong Qinxue glanced around, and finally her eyes landed on Lin Hao. Then he began his address. Today, we are celebrating a grand event in the cultivation world, the demon hunting competition. Here, I would like to issue a call to all disciples. Make full use of your skills and expertise, and kill more demons. I believe you have all trained hard and accumulated a wealth of experience and skills. Now you just need to give full play to your strength, and you can shine in the monster hunting competition. Finally, I wish every disciple a fruitful and enriching experience in this demon hunting competition, and that they will contribute their strength to our righteous, immortal path. I hereby declare the demon hunting competition open. As soon as she finished speaking, the disciples of all sects rushed into the 10,000 mountains like wild horses. Chapter 73 Sword Pill appears. Lin Hao rushed in quickly, but he wasn't trying to compete for the demon hunting opportunity. Instead, he was trying to avoid the crowd. After all, he was not well liked in the Xianyin sect, and quite a few people had spoken harshly to him earlier. To avoid being besieged, he had no choice but to quickly disappear from sight. Lin Hao carried Xue Ling'er on their journey. Fortunately, the disciples of various sects were mixed together, and the scene was quite chaotic. When the two arrived at the outer edge of the Qingxiu demon clan's territory, they looked around and found no other cultivators, so they breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Hao planned to disguise himself again and conceal his presence, and he also planned to help Xue Ling'er change her clothes. The main reason is that many people now know that the two of them are a Taoist couple. However, before he could finish disguising himself, Lin Hao sensed someone approaching. Lin Hao's brows immediately furrowed. This place is very remote and lacks spiritual energy. Few demons appear here, so no one comes here to hunt demons. These bastards are probably after me. At this point, it was too late to escape. Swarm him like flies. At this moment, Xue Ling'er also sensed that someone was coming, and there were quite a few of them, so she couldn't help but feel a little worried. Lin Hao, should we take a break for now? No need to hide. Running away will only embolden those damned bastards. A moment later, a female cultivator in white robes arrived, leading a group of people. She was quite surprised to see that Lin Hao had not moved. She had thought that he would continue to flee in a sorry state, and that it would take some effort to catch up with him. Unexpectedly, the other party did not run away. That's perfect. Lin Hao, why aren't you running away? The beautiful female cultivator asked disdainfully. When she learned of Lin Hao's deeds, she was outraged. This shameless scoundrel, in order to improve his cultivation, has probably harmed the bodies of countless female cultivators. He is truly a scumbag. She came here today to seek justice for the female cultivator who was wronged. The female cultivator brought also voiced their condemnation. If Lin Hao kneels down and kowtows now, Grandpa might consider letting you off the hook. Why waste words with scum? Just kill him and rid the sect of this menace. Fellow Taoist, don't be so impulsive. I think we can use this scoundrel to help us hunt down the demon race. Each of them spoke in turn, completely disregarding Lin Hao. The beautiful female cultivator ranked among the top 50 in the last intersect competition. If she's lucky, she could advance even further. She's a true elite disciple. Furthermore, the trusted confidants he brought were all capable men. She felt that dealing with Lin Hao would be a piece of cake. Lin Hao, kneel down and beg for mercy, the beautiful female cultivator shouted. Oh! Lin Hao sneered and slowly walked forward, his cold eyes flashing with a chilling light. Kneel down and beg for mercy? I, Lin, don't have that habit. On the contrary, you have successfully angered me. It's too late for you to kneel down and beg for mercy now. The beautiful female cultivator and the others seemed to have heard the biggest joke in the world. Did you hear that? This guy told us to kneel down and beg for mercy. This is absolutely hilarious. A horse-faced monk spoke arrogantly. Snap! Before he could even enjoy himself for a second, the horse-faced monk was slapped hard across the face, and half of his face swelled up instantly. The beautiful female cultivator was taken aback. She knew that Lin Hao was strong and could break into the top 50 of the inner sect. How could he be weak? But she felt that her opponent's strength was at most on par with her own. But he didn't see his movements clearly, and his younger brother was slapped hard. Lin Hao, how dare you hit me? The horse-faced cultivator said angrily. Snap! Another slap. The horse-faced monk's face turned into a round face, with both sides of his face swelling up at the same time, making it quite symmetrical. Let's do it. The beautiful female cultivator let out a delicate shout and charged towards Lin Hao first. Seeing this, the others also wanted to join in the attack. Your opponent is me. Shui Linger was extremely beautiful and also practiced seductive arts. With just a smile or a frown, she could make several male cultivators fall into a dreamlike state. The beautiful female cultivator thought to herself that since they were both among the top 50 in the inner sect competition, her strength was no weaker than her opponent's. But to everyone's surprise, she was at a disadvantage as soon as they started fighting. The opponent suppressed her before even using any magical artifacts or talismans. A hint of surprise flashed in her eyes as she asked in astonishment, "Didn't you just enter the late stage of Foundation Establishment? Your strength is almost at the great perfection of Foundation Establishment." The female cultivator, instead of enduring the hardship, called for her companions to come and help her. The two Foundation Establishment stage cultivators, who were originally about to besiege Shui Linger, turned around and attacked Lin Hao instead. Even with the help of two companions, they only managed to draw against Lin Hao. Shameless scoundrel, did you perhaps conceal your strength during the inner sect competition? Lin Hao casually slapped a mid-Foundation Establishment cultivator away, his eyes flashing with disdain. No matter what competition I participate in, my goal is to win first place. Why should I hide my strength? The beautiful female cultivator remained silent. With the other party's current strength, it was a pipe dream for him to compete for the top spot in the inner sect, but competing for the top 20 was not a problem. I thought it would be an easy win, but I didn't expect it to turn into a tough battle. The beautiful female cultivator grew increasingly angry and roared at her two companions. Don't hold back. Use all your strength to kill Lin Hao and cleanse the sect's atmosphere. The spiritual energy here is scarce, and no demons live here, so the elders won't be distracted. Besides, this is demon territory, so it's perfectly normal for a disciple to die. The sect won't be able to trace it back to us. The two Foundation Establishment stage cultivators responded in unison and each unleashed their unique skills. In an instant, this small world was filled with dazzling magic and astonishing power. The beautiful female cultivator, in particular, used a small bell wrapped in golden light, which she used to directly cover Lin Hao. These bastards are using deadly tactics. They really want to kill me. Lin Hao's face was covered with frost. Since the other party had done so, he would no longer hold back. Just as the other party said, this is the middle of nowhere, and when you're hunting demons, how can people not die? With a thought, the sword pellet he had been nurturing in his dantian flew directly into his hand. Bestowed by my master would be used here. After obtaining the sword pellet, he never used it, and was therefore very curious about its power. He circulated his spiritual energy and poured it into the sword pellet, which immediately regained its true form. A 3-foot-long sword, its thin blade engraved with many fire patterns, and its hilt adorned with 2 fiery lotuses. This is a sword pellet that Feng Tsungyue forged based on his own sword. A masterpiece born from painstaking effort. The sword's might is overwhelming. The moment Lin Hao poured spiritual power into the sword pellet, the beautiful female cultivator and the others felt uneasy. When the sword pellet transformed into the shadow of a magic sword, they felt an urge to kneel down and submit. The beautiful female cultivator bore the brunt of the sword's power. She wanted to turn and run away, but she was locked onto by the sword's power, and escape was out of the question. Chapter 74: Buying a Life. Disease. Lin Hao's words thundered like spring thunder. The sword light flashed like a rainbow, carrying unparalleled momentum, and sent the woman flying. The beautiful female cultivator was sent flying backwards like a tattered sack. 2 Foundation establishment stage cultivators were slashed and coughed up blood after only withstanding a small amount of the sword's power. At the same time, Shui Ling'er also dealt with the male cultivators who were trapped in the illusion. Lin Hao toyed with the sword pellet in his hand and walked unhurriedly to the leading female cultivator. The woman took most of the sword light, and a horrific wound was slashed in her abdomen, staining her white dress with blood. The woman looked at Lin Hao with fear in her eyes, regretting that she had provoked this wicked man. But it's too late to regret it now. She could only pray that the other party wouldn't kill her. "Brother Dao, please spare my life." The female cultivator was extremely weak, her voice barely a whisper. "Spare you? When you tried to kill me, did you ever think of letting me go? So why should I let you go? If you want to live, trade your most valuable possession." The 2 Foundation establishment mid-stage cultivators were quick-witted and promptly offered their storage bags. "Brother Lin, please accept this small token of our appreciation and spare my life," the 2 said in unison. Lin Hao merely sneered, ordered the 2 to open the restrictions on the storage bag, and then sent out a wisp of his divine sense to examine the items inside. However, they found nothing of value. There were only a handful of demon cores and a pitifully small amount of spirit stones. "You think you can buy your lives with just this much stuff? Your lives are really cheap." A hint of sorrow flashed across the faces of the 2 cultivators. These days, the cultivation world is not peaceful. No one can guarantee that there won't be any thieves during the demon hunting competition, so only a fool would carry their wealth with them. Lin Hao tossed the storage bag to Shui Ling'er and said, "This little bit of junk won't satisfy me. However, it's not impossible to survive." Seeing that things were turning around, the 2 men quickly begged for mercy, saying, "Please tell us, how can you spare us? I have made a heavenly oath that what happened today must not be revealed to outsiders, and that I must return 500 mid-grade spirit stones upon returning to the sect." Hiss! The 2 of them gasped. 500 mid-grade spirit stones, converted to low-grade spirit stones, amount to 50,000, which is no small sum. But now, in order to save their lives, they had no room for bargaining and had no choice but to agree. The other male cultivators followed suit and also made a vow to heaven. Lin Hao made these people swear an oath to heaven not because he was afraid they would reveal what was going on, but because he didn't want to expose the existence of the sword pill, which was his trump card for survival. The beautiful female cultivator said weakly, "Brother Lin, I am also willing to make this vow." Before she could finish speaking, Lin Hao interrupted her. "No, you can't do it. Spirit stones aren't the most precious thing you have." A look of confusion flashed across the female cultivator's face. But then he realized what kind of cultivation technique the other party practiced. Thinking of this, her face immediately flushed. She was single-mindedly devoted to the Tao, and apart from cultivating her mind, she had no thoughts about matters between men and women, so she was still a virgin. After years of protecting her innocence, today she is about to be. While she was lost in thought, Lin Hao used his magic to pull the woman to his side, and he and Shui Ling'er transformed into a beam of light and left. "Find a cave and kill the bear demon inside." Lin Hao placed the woman on the haystack, then ordered her to open her storage bag, find healing pills, and commanded her to take them to heal her injuries. He didn't want to do seafood business with someone who was seriously injured. It would be very awkward if they died halfway through. While waiting for the woman to recover from her injuries, Lin Hao took elixirs to restore his own spiritual power. The sword pellet bestowed by his master was powerful, but it also consumed a tremendous amount of his spiritual energy. After only one use, it drained most of his spiritual power. In the future, try not to use the sword pellet unless it is absolutely necessary. Half a day later, Lin Hao felt his spiritual power recover, but the beautiful female cultivator still looked weak. He was so clever that he could tell at a glance that the female cultivator was stalling for time. Trying to play mind games with me." Lin Hao's tone was clear and cold as he said, "You'd better recover from your injuries quickly, otherwise, once my patience runs out, I won't hesitate to kill you to vent my anger." The female cultivator felt the chilling murderous intent in the man's words and couldn't help but tremble in fear. Her innocence and her life. She dared not delay any longer and quickly began to recover from her injuries. Foundation establishment cultivators no longer need to eat food. Instead, they can consume bigopills and simply eat air and dew. But Shui Linger seemed to be doing it on purpose, setting up a fire at the cave entrance to roast the bear paw. And he was talking emphatically while grilling. Serves you right for being so tactless, not knowing to hand over your cave. Now you've ended up with your head separated from your body. Feeling better now. The woman's voice was loud and echoed in the cave. Lin Hao understood the woman's underlying meaning. He was about to engage in dual cultivation with someone else, and she was somewhat jealous. This is normal. What's truly frightening is if your man is surrounded by women on both sides, and you remain indifferent. A smile played on his lips as he stepped outside the cave and embraced Shui Linger from behind. Lin Hao, stop it. What are you doing? Of course, it's to comfort you, you jealous person. Chapter 75, Changing Strategies. Comforting Shui Linger, her dissatisfaction dissipated, and she took the initiative to protect Lin Hao outside the cave. Soon, a large amount of fire elemental energy began to converge into the cave. As dawn broke, Lin Hao began to sit cross-legged in meditation, focusing his inner energy on his dantian. He discovered that his spiritual sea had become much more solid, and he was overjoyed. Half an incense stick later, seeing that the woman had woken up, he forced her to make a vow to heaven, and then left with Shui Linger. The beautiful female cultivator was left alone in the cave, her brows furrowed in worry. What a heartless man. A spring breeze blew overnight, but I felt no lingering attachment. His cultivation level has increased again, and he is getting closer and closer to the great perfection of foundation establishment. Lin Hao was in a great mood and actually hoped that someone would come after him. Ideally, they should all be female cultivators. He was full of vigor, and as he walked, he unconsciously hummed a little tune. The mountain road here is winding and twisting, and the female cultivator chasing me is as beautiful as a celestial being. He had been carefully concealing his whereabouts, fearing that people would surround and kill him. But now that his strength has increased, and he has witnessed the power of the sword pellet, he thinks that if one or two more female cultivators come, he can break through to the great perfection of qi refining and even fight Ning Qingxue. So now he's not afraid at all. I don't know whether to say he was lucky or unlucky. Not long after leaving the cave, they encountered people blocking their way. The group consisted of 3 people, only one of whom was a female cultivator, and she had a proportionate figure and an unattractive face. Each individual feature is ugly enough, but when put together, they are truly ugly on top of ugly. He had a strange intuition that this woman was definitely a virgin. Lin Hao, the towering, black giant who was leading the group, stepped forward and looked at Lin Hao as if he were a rare treasure. The main reason is that Lin Hao has a bad reputation, and many Xianin sect disciples want to defeat this fiend. If he can rob the other party here, beat them up badly, and make them beg for mercy, he will surely become famous. So, in order to gain fame, he set up a recording stone, intending to preserve the battle footage to prove that he had defeated the shameless scoundrel. You've run into your rotten old man today. You're really unlucky. Quickly kneel down and beg for mercy, and I'll spare your arm. Despite the opponent's continued provocations, Lin Hao remained unmoved. He turned to Shui Linger and spoke. Tell me, only someone with a mental illness would jump around like a dog. You're wrong. Dogs don't jump around. They're toads. Neither of them lowered their voices. The dark-skinned man's face turned red with anger. These damn dogs didn't care about him at all. A scholar can be killed but not humiliated. But this despicable couple insulted themselves by calling themselves toads. Actually, his lips were wide and protruded outwards, making him look just like a toad. This touched a nerve with him. They'd start fighting at the slightest provocation. This dark-skinned fellow looked fierce and was definitely not someone to be trifled with. But in reality, his cultivation level was not as high as that of the female cultivator from before. He was quickly defeated by Lin Hao. Bang! Lin Hao stepped on the black-clad man with one foot, breaking several of his sternum bones. He glanced at his opponent with disdain and said coldly, "You piece of trash, how dare you hunt me down?" Blackie felt a mouthful of blood stuck in his throat. He wanted to refute it, but couldn't find the words. At the same time, Shui Linger also defeated the other 2 cultivators and brought them in front of Lin Hao. The obese female cultivator recalled Lin Hao's nickname, Flower Destroyer. Fear flashed in Xiaomi's eyes, and she quickly begged for mercy. Brother Lin, please don't humiliate me. I have cultivated the Tao for many years and have never taken a man. My body is still pure. Unless you and I become Taoist partners, I swear to protect my purity with my life. Lin Hao was originally quite serious, but upon hearing the obese female cultivator say this and looking at her face, he almost vomited. Even if I want to improve my cultivation, I can't just eat anything indiscriminately. Even if you were blindfolded, you wouldn't be able to bring yourself to do it to this kind of person. The fat woman's incessant chatter was truly annoying. Lin Hao simply dislocated her jaw. The world is finally quiet. Chapter 76 Fishing. Then, as before, they plundered the other party's demon core and forced them to pay with spirit stones to save their lives. If they can't produce it, then make them swear an oath to heaven. The oath of heaven is extremely binding on cultivators. Failure to fulfill it will result in karmic consequences. Now, it's too late to renege on the debt. After having He Si and the others swear an oath to heaven, Lin Hao let them leave. Mainly, he really didn't want to see that fat female cultivator. This woman is so narcissistic. She always thought Lin Hao was lusting after her body. Shui Linger asked Lin Hao after collecting the spoils of war. Fishing. Fishing. Shui Linger's beautiful eyes flickered with doubt as she asked, puzzled. We came here to achieve excellent results in the demon hunting competition. Are you sure it's not demon hunting, but fishing? Lin Hao smiled. Why should we bother hunting monsters when a fool delivers a demon core to our doorstep? First, capture a few prisoners, then have them spread the word about my location. This will surely attract some people to hunt me down. Shui Linger frowned and asked, are you sure this will work? Will those guys come obediently? Cultivators are also human beings, and as long as they are human beings, they will be burdened by empty fame. Those guys in the sect obviously want to use me as a stepping stone to enhance their own reputation. Then let them come. A mighty river rushes down from the mountains, and the splashing water has worn many holes into the surrounding rocks. Along with it, an ancient temple by the river was also dilapidated. The temple's wooden pillars had long since rotted away, but they did not collapse because they were supported by the dragon bone structure. This is the real dragon bone, from a 1,000-year-old dragon. Its bones are harder than divine iron, and have not crumbled even after 1,000 years of wind and rain. The temple was filled with broken wood and tiles, as well as animal excrement. On the altar, there was a statue of a god with a human body and a fox head, but its true appearance was not discernible. A bonfire was burning brightly. The glow of the flames, the clay statue's fox face radiated a greenish light. Lin Hao sat in front of the campfire, his back against the altar. With a focused expression, he turned the roasted chicken over the campfire with his iron sword. The aroma of meat filled the air. He tore off a chicken leg and offered it to the statue. Do you want some? The statues do not speak. I'm not lucky enough to have it. Lin Hao began to eat heartily. Just as they were enjoying their meal, they heard Shui Ling's voice transmission. A group of 6 people were heading towards the temple. This was a tactic he and Shui Linger had devised. The woman kept watch outside, and if the intruders were not strong enough, she would kill them on the spot. If it's strong, then we'll have to get out of there. Using this tactic, they have already outmaneuvered a group of people. They not only obtained many demon cores, but also a considerable number of demon beast corpses. The chicken that Lin Hao roasted was a demonic bird. He had just finished eating the chicken leg in his hand. The temple door was then kicked open forcefully. These people are so violent. Lin Hao frowned with a hint of helplessness and threw the chicken bone in his hand at the newcomer. Snap! The newcomer reacted quickly, knocking the chicken bone off with a single slash. However, he didn't look too good. I thought the other party was using a unique hidden weapon, but it turned out to be just a chicken bone. They felt insulted. Lin Hao, you've gone too far. Am I going too far? Lin Hao grabbed another chicken leg, chewing slowly as he spoke leisurely. You've traveled over mountains and valleys to besiege me, and now you accuse me of bullying you? Enough with the nonsense. Prepare to die. Relying on their superior numbers, the attackers swarmed towards Lin Hao. However, their strength is really lacking. The leader was just an ordinary late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator. I don't know what he was thinking, daring to come and besiege him. It seems that people's impression of him is that he is just an ordinary late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator who barely managed to withstand Ning Qingshue's 3-sword strikes, and they regard him as an easy target that everyone wants to take advantage of. But this is just right. It suits Lin Hao perfectly. They quickly defeated the group. Lin Hao would not let them off easily. They had to exchange spirit stones for their lives. It is worth mentioning that a beautiful and graceful female cultivator immediately took out 500 mid-grade spirit stones to redeem her life. But while her companions were released, she was detained. Lin Hao, what do you mean by this? A trace of sorrow flashed across the female cultivator's face. You guys gave me the nickname Flower-Destroying Maniac, so of course I have to live up to it. The female cultivator was no novice. She immediately understood Lin Hao's meaning, and her snow-white neck instantly turned red. By forcibly going to Wushan with the female cultivator, Lin Hao's strength improved. However, he still failed to break through to the great perfection of foundation establishment. Upon seeing Lin Hao and the other female cultivators, Shui Linger became unhappy again. Lin Hao had no choice but to decide to satisfy this jealous little devil. However, I don't plan to do it here, because not only is the smell of blood extremely strong, but it has also attracted the attention of many cultivators. He doesn't want to be disturbed when he's doing his business. Anyway, not far from here, there is another temple, which is also dilapidated and desolate. He planned to go there and have a good fight with Shui Ling. However, before he even got there, he saw a familiar figure. Ning Qingxue. This woman is a seed of the Golden Core, and should be hunting demons in the core ancestral land of the Qingxiu demon clan. How did I end up here? Lin Hao was preparing to leave and go somewhere else. But then they saw a white tiger enter the temple. Ning Qingxue and the demon white tiger entered the same temple? Lin Hao frowned deeply. He didn't believe that the human and the demon had entered the temple to fight to the death. They went in one after the other, so it was obviously a meeting? Lin Hao's mind raced with a myriad of thoughts, but his intense curiosity led him to make a decision. He planned to sneak out of the temple. Let's see what's going on here. Chapter 77 Demon Clan Plan. He and Shui Linger practiced both came from the old man guarding the pavilion. These techniques were quite profound, and once used, their presence was extremely low. Even mountain mosquitoes couldn't notice them. The two made their way to the outside of the temple. Lin Hao gently took out the fire spirit sword and gripped it tightly with one hand. He felt that Ning Qingxue was acting suspiciously and might be a wolf in sheep's clothing, so he should be wary of her. Holding the sword gave him a sense of security. The temple is large and relatively well preserved. The plaque on the main hall is still there, but the characters are faded and illegible due to the passage of time. Lin Hao had excellent eyesight and could see from afar that on the altar in the main hall, there was a huge stone statue, still with a fox's head and a human body. However, this divine fox is most likely female. Because Lin Hao saw that the statue was draped in a tattered gauze robe, and that its foxy face seemed to be painted with vermilion red lacquer, making it look extremely alluring. In particular, he felt that the statue's eyes were always staring at him, which was quite eerie. After observing for a moment, Lin Hao quickly looked away and began scanning the main hall. Sure enough, Ning Qingxue and a burly middle-aged man were seen sitting opposite each other. Lin Hao sensed a trace of demonic energy emanating from the middle-aged man, clearly the white tiger in human form. Ouyang sect leader's beloved disciple has arranged to meet with the demon race. Lin Hao's pupils dilated, and his heart was filled with shock. Could it be that Ning Qingxue is a spy for the demon race? Having been tricked by both Li Qiuxue and Shui Qinger, Lin Hao found it hard not to associate Ning Qingxue with the demon race. If he wasn't a spy, why would he meet with the Qingqiu demon clan in secret? And judging from the looks of it, the conversation went very smoothly. Lin Hao's face grew increasingly gloomy. He drew the long sword Azure Bird from the sword box, tied a recording stone to the blade, and then infused it with spiritual energy. The bluebird approached the main hall at an extremely slow pace. About the time it takes for an incense stick to burn has passed, and it seems the human and the demon are about to end their conversation. Lin Hao quickly summoned back the bluebird, then took Shui Linger and left, traveling for about 100 miles before stopping. Lin Hao, Ning Qingxue, as the sect leader's beloved disciple, actually had a secret meeting with the demon race. She is clearly plotting something sinister. What should we do? Shui Linger looked indignant. Don't rush. Let's see what they're talking about. Lin Hao's face was gloomy. He took off the recording stone, poured in his magic power, and a light and shadow appeared. The conversation between Ning Qingxue and the demon tiger, the two were greatly surprised. Ning Qingxue is indeed a spy of the demon race. No, it would be more accurate to call her a human traitor. This woman, in league with the demon race, devised a wicked plan to wipe out all the talented disciples of the major sects, thereby severing their foundations and allowing the demon race to retaliate against the human race and kind. As a human, he colluded with the demon race to kill his own kind. His heart was truly wicked. Although Lin Hao didn't have a strong sense of belonging to the sect, there were people he cared about within it. His master, Shui Linger, and people he knew, such as Lung Fengchun and Elder Han. How could he watch them die at the hands of the demon race? We must inform the sect's higher-ups about this and expose Ning Qingxue's conspiracy. Although he was extremely angry, Lin Hao did not rush into any treatment, but instead carefully analyzed the situation. If this matter were told to Murong Qinxue, the venerable master of Shaozhu Peak, there's no guarantee she wouldn't reveal it to sect leader Ouyang. Lin Hao no longer fully trusts the sect leader. After all, Ning Qingxue is her beloved disciple. He thought about it carefully and decided to tell the team leader, Elder Lu Mei, about it. This woman is on good terms with his master. He can ask her to speak to his master. After making up his mind, Lin Hao began searching for other teams and unexpectedly encountered He Si again, whose face was even darker. Lin Hao, we wouldn't dare rob you. Just because you don't rob me doesn't mean I can't rob you. Stop talking nonsense. I only need to borrow one thing from you. Lin Hao found a talisman on one of them. This is a life-saving talisman issued by the sect to all disciples. Once used, an elder will arrive in time to save their lives, but at the same time, they will lose their qualification for the competition. Therefore, Lin Hao did not use his own. Seeing that Lin Hao had activated their talismans, the three of them didn't know what Lin Hao's intention was, but they dared not resist. He was quite lucky. The elder who arrived was none other than Lu Mei. Lu Mei was quite surprised to see the talisman in Lin Hao's hand. Then I saw the pitiful state of the black-clad men. Understood instantly. The talisman in Lin Hao's hand was not his own. That little thief is really despicable. Not only did he rob someone, but he also crushed their life-saving talisman. Isn't this forcing someone to withdraw from the competition? That's so mean. Sensing a hint of sympathy in the elder's gaze, He Si looked aggrieved. Yes. It's not enough that they robbed us of everything. We haven't provoked him. They even tried to steal our life-saving talisman. This is outrageous. Lu Mei frowned. Crushing someone else's life-saving talisman was against the rules. She was just about to reprimand him when she heard Lin Hao's telepathic message. Elder Lu, I have discovered a shocking secret. Lu Mei frowned, her smooth forehead furrowing. A shocking secret? What is this kid up to? She transmitted her voice. What secret? There are too many people here. It's not a good time to discuss this matter. Elder Lu Mei frowned even more deeply, and with a wave of her delicate hand, a white ribbon wrapped around Lin Hao's waist, instantly rushing 10 miles away, and casually setting up a barrier. There's no one here, so you can speak now. After appreciating Lu Mei's high level of strength, Lin Hao said, Elder Lu, Ning Qingxue is a spy from the demon race. Ning Qingxue, Lu Mei's eyelids twitched, and her voice became sharp. Are you saying that Ning Qingxue is a spy for the demon race? How is this possible? She's the sect leader's beloved disciple. Lin Hao, you should know that framing a fellow disciple is a serious crime. You can't just say things like that. Seeing that Lu Mei didn't believe him, Lin Hao didn't waste any words and directly took out the recording stone. Lu Mei still found it hard to believe after reading the contents of the commemorative stone. It's hard to believe that Ning Qingxue, who joined the sect at a young age, could actually be a spy. The content captured in the photographic stone cannot be faked. This golden core seed did indeed have secret talks with the demon race and devised a plan to kill the sect's geniuses. Lu Mei's pretty face darkened, and she put the recording stone back into her storage bag. I will report this matter to the sect's higher-ups immediately and let them decide. What Lin Hao feared was that there might be a traitor among the demon race lurking in the sect's upper echelons, or that there might be some unspeakable secret between the sect leader and the demon race. That's why he gave the memory stone to Lu Mei, not Murong Qinxue. Elder Lu, I have a favor to ask. Lu Mei was clearly still reeling from the shock of discovering Ning Qingxue was a traitor among the demon race, and absent-mindedly said, Speak plainly. I hope you can inform my master about this beforehand. Lu Mei hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, Don't make a fuss about this. Just focus on the competition. If you encounter any danger, crush the life-saving talisman, and an elder will come to your rescue. Chapter 78 Public Wrath. After saying goodbye to Lu Mei, Lin Hao and Shui Ling'er continued their fishing plan. Lin Hao, this is what I recorded using a recording stone. It includes their words about wanting to kill you. I have an idea. From now on, whenever we encounter other teams, we should secretly record their statements using a recording stone, showing that they wanted to kill you, and that's why you. If this matter escalates to the level of the criminal law elders and the sect leader, and they turn against you, we'll have evidence to back up our case. Several photo stones lay in Shui Ling'er's soft palm. Lin Hao was surprised by Shui Ling'er's thoughtfulness. He couldn't help but feel impressed, thinking that Ling'er was truly a virtuous wife. With his master's protection, he was not afraid to confront others, but having multiple pieces of evidence could indeed avoid a lot of unnecessary trouble. Ling'er, you did the right thing. I've already been interrogated twice, and I'm afraid I'll be interrogated again after this. With the recording stone as evidence, let's see what they can do to me. Lin Hao praised Shui Linger highly. Afterwards, the two ambushed two more groups of people. One of the groups had a pretty female cultivator. Lin Hao deliberately provoked them, making her say that she wanted to kill him, which he then recorded. Afterwards, he defeated them with all his might, plundered their demon cores and spirit stones, and then kidnapped the female cultivator. After engaging in dual cultivation with him, Lin Hao felt that he had 1 foot in the great perfection of Foundation establishment. He speculated that by finding another innocent female cultivator, he could completely advance to the great perfection of Foundation establishment. However, his fishing plan fell through. The next group of people they fished out were at least 10 people in a row, and at least 2 of them were at the late Foundation establishment stage. We simply can't beat them. How did these guys suddenly team up? Lin Hao thought about it again and understood. His actions have likely provoked public outrage. Just as he had guessed. Had been robbed of their possessions spread the word about his actions, which aroused the indignation of the Xian Yin sect disciples. They already harbored resentment towards Lin Hao, and after this incident, they hated him even more. Many disciples of the Xian Yin sect spontaneously organized the logging team. Their primary focus now is finding Lin Hao. Hunting demons has become secondary. Of course, the reason these people were so eager to find Lin Hao is not only to rid the people of this scourge, but also because they had their eyes on the demon cores and spirit stones in his possession. It is said that Lin Hao has tricked dozens of groups of people and possesses countless demon cores and spirit stones. Killing Lin Hao would not only bring fame, but also a large number of demon cores, so why not? The commotion at the Xian Yin sect attracted the attention of disciples from other sects. Heavenly Sword sect, the astounding demon hunting team. Senior sister, where did this Lin Hao come from? Suddenly, he became an object of everyone's hatred, and the disciples of the Xian Yin sect were frantically searching for him. A woman dressed in a bright green dress sat on the back of a 4-tailed fox the size of a water buffalo. Li Jinghong sat cross-legged with a sword across her knees, her long eyelashes obscuring her eyelids. Her exquisitely beautiful face remained completely expressionless. Senior sister, say something. What kind of heinous thing did Lin Hao do? I'm really curious. I don't know him, and I'm not interested. Li Jinghong suddenly opened his eyes. A sharp glint flashed in his clear, bright eyes. The affairs of the Xian Yin sect are none of our business. We are here to hunt demons, so let's not meddle in other people's business. The woman in the green dress pouted and touched her snow-white chin, saying, All right, I won't meddle in other people's business. I'll focus on helping my senior sister hunt demons. I know you're competing with senior brother Guanyu. A barely perceptible hint of shyness flashed across Li Jinghong's stunningly beautiful face. You brat, if you dare to talk nonsense again, I'll sew your mouth shut. The woman in the green dress made a shushing gesture, then took out a 6-zhonglong pair of large scissors from her storage bag and began to skin the fox demon. Meanwhile, a white-clad swordsman, carrying an unsheathed sword, chased after a white tiger the size of a small mountain like a shooting star. The white-clad swordsman murmured softly, This demon is worth drawing my sword against. The white tiger, fleeing for its life, was very frustrated. It had a special mission on its shoulders, so it deliberately avoided human cultivators along the way. Unexpectedly, it caught the eye of a madman who insisted on testing it with his sword. It wasn't that it couldn't defeat its opponent, but rather that it was afraid of wasting time and jeopardizing important matters. While fleeing, they saw a cat demon not far away. Help me defend against them. Cui Qing'er transformed into her true form, already on the run. She shared the same intention as Baihu, to use Baihu to fend off pursuers. The person who was chasing Cui Qing'er was none other than Gu Qingsheng of the Hahuan sect. She found the lynx quite adorable, but she also knew that the lynx harbored a secret. Who would have thought that while the lynx wasn't particularly strong, it was exceptional at escaping? She chased him for over 100 miles, but still couldn't catch him. The two groups of people collided. The white tiger let out a fierce roar and made a move to pounce on Gu Qingsheng. You big cat aren't cute. A streak of red light flew out from Gu Qingsheng's slender palm, and she flicked the white tiger away. The white tiger, however, turned misfortune into a blessing, taking advantage of the situation to run away. Cui Qing'er, however, was in a terrible predicament. The white-clad swordsman said softly, You are not worthy to make me draw my sword. After saying that, he threw out a golden rope and bound the lynx. Gu Qingsheng arrived, a smile spreading across her face. Fellow Taoist, thank you for helping me capture the demon. The white-robed swordsman said earnestly, But because of you, that white tiger escaped. It's difficult to encounter a demon worth drawing my sword against. Gu Qingsheng said nonchalantly. It's just a scraggly white tiger. Its bloodline has long been diluted to an unknown degree. Fine, I'll continue searching for an opponent. The white-clad swordsman retracted the demon-binding rope and vanished in a flash. Gu Qingsheng grabbed the lynx by the scruff of its neck and said softly, "What's the use of running away? In the end, you'll still end up in my hands." Cui Qing'er maintained her true demon form, feigning cuteness and innocence, attempting to use her charm to prevent the woman from killing her. Gu Qingsheng said coldly as he stroked her, "I heard that you and Lin Hao were lovers when you were in the Xianin sect." Upon hearing this name for the first time, Cui Qing'er felt her hair stand on end. What is the relationship between this woman and Lin Hao? You'd better answer my questions honestly, or I'll destroy your soul and turn you into a beast. After saying this, Gu Qingsheng grabbed a cat's leg and broke it off with a gentle twist. The pain of her broken leg caused Cui Qing'er to let out a scream. This woman was really too ruthless, breaking her leg just like that. What chilled her to the bone even more was that the woman said she wanted to turn her into a beast. She didn't want to become a beast, spending her days either eating or being eaten, either being ridden or being ridden. Yes, I do know Lin Hao, Cui Qing'er said in a hoarse voice. Yes, that's more like it. A question and an answer are much better. Gu Qingsheng had a faint smile on her face. I've heard that Lin Hao cultivates a dual cultivation method, and his progress is incredibly fast. As her lover, what do you have to say about that? This woman is after Lin Hao's cultivation secrets. If this woman finds out that Lin Hao has a special constitution, she might resort to underhanded tactics. Cui Qing'er's mind flashed back to the days and nights she spent with Lin Hao, and she sighed inwardly. I only know that cultivating with him will severely damage a female cultivator's vital energy, and may even cause her to drop in cultivation level. Really? The Xianin sect doesn't care about this kind of cultivation? Of course we'll manage it. Cui Qing'er paused, then continued, but it's no use managing it. Lin Hao's master is very protective of his own, and he even forced the law enforcement elders to leave. Chapter 79, Confrontation with the Top 10 Inner Disciples. Faced with a coordinated attack, Lin Hao fled for a day and a night. He discovered that among those chasing him were not only disciples of the Xianin sect, but also many disciples from other sects. He could somewhat understand why the Xianin sect disciples were chasing him. It was because of his bad reputation within the sect. But why are disciples from other sects coming to join in the fun? These guys really have no sense of boundaries. Another group of people has arrived. A look of surprise flashed across Shui Linger's face. Lin Hao looked up and saw that there were no fewer than 10 people who had come, and they all carried a murderous aura. The wind is getting strong. Let's get out of here. The two used a teleportation technique to transform into streaks of light and disappear. Using this escape technique, they evaded several pursuits, but this time they met their match. The tail behind it couldn't be shaken off, and the distance was getting closer and closer. This is the heartland of the Qingxiu demon clan. Should we go any further? A fine layer of sweat appeared on Shui Linger's beautiful face, making her hair stick together, which gave her a rather charming look. Being hunted down, Lin Hao had no time to appreciate the beauty's charm. He glanced back at the ever-approaching pursuers and gritted his teeth. Enter. In the heart of the demon realm, one is bound to encounter powerful demons, which could be life-threatening. But if he didn't go in, he felt there was danger ahead. The pursuer may or may not have murderous intent. No one can say for sure. Just as he had told He Si and the others before, in this vast wilderness, no one would know if 1 or 2 people died. He and Shui Linger entered the heart of the demon realm and ran for more than a mile. When they realized that no one was behind them, they quickly turned around to look. But then, the tracker stood at the entrance to the heart of the territory, hesitant and uncertain. They seemed afraid to enter. Lin Hao couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Luckily, these guys are timid, otherwise it would have been a real problem. No one is tracking me, and I feel completely at ease. He and Shui Linger prepared to travel through the heart of the territory to completely shake off their pursuers. The two traveled upstream along a great river. However, before they had gone far, a huge wave suddenly appeared in the river. The river water solidified into a giant tiger, which pounced towards Lin Hao. Buzz! The fire spirit sword was drawn from its sheath in response. A slash of heavenly fire erupted, the scorching sword energy splitting the water tiger in two, and steam rose from it. Having succeeded in one move, Lin Hao did not linger in the fight and ran away with Shui Linger in his arms. 2 breaths later, a woman in white emerged from the river, a hint of surprise flashing across her beautiful face. Lin Hao, a ruthless man who colluded with demons, is actually a coward? They fled before even engaging in battle. You little thief, you think you can get away? The woman in white made a hand seal, and the river beneath her feet transformed into a boat. The woman stood at the bow of the boat, cutting through the waves. She was incredibly fast, catching up with him in the blink of an eye. Water binding technique. She muttered incantations, and then a stream of river water, like a rope, snaked and bound Lin Hao. Lin Hao never expected that someone would ambush him in the heart of the demon realm. He had assumed that those who entered the heart of the demon realm were the elite disciples of their respective sects, and that they were only there to participate in the competition to slay demons. Who would have thought that these talented disciples would also make trouble for him? Moreover, the woman who ambushed him was no ordinary person. The river water, like a water snake, moved with lightning speed and coiled around Lin Hao. He quickly used the move, Su Qin carrying the sword, to avert the crisis. If we keep running, we'll become sitting ducks. Lin Hao stopped running and looked back at the ambushers. Upon closer inspection, he recognized the tracker's identity. Wang Xihan, a genius female disciple of Xiaozhu Peak, has reached the great perfection of foundation establishment. In terms of both strength and appearance, she is second only to Ning Qingxue among the female foundation establishment disciples of Xianin sect. They ranked 7th in the last inter-sect competition. I never expected that such a genius would come after me. Wang Xihan, we have no past grudges or recent enmity, so why did you ambush me? Lin Hao stood up and said. The water surged and churned, turning into countless droplets, like a torrential downpour. Wang Xihan's clothes remained completely dry. She said coldly, Lin Hao, you colluded with demons and plotted evil deeds. As a disciple of the sect, I should stand up to slay the demons and eliminate evil. How can you say we have no grudges against each other? Turns out he's just another self-righteous person who ignores the facts and only wants to see what he wants to see. Lin Hao felt a chill in his heart and said angrily, Humph, you say I colluded with demons, but have I ever harmed a fellow disciple? Have I ever done anything detrimental to the sect? On the contrary, you attacked and killed me while I was fleeing, which violated the sect rules. Good and evil cannot coexist. To deal with a self-degrading person like you, there's no need to care about the methods. As long as you can kill him, that's enough. Do you know what happened to those beautiful female cultivators who attacked me? If you want to become one of them, then make your move. Lin Hao said with a wicked smile. Upon hearing this, Wang Xihan's expression changed, and she roared angrily. You beast, prepare to die. Wang Xihan raised her hand and flung it into the air, summoning a small cauldron, a high-grade yellow-rank magic treasure, the demon-suppressing cauldron. The small cauldron flew into the air and grew as soon as it encountered the wind, eventually becoming the size of a house. Wang Xihan flicked her finger, and a burst of spiritual energy struck the small cauldron. Roar! A ferocious water dragon surged out of the cauldron, its malevolent power overwhelming. This is the demonic beast she subdued, possessing strength comparable to the late foundation establishment stage. As soon as the water dragon emerged, it roared at Lin Hao, and thousands of water arrows shot out in response. Seeing this, Lin Hao simply snorted coldly. Foolish woman, you attacked first, saying you wanted to kill me, and the recording stone has already recorded it. A hint of surprise flashed across Wang Xihan's brow. This demonic bastard was so cautious, keeping evidence. Was he planning to confront him later? She sneered. Using the memory stone is useless to you. Today, I'll teach you a lesson and make you perish here. Give it a try. Lin Hao roared. He unleashed a fiery sword aura. He then took out a handful of talismans from the talisman box, held them between 2 fingers, and chanted a few incantations. Suddenly, thousands upon thousands of flames appeared in the sky, orderly and like troops being deployed, transforming into rockets and shooting towards the water arrows. Water and fire are incompatible, but this time fire prevailed. After the rockets neutralized the water arrows, several thousand rockets remained, some of which were fired at the water dragon and some at Wang Xihan. The scorching heat wave generated by the rocket slightly raised the temperature of this small area. Wang Xihan's hair flew wildly, and a solemn expression flashed across her pretty face. You scoundrel, how generous. You're scattering second-tier mid-grade talismans like scraps of paper. Lin Hao drew all these talismans himself, and the cost wasn't too high, so it was acceptable. He would never have bought them. You shameless woman, what I have in abundance is talismans. After saying this, he took out 3 golden knife talismans from the talisman box, and after casting them, 3 golden knives shot out. The latecomer overtook the first, and the golden knife outpaced thousands of rockets, arriving in front of Wang Shihan in an instant. The woman remained calm and unhurried. From her bulging bosom, she took out an embroidered handkerchief, infused it with magic, and a tiger on the handkerchief leaped out and nimbly caught 3 golden knives in its mouth. Swelled even more in the wind, transforming into a wall of flesh. The scorching rockets, aimed at the tiger's body, struck as if hitting divine iron, even sparking out a burst of flames. What an impressive defensive technique, Lin Hao thought to himself. Then lunged forward. He never expected the talismans to be effective. They were merely a means to exploit women. Chapter 80 Unwavering Devotion. Clang, clang, clang. Sword energies slashed out, and towering heat waves caused the surrounding river water to bubble. After embroidering the handkerchief, Wang Shihan, with a hint of disdain on her lips, pointed out several water blades with her slender, jade-like fingers, which collided with the fiery sword energy. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Steaming extinguishes the fire. At this moment, Lin Hao approached the woman and raised his sword. Wang Shihan's expression changed slightly. She hadn't expected Lin Hao's movement technique to be so strange, moving several feet in the blink of an eye. But now was not the time to think about that. She parted her lips slightly and muttered something to herself. The water dragon attacked Lin Hao and exhaled a breath of dragon fire. Thousands of water arrows, like a barrage of arrows fired by a divine crossbow, swept towards Lin Hao. Sensing the danger behind him, Lin Hao quickly patted the talisman box, holding a beautiful talisman in his hand. His expression showed slight reluctance, but he gritted his teeth, injected some magic power into the talisman, and threw it out. Phew! A phoenix is singing. The sky turned fiery red. A fiery phoenix flapped its wings, which blotted out the sky. The temperature in this little space skyrocketed. The mountains and rivers are boiling. The faces of the man and woman were flushed red by the light. Even Shui Linger, who was far away, felt hot all over. Wang Shihan's beautiful eyes flashed with surprise and doubt, clearly not expecting Lin Hao to have such a trump card. The fire phoenix soared in midair, then its body rapidly shrank, transforming into a beam of sword light. A soaring sword aura slashed towards the water dragon. Comparable to the late Foundation establishment stage showed fear when faced with this sword energy. Made a contract with Wang Shihan, it would definitely have run away. Boom. The sword energy struck the dragon's head. At the same time, Wang Shihan threw a small shield, a high-grade yellow-rank magic weapon, at the dragon. The shield absorbed most of the sword energy and was shattered into pieces. The dragon, known for its physical strength, had its scales shattered by the sword energy. At the critical moment, if Wang Shihan hadn't used her magic weapon, the dragon would have been cut in two. This small shield belonged to Wang Shihan, who began nurturing it as soon as she entered the Foundation establishment stage. The shattering of the magic weapon caused her face to turn pale, clearly indicating that she had suffered an internal injury. You're really generous, using sword energy talismans so readily. But this must be your biggest trump card. A fierce glint flashed across Wang Shihan's face as she mobilized her spiritual power to cover the injured dragon with a layer of ice armor. He then spat out a mouthful of blood essence and smeared it on the dragon's brow. The wounded and weakened dragon has regained its ferocity, even more so than before. You've used up all your cards. Now, just accept your fate and die. Wang Shihan stepped on the water, looking like a fairy in the water. A fierce glint flashed across her face, and she parted her crimson lips slightly, uttering a single word, quickly. The great river surged. Several jets of water shot into the air. Instantly, it transformed into countless water cones, each one as swift as the wind. It flashed with a cold light and shot towards Lin Hao. That's not all. The water dragon rode the water, pounced, and stirred up huge waves. Despite the relentless barrage of deadly attacks, Lin Hao remained calm. The talisman was indeed precious, but it was far from his trump card. The sword pellet bestowed by his master was. Before he left, his master specifically instructed him to use the items given to him as needed, and to go back to her when they were all used up. With his master backing him up, how could Lin Hao possibly hold anything back? He wanted to let Wang Shihan experience the power of the sword pellet. Let the people of Shaozhou Peak know that the people of Dezhou Peak are not to be trifled with. With a solemn expression, he took out the sword pellet that he had been nurturing in his dantian. The tiny sword pellet, as spiritual energy was poured in, transformed into the true form of a magic sword. It was just a light slash. A sword aura far surpassing the previous one tore through the giant wave. Dragon that came riding the water was caught off guard and was decapitated by the sword energy. Wang Shihan, whose soul was connected to his, spat out a mouthful of blood essence, her face turning deathly pale. The overwhelming sword energy showed no signs of abating and continued to slash towards her. A flicker of despair crossed her eyes. Just how many trump cards does Lin Hao have up his sleeve? Or rather, how many life-saving measures did the venerable master of Daju Peak bestow upon him? In comparison, she felt that her status as a direct disciple was almost fake. I couldn't help but regret it. Why did I have to provoke this scoundrel? As her thoughts raced, she muttered to herself. A beam of light blue, shot out from the top of her head. The Earth-rank magic treasure water dragon cover was a life-saving measure bestowed upon her by Murong Qingxue. She had originally intended to delve into the ancestral land of the Qingxiu demon race and use it as a trump card when dealing with the demons. But it turned out that she had to spend it all here, which was truly heartbreaking. Before the sword energy could get close, the light shield protected Wang Shihan's entire body. The fierce sword energy caused the light barrier to flicker, but it ultimately blocked the attack. Only the remaining sword energy, like a surging river, relentlessly attacked. After the light shield was completely worn away, a thrilling escape. Wang Shihan, however, showed no sign of joy. The talisman was a consumable item. After blocking Lin Hao's sword, her talisman developed a long crack. It could block one more attack at most before shattering into dust. However, the opponent's sword pellet was intact, and as long as the spiritual energy was sufficient, it could still deliver another strike. Faced with this intractable situation, she couldn't help but frown. This battle was truly a double loss. Lin Hao breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed the other party had run out of options. However, he was always cautious, so he took the opportunity to take out a handful of chi-restoring pills and stuff them haphazardly into his mouth. Once his spiritual power had recovered somewhat, he went to capture the woman. How dare she ambush him? She had to be properly punished and made to pay the price. Not far away, Shui Linger was overjoyed. We must win this battle. She knew that Lin Hao's ability to suppress a woman at the peak of Foundation establishment was largely due to the power of the sword pill. That venerable lord is really good to Lin Hao. She was about to walk over and help Lin Hao capture the woman. Then, a sudden change occurred. Several streaks of light rushed over and stood side by side with Wang Shihan. Have reinforcements arrived? Lin Hao frowned. He had thought the woman was alone, but he hadn't expected her to have secretly laid an ambush. A hint of mockery appeared on Wang Shihan's pretty face. I was too arrogant to try and capture you alone. Now prepare to die. Are you trying to bully the weak with numbers? Woman, you're shameless. No means are too much when it comes to dealing with you. Utterly despicable. Lin Hao never expected that the other party had actually kept a trick up their sleeve. I thought she was a heroine, but she turned out to be a cunning old woman. That's incredibly insidious and vicious. Bitch. Wang Shihan led a group of people, including many in the late Foundation establishment stage, and surrounded Lin Hao. Our strengths are evenly matched, but now things have changed. I have many allies. How can you possibly defeat me? However, it's no use kneeling down and begging for mercy now. Demon, today I will make you perish. Wang Shihan gave a sharp shout, and her companions immediately swarmed forward. Shui Linger was not about to stand idly by. She quickly stepped forward and stood shoulder to shoulder with Lin Hao. Lin Hao glanced at the woman beside him, and his gaze softened considerably. Her unwavering devotion in the face of adversity. This was perhaps the true meaning of becoming Taoist partners. To have such a beauty is enough for a lifetime. Chapter 81 Healing. Even when faced with a life or death predicament, Lin Hao did not lose heart. Instead, his fighting spirit soared. He let out a long howl. You vile woman, why would I be afraid of you? If you want war, then come and fight. Let's fight. After saying that, he took the initiative to go forward, like a fearless pawn crossing the river. He had just hastily swallowed a handful of spirit-restoring pills, which had somewhat restored his spiritual power. He then took out a handful of talismans from his talisman box. Rockets, ice blades, and lightning blades were all hurled at the enemy. Shui Linger immediately used her charm technique to trap the two male cultivators in an illusion. Wang Shihan, who was seriously injured, almost fell for it as well. She bit her tongue to keep herself alert, then dodged 8 feet away to avoid being attacked. He prepared to recover from his injuries before capturing Lin Hao in one fell swoop. Buzz. Two flying swords, Fire Spirit and Azure Bird, flew out from the sword box on Lin Hao's back. Two streaks of light, one blue and one red, intertwined and slashed towards the enemy. He then muttered incantations and used his agility to dodge the crowd like a streak of light, rushing to Wang Shihan's side. You wretched woman, you think you can recover from your injuries? No way. A sword pellet flew out from his dantian. Wang Shihan was terrified. Her opponent had been greatly exhausted in the battle just now. Could he still control the sword pellet? How is that possible? With such a huge consumption, where would you get so much spiritual energy left? They're definitely trying to trick me. But she dared not gamble. He had no choice but to quickly get up and flee backward. Lin Hao wanted to give chase, but was entangled by the enemy who caught up. Fuck your mother. You think I'm afraid of you? Lin Hao cursed inwardly and poured all his spiritual power into the sword pellet. Although this spiritual energy was insufficient to unleash the full power of the sword pellet, when the phantom of Feng Canyue's sword appeared. That endless pressure. The crowd that had come to attack Lin Hao suddenly felt their legs go weak. Damn it. A nascent soul cultivator could possess. That venerable lord is spoiling him way too much. The sword's might is overwhelming. One dared to resist. They're not Wang Shihan's henchmen, so there's no need for them to risk their lives. So they all retreated. He forced everyone back, but the sword was already drawn and had to be fired. Lin Hao turned around and looked coldly at Wang Shihan, whose face was growing paler. Phew! A phoenix's cry. Trailing a flaming tail and carrying boundless divine power, slashed fiercely at the woman. As the sky filled with sword energy, Wang Shihan's pupils contracted. Both of her defensive magic items had been destroyed. She dared not resist and ran away. But the Fire Phoenix sword Qi, like a hunting dog, relentlessly pursued it. Wang Shihan was extremely panicked. She felt that if she were to be struck by the sword energy, she would surely perish. They could only run for their lives. He spat out several mouthfuls of blood essence and used the blood escape technique to escape into the distance. The Fire Phoenix sword Qi lost its target and was about to dissipate into the world. It would be a huge loss if something so hard-won were to vanish without achieving anything. Lin Hao steeled his heart and spat 3 mouthfuls of blood essence onto the sword pellet, causing the dim sword energy to shine again. Moreover, that sense of control is back. He made a hand seal, causing the Fire Phoenix sword Qi to change direction and slash at the remaining enemies. Seeing Wang Shihan flee, the crowd had no desire to continue fighting. When Lin Hao unleashed his killing move, they dared not confront him head-on. They all took off running. But Lin Hao wasn't about to let them get away, so he drew his sword and chased after them. If we don't teach these people a lesson today, they'll all think they're pushovers and that anyone can take advantage of them. Boom, boom, boom. The Fiery Phoenix sword energy slashed towards the crowd. Between life and death, the fleeing group felt threatened with death. Instead of running away, he turned around and began casting spells and chanting incantations. Various spells, like butterflies, filled the sky. Upon seeing this, Lin Hao quickly took out 3 golden shield talismans and cast a spell to erect 3 golden shields in front of him. The spell struck the golden shield, causing the light barrier to flicker between light and darkness. At this moment, Wang Shihan, who had fled far away, turned back. Demons, prepare to die. With a wave of her hand, she stirred up a raging storm. Lin Hao had just used his magic and didn't have time to change his move. He was about to be submerged by the waves. Just then, Shui Linger arrived in time, erecting a spirit shield that barely blocked the attacks from the crowd. Lin Hao got a brief respite and took the opportunity to exhaust all his spiritual energy, unleashing a thunderous roar from his tongue. Spark! Flaming blade! Suddenly, countless small fireballs and hundreds of flaming blades appeared in the air, surrounding Wang Shihan and the others, followed by a chain of explosions. Walk! Lin Hao's face was deathly pale, and blood kept seeping from the corner of his mouth. He had suffered internal injuries from forcibly using his magic. I knew that if I stayed here any longer, I would surely die here. Lin Hao gave Shui Linger a wink, and she quickly summoned her flying sword, carrying him away into the distance. That night, a cave. A snake demon was pinned to its 7-inch mark by a long sword. The snake's head, the size of a water buffalo, with its lantern-like, cold eyes, stared venomously at the people inside the cave. A man and a woman, completely honest with each other. The man's face was deathly pale. The snake demon thought with disdain. This little bit of exercise, and you're already like this? You're really weak. If Lin Hao knew what the snake demon was thinking, he would definitely draw his sword and cut off its head. He took a Yuanling pill bestowed by his master and healed his injuries with Shui Linger. His injuries had improved considerably, but he was still somewhat weak. That bitch Wang Xihan. I've suffered such a huge loss. Damn it. Lin Hao vowed in his heart that once he caught the other party, he would definitely punish him properly. Let her know how powerful he is. However, the more pressing question now is how to break this crisis. Among those who are hunting him down, Wang Xihan will not be the last, nor will she be the most formidable. It will get harder and harder from here on out. He looked at Shui Linger. It's time to let it go. Following yourself will only lead to a life of wandering and hardship. The woman was loyal and devoted to him, so naturally, he wouldn't let her suffer with him. Linger, the road ahead is fraught with danger. Let's split up. It's better for both of us. Shui Linger was taken aback at first, then said, No, I can't leave you at this time. It's always good to have more helpers. And, do you think I can get through this peacefully if I'm not with you? The disciples of the Xian sect all know that we are together. Lin Hao remained silent. Shui Linger's words made sense. Their relationship was close, and even if they separated, they might still face even fiercer attacks. Lin Hao didn't want to see his woman get hurt, and a thought flashed through his mind. Perhaps that was the only way. Lin Hao pulled Shui Linger into his arms, rested his chin on her hair, and gently inhaled her fragrance. Linger, I will always remember your love and devotion to me. But how can I let you suffer with me? After saying that, Lin Hao took out a talisman from the woman's bosom and immediately activated it. Chapter 82, Let's do something big. Shui Linger let out a gasp. Her life-saving talisman was crushed. An elder will come to protect her, and she will be forced to withdraw from the demon hunting competition. She hadn't expected Lin Hao to do this. Her beautiful eyes held a hint of resentment as she murmured, Why did you do this? Lin Hao let the woman's small fists pound his chest, and a slight twitch appeared on his lips. If you're safe, I can go all out. Those bastards treated me like that. I have to get back at them and pull off a big heist. Previously, he hadn't expected to achieve any ranking in this demon hunting competition. After all, there are many geniuses from various sects in this demon hunting competition, and they are all stronger than him. They also have helpers. He definitely can't win in terms of the number of demons he kills and the cores he obtains. But now he's ready to give it his all. Rob female cultivators of their vital essence to increase their strength, and steal demon cores to compete for rankings. Who can obtain a demon core faster than a tribulation cultivator? Thinking of this, Lin Hao's expression grew even colder. At the same time, the Dharma Protector Elder arrived and wanted to take Shui Linger away, but she was reluctant to leave. But that's how the competition rules are. She has to leave. Lin Hao, take care of yourself. Don't push yourself. Shui Linger only had time to say one sentence before the Dharma Protector Elder forcibly took her away. Lin Hao gazed at the direction where Shui Linger had disappeared, staring for a long time, his thoughts turning into a sigh. Good riddance, it's time to make a big splash. Our first target is Wang Xihan. His gaze gradually turned cold, and a sword beam flew from his fingertips, killing the immobilized snake demon. They skinned and pulled out the tendons to extract the demon's core and the snake's gall. The snake demon wasn't of high rank, but even a small mosquito is still meat. This snake demon has only been cultivating for a short time and is still young, so its flesh is still quite tender. Lin Hao skillfully started a fire, set up a pot, cooked snake soup, and prepared snake pieces. This tastes much better than fasting pills. Moreover, the snake demon's flesh naturally contains a trace of spiritual energy after cultivation. Eating snake meat not only satisfies one's appetite, but also provides a slight benefit to cultivation. The ancient cold pool exudes a chilling, bone-chilling cold that seems to freeze the air itself, causing the surrounding tenacious vegetation to be covered in frost and ice. In this harsh and extraordinary place, a long-haired woman sat cross-legged by the pool, practicing her breathing exercises. The dragon-like cold air was inhaled into her belly. Wang Xihan was seriously injured in the battle with Lin Hao, and it would be difficult for her to recover from her injuries by relying solely on healing pills. Fortunately, she found a blessed place. This icy pool perfectly suited her spiritual root attributes. Meditating and healing here is twice as effective with half the effort. In just 2 days, her injuries were half healed. Her beautiful, ethereal face, however, flickered with a hint of hatred. Lin Hao, you damn demon, you just wait. Once I recover from my injuries, I will surely kill you. I'm here. Let's see how you're going to kill me. Wang Xihan was startled and quickly turned around to look. only to see Lin Hao looking at her with a playful expression. How did you find me here? Lin Hao threw the man, who was bound hand and foot, into the icy pool and said coldly, Of course it was your loyal companion who brought me here. Wang Shihan's face stiffened. She did want to settle scores with Lin Hao, but not now, as her injuries had not yet healed. You were looking for me, weren't you? Now I'm here. Let me see how you're going to kill me. Wang Shihan's eyebrows furrowed, and her pretty face was covered with a layer of frost. Lin Hao, don't be so arrogant. Even injured, I can still kill you. Is that so? It's not that I look down on you, but you're really not up to par right now. Lin Hao's voice was icy, colder than 1,000-year-old frozen pool. Looking into those cold, star-like eyes, Wang Shihan's tongue stammered, and for a moment, she really didn't know how to refute them. If you don't make a move, I might. Lin Hao formed a hand seal, and a flying sword flew out of the sword box behind him. Buzz! The long sword trembled and rang. You. Wang Shihan looked flustered and felt her legs going weak. Crimson Sun Slash. Lin Hao roared to the sky, and crimson flames immediately rose around him, melting away the frost on the grass and trees. The ancient, frigid pool was now steaming with heat. What an overbearing technique. Wang Shihan sighed, feeling incredibly sad. She realized that her injuries were only half healed, while her opponent was completely recovered. She couldn't win. A thought flashed through her mind, and she wanted to turn around and run away, but it was obviously too late. The blazing sword energy, as hot as the sun, slashed towards her in an instant. That damn demon species actually tried to kill me. Wang Shihan cursed inwardly, but her figure flashed repeatedly as she took out a stack of defensive talismans from her storage bag. Her defensive magic weapon was destroyed in the last battle, and now she can only use talismans as a substitute. Several light shields were erected in front of her, barely blocking the sword energy. However, Lin Hao's attacks were like a raging river, never ending. Before the first move was finished, the next move was already here. Boom. Sword energy crisscrosses. Even though Wang Shihan reacted quickly and desperately threw out talismans, she couldn't stop them. Bang! 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 3 sword energies struck Wang Shihan's body in quick succession. Puff! She spat out a mouthful of blood, and then, like a tattered sack, was cleaved 6 zhang away. Before she could land, Lin Hao moved with lightning speed, pounced on her, and gripped her throat with his hand in a claw-like motion. Now that you're in my hands, what do you have to say? Wang Shihan frowned and said hatefully, You demon, don't think I will submit. Kill me or torture me. It's all up to you. Lin Hao extended a finger and stroked the woman's pretty face, saying quietly, Such a beauty, it would be a real pity to kill her. What do you want? Wang Shihan's body trembled slightly. Clearly, she was scared. You keep saying I'm a demon, so of course I have to do what demons do. Chapter 83 Alliance Against Lin. The ancient, cold pool had a spirit, it would surely pour out its bitterness. Having witnessed thousands of years of vicissitudes, this was the first time it had seen someone so adept at playing tricks, leaving those demons far behind. Wang Shihan lay half reclined on the ground, her beautiful eyes filled with hatred. If looks could kill, Lin Hao would have died 1,000 times over. In her pursuit of the great Tao, she severed all emotional ties and never had close contact with a man. This one, and only time, they went for a negative distance. She hated him. She wished she could tear him to pieces. However, her injuries had not yet healed, and she was bullied to the point of weakness. Let alone killing someone. Even standing up was difficult for her. Lin Hao circulated his cultivation technique through a small cycle, transforming the frenzied spiritual energy absorbed by the whale into his own use. After cultivating with the woman, he finally broke through the barrier and entered the great perfection of foundation establishment. He opened his eyes, glanced at the woman, then stood up and threw the undergarment over. Put on some clothes. Our relationship was just a fleeting affair, so don't worry about me. When Wang Shihan received Xiaoyi, she thought the other party still had a conscience, but after hearing the second half of the sentence, her anger surged. Who will care about you? Before she could finish speaking, her expression suddenly froze, and she shook her undergarments. A low-grade spirit stone rolled out of the small garment. Lin Hao, what do you mean by this? Lin Hao straightened his hair, slung the pale yellow sword case over his shoulder, and said calmly, What do you think? You. Wang Shihan held the spirit stone in her hand, her brow furrowed with boundless rage. Do you think I'm a prostitute? How dare you treat me like this? Think what you want, I paid for it anyway, so it's not like I got nothing in return. Before he could finish speaking, Lin Hao leaped onto his flying sword, transformed into a streak of light, and disappeared into the horizon. This is outrageous. Wang Shihan was consumed by hatred, and with boundless power surging from her slender arms, she crushed the spirit stones. The reason Lin Hao was in such a hurry to leave was not only because he felt it was not advisable to stay any longer and feared being attacked by the woman's companions, but also because he wanted to find a quiet place to go into seclusion for a few days, to solidify one's cultivation at the great perfection of foundation establishment and to further refine the techniques one has mastered. But he was really unlucky. He was either surrounded and attacked or encountered a powerful demon. A giant ape, as big as a small mountain, suddenly leaped out and roared as it attacked him. Damn it! The larger the size of the mountain ape, the stronger it is. This ape is 18 zhang tall and 3 zhang wide, and its strength is probably comparable to the great perfection of foundation establishment. This demon territory is indeed fraught with danger at every turn. One careless step and you'll fall into the demon's trap. The wind's getting strong. Let's get out of here. Lin Hao wasn't afraid that he couldn't defeat the giant ape, but rather that the demon race had a strong vitality, and eliminating them would come at a great cost. He'd be better off robbing his pursuers than wasting his time on this. Wang Shihan felt extremely depressed. I've been having really bad luck lately. Not only has my innocence, which I've guarded for so many years, been violated, but the news has also spread. Now, whenever she meets someone, they ask her about it, even if it's in a concerned tone, but she's still very unhappy. Just like now, in the so-called anti-Lin alliance, these male cultivators curse Lin Hao, but they also have to drag her into it. Fellow disciples, Lin Hao, this bastard demon, has cultivated demonic arts and walked the demonic path, and has insulted Fairy Shirhan. This has violated a major taboo of our sect. What should we do? Destroy the demon. Destroy the demon. Destroy the demon. The crowd was outraged, and the male cultivators present were extremely indignant regarding Wang Shihan as a holy fairy. But now that the fairy has been humiliated, how can they not be angry? Seeing everyone's reaction, a ruthless glint flashed in Wang Binchen's eyes. He was the 19th in the inter-sect competition, but Lin Hao took advantage of his exhaustion of demon-killing spiritual power to launch a sneak attack and plunder the demon cores he had painstakingly collected. He already had a score to settle with Lin Hao, and now this guy has insulted the fairy he has admired for many years. With old grudges and new hatreds, he wished he could grind Lin Hao to dust. Many people disapproved of Lin Hao's actions, and under Wang Binchen's deliberate organization, they gathered together, numbering about 400 or 500, creating a formidable force. But Wang Binchen felt it wasn't enough. Not to mention that the traitor's strength had improved. His master was like a mountain pressing down on everyone's hearts, making it hard to breathe. They talked about fighting and killing, but when it came to actually killing Lin Hao openly and honestly, no one dared to make a move. The people of Dazhufeng are notorious for protecting their own. If Lin Hao dies in this desolate wilderness, the one on Dazhu Peak will likely come with his sword, and none of the family elders present will be able to protect the perpetrator. Therefore, we must find someone with a powerful background. Wang Binchen was very shrewd. He sent someone to invite Ning Qingxue and Lu Buping. These two individuals, one a beloved disciple of the sect leader and the other a disciple of the Supreme Elder, were not afraid of the great Bamboo Peak lineage. If we can recruit these two, defeating Lin Hao will be a piece of cake. Half a day later, a person came riding on a flying sword. Seeing that there was only one person present, Wang Binchen was displeased and said coldly, "Junior Brother Lu, didn't I tell you to go and invite Senior Brother Lu? Where is he?" Junior Brother Lu looked miserable and sighed. Senior Brother Lu said he has no grudge against Lin Hao and doesn't want to get involved in this matter. No enmity whatsoever? Wang Binchen frowned slightly. Lin Hao had insulted his fellow disciples, which was clearly a violation of the sect rules. As a disciple of the sect, he should kill this scoundrel to uphold the sect's honor. But what do you mean by having no grudges or enemies? It seems the lineage of the Supreme Elders is in a rather skewed position. Of course, Wang Binchen only dared to think these words in his heart. He dared not offend the number one disciple of the inner sect, much less the Supreme Elder. Yes, Junior Brother Lu, you've worked hard. Go and rest and recuperate. We'll wait for Junior Sister Gua's news. In fact, he had already given up hope. Ning Qingxue was single-mindedly focused on cultivating the sword path and had no interest in worldly affairs. Lu Buping was unwilling to come, and she was probably the same. Another half hour passed, and Junior Sister Gua came alone. Wang Binchen's expression was uncertain. Were the top two in the inter-sect competition unwilling to come? What should we do? With their superior numbers, capturing and killing Lin Hao would be a piece of cake. The key issue is how to explain this to Lord Feng. Lu Buping nor Ning Qingxue participates. Things will be really difficult to handle. Wang Binchen couldn't help but have second thoughts. Senior brother Wang, good news. Senior sister Ning is willing to lead the team to eliminate the forest demon. Junior sister Gua said to Wang Binchen as soon as she arrived. Chapter 84 entering the game. Ning Qingxue is willing to come. Wang Binchen was taken aback. Then a look of joy flashed across his face. He never expected that Ning Qingxue, who was always indifferent to worldly affairs, would agree to lead the team. This is truly fantastic news. With the sect leader behind her, Ning Xianzi is the perfect person to lead the team to capture and kill Lin Hao. Even if Venerable Feng is very protective of his own, the sect leader is there to protect him. It's not their place to bear the wrath of a peak master. When Wang Binchen spread the news that Ning Qingxue was going to lead the team, everyone applauded. Ning Qingxue is not only strong, but also of high status. Their original fear of the person behind Lin Hao, the venerable master of Dezhu Peak, suddenly dissipated. Junior sister Gua, where is senior sister Ning? Wang Binchen could no longer contain his excitement. He wished he could get rid of Lin Mo right now. Senior sister Ning is currently engaged in a fierce battle with an old tree demon. She will arrive once she has slain the demon. Let's hurry and help senior sister Ning. No. A clear, ethereal voice rang out, and then a peerless beauty gracefully descended from the emerald flying sword, like a fairy descending to earth. The male cultivators present were momentarily stunned, but they quickly came to their senses. It wasn't that the woman wasn't attractive enough, but rather that they feared desecrating this ethereal beauty. Snap! Ning Qingxue threw a tree hard in front of everyone. This old tree's spirit is quite powerful, but its vitality is too strong. It needs to be eradicated, which is why it took some time. That tree heart was so red, it was almost purple. The tree spirit must have been alive for over 1,000 years. These spirits possess strength approaching that of core formation cultivators. Fairy Kun Ning slashed it, and not even her clothes were torn. The cultivators present were filled with awe. With a great expert like Fairy Ning present, Lin Mo would surely be slain. Wang Binchen stepped forward, his face full of flattery. Senior sister Ning, please devise a plan to capture and kill Lin Mo. Ning Qingxue said calmly. The most important thing now is to find Lin Hao's whereabouts. As for capturing him, I can do it all by myself. Wang Binchen remained silent, realizing that Ning Qingxue certainly had the confidence to speak like that. That Lin Mo is quite cunning and has no fixed hiding place. This great wilderness is also vast, so it is indeed difficult to find him. You organize everyone into teams, then have each team disperse but maintain a certain distance. If Lin Hao appears or is spotted, immediately use the cloud sword. Naturally, he won't be able to escape. Wang Binchen offered a subtle compliment. Senior sister Ning is absolutely right. I'll make the arrangements right away. Faced with the flattery, Ning Qingxue remained unmoved, simply nodding calmly before absorbing the heart of the 1,000-year-old tree demon and departing on her sword. Call. Lin Hao let out a long breath. Focus your inner vision on the Dantian. The spiritual energy became increasingly solid. What was once a vast ocean was now just a small pond. Once the liquid solidifies to the size of a duck egg, it is time to attempt to form the core. Of course, it's too early to talk about core formation now. He has been practicing Taoism for nearly 4 years. For the first 3 years, he only cultivated to the 6th level of qi refining. In less than a year, he leaped to the great perfection of foundation establishment. Indeed, there is no end to the struggle in the path of immortality. Resources, cultivation partners. We must fight for them all. Participating in the demon hunting competition, he thought he would just aim for a casual ranking, but later he wanted to achieve a good ranking. But now, he wants to be number 1. He knew that the sect had gone all out, and the winner of the demon hunting competition would receive a local grade cultivation technique. Heaven and earth are mysterious and chaotic. Heaven rank techniques only exist in ancient records, while earth rank techniques are the pinnacle and are the most treasured techniques of each sect. Only sect leaders and peak masters, or those who have made great contributions to the sect, can cultivate this skill. This shows how precious earth rank cultivation techniques are. He is now at the great perfection of foundation establishment, and his cultivation level is not much different from those golden core seed cultivators. He has to fight for it. He has to grab it. After that, Lin Hao immediately got to work. In the vast wilderness, deep in the jungle, Mu Songning led his team in a fierce battle against a pig demon who had cultivated for 500 years. This pig demon possesses the bloodline of an ancient, exotic species. Its physical body alone is comparable to the late Foundation establishment stage. Moreover, it has cultivated demonic techniques, making it a dual cultivator of both body and magic, and extremely troublesome. The demon cores of such demonic creatures can be exchanged for a lot of contribution points, so even though they are difficult to obtain, Mu Songning has never given up. Everyone, hold on a little longer. This pig demon won't last much longer. Mu Songning's words were true. No matter how powerful the pig demon was, it couldn't withstand the relentless attacks of the cultivators and was soon killed, howling in agony. His body, which was comparable to a magical artifact, was covered in wounds, with bone visible in the deepest part. It's almost over. This pig demon is about to be killed. Hint of joy flashed in Mu Songning's eyes. He made hand seals and condensed hundreds of ice arrows, which he shot towards the pig demon's eyes. Caught off guard, the pig demon's lantern-like eyes were struck by dozens of ice arrows, shattering like glass, and blackish-purple liquid flowed all over the ground. Roar! The pig demon roared to the sky, its black fur standing on end like steel needles. It was in agony, but then, its head was severed by a sword strike. Who? A hint of doubt flashed across Mu Songning's face. It seemed that the pig demon was about to be killed, so how did someone else manage to steal the peach? Lin Hao sat atop a broadsword, toying with a demon core the size of a goose egg in his hand, a mocking look in his eyes. My dear grandson, don't you recognize your grandpa Lin? Mu Songning's eyebrows shot up, and he said sternly, Lin Hao, you are already a rat crossing the street, and everyone wants to kill you. How dare they show up so brazenly? They're practically courting death. Lin Hao jumped off the sword, a smile playing on his lips. Good grandson, your grandfather has always been bold, daring to venture even into the most dangerous places. Besides, why do you think I'm here? Mu Songning looked puzzled. You're really stupid, my dear grandson. Lin Hao frowned slightly and explained slowly. Good grandson, this was a scheme set up by your grandpa. Are you having a good time fighting this pig demon? Mu Songning suddenly realized and exclaimed, damn it. No wonder this pig demon appeared here. It turns out you sent it here. Damn it, how insidious. Good grandson, you only realize this now? It's too late. A flame appeared at Lin Hao's fingertip, instantly expanding into a sea of fire. Go. He whispered a command, and the sea of fire suddenly rushed towards Mu Songning and the others. His cultivation level broke through to the great perfection of Foundation establishment, and the power of his spells increased significantly during his first fight. Mu Songning and the others were only at the late Foundation establishment stage, and in their understanding, Lin Hao should also be at the late Foundation establishment stage. When did you reach the great perfection realm? Didn't you just recently advance to the late stage of Foundation establishment? Lin Haoyun said calmly. You don't understand the world of geniuses. Disease. Having reached the great perfection stage, his speed in casting spells increased significantly. For example, low-grade yellow rank spells could be cast almost instantly. Boom! Hundreds of flaming blades slashed straight at them. Fireworks soared into the sky. Mu Songning and the others were no match for them. They were burned and their skin was torn open, and their clothes were tattered. The difference between the great perfection stage and the later stage, though only one minor realm apart, is like heaven and earth. In the late stage of Foundation establishment, one simply cannot withstand a full-force attack from a great perfection cultivator. Mu Songning barely managed to block the attack with the help of his magic weapon, but his hair and beard were burned and curled up. He looked disheveled, but there was a hint of satisfaction in his expression. Lin Mo, do you think you're so clever? Let me tell you the truth, you're the one involved, not me. He laughed maniacally. Didn't you realize you were surrounded? A look of surprise flashed in Lin Hao's eyes. With a thought, he released his divine sense, and his expression changed drastically. He definitely sensed it. Many people have come here on their swords. So this little bastard was the real shrew. Oh, he tried to take the opportunity to leave, but then he saw a white streak of light appear like lightning. The newcomer was dressed in white, with long, flowing hair, and carried an unsheathed sword on his back. She was stunningly beautiful and possessed an ethereal aura. Ning Qingxue. Lin Hao's muscles tensed up. Damn it. What is this woman doing here? He was puzzled. We reported this to the sect long ago. This woman is a spy from the demon race. Did the sect not take it seriously? Or did the elder Lu Mei, who led the team, simply not report it at all? Chapter 85 Ning Qingshue's Scheme. Before he could think further, Ning Qingxue spoke. Lin Hao, it's been a long time. Today I have come to capture you. You have committed many crimes and must return to the sect to await your judgment. Capture me? Lin Hao suddenly realized that all these people were gathered by Ning Qingxue, or rather, she was the leader. Damn it. You are no match for me. So surrender, and you will be spared physical suffering. Oh, Lin Hao sneered. You say I committed a crime, but what about you? If the sect finds out about the good deeds you've done, you'll be skinned alive and your soul shattered. Ning Qingshue's expression changed slightly, and a hint of panic appeared in her beautiful eyes. Wang Binshan was very good at reading people's expressions and knew that this was his chance to shine. He stepped forward and shouted sternly, Lin Mo, you have committed heinous crimes and show no remorse. You even dare to provoke Fairy Ning with your words. This is the behavior of a beast. Clang. The sword flew out of the scabbard. Lin Hao grasped the sword and flicked it lightly, unleashing a burst of sword energy. Incomparably sharp, sword energy. He cut off a strand of Wang Binshan's hair. Wang Binshan was shocked. How had Lin Mo become so strong? This guy has probably reached the great perfection of Foundation establishment. That's so fast. His eyes showed both surprise and fear. Even Ning Qingxue was somewhat surprised. However, she didn't care. What difference did it make if she was so powerful? It's just one more sword strike. Lin Hao, no matter how you try to explain, you have insulted your fellow disciples and stolen spirit stones. These things cannot be faked. I must, on behalf of the sect, punish you. You're truly righteous and awe-inspiring, sect leader's beloved disciple. Lin Hao's lips curled into a mocking smile. Say what you will. Ning Qingxue drew the sword from behind her, the unsheathed blade gleaming with a cold light. Clang. A sword aura slashed out, its chilling power palpable. The people around him had frost on their cheeks. Not to mention Lin Hao, who faced the sword energy head-on. He felt the chill penetrate to his bones and was frozen painfully. Frost stung his face, turning his hair and beard white. Buzz. A burst of crimson flame erupted. Ice and fire intertwined. Obviously, fire cannot melt ice. Lin Hao had a bitter smile on his lips. After advancing to the great perfection of Foundation establishment, he still couldn't defeat Ning Qingxue. The difference in strength was still too great. The defeat of the three swordsmen is still fresh in my mind. But how could he possibly admit defeat? If one sword aura isn't enough, then two will do. Crimson flames like a dragon. The sword energy was as cold as frost, melting away ice and snow. A hint of surprise flashed across Ning Qingxue's lips. Lin Hao's strength has indeed increased considerably. That frost-like sword energy, seemingly casual, was actually her all-out attack. She formed a sword seal with her left hand and channeled spiritual energy into her right. Two more sword energies were unleashed. The sword's power was overwhelming, seemingly capable of splitting the heavens. This sword strike will surely slay Lin Mo. The onlookers cheered. With Fairy Ning's intervention, she will surely be able to capture the demon. This scoundrel will die today. Lin Hao's expression was solemn as he charged forward with all his might, using his sword to meet the attack. A moment later, the sword energy dissipated. Ning Qingxue looked up at Lin Hao. Although his clothes were tattered and his body was covered with wounds, he stood tall and proud like a pine tree in the snow. He is no longer the rookie he was who was defeated by his own three swords. A fighting spirit rose in Ning Qingxue's heart, and the thin sword in her hand was covered with a layer of frost. Again, with a flick of her wrist, a terrifying sword aura erupted. This is a new sword move she comprehended after being defeated by Lu Buping in the intersect competition. She then presented the move to the Golden Core Stage Protector, who dared not take it head-on. What a powerful sword aura. Lin Hao was taken aback. He knew Ning Qingxue was a sword genius, but he did not expect that she was so monstrous that she could create her own sword moves. Her strength was truly astonishing. A warning arose in his mind. If he were to take this attack head-on, he might die. With that in mind, how could he dare to take the hit head-on? Although he was at the same level as his opponent, he had entered the Dao less recently, and his understanding of magic and swordsmanship was not deep enough to defeat him. Escape. Without a second thought, he summoned a flying sword, leaped onto it with the lightness of a swallow, and vanished in a streak of light. Shameless Lin thief. He dares not accept Fairy Ning's sword strike. He's so scared he's wet himself. Hey, that scoundrel has escaped. Let's go after him. Lin Hao sensed that there were many pursuers behind him, the fastest of whom was Ning Qingxue. He didn't want to fight this woman, so he had to turn his spiritual energy around and run away at full speed. But his supposedly superior escape technique was nothing compared to Ning Qingxue's, and the distance between the woman and him was getting closer and closer. He was anxious, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Only Ning Qingxue remained. However, what puzzled Lin Hao was that if the other party had persisted for just a little longer, they could have caught up with him. But just as the other party was about to catch up, they suddenly stopped. Fairy Ning, has Lin Mo been slain? Soon, Wang Binshan caught up and cautiously asked the question while gazing at the aloof and independent figure. No, they escaped. Ning Qingxue said in a cold voice. However, I left a tracking mark on him, which will allow us to find him. Go and notify all teams to assemble. We'll go together later to surround Lin Hao and make sure he can't escape. Yes, Fairy Ning. A hint of joy flashed in Wang Binshan's eyes, and he hurried off to inform the various groups. In a cave in the Hanging Coffin Gorge, Lin Hao sat cross-legged, regulating his breathing. With Ning Qingxue, he only spat out a few mouthfuls of blood essence while being chased, which caused him some damage. However, it's not a big problem. A little breathing adjustment will suffice. That night, in the demon temple, a white tiger missing an ear looked utterly distressed. Ning Qingxue said calmly, "What happened to your ears?" The white tiger sighed. "Don't even mention it. The white-robed swordsman from the Heavenly Sword sect relentlessly pursued me. I had to use my primordial divine power to escape." A white-clad swordsman? Ning Qingxue pondered for a moment, then understood. You're really unlucky to have been targeted by that sword fanatic. Good luck. Hatred flickered in the white tiger's amber-like eyes. Once I finish dealing with things here, I'll go find him and avenge the cutting of my ear. Ning Qingxue shook her head slightly and said calmly, I have gathered nearly 500 cultivators. At that time, I will lead them to the Hanging Coffin Gorge. Can you handle them? The white tiger's face was ferocious, revealing sharp teeth. At that time, I will bring 1,000 demons with me, not to mention more than a dozen demon generals to hold the line, ensuring that no human cultivator will ever return alive. Chapter 86. Who is the prey? The moon was bright, and the stars were few. The moonlight, like flowing mercury, spread a silver carpet over the earth. However, the light shining on the mountain gorge appeared particularly eerie. Were carved into the mountain gorge, and from inside the caves, logs as thick as buckets extended out, with coffins hanging from them. Over the years, exposed to wind and sun, many coffins have decayed, revealing skeletons with unusually large frames, clearly not of human race. This is the burial ground of the Qingqiu demon clan. That Lin Mo dares to hide here. He's incredibly audacious, a female cultivator in yellow said, shrinking her neck. Senior brother, I'm so scared. The cultivator with an unusually large head and unusually short legs patted his chest and said, Junior sister, don't be afraid. Your senior brother is here. Once I capture Lin Mo, it will be a great achievement. I will then get a high-grade yellow rank magic weapon for my junior sister. Senior brother, you're so kind. The female cultivator in yellow smiled and was about to clap her hands in approval when she heard a clear, cold voice. You can't capture me. Lin Hao, the short-legged cultivator cried out and tried to turn around, but was kicked away. After dealing with the male and female cultivators, Lin Hao climbed rocks and trees like a monkey and disappeared into the mountain gorge. This is terrible. 400 or 500 cultivators came looking for me alone. They really think highly of me. Lin Hao hid in the canopy of an ancient tree growing on a cliff and looked down, seeing many cultivators searching for someone in the mountain gorge. Nearly 500 Foundation establishment cultivators, even those at the great perfection of the Golden Core stage, would find it difficult to escape unscathed. I wonder if activating the life-saving talisman now will allow the Guardian Elder to take me out. Thinking of this, fear arose in his heart. He had long ago reported that Ning Qingxue was a spy of the demon race to the captain, Elder Lu Mei. Why hadn't this woman been detained yet? And he was leading so many disciples together. Could it be that Lu Mei was also a spy from the demon race, and didn't report this matter at all? Only in this way can we explain why Ning Qingxue was not restricted in any way, but instead easily rallied many disciples to attack him. Lin Hao frowned. He wondered, why did Ning Qingxue come to find me in such a grand manner? If she really wanted to get rid of me, she could do it alone. Why would she need so many people? Unless she has other plans. Lin Hao looked up and surveyed the Hanging Coffin Gorge. It was easy to enter but difficult to leave, making it an excellent ambush site. Could it be that Ning Qingshue's gathering of hundreds of cultivators to eliminate me was merely a pretext, and her true purpose was to send these cultivators to the demon race's blade? Upon realizing this, he was greatly alarmed, clutching the life-saving talisman in his hand, ready to activate it at any moment. What do we do now? Can summoning the guardian elders break the deadlock? However, the registration talisman activated, forcing him to end the demon hunting competition, which left him somewhat unwilling. Lin Hao was struggling with a decision. At this moment, the lids of thousands of hanging coffins were suddenly blown off, and thousands of demons jumped out from them. The leader was a white tiger with a missing ear, followed by more than 10 powerful demons with overwhelming demonic energy, clearly third-tier demonic beasts at the Golden Core stage. Too late, Lin Hao murmured. The appearance of these monsters confirmed Lin Hao's thoughts. As expected, Ning Qingxue had devised a wicked plan. What a vicious woman of the demon race caused panic among the cultivators. How could there be a demon ambush here? Damn it, we've fallen for their trap. These demon soldiers and generals were probably brought here by the demon Lin Hao. He lured us here to harm us. Damn it, what a monstrous creature. Zhao Hu, will never let you get away with this. Lin Hao, get out here right now. I'll eat your flesh and sleep on your skin. The insults were deafening. Hidden in the tree canopy, Lin Hao's expression grew increasingly cold. These idiots think I'm colluding with the demon race. Open your dog eyes and take a good look at who is in contact with the white tiger of the demon clan. The demon race is coming on strong, and the human race is at a disadvantage. Many disciples activated their life-saving talismans and called upon the elders who protected their path. Losing the qualification for the competition is better than losing your life. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Several streaks of light descended, revealing the guardian elders. The disciples breathed a sigh of relief, suddenly feeling reassured. Below, human cultivators and demon warriors clashed in a fierce battle. In terms of numbers, the human race is at a significant disadvantage, although their high-end combat strength is also considerable. An elderly man with a long beard shouted, "Disciples, form the formation." The nearly 500 cultivators that Ning Qingxue brought were almost all disciples of the Xianyin sect, who had practiced formations in their daily lives, so the formation went exceptionally smoothly. The disciples stood in their respective positions, some holding magical artifacts, others making hand gestures and chanting incantations. A moment later, a jade-colored barrier was erected to block the attacks of the demons. This formation evolved from the Xianyin sect's protective formation and, when used in combination, can withstand attacks from cultivators whose cultivation level is higher than one's own. But the number of demons is truly enormous. The jade disk's light dimmed and became dull from the impact, clearly indicating it couldn't withstand the damage for long. Fortunately, there are elders who protect and assist, filling in wherever there is a gap, like firefighters. This was how they barely managed to block the attacks of the demons. While the fighting below was fierce and bloody, Lin Hao, hiding in the tree canopy, remained safe and sound, unaffected by the commotion. Clearly, the demons have gained the upper hand, and it's only a matter of time before they devour the cultivators. The opposing demon leader transformed into his true demon form, a giant python nearly 20 zhang long. With a flick of his massive tail, ripples spread across the jade wall. Upon seeing this, Lin Hao's expression changed drastically. The late-stage third-order demon was comparable in strength to the late-stage golden core cultivator. This might not be able to hold them off. As expected, the giant python struck the jade disc 3 times before finally creating a hole in it. The human race must die. Upon seeing the jade disc broken, the white tiger with the broken ear was overjoyed, licked its lips, and revealed a cruel smile. With a single breath, a gust of demonic wind swept in, drawing in a cultivator in the early stages of foundation establishment, who then swallowed the man whole. How delightful! Fresh flesh and blood. The white tiger licked its lips, then opened its mouth as if to suck again. At this moment, the sky distorted, and several figures appeared, among which a green figure was the first to appear, Lu Mei. "You beast, you're courting death." Lu Mei glanced sideways and said coldly, "You killed one of my sect's cultivators, and I will slay 10 of your demon beasts." Buzz. She stretched out her slender hand, reached into the air, and pulled out a large spear made of star iron. The gun, weighing over 1,000 pounds, was as light as a feather in the woman's hands. With a casual swing, she unleashed more than 10 spear beams. A single spear strike took the life of a demonic beast. 10 spear strikes, 10 clouds of blood mist. One of the attacks was aimed at the White Tiger. The White Tiger was a near third-tier demonic beast with an extremely strong physical body, yet it was as fragile as tofu, and a bloody hole was pierced through it by a spear. Then the body exploded. Golden core perfection. The giant python was startled. Kill. Lu Mei charged directly at the giant python. Charged towards the demons below. Lu Mei, as expected of a powerful warrior who had emerged from the bloodshed, killed the giant python with just a few spear thrusts. The giant python died with its eyes wide open, its last thought. The human race, at the half-step nascent soul stage, ambushed us here. So we were the prey. The remaining demon generals, seeing this, dared not linger any longer and quickly ordered a retreat, fleeing for their lives. In an instant, all the demons scattered like birds and beasts. Lu Mei raised her eyebrows slightly and said sternly, "Disciples, heed my command. Follow me to slay the demon. Slay the demon. Slay the demon. Slay the demon." Her divine might. The disciples of the Xianyin sect were filled with heroic spirit and launched a great counterattack. Chapter 87 Antlu. Half-step nascent soul. With cultivation reaching the heavens, he can enter a realm untouched by human hands. The spear slashed at the demons like a string of candied hawthorns. The demon race was utterly routed and lost all their armor. The remaining demons could be dealt with by the disciples and elders, so Lu Mei prepared to leave. Seeing this, Lin Hao jumped down from the treetop, intending to ask Lu Mei to take him away. The bunch of fools in the Xianyin sect believe that he brought the demons here, and now they wish they could devour his flesh and sleep on his skin. He dared not stay here alone. But Lu Mei turned the tide, and he might start to suspect she was a spy again. "Elder Lu, wait for me." Lu Mei turned around and was quite surprised to see Lin Hao. "Lin Hao, prepare to die." Some sharp-eyed disciples spotted Lin Hao and rushed over, shouting for his life. Lin Hao, however, was quite quick-witted and darted behind Elder Lu. The disciples had no choice but to stop, but hatred still lingered in their eyes. "Elder Lu, this scoundrel Lin Hao colluded with the demon race to set up an ambush here. Please punish this villain severely," Wang Binshan said angrily. "Bullshit." Lin Hao immediately retorted. "Use your pig brain. If I were a spy for the demon race, would I show myself willingly? Wouldn't that be courting death? But where is your leader, Ning Qingxue?" Wang Binshan's expression froze, and he quickly turned his head to look around, but he did not find Ning Xinzi's figure. "You scoundrel, don't make false accusations. You must have brought the demon race here. If I hadn't committed suicide here." Lu Mei rebuked. "You have cultivated for many years, yet your temperament is so immature. How can you make vows so carelessly? These demons weren't brought here by Lin Hao, Ning Qingxue, and me to lure the demons here and kill them." Lin Hao's expression changed slightly. Was that really the case? He had sensed something was wrong earlier. Just as the sect disciples activated their life-saving talismans, a guardian elder arrived. And there's also the formidable Lu Mei lurking here. If this isn't a trap, what is it? It can be learned from Lu Mei that Ning Qingxue deliberately set up a trap to have a secret meeting with the demon race. He still found it hard to accept. This woman was truly cunning, not letting a single word slip out. The key point is that this woman's move made a bunch of fools believe that Lin Hao had colluded with demons. This is absolutely outrageous. In other words, we can't beat them. Otherwise, I'd definitely give that woman a good beating. "Elder Lu, because of your plan, my fellow disciples have misunderstood me. If I stay here, I'm afraid I'll be torn to pieces. So what do you want?" Lu Mei knew perfectly well that this kid had recently committed many offenses, incurring the wrath of many. "We're trying to shift the blame onto them in order to escape. Please, Elder Lu, take me out of here," Lin Hao said. She smiled charmingly, the beauty mark at the corner of her eye revealing 1,000 kinds of allure. "All right, I'll take you away, for the sake of your master." When Wang Binshan and the others saw that Lu Mei was about to take Lin Hao away, they quickly stopped her. "Elder Lu, Lin Hao has ambushed a fellow disciple, stolen a demon core, and even violated Wang Shihan's innocence. He is utterly wicked. Yes, the evil he has committed is too numerous to count. We implore Elder Lu to punish this scoundrel." Despite everyone's attempts to stop her, Lu Mei simply said, "After the demon hunting competition, the enforcement hall will determine right and wrong." They then took Lin Hao away directly. After flying hundreds of miles, they broke out of the encirclement and stopped on a mountain peak. "I helped you out this time because of your master, but I won't help you next time." A hint of amusement flickered in Lu Mei's beautiful eyes. "Why does this woman look like she wants to eat me up?" Lin Hao sighed inwardly, then smiled and said, This junior thanks Elder Lu. Just a thank you? Lu Mei glanced down slightly. Don't call me Elder Lu, call me Aunt Lu. Ah, Aunt Lu. A look of surprise flashed across Lin Hao's face, and he felt very strange. What's wrong with Elder Lu today? Did he take the wrong elixir? Or did he suffer a qi deviation during practice? He only dared to complain in his heart, but would never dare to say it out loud. You'd better watch yourself. After saying that, Lu Mei threw the large spear into the air, leaped up, and transformed into a streak of emerald light. The person is gone, but the fragrance still lingers in the air, a scent that is both captivating and soul-stirring. Lin Hao dared not linger there and transformed into a streak of light, deliberately changing direction along the way to prevent anyone from following him. He didn't land in a bamboo grove until dawn, where he rested for a while. After recovering, he decided to continue plundering demon cores. He wanted to become number one all by himself, so he had to take a shortcut. What's the fastest way to do this than stealing from someone else? Not to mention, he had made enemies with these cultivators, and he wanted to retaliate and vent his anger. It's hard to say whether he was lucky or unlucky, but just 3 or 4 miles away from him, there was a group of people, and the leader of them was none other than Wang Binshin. Upon sensing a person, Lin Hao immediately concealed his aura, hiding within the mountain like a stubborn rock. About half an incense stick's time later, Wang Binshin led his team to this place. Unlike his previous high spirits, he now only had 5 or 6 people with him. Huh, didn't you say you were sure to kill Lin Mo this time? Now we can't even find a trace of him. Wang Shihan rolled her eyes at the man and said in a sarcastic tone, Senior sister, who would have thought that Lin Hao could get in touch with Elder Lu, which is why he escaped with his life. Otherwise, he would have been reincarnated by now. Wang Binshin's face flushed red as he argued and explained. Yeah. Huh. Wang Binshin sensed something was wrong. Why had the female voice turned into a male voice? He turned around and was punched in the nose, the stinging sensation immediately washing over him. Lin Hao, how did you get here? When I heard my great-grandson call my name, of course I had to come out. Bang, bang, bang. Wherever his fist landed, no one could stop him. Lin Hao moved as if he were in an empty field, and soon he knocked Wang Binshin and the others to the ground. It wasn't that his strength had suddenly increased, but rather that Wang Binshin and his group had fought a great battle with the demon race and traveled all night, leaving them in extremely poor condition. Lin Hao stood with his foot on Wang Binshin's chest, looking down at him with disdain, and said, Even at your peak, someone like you wouldn't be a match for me. Lin Mo, a scholar can be killed but not humiliated. Yeah. Lin Hao took out a short, emerald green blade from his storage bag, which emitted a pungent, fishy stench. He pressed the short blade against Wang Binshin's chest, separated only by a thin shirt. If you wish to be a hero, I shall grant your wish. This short blade has been fed with venom for 49 days. You are fortunate enough to be the first to taste it. The mere smell of it was enough to make one dizzy. This poison was absolutely potent. How could Wang Binshin dare to be so defiant? Lin Hao, we are not mortal enemies. It's not worth it to kill me and suffer punishment from the sect. So what do you want to say? Let me go? From now on, we'll go our separate ways. Oh, Lin Hao snorted coldly, a mocking smile playing on his lips. What benefit would I gain from doing this? Chapter 88 Bounty. This. Wang Binshin hesitated repeatedly, but couldn't come up with a clear answer. How about this? You can buy your life with money. Give me 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones, and I'll spare your dog's life. When you were the thief before, when you defeated others, didn't you only get 500? How come it became 1,000 when you defeated me? Because your life is more valuable than others. I've changed my mind. You have to give me 1,500. Hiss. Wang Binshin gasped. 2,000. Okay. Wang Binshin finally understood that if he didn't agree, this damned Lin Mo would keep raising the price. Damn it all. But now he was at the mercy of others, and no matter how dissatisfied he felt, he dared not show it in the slightest. Brother Lin, 2,000 mid-grade spirit stones are far too much. I can't come up with that right now. It's all right. I'm the most understanding person. You just need to make a vow to heaven. Wang Binshin was utterly speechless. This guy wasn't giving him a single chance. 2,000 mid-grade spirit stones is no small sum. Even if Wang Binshin were to sell himself, he still couldn't raise that much. But now, in order to save their lives, even if they can't produce it, they still have to swear an oath to heaven. Following the same method, Lin Hao had the 5 male cultivators take turns making a heavenly Tao oath to owe 500 mid-grade spirit stones. Wang Binshin was even more frustrated. Why did everyone else get 500 while he only got 2,000? He didn't feel anything special about how precious life was. She won over a group of male cultivators. Lin Hao stood in front of Wang Xian. The woman's injuries had not yet healed, and after being brutally beaten again, she was in even worse shape, her breath coming in very weak gasps. Looking at the woman, Lin Hao's lips curled into a wicked smile. "Woman, we meet again." She weakly raised her eyes and looked up at the handsome man. My heart was filled with mixed emotions. I've fallen into this devil's hands again. Lin Hao, what do you want to do? Lin Hao's lips curled slightly, and he sneered. Your life isn't worth exchanging for spirit stones. With Shui Ling not around, he was constantly holding back his anger, and being hunted down only fueled his rage. The woman in front of me appeared at just the right time. Feeling the man's gaze, Wang Shihan's heart tightened, knowing that she couldn't escape her fate today. However, having been kidnapped in front of everyone, how could he ever hold his head high in the sect again? Lin Hao, please, don't take me away. What? You like being watched? Being watched? Wang Shihan was slightly taken aback. Before she could react, the man picked her up. Wang Binchen's eyes were filled with rage. His beloved woman had been kidnapped by another man, and he knew without a doubt what kind of fate awaited her. He was consumed by hatred, but could only writhe in powerless rage. After the exchange, he sensed that Lin Hao had become even stronger, and the gap in strength between the two had widened. As Lin Hao said, even if he were at his peak, he might not be a match for him. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel disheartened. They watched helplessly as Lin Hao left. That's outrageous. Lin Mo is far too arrogant. He steals demon cores, plunders spirit stones, and even insults the chastity of female cultivators. He's even more despicable than the demonic path. Who says otherwise? My newly formed Taoist partner was snatched away before I could even touch her. Please, Fairy Ning, do us justice. Please, Fairy Ning, make the decision. Lin Hao's counterattack enraged the crowd. They all spoke at once, denouncing Lin Hao and wishing they could tear him apart. They hated him as much as they wanted, but they couldn't kill Lin Hao, and they dared not offend Lord Feng for it. Therefore, we still need Ning Qingxue to take charge. However, this beloved disciple of the sect leader seemed somewhat absent-minded, his bright eyes never actually looking at anyone. Someone mustered the courage to remind her, and only then did she come to her senses, her eyes filled with a cold indifference. You should all know by now that Lin Hao's strength is growing stronger with each battle, and his whereabouts are becoming increasingly elusive, making him almost impossible to catch. With your strength, it will be very difficult to get rid of him. Moreover, he knew he couldn't beat me, so he didn't even bother to confront me. Ning Qingxue said. Upon hearing this, everyone looked distressed. Fairy Ning's words made perfect sense. What should they do? Expression, Ning Qingxue shook her head slightly, hoping they would make the decision. No matter how cunning Lin Hao is, there are ways to subdue him. If we cannot capture him, we can seek help from external forces, such as offering a bounty and asking experts from other sects to take action. Everyone's eyes lit up. They thought it was an excellent idea. He couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Ning Xianzi was indeed wise. So they all started to flatter him. Ning Qingxue disliked this behavior, so she made an excuse that she had something to do and left. The news that the Xianyin sect had offered a reward for Lin Hao quickly spread among the disciples of various sects. Have you heard? The Xianyin sect disciples have offered a huge reward to capture this Lin Mo. How much is this huge sum? 200 second-tier demon cores. Furthermore, Lin Mo has plundered along the way, and the number of demon cores on his body is countless. If we can capture Lin Mo, we can easily advance into the top 10 of this competition. This is worth a try, but I've heard that Lin Mo is at the great perfection of Foundation establishment, so he might be difficult to deal with. What's there to be afraid of? Even if Lin Mo has 3 heads and 6 arms, how can he possibly escape an attack? A group of cultivators in various Taoist robes gathered together, discussing the Xianyin sect's bounty on Lin Hao, and they were all very interested. Lin Hao, who was mixed in with the crowd, felt his face twitch upon hearing this. These bastards are really willing to go to great lengths to capture me. Anyone who didn't know better would think I slept with their mother and stole their wife. His face darkened. Since you want to capture me, then I'll show you what I'm capable of. Meanwhile, in Demon King Valley, a stunningly beautiful figure emerged from the mist. Can we trust the demon race? The stunningly beautiful person murmured softly. She was none other than the little fox who had a connection with Lin Hao in the demon ceiling tower. Ever since the incident of Chui Qinger betraying her, the simple-minded little fox would never dare to easily trust him again. She hurried along and soon arrived at the agreed-upon place. Upon seeing Ning Qingxue, her foxy face was filled with disbelief. Both women were dressed in white and possessed unparalleled beauty. The only difference was that one was exceptionally beautiful and the other was alluring and seductive. In terms of looks, the two are equally beautiful. However, Ning Qingxue possessed a kind of ascetic beauty that, compared to the little fox, was more likely to arouse a man's desire to conquer her. The little fox glanced at the other's blood-stained shoulder and said with a complicated expression, "Ning Qingxue, should I call you the head disciple of the Xianyin sect now, or should I call you sister?" Before Ning Qingxue could reply, the little fox continued to ask questions. "You've been among humans for so long. Do you really think you're human? How could you help humans plot to kill their own kind? Have you forgotten what your parents told you before they died? Or is it that you're so attached to the position of the sect leader's chief disciple that you're unwilling to come here and suffer anymore?" Faced with the little fox's persistent questioning, Ning Qingxue remained silent. After a short while, she leisurely said, "In this demon-hunting competition led by the Xianyin sect, other righteous sects have sent many Golden Core elders to secretly protect their disciples. That white tiger was arrogant and got killed by the human race. He can only blame himself for his bad luck. Also, I'm here to inform you that I've created another opportunity for you. I've united disciples from various sects to besiege Lin Hao. There are even more disciples gathered this time than last time. Let's see if you can handle it. If you're only going to send a few measly ones again, you might as well not come at all." The little fox gently bit its red lips, its expression incredibly complex. The Green Mountain Demon King sent her to make contact with human spies, but she never expected that the person who came would be her own sister. "Ning Qingxue, I no longer trust you, but I will report this matter to my father." As soon as she finished speaking, Ning Qingxue grabbed her unsheathed sword and prepared to leave. Does this woman have absolutely no sisterly affection? A hint of sorrow lingered in the little fox's eyes. She hesitated for a moment before saying, "Sister, how did you become like this? So cold. You've become so indifferent that I don't even recognize you anymore. Do you know that I went so far as to infiltrate the Xianyin sect just to see you, only to be captured and imprisoned in the demon locking tower, and yet you never came to see me even once. Those scum of the human race know my identity and come to ridicule me every day. I don't believe you haven't heard of them. At that time, I wished so much that my sister could come and see me and take me away from this place where I never saw the light of day. If there's nothing else, I'm leaving," Ning Qingxue said coldly. The little fox's face was full of disappointment. He then sighed and left dejectedly. Chapter 89, Seeing Cui Qing'er again. Lin Hao traveled through the heart of the Qingqiu demon realm, and along the way, he saw many demon corpses. Most of them were second-tier demonic beasts, but there were also some first-tier ones. Lin Hao couldn't help but shake his head slightly as he looked at them. It seems that winning first place in the competition by slaying demonic beasts is indeed unrealistic, unless one ventures deep into the ancestral land of the demon race to slay a powerful demon. However, the great demons are all at the third level, and many of them are demon generals who guard a region. The disciples of various sects simply cannot defeat them unless they form an array of dozens of people. The ancestral land of the demon race all by himself is like lighting a lantern in an outhouse. It's suicidal. Lin Hao certainly wouldn't do something so brainless. He thought it was safer to steal someone else's demon core. That demon cores are hard to snatch now. The easy targets have become more cunning, forming groups of at least 10 people and calling for reinforcements even before the fight begins. However, there were also some stubborn individuals who were determined to capture Lin Hao and claim the hefty reward. Lin Hao, of course, didn't hold back and immediately launched a counterplunder. Relying on his disguise skills and extraordinary escape techniques, he tricked several waves of cultivators who came to ambush him, accumulating nearly 2,000 second-tier demon cores, not to mention forcing others to owe him more than 50,000 mid-grade spirit stones. However, there were very few female cultivators in the group, and those who were rather unsightly, so they didn't inspire any strange thoughts in anyone. Even so, Lin Hao felt that his strength was improving rapidly, almost reaching the limit of the Foundation establishment realm. Below the Golden Core realm, he was not afraid of anyone. Even if he were to fight Ning Qingxue again, he was confident he could leave unscathed. He felt that if he wanted to improve his strength further, he could only do so by forming his core ahead of time. However, he was currently in the Great Wilderness, and if he rashly formed his core, he would likely be besieged by his enemies. After much deliberation, He decided to wait until he returned to the sect and reported the matter to his master before making any further plans. Moreover, he wanted to ask his master for a few spell books, especially those on swordsmanship. Otherwise, when he fought against genius cultivators, although he was not inferior in terms of cultivation level, he was far inferior in terms of techniques, which would become a fatal weakness. There are female cultivators, and quite a few of them. Lin Hao's mind raced, and a look of joy flashed in his eyes. He was in the prime of his life, and having gone without meat for several days, he was really feeling restless. Sensing the group getting closer, Lin Hao quickly focused his mind and hid in the dense canopy of trees to observe them secretly. He was quite surprised to see the female cultivator leading the group. A female cultivator from the Blazing Sun sect. Peach Blossom, Sword Immortal. Even with a mask covering her face, she still appeared stunningly beautiful. Those eyes were like water, yet carried a faint chill. A glint of light shone in their depths, as if they could see through all the illusions of the world. Her 10 fingers were slender, like tender scallions. Her neck was long and slender, her skin as smooth as cream, white with a hint of pink, seemingly so beautiful it could be squeezed for water. Her red lips parted slightly, revealing neat, white teeth that made one want to hug her tightly and kiss her passionately. Her long, ink-black hair cascaded down like a waterfall, dancing in the breeze and emitting a faint fragrance. Her limbs, swaying like willow branches in the breeze, exude a myriad of charms. Her limbs are slender, and she possesses an ethereal, fairy-like quality. She wears a white dress that trails to the ground, embroidered with peach blossoms. He carried 2 swords at his waist. One is called Awakening of Insects, the other is called Heavy Snow. Lin Hao's mouth went dry from reading. Such beauty, even with her face covered, remains captivating. If we could capture this woman and share a passionate encounter, then our journey to this world would not have been in vain. Just as he was lost in thought, the woman suddenly drew a knife. A look of surprise flashed in Lin Hao's eyes. Did he think that the Peach Blossom Sword Immortal had discovered him? Just as he was about to dodge, he saw the woman toss the knife into the air and then leap onto it as lightly as a swallow. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the woman had gone to chase after the mountain ape. 3 female cultivators from the Liang sect remained on the spot. Lin Hao separated a wisp of his divine sense to examine the female cultivators and found that their cultivation levels were not high. They were all in the mid-foundation establishment stage. Don't blame me for being impolite. He sneered, patted the sword box, summoned the fire spirit and the azure bird, and then leaped down like a nimble ape. Buzz! A fiery sword aura slashed out, striking right between the 3 female cultivators, startling them so much that they turned pale and quickly began to chant incantations and hand seals. Once one reaches the foundation establishment stage, the difference in cultivation level is like an insurmountable chasm. Even with the 3 female cultivators working together, they were no match for Lin Hao. He went all out from the start and defeated the 3 female cultivators in less than 10 moves. He took out a spirit-binding rope and tied the 3 female cultivators together like he was binding a fat sheep. He then carried it on his shoulder and fled into the distance, fearing that the Peach Blossom Sword Immortal would return, so he dared not linger there for even a moment longer. After rushing for 100 miles, they found a cave, threw the 3 female cultivators inside, and set up 2 restrictions. Anyway, the relationship between the Xianyin sect and the Liang sect was not good, so he felt no guilt whatsoever about absorbing the primordial Yin energy of the female cultivators of the Liang sect, constantly mentioning that senior sister Peach Blossom had arrived. Lin Hao only wanted to ascend to heaven. He couldn't care less about the peach blossoms or pear blossoms. He turned around, preparing to pluck the 3 women, when he suddenly sensed that the barrier he had set up had been broken. He immediately jumped up, grabbed the fire spirit sword, and was about to charge out. Unexpectedly, the newcomer reacted even faster than him. Clang! The 2 sharp blades clashed, producing a metallic clang. The piercing sound echoed in the small cave. After blocking the enemy's attack, Lin Hao finally had time to take a look and see the newcomer's face clearly. He couldn't help but be slightly surprised. It was her, Gu Qingsheng, the fairy of the Hahuan sect. What surprised him even more was, Gu Qingsheng also brought along an old acquaintance of his, Cui Qinger. How did these 2 women get together? Lin Hao was completely baffled and couldn't figure it out at all. Look, this is the man you risked your life to protect. Now he's here having fun with other women. Gu Qingsheng was already a beauty of unparalleled grace and charm, and being from the Hahuan sect made her even more alluring. Although the tone was sarcastic, it did not evoke any hatred in the listener. Cui Qing'er gave Lin Hao a wry smile. Chapter 90 for you. Lin Hao looked at Cui Qing'er, whose eyes were filled with complex emotions. She never expected that her next meeting with Lin Hao would be under these circumstances. Gu Qingqing took a step and walked around the cave. The rumors were indeed true. You demon Lin enjoys abducting women for dual cultivation. Are you sure you're not a member of our Joyful Union sect? No, we, the Hehuan sect, would not abduct female cultivators without reason. We believe in mutual consent. What you're doing is demonic behavior. Demon, say something. The woman kept asking questions, but Lin Hao didn't answer a single one. Did you come here with a bounty on your head to hunt me down? Lin Hao asked coldly. Gu Qingqing smiled slightly, her allure far surpassing that of the peach blossom sword immortal. Of all the women Lin Hao had ever seen, this woman, though not the most beautiful, was definitely the most alluring. Seeing the man stealing glances at her, Gu Qingqing smiled even more broadly, revealing a dimple on each cheek. This bounty was initiated by Ning Qingxue. I've always disliked her, so how could I associate with her? Then what are you doing here? I came, of course, for you. Gu Qingqing's eyes were truly captivating. Not to mention Lin Hao, even the 3 female cultivators who had woken up were captivated by the sight. For me? Lin Hao didn't think the other party could have any good intentions. You've come to see me, so I'm sure it's not for a joke. Just tell me what you need. Hee hee, you're so calm. I'm even more interested in you now. Gu Qingqing extended her slender fingers and placed them on her alluring red lips. I've come to see what you're made of. How about we have a match? Sure enough, this woman wouldn't come to the temple without a reason. Lin Hao sneered inwardly, then said, You can fight me, but if you fail, you will be severely punished. Gu Qingqing stuck out her delicate tongue, licked her red lips, and said nonchalantly, Of course I know. Those who failed to annihilate the forest demon. The men offered their demon cores and spirit stones, and the women, of course, offered their primordial yin. As expected of the enchanting woman of the Hehuan sect, she spoke frankly about things that ordinary women would find difficult to utter. However, although this demoness speaks recklessly, judging from her figure, she is a virgin. If one could cultivate with her, one would surely benefit immensely and experience endless wonder. So, if you really want to fight me, you can let me pick whatever I want if you lose, Lin Hao said. Lin Hao's words aroused Gu Qingqing's suspicion. Why did this man seem so confident and fearless? Is he so confident that he can defeat me? Feeling slighted, Gu Qingqing felt resentful. Then let's have a match, and the loser can let the winner pick the spoils. Okay, Lin Hao said, his focus instantly returning. But to everyone's surprise, Gu Qingqing was unethical and created an illusion with the blink of her eyes. Seeing the man's ever-changing expression, Gu Qingqing chuckled. Now that you've fallen into my illusion, just wait until you're completely drained of your energy. Taking advantage of the other party being trapped in the illusion, Gu Qingqing carefully examined Lin Hao. He was indeed extremely handsome. No wonder those female cultivators who had been violated rarely stood up. It's mostly because of his good looks. Partners with them would be quite nice, wouldn't it? Just as Gu Qingqing was lost in thought, her expression suddenly changed drastically. How is that possible? How could you break free from the illusion? A hint of disdain played on Lin Hao's lips. It's your illusion, and it's terrible. Since being with Xue Linger, he has often used her illusionary realms to cultivate and temper his Dao heart. The illusion that Gu Qingqing casually set up couldn't really trap him. Now it's my turn. Lin Hao's palms spewed spiritual energy, and flames swirled around his body, making him appear like a flame venerable. So strong. Gu Qingqing's eyes were filled with shock. This guy's strength doesn't seem like that of a typical foundation establishment grand perfection cultivator. Instead, it's like he's completed all the steps of the foundation establishment stage and is only missing core formation. Wait! Gu Qingqing shouted. Lin Hao frowned and stopped what he was doing. Gu Qingqing's eyes sparkled, and she said abruptly, We can't fight like this. If we make too much noise and shout about killing, it will attract the people who want to surround and kill you. You should know that it's not just the Xianyin sect disciples who are looking for you. Are you sure you want to continue fighting? What the woman said makes sense. When the snipe and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits. He was unwilling to do such a stupid thing, but he also didn't want to give up directly. So he couldn't help but hesitate. Seeing this, Gu Qingqing quickly pressed her advantage, saying, I wanted to fight you because I was curious about you. I learned from your old flame that you had grown to this level in less than a year. I wanted to see just how far you had gone. Now that I know, I don't want to fight anymore. Those who don't know the truth believe that your ability to grow to this level is due to dual cultivation. But I also cultivate the dual cultivation method. In this cultivation world, I dare say that the dual cultivation method of the Joyful Union sect ranks second, and no one dares to say they rank first. Your dual cultivation method is ordinary, yet you have made such rapid progress. The reason, in the end, is probably due to your constitution, right? I'm very curious, what exactly is your constitution? Special physique? Lin Hao certainly knew this. He knew better than anyone that his cultivation technique was actually quite ordinary, and that his current level of cultivation was entirely due to his own physique. But when asked about his constitution, he couldn't give a clear answer. I don't know what my constitution is, Lin Hao said. His fighting spirit gradually disappeared after Gu Qingqing's words. Even though the other party was unwilling to fight, he was still prepared to force his way in. Because Gu Qingqing is a prodigy, even if he can defeat her, it will come at a great cost, which would attract Ning Qingxue and the others, making it a losing proposition. You don't know what your constitution is? Gu Qingqing asked with a strange expression. Interesting. You don't even know your own constitution. It seems the Xianin sect is hiding something from you. Haven't you ever wondered why? Lin Hao had thought about this question, but what Cui Qinger said was that the person behind the instigation was the Grand Elder, who played a very active role in the turmoil of the demon race and was directly killed. He wanted to investigate, but he feared it would end there. Most importantly, how could he have conducted an investigation when he was weak in the past? The elders were in charge of the awakening process, and he didn't have the power to interrogate them. Interesting. Gu Qingsheng sighed again and said leisurely, I deduce that your physique is definitely one of the best divine bodies. You don't even know that your sect has buried your divine body. Lin Hao, come to my Joyful Union sect and practice our top-tier dual cultivation technique. It will surely allow your cultivation to advance much more rapidly. At this moment, Cui Qinger also advised, Lin Hao, the Hahuan sect is the most suitable place for you to cultivate. Lin Hao's eyes flashed with surprise. What was Cui Qinger thinking? She actually came to persuade him. Ignoring the man's strange gaze, Cui Qinger said to herself, the path of cultivation is all about fate. I truly believe you are suited for the Joyful Union sect. Why suffer the scorn of others in the profound Yin sect? Chapter 91 Half of the Cultivation Technique. Leave the sect and join another sect? Although Lin Hao didn't feel a strong sense of belonging to the Xianin sect, he was somewhat reluctant to switch sections. The venerable master of Dezhu Peak, Feng Songyue, genuinely cared for him and treated him as his last disciple. Humans are not plants or trees. How can they be without feelings? So you've become an envoy for the Hahuan sect? Lin Hao raised an eyebrow and continued, if you want to come with me, I can rescue you. He thought the woman would agree to go with him, but her answer surprised him greatly. Thank you, but no need, Cui Qinger said. Seeing Lin Hao's surprise, Cui Qinger continued, Lin Hao, you should know that the righteous sects and the demon race are all hunting me down. Only by joining the Hahuan sect with senior sister Gu can I have a way to survive. In fact, what the woman said made sense. The Hahuan sect was both righteous and evil, and it was very powerful. If she joined the Hahuan sect, at least she wouldn't be hunted down. Lin Hao remained silent. Everyone has the right to make their own choices, and he wouldn't force others to follow his ideas. Moreover, given his current strength, he is confident that he can rescue Cui Qinger. However, he was unable to arrange a good place for Cui Qinger afterwards. Seeing that the other party remained silent, Cui Qinger seemed to remember something and transmitted her voice. Don't worry, I won't become a Taoist partner with other men. The Hahuan sect's cultivation method is special. It allows for dual cultivation and the absorption of primordial yang energy from outside the body. Senior sister Gu is still a virgin. A hint of surprise flashed in Lin Hao's eyes. It seemed that his guess was correct. This fairy from the Hahuan sect was indeed innocent. Lin Hao, what's your decision? Gu Qingqing parted her lips slightly, uttering a seductive sound that was quite alluring. Thank you for your kind offer, but for the time being, I have no intention of switching sides, Lin Hao said with unusual clarity. Alright, fine, it seems there are people in the Xianin sect that you can't let go of, so I won't force you to join my Hahuan sect now. How about this? I will give you the cultivation technique I have practiced. Lin Hao's pupils contracted, and he was greatly shocked. This woman was actually willing to give me the top-level dual cultivation technique of the Hahuan sect? As she spoke, Gu Qingsheng tossed a cultivation technique scroll to Lin Hao. Lin Hao quickly caught it and checked it. It's a genuine skill. He initially thought the other party was just talking and wouldn't offer anything substantial, but he was surprised by their generosity. You're tempted, aren't you? Seeing the man's expression, Gu Qingqing couldn't help but curl the corners of her lips. She didn't believe that the other party would not be interested in the cultivation technique. After all, the dual cultivation method of the Hahuan sect is famous throughout the world. Every cultivator who wants to pursue the path of dual cultivation desires to obtain this technique. However, this is only the first half. If you want the second half, you need to join the Joyful Union sect, and then come find me. Gu Qingqing wasn't foolishly generous. The cultivation technique she gifted was only half of it. But even this half-finished part was enough to make the other person fall deeply in love. She was betting that Lin Hao would be led by the nose by the cultivation technique, and that when he sought help from the Hahuan sect, she would use the remaining techniques to manipulate him. Hearing Gu Qingqing say that it was only half a part, Lin Hao was relieved. He has never believed that a free lunch would fall from the sky. The other party used half of the cultivation technique to lure him into joining the Hahuan sect. Although it was only half of the cultivation technique, Lin Hao gladly accepted it. After all, this was a cultivation technique of the Hahuan sect, and a top-level technique cultivated by a prodigy like Gu Qingqing. After giving her the cultivation technique, Gu Qingqing patted Cui Qing'er with her slender hand and said, "I'm leaving." Cui Qing'er immediately transformed into her true form as a lynx and followed behind. As she stepped out of the cave, Cui Qing'er glanced back, her heart full of words turning into a sigh. Demon King Valley. A house over 10 zhang tall occupied an area of 1 li in circumference. This is the resting place of the Green Mountain Demon King. Unlike human emperors who like to build palaces, its requirement for a dwelling is simply that it can be entered. The main reason is that it has always maintained its true form as a demon and does not like to transform into human form. Inside the spacious room, there was a stone bed 8 zhang long, with intricate divine patterns and cloud-like seal script carved on it, shimmering with an eerie light. A fox the size of a blue ox lay reclining on the stone bed, its bowl-sized eyes flashing with sharp light as it opened and closed. Inside the main hall stood 6 tribes, all high-ranking members of the Qingxiu demon clan. Originally, there were 8 families, but when the Xianyin sect was struck by a demonic calamity, 2 families did not want the little fox to return and drove Cui Qing'er to harm the little fox. After the incident, these 2 families were scattered by the Green Mountain Demon King and were almost wiped out. The princess is back. A crane demon shouted at the top of its lungs. A moment later, the 9-tailed celestial fox gracefully ran into the hall. The Green Mountain Demon King, who had been wearing a gloomy face, suddenly softened his gaze and patted the stone bed, gesturing for the little fox to sit down. The little fox leaped and sat down next to the Demon King. "How was your trip? Did you see your sister?" A hint of surprise flashed in the little fox's eyes. "Father, did you know all along that it was my sister who came to make contact with our tribe?" The Green Mountain Demon King nodded, then stretched out his hoof and affectionately patted the little fox's head. "Your sister is proud and arrogant, and wants to avenge your parents in her own way, so she has never seen you. But she's always been thinking of you, and I wanted to surprise you, so I didn't tell you beforehand." "Really? That ice cube will remember me?" A hint of doubt flashed in the little fox's eyes. But she quickly put those thoughts aside and got down to business. She relayed everything Ning Qingxue had told her to the Green Mountain Demon King, word for word. The old Demon King could express his opinion. The tribal chiefs below jumped out. A white tiger with a drooping forehead walks in the center of the main hall. "Demon King, my poor son was killed by human cultivators after he believed Ning Qingxue's words. This old minister suspects that Ning Qingxue has betrayed the demon race. I beg the Demon King to do me justice." Upon hearing this, the little fox frowned, unable to figure out what her older sister was up to, so she remained silent. The Green Mountain Demon King spoke up. "Elder Chief, Schwerer did not betray my Green Hill Demon clan. Hu Zhan's death was purely an accident. This blood debt should be attributed to the human race." With tears welling in its eyes, the old white tiger said emotionally, "Please, Demon King, allow this old minister to fight and kill all the damned human cultivators to avenge my son." "No." A wolf demon stepped forward. "Demon King, the human race is now powerful. Rashly starting a war will only cause greater losses to our race. It would be better to be patient for now and make long-term plans." "Old wolf, what do you mean by this? If you don't kill any humans, then my son died in vain." The old white tiger was violent and furious. Old wolf, however, remained calm and composed, stating logically and reasonably, "Human cultivators come here mainly to save face. But this is ultimately the territory of my demon race. There are many demons in the 100,000 mountains, not just our Qingqiu lineage. The humans won't stay here long. Once they withdraw some of their forces, we can strike and achieve a great victory. Old Wolf, I think you're a coward. The old white tiger's eyes burned with rage. Who was afraid of war? I am just using a more reasonable method to avenge myself against the human race. If everyone were to charge in like a brute like you, my Qingqiu demon race would be dragged down sooner or later. You're a coward, a spineless coward. The old wolf was also provoked, his eyes flashing with malice. If you want revenge for your son, then go and kill them yourself. Fine, I'll go then. The crowd below was in an uproar, divided into two factions, debating whether to fight or postpone the fight. Chapter 92: The Demon Clan's Decision. Both sides have valid points. But the Green Mountain Demon King had already made up his mind. The Green Mountain Demon King snorted softly, and a small whirlwind rose in the hall. Seeing this, the two factions dared not argue anymore, and all looked at the Lord of Qingqiu. The human race is tyrannical, slaughtering my people of Qingqiu. They are utterly despicable. In order to protect my people, I have decided to send troops to annihilate the human cultivators. Your Majesty is wise. The old white tiger knelt on the ground, tears welling up in his eyes with emotion. Your Majesty is wise. Those who advocated for war were all delighted. Old Wolf and the others, though inwardly resistant, dared not oppose the Demon King and could only reluctantly comply. A leopard demon stepped forward. Among the third-tier demon beasts, it was exceptionally powerful and served as a demon general guarding a region, comparable to a half-step nascent soul cultivator. Your Majesty, I have been suppressed in the demon locking tower for decades by the bastards of the Xianyin sect. This is an irreconcilable enmity. Please allow me to lead my troops as the vanguard. This demon general suffered greatly at the Xianyin sect and longed to devour human cultivators. So naturally, he wouldn't let go of this golden opportunity. Your Majesty, although I am old, I also wish to compete for the seal of the vanguard. The old white tiger spoke with great passion and excitement, spitting out words. Old white tiger, you are getting old and your energy is waning. You should stay and guard the rear. The leopard demon's eyes flashed with contempt. He was young and strong, and with his own cultivation, he was no weaker than the old demon generals. Young leopard, are you looking down on this old man? The old white tiger's thin body suddenly swelled up, and its muscles looked as if they were cast from steel. Though I am old, I can still fight for Qingqiu. The two demon generals argued and bickered over the position of vanguard, turning the main hall into a bustling marketplace. Those demons who wanted to avoid the battle, on the other hand, looked on with amusement. Snort. The Green Mountain Demon King snorted coldly. You don't need to argue anymore. I will personally lead the expedition this time, and all 6 tribes must accompany me. Human cultivators dared to invade the ancestral land of Qingqiu and destroy the foundation of our demon race. This is far too much of an insult to the demon race. We have been lying low for too long, allowing those humans to look down on us. It is time to fight back. No matter what schemes or tricks the human race may have, they are all futile in the face of our race's absolute strength. Follow me on this expedition, and let the name of the Qingqiu demon clan resound throughout the world. Slaughter all humans and shake the world with your might. Slaughter all humans and shake the world with your might. Slaughter all humans and shake the world with your might. The demons are in an uproar. Call. Lin Hao let out a long breath, his heart filled with excitement. He replaced his original practice with the dual cultivation method of the Hahuan sect and indeed felt the difference. It's like the difference between a mountain spring and a great river. Indeed, the Hahuan sect is most suitable for my type of physique. If it weren't for his deep affection for his master, he would have loved to find Gu Qingqing and join the Hahuan sect with her. After changing his cultivation method, he felt extremely hot and wanted to try the new dual cultivation method. Involuntarily, he turned his gaze to the 3 female cultivators from the Blazing Sun sect whom he had kidnapped. The little fox left Demon King Valley and traveled hundreds of miles to find Ning Qingxue there. The woman was still dressed in white, sitting cross-legged on a blue boulder, with a sword placed across her knees. Even when someone came, he did not open his eyes. The little fox just watched quietly, without saying a word. My heart was filled with turmoil. Would my sister really miss me? The demon race. Did she come here to see me? Thinking of this, the little fox's eyes welled up with tears. Her parents died early, and she and her older sister depended on each other from a young age, so naturally she was dependent on her sister. However, One of them was adopted by the Demon King, and the other infiltrated a human sect, and they did not see each other for many years. Missing her only sister, she went to the Xianyin sect to find her, only to be suppressed in the Demon Locking Tower. She was imprisoned for nearly 10 years, during which time Ning Qingxue never saw her. No, she doesn't miss me. The mist in the little fox's eyes dissipated, and its gaze hardened again as it coldly stared at the meditating woman. About half an hour later, Ning Qingxue suddenly opened her eyes. Clang! The sword was drawn from its sheath on his lap, like a rainbow, like wind and thunder. The sword seemed to have become one with her. Buzz! A snow dragon slashed out, heading straight for the distant mountains. One sword stroke can flatten a mountain. A look of surprise and doubt flashed in the little fox's eyes. Ning Qingxue's strength has increased again, and she unleashed the sword power of a core formation stage cultivator with her foundation establishment cultivation. What terrifying swordsmanship talent! Although the little fox was shocked, it did not forget why it had come here. She walked lightly to Ning Qingxue and said in a clear voice, I told the Demon King about your idea, and he agreed to act according to your plan. Did you agree? A hint of surprise flashed in Ning Qingxue's eyes. She didn't have high hopes for the plan to come to fruition. Although she was infiltrating a human sect, she was very aware of the sordid affairs within the Qingxiu demon clan. The Green Mountain Demon King is getting old, and the strength of various tribes is constantly increasing, all of whom are eyeing the position of Demon King. At this critical juncture, who would be willing to expend their own strength and start a war with the human sects? Aside from that old white tiger, the revenge for losing my son still needs to be taken. Did you inform the Green Mountain Demon King that the elders leading each sect are all at the nascent soul stage, and that the leader of the Xianyin sect is Murong Qingxue, the venerable master of Little Bamboo Peak, who is at the late nascent soul stage? Are you sure you can handle her? If I'm not mistaken, that white tiger that lost its cub will be the vanguard, right? It's old and its energy is waning. How many cultivators can it withstand? Or is it that the demon race tacitly approves of this plan to kill the old white tiger? The little fox's eyes flickered, but in her heart she was secretly calculating. Although Ning Qingxue was her older sister, she had cultivated in the human sect for many years. Who could guarantee that her heart was not different? Who knows, she might be here to find out the details about the demon race. The Tiger Clan chief is old and can no longer serve as the vanguard. That would be to tarnish the prestige of our Qingxiu demon clan. This campaign against the human cultivators is led by the demon general Ling Feng. What do you think, Ling Feng? Upon hearing this name, Ning Qingxue frowned. Ling Feng was the #1 warrior of the Qingxiu demon race, possessing the strength of a demon king, comparable to the great perfection of the nascent soul stage. I just heard that he wasn't in seclusion, so why would he come out? She glanced at the little fox and guessed what was going on. It must have been the Green Mountain Demon King's decision. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to send out his top general. It seems you've been doing quite well these past few years. The Green Mountain Demon King has been very fond of you. The little fox felt a slight pang in her heart. No matter how well the Green Mountain Demon King treated her, he was still an outsider. What she wanted was the care of her family, her sister. Throughout the entire ordeal, Ning Qingxue never uttered a single gentle word. Chapter 93 Battle of the Prodigy. The weather was fine and sunny, and the warm breeze made people want to sleep. But Lin Hao was full of energy. He hid in the tree canopy, watching the beautiful women and wild beasts. The Peach Blossom Blade Immortal of the Blazing Sun sect is engaged in a fierce battle with the early-stage third-tier demonic beast, the Mountain Ape. The Mountain Ape possesses an ancient and exotic bloodline, stands over 10 zhang tall, has hair as hard as steel needles all over its body, and muscles as if cast from steel. This demonic beast can overwhelm even Foundation establishment cultivators with its brute force alone, not to mention its proficiency in demonic magic, making it extremely difficult to deal with. Although the Peach Blossom Blade Immortal could not easily defeat this fiend, he fought with great ease. With each strike of her twin blades, she left a wound on the Mountain Ape. Severely injured, the demonic ape unleashed its ferocity, spewing out white light from its mouth. Sensing the danger emanating from Guanghua, Peach Blossom, Sword Immortal, dared not confront him head-on. Her movements were graceful and agile as she dodged the attacks. The light fell into the dense forest, corroding the lush trees beyond recognition. Lin Hao, who was watching the battle from a distance, couldn't help but feel a lingering fear when he saw the demonic ape's move. This demonic ape is truly powerful, with a robust body and the ability to use demonic magic, making it incredibly difficult to defend against. If it were a one-on-one fight, capturing or killing this ape would be extremely difficult. The main reason is that his fighting style is very open and aggressive, requiring him to confront monsters head-on. In contrast, the Peach Blossom Blade Immortal's fighting style was elegant and agile, like a celestial being from the heavens. She was always able to avoid the demon ape's attacks perfectly. They fought for nearly 100 rounds. The woman still seemed completely at ease, but Lin Hao could tell that she probably wouldn't last much longer. It turns out that although the Peach Blossom Sword Immortal's swordsmanship was agile, it consumed a great deal of his spiritual energy, making him unable to fight a prolonged battle. Her movements became increasingly chaotic, and dodging the attacks of the demonic ape was always fraught with danger. Roar! The mountain ape roared to the sky. His lantern-like pupils emitted 2 beams of golden light, which shot towards the Peach Blossom Sword Immortal. The woman barely managed to dodge, but before she could retaliate, she saw a claw that blotted out the sky descend upon her. She couldn't catch her breath and was powerless to resist, about to be crushed by the giant claw. Buzz! A blazing sword aura descended from the sky, slicing a gash in the mountain ape's claws and causing its attack to veer off course. The woman escaped unharmed. Who is it? The Peach Blossom Blade Immortal's face as he called out loudly. Which fellow Taoist has offered his assistance? Could you please show yourself? As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Hao came out to meet him. The Peach Blossom Sword Immortal's expression changed drastically, and he exclaimed in surprise, "It's you." She never imagined that the person who would help her would be Lin Hao, this demon who was hated by everyone. Being rescued by a shameless thief made her feel extremely awkward. Now is not the time to be distracted. Let's kill the demon ape first. After saying that, Lin Hao stepped on the Shattering Star step, held the Crimson Spirit sword upside down, and charged towards the mountain ape. After a prolonged battle with the Peach Blossom Sword Immortal, the giant ape's strength waned, and it was clearly at its last gasp. Lin Hao was at the height of his power, seemingly poised to sweep everything away. After more than 10 moves, the great ape was left with deep, bone-revealing wounds. Blood flowed like a torrent, forming a crimson stream on the earth. The great ape's life force was growing weaker and weaker. Seeing this, the Peach Blossom Sword Immortal immediately attacked. This demonic ape was her prey, so how could she give it up? Moreover, Lin Hao has committed heinous crimes and is being hunted down by disciples from various sects. She should also take action to capture him. Boom. She unleashed a sword beam as long as a rainbow. Sensing the killing intent behind him, Lin Hao dodged to the side, avoiding the astonishing blade of light. You vicious woman. I just saved your life, and you repay kindness with enmity. Humph. Evil heretics. Everyone has the right to kill them. Peach Blossom Blade Immortal sneered, holding 2 blades, one slashing at the demonic ape, the other at Lin Hao. Oh. Who defined heretical sects and evil paths? What makes you think I'm a demon? Lin Hao patted the sword box and then drew a sword from it. Both of them used one weapon to kill the demon ape and one weapon to fight their enemies. Blade light and sword energy crisscrossed the land. Faced with the combined attack of 2 genius cultivators, the demon ape was increasingly overwhelmed and began to consider escaping. You wicked thief! How could I let you escape? Lin Hao pulled out a handful of talismans from his pocket and threw them at the mountain ape. The fire blades and ice arrows beat the ape so badly that it screamed repeatedly. Peach Blossom Sword Immortal was taken aback. The fighting style of demons, is really strange. Do they use talismans for free? Seeing that the demon ape was struggling to defend itself against the talismans, she knew this was a rare opportunity. She stopped hindering Lin Hao's attack and instead focused all her efforts on attacking the demon ape. First, slay the monsters, then capture the demons. Not too stupid. Lin Hao smiled slightly, and then launched an even more intense attack. Boom, boom, boom. The demonic ape was already at its last gasp, but after holding out for dozens of rounds, it was pierced through the heart by Lin Hao's sword, and its soul was also destroyed. Seeing the demon core the size of a human head in Lin Hao's hand, Peach Blossom Blade Immortal, wielding his twin blades, was about to step forward and snatch it. Unexpectedly, Lin Hao was prepared and dodged the attack with the agility of a swallow. He then used a move called Looking Back at the Moon to strike the woman's chest. Shameless. Peach Blossom Sword Immortal cursed under his breath and quickly stepped back. Unexpectedly, Lin Hao's move was a feint. He feinted, then moved closer, using his sword to deflect the woman's blade before delivering a punch imbued with spiritual energy, striking her in the abdomen. The woman made a sound of pain. That shameless scoundrel not only used feints, but also engaged in close combat. The Peach Blossom Sword Immortal fought the demonic ape for a long time, and his own strength was severely depleted. Lin Hao really got lucky. He subdued the woman without much effort. Bang! 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 He made a few taps, sealing the Peach Blossom Blade Immortal's acupoints. You little thief! What do you want to do? Let me go! A hint of panic flashed in Peach Blossom Sword Immortal's eyes. Didn't you say I was a heretic? Then you should know what I did before. Now I'm going to do some evil and heretical things that I like to do. Lin Hao wore a wicked smile as he extended 2 fingers and lifted the woman's snow-white chin. The Peach Blossom Sword Immortal always wears a mask and has never revealed his true face. Today, I'll see if your face is worthy of the title Immortal. After saying that, he went to remove the woman's mask. Lin Hao, get your dog paws off her and stay away from Fairy Peach Blossom, or you'll die. You demon, how dare you live in this world? A thunderous sound rang out, shaking the floating clouds apart. You scoundrel, now that you've met me, your dog life is over. Lin Hao's eyes were icy as he looked up at the sky. A young man in a white robe was flying towards him, riding a flying sword shrouded in purple mist. Su Myukin, the prodigy of the Wuji Sword Palace. The Peach Blossom Sword Immortal. She had a past relationship with Su Myukin and knew that this prodigy had profound cultivation and hated evil, so he would definitely be able to rescue her. Looking at the ethereal young man, Lin Hao thought to himself, I wonder how strong he is, but he's certainly making quite a show of it. Buzz. Before he even arrived, Su Myukin unleashed a sword aura. The sword energy was as cold as ice, slashing straight at Lin Hao. What kind of bastard came from, starting a fight without even saying a word? Lin Hao's face grew increasingly gloomy. He swept Peach Blossom Blade Immortal up in his arms and dodged the astonishing sword energy. Failed to strike the enemy, but instead pierced the mountain ape's chest. The mountain ape's body was comparable to a yellow rank magic treasure, but it could not withstand a single sword energy. It was cut into a bloody mess, and blood gushed out. This bastard is pretty strong. Lin Hao narrowed his eyes. He had raised his cultivation to the peak of foundation establishment. He thought that in this competition, he could at least stand on equal footing with the geniuses of various sects, if not sweep all his enemies. But now it seems it's still lacking. Compared to the prodigies of other sects, he was inferior in terms of magical abilities. This weakness must be addressed as soon as possible. Chapter 94 The Fairy's Prisoner. Lin Hao, kneel down and accept your death. Su Myukin's words were like thunder, and in the blink of an eye he was right in front of him, seeing Lin Hao's hand on Peach Blossom Blade Immortal's waist. He immediately raised his eyebrows, his anger rising and his sword energy surging. It was as if all the stars in the sky had fallen. The chilling aura emanating from the cold sword light cut into Lin Hao's body, tearing his clothes apart. Lin Hao, as a disciple of the Xianyin sect, you steal demon cores and abduct female cultivators. You are even more despicable than the people of the demonic sect. Su Myukin's gaze was as cold as frost, and his voice was even sharper. You deserve to die. At this moment, many more disciples from various sects arrived. Lin Hao, release Peach Blossom Sword Immortal. Lin Hao, you are utterly shameless. You've harmed so many female cultivators, and now you want to lay your hands on the Peach Blossom Blade Immortal. Wang Binshan had been repeatedly beaten by Lin Hao and was terrified of the latter. Now that he had allied himself with the prodigy of the Wuji Sword Palace, he suddenly felt more confident. Seeing Lin Hao being suppressed, he jumped out, his face full of anger. He pointed his spear at the other man and said, Lin Hao, you've committed countless evils. Did you ever expect this day to come? Stop now, and I'll leave you with a whole corpse. That's right, stop. Kneel down and submit to execution. The crowd was outraged, and everyone pointed the finger at Lin Hao. Su Myukin's eyes flashed with lightning as he said, Lin Hao, you are a disciple of the righteous path, yet you practice evil arts and do evil deeds. Heaven and earth can bear witness to your evil deeds. You need not make excuses. Today, I will act on behalf of heaven and send you to the underworld to atone for your sins. He raised his hand and unleashed 3 sword energies. Boom, boom, boom. Streams of sword energy slashed towards Lin Hao. Lin Hao quickly made a hand seal and threw out 3 second-grade high-quality talismans. 3 golden shields immediately rose up in front of him. Bang! Su Myukin truly lived up to his reputation as a prodigy of the Wuji Sword Palace. With a single sword strike, he shattered 3 golden light shields. Lin Hao blocked one attack with all his might, and then withstood another with his physical body. Demon race, your strength is nothing special. Su Mukin sneered, his sword surging with energy, ready to strike. Unexpectedly, Lin Hao made a move that made him hesitate to act rashly. You shameless scoundrel, Lin Hao. Su Mukin glared at him coldly. He never expected that this scoundrel would use the Peach Blossom Blade Immortal as a shield. Shameless. Utterly shameless. When everyone saw Lin Hao blocking the Peach Blossom Blade Immortal in front of him, they all cursed loudly. You scoundrel, put down the Peach Blossom Blade Immortal, and let's fight face to face. If you win, I'll let you go. Su Mukin's eyes blazed with fury. To fight head-on? A cold smile played on Lin Hao's lips. Aren't you all surrounding me just because you outnumber me, and then telling me you want a direct confrontation? Get out of my way, or I'll die a romantic ghost. You scoundrel, don't be so arrogant. Su Mukin regarded Peach Blossom Blade Immortal as his own, but now the woman he cherished was being used as a shield by another man. How could he not be furious? He stretched out his right hand, and the silver sword he held suddenly condensed into streams of sword energy. The sword energy, as sharp as a silver moon, roared, and its divine power was terrifying. The appearance of the sword energy caused the temperature of the surrounding microcosm to drop sharply, and everyone felt the icy cold. This bastard is incredibly strong, no less than Ning Qingxue. Lin Hao's pupils contracted, and he quickly shrank his neck, hiding his entire body behind the Peach Blossom Sword Immortal. Seeing this, Su Mukin was filled with hatred, but he was helpless. He couldn't just kill the person he loved along with him. Lin Hao, are you even a man? If you are, fight me head-on. You little bastard, do you think I'm stupid? If I let go, given your despicable character, you'll all swarm me. Get out of here right now, or this woman will die. A jade-green short blade appeared in Lin Hao's hand, and it was poisoned. A short blade was pressed against the woman's throat. The woman's skin was as white as snow, making the blade appear even greener. Lin Hao, put down your weapon and die? Do you think you can escape? Wang Binshan shouted sternly. Snap. Su Mukin slapped Wang Binshan. Get out of my way. You have the right to speak here. This slap was delivered in public, and Wang Binshan felt utterly humiliated. He was also a genius cultivator, usually pampered and admired, and had never suffered such an insult before. But it was Su Mukin who slapped him, and no matter how much hatred he felt, he dared not show it. Make way, all of you, make way. Su Mukin shouted coldly. The men I brought, make way for me. Lin Hao hoisted the Peach Blossom Blade Immortal onto his shoulder, strode away with his head held high and a loud laugh. You may move again only after I have traveled 10 miles away. Su Mukin's face twitched, but seeing the short blade pressed against the woman's throat, he could only suppress his anger. No one should act rashly. Snap. A large hand of spiritual energy materialized behind Lin Hao and slapped Su Mukin hard. You really are a good, obedient dog. With those words, he stepped onto the crimson spirit sword and gracefully departed. The moon is bright, and the stars are few. Inside the cave, the campfire flickered. The Peach Blossom Sword Immortal sat half sitting and half lying on a giant rock. She felt a little flustered. This little thief is standing here and won't leave. Is he going to make a move on me? They haven't gone very far. Aren't they afraid that Su Mukin and the others will catch up? After hesitating for a long time, she finally spoke. Lin Hao, what do you want from me before you let me go? Lin Hao threw a piece of dry firewood into the campfire, his tone playful. Take off your mask first. Let me see what you look like. Then I might consider letting you go. You. Peach Blossom Sword Immortal's eyes held a hint of shame and indignation. What? Are you going to do it yourself? Or do you want me to help you? Lin Hao suddenly stood up and walked over to the woman. His eyes, as cold as stars, flickered with an uncertain light. No, don't do this. As the man approached, Peach Blossom Sword Immortal's eyes were filled with panic, displaying the demeanor of a young girl. Like that. Lin Hao bent down, looked directly into the woman's eyes, and joked, with such beautiful eyes, you must be quite pretty too. He stretched out his finger and placed it on the woman's mask, when suddenly his expression changed drastically, and he shot out of the cave like an arrow. Watching that rapidly departing figure, a hint of astonishment flashed in Peach Blossom Sword Immortal's eyes. What trick is that damned bastard up to now? Chapter 95, Goodbye Little Fox. It really was her. Looking at the figure he had been longing for day and night, Lin Hao smiled and said gently, Long time no see. Haven't seen you for a long time. The little fox's smile made the bright sky pale in comparison, like the most beautiful flower of spring. With a charming smile, she walked gracefully to Lin Hao, her slender hand twitching slightly, as if she wanted to pull him up. But her feminine shyness made her stop moving and just quietly look at the person she hadn't seen in a long time. Snap! Lin Hao, however, disregarded etiquette and reached out his large hand to pull the little fox into his arms. Since parting ways with the sect, I have missed you dearly. There is no need to hide it. He never expected to see the little fox here. He was conflicted. He wanted to see the little fox again, but he also didn't want to see her this time. After all, the purpose of this trip was to punish the demon race. He was worried about the little fox's safety. His star-like eyes were filled with love as he reached out a hand and stroked the little fox's hair. I couldn't help but press my lips to the little fox's. The little fox let out a soft cry, her eyes glazed over, and her body grew increasingly limp. He was about to fall deeply in love. The little fox quickly stretched out her hands and pushed the man away. Lin Hao, don't be like this. I have something important to tell you. Important matter? Lin Hao frowned slightly. What could the little fox possibly want from him? Could it be about the demon hunting competition? After all, those being slaughtered were her own kind of demons. If she were to blame them, it would indeed be difficult to answer. The little fox didn't notice Lin Hao's unusual behavior and said to itself, "Didn't you notice that you're surrounded again?" Encirclement? Lin Hao's face darkened. Last time, nearly 500 people surrounded him, but the demon race disrupted the attack. He only escaped by relying on Elder Lu Mei's power. Are we surrounded again? Was this also Ning Qingshua's doing? He couldn't quite figure out this woman. Was she from the human or demon race? Lin Hao, the situation is even more serious this time. No matter what, you must get out of this place immediately and find a secluded corner to hide. Run away and hide. Lin Hao smiled bitterly to himself. If what the little fox said was true, and a large number of people were searching for him, where could he hide? A sudden realization dawned on him. How could the little fox know so much about the actions of human cultivators? Could it be? His expression changed slightly, and he said, "Little fox, does this mean that your demon race is going to attack these human cultivators again?" The little fox remained silent, not expecting Lin Hao to guess the demon race's next move so quickly. She came to remind Lin Hao out of personal friendship, but she didn't want to reveal the demon race's plan because of it. After all, she was a demon. Seeing that the little fox remained silent, Lin Hao knew that his guess was pretty much correct. Have human cultivators surround and kill them, while the demon race took the opportunity to ambush them. But aren't you worried that this might be another trap set by human cultivators? The little fox understood Lin Hao's meaning. This was very likely another human tactic to lure the enemy out of their hiding place. However, even knowing it was a trap, the demon race had no choice but to take the bait. The main reason was that if they missed this opportunity, it would be extremely difficult to kill these elite human disciples here again. This plan wasn't leaked to you by Ning Qingxue, was it? Lin Hao's question shocked the little fox. She stammered, How did you know? Would you believe me if I said I was just guessing? Lin Hao smiled knowingly and said, Ning Qingxue is like a fog. I can't tell whether she's a spy for the demon race or on the side of the human race. I'm sorry, I can't tell you about my relationship with Ning Qingxue, the little fox thought to itself. With a hint of guilt on her face, she said anxiously, Lin Hao, no matter which side Ning Qingxue stands on, it won't affect you at all. You need to understand your position. In the upcoming great battle, you are just a nobody, and there will be many beings who can easily crush you. The little fox was right. If this is truly a decisive battle, both the human and demon races will deploy high-level combat power. A Foundation establishment cultivator like him will only end up as cannon fodder. I can't just leave like this, Lin Hao said after a moment's thought. The little fox was slightly surprised. Wasn't this man the one who valued his life the most? You've explained the pros and cons clearly, so why are you unwilling to leave? Could it be for the sake of some so-called sect? The little fox looked a little lonely. Lin Hao, are you unwilling to leave because you want to be my enemy? Lin Hao was silent for a moment, then said, I don't want to be your enemy, but humans and demons are different, and we each have our own stance. The little fox knew what the other person said was true, but she still felt a little sad. In the face of the greater good, their personal friendship seemed to mean nothing. She looked at the man intently and said slowly, Take care, and I hope we never see each other again. After saying this, she transformed into her true demon form and disappeared into the forest as swiftly as the wind. Lin Hao stared at the spot where the little fox had disappeared, standing silently for a long time, his mind filled with a myriad of thoughts, which finally turned into a sigh. He turned back to the cave where Peach Blossom's sword immortal was imprisoned, but before he even got close, he sensed something was wrong. It seems someone is there. Lin Hao made a quick decision, summoned his flying sword, and prepared to leave on it. You scoundrel, where do you think you're going? Su Myukin stood on a flying sword shrouded in purple aura. The icy sword energy surged and transformed into countless streams of light, slashing towards Lin Hao. When he found the Peach Blossom's sword immortal, he was furious to see him lying disheveled in the cave. Upon seeing the instigator, one is naturally furious. Damn it, has this bastard gone mad? Lin Hao dodged several sword energies, turned around to look behind him, and found that Su Myukin was actually using the blood escape technique to chase after him. Fuck him. Did I fuck his mother? Is it really necessary to pursue this so relentlessly? Seeing that the other party was about to catch up, Lin Hao made a decision, spat out a mouthful of blood essence, and increased his speed by a significant amount. This bastard is a prodigy of the Wuji Sword Palace, whose strength surpasses that of other cultivators of the same level. With Lin Hao's current strength, although he is not afraid of him, it would be very difficult for him to defeat him. If a fierce battle ensues, the enemy will inevitably surround and kill you. That's why he ran away desperately. As long as the green hills remain, there's no fear of running out of firewood. Su Myukin, I will surely kill you one day. Lin Hao spat out another mouthful of blood essence, finally managing to escape the pursuit for the time being. In this world, only his harsh words remain. After fleeing for 4 or 5 hours, Lin Hao thought he was safe and landed in the dense forest to rest. But before he could land, he heard shouts of killing. The demon Lin Hao is here. Kill the demons. Kill the demons. Kill the demons. Shouts of battle came from all directions. Lin Hao's face was so gloomy it could drip water. Damn it. Did I not check the almanac before going out today? How unlucky. Having just escaped one wave of pursuit, they've fallen into an even bigger one. Have to. Keep running. He glanced at them and saw that the pursuers numbered at least 100 or 200, led by a prodigy, and were all Foundation establishment cultivators. How could he possibly be a match for him? He could only flee in a sorry state. At the same time, he began to feel uneasy. Just as the little fox had said, he was surrounded, and no matter where he fled, there were pursuers everywhere. This also shows that once a certain number of people gather, the demon race will make their move. Having learned from the previous experience, the top demons of the demon race will definitely be mobilized this time. Can the human race still turn the tide and achieve victory? Chapter 96. The Beast Tide arrives. Chase. We absolutely cannot let that thief Lin escape. The crowd shouted, like worker bees drawn by the scent of nectar, and relentlessly pursued them. Lin Hao had been on the run for 4 or 5 hours, exhausting most of his spiritual energy. With the pursuers hot on his heels, he had no chance to meditate and recover his spiritual energy. With a pained expression, he pulled a bottle of pills from his storage bag. This was a Holy Spirit pill bestowed upon him by his master. Only nascent soul cultivators could refine it. This pill can not only heal injuries, but its ability to restore spiritual energy is also exceptional. He uncorked the bottle, poured out a pill, and swallowed it with a heavy heart, restoring 80% of his spiritual power. You bastards, don't even think about catching me. He let out a carefree laugh, immediately increased his speed, and escaped the pursuit like a gust of wind. Phew. Lin Hao let out a long breath. After a night of fleeing, even with the Holy Spirit pill to restore his spiritual power, his body was already exhausted. Fortunately, at dawn, he completely shook off his pursuers and found a place to hide and rest for the time being. Preliminary estimates suggest that there are probably over 1,000 people who came to kill him. He had just recovered when he saw a dense crowd of people rushing towards him. Fuck him. It never ends. Lin Hao cursed and had no choice but to flee again. Staying where you are will eventually lead to the discovery. Being surrounded and attacked by 1,000 cultivators was a terrifying thought, and he dared not be careless. A demonic species has appeared. Quick, after him. We can't let him escape again this time. No matter what, we must bring down the demon race here today. As he fled, Lin Hao glanced back and saw many familiar faces. Peach Blossom Blade Immortal, Su Myukin, the prodigy of Wuji Palace, and Wang Binshan and Wang Shihan. Huh. That swordsman in white looks kind of familiar. Lin Hao frowned deeply, and after thinking for a while, he finally remembered. This guy is a prodigy of the Heavenly Sword Sect. Damn it. Even the genius sword cultivators from the Heavenly Sword Sect came to hunt me down. These bastards really think highly of me. It's a pity they're all brainless idiots who don't realize that we're all just pawns. Lin Hao ran while observing his surroundings. Since the little fox said that the demon race has taken action, there are quite a few human cultivators gathered together now. Shouldn't the demon race make a move? Thinking of this, he felt a little worried, as if he were a fawn facing a situation where he was caught between a rock and a hard place, a situation where he was on the verge of death. Shirhan, you can rest assured. This time, we not only have more people, but we also have the help of the geniuses from various sections. We will definitely be able to capture and kill Lin Hao in one fell swoop. The disciples of each sect shared the same thought as Wang Binchin. They were certain they could capture and kill Lin Hao this time. So they fought hard to be the first to achieve the greatest merit. Shirhan, just you wait and see. I will take Lin Hao's head to avenge him for insulting your innocence. Upon hearing Wang Binchin's words, Wang Shirhan's expression changed drastically. Did this bastard have no brains at all? Really know how to bring up the most sensitive topics? Her hatred for Wang Binchin now far exceeds that for Lin Hao. Just as the cultivators were chasing after Lin Hao with renewed vigor, as if they had been injected with chicken blood, the bright sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds. Lightning flashed and thunder roared, and a torrential downpour arrived in an instant. Boom, boom, boom. Many cultivators looked up at the sky, extremely puzzled. Why did the sky suddenly change? No. A hint of seriousness flashed in the white-robed swordsman of the Heavenly Sword Sect's cold, star-like eyes. It's not that the world has changed. It's the work of demons. He stared coldly at the sky, his eyes seemingly able to see through everything. Four-headed dragons, stirring up wind and rain. It seems there are demons lying in ambush here. Sure enough, tens of thousands of monsters emerged from the forest. These demonic beasts were all first or second tier, and they had been so terrified by the human cultivators that they dared not come out. Now they are launching a reckless attack, and their numbers are increasing. Monsters. They're all monsters. Damn it, we've been ambushed. It was that scoundrel Lin Hao who led us here. This scoundrel really is a spy from the demon race. The cultivators' expressions changed drastically. While dealing with the attacks of the demonic beasts, they also denounced Lin Hao for being shameless. They would only think that Lin Hao was behind all of this. Otherwise, why would the demon race gather here? However, their conjecture was quickly proven wrong. A bunch of foolish humans, chasing after a mere brat, yet they don't realize they're in danger. It's truly a stroke of luck for us, the old white tiger roared to the sky. The old white tiger felt immense pleasure as thousands of elite human disciples were surrounded and killed. He wanted to devour these cultivators and drink their blood to avenge the murder of his son. My lads, transform into your true forms and devour these damned human cultivators alive. At the old white tiger's command, all the demon beasts transformed into their true demon forms and roared as they attacked the human cultivators. Hiss, roar. The number is in the tens of thousands, without end. As the densely packed demon race surrounded them, fear appeared on the faces of the disciples from various sects. How many demons are there? 10,000? 20,000? Or 100,000? The demons, shouting and fighting, surrounded us like a surging river, endless and continuous. The disciples of each sect panicked. They were not afraid of demons, but they did not want to be overwhelmed by the beast tide. Moreover, among the beast tide, there are also third-tier demonic beasts, equivalent to the golden core stage of humans. They are only at the foundation establishment stage. How can they resist them? Snap. Someone took out a life-saving talisman, and with spiritual energy flowing from their fingertips, they activated and lit it. Fear is contagious, and more disciples took out talismans. Activating the talisman will disqualify you from the competition, but not activating it will likely result in your death. The disciples have made their decision. Dozens of life-saving talismans were activated. Before long, more than a dozen Dharma protectors arrived. Upon seeing the beast tide, their faces all froze. Damn demons, they actually launched a sneak attack. Who tipped off the demon race? Without an inside accomplice, no one thought the demon race would set up an ambush on the cultivator's path beforehand. But now was clearly not a good time to think about this, so they quickly threw themselves into the battle. If it gets any later, those third-tier demonic beasts will kill many more disciples. Among the disciples of each sect, there are those who are timid and those who are brave. Damn demons, do they think they can deal with us by lying in ambush here? Regardless of whether this is a trick played by Lin Mo, the most important thing right now is to slay the demon. Gentlemen, let us fight bravely to slay the demon. Of Wuji Sword Palace, unleashed several sword energies from the sword beneath his feet, reaping swathes of first-tier demonic beasts as easily as mowing grass. You little bastard, prepare to die. Nearly 100 demons were killed in one fell swoop. The old white tiger was furious and transformed into a 6-zhang-long white tiger with a hanging forehead, about to pounce on Su Mukin. Your opponent is me. A cold voice rang out. The old white tiger became alert and subconsciously turned around to look, only to see a white-clad swordsman holding a broadsword, charging towards him. The opponent was only at the foundation establishment stage, yet he, a third-tier demon beast, felt a sense of danger from him. Chapter 97. To leave or to stay. Are you the father of that white tiger with the missing ear? Roar. Upon hearing the white-robed swordsman's words, the old white tiger's eyes instantly turned red. Did you kill my son? He roared through gritted teeth. I will make you pay for this in blood, to atone for my son's heroic spirit. The white-clad swordsman shook his head slightly and said seriously, I didn't kill him. I only cut off one of his ears. When I heard he was dead, I just felt a little regretful that I hadn't killed him myself. Fortunately, I have encountered you again, and it is worth it for me to draw my sword and fight. Buzz. The sword in his arms trembled. The dragon sparrow is very excited. Your blood is enough for it to drink to its heart's content. Humans and demons have been fighting each other for many years, not to mention the demonic calamity caused by the Xianyin sect, which has deepened the resentment between the two sides. Enemies meeting are bound to be filled with hatred. You little bastard, you're really arrogant. The old white tiger roared and charged forward. He was a tiger-type demon, naturally fierce, and with the wind following the dragon and the clouds following the tiger, he brought with him gusts of eerie wind. A chilling wind howls, and 100 ghosts emerge. Dragon Sparrow, unsheath today, and slay the demon. The white-clad swordsman's voice was very deep, but the sound of wind and thunder arose around him. The broadsword in his arms suddenly popped out of its scabbard. It was a sword weighing over 1,000 pounds, yet it was wielded by the white-clad man with one hand, as graceful as a celestial being descended from heaven. Buzz, engraved with intricate divine patterns, trembled slightly, as if it were the roar of a dragon or the howl of a tiger. It seemed like a response to the person in white, or perhaps it was a sign of delight at seeing a predator. Cut! 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 The sword was slashed, but no sword energy was produced. Seeing this scene from the shadows, Lin Hao couldn't help but feel suspicious. What kind of move was this? It didn't seem like something a swordsman would use. Instead, it looked like a common move by a wandering swordsman. He had never met the swordsman of the Heavenly Sword sect before, and this was the first time he had seen a disciple of the sect make a move. He was quite surprised. Unable to understand what Bai was planning, he could only obediently observe the swordplay. The white-clad swordsman, wielding a broadsword in one hand, slashed down at the old white tiger. This move doesn't look like a sword technique at all. It's more like children playing around at the village entrance, and there's no dense spiritual energy on that broadsword. Like ordinary iron. Extremely ordinary. Haha, so he's just a pretty face with no substance. Seeing that his opponent's moves were so ordinary, the old white tiger couldn't help but smile contemptuously, his lips curling into a look of disdain as he launched into a barrage of sarcastic remarks. But despite his disdain, it doesn't mean he'll hold back. On the contrary, he's determined to strike hard. Because no matter how you look at it, this white-robed swordsman is of high status, and if we can kill him, it will definitely dampen the morale of the human race. Roar. He opened his mouth and spat out a ball of azure light, which split into several beams in the air, like wind blades, slashing out as fast as the wind. Faced with the old white tiger's offensive tactics, the white-clad swordsman, holding a sword box in his arms and wielding a broadsword in one hand, remained completely unfazed. With that same indifferent expression, he charged toward the enemy. It seemed slow, like a villager taking a stroll, but in reality, it only takes the blink of an eye. He arrived in an instant. Just as he was about to meet the wind blades, the white-clad swordsman held his sword horizontally in front of him. He simply swept his sword horizontally, without any sword energy, and even his move was light and airy. But those wind blades dissipated as soon as they touched the longsword. Lin Hao watched, increasingly astonished. He couldn't understand why the white-robed swordsman's sword moves, which seemed so ordinary, possessed such great power. This is simply divine swordsmanship. He originally intended to stay away from the battlefield and make further plans. His main concern was that the demon race was lying in ambush here, and that it was Ning Qingshue's scheme again. Last time, The woman used him to gather cultivators, and then let the demon race kill them. Although the demon race's scheme ultimately failed, they ended up losing both their wife and their army. Afterwards, Elder Lu Mei vouched for Ning Qingxue, saying that she did this entirely to slay the demon. But Lin Hao never believed this woman. Let's set aside how this woman gained the trust of the demon race. Judging from the demon race's formation this time, both in terms of numbers and high-level combat power, they are stronger than the human race. It looks like a war where the human race is at a disadvantage. If they were to turn the tables and kill the demon race like last time, shouldn't a powerful being appear and wipe out the demon race with a wave of their hand? However, it was only after the disciples of various sects activated their life-saving talismans that the Golden Core Elders arrived, which was truly unacceptable. Where is Lu Mei? Where is Murong Qingxue, the peak master of Xiaozhu Peak? It doesn't seem like the human race was prepared at all. Unless... Lin Hao felt a strong sense of unease. But he did not leave. He looked at the horrific battlefield. Humans and demons, each fighting for their own interests, recklessly charged into battle. Due to their disadvantageous position, most of the human cultivators were injured. But they are still fighting. Moreover, human reinforcements were arriving from all directions. They knew it was dangerous here, but they still came without hesitation. Many of them were old acquaintances of Lin Hao. Chen Yueming, Wang Jingzhan, who had lost an arm, and his mother, the charming woman Han Liyue, were also there. Han Liyue was only a Foundation establishment elder and should not have come here, but she specially requested permission because she was worried about her son's safety. These three were not very strong, but they still joined the battle and fought hard to kill the demons. Lu Buping, the disciple of the Supreme Elder, also arrived. His body transformed into a golden form, and he used his body as a weapon to rampage through the beast tide, like a tiger among sheep. Should he leave? He was unsettled. If he leaves like this, no one can blame him for abandoning his fellow cultivators. After all, these people were hunting him down not long ago, trying to kill him. But if he really left, his conscience wouldn't allow it. This is not a personal grudge or petty grievance. It's a conflict between humans and demons, a matter of great principle, therefore. He looked up and saw a familiar figure again. Lung Fengchun, that spirited and free-spirited woman. Participating in this demon hunting competition, she invited him to team up with her, but he declined because he had to be with Xue Linger. The woman appeared to be alone, not in a team with anyone, fighting alone among the enemy. After the outer sect competition, Lung Fengchun broke through to the Foundation establishment stage, and then to the middle stage. When she wanted to break through to a higher realm, she encountered a bottleneck, mainly because she felt that her swordsmanship had encountered an insurmountable constraint. The way of the sword cannot be improved at will. Apart from unparalleled geniuses, everyone must hone their sword skills in the face of life and death. When she saw the white-clad swordsman fighting against a demon beast that was a whole realm higher than himself, she was not at a disadvantage. She couldn't help but marvel. What a promising swordsman. He had mastered sword techniques to perfection and even developed his own unique sword intent. Faced with the white-clad swordsman's amazing performance, Lung Fengchun felt a burning fighting spirit and wanted to emulate the former to comprehend the essence of swordsmanship. It is only in the face of life and death that one can gain true understanding. Therefore, her fighting style became increasingly fierce, focusing solely on offense and neglecting defense, making her resemble a female war goddess. However, as handsome as she was, she suffered quite a few injuries. In less than half an incense stick's time, her robes were stained with blood. Meanwhile, many demonic beasts, seeing her ferocity and skill in battle, harbored wicked intentions and wanted to kill her to demoralize the human race. The three-toed demons exchanged glances, dispersed, and then launched their attacks simultaneously. Three tongues, resembling thick hemp ropes, shot towards Lung Fengchun at lightning speed. Lung Fengchun was engaged in a fierce battle with the snake demon. Although he realized he was being ambushed, he had no strength left to deal with it. So he steeled himself and simply circulated his spiritual energy to protect himself, clearly intending to take the hit head-on. The toad demons were even more delighted to see this, and their tongues shot out even faster, as swift as arrows. War, war, war. Lung Fengchun focused all her attention on the attack, wanting to kill the snake demon first. The sword in her hand surged with sword energy, chilling a small space. The snake demon, whose body was as thick as a bucket, clearly did not expect its opponent to be so resolute, disregarding its own injuries in order to kill it. In the rush, it was caught off guard, and its tail was cut off. Purple snake blood was spilled all over the ground. Hiss! The snake demon let out a miserable scream as it looked up at the sky. Lung Fengchun was prepared to withstand the three-headed toad demon's attack with her own flesh and blood, but after waiting for a long time, the expected attack did not come. What's going on? Is anyone helping? A myriad of thoughts raced through her mind. Chapter 98, The Meat Grinder. Lung Fengchun turned around in surprise, only to see a warm and smiling face. Lin Hao, she exclaimed in surprise, then said, "What are you doing here? Why don't you hurry up and escape during the war between humans and demons? Your identity is sensitive now. If you are targeted by someone with ulterior motives, you will face a major crisis." Hearing the woman's concern in her words, Lin Hao shrugged indifferently. If they want to kill me, what good will it do even if they flee to the ends of the earth? Brother Lin, you're quite carefree. Lung Fengchun glanced at the three-headed toad demon lying on the ground and was shocked. Lin Hao's strength had improved again. These three mid-stage second-tier demonic beasts were all killed in one move. Indeed, to remain unharmed amidst 1,000 disciples and a team led by a prodigy, Lin Hao's strength is beyond her reach. Were you comprehending the way of the sword just now? Lin Hao raised his hand and cleaved the blind snake demon in two, smashing its thick snake body to pieces. Then he asked casually, "Is this method of honing swordsmanship really effective?" "It should be possible. I saw that the senior brother of the Heavenly Sword sect used moves that had reached a state of perfection, and I couldn't help but admire them and wanted to imitate them." "You are a genius. Why do you need to imitate? You are being too modest." Lung Fengchun smiled and said casually, "Brother Lin, you are the real genius. In just 1 year, you have cultivated from the 6th level of Qi refining to the peak of foundation establishment. Even the cultivation seeds of the major sects cannot compare to your cultivation speed. With your talent and ability, you will surely be able to reach the pinnacle of immortality. You wait here. I'll walk slowly. I'll find you slowly." Lin Hao smiled. The woman in front of him was the most carefree person he had ever met. Whether it's her temperament, talent, or even her appearance, she is exceptional. Although he was fond of beautiful women, his physical constitution also made him have a great need for women. But he had no romantic feelings for the girl. He regarded her as a fellow traveler. "Lin Hao, how dare you show your face?" Wang Binshan roared through gritted teeth. He didn't expect that this man would not take the opportunity to leave, but instead dare to appear on the battlefield. Perfect timing. This attracted the attention of the cultivators, who then surrounded and killed him. He hated that this man had ruined everything for him. Reputation, companions, and the heart for spiritual cultivation. Therefore, in this great battle, he disregarded the greater good and was determined to kill his enemy. "The demon Lin Hao is here. Everyone, kill him quickly," Wang Binshan shouted, but it didn't cause any waves on the chaotic battlefield, only attracting the attention of a few cultivators. "So noisy." Lin Hao gave a light rebuke, his body turning into a blur as he flashed in front of Wang Binshan, kicking him away with a single foot. Wang Binshan was sent flying backward, his sternum caved in. At this moment, his mind was a complete mess. He knew Lin Hao was strong, but he didn't expect that the other party was strong enough to kill him with a single kick. Click. He vaguely felt that something within him had shattered. Lin Hao's powerful kick intimidated the rest of the restless individuals. The two late-stage foundation establishment cultivators exchanged glances, realizing that fighting Lin Mo was not as good as battling a demonic beast. "At least we won't be humiliated." After defeating the villains, Lin Hao was about to talk to Lung Fengchun when he suddenly sensed something. "There's a powerful demon." His expression was solemn as he looked up into the distance. In the blink of an eye, dark clouds gathered. The sky was dark and unclear. "Heh, old white cat, it seems you're really getting old. You can't even handle a junior anymore." The Black Panther, who intended to compete with the old white tiger for the vanguard position, said in a gloomy voice, "I told you long ago, you should have stayed in your lair. Why come out here and embarrass yourself? Bao Xian, stop making sarcastic remarks. You'll get old too." Even the old white tiger had to admit that he was indeed getting old. "Old white cat, I'm not like you, always picking on young people. If I'm going to fight, I'll slaughter them." The leopard demon's face contorted in a ferocious expression as it brandished its sharp claws and unleashed several streaks of cold light. He wanted to slaughter all the cultivators of the various sects with his own hands and slap the old white tiger as face hard. "You beast, cease your arrogance." A spear as thick as an arm, swift as the wind and thunder, shot towards the demon General Leopard Xian. The gun arrives, and so does the man. Lu Mei stood on a large spear, her clothes fluttering, and her high ponytail swaying in the wind. Disciples, do not be afraid. We are coming. In an instant, more than a dozen figures appeared in the sky. They were all the leaders and elders of their respective sects. Elder Lu is here. We're saved, cried a Xianyin sect cultivator with both arms severed. The demon race has shifted its offensive and defensive postures. These team leaders are all at least at the great perfection of the Golden Core stage. Their arrival greatly boosted the morale of the human race. In an instant, they suppressed the arrogance of the demon race and began to counterattack. Clang, clang, clang. The visitor was clearly hostile. Leopard Xian dared not be careless and stretched out his claws to swat at the large spear. So strong. Lin Hao wasn't surprised by the strength of Jing Baoxuan, but rather by the surprise of the team leader, Elder Lu Mei. Judging from their auras, she and Bao Xian were both at the half-step nascent soul stage, but she suppressed the latter as soon as they exchanged blows. Brought by Leopard Xian suffered even more, being crushed to death by the residual force of the spear, with only a few escaping. The battle started, and Bao Xian was furious. However, he was suppressed by his opponent and could only parry. The old white tiger wanted to make a sarcastic remark, but was beaten by the white-clad man and had no time to speak. In fact, he was a late-stage third-tier demon, and he shouldn't have ended up in such a situation when facing a junior human. The main reason is that he is old and frail. With his vital energy and blood depleted, he could only exert the strength of the early stage of the third rank, despite being at the late stage of the third rank. Furthermore, the one in white is an unparalleled genius of the Heavenly Sword sect, and his strength cannot be measured by cultivation level alone. Therefore, the two fought fiercely and were evenly matched, and upon closer inspection, the one in white even had a slight advantage. He was young after all, and his energy was like a dragon's. If this protracted battle continues, it's quite possible that the old white tiger might lose its footing. Between cultivators and demons split the battlefield into three separate areas. Led by Lu Mei, the elders of various sects fought fiercely against the demon generals and clan elders of the demon race. Leading disciples such as the white-clad swordsman, the Peach Blossom Blade Immortal, and Su Myukin are facing off against mid-level demon forces. The remaining battlefield was even more brutal, with elite disciples from various sects caught in the demon beast tide. In terms of individual strength, the human race has the advantage. With the arrival of Lu Mei and others, as well as the continuous influx of ordinary Golden Core elders joining the battlefield, the human race's morale has greatly increased. However, the sheer number of demons still put the human race at a slight disadvantage. This battlefield was a complete meat grinder, where lives were lost every moment, like withered grass covered in frost, quietly fading away. Chapter 99, I have no way to repay. Kill, kill, kill. Humans and demons fought each other in a bloodthirsty frenzy. The tender green grass sprouts have been adorned with red. The trickling stream flows with red blood. Lin Hao wielded his twin swords, reaping the first and second-tier demonic beasts as easily as chopping wood or slicing melons. Not far away, some human cultivators noticed what was happening on his side. Lin Mo, was it this guy who brought the demons here? I feel that it was because we were chasing him that we were ambushed and killed by the demons. But Lin Hao is killing demons. I feel he's not a demon. It's just for show. The group discussed the matter at once, unsure how to characterize Lin Hao's actions. However, they all carried a certain amount of hatred. But at that moment, no one made a move against him. There are too many demons, so we don't have time to spare. Almost every cultivator faces 10 times the number of enemies. Uft. A knife was plunged into his abdomen. Wang Jingzhan remained calm, gripping the knife in his abdomen with one hand, and using his mind to control the sword, he severed the enemy's head. His body was covered in terrible wounds that were constantly eroding his vitality, but his expression was resolute and his back was straight. Slay the demon. 2 words burst from his chapped lips. Then, they launched a fearless and reckless charge. But courage is utterly worthless in the face of absolute strength. Slaying demons? I'll take your dog's head first. A bear demon roared arrogantly. He slammed the axe in his hand down. Upon seeing this scene, Han Liyue's weary body burst forth with unparalleled energy. She shoved her son aside, barely managing to dodge the axe's blow. But the safety was only temporary, as the bear demon's next attack was imminent. She was exhausted by this point in the battle, but she had no choice but to grit her teeth and persevere in order to protect her son. Wow. The Peach Blossom Sword Immortal moved with the grace of a startled swan and the fluidity of a dragon, flitting among the demons like a butterfly. The two knives flew up and down, a dazzling display of skill. An old wolf had a sinister look in his eyes. He had just advanced to the third-tier demon beast level. Given his bloodline and lifespan, advancing at this time was already quite backward, and he was ridiculed by his clansmen. Therefore, he wanted to kill a human genius, thinking that this would enhance his reputation and wash away the ridicule from others. He set his sights on Peach Blossom Sword Immortal, feeling that she was an excellent choice in terms of both strength and influence. The wolf demon was cunning by nature. Seeing that his chosen target had just finished a set of moves and was relaxed, he instantly darted over and stretched out his sharp claws to grab the target's back. Thunder roared in the sky, and the clouds dispersed. The elders of each sect were facing enemies many times their number, and their condition was no better than that of other human cultivators. Lin Hao saw all of these scenes. He has no right to interfere in the battlefield of core formation cultivators. But at the Foundation establishment stage, he fears no one. Deep down, he felt there was a conspiracy behind this battle. Who is hunting whom, humans or demons? Neither side's powerful figures have shown themselves yet, and no one knows for sure until the very last moment. But now, he's caught in the middle of it all, and as a nobody, there's no point in thinking about these things anymore. He slightly bent his knees, gritted his teeth, and hunched his back, his aura constantly rising. Buzz. He leaped up like a cannonball, followed by two sword energies filled with rage, slashing towards the ferocious bear demon and leaving deep, bone-revealing wounds on its back. Who is it? The bear demon turned around in a rage. Seeing Lin Hao land, he sensed the other's cultivation level and blurted out, "Peak Foundation Establishment. Damn it. Why don't you go and fight a great demon, but instead you're eyeing a little demon like me? Die." Lin Hao's words were icy as he attacked again, unleashing two more sword energies to flank the bear demon from both sides, leaving it with nowhere to escape. The bear demon was shocked and enraged. Upon seeing this, it immediately went into a berserk state, preparing to take the hit head-on. Bang bang. The difference in strength was too great. The bear demon took two sword energies head-on and was slashed open with two huge gashes. Blood flowed freely, a truly gruesome sight. After unleashing two sword energies, Lin Hao flashed and appeared in front of the bear demon. While the opponent was still enduring his two sword strikes and screaming miserably, he had already sent the Crimson Spirit Sword into the opponent's body. As the spiritual energy circulated, the bear demon's body exploded. Lin Hao. Seeing Lin Hao holding a blood-stained longsword, looking like a war god bathed in blood, Han Liyue's heart pounded. In order to protect her son, she was slashed several times by the bear demon, and her life force was constantly draining away. She could die at the hands of the bear demon at any time. The cultivators were all too busy to help themselves, so no one could help the mother and child. She was in grave danger. But then divine soldiers descended from the sky. Lin Hao saved her and her son. Lin Hao. Wang Jingzhan's voice was barely audible. Lin Hao glanced at his former opponent, who was covered in wounds, not a single piece of flesh unscathed. Every wound was left from the battles against the demon race. He can be called a hero of the human race. He nodded to Wang Jingzhan, then glanced at Han Liyue, whose clothes were stained with blood. He sighed inwardly and took out a bottle of pills from his storage bag. These were Saint Essence pills, elixirs that could prolong life. This was given to him by his master, Feng Songyue, before he came to participate in the competition. He uncorked the bottle, poured out two pills, and handed them to Han Liyue. "Take it quickly, then come with me." Lin Hao turned around and looked at the battlefield where blood and flesh were flying everywhere. He has limited personal strength and cannot control the overall situation, but he can do what he can. For example, helping old friends. A powerful demon noticed the unusual phenomenon and realized Lin Hao's extraordinary abilities, so it commanded hundreds of first-tier demon beasts to attack him. "Don't get too close to me, and don't stay too far away from me." Lin Hao said something, then wielded the Crimson Spirit and slashed repeatedly. It was slashed 9 times in total. These 9 swords drained most of his spiritual power. He took out a Saint Essence pill to restore his spiritual energy. If it were any other cultivator, seeing him taking pills like this, they would surely curse him as a spendthrift. A nascent soul cultivator were wasted just like that. But Lin Hao didn't care. Master said that when encountering danger, one should not be stingy with one's life-saving trump cards. Once they are all used up, one can ask her for more. With his master backing him up, What is there to be afraid of? Just keep building. 9 blazing sword energies were unleashed with a thunderous roar. The group of first-tier demonic beasts were severely injured, with severed limbs and broken bodies scattered all over the ground. Hiss! Roar! The demon, though not dead but severely wounded, let out a mournful cry. Walk! Lin Hao said coldly, and then led the charge. He wielded 2 swords and fought his way through a bloody path. Occasionally, a few fish might slip through the net, but Han Liyue would always be there to finish them off. In no time, they reached the edge of the battlefield. Thank you, Wang Jingzhan said weakly. No need. Lin Hao stuck a cleansing talisman on his body to wash away the bloodstains. Elder Han, you should leave quickly and return to the sect for help. He might still have a chance to recover. Han Liyue nodded, a complex emotion flashing in her eyes. This was the second time Lin Hao had saved her, and this time he had saved both her and her child. She truly had no way to repay him. Others would offer themselves in return for what they had no other way to repay him. But Lin Hao had no shortage of women and had already rejected her. She wanted to repay him with her own life, but she couldn't. Now is not the time to think about how to repay her. She said to Lin Hao, be careful too, pay attention to safety, and don't be reckless. Upon hearing this, Lin Hao looked at Han Liyue in surprise, as he could sense the concern in her words. Lin Hao's gaze made Han Liyue feel guilty, and she looked away, not daring to meet his eyes. Lin Hao nodded. After that, Han Liyue said no more and fled with her son in her arms. Chapter 100 Tacit Understanding. Lin Hao watched Han Liyue and her son leave. Suddenly, I felt a gaze upon me. Lin Hao suddenly turned his head and looked at the distant horizon. Although he could not see anything, he was certain that there was someone, or a demon, staring at him. Who is spying on us? This cowardly fellow is definitely not a good person. He originally intended to take out the sword pellet to kill the demon. Because of this spying, he changed his mind and silently put the sword pellet away. He then scanned the battlefield and noticed that Peach Blossom Sword Immortal was being targeted by a third-tier demonic beast, the Wolf Demon. Her situation was rather dangerous. The Wolf Demon suddenly attacked the Peach Blossom Sword Immortal. The Peach Blossom Sword Immortal was alert and dodged it. Clang! 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 The Peach Blossom Sword Immortal began his counterattack. The 2 blades slashed repeatedly at the Wolf Demon, but the Wolf Demon simply blocked with its body, and the sharp blades could not cause it any real damage. When the knife struck the Wolf Demon's brow, the Wolf Demon instead grinned ferociously, opening its jaws to reveal a mouthful of sharp teeth. 2 snow-white, dragon-like blades hovered quietly before him, not advancing any further. Human girl, you can't beat me. I will use my sharp teeth to bite through your throat. The Wolf Demon clenched its teeth and suddenly swung backward, snatching the 2 knives away. You're finished. The Wolf Demon let out a strange laugh. He believed he was going to win the battle. He was going to torture and kill this human prodigy. However, he suddenly felt a murderous aura coming from behind him. The Wolf Demon, his face filled with disbelief, turned his head stiffly and saw a young cultivator charging towards him on a crimson longsword. You brat, you're just at the foundation establishment stage. How dare you come here to die? Sensing Lin Hao's cultivation level, the Wolf Demon was furious and laughed. How dare a mere foundation establishment cultivator come to his aid? Although he worked his way up to the 3rd rank, it is still the 3rd rank after all. A mere foundation establishment cultivator? That's practically courting death. Lin Hao walked on his sword, graceful as an immortal. He lightly tapped the Crimson Spirit sword with his toe, and instantly unleashed a sword aura. Oh, I thought I was so amazing. His strength is even inferior to that female cultivator who wields a knife. The Wolf Demon's gloomy eyes were full of disdain as it prepared to howl at its enemies and launch a sonic attack. Just then, a sudden change occurred. Lin Hao moved with lightning speed, instantly appearing in front of the Wolf Demon, wielding the Crimson Spirit sword, and stabbed it into the latter's mouth. This move was so fast that the Wolf Demon instinctively shut its mouth, trying to bite the blade, but it was too late, and it suddenly felt a sweet taste in its throat. If it weren't for the critical moment when he summoned the demon core within his body and held it in front of his throat, this sword could have pierced through his throat. You little brat, you've angered me. The Wolf Demon's eyes flashed with ferocity as it roared towards the sky. I was careless just now. Now that I'm serious, that brat definitely can't beat me. But he forgot about one more person. Peach Blossom Blade Immortal recalled his twin blades and charged forward. The 2 blades were very agile, and he targeted the Wolf Demon's joints. Lin Hao, wielding the Crimson Spirit sword, also unleashed a sword aura at the wolf demon. This time, the sword energy unleashed was several times thicker than the previous one. Even though the wolf demon was at the early stage of the third tier, it dared not take the attack head-on. The Peach Blossom Blade Immortal seemed to have fought alongside Lin Hao countless times, displaying remarkable chemistry. While Lin Hao was entangled with the wolf demon, she gathered her strength. As a prodigy disciple of the Blazing Sun sect, how could she not have a trump card to protect herself when she went out to travel and gain experience? She gently patted her Dantian, and a miniature throwing knife flew out. This is a talisman blade, which she began nurturing when she first entered the Foundation establishment stage. It has been almost 10 years since then, and she has never used it to make a single cut. Sensing the extraordinary aura, Lin Hao glanced back and immediately summoned the sword pellet. Damn it! Damn it! The wolf demon's eyes were filled with terror. He sensed a threat of death from the sword pellet and the talisman blade. He never expected that these two young humans would possess such a treasure. Little wolf demon, prepare to die. Lin Hao poured spiritual power into the sword pellet, and the tiny pellet immediately materialized into the phantom of Feng Songyue's sword. Its imposing presence surpasses even that of the Peach Blossom Sword Immortal's talisman sword. It's over. Locked in by two opposing forces, the wolf demon felt he was going to die here. But by then it was too late for him to escape. Rub. The sword pellet and the talisman blade shone brightly at the same time. Especially since the sword pellet was so close to the wolf demon, its dazzling and bright light almost blinded him. Boom. The wolf demon quickly gathered all its demonic energy and concentrated it in front of it to protect its heart, liver, spleen, and stomach. Cut! Cut! Lin Hao and Peach Blossom's Sword Immortal uttered a single word at the same time. The wolf demon steeled his resolve and gritted his teeth to take the hit. Huh. The wolf demon sensed something was wrong. Why? Why was it only able to block one attack? That human boy didn't seem to unleash a sword strike? Suddenly, he felt a chill on his back as a cyan flying sword pierced through his heart. He turned his head with difficulty and glanced at it, his eyes filled with resentment. That human kid tricked him. This kid didn't use the sword pellet. His real killing move was a flying sword. He focused all his strength on his front, but neglected to protect his back. That kid seized the opportunity. He was just about to turn around and yell at the boy when a snow-white longsword slashed his neck. One strike failed to sever the wolf demon's head. Peach Blossom Blade Immortal was about to deliver another blow. He saw Lin Hao swing his sword from the other side, beheading the wolf demon. Peach Blossom Sword Immortal glanced at Lin Hao with considerable surprise. The girl's forehead, hidden beneath her mask, was furrowed with surprise and helplessness. She hadn't expected that this scoundrel would save her, and she certainly hadn't expected the two of them to work together so well. No matter what happened before, this life-saving grace cannot be erased. You keep fighting, I still need to help others. Helping Dao Xian out of the predicament, Lin Hao did not seek credit but left gracefully. Peach Blossom Blade Immortal possesses extraordinary strength. As long as he is not surrounded and attacked by powerful demons, he will naturally be in no danger. He just left like that? The Peach Blossom Sword Immortal's eyes. She watched Lin Hao's figure disappear, suppressing her inexplicable emotions, her gaze gradually turning cold. She struck the two knives together, producing a crisp sound. Kill. The beautiful woman uttered a single word brimming with murderous intent. He then lightly stepped on his toes and flew into the air, slashing two beams of light at the demon horde with his sword. Chapter 101 Arrival. Wang Shihan was in a sorry state. With her late-stage Foundation establishment cultivation, she could only barely escape being cannon fodder in this great battle and could by no means be considered an important force. So even though she was in deep trouble, no one came to her aid. Her suitors were too busy taking care of themselves to be of much help, and even if they had the ability, they couldn't offer much assistance, as their cultivation levels weren't as high as hers. Today, I will die here. She numbly wielded her sword, killing demons, and then waited to be killed. Two hyena-like monsters, one in front and one behind, pounced on the woman. Clang. Wang Shihan blocked the monsters in front of her, but had no energy left to look after those behind her. It looks like I'm about to be ripped off. Buzz. A fiery sword aura slashed out, sending the hyena that was trying to sneak up on the back door flying. Lin Hao. Having escaped unscathed, Wang Shihan's eyes flickered with inexplicable emotions. Hyenas are social animals. If one is injured, it will immediately summon a whole pack. 7 or 8 mid-stage second-tier demonic creatures bared their teeth. Lin Hao said calmly, "Step back." Wang Shihan didn't dare to hesitate at all. She quickly flew backward, landed some distance away, and turned to look. But then Lin Hao, wielding two swords, sliced the hyenas in half at the waist as easily as cutting melons and vegetables. So strong. Shihan's eyes held complex emotions. This man who had humiliated her had become so powerful. I still remember the first time I met this man. He was also in the late stage of Foundation establishment, just like me, and the two fought to a standstill. I never expected that my strength would improve to such an extent in such a short time. Is it so hard to say thank you when someone helps you? Wang Shihan was lost in thought and only snapped out of it when she was asked the question. She paused, staring at the handsome young man before her, and after a long pause, finally let out a sigh. She said in a voice barely above a whisper, "Thank you. Be careful. Even when killing demons, you must protect your own life." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Hao turned and left. He still had to kill demons and didn't have time to chat with women. At that moment, a thunderous tiger's roar suddenly rang out across the battlefield. Lin Hao turned around and saw that it was the old white tiger. By now, the old white tiger was covered in wounds. Both of its ears had been cut off, and it was panting heavily. But his opponent remained calm and composed. The Heavenly Sword Sect wielded his sword with one hand, his movements as graceful as a sword immortal. Damn it! Damn it! The old white tiger's eyes were filled with rage. He, a dignified elder of the White Tiger clan, was made so pathetic by a junior of the human race. Shame. Utter disgrace. The revenge for killing his son has not yet been taken, and now he has to give up his own life here. No. He was unwilling to accept it. I can't die like this. You little brat, do you think I'm some kind of old cat if I don't show my power? The old white tiger uttered a sentence. Then its body shrank and transformed into human form. Drink. He roared, and his body instantly swelled up like an inflated cowhide. A gaunt body with bulging muscles. It's like an iron tower. His aura surged even more dramatically. He was originally a powerful demon, but due to old age and physical weakness, his energy and blood were declining, which is why his strength had greatly decreased. But now, even the younger generation of humans are trying to hog him. How can he tolerate such an insult? We'd rather die than be humiliated. Let those little brats see the spirit of the demon race. Roar. The old white tiger roared to the sky and then pounced on the white-clad swordsman. A look of seriousness flashed in the latter's eyes. He could see the huge change in the former. This old demon has temporarily become young again. At the very least, their strength has increased significantly, and with my current cultivation level, I would have difficulty dealing with them. But fleeing from battle is definitely not his way of swordsmanship. War. He cultivates the way of the sword, which is to move forward without hesitation. Buzz. The dragon bird in his hand emitted a buzzing sound, seemingly extremely excited and eager to hunt demons. He tapped the sword with his fingers, then laughed heartily. Dragon Sparrow, today I will make you famous. Swift as a shooting star, he fearlessly faced the old white tiger. Courage is rare and precious, but it is somewhat insignificant in the face of a difference in strength. It cannot bridge the gap in strength. This statement also applies to exceptional geniuses. After only a few exchanges, their white robes were stained with blood. The more old white tiger fought, the more excited he became, and the faster he fought. He was burning his life force in the battle, so a swift victory was essential. We must torture and kill this human brat as soon as possible, so that his life sacrifice will not have been in vain. Senior brother, I'm here to help you. A clear and melodious voice rang out. This caught Lin Hao's attention, and he looked up to see another figure in white robes riding a sword. Li Jinghong. The 6 beauties of the immortal path. The fairy of amazing beauty has arrived. Many male cultivators were shocked, and their tired bodies burst forth with new strength. Hearing that someone was willing to help, the white-clad swordsman turned around and looked back. Junior sister Jinghong. Senior brother Guanyu. 2 people in white battle a white tiger. Li Jinghong's cultivation level was only at the great perfection of Foundation establishment, so in theory, joining the battle wouldn't change anything. However, the Heavenly Sword Sect has a secret sword technique that, when used by male and female disciples together, can unleash tremendous power. That's amazing. Lin Hao's eyes flashed with a hint of admiration. This white-robed swordsman, Guanyu, was about the same age and level as him, yet he was able to fight a late-stage third-tier demon beast head-on. Although he was an old guy and his strength was greatly reduced, it was still quite remarkable. With Li Jinghong's help, and relying on their combined sword techniques, They were able to fight the old white tiger to a standstill, which was truly amazing. There are so many talented people in the world. I still have a long way to go. Lin Hao clenched his fists, ready to throw himself into the battle. But then a large spear pierced through the old white tiger's body. You ambushed me. You're despicable. Heh. Lu Mei chuckled lightly and said coldly, You old beast, you're just bullying the young and have no martial ethics. Yet you still have the nerve to call me despicable. After saying that, she drew her spear and casually swung it, knocking the old white tiger's head off. The father and son, both Baihu, died at her hands, which could be considered a strange kind of reunion. Thank you for your help, senior. Guan Yu bowed and expressed her gratitude. Lu Mei waved her hand, signaling him to leave. She was too busy to be polite. At that moment, dark clouds filled the sky, and a strong wind suddenly blew up. You're so impressive. A chillingly indifferent voice rang out. Killing an elder of my demon clan is a capital offense. A Tinjiang-long wind blade suddenly condensed and slashed towards Lu Mei. Bang! The wind blades were as fast as lightning, arriving in an instant. Lu Mei hurriedly raised her spear horizontally, gathering all her spiritual energy in front of her, but it was no use. She was sent flying like a bird with broken wings. Nascent Soul, Grand Cultivator. The newcomer is definitely a nascent soul-level demon. With blood at the corner of her mouth, Lu Mei looked up at the newcomer, and fear instantly filled her heart. Ling Feng, the #1 demon general of the Qingxiu demon clan. At the near, demon king level. The Green Mountain Demon King's confidant. This great battle between humans and demons actually attracted him. No one present was his match. The arrival of their first warrior greatly boosted the morale of the demon race, who clamored that they would devour all the human cultivators. I think you're the one who's really showing off. This flippant voice caused the demon General Ling Feng's expression to change slightly. The human race's nascent soul cultivator has finally made the gesture. He looked toward the source of the sound. Then Murong Qinxue appeared in the sky above the battlefield, riding on an ice dragon. Lin Hao looked around and discovered that the person standing next to Lord Murong was actually Ning Qinxue. Could this be another scheme set up by Ning Qinxue? After the previous massacre, why would the demon race still believe her? What secrets does this woman hold? Ling Feng's voice interrupted Lin Hao's thoughts. A mere mid-stage nascent soul cultivator dares to challenge me? You're just a late-stage nascent soul cultivator. What's there to be arrogant about? Murong Qinxue smiled contemptuously. Fellow Taoists, why don't you show yourselves and slay the demon? Fellow Taoist Murong, I've arrived. Fairy Qinxue, I'm here to help you. In an instant, 4 nascent soul cultivators from various sects, who were stationed at the rear, arrived. The demon General Ling Feng's expression finally changed drastically. From the righteous sects gathered at this moment, seemingly waiting specifically for his appearance. Could it be that Ning Qinxue has really betrayed humanity and helped them massacre their own kind? But even so what? You miscalculated. Kill. Facing the 5 nascent soul cultivators of the human race, Ling Feng remained fearless and flashed towards one of them. Chapter 102 Green Mountain Demon King. The nascent soul cultivator's spells are incredibly powerful. Even a slight aftershock can injure a foundation establishment cultivator. Therefore, the nascent soul warriors of both races unanimously stayed away from the battlefield and fought in the sky. Suddenly, thunder roared and ice and snow filled the sky. Even with his excellent eyesight, Lin Hao couldn't clearly see the situation on the nascent soul battlefield. With both sides fielding nascent soul cultivators, and the human race even sending out 5 at once, it was clear they were prepared. Logically, Lin Hao should feel at ease. But Lin Hao felt increasingly uneasy. Oh well, whatever, let's slay the demon. But fate always likes to play tricks on people. Lin Hao could even slay his enemy while standing on his sword. He was suddenly grabbed by a giant claw. The giant claw exuded a terrifying aura, rendering it powerless to resist and leaving it at its mercy. Lin Hao was immediately filled with fear. Hee. An eerie laugh echoed across the sky. I have been observing you for a long time. Among the human offspring, you are the most active. How can I stand idly by and watch so many of my people be killed? And what did you do to my daughter? Lin Hao's face first showed confusion, then endless fear surged up. Green Mountain Demon King. This old bastard actually attacked me? I'm asking you a question, answer quickly, don't test my patience. Lin Hao looked toward the source of the sound and saw a fox lying in midair, resembling a green mountain. The humans did not hear the voice of the Green Mountain Demon King, but they saw the terrifying figure. A demon king. Terror appeared on the faces of almost every human cultivator. Of Qingqiu is an ancient monster who has lived for over 1,000 years and is infamous for his ferocity. Despair. The human cultivator's face was filled with despair. The first general of the demon race appeared. They thought that with the nascent soul cultivators of the sects present, they could still win by sheer numbers. But then the Lord of Qingqiu arrived, crushing any chance of victory. You little brat, answer me now, or you're dead. Of the Green Mountain Demon King rang in Lin Hao's ears once again. But Lin Hao remained silent and did not answer. His gaze fell upon a slender figure beside the fox, which was as large as a mountain. Little fox, if you don't answer, then die. Boom. The colossal claw that blotted out the sky changed shape, transforming from a grab into a slap, and came crashing down on Lin Hao. Father, no. The little fox cried out anxiously. But the Green Mountain Demon King did not stop. Before it was even fully captured, the surrounding ground cracked. Lin Hao had a feeling that he would be smashed to pieces. The difference in strength was like the difference between clouds and mud. They were utterly powerless to resist. Is it over yet? That enormous claw, which blots out the sky, could crush a core formation cultivator with just one claw, let alone a mere foundation establishment cultivator. Escape? There's nowhere to escape. The suffocating feeling, like drowning, is incredibly despairing. I will die. I will definitely die. The fear of death filled my heart. Lin Hao's body stiffened. Do you accept your fate? No. Accepting my fate has never been my style. My journey has only just begun. How can I stop now? The Demon King's power was like the wrath of the heavens. How could a mere foundation establishment cultivator dare to challenge the might of heaven? But Lin Hao refused to believe it. Cultivating immortality is about fighting against the heavens. If one is not afraid of fighting against the heavens, why should one be afraid of an old demon? He would rather die on the charge than die in vain. Take life and death lightly, and fight if you disagree. Buzz. 2 swords flew out of the pale yellow sword case. Holding 2 swords, he resolutely decided to take the initiative and fight back. Oh, on the Green Mountain Demon King's lips. How dare a mere foundation establishment cultivator challenge the might of heaven? Overestimating your abilities. The giant azure claw, carrying supreme divine power, descended. Although the speed was not fast, Lin Hao, who was locked on, suddenly felt his body become heavy, as if he were carrying a huge weight, and he had no way to escape. It was about to be smashed into mincemeat. Kill. Lin Hao gritted his teeth and unleashed 2 streaks of heavenly fire with his twin swords toward the giant claw. The dazzling, sun-like flames of sword energy slashed fiercely at the giant claw. However, courage cannot reverse the gap in strength. The fiery sword energy struck the giant claw, but it didn't even scratch a hair. A mere foundation establishment cultivator dares to harm this king. Ridiculous. Utterly ridiculous. You old beast, if my disciple can't hurt you, then I will. Master. Lin Hao's star, like eyes. He gazed excitedly at the beautiful figure in the sky. Master, Feng Sanyue. My disciple, watch closely. How much you can comprehend from this sword strike depends entirely on your comprehension. Feng Sanyue stood barefoot on the Fire Lotus platform, reached out into the void, and pulled out a sword. She waved her hand. A very thin red thread appeared in the sky. I remember you, Feng Sanyue of the Xianin sect. I fought against your master. You were just a junior cultivator back then, but now you can stand on your own. That's interesting. The Green Mountain Demon King rose up and stepped forward through the void. With each step he took, his aura increased. After taking 9 steps, his momentum reached its peak. However, the old Demon King was currently located below the red line. Cut. Feng Sanyue raised an eyebrow and uttered a single word. The red line plummeted down in an instant, so fast that even the renowned old Demon King, who had been famous for many years, was caught off guard. When the red line touched the giant blue claw, it was like pouring molten iron onto ice, instantly melting the claw. Drink. The Demon King of Qingqiu let out a low growl, a look of fear appearing on his face, but his tone was tinged with admiration. At the same age, you were much stronger than your master. The old Demon King looked at his palm, on which was a horrific wound. He hasn't been injured in a long time. This unfamiliar pain gave him a sense of excitement. You're quite good, but you're still too young and no match for me, the Green Mountain Demon King said calmly. The demonic power circulated. The wound on his palm healed instantly. Let's fight. Feng Sanyue, his fighting spirit high, said. Murong Qingxue had somehow escaped the battlefield and quickly set up a simple teleportation array. As she installed spirit stones into the array, she scoffed, still so pretentious. Anyone who didn't know better would think you were invincible. She and Feng Sanyue were old enemies, and seeing the latter fighting the Demon King with great spirit, she had mixed feelings. However, one thing must be admitted. Within the Xianyin sect, apart from those few old fogies and sect master Ouyang, only Feng Sanyue dared to fight against the Green Mountain Demon King. Quickly, destroy the teleportation array. The Green Mountain Demon King noticed Murong Qinxue and was immediately startled. He then quickly shouted orders to all the demon beasts and demon generals. And with a flash, he also charged towards Murong Qinxue. Your opponent is me. Feng Sanyue quickly stopped her. With a flash, he appeared in front of the Green Mountain Demon King and began to fight him. Upon hearing the command, all the demonic beasts reacted and frantically rushed towards the teleportation array. But it was too late. Murong Qinxue had already quietly pressed the teleportation array while she was speaking, waiting only for the spirit stones to be placed and activated. With a flash of light, the teleportation array was activated. Qingshan, you coward, you've finally come out. Sect Master Ouyang of the Xianyin sect was the first to emerge from the teleportation array. And Sanyue, you re too impatient. We agreed to hunt demons together. Why did you come first? The appearance of sect leader Ouyang caused the Green Mountain Demon King's expression to change. After exchanging blows with Feng Sanyue, they took their respective sides and temporarily stopped fighting. Has Qingxue truly betrayed the demon race? Helping the humans set a trap to lure me out? The Green Mountain Demon King's face was extremely ugly. Subsequently, the sect leaders of the Heavenly Sword Sect, the Blazing Sun Sect, the Boundless Sword Palace, and the Valley Master of the Myriad Flowers Valley emerged from the teleportation array. This confirmed the Green Mountain Demon King's conjecture. This is clearly a setup targeting him. How despicable the humans are. The Green Mountain Demon King, his face contorted in a ferocious grimace, roared, "You lot, how utterly shameless. To deal with you, you old bastard, anything is perfectly normal. Gentlemen, the real demon hunting operation begins." Sect leader Ouyang, riding on auspicious clouds, spoke with great pride. Setting up the demon hunting competition for disciples, they went through several rounds of discussions and decided to upgrade the competition, hoping to entice the higher-ups of the demon race to take action and conduct a real demon hunt. This is outrageous. Do you really think I'm afraid of you humans? Roared the Green Mountain Demon King. Come out, all of you. Today we're going to unleash a bloodbath. Chapter 103: The Human Race's Situation. The Green Mountain Demon King's voice faded. Hundreds of figures appeared out of thin air. His personal command of the expedition was not merely a show of force on the ground. At this time, the monsters that appeared were all of the third or even fourth tier. It is equivalent to the golden core and nascent soul of the human race. Kill, kill, kill. The Green Mountain Demon King led the demon race's top combat force in a charge against sect leader Ouyang and his group. Kill. The 5 major immortal sects were the first to go forward to greet them. Behind them, elders from various sects continued to pour out of the teleportation array. A century later, the great war between immortals and demons is about to begin again. Lin Hao watched the battle in the sky, his blood boiling with excitement. Now, everything is clear. Clearly, the demon race has once again fallen into the human race's trap. He hadn't expected the human race to have such a large-scale plan this time. On the surface, it's a demon hunting competition for disciples, but in reality, it's using disciples as bait to lure high-ranking members of the demon race, and even the Green Mountain Demon King, into making a move. Then wipe them all out. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. While admiring the plan, Lin Hao was also somewhat annoyed. He was used as a pawn, and the most conspicuous one at that. Without him, the human race's plan might not have succeeded so easily. Should he be proud? Lin Hao smiled wryly. For the past century, the human race has had the upper hand in the conflict between the two races, and this time it is another joint action by the human race against the demon race. The 5 major immortal sects attacking simultaneously, the demon race is in for a rough time. It turned out that the demon race was using its numbers to overwhelm the human race. However, due to the thousands of Foundation Establishment, Golden Core, and Nascent Soul elders from various sects rushing out of the teleportation array, Nascent Soul cultivators followed the sect leader to confront the main force of the Green Mountain Demon King, while Foundation Establishment and Golden Core cultivators spread out to kill demons on the ground. The situation suddenly reversed. Seeing the human race on the ground begin their counterattack, Lin Hao's blood boiled, and his eyes blazed with overwhelming fighting spirit. War! 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 He patted the sword box behind him, and 2 swords, one blue and one red, flew out. He wielded 2 swords, relentlessly slaying demons. Of course, while he killed demons, he also collected their cores. Clearly, it's only a matter of time before the human race wins. He needs to return to the basics. His goal in this demon hunting competition is to be number 1. Lin Hao was having a great time killing demons and collecting demon cores. When they encountered a dead monster on the ground, they would also collect its demon core. Lin Hao's figure moved swiftly across the entire battlefield, appearing in all directions. The main reason was that he discovered that killing demons for their cores was much faster than picking up readily available demon cores. Seeing his busy figure, the other disciples realized what was going on and followed suit. You're only realizing it now? That's slow enough. Go ahead and pick up my scraps. Seeing that many disciples had also started collecting demon cores, Lin Hao smiled smugly. A demon has launched a sneak attack. Boom. Lin Hao repelled a tiger demon the size of a small mountain with a single sword strike and was just about to attack again. But then he caught a glimpse of a familiar figure. Little Fox. And she attacked Ning Qingxue. Lin Hao frowned, a hint of worry rising in his heart. Ning Qingxue possesses exceptional talent and is a promising cultivator of the Xianyin sect, with combat prowess that surpasses that of other cultivators of the same level. How could the little fox possibly be a match for her? No, I have to go check it out. He was just about to set off when that tiger demon, oblivious to his feelings, suddenly appeared. It roared and pounced on him again. Damn beast. A surge of anger rose in Lin Hao's heart, and he poured a large amount of spiritual energy into the Crimson Spirit Sword. Phew. Young Phoenix's clear cry echoed across the battlefield. Feng Songyue, who was besieging the Green Mountain Demon King with the high-ranking members of various sects, heard this phoenix cry and sent out a wisp of her divine sense to observe. But it turned out that it was his good disciple who had unleashed the phoenix sword chi. This kid has good comprehension. His sword moves already bear a resemblance to the original. A smile played on her lips as she took a gourd from her waist, filled with 100 flowers spirit wine. He flicked off the lid of the gourd, took a hearty swig, and then spat it out. My disciple, watch closely, for I will strike again with my sword. Upon hearing his master's voice, Lin Hao quickly looked up at the sky and saw that the white clouds had been dyed into the colors of sunset. The blue sky looked as if it had been splashed with cinnabar. Red. The entire sky was ablaze with red. An ancient phoenix, its body engulfed in flames, ignited the sky. The majestic and inviolable body of the phoenix stood a figure of unparalleled elegance. Dressed in fiery red, standing barefoot. Master. Lin Hao uttered a soft murmur, and saw Feng Songyue, like an unparalleled sword, resolutely slash towards the Green Mountain Demon King, who was exhausted from dealing with experts from various sects. Roar. The Demon King let out a painful howl. Boom. Blood rained down from the sky. The sight of his master slaying the demon with a single sword strike made Lin Hao's blood boil. When will I be able to drink strong liquor, slay sword energy, and fight the Demon King like my master? No, in the path of cultivation, the worst thing is to be overly ambitious. One must focus on the present moment. Lin Hao's gaze gradually hardened as he looked at the tiger demon he had wounded. This monster, comparable to the great perfection of Foundation establishment, had fear flashing in its eyes. Just what kind of monster is this human kid? Just by looking up, how could the aura of these powerful beings suddenly surge? Roar. The tiger demon roared, preparing to strike first, but its speed was far inferior to that of the enemy's sword. Lin Hao unleashed the most impressive sword move he had ever made since he began cultivating. The fiery phoenix sword energy, as swift as a startled swan, slashed towards the tiger demon. Call out. After unleashing his attack, Lin Hao didn't even look at the result. He rode his flying sword towards the little fox and Ning Qingxue. But a thud sound came from behind, foreshadowing the outcome of his sword strike. Here, a human and a demon, or rather 2 demons, both dressed in white, were equally stunning. Why? Why betray the demon race? How can you do this to your deceased parents? While attacking Ning Qingxue, the little fox questioned her. Upon hearing the little fox's words, Lin Hao, who was halfway there, suddenly stopped and did not go any further. His face showed shock. He felt he was about to hear some secrets. So he casually killed demons nearby, but his main focus was on eavesdropping on the two's conversation. Do you still remember the vow you once discovered? You keep saying you want to avenge your parents, but you turn around and join a human sect. This was already a grave mistake, and now you've colluded with humans to harm my demon race. Ning Qingxue, do you know what you're doing? The little fox was furious. She couldn't understand why Ning Qingxue would defy the world and collude with humans to harm her own kind. Ning Qingxue remained calm in the face of her sister's questioning. Of course I know what I'm doing. Everything I've done is to avenge my parents. Chapter 104 Blackwater Dragon Clan. And you've recognized a thief as your father. How can you face your parents? Ning Qingxue continued to ask. What? The little fox was shocked. Was Ning Qingxue doing this to avenge her parents? Am I recognizing a thief as my father? What exactly is Ning Qingxue trying to express? She meant the Green Mountain Demon King. The little fox was startled by its own thoughts and quickly denied them. No, that's impossible. This was Ning Qingxue's rhetoric. She had been bewitched by the humans and had begun to talk nonsense. Have you forgotten who your biological father is? Ning Qingxue continued. 100 years ago, my father and the old thief of Green Mountain were both peerless warriors under the Demon Emperor. At that time, the two of them were unparalleled in combat power, expanding the territory of my Qingqiu demon clan. They were known as the two heroes of Qingqiu. However, whether in terms of cultivation or battle achievements, the old thief of Green Mountain has always been overshadowed by my father. Furthermore, he is quite old. Therefore, when the Demon Emperor was considering his successor, he did not choose the old thief of Green Mountain. This old thief dares not offend the Demon Emperor, but he has set his sights on my father. During the war between immortals and demons, my father was ordered to lead 8,000 demons straight into the heart of the human race. That battle was fought beautifully. Charge towards the human base and rout the human race, leaving them in disarray. But it's difficult to return alone, so father asked the clan for help, and the Demon Emperor sent the old thief of Green Mountain to provide support. That old scoundrel was outwardly compliant but inwardly defiant, and only after my father was besieged and killed in battle did he finally arrive at the battlefield. So, my silly sister, who do you think is the murderer of our father? Humans. Of course they have to pay the price. But I hate that old scoundrel Qingshan even more. That old beast, for his own selfish reasons, harmed my father. Do you know how much I wanted to kill Aoyama to avenge my father when I learned the truth back then? Of course you wouldn't know. Back then, you were still lying in the arms of that old thief from Green Mountain, calling him father. While you were acknowledging a thief as your father, I was stranded among the human race and almost lost my life. Fortunately, I met the leader of the Xianyin sect and was taken in as his disciple. Ning Qingxue spoke these words in a very calm tone, but the little fox was extremely shocked. These words had a tremendous impact on her. The person who raised her turned out to be her father's killer. He found it hard to accept. But my own sister has no reason to fabricate a fact to deceive me. This involves the hatred of a father's murder. It cannot be treated lightly. On the other side, Lin Hao listened, utterly shocked. Ning Qingxue is actually the little fox's sister. Just as Lin Hao was lost in thought, the little fox spoke. Ning Qingxue, even if what you said is true, you didn't hesitate to start a war between the two races for revenge, causing the deaths of thousands of demons. Can you live with yourself? Ning Qingxue turned around and looked at the human and demon races fighting on the ground below. At this moment, the human race and the demon race went berserk, blood flowed like rivers, and both sides suffered heavy casualties. Even though she was already as hard as iron, she felt a tremor in her heart. I didn't think that much about it. I just wanted to avenge my father. Ning Qingxue shook her head and said. The little fox wanted to say something more, but then it saw the world change color again. Dark clouds covered the sky, turning daytime almost into night. Above the sky, sect leader Ouyang stood on auspicious clouds, his clothes slightly disheveled, with 2 strands of black hair sticking to his smooth forehead. Old thief of Green Mountain, your life is over. With all the sect leaders gathered here today, I will surely ensure your demise here. Green Mountain was covered in horrific wounds, dripping with the blood of the Demon King. He no longer possessed any of the Demon King's former glory. The 5 major immortal sects were only slightly weaker than him, plus Feng Songyue, who was fearless. He really couldn't handle it. However, there was not a trace of despair on his face. Feng Songyue held the sword in one hand, his brow furrowed. This old thief is in dire straits, yet he remains completely unfazed. Could it be that he has some kind of trump card? Suddenly, a chilling aura swept over us. A hint of surprise flashed across Feng Songyue's exquisite face. Strength surpasses that of the Demon King. Ouyang, you are a sect leader in name only. You are not even as good as one of your minor peak masters. I'll say the same thing to you. Today, your lives have come to an end. True Lord Xianlong, please help Qingqiu annihilate the human race. Well, a heavy sigh echoed from the horizon. Suddenly, the dark clouds dispersed, and a colossal dragon of extraordinary power appeared in the sky. Blackwater Dragon Clan. The various immortal sects changed drastically. This battle actually attracted a Blackwater dragon at the level of a quasi-demon emperor. Feng Sangyue's beautiful eyes flickered with doubt. The Blackwater Dragon Clan lived deep in the 100,000 mountains, so how could they have come to this outer area? Deep within the 10,000 mountains, a restriction was set up by powerful human beings, preventing demons from crossing at will. Does this mean the power of the restriction has been weakened? Feng Sangyue gripped her sword tightly, a chill emanating from her back. If that's true, then humanity is doomed. It seems that this demonic dragon has been colluding with the old thief of Green Mountain for a long time. That restriction seems to have been weakened long ago. Seeing the shocked expressions of the human cultivators, the Green Mountain Demon King had a smug look on his lips. Fortunately, he was always cautious and had prepared a backup plan. Otherwise, he might have perished here today. He paid a heavy price to summon a demonic dragon in order to defeat the human race. Therefore, no matter what, we must destroy these prestigious sects today in order to make up for what he has lost. The Green Mountain Demon King alone, this quasi-demon emperor, is enough to give them a headache. Another quasi-demon emperor-level expert is enough to turn the tide of the battle and tip the scales of victory in favor of the demon race. Moreover, this is the home ground of the demon race. Who knows if the cunning Green Mountain Demon King has any other tricks up his sleeve? The situation is quite unfavorable for the human race. Sect leader Ouyang and the others looked at the sect master of the Heavenly Sword sect. Among the 5 sects, the Heavenly Sword sect master had the highest cultivation level, and he immediately made a decision. Evacuate. We must evacuate immediately. This wasn't out of fear of the demon race, but rather because many elite disciples from various sects, as well as some promising cultivators, had come for this demon hunting war. If these people perish here, then each sect will suffer a great loss of vitality. No matter what, we must protect the disciples of all sects and get them away. Gentlemen, the situation has changed. This is the heartland of the demon race. We can't be sure if that old thief from Green Mountain has any more tricks up his sleeve. We must get our disciples to evacuate first. The sect leaders also realized the seriousness of the matter, their expressions solemn, and they all nodded in agreement. All disciples, heed my command. Abandon your opponents immediately and assemble at the teleportation array. Elders of all sects, do your utmost to protect your disciples during their evacuation. The Blazing Sun sect master's voice boomed like thunder, echoing across the battlefield. Chapter 105 Great Retreat. The strange celestial phenomenon naturally caught everyone's attention, especially the enormous creature that suddenly appeared. Blackwater Dragon. The terrifying aura, coupled with the unique pressure of the dragon race, made everyone tremble. Upon hearing the order from the sect master of the Blazing Sun sect, they immediately realized that the situation on the battlefield had changed, and they all obeyed and rushed towards the teleportation array. Seeing this, Lin Hao turned around and left without saying a word. He overheard most of their conversation and figured out the secrets, so there was no need to stay and eavesdrop any longer. Trying to leave? No way. The Green Mountain Demon King transformed into his true demon form and stood on the earth, alongside the Xianlong True Lord, one in the sky and the other on the ground, their ferocious power overwhelming. Men, kill them. Destroy the teleportation array. Don't let them escape. At the command of the Green Mountain Demon King, thousands of demons pounced on the human race as if they had gone mad. He and Xianlong Zhenjuan then attacked the sect leaders and other top human warriors. On the human side, nascent soul cultivators were responsible for protecting the teleportation array, while Golden Core elders were responsible for covering the rear, giving their disciples enough time to escape. Buzz. 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 Feng Sangyue unleashed a series of sword strikes. Each sword strike produced plumes of blood mist. Like a female warrior, she guards the teleportation array. But her heart was not there. She was searching for her disciple. My newly accepted disciple. We can't let anything happen here. Lin Hao used his escape technique to rush to the teleportation array at top speed. However, he was too big a target, and many demons tried to intercept him. At this moment, he couldn't care less about anything else. He took out the sword pellet bestowed upon him by his master and desperately poured spiritual energy into it. The life-saving item bestowed by a nascent soul cultivator naturally posed little resistance when killing a second-tier cultivator. Even at the early stage of the third tier, Lin Hao could hold his own against him with his sword pellet. However, he encountered a demon who lacked martial ethics. A late-stage, third-tier demon blocked his way. "You little brat, I've been watching you for a long time." Even with a sword pellet in hand, a demon comparable to the late Golden Core stage couldn't defeat it. Lin Hao sighed slightly, but still chose to draw his sword. Waiting to die was not his style. The difference in strength is like a chasm. The great demon easily broke through Lin Hao's moves and opened its blood-red maw to devour him. Cut! Feng Tsungyue arrived in an instant, raising her sword horizontally to unleash bursts of fiery lotuses. The great demon could even let out a scream. It was reduced to ashes beneath the fire lotus. "Master!" Lin Hao was shocked and delighted to see his master suddenly appear. "Run!" Feng Tsungyue didn't waste any words with Lin Hao. She raised her hand, pulled Lin Hao to her front, and threw him into the teleportation array. "Call out!" Lin Hao flew backwards towards the teleportation array at an extremely fast speed. How could it not be fast when thrown by a nascent soul cultivator? He looked quite disheveled, but the disciples from various sects who were struggling to reach the teleportation array were filled with envy. They wished they could be thrown like that too. Lin Hao was very familiar with the feeling of being frequently sent flying by Feng Tsungyue. He felt a warmth in his heart. His master protected him once again. "You brat, once you get back to the sect, stay on the peak and wait for me to return." As soon as she finished speaking, she stepped onto the fiery lotus platform and met the attacking demon race's #1 warrior, Ling Feng. Lin Hao was very worried about his master, but with his current strength, there was nothing he could do. Lin Hao clenched his fist, making up his mind. He would cultivate diligently, and one day, he would fight shoulder to shoulder with his master and protect her once again. The elders guarding the teleportation array did not stop Lin Hao when they saw that he was human. Lin Hao disappeared into the teleportation array in a flash. The location of this teleportation array is set up in the main peak square of the Xianin sect. Lin Hao stood in the square, waiting anxiously. Kept rushing out of the teleportation array, all of them looking terrified. After the elite disciples from each sect finished their transfers, it was the elders at the foundation establishment and core formation stages who were next. Lu Mei emerged from the teleportation array, her hair disheveled, her white clothes stained with blood, and the large spear in her hand broken in two. She was the law enforcement elder of the Xianin sect and the leader of this mission. So even though she was seriously injured, she was desperately rushing to the sect to ask the Supreme Elder to come out of seclusion. Supreme Elders of each sect are at least nascent soul cultivators, and there are even half-step divine transformation stage cultivators, who are comparable to standard demon emperors. However, these latter beings are all in seclusion, preparing to break through to the nascent soul stage. They will not make a move unless the sect is facing a life-or-death crisis. Because they were all nearing the end of their lifespan, old and frail, their vital energy and blood were declining, just like the old white tiger of the demon race. Forcing themselves to use their full strength would mean death. Lin Hao stared at the teleportation array, his heart burning with anxiety. The core formation elders from all the sects have returned, so why haven't Master and the others returned? Suddenly, the teleportation array collapsed. A crack appeared in the void. Lin Hao's expression changed drastically. The teleportation array had actually been destroyed. How did Master and the others return? Tens of thousands of disciples and elders from various sects were terrified when they saw this scene. This teleportation array has been destroyed. Could it be that the sect leader and his companions are unable to stop the demon race and are about to perish in the 100,000 mountains? This outcome was anticipated. Everyone felt a huge weight pressing on their hearts. If the leaders of each sect were to perish, the consequences would be unimaginable. Master. Lin Hao's eyes were filled with worry. Although his master was unparalleled in combat power, that place was the home ground of the demon race. That despicable old thief from Green Mountain has even invited a quasi-demon emperor. If the fighting continues, the human race's high command will inevitably fail. But no matter how worried he was, he didn't have any good solutions. Now we can only place our hopes on the Supreme Elder. However, the Supreme Elders of each sect are all in seclusion. It will take time to awaken them and rush there. Before I left, Master told me to stay at Daju Peak. Was it because he was afraid I would be attacked by others? Lin Hao thought to himself that his actions in this competition had already aroused public anger. Right now, Everyone is focused on the safety of the sect's higher-ups and has no time to worry about him. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he quietly returned to Daju Peak, but instead of going to his own cave, he went to the summit. He will wait for his master there. When you're filled with worry, a single day feels like 3 autumns. After a difficult day, the sect's higher-ups still hadn't returned. However, each sect sent its supreme elders to the battlefield. This put Lin Hao at ease. If the rescue is timely, all the high-ranking officials will surely be brought back. Of course, it cannot be ruled out that the old thief Qin Shan still has a backup plan and will bring out an even more terrifying existence. To prevent a counterattack from the demon race, the Xianyin sect activated its mountain-protecting formation, and a supreme elder, rumored to be at the half-step nascent soul stage, was stationed there. Just as Lin Hao was lost in thought, he heard a voice transmission. Shui Ling. The summit is where the master cultivates, so it's not appropriate to bring outsiders in. Therefore, he went down to meet the woman. Lin Hao. Shui Linger threw herself into the man's arms. She had been forced to withdraw from the competition and had been worried about it day and night in the sect. She knew that Lin Hao had incurred the wrath of the masses, and when she learned that the war between immortals and demons had begun, she was even more distraught. Looking at Shui Linger with tears in her eyes, Lin Hao frowned slightly. Wasn't this woman here to comfort me? How did I end up crying so much? He was just about to comfort the woman when he heard a voice. The sect leader and the others are back. Master. Lin Hao patted the sword box, summoned the Crimson Spirit Sword, then picked up Shui Linger and rode the flying sword towards the main peak square. Chapter 106 First Ownership. Only when he saw that fiery red figure in the distance did his heart finally settle down. All the sect's high-ranking members were injured, but fortunately none of them perished. Sect leader Ouyang swept his phoenix eyes over the disciples who came to greet him and forced a smile, saying, regardless of the outcome of this demon hunting competition, all of you disciples have done your best. The rewards that were previously agreed upon will still be issued. Qin Xue, you are in charge of the rankings and rewards for this competition. All disciples, please submit your demon cores for statistics as soon as possible. Since the participants included not only disciples of the Xianyin sect, but also those from other sects, the scene was quite lively. Seeing that his master was unharmed, Lin Hao felt a huge weight lifted from his heart and prepared to hand over the demon core. It is worth mentioning that Shui Linger is a disciple of Shaozhu Peak. Murong Qinxue knew her and, seeing her with Lin Hao, appointed Shui Linger to assist in collecting the demon core. After the ordinary disciples who felt they had a chance to improve their rankings submitted their statistics, it was finally the turn of the elite disciples from each sect. The Peach Blossom Blade Immortal of the Blazing Sun sect possesses 97 second-tier demon cores. In this competition, first-tier demon cores are not counted, while second-tier demon beasts are equivalent to the Foundation Establishment stage for humans. Upon learning that the Peach Blossom Blade Immortal had slain 97 Foundation Establishment stage demonic beasts, the disciples were shocked. The Peach Blossom Blade Immortal is truly beautiful and powerful. 97 second-tier demon cores are enough to rank her among the top. I really want to cling to the Sword Immortal's thigh. Get lost. How dare you, a shameless scoundrel, lay a finger on those stunningly beautiful long legs of the Sword Immortal. Su Mukin of the Wuji Sword Palace, 132nd tier demon cores. This person is a golden core seed, and his swordsmanship is unparalleled among his peers. It is not surprising that he has achieved such remarkable results. 130 pieces, dozens more than the Peach Blossom Sword Immortal. It should rank in the top 3. But there's always someone stronger than you. Li Jinghong of the Heavenly Sword Sect, 168 second-tier demon cores. Before anyone could even express their surprise, they heard Shui Linger continue her announcement. Guan Yu of the Heavenly Sword Sect, 10 second-tier demon cores, and 1 third-tier demon core. Hiss. Upon hearing this result, everyone gasped in shock. A third-tier demon core. This is a demonic beast with the strength of core formation. This white-robed swordsman, who had not yet formed his core, was able to kill a third-tier demonic beast. His strength was terrifying. 1 third-tier demon core is worth 200 second-tier cores. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, this first place will likely be taken by the disciples of the Heavenly Sword Sect. Although the disciples of the other sects were envious, none of them were unconvinced. The scene of the white-clad swordsman battling the old white tiger is still vivid in their minds. Not only the disciples of various sects, but also the higher-ups admired Guan Yu's performance. The Heavenly Sword Sect has produced a promising talent. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, he will surely achieve the Golden Core stage. On the other side, Li Jinghong smiled and said, "Senior brother, congratulations." Guan Yu, however, did not care at all. Holding the broadsword dragon sparrow in her arms, she said casually, "It's a pity that it wasn't that old white tiger that was killed." The monster he hunted was at the early stage of the 3rd tier, far inferior to the old white tiger. Old white tiger was the opponent chosen by his sword, Dragon Sparrow, but he was chosen by the enforcement elder of the Xianin sect, which made him feel very regretful. "It's so lively." Just as everyone was congratulating the white-clad swordsman, an extremely charming voice rang out. "Gu Qingqing, a demoness from the Hehuan sect. What does she want to do here?" Someone couldn't help but jump out. This is not a place for you." "Oh, you so-called righteous sects, you're really shameless. Are you trying to kick me to the curb after I've served my purpose?" Gu Qingsheng tossed out a storage bag, glancing sideways with her phoenix eyes, and said, "Dian Dian, do you think the demon I killed deserves to be number 1? Shui Linger's expression changed slightly as she opened her storage bag and began counting the demon cores. A moment later, she exclaimed in surprise, "Gu Qingsheng, 100 second-tier demon cores and 2 third-tier demon cores." What? Not only the disciples, but also all the sects were shocked. This demoness from the Hehuan sect killed 2 third-tier demonic beasts? How is that possible? It is merely the peak of Foundation establishment. With the help of the sect's secret techniques, it may be able to contend with early-stage 3rd-tier demonic beasts. But how could I possibly hunt down 2 powerful demons? Cheating, it's absolutely cheating. Glancing at the shocked expressions on everyone's faces, Gu Qingqing calmly asked, "Am I worthy of being number 1? The disciples from each sect instantly turned grim. Is the title of demon hunting competition going to be won by a demoness? Where does this leave the reputation of respectable families? Sect leader Ouyang sighed slightly. This competition was hosted by the Xianin sect, and the rewards would be distributed as usual, regardless of who won the championship. A person cannot stand without integrity. However, allowing a disciple of the Hehuan sect to reach the top is indeed a loss of face for prestigious sects. Gu Qingqing took in everyone's reactions and felt extremely pleased. She would rise to power by stepping on the righteous genius disciples. I've been looking forward to this day since the start of the competition. She had been planning this for a long time, and her subjugation of Cui Qing'er was also to accomplish this great feat. The latter did indeed perform a great service, helping her to harm 2 powerful demons. Just as everyone was feeling indignant, Lin Hao walked over and took out a storage bag. "The demons I hunted, you can give them a taste." Shui Linger nodded and quickly counted them. Shui Linger counted the points quickly, but unfortunately, Lin Hao had too many demon cores, so she couldn't count them all at once. This scene was witnessed by everyone, and they all looked at it with strange expressions. In fact, they all knew that Lin Hao was the biggest variable in the race to win first place. Everyone knows that they have plundered many teams' demon cores, but how many demon cores the other side actually has is a secret. Lin Hao. Sect leader Ouyang's smooth forehead furrowed slightly. The other high-ranking officials also turned their attention to Lin Hao. They knew better than anyone the importance of this Xianin sect disciple in this demon hunting operation. It can be said that it was this chess piece that attracted all the demons, forcing the old thief, the Green Mountain Demon King, to come out of the mountain. However, no one expected that the old scoundrel Qin Shan was too cunning and had a backup plan, which is why the immortal sect suffered a crushing defeat. People were astonished to see that Shui Linger hadn't finished counting yet. Just how many people did this guy, or steal? The disciples of all sects, especially those who had been abducted by Lin Hao, were filled with indignation. These shameless scoundrels have put their hard work and dedication into this. Damn it, he deserves to die. Lin Hao of the Xianin sect possesses 2,218 second-tier demon cores. With over 2,000 demon cores, the outcome of the competition was no longer in doubt. However, this result thoroughly angered the disciples. These demon cores of the thief Lin Hao were not obtained by hunting demons, but by robbing others. I disagree. Lin Hao's qualification must be revoked. That's right, not only should they be disqualified, but they should also be punished. This boy has committed heinous crimes by robbing fellow practitioners. Lin Hao frowned and glanced contemptuously at the speaker. Do the competition rules say that you can't plunder? Besides, your partner is too ugly. We're not on the same path. The man didn't react at first, but after thinking about it carefully, his face turned a deep purplish red. You've gone too far. Come and bite me. Lin Hao revealed his cultivation level, causing the person to stop in their tracks. The pinnacle of foundation building. Everyone was utterly astonished. Aren't Ning Qingxue and Lu booping the seeds of the golden core in the Xianyin sect? How did Lin Hao suddenly appear? Upon hearing Lin Hao produce over 2,000 demon cores, Gu Qingxing completely gave up hope. There was no point in staying any longer. Before leaving, she gave Lin Hao a deep look. He was indeed someone I had high hopes for. You must come to the Hehuan sect to find me. She suddenly realized that giving the other party half of the dual cultivation technique was a very worthwhile investment. Lin Hao was elected first place, and almost no one was convinced. The Heavenly Sword sect, who had been robbed by Lin Hao, wanted to stand up and rebuke him, but worried that his voice was too weak to carry any weight. Therefore, he wanted to ask Guan Yu to speak up for everyone, but the latter was not interested at all and left gracefully with the dragon sparrow in her arms. They didn't even want the reward. For him, the reward for first place is still attractive, while the rewards for subsequent rankings are dispensable. Seeing this, the man dared not complain and planned to find Li Jinghong, but the latter followed his senior brother Guan Yu away. Damn it! Are we just going to watch a tribulation cultivator reach the top? Lin Hao attacked the contestants without cause, stole demon cores and spirit stones, and humiliated female cultivators, violating the competition rules. We beseech Lord Murong to investigate. The Heavenly Sword sect disciple finally gritted his teeth and stepped forward to speak. Please, Lord Murong, investigate this matter thoroughly. Those who had clashed with Lin Hao echoed in agreement. Chapter 107 Autumn's Abundant Harvest. Faced with accusations from the public, Murong Qingxue remained calm and composed, saying indifferently, the competition rankings are determined solely by the number of demon cores. Your accusations against Lin Hao will naturally be handled by Elder Lu Mei of the criminal law. The disciples from various sects then gathered around Lu Mei, asking her to take charge for them. Lu Mei glanced at the crowd and sighed inwardly. This Lin Hao was truly a troublemaker, managing to anger so many people. Alas, even with Song Yu's fierce protection, she couldn't silence the gossip. Lin Hao, you are accused of attacking a contestant without cause. What do you have to say about this? Brush. All eyes turned to Lin Hao. No matter what, they couldn't let this shameless scoundrel win the championship today. They must be punished. I attacked without cause. Lin Hao smiled disdainfully and took out many photo recording stones. These scoundrels are utterly shameless. They were the ones who surrounded and killed me, but out of consideration for the sect, I didn't kill a single one. I just gave them appropriate punishment. Now these scoundrels are turning around and biting me? After saying that, he handed a pile of photo stones to Lu Mei. The truth of the matter is contained within this small stone. We urge the elder enforcement to discern the truth. Lu Mei picked up a recording stone and used a wisp of her divine sense to examine it. Just as Lin Hao said, he didn't strike first. He was merely acting in self-defense. Pick up another piece, and it's the same. Lu Mei put down the recording stone and said solemnly, upon investigation, Lin Hao was entirely acting in self-defense. Stealing the demon core and spirit stones was merely a form of punishment. The so-called unprovoked attacks and plundering of contestants are baseless slander. I declare Lin Hao innocent. When Lin Hao took out a bunch of photographic stones, the accusers sensed something was wrong. They didn't expect the former to have this backup plan. How cunning. The evidence is irrefutable. They have no chance of bringing down the other side. Elder Lu, putting aside the facts, does Lin Hao bear no responsibility whatsoever for robbing demon cores and humiliating female cultivators? Someone said, unwilling to accept the situation. Lu Mei didn't waste words on those who still persisted and refused to submit. Anyone who still has accusations against Lin Hao, step forward and we'll confront each other on the spot. But if in the end I find out who framed my sect's disciples and intended to kill them, then I will uphold the law. These words were like a sharp blade, shattering everyone's illusions, and no one dared to stand up. Humph, since no one is going to stand up and confront us, then let's disperse. Lu Mei sneered. Lin Hao went unpunished and even won the championship, which displeased everyone, but they couldn't find any fault with him, so they could only leave in anger. The disciples of the Xianyin sect overwhelmingly took first place, but the bigwigs of the other sects didn't seem to care much. The most urgent task is to find ways to deal with the demon race's retaliation. The old thief from Qingshan has invited a quasi-demon emperor from the Blackwater Dragon clan, greatly increasing the strength of the Qingqiu demon clan. They will surely seek an opportunity to retaliate against the human race. The sect leaders were mainly worried that the demon race would not engage in open warfare, but instead carry out sneak attacks and sabotage, which was truly difficult to guard against. Murong Qinxue with handling all the follow-up matters of this competition, and then met with the leaders of various sects to discuss how to deal with the demon race's retaliation. The disciples of all sects were exhausted after a series of battles. Murong Qinxue did not delay and immediately arranged for people to distribute the rewards. As long as you have a second-tier demon core, which proves that you have killed a demon, you can receive a reward. Although it is not a precious item, it can at least comfort people's hearts. The rewards for the top 10 in the competition are much more generous. Even the 10th place winner can receive a top-grade yellow rank magic weapon. This demonstrates the Xianyin sect's determination to slay demons. However, among the top 10, only Lin Hao is a disciple of the Xianyin sect, which is somewhat awkward. After receiving their rewards, the disciples from the other sects left. Only Peach Blossom Blade Immortal from the Blazing Sun sect hesitated for a moment before deciding to thank Lin Hao. Regardless, she couldn't forget the kindness shown to her in the final battle, as the other party had helped her slay the demon. After expressing his gratitude, the Peach Blossom Sword Immortal flew away. But when they were halfway through the air, they couldn't help but turn back to look at the tall and upright young man. Lin Hao, however, did not notice the woman's gaze. His mind was entirely focused on the competition rewards. Murong Qinxue held a warm jade plate in her hands, which was covered with a red cloth. Little guy, congratulations on winning the competition. Murong Qinxue is like the drifting clouds of autumn, naturally exuding a graceful and expansive beauty. She has a beauty mark at the corner of her eye, and when she smiles, she exudes a charming and alluring aura. This woman is truly the fruit of autumn, a feast for the eyes and the palate. Lin Hao's gaze swept over the woman's stunning face and landed on the small tray. Murong Qinxue inwardly scolded. How come this brat doesn't understand romance at all? Aren't I more attractive than the reward? Murong Qinxue channeled her spiritual energy to transport the jade tray to Lin Hao, saying in a somewhat indifferent voice, "This is your reward. Take it and study it yourself." Well, why does it seem like Lord Murong is a little angry? Did I offend her? Could it be because I peeked at her just now? No way. She's wrapped up so tightly, I couldn't see anything at all. If you can't figure something out, just don't think about it. Lin Hao couldn't wait to lift the red silk, and his pupils widened in shock when he saw the reward he had received. Primordial Body Tempering Technique, a low-grade Earth-rank body tempering technique. Purple Lightning Sword, a high-grade Xian-level magic weapon. Tai Blood Burning Pill, a top-grade 3rd-tier pill. Nice one. These are all precious items. Especially that body refining technique, which can be said to be extremely precious. Lin Hao had long wanted to learn a body refining method, and this was like a pillow being delivered to him just when he was sleepy. Chapter 108 Challenging Ning Qingxue. Cultivators throughout the world either follow the path of qi cultivation or the path of body cultivation. Compared to qi refining, there are very few cultivators who pursue body refining. The main point is that there's a saying circulating in the cultivation world. Body cultivation is easy to get started with, but difficult to master. For body cultivators to improve their strength, not to mention that the cultivation resources they consume far exceed those of qi cultivators. The cultivation method alone has stumped many body cultivators. Precious body refining techniques are treasured by sects and aristocratic families. Those that circulate outside are all inferior and simply insufficient to support cultivation to a high level. This is actually a vicious cycle. Without good cultivation methods, physical cultivators cannot reach advanced realms and thus cannot create their own methods, which in turn leads sects and families to hoard their own techniques. Therefore, very few cultivators choose the path of body refinement. Even scions of noble families who possess cultivation techniques are not very willing to refine their bodies, mainly because it is too painful. Each realm requires physical refinement, undergoing marrow cleansing through the I Ching and blood and skin replacement. Just thinking about it is painful. However, relatively speaking, if one succeeds in body refinement, their combat power will surpass that of other qi refiners at the same level. There is even a saying that if a qi cultivator is approached by a body cultivator, he will be beaten like a son. Lin Hao had long wanted to learn a method of body refinement. Suppressing his excitement, he checked the other rewards. Needless to say, the Purple Lightning Sword is a Xian rank magic weapon, a primary weapon for core formation cultivators, and this sword is even more extraordinary. When the holder infuses spiritual power, they can unleash thunderous sword energy with astonishing destructive power. Of course, this sword is more suitable for cultivators with the Thunder Spirit root. Its power will be reduced when used by other cultivators. Lin Hao put the sword into the sword box. He could exchange it with Lei Xiao for items later, or keep it for his own use. The Tai blood-burning pill burns one's own essence and blood, which can temporarily raise one's cultivation level by one small realm. It may have miraculous effects when used in life or death situations. The key is that this pill has minimal side effects. After the effects wear off, the person will be weak for 3 days, but it will not damage their cultivation or bloodline. Fighting for one's life, this is a life-saving item. Lin Hao put the jade bottle into his storage bag, thinking that he should not use it unless absolutely necessary. After checking the rewards, Lin Hao planned to return to Dazhu Peak to pay his respects to his master. Unexpectedly, he saw Ning Qingxue. This woman, no? This female demon dares to return to the sect? Lin Hao felt a surge of anger. This demoness was willing to start a war between immortals and demons to avenge her parents. And what was even more hateful was that she used him to gather demons. Lin Hao was very unhappy about being treated like a pawn. He knew Ning Qingxue was a demon, but the other disciples did not, and even stepped forward to greet this head disciple of the sect leader. Senior Sister Ning, you're finally back. Sect leader Ning has ordered you to go see her immediately after your return. Ning Qingxue looked slightly listless, but she was still beautiful and charming. She nodded to everyone, and then headed to the sect leader's palace. But someone blocked their way. Lin Hao, what is this guy trying to do? Ning Qingxue frowned, a hint of impatience flashing in her eyes. Make way. I need to pay my respects to the sect leader. Huh, you still have the nerve to come back. Lin Hao's voice was extremely cold, yet he refused to budge an inch. Before Ning Qingxue could say anything, her supporters got anxious and jumped out. Lin Hao, what are you up to now? The sect leader summoned Fairy Ning for something important. If it's delayed, can you take responsibility? That's right, get out of the way. You think you're something special, becoming number 1 in the competition by plundering? You dare to meddle in everything. Lin Hao glanced coldly at the crowd, raised an eyebrow, and said, You guys are really more worried than the emperor. I'm asking about Ning Qingxue. What does it have to do with you good-for-nothings? You? Just as everyone was about to lash out, Ning Qingxue stopped them. Lin Hao, what exactly do you want? Ning Qingxue's tone was full of impatience. She was in a hurry to see the sect leader. I challenge you. What? Everyone's expression changed drastically. Challenge. Is Lin Hao going to challenge Ning Qingxue? Has he gone mad? Challenge me. Ning Qingxue frowned. What's wrong with Lin Hao? Why is he causing trouble like this? Unbeknownst to her, Lin Hao overheard her conversation with the little fox, which is why he wanted to challenge her. Firstly, he wanted to avenge being used as a pawn to gather demons. He wouldn't be satisfied without giving her a good beating. Secondly, he wanted to establish his authority. Just as Shui Linger said, he couldn't make everyone submit to him, but he could make others fear him. Ning Qingxue is a good stepping stone. As long as he defeats her, no one will dare to complain in front of him anymore. Moreover, Ning Qingxue had always been his target to catch up with. In the inter-sect competition, she defeated him with 3 sword strikes. But now, he is going to prove it to the world. He caught up with Ning Qingxue, and Ning Qingxue was no match for him. Therefore, Lin Hao came out to publicly challenge him. I accept this challenge. When do we start? Ning Qingxue asked, raising her delicate eyebrows. 2 weeks later. Good. After saying that, Ning Qingxue rode her flying sword and headed towards the sect leader's palace. Hee, you really overestimate yourself and don't even know your own strength. What level do you have to challenge Fairy Ning? A challenge that's bound to be lost. What exactly is Lin Hao trying to do? What can he do? Just try to attract attention. To be able to fight Fairy Ning, even if he loses, would still enhance his reputation. Lin Hao is truly shrewd. Hopefully, Fairy Ning will be able to teach this scoundrel a lesson. The crowd's undisguised chatter reached Lin Hao's ears, but he paid it no mind. A dragon argue with a dog? Just crush it. He unleashed his ultimate foundation establishment cultivation, forcing everyone to part ways and create a path. Then, he strode out and flew towards Dazhu Peak on his sword. The top of the mountain. Feng Tsungyue sat cross-legged on the Fire Lotus platform, her expression slightly pale. She fought in succession against the old thief of Green Mountain, the number 1 demon General Ling Feng, and that unknown demon king, and suffered hidden injuries herself. Fortunately, the source was not damaged. After taking the healing pills, she sat in meditation to heal her injuries, when she suddenly sensed someone visiting. Master! Lin Hao jumped down from the flying sword and bowed respectfully. Master, are you injured? He saw that Feng Tsungyue's face was pale and his tone was full of concern. It's nothing, Just a minor injury. Feng Songyue changed her posture, and her two snow-white jade feet dangled down. Has anyone made things difficult for you? I can handle this myself. A hint of appreciation flashed in Feng Songyue's phoenix eyes. Take responsibility for the trouble you caused. My disciple has grown up. She looked her disciple up and down, then said, Lin Hao, how much of what I learned from those two sword techniques I used in the 10,000 mountains? Your disciple is dull-witted and has only learned the basics. Show me what you've got. Yes, master. Lin Hao took out the Crimson Spirit Sword and was about to unleash his power when Feng Songyue interrupted him. Attack me. Master, this isn't quite appropriate. Lin Hao hesitated. You brat, go ahead and attack. You can't hurt me. Yes, master, I'm attacking. Chapter 109 Fire Lotus Sword Technique. Since his master had made the request, Lin Hao dared not disobey. He immediately closed his eyes and recalled the splendor of his master's sword strike. Then, he suddenly opened his eyes, and all his spiritual energy gathered in his palms, pouring into the Crimson Spirit Sword. Phew! A phoenix cry echoed across the summit of Dazhu Peak. Good. Seeing the fiery phoenix sword energy, a hint of surprise flashed in Feng Songyue's eyes. She gently raised her jade hand, and a powerful and domineering spiritual force surged out. With a single slap, the sword energy was dispersed. So strong. Lin Hao swallowed hard. Despite his full effort, he didn't even wrinkle the hem of his master's robe. Not bad. You have grasped the basics of my Fire Lotus sword technique. Today I will teach you the remaining moves. Lin Hao's gaze sharpened. Was his master going to pass on the sword technique he had created, which was also his signature move? Thinking of this, he was filled with excitement. Ordinary swordsmanship emphasizes the interplay of the real and the unreal, making the most of its subtle variations. My sword technique is different. Every move is a real move. The 7 sword moves are connected in sequence, without any variation. It only emphasizes the momentum. I'll demonstrate it for you. Watch carefully. Feng Songyue reached into the void and pulled out a blazing sun sword. He then assumed a fighting stance and drew his sword. Blazing sun and raging flames. War raged across the land. The ravages of time. World-destroying Fire Lotus. The 7 sword techniques are incredibly powerful and fierce. A single sword strike was unleashed, as blazing as the sun in the sky. With a single sword strike, the sky was ablaze with flames. With a single sword strike, the fire phoenix spewed forth crimson flames. With a single sword strike, a fiery lotus devoured the void. 7 sword techniques, 7 extraordinary phenomena. Lin Hao was completely mesmerized. It took a long time before he came to his senses. Unparalleled swordsmanship. Feng Songyue sheathed her sword and stood with her hands behind her back. When demonstrating the sword moves, she did not infuse any spiritual power into them, mainly because she was worried that she would destroy Dazhu Peak. Seeing that her disciple had come to his senses, she said calmly, Have you learned it? Lin Hao first nodded, then shook his head. He memorized the moves, but knew he couldn't execute them. Just memorize the moves, then you can demonstrate them, and I'll give you pointers from the side. The opportunity to receive personal instruction from his master was rare, and Lin Hao dared not delay. He held the Crimson Spirit Sword in one hand, and the blazing spiritual power swirled around his fingertips. He raised his hand and unleashed a sword strike, and a blazing sun the size of a millstone flew out, crashing heavily into a distant mountain peak. Boom! The violent sword strikes sent rocks flying from the mountain peak. The rocks at the summit were cracked from the intense heat. This move is terrifyingly powerful. Lin Hao himself was shocked. Powerful. That's incredibly powerful. The demon hunting tournament, he encountered many prodigies. Although his cultivation level was not weak, he was unable to defeat the prodigies from various sects because his techniques were inferior. If I had learned this move back then, I would never have been inferior to others. Now that his master has taught him sword techniques, he is even more confident in facing Ning Qingxue in half a month. This brat's swordsmanship talent is truly amazing, but there are always stronger players out there, so we must not let him become arrogant. Thinking of this, Feng Songyue said casually, Watch how I use this move. After saying that, Feng Songyue picked up Lin Hao and flew out of the Xian'in sect's mountain gate. If she were to infuse this move with spiritual power, its power would be astonishing, making it absolutely unusable within the sect. Lin Hao was placed on a desolate mountain. Feng Songyue hovered in the air, exuding a terrifying aura, like a celestial being in a rage. A terrifying fiery spiritual power emanated from her body as she raised her hand and slashed. A blazing sun, as large as a star, fell from the sky. Boom. A mountain peak was reduced to dust. Lin Hao didn't know how to describe his shock. He felt ashamed of the arrogance he had just felt. Compared to my master, the blazing sun I created is like a tiny firefly. What is there to be proud of? He put aside all his pride and humbly sought guidance from his master. One shared all their knowledge, and the other was diligent and eager to learn. Their progress was rapid. Xianin Sect, Head Palace. Inside the hall were 5 chairs gleaming with precious light, and a table made of cold jade, on which lay a topographical map. Sure enough, it was a topographical map of the 10,000 mountains. The leaders of the 5 major righteous sects sat around a table. They were discussing how to resist the demon race's retaliation, but after a long discussion, they still couldn't come up with a plan. The main problem is that the 5 major immortal sects are geographically dispersed, and each of them governs dozens of affiliated sects and several mortal kingdoms. The battle lines are too long, and it is really hard to know where to defend. The leader of the Blazing Flame sect was impatient and had been dragging his feet on making a plan. He slammed his hand on the table and said, "Instead of scratching our heads here, let's storm into Qingqiu again, slaughter the old dog of Qing Shan, and the demon race's power will surely crumble." The Heavenly Sword sect master shook his head and said, "What sect leader Zhao said is impossible to implement. The demon race is currently at its peak and has invited powerful external aid. If we rashly venture into enemy territory, wouldn't we be walking into a trap? But if we discuss this here, we won't come to any results. Are we just going to wait for the demon race to attack?" In the eyes of the Heavenly Sword sect master, and his voice gradually turned cold as he said, "The elders of various sects are all advanced in years and nearing the end of their lifespans. They are all in seclusion, breaking through to new realms. Only by breaking through can they extend their lifespans. They will not take action unless the sect is facing a life or death crisis. Can we defeat the demon race with just a few of us? I don't have that ability. If sect leader Zhao is exceptionally powerful, he can try it himself." Among the 5 sect leaders, the sect leader of the Heavenly Sword sect was the strongest, and even he was unwilling to go. How could Zhao Wuji dare to take the lead? He could only shut his mouth in frustration. Sect leader Ouyang sighed slightly and was about to speak when he heard someone requesting an audience. A streak of light flew from her fingertips, opening the palace's protective barrier, and Ning Qingxue walked in. "Which?" The Heavenly Sword sect master frowned, and a magical sword materialized in front of him, ready to slay demons at any moment. "Senior Brother Wang, please show mercy. Qingxue is my disciple." Seeing that the other sect leaders were showing murderous intent, sect leader Ouyang quickly spoke up to stop them. The Liang sect and the Xianin sect have always been at odds, and their alliance this time was out of necessity. Now that they no longer have a common enemy, Zhao Wuji has turned his attention to sect leader Ouyang. "Well, while we're fighting to the death with the demons on the front lines, sect leader Ouyang is keeping them at home. Such behavior is truly disheartening." His words aroused the indignation of the other sect leaders. Humans and demons are irreconcilable enemies, especially since the Xianin sect and the Qingqiu demon clan are sworn enemies. Yet their sect leader has raised a Qingqiu demon. They want to hear how sect leader Ouyang explains this. Sect leader Ouyang summoned Ning Qingxue because he wanted to reveal Ning Qingxue's background to the other sect leaders. She took a deep breath and then began to recount Ning Qingxue's background. It turns out that Ning Qingxue and the Green Mountain Demon King had a blood feud involving the killing of her father and mother. She was also being hunted down by members of the demon race and ended up in human territory, where she was rescued by sect leader Ouyang. Sect leader Ouyang stated that all of Ning Qingxue's actions during this battle between immortals and demons were instructed by her. Snort. After listening to sect leader Ouyang's account, Zhao Wuji, the sect master of the Liang sect, flicked his sleeves and said with a gloomy expression, "Demons are impossible to tame. Ouyang, you dare to take in a demon. You must have a very big heart. Anyway, I wouldn't dare. I'm afraid of being stabbed in the back." This demon hunt ended in failure. Can you guarantee that the demon was genuinely helping the human race? Chapter 1:10 Repaying Kindness. The other 3 could understand sect leader Ouyang's thoughts, but Zhao Wuji's words also made sense. Those who are not of our kind will surely have different hearts. Ouyang's adoption of a demon carries the risk of being devoured. Sect leader Ouyang didn't care about this. She trusted Ning Qingxue and believed that the failure was completely unexpected. She thought that the old fox, the Green Mountain Demon King, was too cunning and always had a backup plan. She felt that Ning Qingxue was a sword, a sword of revenge, which would one day strike the demon race. The demon race actually suffered greater losses this time. People stopped targeting Ning Qingxue. They continued to discuss the matter, but could not reach a conclusion. In addition, the recent battle had taken a toll on the sect leaders, so they all returned to their sects to see what the demon race was up to. 3 days later, at Dazhu Peak, Lin Hao memorized all the moves his master had taught him. Of course, this is merely a superficial understanding. To achieve the same power as Feng Sangyue, one must quickly improve their cultivation and comprehend the sword intent. This requires personal understanding. Go down and practice diligently. I will check your progress in 6 months. Yes, master. Lin Hao bowed respectfully, and by sheer coincidence, he caught a glimpse of his master's long, alluring legs, causing his heart to race. All of this naturally did not escape Feng Sangyue's notice. She raised her 2 beautiful eyebrows high. Where's this brat looking? Boom. Enraged, she raised her delicate hand and slapped Lin Hao away. Surprisingly, Lin Hao quite enjoyed this feeling. After falling 500 feet, he summoned his flying sword and began to walk on it. After an incense stick's time, he returned to his cave, which had been uninhabited for a long time and was covered with a layer of dust. He used 2 talismans, one for purifying water and the other for removing dust, to clean the cave. He lay on the soft couch, but tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. It was mainly that touch of Snow White that made him lose his mind. No, this can't go on. Let's call Shui Linger over. Lin Hao had a thought, and was about to send a telepathic message to Shui Linger when he realized that the restrictions on his cave had been activated. Who would visit at this time? With a hint of suspicion, Lin Hao opened the gate, and the person who came was quite unexpected. Han Liyue, what brings this beautiful woman here? The woman was dressed in a palace-style gown, which could not hide her exquisite curves. She looked slightly haggard, but her charm was undiminished. Lin. Han Liyue tried several different ways of addressing him, unsure which one to use. Lin Hao, thank you so much for saving my son and my lives. So that's what you came for. Lin Hao understood, but waved his hand dismissively. We are all from the same school, so this small favor is nothing to mention. Han Liyue was filled with mixed emotions. Not long ago, this young man was just a novice in the qi refining stage, but now he is one of the most outstanding geniuses in the sect. Their social status had long since reversed. Helping the mother and son slay the demon might have seemed like a simple favor to them, but the mother and son couldn't help but feel grateful. So she went to visit him, intending to repay his kindness. She bit her lip lightly, hesitated for a moment, and finally made up her mind. He then immediately began to remove his own clothes. Elder Han, what are you doing? Lin Hao was shocked. I have no way to repay your life-saving grace. I am but a willow in appearance. I hope you will have pity on me. Seeing the dress fall to the ground, Lin Hao quickly turned around, his back to Han Liyue. He may have a fondness for beautiful women, but he insists on mutual consent or being driven by hatred. But they will not use gratitude as leverage to demand repayment. Put your clothes back on. There's no need for this. I saved you without expecting anything in return. Having already been rejected by Lin Hao once, Han Liyue had mustered up all her courage to do this. She was surprised that even though she was so direct, she was still rejected. This made her feel very ashamed and embarrassed, so she quickly and quietly put on her clothes. Even after Han Liyue left, the cave still retained her fragrance. This made Lin Hao unable to suppress his anger, and he immediately went to Shaozhu Peak to find Shui Ling. The next day, Lin Haofeng slowly woke up when the sun was high in the sky. I stretched and found that all the fatigue I had been feeling lately had vanished. He lowered his head and gently kissed the woman's smooth forehead before leaving the cave. With the date of his duel with Ning Qingxue drawing ever closer, he needed to seize the time to prepare. The Fire Lotus sword technique taught by my master, as well as the Primordial Body Tempering Manual, both required diligent practice. Especially the body refining exercises, which are truly a slow and meticulous process, are the most demanding in terms of tempering one's mind and character. To fill the empty talisman box. As his cultivation level increased, his understanding of talismans deepened considerably, but he still couldn't grasp the method of drawing third-tier talismans. Drawing third-tier talismans is the foundation for crafting talisman treasures, but the power of talisman treasures far surpasses that of talismans, so Lin Hao could not easily give up. Another failed attempt at drawing had exhausted all the materials he had collected in the 10,000 mountains. I need to go to the market to buy materials for drawing third-tier talismans. Tier 3 materials are not only expensive, but also quite rare, requiring a trip to the main market to purchase them. The spirit stones Lin Hao had saved up weren't even enough for his cultivation, let alone enough to buy expensive third-tier materials. However, those who besieged him during the demon hunting competition still owe him a considerable amount of spirit stones. As the saying goes, what you think about comes to pass. Lin Hao, I've come to return the spirit stones. Zhao Liangshan stood outside the Lin residence, looking extremely unwilling. 500 mid-grade spirit stones, it's not a lot, but I still feel unwilling to give it back to Lin Hao. But this guy forced him to make a vow to heaven, otherwise he would suffer a backlash. He was just about to break through, and he didn't want to fail because of these spirit stones. Here, these spirit stones are back to you. Lin Hao brought the storage bag to his face and counted it in front of the man. It was exactly 500 mid-grade spirit stones. Zhao Liangshan was very dissatisfied, but dared not show it, and turned to leave in a hurry. Over the next 2 days, people kept sending spirit stones to Lin Hao, but the vast majority of them didn't return them, trying to delay as long as possible. Lin Hao was furious that he only received 5,000 spirit stones, but he had no good solution. To improve his prestige by defeating Ning Qingxue in the upcoming battle. Intimidate these bastards. Chapter 111. Call me Demon Emperor. Since the Battle of Qingxiu, the 5 major sects have remained on guard to prevent the demon race from attacking. However, the demon race remained completely silent, showing no intention of attacking, as if they had completely given up. Even so, none of the factions dared to be careless and were actively preparing for battle. The ancestral home of the Qingxiu demon clan, the palace of the Qingshan demon king. The old demon sat imposingly in the main seat, his eyes gleaming with a sharp light. Everyone, the human race has invaded our ancestral lands. They must pay this blood debt. Therefore, I urge you all to prepare yourselves for war and be ready to launch an expedition against the human race at any time. Here you go. The demon generals below were very excited, finally able to vent their pent-up hatred. Just as the demons were getting excited, the door to the main hall was kicked open. This loud bang was like a slap across the faces of all the demons. When the king's palace doors are kicked down, it's like slapping them in the face. However, upon seeing who it was, they dared not speak out despite their anger. The quasi-demon emperor of the Blackwater Dragon clan. The old dragon looked down with disdain, completely disregarding any of the demons from the Qingxiu demon clan. A 4th-tier early-stage demonic dragon following behind him shouted fiercely at the Green Mountain Demon King. The quasi-emperor has arrived. Quickly make way for him. This sentence was another slap in the face to the demons. This is the palace of the Qingxiu demon clan. How dare an outsider act so arrogantly? Isn't this humiliating to all the demons? Boom. The crowd was outraged. However, due to the power and influence of the Blackwater Dragon clan, no one dared to speak out. What are you looking at? If you dare to look again, I'll gouge your eyes out. The arrogant dragon continued. Qingshan, why don't you get out of the way? Although this is the ancestral land of the Qingxiu demon clan, and Qingshan is a quasi-emperor, he clearly did not take it seriously. The Blackwater Dragon clan has a true emperor-level expert who absolutely crushes the Qingxiu demon clan, so he has the right to be arrogant. Why should I give in? The Green Mountain Demon King spoke, but his voice was unusually calm. Qingshan, do you know what you're saying? I know. I said I wouldn't allow it. These words caused the demon dragon's expression to change drastically, and a hint of killing intent also appeared in the eyes of the quasi-emperor. The dragon's arrogance and domineering attitude were all instigated by him, in order to turn the tables and find an opportunity to intimidate the Qingxiu clan. The Blackwater Dragon clan as the dominant force in future wars against the human race. The demonic dragon laughed in fury, its voice utterly cold. Qingshan, my clan's quasi-emperor just helped you repel the human race, and you're already trying to kick me while I'm down? You little demon dragon, you are not worthy to call me by my name. The aura of the Green Mountain Demon King suddenly surged. An unparalleled pressure descended upon the demonic dragon and the quasi-demon emperor. You should call me the Demon Emperor. What? The 2 powerful members of the Blackwater Dragon clan were shocked. Qingshan had actually broken through. Quasi-emperor? No, an emperor-level expert. Green Mountain displayed an incomparably powerful aura, causing the 2 Dragon clan powerhouses to tremble in shock. When did you break through? The Green Mountain Demon Emperor said calmly. The fierce battle with the leaders of the 5 major immortal sects of the human race gave me some insights, which led to my breakthrough. Congratulations, Your Majesty, on your ascension to the throne. Congratulations, Your Majesty, on your ascension to the throne. Congratulations, Your Majesty, on your ascension to the throne. The group of demon generals and tribal elders below were initially shocked, but were overjoyed. Demon Emperor. Demon Emperor. Since the fall of the previous Demon Emperor, the Qingqiu demon clan has gradually declined, and there is no longer a place for Qingqiu to stand deep in the 100,000 mountains. Various demon clans continuously encroached upon the territory of the Qingqiu demon clan, while the human race frequently oppressed them. God knows how humiliated they lived for the past 100 years. Now, they have finally produced a demon emperor. The demon clan of Qingqiu is about to rise again. When Qing Shan became the demon emperor, the dragon clan quasi-emperor's face turned extremely ugly. He was extremely dissatisfied, but dared not show it in the slightest. Between emperor level and quasi-emperor level, their strength is worlds apart. Greetings, demon emperor. Faced with the pressure of an emperor-level expert, he finally lowered his proud head and bowed, addressing the demon emperor. Ha! The demons burst into loud laughter. That felt so good, so satisfying. With a demon emperor in the clan, let's see who dares to bully us now. Aoyama was very satisfied with this result. He said with a smug look on his face, now we can discuss how to deal with the human race. Yes, Your Majesty the Demon Emperor. The quasi-emperor of the Dragon Clan replied reluctantly. Actually, although it was called a discussion, Qing Shan had already made a plan. According to intelligence, the Heavenly Sword sect of the human race has a nascent soul stage ancestor who has been traveling abroad for decades and has not shown his face. But it is hard to guarantee that he will return at a critical moment. A quasi-emperor level elder in seclusion, which could be quite troublesome if pushed to the brink and forced into a desperate battle. In conclusion, the human race still holds a greater advantage. If the demon race rashly invades human territory, it will be the demon race that suffers. Therefore, he plans to divide the various sects of the human race and then defeat them one by one. The Green Mountain Demon King tapped his fingers lightly on the table. This matter of differentiating the human race was not easy to do. The two tribes had just fought a great war and were on high alert. A single misstep could expose them. We need to find someone clever. However, the generals in the clan are all simple-minded. They are good at charging into battle, but they are not good at infiltrating and sowing discord. My head hurts. Father, I wish to go to the human race. A voice as melodious as a nightingale's song rang out. The little fox frowned slightly, a stubborn smile playing on her lips, and volunteered. Yin Yin, are you aware of the dangers of this mission? I know, but for the sake of the demon race, I am willing to take the risk. Good, she's just as good as my daughter. A hint of joy flashed in the eyes of the Green Mountain Demon King. Yin Yin, on your journey to the human realm, go and find Qing Shui, and tell her that Qingqiu will always be her home, and she can come back anytime. The little fox, Ning Moyan, replied loudly. Your daughter will certainly not fail in her mission. The Green Mountain Demon King flicked his finger, and a burst of light flew from his fingertip. Yin Yin, this is the precious glass heart of my Qingqiu demon clan. Keep it with you. It can save your life in critical moments. Ning Moyan did not refuse, and carefully put the precious glass heart back into her storage bag. After bestowing upon him a great treasure, the Green Mountain Demon King also explained some details. A chaotic place where 5 sects meet. Bah! You people from the Blazing Sun sect, have you no shame? We discovered this spirit stone mine first. What right do you have to steal it? Who says that the first to discover it owns it? Besides, our Liang sect has known for a long time that there are mineral veins here, but we just haven't mined them, which is why you stumbled upon this opportunity. If you know what's good for you, you'd better get out of my way right now, so as not to ruin the harmony between our two families. Ha! With your arrogant attitude, how can there be any harmony? If that's how you put it, then don't blame us for being impolite. All of you junior brothers, perk up. Let the disciples of the Xian Yin sect experience our hospitality. Bang! Whoosh! The conflict between these two factions has a long history, and they harbor resentment towards each other, so they are easily ignited. The two factions of cultivators clashed fiercely, with spells flying everywhere. Call. After circulating the cultivation technique for one cycle, Lin Hao exhaled a long breath of turbid air, but his body was as red as if it had been scorched by flames, like a braised shrimp in oil. It turned out that while practicing the Hunyuan body tempering technique, he accidentally discovered that using fire elemental power to burn his body could increase his cultivation speed. This delighted him, as if this body refining technique had been prepared just for him. After finishing his practice, Lin Hao took a stone and punched it hard, shattering the rock into pieces. He shattered the rock without using a single trace of spiritual power, relying solely on his physical strength. Body refining techniques are indeed powerful. He closed his fist, checked his hand, and found nothing wrong, so he blew away the stone dust. After body tempering, he felt that his combat power had increased significantly. About his battle with Ning Qingxue, Lin Hao was so excited that he continued cultivating, not wanting to waste a single moment. Time flies, and the half-month period is almost over. Xianin Sect, Zhiji Terrace. This platform is named Zhiga, but it is actually a place where disciples of the sect compete. Today, the area below the Zhiga Terrace is packed with people. Among the inner disciples, those who had nothing to do almost all came to watch the battle. With nearly 1,000 people gathered here, how could it not be lively? This is only because outer disciples are not qualified to enter. Otherwise, there would be even more people. Chapter 112 Prestige. Lin Hao, the most controversial person in the sect, and Ning Qingxue, the most beautiful swordswoman in the inner sect. The battle between the two attracted not only thousands of inner disciples to watch, but also many elders. Just as the disciples were marveling at the scene, they saw Murong Qingxue, the master of Shaozhu Peak, arrive riding an ice dragon, instantly lowering the temperature. Even Lord Murong has come. What a grand spectacle this battle is. Fellow Taoist, don't be surprised yet. Look who that is. My goodness, even Lord Feng is here, the man said in a low voice. Is Lord Feng here to protect Lin Hao? Shoo, the man's friend quickly stopped him. Fool, how many lives do you have to dare talk about her in front of Lord Feng? My God, sect leader. The sect leader has arrived too. The disciples were all stunned. No one could have imagined that this battle would be so spectacular. 3 big shots from the sect have arrived. When sect leader Ouyang arrived, the disciples immediately became much more obedient, ceasing their unwarranted noise and waiting patiently for the competition to begin. A moment later, the law enforcement elder, Lu Mei, took the stage. She will be in charge of judging the outcome of this match. Look, Fairy Ning is here. Ning Qingxue stepped onto the arena on her snow dragon sword, bowed slightly to Lu Mei, and then sat cross-legged, ignoring the surrounding discussions. Fairy Ning is so calm. It seems she's destined for victory in this battle. That's for sure. Fairy Ning is the #1 sword genius in our sect, and her offensive techniques are unparalleled among her peers. I remember during the Demon Hunting War, Lin Hao was still using yellow rank swordsmanship. Even if his cultivation level improved, his moves were still too weak. How could he possibly contend with Fairy Ning? The competition is about to start, and Lin Hao is still nowhere to be seen. Could it be that he's too scared to come? That would be for the best. I don't want my Fairy Ning's hands to be stained with the blood of those demons. As everyone was talking at once, Lin Hao arrived on his sword. He did not land directly on the arena, but instead landed in the crowd. All eyes turned to him. Despite the earlier buzz, everyone fell silent once the person in question arrived. The main problem is that many of these people owe Lin Shaoxing spirit stones. I'm afraid that if I start to mock them, they'll force me to give it to them again. Lin Hao. Shui Linger stepped forward and grabbed Lin Hao, clearly assuming the role of a Taoist couple. You must be very careful in this battle. Ning Qingxue is not someone to be trifled with. Lin Hao squeezed her soft palm and said gently, Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Brother Lin Dao. A spirited and dashing woman walked through the crowd. Junior sister Lung. Lung Fengchun smiled and said, wishing Brother Lin a triumphant return. Thank you. Lin Hao bid farewell to the 2 women and strode confidently onto the arena. The evil star had gone far away. Did the crowd dare to discuss the matter? This guy still dares to go on stage. He does have some courage. I said before that Lin Hao would not be at a disadvantage in this battle, regardless of whether he wins or loses, so of course he dared to step onto the stage. Does everyone think Lin Hao can withstand a few moves from Fairy Ning? How about we open a betting pool? No one echoed this statement. The main problem is that Lin Hao is unpredictable and keeps getting slapped in the face. Only the bold would dare to bet on him. Lin Hao stepped onto the stage, first bowing to Lu Mei, then looking at his opponent. Now that both sides are present, I hereby declare the battle open. As soon as she finished speaking, Ning Qingxue suddenly opened her eyes. She stood up, like a peerless fairy flower. Without saying a word, she drew her long sword from behind her and attacked Lin Hao. Immediately unleashed the Snow Dragon sword technique. She knew that her opponent's moves were weak and could be described as utterly devoid of any finesse. She didn't want to fight such an opponent, mainly because it wouldn't allow her to hone her swordsmanship. So they immediately unleashed their ultimate move, aiming to end the battle as quickly as possible. Faced with the enemy's overwhelming offensive, Lin Hao closed his eyes slightly, recalling his master's invincible posture of cutting through sword energy when he practiced swordsmanship on the summit of Dazhu Peak. The phoenix spreads its flame. Phew! A massive fire phoenix, draped in flames, seemed to blot out half the sky. In Murong Qingshue's eyes, and she frowned as she said, "You've taught Lin how the entire Fire Lotus sword technique?" A hint of arrogance flashed in Feng Tsunyue's eyes as she coldly said, "My disciples must, of course, know the Fire Lotus sword technique." Sect leader Ouyang glanced at Feng Tsunyue thoughtfully and smiled slightly. "Tsunyue, it seems you really like this little disciple. None of the disciples you took in before were taught this sword technique. I teach my students based on their individual characteristics. Lin Hao is suitable for practicing the Fire Lotus sword technique." Ning Qingxue hadn't expected Lin Hao to have learned the Fire Lotus sword technique, and in her haste, she suffered a minor setback. The white clothes were scorched by the flames, leaving several small holes. "Very well, this arrogant brat is worthy of being my opponent." Buzz! The snow dragon longsword emitted a hum, as if responding to its master. Ning Qingxue mobilized her spiritual power and poured it into her longsword, unleashing a series of sword strikes. 9 sword energies condensed into a single character. Slash. Astonishing sword energy struck. Lin Hao remained calm and composed, unleashing a crimson sun with a single stroke. The 2 sword energies clashed, creating a spectacular scene that amazed everyone present. These two are ruthless. They immediately unleashed their ultimate moves in a clash. The Snow Dragon sword technique has 7 moves, and so does the Fire Lotus sword technique. The two went all out, exchanging blows one after another. Half an hour later, both of them were injured. Lin Hao had an injured arm, and blood flowed down his arm and dripped from his fingertips to the ground. His cold, star-like eyes looked at Ning Qingxue, who was in a disheveled state. "This woman is incredibly skilled. He's more seriously injured than Ning Qingxue, and he can't win a direct confrontation. To defeat her, he'll need an unconventional strategy. It's up to you now, new buddy." Thinking of this, Lin Hao patted the sword box, and a purple long sword flew out from it. The sword is named Purple Lightning. He extended 2 fingers, slightly bent them, and flicked the blade. Buzz! The sword emitted a trembling sound. War! He held the sword with one arm, then summoned the Crimson Spirit sword and stepped on it. The spiritual power in his body poured into the 2 swords like a flood breaking through a dam. The crimson sword was like fire, and the purple sword carried lightning. Ning Qingxue frowned slightly. What was this guy up to? Isn't he a fire elementalist? How come he's using a thunder sword? The woman's brow furrowed deeper and deeper. She still couldn't understand. Cut! Lin Hao uttered a single word. With a light tap of his toe against the Crimson Spirit sword, he slashed out a red sun the size of a wash basin. Seeing this, Ning Qingxue's fans in the audience cheered loudly. Lin Hao is finished. The spiritual energy in his body is not enough to support him in unleashing a complete sword move. That's right. Look, his fingers are dripping blood, and his legs are trembling slightly. He's at his last gasp. If only you had known this would happen, you would have done it in the first place. You overconfident and despicable woman deserve to be defeated by Fairy Ning. That's right. But just because you won first place in the demon hunting competition, do you really think you're a peerless genius? Ning Qingxue assumed a fighting stance, her snow dragon sword covered with a layer of frost, crystal clear and translucent. She will not underestimate her opponents, and will do everything in her power to defeat them. As the sun rose, Lin Hao poured the remaining spiritual energy in his body into the purple lightning sword, and with a casual wave of his hand, a bolt of lightning appeared. The purple lightning slash, though launched later, arrived first, actually catching up with the red sun. 2 completely different energies collided and merged violently, their ferocity terrifying everyone. Chapter 113 Lawlessness. Ning Qingxue frowned deeply. Was this the scoundrel's last resort? That's quite amazing, but we can still manage. She raised her delicate hand, channeled her spiritual energy into the snow dragon sword, and unleashed a silver dragon. Roar! The dragon's roar shook the heavens, its icy power seemingly capable of freezing the air. It's almost over. Qingxue has already mastered the essence of the Snow Dragon sword technique, while Lin Hao, that brat, has only been practicing the Fire Lotus sword technique for a short time. He also abandoned the most powerful sword techniques and instead used unorthodox lightning-based sword moves. Although the collision of the two energies created an astonishing burst of power, it was ultimately fleeting. Morong Qinxue concluded definitively. How do you know my disciple will lose? Feng Sanyue asked, sitting on the Fire Lotus platform and swinging her jade feet. Lin Hao has exhausted his spiritual power, while Qingxue still has a trace of spiritual power left. Isn't the outcome obvious? I don't think so. How about we make a bet? If my disciple loses, I will forge you a sword pellet. If my disciple is fortunate enough to win, you will serve as my disciple's concubine for a day. What? Murong Qinxue's expression instantly became fascinating, alternating between red and white, her pearly teeth gently biting her lips. How could she, the dignified mistress of Xiaozhu Peak, become a concubine for a junior? Even if she believed Lin Hao couldn't win, she wouldn't take the bet. Feng Sanyue, you've really gone too far. Change the stakes. Murong Qinxue said angrily. That won't do. Apart from this, there's nothing about you that interests me. You? Murong Qinxue felt she couldn't win against her old enemy this time, so she simply stopped talking. Feng Sanyue shook her head slightly and muttered to herself, boring. Murong Qinxue rolled her eyes. Damn woman, why don't you gamble with yourself? The two were arguing. The snow dragon's sword chi and the thunderfire's spiritual chi collided. Hiss! Hiss! Uft! The collision of the three energies unleashed an astonishing surge. The energy was spreading rapidly, and the disciples watching from all around quickly retreated, fearing they would be affected. Taking advantage of this distraction, Lin Hao pounced on his opponent with lightning speed, leaving only a blur in his wake. A strange light flashed in sect leader Ouyang's eyes. This little guy has a lot on his mind. So the real trump card is the body refining method? Bang! Lin Hao was like a human weapon, instantly appearing in front of Ning Qingxue. His fists and feet rained down on his opponent like a storm, although the latter reacted quickly and temporarily erected a shield. But her spiritual power was also running low, and her shield was shattered. Bang! He punched Ning Qingxue in the stomach. Bang! Another punch landed on his stomach. Bang! 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 The Xianin sect was brutally beaten by Lin Hao. The audience below the stage was filled with grief and indignation, and they all condemned Lin Hao for not knowing how to cherish women. However, Lin Hao knew that Ning Qingxue was a woman of great strength and could not be given a chance to retaliate, otherwise all his previous efforts would be in vain. He was determined to deliver the final blow to his opponent. Ning Qingxue followed the path of the sword and did not delve into body-refining techniques. After exhausting her spiritual power, she could only endure the attacks head-on. But her body was delicate and her spiritual power was exhausted. How could she withstand the violent destruction of a body cultivator? He quickly became exhausted and could no longer resist. His body swayed, and he fell from the sky. Careful! A person in the audience gasped in surprise, seeing Ning Qingxue plummeting rapidly, and thought that his chance to be a hero had come. He jumped up to catch her. Unfortunately, someone beat me to it. Lin Hao flashed and appeared below Ning Qingxue. He reached out and grabbed Ning Qingxue by the waist, carrying her horizontally, and then slammed her heavily onto the arena, smashing several floor tiles. This was the first time Ning Qingxue had been held by a man. A blush instantly rose to her pale face, and her body instinctively resisted, but the man held her tightly. Let me go. Ning Qingxue blushed, feeling both embarrassed and angry. Is it fun to use me as a pawn and toy with me? Lin Hao raised his hand and slapped his butt. You. Ning Qingxue was shocked by Lin Hao's actions. This bastard actually wants to spank himself in public. If she gets beaten up, she'll never be able to live with herself. She struggled desperately, but couldn't break free. Enough! A fiery red figure flashed onto the arena, stopping Lin Hao from falling. Feng Sanyue glanced helplessly at her disciple. You brat, you're really audacious. They actually wanted to spank the sect leader's disciple in public. Lin Hao glanced guiltily at his master, then withdrew his hand and released Ning Qingxue. At this moment, Ning Qingxue fainted due to her extreme anger. Upon seeing this, Feng Sanyue quickly took Ning Qingxue and held her in his arms. After examining it, he took out a Saint Essence pill and fed it to the child. Then Feng Sanyue looked at Lin Hao, snorted, and said, You brat, you're getting more and more audacious. Although he said that, he didn't blame her in his heart. On the contrary, she protected her own disciple. She raised an eyebrow and looked at the law enforcement elder Lu Mei, who seemed to wake up from a dream. Lin Haoshan. Chapter 114 Golden Core Seed. Lu Mei's announcement of the end of the competition did not quell the anger of the disciples. Ning Qingxue is the most beautiful woman among the disciples of the Xianin sect, the dream girl of all the disciples. He was punished in public like that, and it was the most humiliating punishment. Damn it, why wasn't I the one to carry out the order? This is the sentiment of the vast majority of male disciples. Sect leader Ouyang was furious. His only female disciple had been publicly humiliated. How could he possibly save face? Fortunately, Song Yu stopped it in time. Even so, Lin Hao should still be given a slight punishment to set a good example for the family. Just then, a group of disciples suddenly appeared and rushed over. Huh, what's going on? The elders of each peak, as well as the disciples, also noticed the anomaly and all looked over. Good heavens, what happened? Everyone who arrived was injured, and the most seriously injured were the ones who were carried in on stretchers. Sect leader, those bastards from the Blazing Sun sect stole our mine and beat up our people. What? Everyone's faces showed anger. Those bastards from the Blazing Sun sect dare to bully people like this. Sect leader Ouyang frowned, her beautiful brows furrowing. She was the one who sent this group to mine. At the crossroads of the 5 sects, in a chaotic land, they discovered a spirit mine. Preliminary surveys indicate that its reserves are astonishing, accounting for up to 1/3 of the sect's total spirit mine reserves. She took it very seriously and thought everything would go smoothly, but unexpectedly, those bastards from the Liang sect interfered. Damn it. Zhao Wuji, you've gone too far. Tell me in detail what the people of the Blazing Sun sect have done. When the sect leader asked him a question, the man immediately looked grief-stricken, and snot almost came out of his nose. Sect leader, we were mining when people from the Blazing Sun sect came over and insisted that the mine belonged to them, telling us to leave immediately. We naturally refused to accept this, and before we could even finish our sentence, a conflict broke out with those bastards. That bastard couldn't beat us, but he called in a group of people, including many core formation cultivators and even nascent soul cultivators to hold the fort. We failed to protect the spirit mine. Please punish us, sect master. Sect leader Ouyang naturally wouldn't punish them. Instead, he comforted them and had someone take them to the spirit pill pavilion for treatment. After comforting the injured disciples, she summoned the peak masters and elders to discuss how to deal with the situation. After the sect leaders left, Lin Hao quietly returned to Dezhu Peak while the disciples were denouncing the treacherous Liang sect. Not long after I sat down, Shui Linger came looking for me. The woman walked gracefully into the cave and sat directly in Lin Hao's lap. Congratulations on defeating Ning Qingxue. There's a rumor going around that you're the second best in the inner sect. When do you plan to challenge Lu Buping, the disciple of the Supreme Elder? He sensed the teasing in the woman's words and laughed. Right now, I don't want to think about anything else. I just want to challenge my weakness. One day later, Shui Linger nestled softly in Lin Hao's arms, tears streaming down her face, and said in a hoarse voice, "Bad man." Lin Hao stroked the woman's hair, but what he was thinking was that it was time to go and collect the debt. His cultivation has now reached the peak of foundation establishment, and he should start preparing for core formation, which will cost even more than foundation establishment. He doesn't have enough funds to cover his expenses, so he needs to hurry up and collect debts. Linger, please do me a favor. You say? Go and spread a message that if the person who owes me spirit stones does not return them within 10 days, I will invite them to the Zhiga Terrace. Good. Since Lin Hao defeated Ning Qingxue, the sect disciples have been angry with him, but they are afraid of his strength and dare not openly harbor resentment. Those who owed him spirit stones rushed to return them after Shui Linger spread the word. Even if they are short of money, they will use sect contribution points to repay the debt. No one dared to delay. No one dared to go up to the Zhiga platform with Lin Hao, mainly because they were afraid that the latter would do something outrageous and embarrassing. They're not female cultivators, so they can't provide bamboo shoots stir-fried with meat. Who knows what tricks they'll pull? After collecting the debts, Lin Hao's wealth reached an unprecedented level, with nearly 50,000 mid-grade spirit stones and nearly 10,000 contribution points. That day, he was counting spirit stones in his cave when an uninvited guest arrived. Ning Qingxue, what is she doing here? Lin Hao picked up his sword and walked out. Seeing the man come out, Ning Qingxue bit her cherry lips lightly, her expression shifting between light and dark. Lin Hao, you insulted me in public. This is not over. Let's have another fight after I reach the core formation stage. Oh, Lin Hao leaned on his sword with one hand and said calmly, why should I fight you? You? Ning Qingxue was clearly not expected to receive such a response, and a flash of grief and indignation crossed her eyes. I've already told you. I'll come back to you after I reach core formation. You'll have to fight me whether you like it or not. Watching the woman's departing figure, Lin Hao snorted softly. Core formation, huh? It seems I need to hurry up and prepare for the core formation. Otherwise I'll definitely be outmatched if this crazy woman beats me to it. Having made up his mind, Lin Hao prepared to condense his spiritual power. As for the items needed to form his core, he planned to entrust Shui Linger to procure them. After spending time together, he discovered that Shui Linger was a virtuous and capable wife, and extremely loyal to him. Of course, after the incident with Li Qiushui and Shui Qinger, he became more cautious in his actions, and each time, he gave Shui Linger only a small number of spirit stones. If you can see through a person with just a few spirit stones, then it's quite worthwhile. It is worth mentioning that, after discussions among the sect's high-ranking members, it was decided to launch a campaign against the Blazing Sun sect and reclaim the stolen spirit stone mine. To ensure success, Feng Songyue was leading the team this time. Before setting off, Feng Songyue summoned Lin Hao. You defeated Ning Qingxue and displayed amazing potential. The sect has decided to cultivate you as a golden core seed. You will enjoy the same treatment as Ning Qingxue. Lin Hao was overjoyed. The golden core seed would earn him 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones every month, which would add up to a considerable sum over time. The key point is that there is no limit to the number of times a golden core seed can enter the inner sect's scripture pavilion. Copying martial arts manuals doesn't consume contribution points. This is what Lin Hao values. He has long wanted to find some talisman-making manuals. Of course, and most importantly, a golden core seed can possess its own mountain peak. At that time, he can do whatever he wants, whether it's recruiting concubines or doing private things. He dared not show too much excitement in front of his master, and simply nodded repeatedly. With Feng Songyue's knowledge, she understood Lin Hao's little scheme, but she didn't expose it. I will be leaving the sect for a while to go to the chaotic lands to reclaim the spirit mine. You must not cause too much trouble while you are in the sect. If you encounter any trouble, don't be afraid. Use the spirit sword talisman to contact me. Lin Hao felt a warmth in his heart. His master did care about him after all. Master, please be careful on your journey. Your safety is more important than anything else. Feng Songyue raised her eyebrows slightly and said, I know what I'm doing. You don't need to teach me. After saying that, she waved her hand, signaling Lin Hao to leave. Master, is there anything else? Feng Songyue frowned. Fine. You little rascal, you can't control your eyes again. Seeing her disciple staring at her jade feet for a long time without looking away, Feng Songyue couldn't help but feel angry and flicked her sleeve, knocking him off the cliff. During the fall, Lin Hao shouted to Feng Songyue, Master, please don't be reckless. Chapter 115, The Handsome Young Master. The news that Lin Hao was receiving the treatment of a golden core seed spread like wildfire throughout the Xianin sect. This made many disciples extremely envious, especially those who knew Lin Hao's background, who felt that the latter had simply gotten lucky and found a good master. However, within the Xianin sect, only the Daizhu Peak lineage is exceptionally protective of its own, and the chance of becoming a disciple of Feng Songyue is virtually impossible. If Lin Hao's victory over Ning Qingxue inspired awe in everyone, then his receiving the treatment of a golden core seed not only evoked envy, but also a desire to befriend him. Every golden core seed will definitely form a golden core, and not just any golden core will be formed. Such a person is destined to enter the upper echelons of the sect. Making friends now will make it easier to visit each other in the future. Half a month later, Lin Hao's new cave dwelling was completed, and many people came to congratulate him on his move. Not long ago they were fighting to the death, but now they're calling each other brothers. Lin Hao didn't feel any resistance to this. After all, everyone who came brought gifts. Even a tiny mosquito is still meat. He naturally welcomed them warmly. Shui Linger prepared a small feast to entertain the guests, and the guests were all satisfied, and the host was happy. After all the guests had left, one more person arrived late. Shui Linger recognized who it was and whispered in Lin Hao's ear, Should I leave first? Need not. Lin Hao put his arm around Shui Linger's waist and said slowly, Wang Shihan, what are you doing here? Looking at the man in front of her, Wang Shihan bit her lip lightly. She had made a huge decision to come here. Because of Wang Binchen's big mouth, most of the disciples of the Xianin sect already know that she had lost her virginity to Lin Hao, which has ruined her reputation. But she didn't hate Lin Hao. She was annoyed by Wang Binchen. In addition, Lin Hao's defeat of Ning Qingxue made her truly witness the former's terrifying talent. Only then did she make up her mind to come and follow. Lin Hao, I'm here to apply for a maid position, Wang Shihan stammered. Lin Hao was astonished. He hadn't expected the woman to be applying for a maid position. Once the new cave dwelling was built, he felt it was too empty, so he decided to hire a few maids. However, this news has only just been released. Moreover, Wang Shihan was among the top 20 in the intersect competition, yet she condescended to become his maid. He couldn't believe it. Was he captivated by his good looks and superpowers? All right, you can stay by Ling Yu's side and wait on her orders. After his initial surprise, Lin Hao said. He couldn't possibly refuse such a beautiful maid. Yes. Wang Xian responded. Lin Hao stroked his chin, thought for a moment, and decided to start by hiring a few maids. Then let them find someone to trade with for them. Fortunately, he had a good supply of spirit stones and could use them for transactions as before. This plan still needs to be carried out by Shui Ling'er and the others. The two women were quite capable, and every now and then they were able to recruit a new maid for Lin Hao. However, more than half of these women who were willing to become maids had had relationships with Lin Hao. They knew Lin Hao quite well and decided to follow him. The two women discussed it and decided that since it was difficult to find a virgin female cultivator within their sect, they could try looking in other sects. There are many small sects and cultivation families around the Xianyin sect who rely on its influence. The two women left. Lin Hao's life returned to normal. However, things were far from peaceful within the Xianyin sect. The sect and the Blazing Sun sect frequently clashed over the ownership of the Spirit Stone mine. The disciples of the sect discussed it heatedly, all filled with righteous indignation. Another hot topic is about Lin Hao. Breaking news. Breaking news. The handsome young master Lin Hao has taken another concubine. Lin Hao's exciting life was the envy of all his disciples. Lin Hao was unaware that he had acquired the title of Young Master Yan, and was diligently preparing for the formation of his core. That day, after he finished circulating his energy, he sensed someone approaching his cave and sent out a wisp of his divine sense to investigate. It was Han Liyue, and she brought a young girl with her. Lin Hao frowned slightly, a hint of doubt arising in his mind. What was this beautiful woman doing here again? The other party's actions last time really startled him. If he hadn't disliked taking advantage of others, he would have taken the woman right then and there. A young man who doesn't know Emperor Wu of Wei will become a prime minister in his old age. He stood up, opened the cave's protective barrier, and let the two of them in. See you again. A blush rose on Han Liyue's face. However, having weathered many storms, he quickly concealed his shyness. She got straight to the point and explained her purpose. After listening to the woman's story, Lin Hao was speechless. Han Liyue has come to repay a debt of gratitude. Why is she so obsessed with repaying a debt of gratitude? However, this time it wasn't her who offered herself. Instead, he persuaded his niece to come and make a deal. Seeing that Lin Hao remained unmoved, Han Liyue became anxious. Her niece was beautiful and still a virgin. She finally managed to persuade her. She transmitted her voice. Lin Hao, aren't you looking for people to trade with? What are your feelings for my niece? Is it possible to make a deal with her? Lin Hao did want to find a virtuous female cultivator, but Han Liyue's niece was clearly not there willingly, and her cultivation level was too low, only at the 6th level of qi refining. Even if he picked them, it wouldn't help much, so he hesitated. Seeing Lin Hao hesitate and puzzled, Han Liyue continued to transmit her voice. I am old and faded, and you don't like me. My niece is a beauty of unparalleled grace. Why don't you want her? Lin Hao met the woman's resentful gaze and said in a telepathic voice, You're old and faded there. On the contrary, I think you're very well maintained. Your skin is like that of a young girl in her late teens, and you even have a touch of mature charm. She possesses a more alluring charm than a naive young girl. Han Liyue asked in a low voice. If that's the case, why are you still refusing? Everyone in the sect says you're a charming young master. You can be with so many women, so why can't I? When she asked this question, Han Liyue mustered up her courage. Her repeated acts of giving herself away had really made her feel too lowly. She was somewhat puzzled by her own actions. When did I get this title? Lin Hao thought to himself. He then transmitted his voice, saying, I have always advocated fair trade. In the Demon Locking Tower, you took good care of me, and my rescue of you and your child was just a casual act. You really don't need to repay my kindness in this way, nor do you need to. How do you know I didn't do it willingly? Lin Hao, my long-dormant heart flutters for you. What? Lin Hao almost thought he had misheard, but then he saw Han Liyue's blushing face. They still didn't understand whether Han Liyue's words were true or false. He had already developed a slight attraction to the beautiful Han Liyue. Refusing at this point would be incredibly hurtful to their self-esteem and wouldn't be reasonable. Snap. He took 2 steps forward and grabbed the woman's hand. Lin Haoyu. Han Liyue raised her head. Your injuries aren't healed yet? Come on. Let's go inside. I'll treat your wounds, Lin Hao said. Need not. Han Liyue refused. You know my technique can heal injuries, Lin Hao transmitted his voice. Upon hearing this, Han Liyue's eyes lit up, and she said, Okay, all right. He then glanced at his niece and said somewhat awkwardly, Xiaoyi, wait here for a moment. The two communicated almost entirely through telepathy, a situation that left Han Liyue's niece somewhat bewildered. However, she still obediently nodded and said, Okay. Chapter 116 Core Formation. The next day, the morning sun bathed the mountain peaks. Lin Hao had almost completely healed Han Liyue's hidden injuries. Supporting his back, he walked out of the bedroom and saw Han Liyue's niece still waiting outside. The girl's eyes darted away, avoiding Lin Hao's gaze. She stayed here all night. She wanted to leave, but the cave was protected by a restriction that she couldn't break through with her strength, so she couldn't get out. She felt wronged, having been forced to listen all night. May I have your name? Lin Hao said casually while rubbing his lower back. The girl was a little flustered and said timidly, Green Calyx. Green Calyx. Lin Hao smiled slightly. That's a good name. He took out a jade bottle from his storage bag. You're only at the 6th level of qi refining, right? This bottle of qi gathering pills is just what you need. The girl's eyes lit up with joy. She came from a humble background, and her own spiritual root was not of the highest grade. She barely managed to join the Xianyin sect and rely on her distant aunt. On ordinary days, I don't have much in the way of resources for spiritual practice. At the time, her aunt asked her to make a deal, and although she was unwilling, she still came along. When they met, they discovered that this handsome young man was exceptionally good-looking. They're still spending lavishly. Which young girl doesn't dream of love? She took the qi-gathering pill and mustered her courage to say, Young Master Lin, I want to become your disciple. Want to become my disciple? Lin Hao sized up the girl. Her neat hair, delicate features, clear eyes, and fresh, natural aura emanating from within all combined to create a beautiful and serene picture. She's definitely a beauty in the making. Why do you want to become my disciple? Green Calyx bit her lip, her gaze gradually hardening, and said, I will follow you, young master, in order to seek a destiny of immortality. The girl's answer surprised Lin Hao. Her willingness to face her inner desires directly and without pretense was something worth cultivating. All right, from now on you'll stay by my side and be my sword-carrying attendant. Go back and pack your personal belongings and move in tomorrow. After seeing the girl off, Lin Hao did not return to his cave, but instead planned to go to the scripture pavilion. Before leaving, he glanced back at the cave. That alluring woman is truly ruthless. The inner gate, Sutra Repository. The old man guarding the gate, who had been sitting listlessly at the entrance, raised his eyelids and said, Boy, you've come. Lin Hao glanced instinctively at the mummified corpse on the crooked locust tree, his scalp tingling as he said, This junior greets the elder. Guarding the pavilion nodded, and then said nothing more. Afterwards, Lin Hao went inside, showed his identity token, and a disciple guarding the pavilion led him into the pavilion. He didn't come here to look for cultivation techniques. The dual cultivation method of the Hahuan sect, the Hunyuan tempering body technique, and the fire lotus sword technique taught by his master were enough for him to practice. He came here to seek out the experiences of those who had previously achieved the golden core as a reference. The library contained a vast collection of books, and he spent half a day searching for a suitable one. Somewhat disappointed, he prepared to leave when suddenly, a book fell on his head. He picked up the book and discovered that it contained the insights of the Xianyin sect's past leaders and peak masters on their journey to core formation. This is good stuff. Bowed respectfully to the old man guarding the gate. Young man, thank you, elder. There was no response. But Lin Hao knew that this must have been the work of the old man guarding the pavilion. After putting away the books, he left the library and returned to his cave. There, the beautiful woman Han Liyue was doing her hair. Her already stunning face became even more radiant after being nourished by the rain and dew. Lin Hao walked over, hugged the woman from behind, and whispered in her ear, How should we talk about Jing Zhan in the future? He and Wang Jingzhan were both inner disciples, and according to etiquette they should address each other as fellow disciples. However, given his relationship with the beautiful woman, it wouldn't be appropriate for him to call her junior brother again. Han Liyue was surprised that the man would ask such a question, and her pretty face immediately turned red. Call me whatever you want. You bad guy, I'm leaving first. That girl, Louis, must be getting impatient. No need to rush off. I'll take Greenbud as my sword-carrying attendant and have her go back to pack her things. She'll move over tomorrow. Your injuries haven't healed yet. You need to receive treatment immediately. Han Liyue rolled her eyes dramatically and said reproachfully, how annoying. Time flies. 7 days later. Lin Hao had studied most of the insights gained from the predecessors on the formation of the Golden Core and felt that his energy and spirit had reached their peak. Feeling the time was right, he prepared to form his core. On this day, Shui Linger and the other women all stood anxiously outside the cave. Inside the cave, Lin Hao meditated and regulated his breathing before taking out a pill. This elixir is the 7 Lives Minor Rejuvenation Elixir, which can protect the heart meridian and also condense the soul and guard the spirit. This single pill cost him 5,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Core formation. Core formation. It's not just about cultivation level, but also about wealth and power. He sighed and swallowed the pill. Suddenly, I felt the medicinal power spreading through my flesh and meridians. Once the medicine had fully taken effect, he immediately began to practice his internal energy cultivation technique. His small cave was soon filled with raging fire elemental energy. Fortunately, he had set up a spirit gathering array beforehand, which allowed him to guide this fire elemental energy into his body. Boom. Spiritual energy enters the body. His skin immediately became hot, as if it were being scorched by flames, burning his clothes to ashes. The internal organs, flesh, and meridians are all being roasted. This was far more dangerous than when he avoided the dual cultivation method and forced himself to cultivate. Fortunately, his body had been tempered by fire elemental power, so he was not in any immediate danger. He calmed himself down and quickly circulated his cultivation technique, causing a surge of pure fire elemental power to erupt from his body and clash with the raging fire elemental energy. The two forces, like generals clashing on a battlefield, charged into battle, neither willing to back down. At the same time, a black hole-like vortex appeared in Lin Hao's dantian, frantically absorbing the energy within his body. If Feng Songyue were here, she would surely be terrified. When a cultivator attempts to form their core, the quality is divided into 3 grades. The lowest grade is the azure core, which is azure in color. The middle grade is the primordial core, which is red in color. And the highest grade is the golden core, which is entirely golden in color. But what's with this black color? Unheard of, unseen. Chapter 117 Cultivation. The black vortex extended several black tentacles, which passed through Lin Hao's dantian and inserted into his blood vessels and meridians, seemingly absorbing his life essence. Lin Hao's face was contorted with rage, his forehead was covered in cold sweat, and the color in his face was gradually fading. He realized that the tentacles were sucking away his life essence, so he dared not continue to form his core. He quickly mobilized his spiritual power to kill the black tentacles. However, the black tentacles were endless and could not be cut off at all. The 7 Lives pill he had taken beforehand took effect, turning into streaks of golden light to help him sever the black tentacles. 2 days later, the door to Lin Hao's cave suddenly opened with a roar. Shui Linger rushed in first and saw Lin Hao, who looked emaciated. She immediately realized that he had failed to form his core. She quickly closed the cave door, preventing anyone from entering. Lin Hao, she called softly, but the person in her arms did not respond. She looked anxious and sent out a wisp of her divine sense to check on Lin Hao's situation. This investigation terrified her. Lin Hao's life force was extremely weak, like that of an old man in his twilight years. She panicked immediately. What should I do? Suddenly, she remembered that before Lin Hao went into seclusion, he had told her to use the spirit sword talisman to contact Lord Feng if anything happened. She dared not delay and quickly did as instructed, then fed Lin Hao healing pills and used her internal energy to keep him alive. Half a day later, Feng Songyue arrived and, seeing Lin Hao who was in imminent danger of dying, dared not delay. She immediately enveloped him with her spiritual power and flew to the summit of Daju Peak. She placed Lin Hao on the Fire Lotus platform, then sat cross-legged. She used her spiritual power to shatter Lin Hao's clothes, then placed her slender hand on his back. Boom. A vast and powerful spiritual energy instantly filled the mountaintop. Lin Hao finally woke up after a day of treatment. Master, this disciple is dull-witted and has failed to form the golden core. Feng Songyue looked tired and said slowly, You brat, don't think about anything else for now. Just take good care of yourself. Yes, master. Lin Hao lived in Feng Sanyue's thatched cottage, where the latter would use her internal energy to heal his injuries every day. 3 more days passed. Lin Hao's complexion had just recovered. Tell me in detail about the circumstances when you formed your core. Lin Hao took a deep breath and explained the situation in detail. Upon hearing that his disciple's core had formed a black vortex, Feng Sanyue's smooth forehead furrowed in worry. Black Dan. Even though Feng Sanyue was well informed, he had never heard of black pill. Even if the core formation fails, there shouldn't be such severe consequences. At most, their cultivation level will drop. Unlike Lin Hao, who almost lost his life. Master, what's wrong with me? Lin Hao asked, voicing his doubts. I don't know either. Feng Sanyue changed the subject and said, Disciple, in less than 2 years, you have cultivated from the 6th level of Qi refining to the peak of foundation establishment and are only 1 step away from core formation. This cultivation speed is too fast, lacking in depth and understanding. Lin Hao remained silent. His master was right. He did lack experience. In just 2 years, he had covered a distance that others took decades, or even nearly a century to cover. It seems that while the dual cultivation method can rapidly improve one's cultivation level, it also harbors considerable hidden dangers. Moreover, there are still secrets about my own physique that have not yet been discovered. He decided that once he recovered from his injury, he would go to the outer gate and resolve the matter. However, take good care of your injuries during this time. Tend to your flowers and plants, and don't think about cultivation. If you have any doubts or insights, come to the mountaintop to find me. Yes, Master. Lin Hao bowed respectfully and asked, Master, what about the spirit stone mine? This is none of your business. Go on. Feng Sanyue flicked her sleeve, and a flying sword suddenly flew out, carrying Lin Hao down from the mountain peak. Lin Hao returned to his mountain peak and saw from afar that Ying Yin was standing in front of the cave, all waiting anxiously. Shui Linger rushed into his arms like a whirlwind. Are you alright? Lin Hao smiled and reached out to gently stroke her nose with his finger. It's alright now. With Master's help, what could possibly happen? You scared me to death. What exactly happened that day? Lin Hao didn't want to talk about it, mainly because he was afraid the woman would worry, so he changed the subject. Before I went down the mountain, my master told me to cultivate my character and tend to the flowers and plants. You are the flowers I need to nurture. Lin Hao looked at Han Liyue and Wang Shihan and the other women. Han Liyue was injured while volunteering to fight the demon race, demonstrating loyalty and bravery. As a result, the sect decided to exempt her from the punishment for her previous failure to guard the demon locking tower. And since she's still recovering from her injuries, the sect hasn't assigned her any tasks, so she's been running around to Lin Hao's place whenever she has free time. The other 4 were maids recruited by Lin Hao, who were selected and, after evaluation, were ultimately chosen to stay. They were given the names Chunlan, Xiazhu, Qiujiu, and Dongmei, and a newly recruited sword-wielding attendant, Green Calyx. Half a month later, after half a month of self-cultivation and tending to flowers and plants, Lin Hao's body fully recovered, and the spiritual energy within him also returned to normal. The failure to break through to the core formation stage was fortunate, in that his cultivation level did not drop. One day, during cultivation, Lin Hao made an unexpected discovery. The Yin energy he absorbed could actually be stored in his Dantian. This surprised him. Nothing like this had ever happened before. He quickly separated a wisp of his divine sense to examine his Dantian. Failing to form his core, the terrifying black vortex did not disappear, but remained hidden within his Dantian. This primordial Yin energy was stored in the black vortex. This thing can store primordial Yin energy? If it can store primordial Yin energy, what about spiritual energy? To verify this, Lin Hao immediately absorbed spiritual energy into his body and then guided it into the black vortex. It can actually store data. Lin Hao was shocked and utterly bewildered. He immediately went to the mountaintop to seek guidance from his master. However, Feng Sanyue couldn't figure out the mystery either, but she was certain that the black vortex was harmless to Lin Hao and could even provide assistance. Generally speaking, once one's cultivation reaches the peak of foundation establishment, unless one breaks through to core formation, their spiritual power cannot increase further. However, Lin Hao was able to store the absorbed spiritual energy in the black hole, saving it for use after he formed his core. Disciple, the matter of the black vortex is something you and I should keep to ourselves. You must not tell anyone else. Lin Hao nodded in agreement. He understood the principle that a common man is innocent, but possessing a treasure is a crime. Master, given my current condition, is it permissible to resume preparations for core formation? Feng Tsungyue pondered for a moment before saying, "You should prepare first, but don't form your core yet. Spend half a year tempering your mind and character. When you officially form your core, I will protect you." "Yes, master." Lin Hao was overjoyed upon hearing this. With his master protecting him, he felt that his chances of forming a core would increase by 20%. After leaving Dazhu Peak, Lin Hao did not return to his own peak, but instead planned to go to the outer sect. It's time to finally unravel the secrets of my own constitution. Previously, his status and power were so low that there was no way to investigate him. But now, his status and strength have surpassed those of an ordinary elder in the sect. There is room for action. Coincidentally, when Lin Hao arrived at the outer sect, the elder who was in charge of awakening his physique was awakening the physique of an outer sect disciple. Chapter 118 Battle of the Prodigies. So he waited outside, which attracted many outer disciples to watch. Now, his reputation in the Xianyin sect is unmatched among the disciples. In less than 2 years, he rose from an outer disciple to a golden core seed, became the protagonist of 2 demonic upheavals, won the demon hunting competition, defeated the number 1 beauty Ning Qingxue, and earned the title of Young Master Yan. Any one of these incidents could intimidate the outer disciples, which explains why it attracted a crowd of onlookers. However, people were more afraid of him than anything else. Although they came to watch, no one dared to speak to him. Lin Hao didn't put on airs. He always had a kind smile on his face. He was originally an outer disciple, and he understood best the hardships of survival at the bottom. After a stick of incense had burned, the elder in charge of awakening the physique finished his work and, upon seeing Lin Hao, looked as if he had seen a ghost. When the awakened elder saw Lin Hao, he tried to turn around and leave, but the latter grabbed him by the back of the neck. "Elder Lu, why are you leaving as soon as you see me? Do you have something to hide?" Lu Changfeng cursed his bad luck inwardly, then smiled apologetically and said, "Great Master Lin is joking. I just suddenly remembered that I have an appointment with Elder Zhang of the inner sect." "Yeah." Lin Hao could tell at a glance that the old man was making things up, but he didn't expose him. Instead, he followed up by saying, "Elder Lu, do you have a moment? I have a few questions for you." "You brat, you're holding on so tightly. Even if I say I'm busy, will you let me go?" Lu Changfeng muttered to himself for a moment, then said with a smile, "Great genius Lin, please ask away. As long as it's something I know, I will answer it to the best of my ability." "No need for that. I just want to know what kind of constitution I've awakened, and why you hid it from me back then." Lu Changfeng's heart skipped a beat, his face instantly darkened, and he stammered, I. Brush." Lin Hao's eyes flashed with killing intent. He slapped the sword box and drew out the purple lightning sword, its blade crackling with lightning. "Stop talking nonsense. My patience is limited." What astonishing killing intent. Lu Changfeng shuddered. He was only in the late foundation establishment stage and served as an elder with an awakened physique in the outer sect. He was not as strong as Lin Hao, nor was his status as high. Based on the principle of better to die than to die myself, he betrayed the Grand Elder. At that time, the Grand Elder came to inspect, and he told me not to tell you about your physique. The Grand Elder's instructions? Lin Hao frowned slightly. Half a year ago, during the Demon Locking Tower incident, the Grand Elder's demon identity was exposed, and he was killed by the sect leader with a single sword strike. He wouldn't possibly chase him all the way to the underworld to question the Grand Elder, would he? However, the other party was probably not lying, because Cui Qing'er also said that they were acting on the orders of the Grand Elder. Buzz. The purple lightning sword emitted a trembling sound, intending to sever the sword energy. What kind of constitution did I awaken back then? This. Lu Changfeng's old face stung from the sword energy, but he didn't back down. Instead, he stubbornly said, "Although you are a golden core seed, Linda Genius, I am an outer sect elder. Don't push me too hard." This scoundrel looks like a coward, yet he still has such backbone. Lin Hao thought to himself in surprise, but decided to make a final attempt, pressing the blade against the other man's throat. "Don't push me too far, the blade doesn't have eyes." Blood seeped from Lu Changfeng's neck, but he remained resolute and said coldly, "I am not afraid of death. Kill me if you want." Well, there's not much you can do when you encounter someone like this who's really stubborn. This old thief is an outer sect elder. If I kill him, even with my master's protection, I will inevitably be punished. Now that Lu Changfeng is being stubborn, it's not good to push him too hard, so we can only give up for the time being. Anyway, finding out your constitution isn't difficult. Just find a small sect and borrow some awakening crystals. I'll let you off this time. I'll come to visit you whenever I need me. He put the purple lightning sword back into its case, and then strode away. On the way back, they overheard several inner disciples discussing the Spirit Stone mine. The conflict between the Xianyin sect and the Liang sect intensified as they fought over ownership of the mineral veins. Disciples and elders in the chaotic area even came to blows, resulting in casualties. Even the Little Bamboo Peak Master, Murong Qinxue, was injured, so the sect decided to send the Misty Peak Master to provide support. Lin Hao, however, sensed something unusual about this matter. The fight between the two sects was somewhat inexplicable. Logically speaking, both sects belonged to the righteous sects of the immortal realm and were facing the crisis of retaliation from the demon race. When conflicts arise, the right thing to do is sit down and discuss them, rather than resorting to violence. It feels like someone is stirring things up. With his doubts in mind, he went to the summit of Dazhu Peak, but unfortunately, Feng Songyue was not there. Having heard no news of his master leaving the sect, Lin Hao decided to wait there until the sun set before his master returned. What brings you here? Lin Hao quickly and slowly voiced his doubts. A hint of surprise flashed in Feng Songyue's eyes, and she chuckled softly. You are quite clever. The sect leader summoned us today to discuss this matter. The treacherous villains of the Blazing Sun sect are despicable, but if things are allowed to continue unchecked, it will create irreconcilable conflict, potentially resulting in both sects suffering heavy losses and giving the demon race an opportunity to exploit the situation. Lin Hao nodded repeatedly and asked, So, how does the sect leader plan to handle this matter? Unexpectedly, as soon as these words were spoken, a layer of frost immediately covered Feng Songyue's pretty face. Snort. Wang Haoran, the sect leader of the Heavenly Sword sect, is utterly shameless. On the surface, he is trying to mediate, but he has joined forces with Hundred Flowers Valley and Wuji Palace, claiming that the chaotic land is the intersection of the 5 major forces and belongs to the common land. He believes that they should also get a share of the spirit mines. He proposed to hold a battle of Foundation Establishment stage geniuses to determine the ownership of the spirit mines. That's truly shameless. Lin Hao silently complained to himself. The Spirit Stone mine was originally discovered by the Xianyin sect, but now it's going to be divided among 5 families. Would sect leader Ouyang and that bastard Zhao Wuji agree to this? Of course I disagree. After the sect leader argued, the Spirit Stone mine was divided into 10 parts. We and the Liang sect each took 2 parts, and the remaining 6 parts were used for the Battle of the Prodigies. The prizes were then distributed according to ranking. First place received 3 prizes, second place received 2 prizes, and third place received 1 prize. At this point, Feng Songyue suddenly asked, How are your injuries? The sect leader should send you there. If your injuries haven't fully healed, or if you're unwilling, I'll go and talk to the sect leader. The Battle of Prodigies? Lin Hao silently repeated to himself. He regretted not being able to fight Guan Yu and Li Jinghong from the Heavenly Sword sect in the last demon hunting competition. This time, having received instruction in the Fire Lotus Sword technique from his master, along with the Primordial Body Tempering technique, he was eager to try and see if he could defeat the prodigies of various sects. Master, my injuries are completely healed. I am willing to go. Feng Songyue sighed softly, as if she had known this answer all along. She reached out with her delicate hand and pulled out a crimson longsword. Take this Xianrank sword, Phoenix Cry. Yes, master. Lin Hao bowed respectfully, then happily accepted the longsword. Step down. Flung off the cliff by Feng Songyue's sleeve. As he fell, Lin Hao looked dejected. He hadn't done anything out of line this time. How come I got dumped again? Chapter 119 Walking with Beauty. Back on his mountain peak, Lin Hao told the women about his plans to participate in the Battle of the Prodigies. Shui Linger asked with concern, Lin Lang, you just experienced the failure of core formation. Won't you be at a disadvantage if you go to participate in the Heavenly Pride battle? No, my internal injuries have healed, and I can definitely attempt to form my core again. But I've decided to finish the Battle of the Prodigies before attempting to form my core. Han Liyue, being older, said with a worried expression, Lin Hao, I've heard that Guan Yu of the Heavenly Sword sect could have broken through to the Golden Core stage long ago, but he's been suppressing his cultivation level and hasn't made the breakthrough. This person will be a formidable opponent. Be careful. Wang Shihan wanted to say something too, but the 2 women had already finished speaking. The women all expressed their desire to go together, but Lin Hao did not agree. Instead, he asked them to stay at home and supervise the servant disciples in cultivating the spirit fields and medicinal gardens. To possess a mountain peak and yet not make use of it is a terrible waste. 3 days later, the list of participants for the Battle of the Prodigies was released. Lu Buping, Ning Qingxue, and Lin Hao were among those listed. The release of this list sparked heated discussions within the Xianyin sect. The main point of contention is whether the geniuses of our sect can defeat the geniuses of the other 4 sects. Putting everything else aside, Guan Yu of the Heavenly Sword sect is simply too strong. At the Foundation establishment stage, he killed a 3rd-tier great demon in the demon hunting competition. This terrifying combat power made the disciples of the Xianyin sect feel uncertain. At the same time, the 3 prodigies representing the Xianyin sect are in the sect leader's palace, listening to the teachings of sect leader Ouyang. You are representing the Xianyin sect in this battle. Fame and fortune are not important to you. The main thing is to fight against the prodigies, which will enhance your cultivation understanding. Great opportunities lie between life and death, but what we cultivators seek is longevity, for the living will ultimately be invincible. Therefore, you must remember that preserving your life is the most important thing on this journey. This disciple understands. The 3 of them sang, yes, in unison. Keep these 3 9 phantom pills close to your body. If you encounter any life-threatening danger, taking them can save your life. With a flick of his finger, sect leader Ouyang caused a pill to float in front of each of the 3, emitting a white jade-colored light. After putting away the pills, the 3 left the palace. Although they were all geniuses of the Xianyin sect, the 3 of them did not have much interaction. Relatively speaking, Lin Hao and Ning Qingxue were more familiar with each other. After all, sometimes you don't know someone until you've had a fight. You too. Shall we go to the land of chaos together? No need. Lu Buping replied directly. Humph. Ning Qingxue rode away on her flying sword. Lin Hao was left all alone. She's quite aloof. He touched the tip of his nose, intending to go to the administration office. The Xianyin sect has decreed that inner disciples must complete 1 sect task each year. Lin Hao thought he would go out and take care of things at the same time. This was the first time he had come to receive a mission since he was promoted to an inner disciple, but the process was no different from that of an outer disciple. He went to the mission hall and explained his needs. The elder found 2 tasks along the way. Both tasks were quite simple. One is to find the missing fellow disciples. The other is a newly issued and rather urgent mission. The king of the Vermilion Bird Kingdom has suddenly passed away, plunging the kingdom into chaos. The Xianyin sect is preparing to directly appoint a new king to prevent further chaos and needs someone to deliver the order. Lin Hao was just wondering which mission to take on. But then they discovered that Ning Qingxue had come in, presumably also there to pick up a task along the way. Lin Hao wondered to himself, how could they all think of the same thing? A mischievous thought popped into his head, so he tapped the table with his finger and said, I've accepted both of those missions. At this moment, Ning Qingxue still did not realize the seriousness of the situation, until the elder in charge of affairs said that Lin Hao had taken on all the tasks. Ning Qingxue's eyebrows immediately furrowed. That damn guy, he must have done it on purpose. She glared at Lin Hao, gritting her teeth, and said, what good will this do you? There's no benefit to it, but I'm happy with it. You? Ning Qingxue was furious and turned to leave, but Lin Hao's words stopped her in her tracks. I can assign you a task. Would this guy really be so kind? Ning Qingxue was filled with suspicion. However, I have one condition. As expected, I knew this guy had ulterior motives. Ning Qingxue said coldly, what are your conditions? Let's head to the land of chaos together. Lin Hao felt that traveling alone was too boring, so he wanted to find someone to travel with. Moreover, he also wanted to resolve the hatred and build a closer relationship with this beloved disciple of the sect leader. After the last battle, he would occasionally recall the scene of appreciating Ning Qingxue's stir-fried bamboo shoots with meat. Its elasticity leaves one wanting more. How could he, a renowned and flamboyant young master, remain enemies with the most beautiful woman among the sect's disciples? They should have become a couple. Even if we take a step back, it should still be a beautiful woman. That's it. Ning Qingxue raised an eyebrow. Although she really didn't want to be with that lecherous guy, she could at least complete a task along the way. This saved a lot of effort. Fine, let's stay together then. We can just not talk to each other at all. Having made up her mind, she agreed. Lin Hao smiled smugly and watched the woman's figure disappear. Because the second mission was urgent and he had to leave the next day, he hurried back to say goodbye to Shui Ling'er and the other girls. The next day, at daybreak, he flew away from the Xianyin sect on his sword. Ning Qingxue was probably afraid of gossip, so she waited for him 100 miles away. After meeting, the two each flew away on their swords, without exchanging much words. The main reason is that Ning Qingxue always harbored suspicion towards Lin Hao. Although he really wanted to melt this Ice Queen's heart, Lin Hao didn't rush things and instead waited patiently for an opportunity. 3 days later, the two arrived at Xianlei Mountain. Due to their constant travel, more than half of their spiritual energy had been depleted, so they decided to rest here for a while. Fortunately, there was a mountain god temple on the mountain. Although it had been in disrepair for many years, it was still able to provide shelter from the wind and rain. Perhaps fearing that the man might have ulterior motives, Ning Qingxue took the lead and rushed into the temple, intending to grab a place to rest first. Upon entering, they discovered something unusual. This temple does not enshrine a mountain god, but a monster that is 6 zhang tall. This monster was dressed in red brocade, and its exposed skin was bronze in color, with muscles that looked like they were cast from steel. Careful! Suddenly, a giant black monster appeared from the side, its sharp horns flashing, and charged directly at Ning Qingxue. The latter, however, seemed to have had his soul stolen by the monster in brocade robes, and was completely unaware of the impending danger. Bang! Lin Hao didn't have time to use any spells. He activated the primordial body tempering technique, and used his flesh and blood to crash into the black behemoth. However, this giant monster possessed extraordinary strength. Lin Hao was thrown backward by the force of the recoil. In the instant he fell to the ground, he summoned the purple lightning sword to support his body, and then drew the Phoenix Cry sword from the sword box. His idle right hand then exhaled spiritual energy and stood up abruptly. Buzz! The Phoenix Cry sword unleashed a fiery phoenix. Boom! An astonishing sword aura struck the black behemoth. It blasted out a horrific wound, and it sparked a burst of sparks. Ugh! The giant let out a mournful cry. After being injured, he became even more brutal. It opened its blood-red maw and spewed out a cloud of black mist. Then, the giant's figure disappeared into the black mist. Oomph! You scoundrel, how cunning. But you think you can stump me? But that won't work. Lin Hao smiled slightly, pointing his Phoenix Cry sword at the sky. A red sun dispelled the black mist, and the giant monster reappeared, but by then it had already rushed to Lin Hao's side. It raised its huge, hairy hand, carrying a strong gust of wind, and slapped it down at him. Do you want Chapter 120? Lin Hao had no time to change his move, so he could only raise his long sword to block. However, they underestimated the giant's power, and the sword in their hand was almost knocked away. This thing is neither demonic nor monster. It's more like a vengeful ghost, far more powerful than a typical Foundation establishment grand perfection cultivator. Having ascertained the giant's strength, Lin Hao didn't want to linger any longer and planned to settle the score as soon as possible. He gripped his longsword tightly, assumed a diving stance, and then darted out like lightning. With an almost imperceptible speed, he crashed heavily into the giant. Clang! The sword blade pierced through the beast's body. The extreme sword energy, like a tiny blade, continuously sliced through flesh and blood. Boom! 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 Clumps of blood burst forth in a flash. The troll's flesh and blood slid off like a collapsing iceberg. Ning Qingxue only came to her senses at this moment, a hint of surprise flashing in her beautiful eyes. This guy's swordsmanship has become even more profound. Boom! The stone statue on the altar suddenly opened its mouth and spewed out a flame that swept towards the black giant. The enormous corpse melted away instantly, like solid ice meeting molten iron. Flutter! Lin Hao pushed Ning Qingxue, who was standing there motionless, aside, his mind filled with complaints. What is this woman up to? First, they were stunned, then they didn't know how to dodge the attack. Are you bewitched? To verify his suspicions, Lin Hao pressed his lips to the woman's smooth forehead. Snap! A slap came flying at him, and he quickly blocked it. Luckily, he was careful, otherwise he would have gotten a big slap in the face. You filthy lecher, what do you want to do? What do I want to do? Sister, if I hadn't saved you, you would have been reduced to ashes by now. What do I want to do? Lin Hao was also furious, so he shook off the woman and went to cause trouble for the statue. Ning Qingxue's eyes were filled with astonishment. You came to molest me. Shouldn't I be the one who gets angry? How come you have a bigger temper than me? However, she also realized that something was wrong. Her mind had been captured just now. Otherwise, how could she have been taken advantage of by that little lecher? Boom. Click. Just as Lin Hao rushed over, the 6 zhang tall stone statue suddenly moved. Splash. The stone skin on his body fell to the ground. What is this thing? Lin Hao looked at the standing stone statue, which was about 10 zhang tall, and had directly broken through the mountain god temple. Bang! 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 The giant stone statue took a step and stomped heavily down on Lin Hao. Good heavens, it's still alive. Lin Hao dodged the trampling with incredible agility, like a nimble mountain ape, but before he could regain his footing, another foot came down on him. Bang! 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 The giant stone statues trampled the mountain god temple into ruins, but Lin Hao barely managed to avoid being trampled thanks to his agile movements. When he had a chance to turn around, he found Ning Qingxue with her hands clasped in a fist, looking like she was watching a show. He was so angry he could barely contain himself. This whole thing started because of a woman, but now she was detached and an outsider. Hey woman, you're so knowledgeable. Do you even know what this thing is? Upon hearing this, Ning Qingxue frowned. She had never seen this item before, but her master had mentioned it. There are countless ways to cultivate oneself in this world, one of which is called the Path of Gods, which relies on incense offerings to become a god. Since all that is needed is to absorb incense offerings, if there are enough believers, the speed of cultivation is extremely fast, and one can even become an immortal in broad daylight. Of course, everything in the world has its advantages and disadvantages. Although this method of cultivation is fast, if the believers disperse, one's own spiritual realm will fall, and one may even become an ordinary person. A cultivator who practices the divine path, when their own realm falls, will inevitably feel resentful, and thus develop inner demons, becoming this giant stone statue-like monster. She deduced that the black behemoth that Lin Hao had just killed was the spirit of the statue, while the giant stone statue was its body. The reason this monster attacked the two of them was that it wanted to refine them into a great elixir. In this way, the spirit can be preserved. She learned all of this from sect leader Ouyang. However, no solution was found. Perhaps the only way is to rely on combat strength and fight head-on. She sighed softly, then joined the fray, greatly reducing the pressure on Lin Hao. Lin Hao glanced at the woman when he had a chance, and thankfully, she wasn't heartless. Although they were from the same school and practiced different techniques, they were fundamentally the same. They cooperated quite well. This monster who cultivated the path of divinity was not highly skilled to begin with, and after the incense offerings were destroyed, his cultivation level dropped even further. He barely maintained his cultivation level by devouring the cultivators who stayed overnight. How could they withstand the combined attack of the two prodigies of the Xianyin sect? They were quickly defeated. Brush. A snow-white dragon and a phoenix rising from the ashes simultaneously slashed at the giant stone statue's head, shattering it to pieces. Lin Hao took out a talisman, which formed a protective light shield to stop the falling pebbles. He then said, "We two are quite in sync. What do you call that?" "Telepathy." Ning Qingxue rolled her eyes and bypassed the man to touch the stone statue's corpse. She was very curious about how this demon-possessed cultivator managed to bewitch people. She was immobilized the moment she entered the mountain god's temple. "What are you looking for? Is this what you're looking for?" Ning Qingxue turned around and saw that Lin Hao was holding up an eyeball-shaped gemstone. The gemstone gleamed with a dark, mysterious light, captivating all who beheld it. This is the thing that bewitched her. Ning Qingxue raised her eyebrows slightly. She was very curious about this item, but she knew in her heart that Lin Hao would definitely not give it to her, so she remained silent. Instead, they searched the small mountain temple to see if they could find anything else. Believe it or not, there was an unexpected discovery. She discovered that there was a hidden world behind the altar, guarded by several restrictions. "Little Doyle," she snorted coldly, unleashing spiritual energy from her hand and violently destroying the restriction. Then, a hidden door was revealed behind the altar. Without hesitation, she reached out and pulled the hidden door. The door creaked open, and wisps of black smoke flew out. Luckily, she was prepared and avoided being caught off guard. Moreover, inside the Tuzhonghai altar, there is a thick locust tree. Judging from its growth pattern, it must be regularly cared for by someone. The tree has a dense canopy and thick branches. Moreover, dozens of cylindrical objects were hanging on it. This piqued her curiosity, and she unleashed a burst of spiritual energy from her fingertips, severing a pillar-shaped object. Snap! The object hit the ground with a dull thud and shattered. What the hell is this thing? Ning Qingxue stared intently, only to see a clump of hair. Oh! She gasped inwardly, nearly falling to the ground. Could it be that these pillar-shaped objects are filled with mummified corpses? Suddenly, a hand landed on her shoulder, and she nearly drew her sword to strike it. "What are you doing?" Ning Qingxue said something in an annoyed tone. "I see you found something good," Lin Hao said nonchalantly. "It's nothing. You can see it yourself if you want." Since they're all dried up corpses anyway, it'll be good to scare this little lecher. Ning Qingxue, feeling mischievous, got up and left. After wandering around for a while without finding the treasure, she became somewhat disheartened and decided to find a clean place to sit cross-legged and rest. Before he could even enter a meditative state, he heard Lin Hao's excited howl. Ha ha, I knew there was still one left. What? Ning Qingxue suddenly opened her eyes and saw that Lin Hao was holding an eyeball-shaped gemstone, just like the one from before. They made a perfect pair. This ethereal and otherworldly fairy almost swore. What kind of world is this? Why am I the one who gets hurt, while that little lecher gets all the benefits? She was so angry she felt like she was ascending to heaven. Do you want it? Upon hearing the other person's voice, Ning Qingxue felt inexplicably smug and didn't respond. If you want one, I can give you one, but you don't want it. After saying that, Lin Hao put the gemstone into his storage bag with a regretful look on his face. That damn bastard. Ning Qingxue left the mountain god temple in a huff and ventured into the vast night. Lin Hao quickly chased after him, calling out, Hey, Fairy Ning, don't go. Wait for me. Chapter 121 Pure Yang Body. Boom. A bolt of lightning struck. A torrential downpour began. The raindrops formed dense streaks. Amidst this devastating downpour, a man and a woman were seen walking. Yesterday, Lin Hao and his companion did not get enough rest at the mountain god temple, and their spiritual energy was not restored. In addition, after traveling through the rain all night, Ning Qingxue was starting to feel the strain. Seeing that the beauty had withdrawn her spiritual power and that her clothes were gradually getting wet, Lin Hao quickly rushed forward and threw out a water-repelling talisman. Thanks. Ning Qingxue is a person who clearly distinguishes between gratitude and resentment. When it's time to express gratitude, she never hesitates. It's all right. We're from the same sect, and it's only right that we look after each other when we're out and about. These words warmed Ning Qingxue's heart. However, the warmth lasted less than a second before she felt the man's gaze drifting towards her. She remembered that her clothes were wet and might become slightly see-through, and she understood the man's little scheme. Snort. She snorted coldly and transformed into a streak of light, disappearing into the distance. Hey, Fairy Ning, why did you run away again? Wait for me. Lin Hao quickly chased after him. The two flew hundreds of miles in the rain, which did not lessen, and they had to change the water-repelling talisman 3 times. Ning Qingxue suddenly stopped in her tracks. It turned out that this was the place where the missing fellow disciple, whose identity token had last appeared before disappearing, was the one she had been assigned to. She scanned her surroundings with her beautiful eyes, but found nothing. The rain was too heavy to conduct any investigation. Lin Hao caught up and stood side by side with the beauty. Fairy Ning, the rain is too heavy, and we can't find any clues. Let's come back when the rain stops. Ning Qingxue nodded coldly, feeling very uncomfortable wearing her wet clothes. She remembered that there should be a sect nearby, which was an affiliated sect of the Xianin sect. This sect is called Qingyun sect, and its leader is a core formation cultivator. We can stay here temporarily to avoid the rain and gather some information. The two instantly transformed into streaks of light and flew towards the location of the Qingyun sect. As soon as Lin Hao and his companion stepped into the Qingyun sect's mountain gate, a male and a female cultivator came flying over on their flying swords. Who are you, and what brings you to my sect? The male cultivator, whose cultivation was slightly higher, asked in a loud voice. Ning Qingxue didn't waste any words and directly took out a token. The two cultivators from the Qingyun sect instantly changed their expressions, their backs almost bent to the ground, and said respectfully, We were unaware of your arrival, esteemed cultivator. Please forgive our failure to greet you properly. These two cultivators were only at the 9th level of Qi refining. Faced with a highly skilled cultivator, they trembled with fear. Bring out your sect leader. Ning Qingxue's voice was as cold as ice, exuding the air of a superior. However, the two cultivators dared not show any dissatisfaction and quickly returned to their sect to ask the sect leader for help. A moment later, an elderly man in a green robe flew out from the sect. This old man, Wang Changqing, pays his respects to the two esteemed cultivators. Lin Hao slightly raised his eyelids, thinking to himself, this old man is quite old, but he is only at the core formation stage, yet he has such an imposing name. Evergreen. Immortality eternal? Although Wang Changqing's cultivation level was higher than Lin Hao's, his attitude was extremely respectful, as if he were a junior. It's not surprising that he acted this way. If it were just someone from the Xianin sect, he wouldn't have been so humble. The main reason is that both of them are golden core seeds of the Xianyin sect, holding extraordinary positions. He can afford to offend them. The two entered the Qingyun sect after being greeted by the old man. Wang Chongqing subtly inquired, I wonder if there's anything our sect can do to help with your presence, since you two are here? Have you ever seen this person? Ning Qingxue took out a recording stone, which contained the image and voice of the missing fellow disciple. After examining the memorial stone, Wang Chongqing replied without hesitation, reporting to Elder Zhang. Elder Zhang stayed at our sect for 2 days, but left about 10 days ago. I wonder what happened. Oh, he's missing, or he's dead. Dead? Wang Chongqing was shocked, his beard trembling, and he stammered, What? What happened? That's what I wanted to ask you too. Ning Qingshue's eyes flashed with a cold glint as she said, He disappeared around here. Did you notice anything unusual? No. I haven't received any relevant information. Seeing that she couldn't get any useful information from the old man, Ning Qingxue coldly said, Prepare 2 superior rooms for us. Yes. The old man quickly instructed his disciples to do so. Shangxiu, please move to the reception room to rest for a while. I will have someone prepare a memorial banquet. No need. Lin Hao refused directly, then said, Sect leader Wang, I wonder if we can use the awakening crystals in your sect? A hint of surprise flashed in Wang Chongqing's eyes, wondering why the other party asked such a question, but he still respectfully replied, It can be used. Take me there. Wang Chongqing dared not delay and quickly led the way. Ning Qingxue frowned slightly. What did this brat want with the awakening crystal? Did he want to test his physique? Why not test it within the sect? Filled with doubt, she decided to go and see for herself. As she walked, she didn't see a single disciple, and Ning Qingxue couldn't help but frown. The Qingyun sect as a whole gave her a strange feeling. It was somewhat eerie. Before she could think any further, the 3 of them arrived at a quiet room. The Qingyun sect has few disciples, and the awakening ceremony is held only once every 3 years, so much so that the crystals have become covered in dust. Shangxiu, this is our sect's awakening crystal. Okay, you can go now. Yes. Wang Chongqing should be the one. Lin Hao glanced back and saw Ning Qingxue clasping her hands in a fist salute as she looked at him. He thought to himself that the higher-ups in the sect probably already knew what kind of physique he had, but they were just keeping it from him. So there's no need to hide it from this woman. So he placed his palm directly on the crystal, and after a short while, it shone brightly. The crystal was enveloped in a ball of crimson flame, causing the temperature in the quiet room to rise instantly. The heat wave hit her face, and Ning Qingxue was surprised. How could this brat's physique cause such a commotion? About the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, the crimson flames dissipated, revealing 4 large characters on the crystal. A body of pure yang. It turns out he has this kind of constitution. Both of them were shocked. Lin Hao knew that his physique was extraordinary, but he never expected it to be a pure yang physique. This physique is one of the top immortal bodies in the cultivation world. Because it is too masculine and domineering, it needs the yin energy of a woman to regulate it, so it is suitable for dual cultivation. No wonder my cultivation speed is so fast after practicing dual cultivation. However, a doubt arose in his mind. Why would the sect hide my excellent physique from me? If it's to protect oneself from being suppressed by rival sects, then one should be kept hidden and nurtured. But the sect allowed him to fight to the death in the cultivation world, which didn't seem like protection at all. What puzzled him most was that his master must have discovered his constitution, right? Why doesn't he mention this matter? Filled with doubts, Lin Hao wished he could immediately return to the sect and ask his master for clarification. Chapter 1:22 Guarding the Gate. This brat actually has a pure yang body. No wonder his cultivation speed is so fast, and he even made up the name of a handsome young master. Pooh, you little lecher. This is a perfect match for this body type. Although she really wanted to know why Lin Hao didn't have his physique tested at the sect, she was certain that he wouldn't tell her the truth, so she didn't want to make a fool of herself. Let's go. Ning Qingxue responded and followed Lin Hao away from there. Seeing that Nan Shangxiu seemed to be in a bad mood, Wang Chongqing didn't dare to say anything and just silently led the way. Just take us directly to our lodgings, Ning Qingxue said indifferently. Yes, Shangxiu, this way please. After about the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Wang Chongqing led the 2 to a mansion. This elegant residence was specially used by the Qingyun sect to entertain distinguished guests. After leading the 2 to their destination, Wang Chongqing tactfully withdrew. Lin Hao was filled with doubts. His questioning of the body was cut off by the Grand Elder. The awakening elder, Cui Qing'er, and the others simply listened to the Grand Elder's words. Is it possible that someone of a higher rank is giving orders? Master examined his physique and probably also inquired with the awakening elder, but Master didn't mention it again later. Lin Hao was in a low mood and wanted to go back to his room to rest, but Ning Qingxue stopped him. Lin Hao, do you sense anything is wrong? Upon hearing this, Lin Hao frowned. After thinking it over, he realized something was amiss. He had rarely seen any disciples of the Qingyun sect along the way. Where did everyone go? I have a feeling something's off here. Ning Qingxue raised her eyebrows, hesitated for a moment, and then said, in any case, let's be on our guard. I want to take a bath. Could you stand guard at the door for me? Ning Qingxue, I mainly sensed something was wrong. Otherwise, she wouldn't have let the wolf into her house. Upon hearing this request, Lin Hao's negative emotions vanished instantly, and he immediately assured him, no problem. With me here, no one will be able to get even half a step into Fairy Ning's room. As long as you don't have any ulterior motives, it's fine. Ning Qingxue silently complained to herself. Even once, I'll gouge your eyes out. Lin Hao, with an upright demeanor, patted his chest and said, Fairy Ning, you underestimate me. I, Lin Hao, am a dashing and romantic man and would never do anything like stealing or cheating. You better not. Ning Qingxue's voice was as cold as ice, but for some reason, it sounded alluring to Lin Hao. Lin Hao felt a little strange, thinking that it might be a hallucination caused by his abstinence from women for several days, so he didn't pay any attention to it. A practitioner's senses must be different from those of an ordinary person. Lin Hao didn't listen attentively, but he did hear the rustling sound of clothes being undressed. A moment later, the sound of flowing water was heard again. Splash! The clear, melodious sound, like the rushing of a mountain spring, made one's mind wander and one's breathing become heavier. Suck! 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 Lin Hao involuntarily sniffed, but instead caught a strange fragrance, which surprised him even more. This woman smells so good. Flower that has fallen to earth, a rare flower from the celestial realm. Sounds and smells constantly stimulated his senses. Just one glance. A thought flashed through his mind. The thought startled him, and he quickly pinched his thigh. Lin Hao, you love beautiful women, but you can't be a villain. A gentleman appreciates beauty, but he acquires it through proper means. He kept telling himself not to let his mind wander, but images of beautiful women bathing kept popping into his head. Just one glance. Thinking of this, Lin Hao turned around uncontrollably, gathering all his spiritual power into his eyes, and the small door seemed to disappear. Inside the room, a misty fog filled the air. It's like a fairyland on earth. Through layers of mist, a body that seemed to defy frost and snow could be vaguely seen. Splash! The beauty scooped up a ladle of petal water and poured it on herself, then picked up a soft cloth and gently wiped herself. Snap! 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 One glance is enough to surpass countless others in the world. Blood was seeping from one of Lin Hao's nostrils. He reached out and caught a drop, muttering to himself, my internal heat is getting quite severe. Lin Hao, the beautiful woman inside the house, suddenly let out a delicate shout, grabbed the clothes that had been dried by spiritual energy from the clothes rack, wrapped them around her body, and then rushed out the door. But they saw Lin Hao sitting in meditation and cultivating diligently. Am I sensing something wrong? A hint of suspicion flashed in Ning Qingxue's eyes. Suddenly, she twitched her nose and smelled a faint scent of blood. What's going on? Lin Hao, aren't you going to explain yourself? Ning Qingxue pointed to a small pool of blood on the ground, her phoenix eyes filled with endless indifference. Oh, it's so dry, I'm getting a sore throat. Are you done washing, Fairy Ning? Ning Qingxue kept a close eye on the other party, trying to find any clues, but to no avail. Perhaps the senses were wrong. The thief wasn't actually peeking. Now that Fairy Ning has finished washing, it's my turn. Seeing Lin Hao trying to go into her room, Ning Qingxue immediately raised her eyebrows and said angrily, if you want to wash, go to your own room. As soon as he finished speaking, he flew directly into the house, leaving behind only a fragrant breeze. Lin Hao touched the tip of his nose and muttered to himself, we're all from the same sect. Why are you being so stingy? Roll. The beautiful woman inside the room gave a cold snort. You stingy guy. Lin Hao muttered again, and before the woman could get really angry, he dashed back to his room. Before even entering the door, I immediately sensed something was wrong. There are people inside. His face instantly darkened. He drew the Phoenix Cry sword from its case and imbued it with spiritual power. Squeak. He kicked the door open. but they found two beautiful women bathing inside the house. What's going on? Lin Hao pondered as he observed the two women's true nature. Beautiful, shapely legs, wet hair, as well as glug. He swallowed almost imperceptibly and asked in a loud voice, "Who are you?" A beautiful woman, looking pitiful, bowed and said, "Respectfully, we are here to serve you." Lin Hao immediately understood that this was a special treatment set up by the affiliated sect to entertain the disciples of the main sect. Just how unequal the status is between subordinate sects and the main sects. But he likes it very much. Who told him to be a disciple of the upper sect? Yes, thank you both for your hard work. Lin Hao walked into the room with a serious expression, flicked his sleeves to close the door, and casually set up a restriction. Only then did he look at the beautiful woman inside the room again. Being young is great. The glistening water droplets traced graceful arcs across its surface, leaving faint watermarks, just like a lotus emerging from the water. At this age, she is indeed so tender and juicy. Lin Hao sighed inwardly, then prepared to enjoy this wretched hospitality. Chapter 123 Unwavering Determination. Lin Hao was playing along with the two beauties, having a good time. We are about to move on to an in-depth and sincere exchange. Boom. A streak of snow-white sword energy shattered his own door and collapsed half of the room. Boom. The beams, pillars, and walls almost buried Lin Hao alive. Fortunately, no one was injured, but they ended up looking disheveled. What's going on? Lin Hao looked angrily towards the door, only to see Ning Qingxue carrying a sword and charging towards him like a whirlwind. Ning Qingxue, have you gone mad? You're the one who's crazy, you fool. You've lost your mind to women. Look at these two women. What are they? Clang. Ning Qingxue unleashed two sword beams in quick succession, decapitating the two bathing beauties. Lin Hao felt heartbroken watching this. This woman had truly gone mad. What a waste. He was about to argue with the woman when he discovered that a worm was crawling out of each of their two beautiful heads. The green insect had just crawled out when Ning Qingxue flicked out two silver needles, pinning it to the ground. What is this? Lin Hao asked, puzzled. Ning Qingxue snorted coldly, then said, "This is a spirit-devouring worm from the demon race, specifically used to control human cultivators." Soul-devouring worms? Lin Hao's expression changed. He had heard of this kind of insect, which could parasitize the mind and control the host's consciousness. Soul-eating insects here? Could it be that there are demons here? Lin Hao's expression instantly turned ugly. No wonder he felt something was wrong with this sect, and vaguely sensed that someone was spying on him. So that's what was strange. He and Ning Qingxue exchanged a glance, their thoughts coinciding. This place is not safe to stay. Escape. The two fled one after the other towards the outside of the sect. However, before they could escape far, they were surrounded by hundreds of cultivators. Two esteemed cultivators. Where are you headed so late? The sect leader of Qingyun sect stepped out from the crowd and said in a sinister tone, "We were tricked." A hint of helplessness flashed in Lin Hao's eyes. He clearly sensed something was wrong. But when the time came, he lost his mind. "I almost got ruined by women. Fuck you, you old bastard. They must have drugged her. Otherwise, why would I have been lustful at first sight? Fairy Ning, now you know? Being with those two female cultivators wasn't my intention. It was this old bastard who did it." Ning Qingxue's eyes flashed with a cold light as she said hatefully, "What kind of time is this to be saying such things?" Upon hearing this, Lin Hao glanced around. This old man was quite cunning. He had set up an ambush with more than 100 men, all of whom had dull eyes. Could it be that the Qingyun sect has been controlled by the spirit-devouring insects? Is this old man a demon? No, this old man doesn't have any demonic scent, and upon closer inspection, his eyes also seem a bit vacant. It seems this bastard has also been controlled. Where's the instigator? Lin Hao's eyes flashed with a sharp light as he searched his surroundings, when suddenly his expression changed drastically. A little fox. What is she doing here? The little fox Ning Moyan also saw Lin Hao and Ning Qingxue, her eyes filled with surprise. She hadn't expected to meet the two of them here. The third-tier demon behind her then coldly said to Lin Hao, "Lin Hao, come with me." The members of the Qingyun sect quickly made way for them. The two flew through the air, and after getting far away from the crowd, they landed. Ning Moyan bit her lip lightly and said, "Lin Hao, what are you doing here?" Lin Hao rubbed his nose and said helplessly, "I was about to ask you the same thing. What are you doing here? Why are you controlling the people from the Qingyun sect? Don't worry about all that. Just quickly make a vow to heaven that you will not tell anyone about what happened here, and then I will let you go." "Where is Ning Qingxue?" Lin Hao asked. I want to take her back to the demon race. Lin Hao stepped forward and used his finger to lift the little fox's snow-white, pointed chin. That won't do. If we're going to leave, the two of us have to go together. Ning Moyan tried to push the finger away, but Lin Hao held her tightly around the waist. You are a bad person. Ning Moyan's eyelashes trembled slightly as she thought to herself. When did this bad guy become so close to Ning Qingxue? Little did she know that not long ago, the two of them had a huge fight. No, I can only let you go, Ning Moyan said again. Why? She's your sister. Lin Hao asked, puzzled. A flash of hatred crossed Ning Moyan's eyes as she gritted her teeth and said, No, I don't have this sister. She's a traitor to the demon race and must be brought back for trial. Are you going to betray your own family for the greater good? Right. Lips pressed together. A familiar feeling washed over the little fox, and it was instantly powerless to resist. It felt its body grow weak. They parted after a long time. Are we still going to kill our own relatives now? Ning Moyan greedily inhaled the fresh air and said, Destroy them, or destroy them. And now? Extinction. The little fox was completely subdued, but it still wouldn't give in and refused to let Ning Qingxue go. Since that's the case, then I won't leave either. I can't abandon my fellow disciples and escape alone. Besides, I must report what happened here to the sect. As soon as he finished speaking, he summoned a flying sword and returned to the enemy formation. Watching that resolute figure walk away, the little fox shouted, Lin Hao, I already told you I'd let you go. Are you stupid? Just pretend I'm stupid. Seeing Lin Hao return, Ning Qingxue was greatly surprised and said, She took you away alone. She must have been showing you mercy. Why did you come back? Lin Hao chuckled and said, Of course I can't bear to part with you. You think I'd believe that? Although Ning Qingxue said this, a smile appeared on her lips. Lin Hao, I just tried it. There's an isolation array here, so I can't send out a distress message. If we can't unleash it, then we'll break this formation. Clang, 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 clang. Lin Hao summoned 4 flying swords in one breath. Phoenix Cry, Purple Lightning, Crimson Blood, and Azure Bird. Seeing this, Ning Qingxue kindly reminded him, Lin Hao, aren't you afraid of running out of spiritual energy by using so many flying swords? Ordinary cultivators wield a flying sword, which leaves them with the energy to do other things. 4-sword control? This brat's gone mad. Or does he have an inexhaustible supply of spiritual power? Unbeknownst to her, the black hole vortex within Lin Hao's Dantian could store spiritual energy, and it was a self-contained space with a spiritual energy storage capacity that surpassed that of the Dantian, making it equivalent to his second Dantian. Therefore, his spiritual power far exceeds that of ordinary people, and controlling 4 swords is no problem for him. Kill. He and Ning Qingxue were in sync, both holding the same idea of capturing the leader first. They attacked from the left and right, heading straight for the core formation ancestor of the Qingyun sect. The phoenix spreads its flame. Snow Dragon soars across the land. 2 powerful sword energies blasted towards Wang Chongqing. Bang! Bang! This renowned old cultivator seemed to have gone mad, and did not dodge. He took 2 sword strikes head-on, and even with his early core formation cultivation, he was in a miserable state. His clothes were ripped to shreds, and 2 deep, gruesome wounds were left on his chest, exposing the bone. However, despite such severe injuries, this core formation cultivator didn't even flinch. Lin Hao was surprised. Controlled by the soul-devouring insects, he couldn't even feel pain? Ning Qingxue knew that the other party had not retaliated because they had not received orders to attack. She and Lin Hao exchanged a glance and instantly understood each other's thoughts. Strike while the iron is hot. Chapter 124 First Meeting with Senior Sister. Cut. Lin Hao let out a low shout, his left hand unleashing a crimson sun, and his right hand unleashing lightning. Combined with the icy sword energy, these 3 completely different energies arrived in front of Wang Chongqing in an instant. This time, the old man did make a move, but facing the encirclement and attack of the 2 prodigies of the Xianyin sect, not to mention that his strength had been reduced due to being controlled by the spirit-devouring insects. Even in his normal state, with his old and frail body, he would find it difficult to resist. Seeing that this old core formation cultivator was about to die at the hands of the prodigy, the disciples of Qingyun sect rushed forward without hesitation to shield their ancestor from the sword energy. Fuck your mother. Is this even allowed? Lin Hao was completely speechless. These zombie-faced people were fearless. Once Wang Chongqing had a chance to recover, he soared into the air like an eagle spreading its wings, and boundless spiritual power surged from his hands as he struck out two large handprints. Like green mountains, like flowing clouds, sometimes still, sometimes moving, endlessly changing. This is his signature move, the Azure Cloud Great Handprint. Sensing the immense spiritual power emanating from the handprint, Lin Hao and Ning Qingxue dared not confront it head-on and chose to dodge. However, this giant handprint was aimed at Ning Qingxue, so even if Lin Hao didn't dodge, he wouldn't be in danger. As she dodged, Ning Qingxue glanced back at the giant handprint that clung to her like a leech. She wanted to retaliate with a sword strike, but she was entangled by the disciples of the Qingyun sect. This restricted her movements, making every step fraught with danger. Looking at Ning Qingxue, who was struggling, Lin Hao thought that even if he went up, he would have a hard time breaking through the encirclement. Why not just eliminate the source? He rode on the Crimson Spirit and Azure Bird, wielding the Phoenix Cry and Purple Lightning swords, and swiftly charged into the air like lightning, unleashing two sword beams. Blazing Sun, Divine Thunder. They are all extremely domineering. At the same time, it was blasted towards Wang Chongqing, who was manipulating the giant handprint. Boom. Click. Lin Hao's attacks were very tricky, and Wang Chongqing had no time to dodge, so he could only take 2 hits. His injuries worsened, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood, his breath visibly weakening. That awe-inspiring handprint was about to collapse. Ning Qingxue breathed a slight sigh of relief. She prepared to kill the Qingyun sect disciples who were surrounding and killing her, then join Lin Hao to take down Wang Chongqing. Unexpectedly, a sudden change occurred. The massive handprint, on the verge of collapse, struck Ning Qingxue with lightning speed. Boom. A core formation cultivator's all-out attack. White clothes stained with blood. Ning Qingxue fell towards the ground like a butterfly with broken wings. Fairy Ning. Lin Hao roared and quickly mounted his sword, rushing forward. Lin Hao held Ning Qingxue in his arms and saw dozens of Qingyun sect disciples, as well as the half-crippled Wang Chongqing, surrounding him recklessly. He rose into the air on his flying sword, his eyes filled with coldness, and shouted, "Little fox, she is your own sister, born of the same mother. How can you treat her like this? Doesn't your heart hurt at all?" The little fox hiding in the shadows trembled slightly upon hearing this loud shout. The Qingyun sect members who were charging into battle came to an abrupt halt. Great opportunity. Lin Hao and the little fox were close friends, and Lin Hao knew best that the little fox was soft-hearted. He was just using words to provoke her and find a good opportunity to break through. Believe it or not, he actually got his wish. Boom, boom, boom. Sword energy blazes like fire. Lin Hao cut a gap in the isolation array and threw his identity token out through the gap. Suddenly, the character, Lin, appeared in the sky. This is the distress signal used by inner disciples of the Xianyin sect. Inner disciples are the treasures of the sect. The Xianyin sect stipulates that whenever an inner disciple's distress signal is seen, disciples in the vicinity of the sect and nearby affiliated forces must go to their rescue. Little fox, once this order is issued, the affiliated forces of the Xianyin sect, as well as the disciples in the vicinity, will all rush here. You'd better run away right now. Otherwise, it will be too late. Seeing the man suspended in midair, the little fox stomped her feet in anger, the good situation ruined by that bad guy. The great demon beside her said respectfully, "Princess, I will go and kill this fiend." "No need. This is human territory after all. We shouldn't confront them head-on. Let's go." However, before leaving, she gave instructions to all the disciples of the Qingyun sect. Fight to the death. They only took Wang Chongqing with them. Good heavens. Seeing the disciples of the Qingyun sect launching a suicidal attack on him, like worker bees guarding their nest, Lin Hao dared not linger there. He carried Ning Qingxue on his shoulder and vanished in a streak of light. He had been fleeing for an unknown amount of time, and even with his profound spiritual power, he felt exhausted before slowing down. After traveling several more miles, they encountered a group of people, the Golden Saber sect, an affiliated force of the Xianyin sect, who came to rescue Lin Hao after seeing his distress signal. After the incident at Qingyun sect, Lin Hao became wary and kept a safe distance from the people of Jin Dao sect when communicating. He recounted the news that the Qingyun sect had been infiltrated by the demon race. Just then, unexpectedly, a person flew out from the Golden Saber sect team and flew directly in front of him. "What's going on? Another one being controlled?" Lin Hao exclaimed in surprise and turned to run away. But then a clear and melodious voice was heard. "Junior brother, I'm your senior sister." "Senior sister?" Lin Hao turned his head in confusion and saw that the newcomer had an incomparably beautiful face and an even more graceful figure, no less than Ning Qingxue in his arms. It's so captivating that it's mesmerizing to watch. She is clearly a pure and pretty girl, yet she possesses a captivating charm that draws people in. The towering peaks were dazzlingly white. "Hey kid, where are you looking?" "Great." The beautiful woman struck Lin Hao on the head, proving he was indeed a lecherous man, living up to his reputation as a charming young master. "What are you doing?" Lin Hao rubbed his head, secretly shocked. This woman's strength was terrifying. "It's unstoppable, absolutely unstoppable." "Master, what did he teach you?" The woman reached out her slender hand and grabbed Lin Hao's ear, then drew the Phoenix Cry sword from its scabbard. "The Phoenix Cry sword has been bestowed upon you. It seems your master has passed on the Fire Lotus sword technique to you." Lin Hao exclaimed. "You, senior sister?" The woman raised her eyebrows and said, "At least you're not too stupid. You brat, you can still recognize me." Lin Hao was thrilled to run into his senior sister here. Although they had never met before, he felt a sense of familiarity with her. "Senior sister, I've missed you so much." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Hao started to inch his way up the mountain. The woman extended a slender, white finger and touched Lin Hao's forehead. "You lecherous brat, you're full of bad intentions. I don't know why your master would accept you as a disciple. That's because I have special skills and excellent abilities." The woman chuckled and said, "You really are as smooth-talking as the rumors say. Your master has been fooled by you. It's also possible that I was deceived by my master." Uft. The woman burst into laughter, her body trembling with ecstasy. During their conversation, the two, who were meeting for the first time, quickly became much closer. "All right, let's get back to the main topic. You said the Qingyun sect was infiltrated by the demon race. Tell me in detail." Lin Hao immediately put on a serious face and explained everything in detail. "What a demon race. They have such a scheme. If it weren't for your timely discovery, junior brother, our sect's affiliated forces might have been secretly manipulated by them. You don't need to worry about this anymore. Leave it to me. By the way, weren't you supposed to represent your sect in the Heavenly Pride battle?" Lin Hao nodded and said with a smile, "Senior sister, is there anything you need to tell me?" "It's nothing. If you encounter anyone from the Heavenly Sword sect, just give them a good beating." Lin Hao's heart was immediately filled with gossip. His senior sister had made enemies with the people of the Heavenly Sword sect. But before he could ask any further questions, the woman led the group away. "Junior brother, keep it up and spread the glory of our great bamboo peak. Also, hurry up and heal your woman's wounds." Watching his senior sister leave, Lin Hao felt a pang of reluctance. Although it was their first meeting, he felt an inexplicable sense of closeness to her. Well, he sighed inwardly. "Oh, senior sister, you've misunderstood. This isn't my woman yet." Fortunately, Ning Qingxue was unconscious and did not hear it. Chapter 125: The Struggle for Imperial Power. The night was slightly cool. Inside a mountain cave. Ning Qingxue slowly woke up, opened her eyes weakly, looked around, and felt a chill run through her body. He saw that he was covered with a man's single garment, and he was only wearing a small undergarment underneath. He then saw Lin Hao meditating and regulating his breathing. Clang. She drew the snow dragon sword and held it directly to Lin Hao's neck. "You scoundrel, what have you done to me?" Lin Hao suddenly opened his eyes, but remained calm despite the sharp blade at his side. "I didn't do anything. It's just that your clothes were stained with blood. If they weren't removed, they would remain on your body and hinder the healing of your wounds, so I took them off for you. But I can't open your storage ring, so I can only cover you with one of my clothes." "Fairy Ning, what do you think I did to you?" Ning Qingxue was now fully awake. She didn't feel anything unusual in her body and realized that she might have misunderstood Lin Hao. However, when this guy takes off his clothes, he might do something outrageous. The movement was too large and aggravated the wound. She could barely hold the sword in her hand. Seeing this, Lin Hao quickly pushed the blade away. It would be too unfair if he were accidentally slit in the throat. "Fairy Ning, your injuries are serious. You should heal them first." Ning Qingxue raised an eyebrow, snorted coldly, and took out a clean set of clothes from her storage ring. "Turn your head away, don't look." Okay. Lin Hao muttered to himself as he turned around. "It's not like I haven't seen it before." "What did you say?" "It's nothing. I was just saying that Fairy Ning's injuries are too severe. My dual cultivation method happens to have excellent healing effects, so perhaps." Roll. Ning Qingxue, her face contorted with rage, endured the excruciating pain as she dressed, then took out a small Celadone bottle from her storage ring. This contains the Sacred Essence Pill, a sacred healing medicine that only nascent soul cultivators can refine. It is effective even for injuries sustained by nascent soul cultivators and is extremely precious. 2 years ago, the sect leader bestowed 5 pills upon her, and now only 2 remain. With a heavy heart, she took out 1 pill, swallowed it, and quickly sat cross-legged to heal her injuries. If she knew that Lin Hao still had more than half a bottle, dozens of pills, she would definitely be envious, jealous, and furious. Lin Hao turned his head and saw that the woman's eyes were closed. He couldn't help but complain. This pill? You wouldn't even take it when facing a powerful enemy before, but you took it now. Am I more terrifying than the powerful enemy? Although Ning Qingxue was healing with her eyes closed, she did not shut down her senses and heard Lin Hao's complaints clearly. Humph, you are far more terrifying than any powerful enemy. The healing effect of the Holy Essence Pill was excellent. In just one night, Ning Qingshue's injuries were almost completely healed. When she stepped out of the cave, she saw Lin Hao tending to the campfire, roasting 2 snowfowl chickens on it. She couldn't help but frown. Foundation establishment cultivators can live without worldly desires, so what is this little lecher doing? What wicked scheme are they plotting now? You've come at the perfect time. The chicken is freshly roasted. Eat up. Lin Hao tore off a chicken leg and handed it to the woman. Ning Qingxue was about to refuse, but the irresistible aroma of the meat awakened her long-dormant cravings. So she reached out her slender hand, took the chicken leg, and took a small bite. Crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, the meat is delicious and leaves a lingering fragrance in your mouth. Unexpectedly, this little lecher also has excellent cooking skills. After taking a bite of meat, Ning Qingxue suddenly felt hungry. She ate it in small bites until only a bone remained. After finishing their meal, they still looked at the roasting chicken with lingering interest. Seeing this, Lin Hao tore off another chicken leg, placed it in front of the woman, and then began to eat heartily himself. How should we arrange our next steps? Opinion: that missing fellow disciple was most likely killed by the Qingyan sect, or rather, the demon race. This matter is very serious and has been taken over by my senior sister. Senior sister? Ning Qingxue bit her lip lightly. That which who once turned the sect upside down? Speaking of which, the 3 disciples of the Venerable Master were all arrogant and domineering. She looked at Lin Hao with a strange expression, as if trying to figure something out. The person in question, unaware of the woman's subtle thoughts, continued. In any case, your mission is complete. Now it's time to go to the Vermilion Bird Kingdom. Ning Qingxue nodded, but in her heart she was thinking, wouldn't it be troublesome to take sides in the power transition of a secular dynasty? The capital city of the Vermilion Bird Kingdom. The sounds of arguing rose and fell from the luxurious and grand palace. Since ancient times, the eldest son has been chosen over the youngest. Although there is no imperial edict from the late emperor, the eldest prince should rightfully inherit the throne. Third prince, do you have anything else to say? The speaker wore a python robe embroidered with 4 claws, and his well-maintained face exuded an imposing and dignified air. He was Fong Ming, the younger brother of the late Emperor Fong Hong, and was a prince. According to you, the ancient teachings also say that the legitimate son should be established, not the son of a concubine. The 13th prince, Fong Yuan, is the only legitimate son of the late emperor and empress. If he doesn't ascend the throne, who will? This one, also dressed in a python robe, was a prince of the Vermilion Bird Kingdom. Fong Tian and Fong Ming were of equally high status, so they naturally dared to fight for it. Second brother, everyone knows you treat the eldest prince very well, but this is too much. You care about him more than your own son. So, what exactly are you after? You? Fong Ming was furious, a barely concealed hatred flashing in his eyes. Then why did you so strongly support the 13th prince's ascension to the throne? I just can't stand the barbaric practices of some people. Fong Ming, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, shrieked. Third brother, what are you trying to say with that sarcastic tone? What do I want to say? Fong Tian took 2 steps forward, his tone gradually turning cold. Back then, when my eldest brother was away fighting, he asked you, second brother, to escort my sister-in-law back. How did you escort her? You? Utterly shameless. Fong Ming, like an enraged old lion, said in a hateful voice. Third brother, do you think my sword isn't sharp? Clang. Fong Tian also drew his sword and said coldly, my sword is never dull. The princes in the hall, seeing the 2 old princes drawing their swords against each other, each had their own thoughts. The eldest prince is the eldest son and also has the support of Prince Ming. The 13th prince is the legitimate son and the Prince of Tianqin strongly supports him. If the two of them don't both suffer heavy losses, others will have little chance. Those who can stand here are all shrewd people. The two princes who are confronting each other also know that their fight will allow a third party to benefit. So it's all just talk. They won't actually take action until the very end. Both men are princes, each commanding nearly 10,000 armored private soldiers. If a conflict were to break out, the capital would be plunged into bloodshed. Not to mention that 100,000 imperial guards were stationed in the imperial city. These loyal guards of the former emperor, although not involved in the struggle for the throne, were responsible for the security of the imperial city. When war breaks out in the palace, they naturally won't stand idly by. General Meng Long of the Imperial Guard, clad in heavy armor and wielding a 3-foot-long sword, stood at the entrance of the imperial city, his posture upright, like a long spear piercing the sky. This powerful minister, who held considerable military power, remained expressionless, his eyes devoid of any emotion. No one knew what he was thinking. Chapter 126, Such a Coincidence. Lin Hao and Ning Qingxue flew to the Vermilion Bird Kingdom on their swords, stopped outside the capital, and looked at the great city. This is a massive city, spanning hundreds of miles, with no end in sight. It is daytime now, the buildings are clearly visible, the streets are wide and interconnected, and people come and go, shoulder to shoulder. This is the capital of the Vermilion Bird Kingdom. Let's go directly to the palace and resolve this matter, Lin Hao said calmly. Ning Qingxue nodded slightly, agreeing with his idea. The two rode their flying swords towards the palace. Halt, you who are coming. Meng Long roared, emanating an astonishing aura. He was a core formation stage cultivator, and as a veteran of the battlefield, he possessed an even more imposing presence. His eyes were disdainful as he coldly stared at the newcomer. The imperial palace is a sacred ground. No one may trespass. Anyone who disobeys will be executed without mercy. Without wasting words, Lin Hao directly took out his identity token. Meng Lian's expression changed drastically in an instant, and he said respectfully, "This humble general was blind to your greatness. Please punish me accordingly." He was a core formation cultivator and commanded 100,000 troops, making him second only to the emperor in the Vermilion Bird Kingdom. Now that he has passed away, it is no exaggeration to say that he held the most esteemed position. Even so, when he met a cultivator from the Xianin sect, he would still respectfully address him as Supreme Cultivator. Lin Hao, however, was too lazy to argue with him and simply waved his hand, saying, "We have an imperial edict to read. You lead the way and take us into the palace." Yes. At this moment, the heated debate was still raging inside the main hall. The two princes refused to make a move, which greatly displeased the prince who wanted to take advantage of the situation. "Second brother, have you ever heard the story of the son of the Liu family?" "I won't listen. I won't listen." "Third brother, you have no respect for your elders. You're utterly lawless. An elder must be of high moral character and prestige to be worthy of respect. But as for you, you." Fang Ming was furious and rolled up his sleeves, ready to start a fight, when he heard a shout. "A high-ranking cultivator from the Xianin sect has arrived. Is the upper realm descending?" The expressions of everyone in the hall changed instantly. Lin Hao and Ning Qingxue stood atop the clouds, riding on flying swords, looking down at everyone. Are they fighting for power? Lin Hao glanced at the crowd below, took out a jade slip from his storage bag, and flicked it with his finger. Golden characters appeared in the sky. Of Emperor Zhuge without leaving a will. In order to prevent internal strife and suffering of the common people, the 13th Prince Fang Yuan is hereby appointed as the new emperor of Zhuge Kingdom. After reading the contents of the golden letter, Prince Fang Ming sighed inwardly. He had originally planned to help the eldest prince ascend the throne and then go to the Xianin sect to request an official title. However, his wishful thinking backfired. Prince Fang Tian looked pleased with himself. He first bowed to the imperial edict, then to the two senior cultivators, and finally to Fang Yuan. "Congratulations on your majesty's ascension to the throne. Long live the emperor." His bow triggered a chain reaction, with many ministers and General Meng Long kneeling and paying homage to the new emperor. The other princes were very unwilling, especially the eldest prince, whose face was full of gloom. However, the Vermilion Bird Kingdom was a country ruled by the Xianin sect, and no one dared to disobey its decrees. The new emperor, Fang Yuan, was actually an outer disciple of the Xianin sect. In fact, he and Lin Hao were in the same batch of disciples, so they were true fellow disciples. He flew to the two men and spoke to them. "Senior brother Lin, Thank you for arriving in time to help me ascend the throne. Otherwise, my brothers would have been resentful, and if war had broken out, it would have been the common people who suffered. Fang Yuan said sincerely. He wasn't very talented in cultivation. He finally reached the great perfection of qi refining, but failed to establish his foundation, damaging his roots. He was preparing to go home to recuperate, but before he even got home, his father passed away. He's caught up in a power struggle between brothers. He was indeed the eldest son, but he pursued the path of immortality from a young age and stayed away from court affairs. Apart from his third uncle, he had no supporters. In this struggle for the throne, they can be said to be at a disadvantage. Fortunately, Lin Hao brought a decree that helped him ascend to the throne. Lin Hao didn't know much about this enthusiastic fellow disciple, but he remembered that this person was known as the Good Fortune Boy when he was in the outer sect. This is because if someone admires their opponent after a duel, they will be given a magical artifact as a gift. When Lin Hao casually mentioned this name, Fang Yuan couldn't help but smile shyly. Senior brother Lin, I didn't expect you to still remember my nickname. My only regret after 4 years of cultivation is that I have never fought with you. How about we have a fight now? The two looked at each other and smiled. Before they knew it, their relationship had grown a little closer. Senior brother, I'll have someone prepare a banquet to welcome you and senior sister Ning. Lin Hao initially wanted to refuse, but then he remembered that Ning Qingxue had some hidden injuries, so he suggested that she stay and recuperate for a couple of days. Anyway, there's still some time before the Battle of the Prodigies. Then we too will accept it without being impolite. Soon after, led by Fang Yuan, Lin Hao and Ning Qingxue went to the banquet. The royal banquet hall was resplendent in gold and green, with vermilion bamboo stalks inside, each adorned with a lifelike golden dragon. Under the illumination of candlelight and precious stones, the main hall appears even more magnificent and grand. The aroma of food and wine filled the hall. Elegant music drifted among the crowd. The new emperor, Fang Yuan, sat in the main seat, with Lin Hao and his companion on his left, the closest to him. After several rounds of drinks, Fang Yuan clapped his hands, and dozens of women draped in thin veils began to dance gracefully in the hall. All of them were stunningly beautiful. Observe the dancer intently with an appreciative gaze. Senior brother, which one do you fancy? I'll send someone to deliver it to you. Fang Yuan revealed an expression that every man understands. Lin Hao noticed Ning Qingxue staring at him and thought to himself that he hadn't yet achieved his goal, so he couldn't afford to lose sight of the bigger picture. Moreover, these beautiful women in the human world are of no benefit to his spiritual practice. If he were to be tempted, it would truly be lusting after someone else's body, which is absolutely wrong. Therefore, he said righteously and sternly, Junior brother Fang, beautiful women in the mortal world are of no benefit to my cultivation. Let's not mention this matter again. Fang Yuan immediately showed surprise and nodded in agreement. Ning Qingxue heard their conversation, hummed softly, and then excused herself, saying she was tired, and went to her residence to rest. Lin Hao did not try to stop him, but simply told him to take good care of himself. After the woman's figure disappeared, did his gaze return to the dancers. Everyone loves beauty, and looking at beautiful things is always more comfortable than drinking with a bunch of old men. After Ning Qingxue left, Lin Hao revealed his true nature, and Fang Yuan immediately understood. So that's how it is. I knew it. How could a renowned playboy not love beautiful women? Huh. Lin Hao couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, his gaze lingering on the imperial family for a long time. Such stunning beauty exists in this world. He stared intently at the stunning beauty who rivaled Ning Qingxue in looks. What a delicate beauty she was, making one's heart ache with pity. Junior brother Fang, who is that? A hint of surprise flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes, and he quickly said, Senior brother, that's my elder sister, Princess Yong'an. He could tell that this senior brother Lin was very interested in his sister, so he sighed and said, Senior brother, my sister is indeed naturally beautiful. Even among the female cultivators in the immortal sects, there are not many who are more beautiful than my sister. Actually, I really wanted to marry my senior brother, but unfortunately, my sister isn't so lucky. What do you mean? Lin Hao's gaze never left the eldest princess. Let alone beauties in the mortal world, there aren't many women in the sect who can move his heart. He still really wanted to be Zhao Yuanzi's brother-in-law, so he was very curious as to why the other party said that. Fang Yuan frowned deeply and sighed heavily, saying, Senior brother, you don't know this, but my sister has suffered from cold-related illness since she was a child. Whether it's the imperial physicians or folk healers, they all determined that she wouldn't live past 21, and my sister is exactly 20 this year. Cold-related illness? Lin Hao frowned. He had never heard of this disease before. They thought it was just a common mortal illness, but Fang Yuan said that his father had spent a lot of money to have a nascent soul cultivator treat him, but even that failed to cure the disease. However, that great cultivator once said that the only way to save my sister was to find a man with a pure yang body and cultivate with him. But a pure yang body is extremely rare, even in the cultivation world, let alone in the secular kingdoms. There's nothing we can do. Chapter 127 Cooperation is possible. After listening to Fang Yuan's story, Lin Hao looked puzzled. This woman was suffering from a serious illness and needed a pure yang body to counteract it, and he happened to be one of those. He cleared his throat and said, "Junior brother Fang, to be honest, I am a pure yang body." Fang Yuan thought to himself that this senior brother Lin was after his sister's beauty. My sister needs a pure yang body, and this senior brother Lin is one? What a coincidence. Although he was grateful to Lin Hao for helping him reclaim the throne and felt deep respect for her, she was his own sister. How could he allow his terminally ill sister to be toyed with, both physically and mentally? So he braced himself and said, "Senior brother Lin, you can't joke like that." Sensing the disbelief in Fang Yuan's tone, Lin Hao raised an eyebrow and said, "Whether you believe it or not, I have said my piece." After speaking, he stood up and walked to the seats of the royal women. Upon seeing the Xianyin sect cultivator approaching, the group of women became extremely nervous and couldn't utter a single complete sentence. Only Princess Yongin remained composed and graceful, offering a respectful bow. From afar, she possesses unparalleled beauty. Up close, she is breathtakingly gorgeous. What an absolutely stunning beauty. I could feel the woman's gentle and noble aura, as well as her pitiful and delicate charm. Lin Hao secretly made up his mind that he must save this delicate beauty. He did it to do good deeds and to avoid seeing the beauty wither away. He wasn't lusting after her body. "I'm so angry." Upon returning to his residence, the eldest prince, Fang Yong, kicked the kneeling maid over. He always believed that the throne should have been his, and why should he have to hand it over with just a word from the Xianyin sect? Damn it, that damned Fang Yuan, a politically clueless idiot, can ascend to the throne just because the Xianyin sect supports him? This is absolutely ridiculous. Your Highness, these are extraordinary times. Fang Yuan is worried about not being able to find any fault with the princes. Please be careful what you say, a loyal servant said worriedly. I'll be careful what I say about your mother. Fang Yong was furious and kicked his loyal servant over again. Just then, another loyal servant requested an audience. Your Highness, there are 2 people outside who say they can help you relieve your worries. I won't see you, Fang Yong said impatiently. He felt that those who asked to see him were just people chasing fame and fortune, and that seeing him was useless. Wait a minute. He suddenly changed his mind. Since things had already come to this point, there was no harm in meeting him. If someone is truly driven by profit and engages in empty talk, just execute them. Go and invite Lu Gongfeng here. Servant who had been kicked over earlier scrambled out of the room. Soon after, Lu Gongfeng arrived. The eldest prince sat in the main seat with a gloomy expression, rhythmically tapping the armrest of the chair with 2 fingers. 2 masked men, led by the loyal servant, entered. Seeing that the 2 were wrapped up tightly, a hint of displeasure flashed across the crown prince's face. You 2 come here. It's not appropriate to cover your heads and faces. Hee. The newcomer let out a silvery laugh, gracefully removed her straw hat and black veil. What a beautiful woman. The eldest prince was mesmerized. He had seen countless beauties, but upon seeing the person before him, he was still astonished by her extraordinary appearance. Such a stunning beauty exists in the world. Among all the people he has ever seen, only that damned sister of Fang Yuan can rival her beauty. Can we start discussing this now? The eldest prince swallowed hard and said dreamily, Yes, of course. Lu Gongfeng, who was standing behind him, transmitted his voice to him. Your Highness, these 2 are both demons. Discussing matters with them is like asking a tiger for its skin. Demon? A hint of surprise flashed in the eldest prince's eyes. This stunning beauty is actually a demoness? However, he did not feel disgusted by this, but said calmly, It's all right. Let's hear what they want to say first. I've come here to discuss cooperation with you. The little fox Ning Moyan's voice was as melodious as a nightingale's song, making the listener feel very comfortable. How do we cooperate? The eldest prince's eyes seemed to be glued to the other person's body. I will support you to ascend the throne, and you must make the Vermilion Bird Kingdom a vassal state of my demon race. Becoming a vassal of the demon race? The eldest prince's expression changed. Since ancient times, the demon race and the human race have been irreconcilable enemies. If the Vermilion Bird Kingdom becomes a vassal of the demon race, will it still have a place among the human race? Wouldn't he become a sinner for all time? How could he face his ancestors then? But then I thought again, if the other party could really help me ascend to the throne, what would it matter if I became a sinner for all time? History is written by the victors. His expression shifted between light and dark before he finally made a decision. If I cooperate with you, how will you help me? Seeing that the other party had relented, a barely perceptible smile flashed in the little fox's eyes. I can get the 3 vassal states of the Blazing Sun sect to unite and launch a war against the Vermilion Bird Kingdom, forcing your newly enthroned brother to abdicate. Or have a Golden Core expert assassinate your brother. Now that your brother is dead, you'll have an opportunity. Besides, he was assassinated by an enemy country, so the Xianyin sect can only vent its anger on the Liang sect. Great idea. We can cooperate. The eldest prince slammed his fist on the table and stood up. A villa within the imperial palace. Lin Hao lay on the soft bed, unable to fall asleep for a long time, thinking about how to help Princess Yong'an cure her illness. A hasty union would be too hasty. We still need to find a way to probe the woman's feelings. Thud, thud, thud. A knock came at the door. Lin Hao frowned slightly and sent out a wisp of his divine sense to check the situation. He found several eunuchs standing outside the door, carrying for betting rolls. Lin Hao was puzzled and waved to open the door. The door opened, and the eunuchs carried in their betting rolls. This is immortal. This is a small token of His Majesty's appreciation. Please accept it. The leading eunuch replied. Only then did Lin Hao realize that this wasn't a betting roll at all. It was Sleeping Beauty. These 4 beauties were the dancers that Lin Hao had glanced at several times during the banquet. He stroked his chin, thinking to himself, this junior brother Fong is quite thoughtful. However, worldly beauty is of no benefit to cultivation, so he would never accept it. Chapter 128 Matchmaking. The next day, Lin Hao sensed someone approaching his yard. Ning Qingxue. A flicker of panic crossed Lin Hao's eyes, and he quickly got up. Soon. Clang. Ning Qingxue pushed open the door and saw Lin Hao lying on the bed, with 4 beautiful women massaging his legs and feet. A flash of disgust crossed her eyes as she coldly said, this matter is settled. We should get going. Fairy Ning, are you healed? Lin Hao asked. A minor injury, nothing to worry about, Ning Qingxue said coldly. Well, I think it's better to rest for a few days. Anyway, the Heavenly Pride battle won't start for a while, Lin Hao said. Lin Hao, what exactly do you want? Ning Qingxue frowned. That's right. I heard that junior brother Fong's elder sister is suffering from a strange illness, and I happen to have a prescription for treating it. Look, could you wait until I've saved someone before you set off? Lin Hao shared his thoughts. Ning Qingxue curled her lips into a sneer and said, save people? That's a really lame excuse. I think your attempt to save someone is a pretense. You're just infatuated with a woman and don't want to leave. After speaking, she frowned and looked at the 4 beauties, who all avoided her gaze. Fairy Ning, rest assured, I will leave immediately after I save the person, without delay. Lin Hao immediately assured him. Ning Qingxue didn't believe it and said, if you don't leave tomorrow, I'll leave on my own. A fragrant breeze swept by, and she appeared and disappeared without a trace. Lin Hao awkwardly touched his nose. He rubbed his aching temples, but couldn't think of a way to keep Ning Qingxue. Forget it, there's always a way out. We'll see when the time comes. Before long, a eunuch requested an audience. Your Majesty has sent me to invite you to stroll through the Imperial Garden. Imperial Garden? Lin Hao frowned slightly. What was Fong Yuan up to now? 2 grown men strolling in the garden. Anyone who didn't know better would think they were gay. He had no interest in hanging out with men, so he was prepared to refuse directly. But the eunuch said in a high-pitched voice, Your Majesty, His Majesty also instructed me to inform you that Her Highness the eldest princess is also here. Smack. Lin Hao jumped up immediately. Why didn't you say so earlier? Lin Hao hummed a little tune as he arrived at the Imperial Garden, only to find Fong Yuan alone, which aroused his suspicion. This brat, could he be lying to me? Fong Yuan noticed that this senior brother Lin was looking around as if he was searching for something. He knew they must be looking for his elder sister. Don't worry, senior brother, my elder sister will be here soon, Fong Yuan said to Lin Hao. His words also carried a hint of teasing. Lin Hao cut to the chase. Fong Yuan, you invited me here to meet your sister. Are you perhaps trying to set us up? Fong Yuan nodded and said, Yes. After I returned to my palace yesterday, I thought about it over and over and felt that my senior brother would not lie to me. Moreover, I have also heard about your deeds, senior brother. Your cultivation method and even speed are too similar to the legendary Pure Yang body. No matter what, let's try anything, even if it seems hopeless. Lin Hao was speechless. What did he mean by trying anything as a last resort? He really was a Pure Yang body, no doubt about it. Forget it. After the treatment, I'll show you a radiant and healthy sister. That's more convincing than any words. A short while later, Princess Yongin arrived at the Imperial Garden, attended by palace maids. When they met again, Lin Hao was still amazed. What a beautiful woman, with a faint shyness in her eyes. Fang Yuan must have told her something beforehand. Yongin greets Shangxiu. Princess Yongin gave a slight bow. Princess, there's no need for such formalities. Lin Hao gestured for the beauty to sit down. Seeing the affection in their eyes, Fang Yuan shook his head slightly, feeling that he was superfluous. He waved his hand to dismiss those around him and said, Senior brother, Imperial sister, the scenery in the Imperial Garden is quite nice. Why don't we look around and chat? The two agreed, as sitting there doing nothing was indeed a bit awkward. This royal garden is extremely luxurious and has a fairy-like atmosphere, with red walls and golden glazed tiles set against the lush trees. After walking several dozen steps, you'll find pavilions and terraces, each with its own unique characteristics. Rippling blue waves, 100 flowers in full bloom. But no matter how beautiful all the flowers are, none can compare to the beauty of a daughter. Seeing the affection in the eyes of the young couple, Fang Yuan thought of quietly leaving to let them have their own private conversation. Unexpectedly, a figure suddenly appeared from the side. You dog emperor, prepare to die. A core formation cultivator? Lin Hao was startled and kicked Fang Yuan away. Buzz. From the pale yellow sword box behind him, a crimson longsword flew out. He made a sword incantation and unleashed an astonishing sword aura. Boom. The assassin took out a small shield with a ghost face and threw it into the air. The shield grew longer in the wind, blocking the attack of the sword energy. He remained steadfast in his original intention and continued his rampage towards Fang Yuan. Lin Hao couldn't let his betrothed brother-in-law get hurt, so he immediately flashed to face the assassin. He used a move called Iron Mountain Lean to charge at the assassin, and the small ghost face shield immediately glowed with black light, protecting the assassin completely. Lin Hao was secretly amazed. This little shield was indeed a treasure. Clang. He drew another sword. With Phoenix Cry in his left hand and Purple Lightning in his right, the two swords slashed at the assassin simultaneously. Buzz. The small shield with the ghost mask emitted a tremor, rippling outwards. Click. Hearing the slight cracking sound, Lin Hao was overjoyed and intensified his attacks. After exchanging a few more blows, Lin Hao noticed something amiss. The other person's face was stiff, not like a normal person. Lin Hao suddenly remembered. This guy is just like Wang Chongqing from the Qing sect. Could he also be controlled by the soul-eating insects? Little Fox? Lin Hao was preoccupied with other thoughts, wanting to find the person secretly controlling him, but the core formation puppet's attacks were too swift and fierce. Although Lin Hao's strength was much greater than that of an average foundation establishment cultivator, he still felt outmatched against a core formation cultivator. Boom, boom, boom. The opponent unleashed 3 consecutive powerful spiritual energy handprints, forcing Lin Hao into a series of retreats. The assassin, however, did not linger in battle and charged towards Fang Yuan once more. Of the core formation stage, cultivator frightened the newly crowned emperor so much that he fell to the ground. He's only at the Qi refining stage. How could he possibly withstand that? He closed his eyes resignedly. Ah! Just as I closed my eyes, a scream rang out. It was my elder sister's voice. He suddenly opened his eyes, only to find that the eldest princess had blocked a blow for him. Royal sister. Looking at that figure that resembled a butterfly with broken wings, Fang Yuan gritted his teeth in fury. The princess is just a mortal. How could she possibly survive if she blocked an attack from a core formation cultivator? Chapter 129 Rescue. You scoundrel, I'll fight you to the death. Fang Yuan charged at the assassin with hatred in his eyes. You dog emperor, prepare to die. The assassin seemed to only know how to say this one sentence. Just as Fang Yuan was about to follow in the footsteps of the eldest princess, Lin Hao arrived first, killing his way to the assassin. He channeled all his spiritual energy into his left fist, deflecting the assassin's attack. Help! Just then, the palace guards finally arrived. The team leader, who was specifically protecting Fang Yuan, also possessed the cultivation level of the core formation realm. Upon seeing this, the assassin immediately fled. The general leading the troops knelt on one knee and said, "Your Majesty, I failed in my duty to guard the troops. Please punish me." Fang Yuan roared, "Hurry up and chase after the assassin." "Yes, royal sister." Fang Yuan knelt on the ground, tears streaming down his face. His mother died early, and in the vast palace, only his elder sister truly cared for him, so the two siblings had a very good relationship. "Junior brother Fang, don't rush to cry. Your sister is still breathing." What? Fang Yuan never expected that his sister, a mere mortal, would survive a blow from a core formation cultivator. This is simply a fantasy. No, a normal mortal would probably be reduced to ashes by a single palm strike from a core formation cultivator. My elder sister is no ordinary mortal at all. "Senior brother, please save my imperial sister." To save his sister, the emperor actually kowtowed to Lin Hao. Lin Hao first helped her up, then extended a finger and touched the princess's forehead. The situation is very bad. This frail woman is currently suffering from the dual torment of violent spiritual power and the cold energy within her body, and can be said to be on the verge of death. Well, he sighed heavily. If this woman were a cultivator, he could easily take out a Saint Essence pill to save her life. But how could a mortal body withstand the medicinal power of the Holy Essence pill? This is really tricky. Junior brother Fang, don't worry. The princess's violent spiritual power and cold energy are currently clashing. Although it's dangerous, I guess she won't die anytime soon. However, the situation is very difficult. To cure the princess, both spiritual energy and cold energy must be removed from her body at the same time. Removing only one will immediately disrupt the balance, which will be too much for the princess to bear and cause her to die instantly. Find the life-saving medicines in the national treasury and have the imperial physicians prepare the prescriptions. After the princess stabilizes a bit, I will begin her treatment. Fang Yuan was completely lost at this point, and he did whatever Lin Hao told him to do. After his brother-in-law left, Lin Hao gently picked up the poor woman who was barely clinging to life and flew back to his residence on his sword. The four beauties were still there. When they saw Shangshou carrying the princess back, they were terrified. Lin Hao didn't have time to explain to them. With a wave of his hand, the four of them were knocked unconscious by the strong wind. Then, they carefully placed the princess on the bed. Fang Yuan was quite efficient. In less than half an hour, he delivered the medicinal herbs and the imperial physician. Lin Hao used his spiritual power to protect the princess's heart meridian, then came out to explain the princess's physical condition to the imperial physicians and outlined the general direction of treatment. He stopped interfering in the rest. Professional matters should be left to professionals. They spent an hour preparing the life-saving medicine needed by the princess. Lin Hao picked up the medicine, went into the room, and told Fang Yuan that no one was allowed to approach for 3 days. Once inside, he picked up the eldest princess who was lying on the sickbed and carefully gave her the prepared medicine. Of course, the purpose of this medicine was only to prolong the princess's life. The real cure still depends on yourself. Outside, Fang Yuan was very worried. But now we really have no choice but to try anything, even if it seems hopeless. I really hope what Lin Hao said is true, that he truly has a pure yang body. Then the princess still has a glimmer of hope for survival. Composing himself, Fang Yuan ordered the imperial guards to guard the area and prevent anyone from approaching. He then left with a cold expression. In the Taiji Hall, Fang Yuan sat on the dragon throne, exuding an aura of authority without anger, displaying the majesty of an emperor. His Highness was flanked by more than a dozen white-bearded elders, who were the late emperor's retainers. They were all at least at the mid-stage of the core formation realm. Since Fang Yuan was the emperor appointed by the Xianin sect, these people with gray beards showed considerable respect for the new emperor. I have ascended the throne and still need your support. The men with gray beards all expressed their support. I have just been attacked by assassins. This is by no means accidental, nor is it the work of foreign invaders. I am here. I beg you all to lend a hand and help me capture the rebels. Yes. In the Vermilion Bird Kingdom, those with gray beards only need to maintain a good relationship with the emperor to naturally obtain cultivation resources. They don't care who sits on that throne. Since this new emperor wants to purge those who usurped the throne, then they should just do as he says. After everyone left, Fang Yuan's face grew increasingly gloomy. He didn't want his own flesh and blood to turn against each other, but these brothers attacked him first, so he naturally couldn't stand it. The eldest prince is the prime suspect and poses the greatest threat to him. He will not rest easy until this person dies. This time, regardless of whether he is the eldest prince or not, he must be eliminated. Next, Fang Yuanbian was busy capturing assassins, investigating traitors, and clearing up threats. He kept an eye on his elder sister's condition. For 2 consecutive days, dense fire elemental energy could be seen surging towards the two's villa. If you didn't know the truth, you'd think someone was forming their golden core. Fang Yuan was puzzled by this phenomenon, but refrained from disturbing it. Ning Qingxue also stopped outside the house. Seeing the strange phenomenon, she frowned and looked at it for a while before leaving. Day 3. The princess slowly woke up, her bright eyes curiously surveying her surroundings. But he found himself in an unfamiliar room, lying on top of a stranger. She wanted to scream, but Lin Hao covered her mouth with his hand. Your injuries haven't fully healed yet, so please don't get agitated. After stopping the woman's scream, Lin Hao briefly recounted what had happened. A complex emotion flashed in the princess's eyes. So it was him who saved me. This kindness is too great. How can I ever repay it? Shangxiu, you can't go in. Get out of my way. Suddenly, a commotion broke out at the outer gate. Soon, bang, the door was pushed open directly. Ning Qingxue walked in, and the guards tried to stop her, but Lin Hao stopped them, saying, you may all leave. Yes. The guards withdrew. Ning Qingxue glanced at the two of them, a mocking smile playing on her lips. Lin Hao, how's it going in this gentle embrace? Are you planning to stay a few more days? Upon hearing this, the eldest princess blushed with embarrassment. Lin Hao, however, didn't seem to care and replied casually. Fairy Ning really likes to barge into my room. Is there something you want to see? If you want to see it, just tell me, and I'll make it as easy as you can, so you can see as much as you want. Ning Qingxue raised her delicate eyebrows and said coldly, who wants to see you? I've come here to tell you that I'm leaving. She waited for 3 days, and on the 3rd day, seeing no unusual phenomena, she guessed that the princess had been cured. Upon arriving here, I heard voices inside, so I barged in. Chapter 130 Then Die. According to the previous agreement, the woman should have left 2 days ago, but it has been delayed until today. Most likely, they still want to travel together. Lin Hao silently speculated in his heart, but did not say it out loud. Instead, he changed the subject. Fairy Ning, junior brother Fang was attacked a few days ago. The assassin was exactly like Wang Chongqing of the Qingyan sect. He must have been manipulated by the demon race as well. Another demon race? What on earth is that idiot Ning Moyan trying to do? Ning Qingxue's brows were furrowed, and her alluring lips were pressed tightly together. In the last Great War, the demon race had the upper hand. But instead of taking the opportunity to attack the human race, they secretly controlled our sect's affiliated sects and interfered in our subordinate kingdoms. What exactly are they trying to do? Lin Hao stroked his chin, pondered for a moment, and said, the demon race's actions may be intended to instigate internal strife among the human race, so they can then take advantage of the situation. Ning Qingxue felt that Lin Hao's words made sense, and frowned, saying, this matter is of great importance, and we should report it to the sect as soon as possible. She was an impatient person, and immediately left the room to arrange matters to be reported to the sect. Lin Hao and Ning Qingxue were discussing matters. The eldest princess sensibly remained silent. At this moment, she straightened her clothes, which were a little messy from her hasty dressing, and with a hint of shyness on her pretty face, she got up to leave. I'm leaving now. But the man grabbed her delicate hand. Your health is not yet fully recovered, and you still need further treatment. Another day. The princess's injuries have mostly healed. Moreover, after the cold energy within his body was dispelled, he even displayed remarkable talent for cultivation. Lin Hao was unaware that the other party possessed a top-grade ice spiritual root and an ice soul jade body. Such cultivation aptitude would be considered unparalleled even in the entire continent. With just a little guidance from Lin Hao, the princess successfully cultivated her qi. Lin Hao also benefited greatly from this treatment. Perhaps it's due to this woman's constitution. This time, the black hole vortex in his dantian was completely filled. The gentle embrace of the pleasure quarters is indeed comfortable, but if we don't leave soon, it will definitely affect the schedule of the heavenly pride battle. Unable to resist Ning Qingxue's repeated urging, Lin Hao prepared to leave. Beneath the imperial city, Fang Yuan and the eldest princess saw Lin Hao and his companion off. Senior brother, my coronation ceremony is in 2 days. Let's wait until the ceremony is over before we leave. Fang Yuan tried to persuade her to stay, mainly for his sister's sake. He was very perceptive and could see her reluctance. But my sister is a girl, and she's shy, so she doesn't feel comfortable expressing her feelings about parting. He then tried to persuade them to stay. Lin Hao knew that Fang Yuan was trying to persuade him to stay on behalf of his sister, but he had to arrive at the chaotic land to participate in the Battle of the Prodigies at the agreed time, so he politely declined. After Lin Hao and Ning Qingxue left, the eldest princess finally couldn't hold back her tears, her almond-shaped eyes filled with sorrow. She longed to follow Lin Hao in death. Unfortunately, her own cultivation level was too low, and following a man would only be a hindrance. I wish I could switch places with Ning Xiangxiu. Being half as powerful as Fairy Ning would be fine. She suddenly realized that perhaps she should go to the Xianyin sect to become a disciple, so that she could stay by the man's side. Yes, I'll go and become an apprentice. The two flew out of the city on their swords and arrived at the outskirts of the city when Ning Qingxue suddenly landed and stopped. Lin Hao had no choice but to land as well. Ning Moyan, the way you're hiding is just like a rat that can't stand the light. Ning Qingxue spoke indifferently to the air. Is the little fox there? Lin Hao was surprised and looked around, but there was no one there. So what if it's a rat? It's still better than a traitor like you. The space in front of her rippled, and Ning Moyan stepped out. What an amazing invisibility technique. Lin Hao was amazed. He was stronger than Ning Qingxue, yet he hadn't noticed. He figured they must both be demons, or perhaps sisters, able to sense each other. One of them called his sister a rat in the gutter. One of them mocked her sister, calling her a traitor. These two sisters really start fighting the moment they meet. Lin Hao felt a headache coming on. Couldn't the family just get along well? I'm telling you too. Shut up. Shut up. The two women spoke at the same time. The assassination attempt on Fang Yuan failed due to Lin Hao's intervention. Afterwards, Fang Yuan swiftly captured all the princes and executed the eldest prince. This operation ended in failure once again, and Ning Moyan was very unhappy with Lin Hao. Speak, what brings you here? Ning Qingxue asked indifferently. The little fox raised an eyebrow slightly and said coldly, Last time I wanted to catch you, the traitor. Actually, my father asked me to pass on a message to you. As long as you are willing to go back, the past will not be pursued, and Qingxiu will always be your home. Oh, Ning Qingxue sneered. No further investigation? That old scoundrel Qingshan is truly shameless. Ning Moyan, you are really stupid. Let me tell you, it's not that the old thief is pursuing me, it's that I'm settling scores with him. The hatred for one's parents is irreconcilable. The little fox bit her cherry lips and said, You only heard one side of the story from the demons and concluded that he killed his parents. That's really inappropriate. You should come back with me. We'll investigate together and surely get to the bottom of this. Ning Qingxue's lips curled into a mocking smile as she coldly said, Ning Moyan, use your brain. If I go back with you, do you think I'll even survive? If your parents knew that you had recognized a thief as your father, they would be heartbroken. In truth, a seed of doubt had been planted deep within the little fox's heart, but she had been raised by the Green Mountains. Moreover, Qingshan and her father were sworn brothers, so she found it hard to believe that Qingshan had harmed her parents. Ning Qingxue, I will investigate whether things are as you say. But before that, I knew I was a demon, and I was working for the demon race, unlike you, who forgot that you were a demon and mingled with humans. Ning Moyan, how dare you criticize me? Do you think I don't know about the shady things you and the humans have done? Lin Hao's heart tightened. This woman was implying something. No, we can't let them keep talking. Little fox, Fairy Ning, sisters should still. However, before he could finish speaking, he was told to shut up. Ning Qingxue, I've said my piece. What you do from now on is up to you. The little fox paused, then continued. Lin Hao, I've lost to you twice, but there will never be a third time. You're going to the Chaos Land, right? I'm also planning to go there, we'll see. He finished speaking. She used a small teleportation talisman, and her figure transformed into a ripple. Fairy Ning Wei. Shut up. Lin Hao was speechless. He hadn't even said anything yet. Stay away from me. I want to be alone. As soon as she finished speaking, Ning Qingxue transformed into a streak of light and disappeared into the distance. Lin Hao was left standing there, arms outstretched, thinking, what kind of situation is this? Lin Hao also has a temper. Fine, I'll walk by myself. 2 days later, Lin Hao arrived alone in the Southern Kingdom, a small country that was also a vassal state of the Xianyin sect. Further ahead lies the Chaotic Land, a buffer zone between the 5 major immortal sects, and also a no man's land. This place is a melting pot of all sorts of people, and there are many evil cultivators and demons who will kill at the slightest provocation. Lin Hao got into trouble the moment he stepped inside. Lin Hao. Hearing someone call his name, Lin Hao subconsciously turned around, his brows immediately furrowing. Li Qiushui. How could she be here? Strictly speaking, this woman was Lin Hao's first Taoist partner, but unfortunately she was a demonic cultivator, and her union with him was purely for his own use. The Demon Suppression Tower incident. The two were completely estranged. I never expected to meet you here. Qiushui, who is this person? A flamboyant-looking man with an unfriendly expression said. It's nothing, just someone I knew before. Li Qiushui said indifferently. Oh, I see. I thought it was someone you knew. If that's not it, then die. Chapter 131. You have to make it up to me. The alluring man was an inner disciple of the Heavenly Demon sect. He wanted to take the opportunity to recruit Li Qiushui during this mission with him. He noticed an unusual emotional fluctuation in Li Qiushui's gaze as she looked at Lin Hao. Jealousy arose in my heart. That's why I had the intention to kill. He took out a banner and waved it twice, and two blue-faced, fanged monsters pounced on Lin Hao. Senior brother, no? Li Qiushui called out. Zhao Long was a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator, and the demon banner in his hand was a low-grade, Xian-level magic weapon, making him extremely powerful. In addition, he was ruthless and vicious, and his attacks were always deadly. Ordinary cultivators simply cannot stop it. However, she heard that Lin Hao had won the demon hunting competition. To win the championship among the thousands of inner disciples of the 5 major righteous immortal sects, Lin Hao's strength must have grown to an extremely terrifying level. Although Zhao Long is strong, if he were to attack Lin Hao, he would probably be courting death. But Zhao Long thought Li Qiushui was pleading for the other party and didn't stop at all. Just as Li Qiushui had predicted, the two strange creatures, whose strength was comparable to the early stage of Foundation establishment, were obliterated by Lin Hao's protective aura before they could even get close. Her eyes were filled with surprise. That's incredible. She remembered that about a year ago, the other party had just established his foundation. Now it is like a peerless sword, giving people a sharp feeling. Ha! You little bastard, you've got some skills. Zhao Long missed his attack and felt he had lost face in front of the woman. I was thinking of just killing you, but now I've changed my mind. I'm going to make you wish you were dead. Faced with this person's arrogant words, Lin Hao's eyes were cold, as if he were looking at a mad dog. Go! Lin Hao's contempt made Zhao Long grit his teeth, his small eyes seeming to spit fire. Holding the demon banner, he poured all his spiritual power into it, and in one breath, he shook out 5 strange creatures comparable to those in the mid-Foundation establishment stage. This drained most of his spiritual energy. However, he was confident that he could decide the outcome with a single move. Facing the 5 monstrous creatures with blue faces and fangs, Lin Hao stood with his hands behind his back, his white robes fluttering, looking as ethereal as a celestial being. Phoenix Cry. From the pale yellow sword box behind him, a powerful aura emanated from Lin Hao's slender body. His expression was indifferent, his posture upright, like a supreme immortal descending to earth, looking down on the world and looking down on everything. Facing the enemy's determined attack, he gripped his long sword and uttered a thunderous roar. Fire Phoenix spreads across the plains. Buzz. With the sword in his hand, he unleashed a burst of sword energy. A fiery phoenix streaks across the sky. With a slight tremor of its wings, it unleashed hundreds of sword beams. That fiery sword energy seemed capable of cleaving heaven and earth, swift as the wind, aggressive as fire, and powerful as thunder, completely crushing everything in its path. The 5 strange creatures were reduced to ashes by the fiery sword energy. The sword energy remained undiminished, continuing its slash towards Zhao Long. Buzz. A crisp sound. The fiery sword energy burst forth from Zhao Long's body and then dissipated into the world. Click, click, click. Zhao Long's body cracked and turned into a pile of dust, which dissipated with a gust of wind, as if it had never existed. Time stands still. Li Qiushui stared blankly at the scene before her, her mind completely blank. Li Qiushui never imagined that the junior brother she brought into the sect would grow into a top genius of the immortal sect. With a wave of his hand, he killed a late-stage Foundation establishment expert. This was no ordinary person, but one of the best disciples of the inner sect of the demonic sect. No wonder he became a prominent figure in the demon hunting competition. Li Qiushui glanced at Lin Hao from head to toe, then parted her lips slightly and said, I didn't expect you to be so capable. Lin Hao sheathed Feng Ming back into its scabbard and said indifferently, "Your companion is dead. Aren't you going to seek revenge on me?" Sensing the distance in the man's tone, Li Qiushui felt a slight pang in her heart. There was a time when their distance was negative. Now we are worlds apart, though so close. She said softly, "He and I are just colleagues. He asked for his own death. How could I risk my life for him? You're going to participate in the Battle of the Prodigies, right?" Lin Hao frowned slightly and asked warily, "How did you know?" The news has spread throughout the cultivation world that the 5 major righteous sects are preparing for a battle of geniuses to compete for ownership of the Spirit Stone mine. So-called prestigious sects are nothing more than this. They'll fight tooth and nail for fame and fortune. Lin Hao ignored the sarcasm in the woman's words and simply said, "What are you doing here?" "I am here on a mission from the sect, which is a secret. However, I can tell you the secrets, as you say." Lin Hao chimed in, and Li Qiushui continued, "The sect assigned us a mission to contact various sects of the demon race and prepare. If the demon race invades, our demon race should also stretch our muscles." Lin Hao was surprised by the woman's open and honest attitude. He knew that the woman belonged to the heavenly demon sect, the strongest demon sect. However, since the righteous sects are currently at their peak, the demonic forces have been shrinking, but unexpectedly they are plotting a grand scheme. If the human race and the demon race go to war, and the demon race launches a sneak attack from behind, then the demon race is very likely to be the one laughing last. I just didn't expect Li Qiushui to tell me this secret. Isn't she afraid that I will tell the sect leader and ruin the demon race as planned? Li Qiushui didn't say anything about it, seemingly unconcerned. This is an open strategy, not a conspiracy, and they are not afraid of the righteous immortal sects finding out. "Master Lin Hao, do you still hate me?" Upon hearing this, Lin Hao was taken aback. If the other person had asked him a year ago, Lin Hao would have answered without hesitation, hatred. The other party deceived his feelings and caused him to be punished. If it weren't for his master's protection, he would not have been able to get through it so easily. But now, having calmed down, he remembered that the other party had brought him into the Xianyin sect and taken good care of him on a daily basis. And the things that followed, both deep and shallow. Thinking about this makes me feel a little nostalgic. Of course I hate it. After thinking for a while, Lin Hao replied, "I hate you for deceiving my feelings. Because of you, I am being punished in the demon suppression tower." "Lin Hao, I'm so sorry," Li Qiushui said with a sigh, her eyelashes drooping slightly. "What's the point of an apology?" Lin Hao stepped forward, pulled the woman into his arms, and said angrily, "You have to make it up to me." Li Qiushui let out a soft cry, surprised by Lin Hao's actions. But there was no resistance. "Senior sister, I miss your taste," Lin Hao said. Then he lowered his head. After a long while, the two finally separated. Li Qiushui took a deep breath, a blush creeping onto her face, and said in a low voice, "Junior brother, what kind of behavior is this in broad daylight? Oh, then let's go somewhere else." Lin Hao scooped the woman up in his arms and flew deep into the mountains, kicking the 2 love-struck bear demons out of their cave and then taking over their dwelling. Chapter 132, Heavenly Slaughter City. The sun and moon revolve. Li Qiushui lay in Lin Hao's arms, her slender white fingers drawing circles on the man's body. "Junior brother, do you still hate me?" At this moment, Lin Hao said without hesitation, "Actually, I stopped hating him a long time ago. Whether you're a demon or a monster, we all have different perspectives. I can understand your strategy and plans for the demon race. Senior sister, you are my guide, leading me into the sect and taking great care of me. I will never forget this kindness. Therefore, I am still very grateful to you, senior sister." Hearing these words, Li Qiushui was filled with mixed feelings. She had done so much to wrong her junior brother, yet he did not blame her. She was deeply moved and felt an urge to stay with her junior brother forever. After hesitating for a moment, she said, "Junior brother, why don't you join my heavenly demon sect? With your talent and aptitude, you are bound by worldly conventions and etiquette within the demonic sect, and you will surely achieve even greater things. Moreover, the heavenly demon sect is currently lacking a holy son, giving you the opportunity to become one and obtain endless cultivation resources." Lin Hao naturally refused, shaking his head. He has many people in the Xianyin sect whom he cannot bear to part with. Putting everything else aside, how disappointed my master would be if I were to switch sides and join the demonic sect. Li Qiushui genuinely wanted to be with Lin Hao. Biting her lips, she continued to persuade him. "Junior brother, your cultivation method requires dual cultivation with women. You should know that there are countless beauties in the demonic sect. On the Foundation Establishment Beauty ranking, our Heavenly Demon sect has 2 people on the list. There is also a saintess of unparalleled beauty. Witches are alluring, a saying that has circulated in the cultivation world for a long time, and I naturally want to taste the flavor of a holy maiden of the demonic sect. Upon hearing this, Li Qiushui was overjoyed, thinking she had persuaded Lin Hao. Unexpectedly, Lin Hao changed the subject. But who said that cultivating with a witch means you have to join the demonic sect? If you like one, just grab it. Li Qiushui was speechless. Knowing that Lin Hao was an extremely opinionated person, once he made up his mind, not even 10 oxen could pull him back. So she stopped trying to persuade him. The 2 cuddled together for a while before preparing to part ways. A celestial cultivator with a golden core and a female cultivator from a demonic sect are destined to go their separate ways. Since we do not know when we will meet again after this parting. Li Qiushui's eyes were filled with reluctance. Junior brother. Hearing his senior sister's call, Lin Hao's heart skipped a beat. He stopped just as he reached the cave entrance. Junior brother, please take good care of yourself. You too, senior sister. Lin Hao sighed softly and transformed into a streak of light, disappearing into the distance. In midair, Lin Hao shook his head, trying to clear his mind of the jumbled thoughts. After a moment, his gaze hardened. The Battle of the Prodigies, here I come. This battle of geniuses has been chosen to take place in Tiansha City, a city located in the chaotic land, which was jointly established by 3 rogue cultivators. They do not usually concern themselves with affairs of state. Instead, the city's operations are managed by their common disciple. The only rule in Heavenly Slaughter City is that no one may fly in the air here, except for nascent soul cultivators. Lin Hao stopped his sword flash and walked into the city, casually looking around at the shops lined up one after another. After observing for a while, Lin Hao felt that this chaotic place was somewhat overrated. Where's the chaos I was expecting? Everyone on the street seemed so polite. Just as he was complaining, a group of people suddenly appeared from the side. A beautiful female cultivator dressed in a green dress was seen leaping and bounding nimbly, while a group of burly men were chasing after her. That's more like it. In a chaotic land, if nothing goes wrong, can it really be called a chaotic land? Lin Hao didn't want to get involved in this kind of thing. Why would he help someone in need? Innocent. Who knows what kind of conflict or entanglement exists between these 2 groups? He has no desire to get involved in trouble. But things didn't go as planned. The female cultivator, like a little kingfisher, suddenly nestled into Lin Hao's arms, her voice soft and delicate. My lord, I have obtained that treasure. You promised to protect me, right? Lin Hao was completely bewildered. What treasure? This bitch was clearly trying to shift the blame onto him. He felt he should open his arms to prove his innocence. But the group of burly men didn't care about anything else. They thought Lin Hao was easy to bully, so they shouted, You 2 adulterers, kill them both. Damn it. These idiots are used to being arrogant and don't give us a chance to explain. Lin Hao was speechless. He kicked the woman in his arms away and then drew his sword to block the blade the enemy was offering. Clang. Neither side infused their attacks with spiritual energy, so the clash of swords did not cause a wide-ranging impact. After being kicked away, the woman in the green dress tried to escape using the momentum, shouting as she did so. My lord, please hold them off here for a moment. I will go back and fetch reinforcements, and then I will chop these sons of bitches to pieces. Just as the woman in the green dress was about to escape the chaos, she was pulled back by a powerful suction force. She tried to struggle, but found herself trapped in a quagmire, unable to escape. Looking back, he saw the person he had shifted the blame onto was staring at him with a gloomy expression. Wow. The woman felt a chill run down her spine. That look was terrifying, overflowing with icy killing intent. You think you can just throw mud at me and leave like that? Lin Hao's voice was icy cold, and without hesitation, he thrust the Phoenix Cry sword into the woman. This thing may look nice, but that doesn't make up for the evil it does. Uft. The long sword pierced the woman's green dress, but did not penetrate. It turned out that the woman was wearing a soft armor that could not only withstand weapons, but also resist spiritual energy. My darling. Lin Hao shouted excitedly and reached out to grab the woman, peeling off her soft armor. You? The woman in the green dress said angrily. You brat, you're going too far. Am I going too far? Lin Hao put the soft armor back into his storage bag, then kicked the woman into the group of burly men and said coldly. This is outrageous. The woman in the green dress was furious, but she had to deal with the attacks from the burly men and didn't have time to cause trouble for Lin Hao. Hey, You bunch of idiots. You should be able to tell that I'm not with these women, right? So, why aren't you getting out of here? The burly men who had been harassing Lin Hao shouted. Whether you're from one group or not, chop you into minced meat noodles first. The burly men exchanged glances, then charged forward again. Lin Hao was truly enraged. He was determined to teach these bastards a lesson. They wouldn't know how many eyes the King of Horse had. Buzz. Lin Hao's sword was covered with a layer of fiery sword energy, blazing sun and blazing flames. A bright red sun shone in the sky, then crashed down on the crowd like a falling meteor. Boom. Several burly men were no match for them, and were instantly turned into charred remains. Lin Hao sheathed his sword, his expression cold, and said, I told you not to mess with me, but you still want to die. The rest of the burly men, including the female cultivator in the green dress, felt their legs go weak at the sight. Knowing they had encountered a tough opponent, they dared not linger any longer and scattered like birds and beasts. You can't leave. Lin Hao grabbed the green-skirted female cultivator by the neck. Chapter 133 Gathering. The female cultivator in the green dress said angrily, You filthy thief, I have no grudge against you. You've already stolen my precious armor. What else do you want? I'll fuck you, you damn fool. Lin Hao felt a little numb. This despicable woman started all the trouble, but now she's washing her hands of it and taking all the blame upon herself. You bitch, first you tried to shift the blame, and then you tried to ambush me. Just for these two reasons alone, killing you wouldn't be too much of a deal. But do you want to live? The female cultivator in the green dress certainly wanted to live. She was being chased by the people from the Spirit Medicine Hall, and she wanted to use Lin Hao as a shield so that she could escape. Unexpectedly, they kicked a steel plate. She nodded like a chick pecking at rice and said seductively, Great hero, what do you need me to do for you to let me go? Lin Hao was completely immune to a woman's seductive glances. This woman was quite attractive and could be considered a beauty. But Lin Hao had seen countless beauties, and this woman was not as pretty as his maid, Louis. He naturally wouldn't be tempted. He frowned and said coldly, Take spirit stones to save your life. Don't try anything else, or you'll die. Seeing that her charms had failed, the woman said with a hint of resentment, My lord, I am short of money. Lin Hao ignored all that, reached out, and took the storage bag from the woman's waist, and said impatiently, Open it. Sensing the chilling killing intent, the woman dared not disobey, and had no choice but to obediently open the barrier. Lin Hao separated a wisp of his divine sense to check the items in the storage bag, only to find no spirit stones, just a small jade box. Damn it. This isn't just being short of money, it's outright being completely broke. He cursed inwardly and took out the small jade box. The green-skirted female cultivator's expression changed instantly. Lin Hao was incredibly clever. From the woman's eyes, he knew that the jade box was probably a treasure that the woman had stolen from the Spirit Medicine Hall. The street was crowded and noisy, so he didn't check it on the street. Instead, he put the jade box back into his storage bag. This thing might be enough to buy your life. Get lost. The female cultivator in the green dress knelt on the ground and cried out, Great hero, the things in that jade box are for saving lives. Please give them back to me. I will erect a longevity tablet for you and chant sutras for you every night. Lin Hao narrowed his eyes, a hint of killing intent flashing in his voice. If you don't leave now, I'm raising the price. The green-clad female cultivator shivered, quickly scrambled to her feet, and disappeared in a flash. He may be strong, but he's just a greenhorn. He was fooled by me. The green-clad female cultivator hid in an abandoned mansion. She took out a fist-sized jade box from a hidden spot and gently opened the lid. Instantly, it shone with a brilliant light. The Heavenly Sun Mystic Mushroom is a valuable item needed for Foundation establishment cultivators to form their core formation. This job was definitely worth it. She carefully closed the box, pondering how to sell this rare treasure in the future, when she suddenly heard a faint voice. You bitch, you're pretty good at hiding it. Is it fun? A cold, harsh voice rang out, startling the female cultivator in the green dress, who nearly dropped the jade box in her hand. She immediately tried to hide the jade box, but was once again subjected to that strange suction force, causing her and the jade box to uncontrollably crash into the man's arms. Great hero, what brings you here? The female cultivator in the green dress asked with a fawning look in her eyes. Didn't you say I was blind? Lin Hao stretched out two slender fingers and picked up the jade box. Such a treasure belongs to a virtuous person. It is mine now. The female cultivator in the green dress changed her expression slightly. She wanted to say something, but she was too scared, so she held it in. "If you like it, please take it," she said with a forced smile. "Remember, I didn't take it because I liked it. It was originally mine. As for you." A fierce glint flashed in Lin Hao's eyes as he said, "A habitual liar. He deserves a beating." Snap, snap, snap. A rhythmic sound rang out from the abandoned mansion until the sun was high in the sky. Lin Hao turned and left, but in his heart he was still thinking about how this woman was quite something and how good she was to fight. The female cultivator in the green dress watched the departing figure, her mind filled with complex emotions. This man was so domineering. "You shameless thief, don't you know how to be gentle with women? Filthy thief, have ruined someone's reputation." Lin Hao came out of the courtyard and separated a wisp of his divine sense to carefully examine the items in the jade box. He did not expect that it would be the Heavenly Sun mystic mushroom needed for the core formation stage. This item is worth nearly 5,000 mid-grade spirit stones. What a steal. He suppressed his excitement, put the jade box back into his storage bag, and headed to the inn where the Xianyin sect was located. The Xianyin sect attaches great importance to this battle of prodigies, and has sent Murong Qinxue, the master of Shaozhu Peak, to lead the team. Originally, another venerable master, Wang Taihang, was also stationed here. However, he was summoned back to the sect at the last minute. However, the Xianyin sect also sent Lu Mei to assist Murong Qinxue. Because Lu Mei came directly, she arrived earlier than Lin Hao, who had set off much earlier. As soon as she arrived at the inn and sat down, she felt a familiar presence approaching, and a smile appeared on her fiery red lips. "That brat is so late. He must have been chasing after girls on the way." Seeing Lin Hao's smug expression, Lu Mei felt that her guess was pretty much right. He couldn't help but silently complain to himself. Song Yu has always been devoted to the Tao and has never sought a Taoist partner. So how come her disciple is such a handsome young man? I don't know how Song Yu managed to hold back her temper and not discipline this brat. Lin Hao was the last to arrive from the Xianyin sect, and also the last of the 5 major sects. After he arrived, Murong Qinxue asked Lu Mei to briefly explain the competition rules. She was to meet with the leaders of other sects to discuss matters related to the battle of the prodigies. The leaders of the 5 major sects are all nascent soul stage cultivators, and they hold high positions and great power within their respective sects. Among them, Mu Hong, the leader of the Heavenly Sword sect, had the highest cultivation level, and he naturally became the person in charge of this meeting. "Gentlemen, my suggestion is to set the arena for the Battle of the Prodigies in the Gladiator Arena of Heavenly Slaughter City." He made this suggestion because he knew the owner behind the arena. This is a legendary figure. Although he is just a rogue cultivator, he is a late-stage nascent soul cultivator and one of the founders of Heavenly Slaughter City. His status and identity are extremely prestigious, and even the bigwigs of various sects have to give him some face. Don't be so quick to refuse. The arena is set up so we can discuss cooperation with them. The arena will provide the venue, while we will provide the participants. The title of the Battle of the Prodigies will surely attract many spectators. We will set up betting odds so that onlookers can place their bets. The profits from the betting can be split equally with the arena, and then the 5 of us will split them equally. Although the others were somewhat disdainful of Mu Heng's mercenary approach, they did not raise any objections. All right, since everyone agrees, let the prodigies rest for 3 days, and then we'll officially begin the battle. Chapter 130 for the arena. The 5 then discussed the details of the competition rules in detail before parting ways and returning to their lodgings. After returning, Murong Qinxue informed the Xianyin sect members of the outcome of the meeting. Lin Hao's mind started racing. Setting the arena as the competition venue. These old foxes really have a brilliant idea. They must have reached a cooperation agreement with the arena, from which they can extract profits. Although he had guessed the intentions of the various sect leaders, Lin Hao did not point it out. He simply suggested that he wanted to visit the arena and familiarize himself with the venue. Murong Qinxue naturally had no objection to this and nodded in agreement. However, Lu Buping declined to go, citing personal matters. Lin Hao was hoping he wouldn't go, so he could have a chance to be alone with Ning Qingxue, but Lu Mei followed them closely under the pretext of protecting their safety. The 3 of them made their way to the arena without any trouble. Before they even entered, they could feel the bustling noise of the crowd. However, this place is not open to just anyone. An entrance fee of 10 spirit stones is required. 10 spirit stones may not seem like a lot, but they're not a small amount either. They're enough to deter anyone trying to get something for free. 30 spirit stones were nothing to Lin Hao, so he covered all the expenses for the 3 of them. Ning Qingxue parted her lips slightly and said, "Thank you." Lu Mei raised her eyebrows and said, Shui girl, don't be polite with this boy. He's bullied you a lot along the way, hasn't he? Elder Lu, what are you saying? I have the utmost respect for Fairy Ning. How could I possibly bully her? You brat, you can fool others, but you can't fool me. You like Shui Yadu, don't you? A hint of embarrassment flashed across Ning Qingshue's pretty face. She ignored the two bickering and went inside first. Hey, wait for us. Once inside, Lin Hao discovered that this place was truly a treasure trove, with thousands of people coming to watch the competition, and the daily ticket revenue alone amounting to tens of thousands of spirit stones. Moreover, the managers here are very business-minded and have cleverly created many consumer-related items. Services such as private rooms and female monks accompanying viewers are dazzling. Oh, please come in, distinguished guests. A graceful middle-aged woman approached with a sultry gait. Lin Hao felt something was off. It felt like he was entering a brothel. These three look unfamiliar. Where have you come from, distinguished guests? Lin Hao casually made up a story. From the east. Oh, a distinguished guest from the east. I have truly been blind. Distinguished guests, this is your first time here. I'll arrange for a young lady to show you around. Feel free to look around as you please. At this moment, Lu Mei spoke up. No need to trouble yourself. Let's just wander around on our own. Okay, let me know if you need anything. After the beautiful woman left, the three of them wandered around at their leisure. However, they discovered that this place not only had a gladiatorial arena, but also a deathmatch arena, where spectators could go up on stage and vent their frustrations simply by signing a death contract. Of course, the most distinctive feature is the gladiatorial arena. The competition format is extremely complex, featuring human, demon, and demonic cultivators fighting one-on-one, team battles, and more. Spectators come here not only to watch the game, but also to place bets on the player's chances of winning or losing. This is the most important source of revenue for the arena. Once the bet exceeds 10,000 spirit stones, one will become a VIP in the arena, accompanied by a female cultivator in a thin veil, and the service will be extremely attentive. If both parties are willing, she can accompany them on both the waterway and the land route. Sure enough, the owner here has thoroughly figured out all the ways to make money. Seeing Lin Hao's eyes gleaming as he kept staring at the women in thin veils, Lu Mei snorted and said, Lin Hao, why don't you talk to the manager and arrange for two beautiful women in thin veils to keep you company? This elder Lu is digging a hole for himself again. Lin Hao frowned slightly and said seriously, Elder Lu is joking. I came here to familiarize myself with the venue so that I can bring glory to the sect in the Battle of the Prodigies. How could I be obsessed with crooked paths? Furthermore, with two beauties accompanying me, how could the ordinary women here possibly catch my eye? Both women rolled their eyes at the same time, but their expressions softened considerably. People love to hear compliments, especially beautiful women. Just as Lin Hao was about to strike while the iron was hot and get closer to the two women, he suddenly saw an acquaintance. Ting Yin and Ting Yu, the two peerless beauties of Hundred Flowers Valley. Yi Zhaoqiu, a genius female cultivator from Wuji Palace. They're all from the list of beauties, no? They're all here to participate in the Battle of the Prodigies. It seems everyone is here to familiarize themselves with the venue beforehand. Although they were both prodigies and had both participated in the demon hunting competition, they did not have much interaction with each other. So they simply nodded slightly in greeting and then wandered off on their own. After wandering around for a while, Lin Hao suddenly became interested and stood in front of a ring, watching two contestants preparing for the match. Both of them were in the late stage of foundation establishment. The only difference was that one was a man and the other was a woman. Moreover, this female cultivator had a limp, making it extremely difficult for her to walk. The onlookers started placing bets, but most of them were betting that the young man would win. After thinking for a moment, Lin Hao took out 3,000 spirit stones from his storage bag and looked back and forth between the two contestants. He was torn about which player to bet on. Normally, the man seems to have a better chance of winning, mainly because the two have the same level of cultivation, and the man is physically stronger and exudes a fierce aura in his every move. Seeing Lin Hao preparing to place a bet, the two women shook their heads slightly. This guy really couldn't change his nature. He couldn't resist women. The betting was just a pretext. The real purpose was probably to have a beautiful woman in a sheer veil accompany him. For no reason, Ning Qingxue felt a surge of disgust, but she didn't turn away. She wanted to see Lin Hao lose everything. After hesitating for a while, Lin Hao made a decision and gave the spirit stones to the lame female cultivator. With his discerning eye, he could tell that the two Qi refining grand perfection cultivators were roughly equal in strength. However, he felt that the limping female cultivator, dragging her injured leg, dared to step onto the arena, either because she was extremely confident in her strength, or because she was a complete idiot. Lin Hao decided to take the gamble. Once the onlookers had placed their bets, the match on the stage began. Lin Hao is now at the peak of Foundation establishment, so watching the Qi refining cultivators compete is like watching a child throwing wild punches. I'm so bored. After about the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the male cultivator still hadn't been able to defeat his opponent, and he couldn't help but feel a little anxious. He gathered his remaining spiritual power into his right hand, preparing to decide the outcome in one move. However, the female cultivator, who had been in a defensive posture, suddenly changed her behavior and pounced on the male cultivator like an arrow released from a bow. The male cultivator, who was preparing his move, was unable to dodge in time and was grabbed by the throat by the female cultivator. The sharp fingernails gleamed with spiritual energy. Though weak, they were enough to pierce a vulnerable throat. I give up. Grass. As the male cultivator conceded defeat, the spectators who had bet on him to win instantly lost their composure and began hurling insults. What a spineless coward. He can't even beat a woman. Damn it. I bet 1,000 spirit stones, and it's all gone. Where there are those who are worried, there are naturally those who are happy. Lin Hao bet 3,000 spirit stones, and it instantly turned into 6,000, making a net profit of 3,000. Chapter 135, taking the stage personally. A hint of surprise flashed in Ning Qingshue's eyes. She had wanted to see a joke, but the kid had won. Seeing the other person's smug look, she wanted to punch him. Having tasted success, Lin Hao prepared to bet on another round. Both sides in this battle were demons, and of the same race, 2 wolf demons. The 2 demons were almost identical in both size and age. Lin Hao frowned slightly. This was a bit tricky. It seemed like betting on either side was risky, and there was no guarantee of victory. The others shared the same idea as Lin Hao, to protect their own money and not dare to place bets easily. With the match about to begin, Lin Hao gritted his teeth and bet all 6,000 spirit stones he had just earned on the wolf demon on his left. Ning Qingxue and Lu Mei were extremely surprised. This brat has a lot of guts. He dares to do things without being 70 or 80% sure of success. The match started quickly, and the 2 wolf demons fought back and forth, evenly matched. Their demonic power was exhausted. Neither side could gain the upper hand. However, since demons also possessed formidable physical strength, the 2 demons engaged in hand-to-hand combat. They are still neck and neck. The manager in charge of the match intended to make it a draw. Unexpectedly, a sudden change occurred. The wolf demon on the left used its right arm as bait to lock the throat of the wolf demon on the right. Snap! Snap! The sound of bones grinding together. The wolf demon on the right was almost strangled to death and had no choice but to surrender. Not many people placed bets on this match, so there were no instances of people hurling insults or profanities. However, Ning Qingxue was going numb, and her alluring lips twitched slightly. That scoundrel won again. Since the odds offered by the host were 1-to-1, 6,000 spirit stones turned into 12,000. The initial investment of 3,000 has actually grown to 12,000. To be honest, she was a little envious. After all, who wouldn't want more spirit stones? She was itching to join in and place her bet, but her damned pride made her restrain the impulse. Lin Hao won 2 games in a row, becoming increasingly confident. He felt that his vision and intuition were at their best, so he thought about playing one more game. This time, he bet even more, taking out 8,000 spirit stones from his storage bag and betting 20,000 on the player on the left to win. After the 2 sides had faced off, the balance of victory gradually tilted towards the player on the left. Lin Hao couldn't help but smile. If he won this round and doubled his winnings, he could net 20,000 spirit stones. This was almost half of his fortune, and he immediately became nervous. Just when it seemed the contestant on the left was about to win, an unexpected incident occurred, and the contestant on the right seized the opportunity, unleashing a lightning 5-hit combo to reverse the situation and win. Lin Hao was completely dumbfounded. How could such a favorable situation have been turned around like this? Damn it, this is a match-fixing incident. Seeing Lin Hao's regretful expression, the 2 women found it somewhat amusing, but also felt a strange pang of sympathy. 20,000 mid-grade spirit stones. If you were careful with them, you could have used them to break through to the core formation realm. And just like that, it all went down the drain. It hurts. Lin Hao felt a pang of pain in his heart. He had clearly chosen someone who could win, but he had run into a match fixer. Who could he complain to? No, We have to make up for the lost spirit stones. Lin Hao was not one to suffer a loss, but the owner behind this arena was a nascent soul cultivator. For a mere foundation establishment cultivator like him to seek justice? That was wishful thinking. After some thought, he decided to take the field himself and play a match. Bet your own life on winning back the spirit stones. Seeing Lin Hao preparing to go on stage, Ning Qingxue immediately frowned and said, Lin Hao, the battle of geniuses is about to begin. You'd better not cause any trouble. Besides, there are geniuses from other sects here. If you go on stage, wouldn't you be exposing your strength prematurely? Lin Hao shook his head slightly and said, No, I know what I'm doing. Besides, if I can't even beat the people in the arena, why would I participate in the Heavenly Pride battle? I can just go home. Ning Qingxue wanted to persuade her again, but Lu Mei did not stop her. Lin Hao went directly to the person in charge and said he was going to participate in the competition. Manager Feng Yun had noticed earlier that Lin Hao and his group were of distinguished appearance, so she sent someone to investigate their origins and learned that they came from the Xianin sect. Having come here to participate in the Battle of the Prodigies, I couldn't help but feel a sense of caution. The prodigy from the sect is no ordinary person, and his sudden request to participate in the arena competition must mean that he is extremely confident in his abilities. Manager Feng Yun dared not be presumptuous and prepared to send out a series of victorious experts, including a master at the peak of the foundation establishment stage. Upon learning that a prodigy from out of town was here to challenge the arena's ace fighter, the crowd quickly gathered. Other prodigies from various sects, such as Ting Yin and Ting Yu, also gathered around, partly to watch the spectacle and partly to try and assess Lin Hao's strength in advance. In order to maximize the benefits of this match, Manager Feng Yun directly suspended other matches, promoted this match, and emphasized Lin Hao's background. The audience initially thought they would bet on the ace player to win, but upon learning that Lin Hao was a prodigy of the Xianin sect, they hesitated for a moment. On one side is an ace player who has established his reputation through countless victories, and on the other is a prodigy from a prestigious family. It's really hard to predict the outcome of their battle. Even the richest young man who loved gambling hesitated. Seeing that not many people were betting, Manager Feng Yun announced that the odds for both were 1-to-1. Upon hearing this, some gamblers were slightly moved and took out their spirit stones to place bets. Lin Hao participated in the competition hoping to recoup his losses of 20,000 spirit stones, so naturally, he was going to place a bet. He took out 30,000 mid-grade spirit stones and entrusted Ning Qingxue to bet on him to win, and the latter's face was full of surprise. You're quite confident. This must be all your savings, right? If you lose it all, you... Without a second thought, Lin Hao said, I won't lose. As the saying goes, it's hard to persuade a damned ghost with kind words. Ning Qingxue had already tried to persuade him, but since he was so determined, she stopped trying. Even after the fact that Lin Hao was a prodigy of the Xianin sect was revealed, the number of people who bet on the ace card still exceeded the number who won. After all, everyone has witnessed the strength of the ace. But Tianjiao, a gambling website, might have counterfeit goods. The other prodigies were all just watching the show, betting a little for fun, and each of them invested a small amount of money according to their personal preferences. Lin Hao stepped onto the arena and glanced at his opponent. He possessed the ultimate foundation establishment cultivation level and exuded an invisible arrogance. Kid, I don't care if you're a prodigy or a nobody. You've got a bad idea if you think you can use me, Deng Bao, as a stepping stone. Deng Bao felt that the other party, as a disciple of a sect, must have ulterior motives for insisting on going on stage to compete. You think you're worthy of being used as a stepping stone? Lin Hao said indifferently. You? Deng Bao's face turned a deep shade of liver. Damn it. You brat. You have such a sharp tongue. I'll crush your bones in a minute. Lin Hao stood with his hands behind his back, extended his little finger, and beckoned to Deng Bao. Boy, prepare to die. Enraged, Deng Bao brandished his spear and thrust it at his opponent. As the saying goes, an inch longer, an inch stronger, and he relied on the gun in his hand to overpower many masters of the same level. Chapter 136 Give it to me. He thought he could achieve something this time, but unexpectedly, the moment the spear was thrust out, it was grabbed by his opponent. Lin Hao gripped the spirit spear and forcefully pulled it toward him, saying, Give it to me. Deng Bao, gun and all, was dragged over. Bang! The fist, imbued with spiritual energy, struck Deng Bao hard in the abdomen, causing him to nearly vomit his bile. You're a body cultivator? Deng Bao hadn't expected that his opponent's casual strike would possess such power. He was definitely a body cultivator. Damn it, I'm unlucky enough. Body cultivators are extremely rare. You might not find even one in 10,000. Who would have thought we'd meet today? I have so much bitterness in my heart that I can't express. It's too late to know now. Lin Hao's muscles bulged, and every punch he threw carried a surge of spiritual power, leaving Deng Bao bruised and battered. Physical cultivation is difficult to master, but once mastered, it makes one stronger than spiritual cultivation, especially in close combat. Deng Bao felt like all the bones in his body had been shattered. If the fight continued, he would die. He quickly admitted defeat. The onlookers were shocked. Lin Hao didn't use any special moves. He just threw a flurry of punches and won the ace. This isn't some prodigy, this is a monster. Among the onlookers were many knowledgeable people who had seen the geniuses of various sects before, but this person's performance was clearly superior to that of ordinary geniuses. Yi Zhaoqiu pursed her red lips tightly. She believed that she could defeat Deng Bao, but it would not be so easy. Lin Hao is very strong. Among all the prodigies, he is definitely among the top. She sighed softly and turned to leave. She didn't want to waste her time here anymore and needed to go back to the inn to recharge. Lin Hao jumped off the arena and excitedly went to retrieve the spirit stones. With odds of 1-to-1, he can win 30,000 spirit stones this time. Not only did they recover all the previous losses, they also made a profit. The beautiful woman looked at Lin Hao as if he were a money tree and said happily, "Young man, congratulations on your first victory. Would you be interested in playing another match?" Lin Hao refused without hesitation and won the battle quickly because his opponent didn't know he was a body cultivator. If we were to fight another match and my opponent didn't give me a chance to get close, I would definitely have to reveal my true strength. He put the spirit stones back into his storage bag and then went to meet up with Ning Qingxue and the other woman. Lu Mei saw Lin Hao approaching with a joyful expression. He said, "Little Haozi, you've earned so many spirit stones. Shouldn't you treat us to a spirit feast?" Lin Hao smiled and said, "No problem." Just as they were about to discuss where to go, the two peerless beauties from the Valley of 10,000 Flowers came over. "Lin Hao, congratulations. You defeated the arena's ace without lifting a finger. I hope that the Battle of the Prodigies will allow me to witness your true strength. I'm really looking forward to sparring with these two beauties." After a brief exchange, the two women left. They shared the same thoughts as Yi Zhaoqiu. Asking Lin how to host the spirit banquet was just Lu Mei's joke. As the law enforcement elder of the Xianin sect, how could she take advantage of her disciple? Could not take her disciples out for feasting and drinking during the Battle of the Prodigies. The three of them then stopped wandering around and went straight back to their lodgings. The moon, like a hook, hangs above the willow tips. Lin Hao was about to undress when he heard a knock on the door. He opened the door with a flick of his sleeve and found it was the inn's servant. "Honored guest, this is an item that someone has delivered to you." Lin Hao took the tray covered with red silk cloth and, upon closer inspection, discovered it was a phoenix hairpin. "This is..." He frowned slightly. The aura here was familiar, clearly belonging to an old acquaintance. He grabbed the phoenix hairpin and asked anxiously, "Where is he?" It's right outside." The servant was startled. Lin Hao jumped out of the window and saw a figure from behind that looked somewhat like a little fox. A sense of suspicion arose in his heart, so he quickened his pace and chased after him, circling almost half of the city before finally catching up. Looking at the extremely luxurious inn in front of him, a strange look flashed in Lin Hao's eyes. What did the other party want to do by leading him here? The servant at the door, seeing a stranger arrive, tried to stop him, but a seductive voice came from inside. "Let him in. It's a little fox." Lin Hao frowned and stepped inside. Upon entering a room, they saw the little fox dressed in a purple gauze dress, sitting on the edge of the bed, exuding a seductive charm. "You are truly audacious. With all the sects gathered here, you still dare to come here?" Clatter, clatter, clatter. The little fox walked gracefully towards Lin Hao, extending her slender, white fingers to press against the man's lips. "I told you I missed you and came here specifically for you. Do you believe me?" Lin Hao grabbed the soft hand and smiled. "Of course I don't believe it. You little vixen." The little fox smiled charmingly and said coquettishly, "You wicked scoundrel, you're so heartless. I traveled all this way to come here, and not only do you not care about me, you also don't trust me. Get to the point, or I'll have to get down to business. You're such a bad person, always bullying me. I even prepared a gift for you." "A gift?" Lin Hao frowned slightly and asked, "What gift?" "See for yourself." The little fox pointed her jade finger at the bed, which was covered by the curtains, and flicked out a wisp of spiritual power to remove the restrictions on it. "Woman?" Lin Hao was startled. He saw a sleeping beauty lying on the bed, and it was someone he had met several times before. Yi Zhaoqiu, the prodigy of Wuji Palace. So are you satisfied with this gift? The little fox couldn't help but find it amusing to see the man's somewhat infatuated gaze. Ning Moyan, what exactly do you mean? Oh, of course I'm thinking of you. Aren't you going to participate in the Heavenly Pride battle? I'm going to help you win first place. This is my gift to you. Use your pure young body to cultivate with her and enhance your own strength. Don't worry, she's been poisoned by our demon race's secret medicine. No matter what you do to her, she won't wake up and won't know it was you. And if you come again tomorrow, I'll prepare a new gift for you. Or, do you have a goal in mind? I'll find it for you. Lin Hao was going numb. This wasn't just a little vixen, she was a little witch. He couldn't figure out what the little fox was up to. Moreover, they have no idea how the other party did it. I dare not easily accept this so-called gift. These prodigies are very strong, and they are also protected by nascent soul elders. How did she manage to transport these prodigies here without anyone noticing? Lin Hao directly voiced his doubts and inquired about the other party's true purpose. I have my own methods, and my real purpose is that I love you and want you to be number one. As for, believe it or not, it's up to you. If you don't want it, then leave. Now, Lin Hao was in a dilemma. His intuition told him that this was a trap and he should refuse. He was torn between the allure of stunning beauty and the promise of increased power. Seeing his dilemma, the little fox couldn't help but reveal a victorious expression and whispered in the man's ear. My lord, enjoy the gift I have prepared for you. After saying that, the little fox tried to leave, but Lin Hao pulled her into his arms. Hey, what do you want to do? You've stirred up my anger, and now you think you can just walk away after patting your backside? There's no such thing as a free lunch. Let's go together. Chapter 137. The battle begins. The black hole vortex within Lin Hao's body was already full of spiritual energy, making it impossible to absorb any more. Yi Zhaoqiu's innocence was almost wasted. Fortunately, black holes can also store primordial yin. He had no choice but to store the absorbed yin energy and save it for later use after his breakthrough. Lin Hao was in a very good mood after gaining a lot from this training. As I was leaving, I couldn't help but glance back at the two stunning beauties. After thinking for a moment, he couldn't help but say, Ning Moyan, I still don't understand what your purpose is in doing this. Don't talk to me about love and romance. I'm perfectly clear-headed and won't be brainwashed by you. You took a huge risk to come to the heart of the human realm from the demon race. You certainly wouldn't do that to help me compete for first place. Otherwise, how do you explain your previous actions? Control the Qingyun sect. He instructed the vassal states of the Liang sect to assassinate Feng Yuan at an opportune moment. I can't piece these things together right now, but don't let me find out you have other intentions. If you endanger the interests of the human race, I will definitely report it to the sect. What a heartless guy. Just a moment ago we were all lovey-dovey, and now he's all cold and heartless. The little fox gritted its teeth and said coldly, Get out of here, you heartless man. Lin Hao didn't take it seriously, pushed open the door, and left. 3 days passed quickly, and the day of the battle between the prodigies arrived. The arena in Tiansha City was packed with people. In order to make the Battle of the Prodigies a grand event, the arena has reopened the long-dormant Central Arena. This is a venue capable of withstanding battles between nascent soul cultivators. With the arena set up here, the matches are sure to be spectacular. Even if it costs 50 spirit stones to buy an admission ticket, it's worth it. Lin Hao glanced at the sea of people and figured there were at least tens of thousands of people watching the game. A rough calculation shows that the ticket revenue on the first day of the competition alone brought in over 1 million spirit stones. They're numb, the arenas made a killing. Amidst the intense anticipation of the crowd, the leaders of each sect led their chosen prodigies into the arena. Look, the arena's behind-the-scenes boss has come out and is personally welcoming the prodigies from all the sects. What a huge honor. Those are people from the Heavenly Sword sect. That white-robed swordsman is so dashing, like a banished immortal descending to earth. Look at the broadsword in his arms. It's called Dragon Sparrow, and it once slew a third-tier great demon. So powerful. He killed a third-tier demon while at the Foundation establishment stage. The championship of this competition is definitely his. Not only the leader, but look at the female cultivator next to Guan Yu. She is Li Jinghong, the peerless female genius of the Heavenly Sword sect. Her swordsmanship is divine and her combat power is unparalleled. The Heavenly Sword sect is the leader of the righteous sections. With 5 of them here, they might be able to sweep the top 5 spots. The Heavenly Sword sect's team A shirtless young man touched his nose and said, "These people are quite sensible, knowing the power of our Heavenly Sword sect. Hey, you guys should all go back. Our Heavenly Sword sect has swept the top 5 spots in this prodigy battle." Li Jinghong looked at the man with an expression as if he were an idiot and quietly distanced herself from him. As expected of a prodigy of the Heavenly Sword sect, I admire his arrogance. Of course, there were also those who disagreed. Su Mukin of Wuji Palace whispered, "You bastards from Tianjin sect, once the competition starts, I'll teach you a lesson and show you the power of me, Su. Everyone, we must fight bravely and spread the glory of Wuji Palace." Su Mukin was encouraging his fellow disciple when he noticed Yi Zhaoqiu's unusual expression and frowned, asking, "Junior sister Yi, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Yi Zhaoqiu's beautiful eyes as she said, "It's nothing, I just encountered some confusion during my cultivation." After saying that, she swept her cold gaze across the crowd, wondering which bastard had done it. "Fellow Taoist Lin, you look radiant. Are you perhaps confident of victory?" The two peerless beauties of Wanhua Valley walked in with graceful steps, their unparalleled elegance attracting many admiring glances. "These two sisters seem to care about me quite a bit." A hint of suspicion flashed through Lin Hao's mind. There was no such thing as unprovoked attention. What were these two women up to? I wouldn't say we're guaranteed to win, but finishing in the top 3 should be no problem. Ning Qingxue frowned. This guy really loves to brag. He's already trying to get the top 3 to buy on credit. For some reason, she disliked the two peerless beauties of the Valley of 1,000 Flowers and had no interest in communicating with them, so she hurriedly entered the arena. Actually, Lin Hao wasn't familiar with the people from Wanhua Valley, but the three of them got along quite well, chatting about everything from the Battle of the Prodigies to the demon hunting competition. If Peach Blossom Sword Immortal hadn't come, they probably would have been discussing what kind of Taoist partner to look for. Lin Hao, the Peach Blossom Sword Immortal, greeted him. The Liang sect and the Xianin sect are sworn enemies. As the representative of the Liang sect, she naturally couldn't say much. Lin Hao understood the other party's predicament, so he simply nodded and walked into the arena. All 20 prodigies from the 5 major immortal sects have arrived. The atmosphere was incredibly lively, with the audience commenting on the contestants from each category. The Xianin sect only sent 3 prodigies. They are really confident in their own strength. Aren't they afraid of getting nothing? I think so too. None of the 3 prodigies of the Xianin sect are particularly famous. Fellow Taoist, you are short-sighted. That Lin Hao is no nobody. He really stole the show at the recent demon hunting competition. So what if you're showing off? It's just relying on opportunistic tricks. This is a real fight, face-to-face, with real swords and spears. The audience was arguing endlessly. Wang Baisisu, the elegant manager, is in charge of all matters related to the arena and the Battle of the Prodigies. According to the rules of the Battle of the Prodigies, the strength of the prodigies must be tested first. The prodigies from each sect stepped forward one by one, displaying their cultivation levels. They were all at the pinnacle of foundation establishment, without exception. The audience couldn't help but marvel at how someone from a major sect could possess such strength at such a young age. Not to mention rogue cultivators. Even ordinary cultivators find it difficult to establish a foundation, let alone reach the pinnacle of foundation establishment. These are all seeds for core formation. They will all form cores without any surprises, and the quality of the resulting cores will be quite good. After testing the strength of the prodigies, a battle draw will be held. There are 10 lots, numbered 1 to 10, and those who draw the matching lot will become each other's opponents. It's worth mentioning that there was a little incident during the draw. Lin Hao happened to be behind Yi Zhaoqiu in line, and looking at the other's slightly parted long legs, he couldn't help but feel a little guilty. Fortunately, the other party's attention was focused on the lottery, and they did not notice Lin Hao's unusual behavior. After the draw, to prevent being targeted by opponents, everyone kept their assigned lot a secret, only circulating it within their own sect. Lin Hao drew number 2, Ning Qingxue drew number 5, and Lu Buping drew number 9. Fortunately, it wasn't a battle between people of the same lineage. At this moment, the contestants who drew number 1 have already taken to the stage. Peach Blossom Blade Immortal from the Blazing Sun sect, and Yi Zhaoqiu from the Boundless Palace. The first battle, a clash of beauties on the list of most beautiful women, sent the audience into a frenzy, making them as excited as shrimp in a frying pan. A battle between 2 beauties. This one match alone is worth the ticket price. Who says otherwise? I hope Fairy Yi can work hard and knock off Peach Blossom Sword Immortal's mask so that I, a mere mortal, can catch a glimpse of her beauty. Won't her true appearance be terrifying? Bah! You shameless scoundrel! How dare you insult my dream goddess? The audience was discussing it enthusiastically, and it was truly a fortunate event to witness the battle between the two beauties. On the stage, the two women greeted each other and then took their stances, ready to fight. Chapter 138 Forming the Core in the Line of Battle. Peach Blossom's sword immortal looked at the opposite side, a hint of doubt flashing in her beautiful eyes. Why does Yi Zhaoqiu look so strange? Not only did he look haggard, but he also walked unsteadily. Bai Susu floated on a lucky cloud above the arena, glancing at the lively scene. She then parted her lips slightly and announced, I hereby declare the first battle of the 5 Great Immortal Sects Tournament of Prodigies begins. As soon as he finished speaking, cheers erupted from the audience. I hope, fellow Taoist, you will not hesitate to offer his guidance. Although he could tell that the other party might be uncomfortable, Peach Blossom's sword immortal dared not be careless and immediately drew his twin swords. Yi Zhaoqiu wielded a sword. She drew the sword from behind her back and, with the grace of a startled swan, went straight for the Peach Blossom sword immortal. Yi Zhaoqiu's swordsmanship is extremely elegant. With a wave of his hand, he unleashed countless illusory sword lights, winning thunderous applause from the audience. Faced with this overwhelming onslaught, Peach Blossom's sword immortal remained calm and composed. They completely disregarded their opponents. It wasn't that she underestimated her opponent, but rather that the opponent's swordplay was truly shaky. In her eyes, it was just a pretty face. Buzz, blade in her hand, Jingzhe unleashed a terrifying blade light. Boom. With just this one blade of light, Yi Zhaoqiu's relentless offensive was thwarted. The audience was shocked. Both being prodigies, how could Peach Blossom Blade Immortal so easily break through Yi Zhaoqiu's attacks? Is this truly a battle between prodigies? It was clearly a crushing defeat. The Peach Blossom Blade Immortal is too powerful. He broke Fairy Ye's famous technique with a casual slash. As expected of the Peach Blossom Blade Immortal, his reputation is well-deserved. I never imagined that the difference in strength between the two sides would be so great. Just as the audience was discussing, the two on stage exchanged blows for another dozen or so rounds. Bang! Peach Blossom Blade Immortal raised her delicate foot and kicked her opponent's weapon away, saying calmly, You are no match for me. Admit defeat. Yi Zhaoqiu gritted his teeth, unwilling to accept it. If she hadn't been defiled by some shameless bastard, leaving her physically and mentally exhausted, she wouldn't have lost the match so easily. With her weapons gone, she was no match for the Peach Blossom Sword Immortal and had no choice but to admit defeat. In the first battle, Peach Blossom Blade Immortal of the Blazing Sun sect wins. As Bai Susu announced the results of the competition, the audience below the stage showered her with praise. The Peach Blossom Blade Immortal's strength is extraordinary. He truly deserves to be called the pride of the Blazing Sun sect. Looking at how decisively Fairy Yi was defeated, I seriously doubt the strength of Wuji Palace. Peach Blossom Blade Immortal's victory and the triumphant start naturally brought immense joy to everyone in the Blazing Sun sect. The only regret is that this first victory was not won against the Xianin sect. Some are happy, some are sad. The people from Wuji Palace all had gloomy expressions. Especially Su Mukin, whose love for Peach Blossom Blade Immortal turned into hatred after the last demon hunting competition. You shameless woman, look at your smug face. Is this all you've got? Do you really think you can win the championship? In order to save face for the sect, and also to suppress the arrogance of the Peach Blossom Sword Immortal, Su Mukin's face darkened as he finally made his decision to form his core on the eve of battle. In order to win the championship in this battle of geniuses, he deliberately suppressed his cultivation level, hoping to form his core during the battle. The original plan was to form the golden core after returning to my lodgings following the first battle. But now the situation has changed, and he has decided to form his core on the eve of battle. The formation of the golden core is quite a significant event. The crowd was praising the Peach Blossom Sword Immortal, but they were shaken by the sudden and astonishing aura emanating from him. Is someone making a breakthrough? Moreover, it was a breakthrough to the core formation stage. People all looked in the direction from which the noise came. Su Mukin from Wuji Palace, who was forming his core. People immediately started talking about it. The elders and prodigies of various sects also looked in the direction of Wuji Palace, their expressions changing. Soon. Haha, it's done. Su Mukin roared to the sky. Although he had not formed a golden core, his successful breakthrough gave him great confidence. With the cultivation level of core formation, winning the championship of the Heavenly Pride battle isn't unreasonable, is it? This is getting interesting. Su Tianjiao of Wuji Palace has broken through and become a core formation cultivator. Once he reaches the core formation stage, won't he be able to sweep away all the other geniuses? To be honest, this is a bit shameless. Forming the core on the eve of battle, isn't that just exploiting a loophole in the rules? Su Yukin's actions drew everyone's attention. They were truly shocked, their faces filled with disbelief. Everyone thought that Peach Blossom Blade Immortal's defeat of Yi Zhaoqiu would plunge Wuji Palace in a crisis. But who could have predicted the emergence of a core formation expert? This is nothing short of a dimensional reduction attack. Some of the prodigies from various sects were also indignant. To form a core on the eve of battle is simply too shameless. The leader of the Liang sect said angrily, "How come your Wuji Palace sent out a core formation stage cultivator in the Foundation Establishment Prodigy battle that was supposed to be held?" The leaders of the other three groups, though silent, could not hide the dissatisfaction in their eyes. The elder of Wuji Palace spoke up. "Please listen to me. The outer sect competitions of each sect are for those below the Foundation Establishment stage. However, those who break through to the Foundation Establishment stage after participating can continue to compete. The Battle of the Prodigies does not stipulate that breakthroughs are not allowed during the battle, so our sect's disciples have not violated the rules. If you're not convinced, then let your disciples reach the core formation stage too." Ha ha. You? The leader of the Liang sect was so angry that he blew his beard and glared. He did want his disciple to form his core, but there was a high chance of failure. Even if the disciple's cultivation level didn't drop, he would be weak for a long time if he failed. The competition is about to start. How could he dare to gamble? Although Wuji Palace's actions were shameless, they did not violate any rules, so everyone could only suppress their dissatisfaction. After one farce, the second battle will soon begin. Bai Susu floated in midair as Lang Lang announced. The second match of the Prodigy battle is between Wang Zheng from the Blazing Sun sect and Lin Hao from the Profounding sect. As the audience knows, the origin of this battle of geniuses lies in the dispute between the Liang sect and the Xianing sect over a spirit stone mine. The two sides already had old grudges, and this new feud has created new enmity. The disciples of the two sects are fighting to the death on the front lines. If it weren't for the intervention of the Heavenly Sword sect, the high-level combat forces from both sides might have joined the fray, which would have been quite a spectacle. The encounter between disciples from the two sects during the Battle of Prodigies is something that viewers are delighted to see. As the saying goes, enemies are especially hostile when they meet. This battle will definitely be more intense than the first one, and there may even be scenes of death. Murong Qinxue and the leader of the Liang sect exchanged a glance, sparks flying between them. "Murong, our sect's disciples will surely win this battle. You should think about how to explain this to sect leader Ouyang when you return to the sect." Murong Qinxue retorted sarcastically, "You don't need to worry about that. You should think about how to explain this to Wang Zheng's parents." The leader of the Blazing Sun sect understood Murong Qinxue's implied meaning and snorted coldly. "I won't argue with you." Meanwhile, Lin Hao was entangled with Ning Qingxue. "Fairy Ning, please do me this favor and place a bet on me to win." Ning Qingxue was focused solely on winning the match and had no interest in causing any trouble. Moreover, she felt that Lin Hao's behavior was unreliable. Most cultivators are detached from worldly desires, but Lin Hao is a compulsive gambler, which she finds utterly despicable. So she coldly refused. "I have no interest in gambling, and I will not help you." After saying that, he chose to leave. Helpless, Lin Hao could only turn his gaze to Lu Mei. "Elder Lu, I wonder if you..." Before he could finish speaking, Lu Mei readily agreed. "No problem, I can help you, but you have to pay me a delivery fee." "How much is the delivery fee?" 500 mid-grade spirit stones. Lin Hao almost bit his tongue. It was just a small favor, yet the price was so high. Lu Mei seemed to sense his pain and raised an eyebrow, saying, "I'm an enforcement elder, you know. I'm lowering myself to run errands for you, kid, and charging you 500 spirit stones. You're the one who's taking advantage." Lin Hao smiled helplessly and had no choice but to agree. 500 it is. You can't catch a wolf without risking your cub. Moreover, he wanted to use this opportunity to get closer to Lu Mei. As the other party said, she is an elder in charge of law enforcement. There's no harm in having multiple powerful figures to rely on within the sect. Moreover, once the relationship between the two sides improves, he will naturally find a way to make up for it. He took out 30,000 spirit stones from his storage bag, which was half of his wealth, and bet on himself to win. Lu Mei took the spirit stone bag and glanced at Lin Hao with considerable surprise. This little guy has quite the guts. He took out 30,000 spirit stones without even blinking. How confident he is in himself. You brat, if you lose these spirit stones, I won't care if you cry. Elder Lu, just place your bets. Chapter 139 One Punch. On the arena, Lin Hao stood with his hands behind his back, a pale yellow sword box on his back containing 4 swords. When he returned to the arena, he was no longer a naive young man. His heart was calm and unmoved as he calmly looked at his opponent. On the other side, Wang Zheng, the prodigy of the Liang sect, felt extremely disgusted by his opponent's calm demeanor. Damn it, what are you pretending for? Wait a minute, I'll stomp your face on the ground and see how you pretend then. You brat, swords and spears have no eyes on this arena. I can't guarantee I won't accidentally kill someone. You can still back out now, you'd better get out of here as soon as possible. Wang Zheng's words drew laughter from the audience, but Lin Hao remained unperturbed, still appearing nonchalant. Wang Zheng felt like he had punched cotton, and he was furious. He was about to continue his sarcastic remarks. Enough with the nonsense, let's get started. Wang Zheng was so angry that his liver hurt, and his heart was filled with rage. Damn bastard, we'll see. Boom. Wang Zheng mobilized all his spiritual power and erupted with a roar. His foundation establishment cultivation was at its peak, wild and domineering. Boy, it's an honor for you to be defeated by me. After saying this, he drew his long sword and poured all his spiritual power into it. Swing your sword. Boom. A blade of light, seemingly capable of cleaving through the sky, was unleashed. The blade flashed, like a surging river, relentlessly slashing towards Lin Hao. Such a powerful blade aura, only slightly weaker than the Peach Blossom Blade Immortal. The blade's light was incredibly fast, and the Xianyin sect's prodigy seemed to be paralyzed with fear, completely unable to defend himself. It's over. The Blazing Sun sect is aiming for their 2nd consecutive victory. The audience was all talking at once, unanimously favoring Wang Zheng to win. The main reason is that Wang Zheng's strength is truly remarkable. He has reached the pinnacle of foundation establishment cultivation and has mastered his swordsmanship to perfection. Furthermore, Lin Hao neither knew how to defend himself nor how to dodge. The consensus was that the Blazing Sun sect would be the biggest winner. What is Lin Hao thinking? Why doesn't he dodge? Is he trying to take this head on? Peach Blossom, Sword Immortal's beautiful eyes. She knew better than anyone the characteristics of her sect's sword technique. Once the first move was not blocked, the subsequent attacks would come one after another. Just as the blade was about to strike him, Lin Hao finally moved. He lowered his leg slightly, and then threw a punch. If this punch hadn't been imbued with spiritual power, it would have looked like a child's fighting move. That's it. The prodigy of Xianyin sect is probably not a good-for-nothing. The audience had very little faith in Lin Hao. However, the next second, this seemingly ordinary punch struck the crescent-shaped blade of light. Click. Capable of slicing through gold and breaking stone. It shattered like glass. Boom. After shattering the blade's edge, the fist suddenly accelerated, striking Wang Zheng's face with a speed sufficient to tear through the void. This arrogant genius was sent flying like a kite with a broken string. What? The audience looked utterly bewildered. A prodigy of the Blazing Sun sect, a foundation establishment expert at the pinnacle. He was sent flying by Lin Hao's seemingly ordinary punch. The audience didn't know how to describe the emotional turmoil they felt. The stark contrast almost gave them a backache. I thought the Blazing Sun sect would be able to win 2 consecutive victories. As a result, Wang Zheng was so easily defeated that he was sent flying with a single punch. Shame. This punch was a slap in the face to the Liang sect. The leader of the Blazing Sun sect had a livid face. He had been boasting about the prowess of his disciples and how they had secured this victory early on. As a result, the disciple was defeated in an extremely humiliating manner. That was a slap in the face way too fast. Even if he has thick skin, he can't withstand that kind of beating. Hey, I'm telling you, you'd better go check on your disciple. If he's really dead, how are you going to explain this to his parents? Murong Qinshue's words were like a sharp knife, piercing the heart of the leader of the Liang sect. Peach Blossom Sword Immortal's eyes widened in shock at the sight. This little thief's strength had increased again. She had mixed feelings. From a public perspective, she naturally wanted her fellow disciples to win. Personally, she actually hoped Lin Hao would win, but she didn't expect him to win so easily. Absolute crushing power. Wang Zheng's vitality is still very strong, although he was blasted off the stage in a nearly tragic manner. The injury wasn't particularly serious, but he didn't want to get up. It's mainly because it's too embarrassing. He glared at Lin Hao with resentment. That damn scoundrel. I will make you pay for this humiliation. Lin Hao was unaware of Wang Zheng's thoughts, and even if he had, he wouldn't have cared about the thoughts of a flea. He was calculating his gains from this battle, which netted him 30,000 spirit stones. He now had a total of 90,000 mid-grade spirit stones. So many spirit stones, enough to help you form your core. Perhaps I can also achieve core formation on the spot. After an incense stick has burned, Bai Susu announces the start of the third battle. This time, it's Su Mukin, who just successfully formed his core, facing off against Nangong Yan from the Valley of 10,000 Flowers. Anyone with eyes could see that Su Mukin would be the winner, so his odds were infinitely close to zero. Lin Hao had no interest in betting since he couldn't even earn one spirit stone out of 10,000. He just felt sorry for the female prodigy of Wanhua Valley. Despite having decent strength, I encountered a shameless scoundrel. Without a doubt, Su Mukin won a victory for Wuji Palace with an overwhelming advantage. It's worth mentioning that after winning the battle, Su Mukin gave Lin Hao a provocative look. His hatred for Lin Hao was particularly intense. He always believed that it was Lin Hao who had humiliated his pure feelings for Peach Blossom Sword Immortal. Lin Hao chose to ignore Su Mukin's provocative gaze. Su Mukin's easy victory made the leaders of the various sects realize how terrifying a core formation stage prodigy could be. Are we just going to watch Wuji Palace pre-select the champion of the Heavenly Pride battle? Chapter 140, The Big Winner. The 14 leaders exchanged glances and made a decision. Ting Yan from the Valley of 10,000 Flowers faced off against Shui Yan, a shirtless youth from the Heavenly Sword sect. Oh, little beauty, you look so pitiful, I really can't bring myself to do it. Why don't you just surrender, so I don't beat you up? Shui Yan gestured rapidly, his eyes blazing like fire and wind, intently pursuing Ting Yan's figure. I don't think this is right. Ting Yan took a few graceful steps forward and said softly, why don't you surrender, so I don't accidentally kill you and dirty my hands? Just as Shui Yan was about to reply, he felt the ground beneath his feet churn, and countless vines sprouted from the earth. These vines, resembling giant emerald pythons, seemed to have been given a death sentence, relentlessly pursuing Shui Yan. Clang! Shui Yan drew the giant toothed sword from behind him and frantically slashed at the vines that were wrapping around him, while also throwing fire-type talismans continuously, finally managing to stop the opponent's attack. However, just as he breathed a sigh of relief, a sudden change occurred. The severed vines withered rapidly, turning into nutrients that nourished hundreds of enchanting flowers. Ting Yan sat cross-legged on the flying sword, lightly flicked her slender white fingers, and a flower immediately flew towards Shui Yan. This exquisitely beautiful flower disperses into petals as it approaches the enemy, its sharpness like a knife slashing at them. Lin Hao couldn't help but exclaim in amazement when he saw the fighting style of the female prodigy from Wanhua Valley. She's beautiful, and her fighting style is beautiful too. She's really pleasing to the eye. Previously, Lin Hao hadn't placed any bets because he didn't understand the strength of either side, but now he was starting to regret it. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, Ting Yan will win. As expected, after nearly 100 moves, Shui Yan finally couldn't hold on any longer and fell to the ground, foaming at the mouth. The Heavenly Sword sect rushed forward to provide treatment and asked Ting Yan for the antidote. Since there was no mortal enmity between them, Ting Yan had no need to offend a nascent soul cultivator, so she handed over the antidote. These 4 matches, each with its own distinct style, provided a feast for the eyes of the audience, who are now eagerly anticipating the 5th match. Lin Hao was also looking forward to it. In the 5th match, Ning Qingxue will be fighting, and her opponent is Zheng Tong from the Liang sect, a very low-key prodigy. Without a second thought, Lin Hao took out 50,000 spirit stones and bet on Ning Qingxue to win. Beside her, Lu Mei's eyelids twitched involuntarily. 50,000 spirit stones. Even for her, taking them out would be extremely painful. But Lin Hao remained calm and composed. That brat, he just believes Shuya can win. Lu Mei finally couldn't hold back and asked the question that had been bothering her. Without hesitation, Lin Hao replied, I know Ning Xinzi's true strength better than anyone else. Lu Mei gave Lin Hao a strange look, feeling that what the kid said wasn't anything nice. However, she didn't get entangled with him. The competition was about to begin. The matches between the Xianin sect and the Liang sect were always filled with tension. Whether offstage or on stage, they were engaged in a fierce verbal battle. Of course, on the arena, it was Zheng Tong from the Liang sect who was speaking, and Ning Qingxue ignored him completely. After Bai Susu announced the start of the competition, she drew her sword from behind her and unleashed a snow dragon sword aura. This set of movements was as smooth as flowing water, was only slightly weaker than that of the Peach Blossom Blade Immortal, making him the number 2 seed of the Blazing Sun sect. Although it was quite difficult, she managed to block Ning Qingshue's attack and dared not say another word. The Blazing Sun sect's swordsmanship is fierce and domineering. Even though Zheng Tong is a woman, the sword light she unleashes has an overwhelming momentum. Boom, boom, boom. The two women exchanged blows, constantly unleashing sword energy and blade light, plowing up the entire area. Below the stage, Lin Hao was clicking his teeth, looking completely relaxed. After glancing at him, Lu Mei said irritably, "You brat, aren't you worried at all?" Lin Hao said lazily, "What's there to worry about? I believe that with Fairy Ning's strength, she will definitely win this match. Besides, even if we make a mistake, it's nothing. It's just 50,000 spirit stones." Just 50,000 spirit stones. Lu Mei wanted to slap him away. That brat only has a mouth that's infuriating. At that moment, the situation on the stage became clear. Ning Qingxue seemed to have given up pretending and raised her hand to unleash 3 snow dragon sword chi, each one stronger than the last, directly blasting Zheng Tong off the stage. The leader of the Blazing Sun sect's team twitched at the corner of his mouth. He had lost again. Peach Blossom Blade Immortal had built up for his first victory, was completely squandered by 2 cowards. The match was over, and he didn't want to stay any longer, so he thought he would take the opportunity to leave. TSK, can't accept defeat? Murong Qingshue's words stopped him in his tracks. Humph, it's just that we won 2 matches by luck. What's there to be proud of? Our sect's disciples will get our revenge sooner or later. Sooner or later. I think some shameless guys are just good at bragging. You? The elder of the Liang sect was so angry that his face turned as red as a pig's liver. He flicked his sleeves and stormed off. I'm rich. After withdrawing his gambling winnings, Lin Hao made a net profit of 50,000 spirit stones. Lu Mei was extremely envious. This brat earned 80,000 mid-grade spirit stones today. Aside from the arena, he is probably the biggest winner. Elder Lu, why don't you join me in placing a bet? Lin Hao said, squinting his eyes. Lu Meizi naturally wanted to earn spirit stones effortlessly, but due to her status and the belief that Lin Hao might just be lucky, she didn't agree. Instead, she advised him to stop while he was ahead and focus on the competition, so as not to neglect the important affairs of the sect. After the 5 matches are played, today's games are over. The remaining 5 matches will be played tomorrow. Even after the event ended, the audience was still buzzing with excitement, discussing the 5 matches of the day and looking forward to tomorrow's games. I think tomorrow's game will be even more exciting. The Heavenly Sword sect, who are the favorites to win the championship, have not yet made their appearance. At the inn where the Xianyin sect was staying, Murong Qingshuo gathered Lin Hao and the other 2 together. She first affirmed the day's victory, and then got down to business. As you all know, Su Mukan of Wuji Palace formed his core on the eve of battle, making him the strongest among all heroes. Some of you must reach the core formation stage in order to contend with him. Are you willing to form your core? Don't worry, the sect will provide all the materials needed for core formation. Chapter 141 Decision. I am willing to form my core. I am willing to form my core. Ning Qingxue and Lu Buping spoke almost simultaneously. They agreed without hesitation because they had suppressed their cultivation level for a long time. The time has come, and the sect will provide the necessary materials for core formation. Not taking this opportunity to form your core would be foolish. Lin Hao also wanted to take advantage of this opportunity. I'd love to, Lin Hao said hurriedly. But after he finished speaking, he was stopped by Murong Qingshuo. Lin Hao, you recently failed to form your core. It's best not to try again anytime soon. Moreover, there is a risk of failure in forming the core. For the sake of the sect's grand plan, you should make some sacrifices. Lin Hao frowned, thought for a moment, and said, Lord Murong, I can choose not to form my core, but could you provide me with the necessary materials in advance, or convert them into spirit stones? Murong Qingshue's lips twitched. You brat, don't think I don't know. You made 110,000 spirit stones today, and you're still thinking of taking advantage of the sect. Despite her complaints, she still admired Lin Hao and naturally wouldn't let him suffer a loss, so she applied for a core formation item for him as well. He repeatedly warned him not to rush into forming his core. Therefore, Lin Hao had no choice but to accept it. However, Without achieving the core formation stage, it's impossible to get a good ranking, making this battle of prodigies a regret in the end. Ultimately, Murong Qingxue decided that Ning Qingxue and Lu Buping would form their cores tonight, while Lin Hao would serve as a substitute and would not form his core for the time being. After the meeting, Lin Hao was disheartened and returned to his bedroom alone. As soon as he sat down, the servant brought him another phoenix hairpin. He looked puzzled. Had the little fox abducted yet another prodigy? How did they do that? Moreover, for a little fox to venture into the heart of human territory, its ambitions must be far greater than its actual purpose. He attempted to control the Qingyun sect and wreak havoc in the Vermilion Bird Kingdom, but both of his attempts failed. What is she planning to do this time? To be able to abduct a sex prodigy while under the protection of a nascent soul elder, the demon race must have sent an extraordinary figure this time. It seems that the demon race's operation this time is no small matter. His feelings towards the little fox were complicated. As they spent more time together, the fox had never hurt him. However, having experienced betrayal by Li Qiushui and Cui Qinger, he naturally harbored a sense of wariness towards women of other races. To prevent the demon race from causing harm and inflicting unbearable losses on the human race. After much deliberation, Lin Hao decided to report the matter to the sect. He apologized to the little fox in his heart, and then planned to go and tell Murong Qingxue about it. Murong Qingxue hadn't expected that Ning Qingxue and Lu Buping had accumulated such profound knowledge that there were no unexpected events during the core formation process. Moreover, judging from its unusual phenomena, it is highly likely to be a golden core. If she were to eventually form a golden core, it would be an incredibly joyous occasion, and she would need to report this to the sect immediately. Because cultivators who have formed a golden core will be nurtured by the sect as potential nascent soul cultivators. If nothing unexpected happens, the Xianin sect will have 2 more nascent soul cultivators in the future. While Murong Qingxue was happy, she also felt a little disappointed. Why didn't she have any outstanding talents under her command? Originally, she thought highly of Shui Linger. What angered her was that this girl had willingly fallen into depravity and become Lin Hao's concubine. The personal disciple of Xiaozhu Peak becoming a concubine of a disciple of Dazhu Peak. Isn't that incredibly shameful if word gets out? Whenever she thought about this, Murong Qingxue would get so angry that her teeth would itch. Found Murong Qingxue in the corridor outside Ning Qingxue and Lu Buping's room. She once again stood guard, protecting the two as they formed their golden cores. Seeing the extraordinary phenomena caused by the two forming their cores, Lin Hao felt envious and hoped that they could successfully form their cores as well. Thinking of the important matter, he said to Murong Qingxue, "Lord Murong, I have something to report to you." "What is it?" Murong Qingxue asked irritably. She was thinking of Shui Linger and was furious that this brat had taken her away, so when she saw Lin Hao, she couldn't possibly give him a friendly look. Well, Lin Hao was stunned. What had he done to offend the other party? However, business was of the essence, so Lin Hao took a breath and told Murong Qingxue everything the little fox had done, word for word. And then he shared his own speculations. After listening, Murong Qingxue frowned her smooth brows, pondered for a moment, and then said, "This vixen has feelings for you, so you should pretend to be a snake to entice her, and then I will secretly follow you to investigate her true purpose." A look of surprise flashed in Lin Hao's eyes. He had thought that Murong Qingxue would inform the sect about this matter and then instruct him to remain inactive, but instead she wanted him to be entangled with the little fox. "Lord Murong, that demoness just sent an invitation. Are you sure you want me to go?" "Go ahead, but I can't go with you this time. I need to stay here and protect Qingxue and the other two as they reach the core formation stage." Hearing this, Lin Hao was speechless. Although he knew the little fox wouldn't harm him, Lord Murong was far too trusting of him. "Aren't you worried that you, the sex prodigy, will perish in the jaws of a demon?" "Lord Murong, should I still accept that female cultivator that demoness kidnapped?" Lin Hao asked cautiously and tentatively. After hearing Lin Hao's words, Murong Qingxue couldn't help but find it amusing. "I thought the other person would come up with something, but it turned out they still couldn't get back to talking about meat," she said impatiently. "Since it's good for you, then accept it. But you must keep it a secret. If this gets out, it will be hard to explain to other sections." Lin Hao felt more and more that Lord Murong was unreliable, but then he thought it was better if the other party didn't come along. If the other party really follows, how can he possibly use his powers? After that, Lin Hao left and went straight to his appointment. Upon arriving at the location, Lin Hao was greeted by the little fox as soon as he entered, her eyes filled with resentment. "You heartless bastard, I thought you wouldn't come. Lin Hao grasped a soft, smooth hand and said flippantly, why wouldn't I take advantage of this opportunity? Who was it that was captured this time? Look at what you're saying. What do you mean by plunder? I clearly invited you. The little fox said as she walked toward the bed. I wanted to give you a big surprise, but the other one isn't here, so I'll just let you try your sister's flavor first. Lin Hao had a guess in his heart. When the little fox lifted the quilt, just as he expected, it was Ting Yan, the elder of the two peerless beauties of Wanhua Valley. It has to be said, the little fox has some clever tricks up her sleeve, easily bringing in another female prodigy. My lord, what are you still hesitating for? Why don't you mount your horse and gallop away? Chapter 142 The Golden Body displays its power. He never expected that Ting Yan would actually form her core. Female cultivator at the core formation stage allowed him to reap a torrent of Yin energy, as vast as a lake. Fortunately, he possesses a black hole, which can store a large amount of Yin energy, so it won't be wasted. Afterwards, he returned to his residence and learned that Ning Qingxue and Lu Buping had successfully formed their golden cores, and even more so, the rare golden cores. This momentous occasion, along with the intelligence Lin Hao had gathered about the demon and monster races, was reported to the sect. As fellow prodigies, Lin Hao was happy for the two of them, but while they had both successfully formed their golden cores on their first try, he couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. However, he was confident that after this period of accumulation, he would definitely succeed in his attempt to break through to the core formation stage again. Moreover, the quality is no less than that of Ning Qingxue and her team. Nothing was said that night. Day 2 of the Battle of the Prodigies. The Xianyin sect was holding a competition, so Morong Qingxue led her team to the arena early. Yesterday, the arena was packed with people today. The main reason is that the Heavenly Sword sect has 4 matches, which have attracted a lot of attention. In particular, the white-clad swordsman Guan Yu and the fairy Jinghong each have a large number of fans. In the first battle, Sua Chao of the Heavenly Sword sect faced off against Zhao Yuan of the Wuji Palace. Looking at the two on the stage, Lin Hao frowned slightly. The contestant from Wuji Palace looked listless and seemed to have some hidden injuries. Could it be that he failed to form his core, resulting in a drop in his cultivation level? Thinking of this, Lin Hao prepared to bet on the Heavenly Sword sect to win, but unexpectedly Zhao Yuan directly admitted his failure to form the core formation and conceded defeat. Lin Hao was completely speechless. Couldn't he have some backbone? Once he was on stage, he should just fight. Why was he admitting defeat? Lin Hao was very angry that he failed to find a bargain. We can only wait for the second round to see if there's a chance. In the second battle, Li Jinghong faced off against Wu Tian of the Liang sect. Li Jinghong's odds were extremely low, so Lin Hao thought about it and decided to bet half of his spirit stones on him. If he won, he could earn 1,000 or so spirit stones. Even a tiny mosquito is still meat. The battle began, and Li Jinghong actually formed his golden core, while his opponent Wu Tian did not. As expected, Li Jinghong won easily. After failing to find a suitable betting opportunity twice in a row, Lin Hao couldn't help but sigh and could only wait and see how the third battle went. Ting Yu from the Valley of 10,000 Flowers faces off against Sun Hung from the Blazing Sun sect. Seeing Ting Yu, who bore a striking resemblance to Ting Yan, Lin Hao couldn't help but recall their passionate encounter the previous night. If the little fox had managed to abduct both sisters yesterday, he would have truly enjoyed the best of both worlds. Lin Hao had never seen Sun Hung make a move, so he didn't dare to place a bet rashly, even though he was emotionally inclined to let Ting Yu win. However, one should not act on emotion when placing bets. Peach Blossom Blade Immortal had advanced so far. He can't afford to mess up again this time, or he'll definitely be laughed at by the higher-ups of other sects. However, his prayers were not answered. The battle began, and both of them surprisingly reached the core formation stage. But Ting Yu won without much effort. When this stunning beauty stepped down from the ring, many admirers tried to curry favor with her. As a result, the beauty went straight to the Xianyin sect's camp. Lin Hao, how many spirit stones did you win this time? Ting Yu asked Lin Hao. Well, Lin Hao touched his nose and said, I didn't place any bets this time. I thought you would bet on me to win, but you didn't place a bet. You don't trust me at all. Seeing their dream girl acting coquettishly in front of other men, it's hard for their admirers not to feel jealous. However, Lin Hao displayed impressive combat prowess yesterday, so no one dared to cause him any trouble. Only Ning Qingxue glared at him and quietly distanced herself, as if to draw a line between them. The leader of the Liang sect stormed off the field. Peach Blossom Blade Immortal remains. How could he not be angry? What are we doing here? Will I be laughed at by others? Looking at that exasperated figure, Morong Qinshue was very happy. The Blazing Sun sect has been almost completely wiped out. Is there anything more worthy of celebration than this? Now, she only hopes that Lu Buping can advance smoothly, so that the entire Xianyin sect will advance, which will be a huge blow to the Liang sect. Under Morong Qinshue's expectant gaze, Lu Buping stepped onto the arena. Without saying a word, Lin Hao immediately placed a bet of 50,000, betting on Lu Buping to advance. The odds are just very low. As everyone knows, Lu Buping was the top disciple of the Xianyin sect in the inter-sect competition, defeating Ning Qingxue. Ning Qingshue's performance in the Battle of the Prodigies was so amazing, Lu Buping will be even stronger. In this battle, Lu Buping's opponent is Yuan Ning of the Heavenly Sword sect. Not being very famous, almost everyone thought Lu Buping would win, so the odds were low. Lu Buping sat cross-legged on the arena and said calmly, "If you break through my defense, you win." "Oh," Yuan Ning sneered, a flash of anger in his eyes. "Ignorant fool. Are all the people of the Xianyin sect so arrogant?" Lu Buping's voice was neither too loud nor too soft, and many people present heard it, reacting in different ways. "This is really arrogant. I thought Lin Hao was arrogant enough, but I didn't expect there to be someone even more arrogant than him in the Xianyin sect. I didn't expect that the geniuses sent by the Xianyin sect this time, although few in number, are all extremely strong. Don't jump to conclusions yet. I think this guy surnamed Lu is a braggart. Who does he think he is? The Heavenly Sword sect's swordsmanship emphasizes offense. How could we not break through his defenses?" People were talking about it. Yuan Ning drew his sword from behind him, then mobilized his spiritual power and said arrogantly, "Mad thief, you say I can't break through your defenses? Then do you dare to take 3 of my sword strikes? If you can withstand 3 of my sword strikes, I will immediately surrender." Lu Buping sighed, shook his head, and said, "There are many people in this world who don't know their own limitations. Come on, if your move can make me move, then I'll admit defeat." Yuan Ning was even angrier and suddenly used the sword technique of the Heavenly Sword sect to attack Lu Buping. Sword energy surged, and killing intent soared to the heavens. This is the power of a core formation stage cultivator. The onlookers were all amazed. Yuan Ning had reached the core formation stage, and this Lu Kuang thief was definitely doomed. The Heavenly Sword sect's sword techniques are domineering and unparalleled. Now that Yuan Ning has formed his core, and he's a sitting duck, there's no reason why they can't break through his defenses. Everyone was expecting Lu Buping to be beheaded and cough up blood. However, the astonishing sword energy was blocked with a bang when it was still more than a foot away from Lu Buping's body. Playing. A metallic chorus. Lu Buping, its eyebrows and eyes exactly the same as the former's. Golden body. Everyone present, except for those from the Xianyin sect, was shocked. Golden body. This supernatural power originated from the Western lands and is extremely difficult to master. It depends on fate, but unexpectedly, Lu Buping actually mastered it. Moreover, the aura emanating from it is also at the core formation stage. This means that Lu Buping has also achieved the core formation stage. People immediately overwhelmingly favored Lu Buping. Having failed to achieve his goal with his first strike, and hearing the surrounding discussions about the golden body, Yuan Ning's expression turned extremely grim. He quickly unleashed another sword strike. This time, the sword energy was even more astonishing, yet it still failed to break through the defense. He was not satisfied and struck again. It's still not broken. Damn it. He was like a madman, raising his sword to strike again, but the golden body suddenly opened its eyes. 3 moves have passed, still won't admit defeat. Lu Buping's voice was like a resounding bell, deafening and awakening the listeners. Are we going to admit defeat? No, we can't give up like this. The victor is king, the loser is villain. As long as I defeat them, no one will say anything. Yuan Ning steeled his resolve and launched a surprise attack on Lu Buping. He believed that the latter was only capable of defense, and that with enough patience, he would surely be able to defeat him. Chapter 143 improved. Well, Lu Buping sighed heavily, and the 18-foot-tall golden statue in front of him suddenly stood up, then lightly threw a punch. This punch seemed unremarkable, but to the astonishment of the onlookers, Yuan Ning was completely unable to withstand it. He was punched out of the ring. If we had admitted defeat earlier, we wouldn't have had to suffer this physical pain. Lu Buping's words made Yuan Ning wish he could disappear into a crack in the ground. At this point, all 3 members of the Xianyin sect had advanced. Murong Qinxue was overjoyed, her only regret being that the Liang sect members left early, depriving her of the opportunity to ridicule them. On the other side, Lin Hao was also very happy, having made a small profit of several thousand spirit stones. Today's earnings were barely enough to make him feel helpless, and he had a feeling that there wouldn't be much of a chance in the next round either. Although the match had not yet started, he was certain that Guan Yu, the white-clad swordsman, would win. To think you can earn spirit stones by relying on Guan Yu. As Lin Hao had predicted, the odds were extremely low when the odds were released. Lin Hao didn't have that thought, and focused on watching the game. By Susu announced the start of the competition, the disciples of Wanhua Valley took the initiative and attacked their opponents. She had already formed her core, but sensing that Guan Yu hadn't, she decided to finish the battle quickly. After all, the white-clad swordsman's reputation was too great, and she feared that unforeseen events might occur after a prolonged battle. The audience was surprised that Guan Yu had not yet formed her core. Although she had a record of killing a third-tier demon while being of a higher level, they had not witnessed it in person, so they inevitably felt that the rumors were untrue. However, the slap in the face came too quickly, like a tornado. After exchanging blows several times, Guan Yu sighed softly and then drew the sword from her bosom. Dragon Sparrow. There was no sword energy, nor any complicated sword moves. He merely thrust his sword lightly, yet he broke all the moves of the core formation cultivator from the Valley of 10,000 Flowers. Bite. The Dragon Sparrow pressed against its opponent's throat. Give up. The core formation cultivator from Wanhua Valley was so shocked, he almost swallowed hard. He cupped his hands in surrender and said, "Thank you for showing mercy, senior brother Guan Yu." Clang. The dragon returns to its sheath. Guan Yu left gracefully. Nom. The audience was completely stunned. A foundation establishment cultivator against a core formation cultivator. Yet he won so easily. Of the Heavenly Sword sect is terrifyingly strong. Besides, what surprised people even more was that most of these sect prodigies, who were all foundation establishment cultivators yesterday, had now reached core formation. It's really curly. Compared to these geniuses, they are simply worthless. After all 5 matches were completed on the second day, some busybodies, even more eager than the organizers, posted the advancement status of each group's prodigies. Of the Heavenly Sword sect advanced, Guan Yu, Li Jinghong, and Suo Chao. All of them defeated their opponents effortlessly. Guan Yu, in particular, easily defeated a core formation cultivator with only foundation establishment cultivation. His combat power is truly terrifying. One person from Wuji Palace advanced to the next level, and that was Su Mukin, who was the first to form his core. Over the years, Wuji Palace has always regarded Tianjin sect as its rival and has wanted to surpass the latter. Unexpectedly, they fell behind the Heavenly Sword sect in this battle of prodigies. There were even rumors that if Su Mukin hadn't achieved his core formation early through his shameless actions, Wuji Palace would have been in an even worse state, and would most likely have been completely wiped out. Upon hearing such remarks, Su Mukin was furious. He vowed in his heart that no matter who his opponent was in the next round, he would crush them to victory. Similarly, one person from the Blazing Sun sect also advanced, Peach Blossom Blade Immortal. Unlike Wuji Palace, Liang sect sent out 5 prodigies, and yet they achieved such a result. The leader of the Liang sect was too ashamed to stay any longer, fearing that he would be ridiculed by his old rival. The Valley of 1,000 Flowers has advanced to the level of the 2 peerless beauties. Their faction is rather indifferent and doesn't care much about winning or losing the competition. However, there are many supporters among the audience who keep talking and hoping that the 2 beauties can achieve even greater success. Finally, the Xianin sect sent 3 prodigies, all of whom advanced. This truly surprised the audience. No one expected the Xianin sect to perform so exceptionally well in the first round of the competition. In comparison, the Blazing Sun sect appears even more pathetic. The outcome of this round of competition will likely become a nightmare for the leader of the Blazing Sun sect. That night, Lin Hao was hesitating whether to secretly form his core and surprise Murong Qinxue when he received another phoenix hairpin from the little fox. So he quickly reported to Murong Qinxue. Murong only said one sentence, "Go." Lin Hao said nothing more, obeyed the order, and gladly went to keep the appointment. Heartless jerk. He was all fierce before, saying he wanted to sever ties with me. Upon smelling the fishy odor, they ran faster than anyone else. Hearing the little fox's complaints, Lin Hao didn't care at all and said with a smile, "Others get used to the taste after eating the marrow, but I get used to the taste after eating you. How could I bear not to come?" You're so good with words. The little fox rolled her eyes at him, then suddenly threw off the covers. To grant your little wish, this time it's the younger sister from the legendary twins. Ting Yu, who resembled Sleeping Beauty, Lin Hao couldn't help but swallow hard. He was about to enjoy the bliss of having two women at once. Several hours later, Lin Hao walked out of the inn. He felt that his black hole vortex was probably too big to contain even the Yin energy. The streets of Tiansha City were quiet late at night. A light drizzle was falling from the sky. Lin Hao strolled back leisurely. They had only gone halfway when Murong Qinxue called out to them. Then Murong Qinxue emerged from behind in the darkness. A hint of embarrassment appeared on Lin Hao's face. Was she watching everything that happened tonight? Lin Hao coughed and asked, Lord Murong, have you discovered anything? Murong Qinxue shook her head and said, nothing was found. There isn't one. That shouldn't be the case. Given her identity as a little fox, why would the Green Mountain Demon Emperor trust her to come to the heart of the human realm alone? Without any nascent soul-level experts, how did they manage to abduct the prodigies so quietly, right under the noses of the human nascent soul elders? Was the other party hiding their true intentions too well, or was Lord Murong simply not paying attention? Lin Hao felt that Murong Qinxue was somewhat unreliable. Meanwhile, on the observation deck at the top of the inn, the little fox was staring blankly in the direction Lin Hao had left. Of the Qingqiu demon clan, or rather, the newly crowned demon king, appeared out of nowhere beside him. Princess, they're gone. Following us is Elder Murong Qinxue, the leader of the Xianyin sect. Ling Feng spoke to the little fox neither humbly nor arrogantly. Great, he's finally made progress, the little fox exclaimed. Now go and take the person back. Yes, princess. Chapter 144 Sword Duel. It was broad daylight. Wanhua Valley Inn. Ting Yu slowly woke up. I was just about to stretch when I suddenly felt something was wrong with my body. She quickly checked the situation and immediately turned pale. Last night, she had a strange dream. I dreamed of myself and someone. When I woke up, I found it was actually true. She suddenly remembered that her older sister, Ting Yin, had also been feeling unwell these past few days. She frowned and thought for a while, then got dressed and went to find her sister. Upon finding her sister, she went straight to the point and asked her about the matter. Ting Yin initially tried to cover it up, but after hearing that her sister had inexplicably lost her body, she was completely shocked. She blushed as she recounted her experience. After the two sisters confronted each other, they both looked utterly bewildered. They both lost their virginity without anyone noticing. What exactly is going on? Is someone targeting the Valley of Flowers? Which bastard did this? Before the two sisters could think it over, the elder leader of the Valley of 1,000 Flowers informed them to set off for the arena. The two sisters had no choice but to put the matter aside for the time being and conduct an investigation after the competition. After a round of elimination, the advancing geniuses are all the elite of the elite. The matches were expected to be even more exciting than the previous 2 days, resulting in an even larger audience. The arena really made a killing this time. As usual, let's draw the matchup lots first. This time, Ning Qingxue drew number 3, Lin Hao drew number 4, and Lu Buping drew number 5. First matchup. Ting Yu battles Sua Chao of the Heavenly Sword Sect. Lin Hao was very worried about Ting Yu, mainly because he knew very well how much effort he had put in last night. Can the opponent, exhausted, win? As a result, after the match started, Ting Yu launched a fierce attack and showed no signs of weakness. Clang, clang, clang. The rain of flowers filled the sky, like sharp blades. Sua Chao was completely overwhelmed and unable to defend himself. A strange look flashed across Lin Hao's face. Could this little girl be a demon? The more blood she has, the more powerful she becomes. They fought for 40 or 50 rounds. Sua Chao had no choice but to surrender. The main problem was that he didn't know what was wrong with his opponent, whose attacks were all deadly. He was very worried that if he made a mistake, he would be finished. Surrender is the only way to save your life. After Bai Susu announced the competition results, Ting Yu did not leave the stage immediately. She searched through the crowd, trying to find the bastard who had harmed her and her sister, but no one gave anything away. When the organizers urged her to leave, she had no choice but to step down from the ring. The second battle pitted Lin Hao against two old acquaintances. Blossom Blade Immortal of the Blazing Sun sect battles Ting Yin of the Valley of 10,000 Flowers. On the high platform, the leaders of each sect were commenting on who would win this battle. The leader of the Liang sect, however, kept his mouth and nose to himself, seemingly uninterested in participating. The main reason was that the results of the first round were so bad that they almost made him lose face, so he simply stopped talking. But he wanted to find some peace and quiet, and Murong Qingxue wouldn't let him have his way. Niu Chongqing, aren't you the one who loves to brag the most? Why don't you praise your sex disciples? Niu Chongqing just snorted coldly and didn't reply. There was nothing he could do. His disciples were simply too disappointing. Meanwhile, the two women began fighting on the arena, locked in a fierce battle. One carries a sword, the other holds a flower. The two women were beautiful, and their fighting style was equally beautiful, making their battles highly entertaining. Therefore, even though the two fought for hundreds of rounds, the audience still did not get tired of watching. In the end, Peach Blossom Sword Immortal won the victory by a very narrow margin. The fight between the two women was so spectacular that the audience was still discussing it long after the battle ended. Congratulations! When Peach Blossom Blade Immortal left the arena, he passed by the Xianin Sect's camp, and Lin Hao offered his congratulations. Thank you. Peach Blossom Sword Immortal pursed his lips slightly and continued. You keep it up. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the two parted ways hastily, mainly because their two factions were sworn enemies, and it wouldn't be appropriate for them to have a close conversation. The next match is about to begin, and Ning Qingxue will be on stage. Lin Hao cheers for Ning Qingxue, but is met with a cold shoulder from her. I will win this game without you telling me. As for you, stay away from gambling and focus on the competition. Lin Hao remained non-committal about this, explaining that he didn't place bets recklessly. He only made a move when he was about 80% certain of success. He couldn't tell whether the first two games would be a winner or loser, so he didn't place any bets. For this third round, he plans to observe the situation before deciding whether to place a bet. Once Ning Qingxue's opponent was revealed, Lin Hao immediately gave up the idea of placing a bet. Ning Qingxue versus Li Jinghong. Lin Hao was speechless. Both of these women were sword geniuses and were also very competitive. Who would dare to bet on that? After watching the battle between Peach Blossom Sword Immortal and Ting Yin, I never expected to witness a duel between two sword beauties on the list of most beautiful women. Audiences exclaimed that the tickets were well worth it. Bai Susu regretted it a little. If she had known this would happen, she should have drawn lots first and announced the list of opponents to create hype and raise the ticket price. On the stage, the two women were both sword cultivators, dressed in flowing white robes, and both had aloof personalities. If you don't look closely, you might mistake them for twins. War! War! The two women exchanged a glance and drew their swords almost simultaneously. Clang! Clang! The snow dragon's long sword shines brightly in the world. A 3-foot-long sword can slay demons and gods. Boom! Ning Qingxue unleashed a silver dragon sword aura, stunning the audience with her move. As expected of the number one swordsman among the disciples of the Xianin sect, his move is truly extraordinary. She started with her grand finale move right away. It seems Fairy Ning wants to finish this quickly. In a duel between masters, sometimes a single move can decide the outcome. Let's see how Fairy Jinghong will handle this. The audience's attention turned to Li Jinghong, who wielded two red swords. How would he break through Li Jinghong's attack? Li Jinghong quickly provided the answer. Boom! A streak of cyan sword energy, swift as the wind. The vast sword energy seemed capable of tearing the sky apart. Azure Dragon. Li Jinghong's signature skill. If her opponent uses a deadly move, she will respond with a deadly move in return. What a feast for the eyes. Today I've actually witnessed two beautiful swordswomen unleash their deadly attacks simultaneously. In the blink of an eye, the sword energies unleashed by the two women collided. Boom, boom, boom. Although the two women were girls, the sword energy they unleashed was extremely domineering. The dragon is the king of all beasts. A silver dragon and a blue dragon were intertwined, seemingly about to tear the sky apart. Bang, bang, bang. Sonic booms continued to be heard. The sound only disappeared after the two sword energies were completely exhausted. Ox. Absolutely amazing. The audience was at a loss for words to describe their shock. The two women were evenly matched in this battle, and both were highly skilled. Wonderful. This victory surpasses all previous battles. You brat, tell me, who will win? Lu Mei smirked and continued. Don't you like Shui Yadu? Why don't you bet on her? Don't you have any confidence in her? It's true that Lin Hao likes Ning Qingxue, but you can't bet on emotions. Otherwise, he would have lost his underwear long ago. He genuinely couldn't tell which of the two women would have the last laugh. In his eyes, the two women were evenly matched, and either of them could win. Perhaps in the end, It's not about strength, but about the obsession with winning. Chapter 145 First Battle Against a Higher Rank. The two women knew that there was no difference in their strength, so they were both arrogant and tried to seize a slight advantage. Boom, boom, boom. Sword energy filled the sky. Eliminate and then kill, kill and then eliminate. After a fierce battle, the two women ran out of their spiritual energy replenishment pills. Their spiritual power was almost completely depleted, and their white robes were stained with blood, indicating damage to their very essence. If you can't unleash a powerful sword strike, then fight with your swordsmanship. Clang, clang, clang. On the stage, two pure butterflies, both brave enough to fly into the fire, fought fiercely. Blood stains his white robes, yet his pride soars to the heavens. Even though they were seriously injured, the two women refused to back down. When spiritual energy is depleted, then it's time for hand-to-hand combat. When you're completely exhausted, use your eyes to kill. In the end, both women were extremely weak, and a simple spell could defeat their opponent. Win. We must win. Ning Qingxue gritted her teeth, stubbornly resisting, and exhausted all her strength to flick out a faint sword aura, knocking Li Jinghong's sword away. Then, leaning on her sword, she set out to end the match. Unarmed, Li Jinghong did not intend to admit defeat. Instead, he struggled to drag himself along and crawled to retrieve his 3-foot-long green peak. Brush. Ning Qingxue placed the blade of her sword behind her opponent's back. You lost. Li Jinghong's eyes were filled with resentment. He was just a hair's breadth away from winning the match. Snap. First came a few scattered claps. Snap, snap, snap. Then came thunderous applause from everyone. The audience paid the highest tribute to the two beautiful kendo practitioners. Thank you to them for delivering such a fantastic match. Upon hearing Bai Susu announce the results of the competition, Ning Qingxue finally couldn't hold on any longer and fell heavily to the ground. Brush. With lightning speed, Lin Hao jumped onto the arena and caught Ning Qingxue, who was about to fall. She instinctively tried to struggle, but she was too weak and could only let him go. At this moment, Lu Mei arrived late and snatched the seriously injured Ning Qingxue from Lin Hao's arms. You brat, just leave Shui to me. It's your turn next. Focus on preparing for the match. Lin Hao stroked his chin and said nonchalantly, I'm not worried about the competition at all. Su Mukin happened to hear what he said. Su Mukin's face was so gloomy it could drip water, because it was his turn to play in the next match. He recalled all the grudges between the two of them and wished he could tear Lin Hao to pieces and suck his marrow dry. Heaven has eyes, and I'll meet you again in the next round. This time, I'll trample you under my feet. You scoundrel Lin Hao, feel free to be my stepping stone. The fourth match of the Battle of the Prodigies. Before going on stage, Lin Hao and Lu Mei went to place bets. He bet 70,000 spirit stones on himself to win. The manager in charge of the betting was shocked. This person was too confident, daring to take out so many spirit stones. According to various speculations, this person has not yet formed his core, while Su Mukin is a genuine core-forming cultivator. Although it's not a golden core stage cultivator, it's enough to crush a foundation establishment cultivator. Therefore, Lin Hao's odds reached 1 to 3, which was only because he was a body cultivator. Otherwise, the odds would have been even higher. Lin Hao, I advise you to think twice before you act. Spirit stones don't grow on trees. What will you do if you lose them all? Lu Mei frowned and advised. I really just stumbled upon these spirit stones by the wind. Lin Hao silently complained to himself, then said, Elder Lu, do you have so little faith in me? I'm absolutely certain of winning. Are you sure you don't want to place a bet? Lu Mei rolled her eyes. She knew that he was a body cultivator and his combat strength was stronger than that of a spirit cultivator, but not strong enough to fight beyond his level. Unless it's a surprise attack, but now everyone knows you're a body cultivator, they won't give you a chance to get close and launch a sneak attack. She felt that Lin Hao had little chance of winning the battle, but in order to motivate her disciples, she still offered 1,000 spirit stones to bet on the latter to win. On the arena, Su Mukin's handsome face contorted into a mask of pain as he said in a hateful voice, There is a will of heaven in the dark. Lin Hao, today you are the stepping stone on my path to rise. Either admit defeat now, or I might not give you the chance to admit defeat later. Oh, Lin Hao snorted coldly, a disdainful smirk playing on his lips. You bite so badly, are you a dog? You? Su Mukin was so angry he felt like his lungs were about to explode. He gritted his teeth and said, You dog Lin Hao, prepare to die. You think you can even get close to me, yet you want to kill me? I think you're just being sneaky and overestimating yourself. Lin Hao's words were like knives, repeatedly stabbing Su Mukin's heart. Ah, I'm going to kill you. Boom. Su Mukin unleashed his full power. His core formation realm cultivation was terrifying. You little bastard, scared now? I'll teach you a lesson you won't forget. There is an insurmountable chasm between core formation and foundation establishment. Faced with Su Mukin's arrogant demeanor, Lin Hao smiled contemptuously. That's it. I thought core formation cultivators were so powerful, but it turns out they're nothing special. Lin Hao then mobilized all his spiritual power, which was as vast as the universe and as turbulent as the sea. Such powerful spiritual energy. A look of surprise flashed in Murong's phoenix eyes. This brat, did he actually hide his cultivation level? No, he is indeed at the foundation establishment stage. He did not secretly form his core. But this vast spiritual power is no weaker than that of a cultivator in the early stage of core formation. At this moment, the audience also noticed something was wrong, and all turned their attention to Lin Hao. So strong. Lin Hao's spiritual energy is so pure, and its reserves far exceed those of foundation establishment cultivators. He's only at the foundation establishment stage, so how did he manage to do that? That's terrifying. If it were a fight between people of the same level, who could be his match? No wonder he was able to defeat his enemy in one move before. With such profound spiritual power, let alone defeating his enemy in one move, as long as he reveals it, his opponent might kneel down on the spot. Fortunately, Su Mukin is a core formation cultivator and has a personal grudge against Lin Hao. Otherwise this duel would have been a flop. Everyone was talking at once, marveling at Lin Hao's strength. Many people are starting to regret not betting on Lin Hao to win. It now seems that the odds are very close, but Su Mukin's odds are low, while Lin Hao's are 1 to 3. If this bet is right, we'll make a fortune. You scoundrel, come and fight. Su Mukin was furious when he saw that everyone had turned to support Lin Hao. You bastard, come on. Lin Hao curled his little finger dismissively. This is an outrageous insult. Su Mukin roared to the sky and charged forward with his sword. Faced with the menacing enemy, Lin Hao did not immediately draw his sword, but instead took out a pair of eyeball-shaped jade stones from his storage bag. This is the spoils he obtained after slaying the demon at the mountain god's temple. It possesses soul-capturing properties. He poured spiritual energy into it, and then shone it on Su Mukin. The opponent, who had charged forward like a pig, stood frozen in place, as if petrified. Lin Hao smiled and patted the sword box before taking out Phoenix Cry and Purple Lightning. Flaming sword energy burns the heavens. Lightning sword energy blasts through the scorched earth. 2 sword energies, one of lightning and one of fire, arrived in an instant, striking Su Mukin in front of him. Boom. Boom. Chapter 146 Conflict. A cyan light shield appeared around Su Mukin, which slightly blocked the sword energy. Then, like a kite with a broken string, he flew off the field. At the critical moment, he suddenly woke up, thus avoiding becoming the target of being defeated in one move. What a shameless bastard. He actually pulled a surprise attack. Su Mukin was so angry he wanted to grind his teeth. Puff. He spat out a mouthful of blood, whether from serious physical injury or from anger, it was unclear. The audience members all had strange expressions. This prodigy from the Xianyin sect is quite something. Despite being incredibly strong, he pulled off this stunt, catching his opponent completely off guard. To be honest, that's a bit insidious. Trash who only knows how to sneak attack. Do you dare to fight fair and square? The audience was divided into 2 camps. One camp thought Lin Hao was too insidious, while the other camp thought that in a duel, any means were justified. The 2 sides continued their verbal battle. On the arena, Su Mukin took a deep breath, temporarily suppressing his injuries, and prepared to fight his opponent. But Lin Hao didn't give him that chance at all. No matter how you strike with your sword energy, I will nimbly dodge. After unleashing so many attacks, Su Mukin couldn't even touch the hem of his opponent's clothes, which infuriated him. If this continues, our spiritual energy will eventually be depleted. But, if we get close, the opponent is a body cultivator and would love to fight in close combat. For a moment, Su Mukin felt somewhat embarrassed. Lin Hao is a considerate person and doesn't want to see the enemy in a difficult position. He suddenly accelerated, rushing to his opponent's side with lightning speed. A heavy punch landed on Su Mukin's chest. In his haste, Su Mukin had no choice but to quickly use his protective spiritual energy to block it. Bang! The protective shield is broken. Lin Hao punched him again, this time in the lower abdomen. Vomit. Before Su Myukin could even let out a painful cry, a large hand grabbed his mouth and pressed it down. Hmm, hmm, hmm. He didn't know what his opponent was planning, so he could only struggle desperately. I told you, you are no match for me, Lin Hao said with an icy expression. Since you insist on suffering this pain, then I will kindly grant your wish. Snap. A crisp sound echoed throughout the entire venue. Snap, snap, snap. Lin Hao practiced his palm techniques on Su Myukin's face, quickly turning that handsome face into a pig's head. Su Myukin was filled with hatred at this great humiliation, but he also knew that if a body cultivator could get close to him and break through his defenses, he would surely be defeated. Moreover, this Lin Hao has a notorious reputation and is practically a madman. I'll vote, he said, his voice trembling. What? You're not giving up. Lin Hao raised his hand high again and sneered. You've got guts, huh? Then I'll practice my palm technique some more. Snap. That loud, blazing cunt. It sent shivers down the spines of those who heard it. If it were to happen to their own faces, it would be truly. The leader of Wuji Palace couldn't bear to watch any longer. He felt that if the fight continued, Su Myukin would become the first core formation cultivator to be killed. We surrender. We, Wuji Palace, surrender. Ouch. Ouch. Su Myukin was carried off the stage, his face covered in cuts and bruises. It was only because the leader of Wuji Palace surrendered in time that he was able to avoid being the first cultivator to be slapped to death. Snort. After his sect's disciples were carried off the stage, the leader of Wuji Palace snorted coldly and led his team away. Su Myukin was the only remaining member of their sect. Now that he had been defeated, what was the point of them staying here? On the other side, Lin Hao stepped off the stage, where the audience, who greatly admired him, offered their congratulations. But he didn't have time to deal with that. He needed to collect the spirit stones. With odds of 1 to 3, he bet 70,000. A net profit of 210,000 mid-grade spirit stones. He now has 35 mid-grade spirit stones. When Lin Hao took out the spirit stones, even Lu Mei was envious, as she had witnessed the entire betting process. This kid hasn't lost a single game since the Battle of the Prodigies began. Speaking of which, this kid must have won hundreds of thousands of spirit stones, which is more than the average core formation cultivator. If this gets out, wouldn't we become easy prey? You little rascal, you better watch out, don't flaunt your wealth. Lin Hao smiled and said, Elder Lu, don't worry, I have a plan. By the way, Elder Lu, you made a small profit of 2,000 spirit stones by betting with me this time. You can continue to bet with me next time, and I guarantee you'll make a profit. Lu Mei rolled her eyes. He's already got all high and mighty after just a couple of compliments. What an arrogant brat. After a short rest. Today's final battle, Guan Yu of the Heavenly Sword Sect versus Lu Buping of the Profoundine Sect. These two are so famous. The white-robed swordsman establishes his foundation and slays a great demon. Lu Buping has achieved a rare golden body. These two are masters of offense and defense. A conflict of contradictions. This has generated great anticipation among viewers. Looking at the odds for both sides, Lin Hao hesitated. Lu Buping has reached the core formation stage, while Guan Yu seems not to have, but the odds for both are the same, 1 to 1. Who should I bet on? Lin Hao stroked his chin, unable to make a decision. Seeing his expression, Lu Mei couldn't help but laugh. You brat, why aren't you placing a bet? Oh, you can't tell, can you? If it really doesn't work, then don't download it. Not going down? Lin Hao muttered to himself, finally making a decision. He plans to spend 100,000 spirit stones to bet on Guan Yueying. Seeing Lin Hao's actions, Lu Mei immediately raised her eyebrows and asked in surprise, You brat, what do you mean by this? You're not betting on Lu Buping to win, but instead supporting disciples from other sects. Morong Qinxue was also watching this, and she was quite dissatisfied with Lin Hao's choice. This kid's behavior is somewhat suspicious of aiding the enemy. Let's see how he explains it. Lin Hao disagreed with Lu Mei's statement. He felt that if you wanted to make money, you couldn't let personal feelings interfere. Furthermore, he used the spirit stones he earned to improve his own cultivation, but the power he gained was still that of his own sect. He spoke his mind, leaving Lu Mei speechless. I'm not going to argue with you about this. I'm going to support the disciples of our sect. Lu Mei decided to put up 10,000 spirit stones and bet on Lu Buping to win. Putting aside personal feelings, she also thought highly of Lu Buping, who was a golden core cultivator and possessed an invincible golden body. She didn't believe that Guan Yu of the Heavenly Sword Sect could break through Lu Buping's defenses. Chapter 147 Discount. On the arena. Guan Yu stood with his hands behind his back and said calmly, "Brother Dao, please make your move." Lu Buping shook his head slightly, then sat down on the ground, put his hands together, and said, "Brother Dao, please make your move." After he finished speaking, a powerful aura erupted from his body. The 18-foot-tall golden body then materialized and appeared before him. Of a core formation stage cultivator looks incredibly solemn. The cultivators present were all terrified as they gazed upon the towering golden statue. What a terrifying sense of oppression. Can this defense, as solid as divine iron, really be broken through? If Guan Yu doesn't form his core, I'm afraid he'll have a hard time breaking through her defenses. Lin Hao looked at the invincible golden body and couldn't help but feel envious. If I could learn this move and combine it with the Fire Lotus Sword technique, both offense and defense would be top-notch. Brother Dao, since that's the case, I shall draw my sword. Guan Yu said calmly. Boom! An extremely powerful aura erupted from him. Dragon Sparrow, follow me into battle. Buzz! The Dragon Sparrow let out a trembling cry, as if responding to its master. Guan Yu values his opponents highly. In the past, he only used basic sword moves when facing his enemies and never used sword energy. But this time, he decided to use his trump card. Boom! Guan Yu unleashed a sword aura, like a silver curtain hanging from the heavens, chilling the arena to the bone. This was the first time he had drawn his sword since he formed his core. Boom! The sword energy, exuding a terrifying aura, plowed a deep trench in the arena where nascent soul cultivators could fight. The aura of the core formation realm. Guan Yu has reached the core formation realm, someone exclaimed in surprise. So strong. As expected of the Heavenly Sword Sect's Sword Dao Seed, his sword energy is unparalleled after forming the golden core. Can Lu Buping of the Xianyin sect withstand this attack? People were buzzing with discussion, watching the two players intently, not daring to miss a single second. Lu Mei's heart also clenched. She had assumed that Lu Buping, with his core formation cultivation, would be invincible. Unexpectedly, Guan Yu also achieved the golden core stage. On the field, Lu Buping was shocked. This was the strongest opponent he had ever encountered at the same level since he began cultivating. Can his invincible body withstand it? The sword energy arrived in an instant. The silvery sword energy slammed into the 18-foot-tall golden body. Boom! 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 The ultimate way to conquer. It struck the 18-foot-tall golden body. It suddenly burst forth with a dazzling light. The audience stared wide-eyed, eager to know the result. It can shine so brightly that it makes it impossible to see. It took quite a while before we could see the situation clearly. The 18-foot-tall golden body withstood all the sword energy. As expected of the golden body, it actually blocked the terrifying sword energy. It seems that as long as the defense is perfected, even the strongest sword cannot break through it. In my opinion, the cultivators of the Xianyin sect will be invincible. They just need to wait until their opponents are exhausted. The audience chattered amongst themselves, seemingly convinced that Lu Buping was invincible. Guan Yu didn't care at all about the audience's comments. He closed his eyes, focused his energy, and unleashed another sword strike. This sword energy was rather unremarkable compared to the first one. But amidst the crisscrossing sword energy, there was a profound and mysterious artistic conception. This is sword intent. The audience was shocked, never expecting that Guan Yu had actually comprehended the sword intent. The so-called sword intent requires a profound understanding of all sword techniques and unique insights. Even among 10,000 sword cultivators, there might not be one who comprehends the essence of swordsmanship. Unexpectedly, Guan Yu comprehended it, and it was an extremely powerful sword intent. Clang, clang, clang. The sword energy, imbued with sword intent, surged forth like a surging river, relentlessly. Lu Buping's golden statue is like a small boat in a raging sea. An incredibly violent impact rang out, and a crack appeared in Lu Buping's golden body. Is my golden statue about to be broken? Lu Buping looked on incredulously. Snap! Snap! The cracks on the gold body are increasing. No, we can't just sit here and wait to die. Lu Buping steeled his resolve and decided to take the initiative. He stood up, and the golden statue stood up with him. Boom! Then, the golden body mirrored his movement. It extended a massive palm of light and swept it towards Guan Yu. It was like a divine mountain falling from the sky. Guan Yu quickly dodged, but was still grazed, leaving a long, bloody gash on her arm. But disregarding his own injuries, he charged towards Lu Buping like a streak of light. Transform your body into a sword. A sword aura, seemingly capable of tearing the sky apart, was unleashed. Boom! The sword energy struck the golden body. Snap! Lu Buping's golden body crumbled inch by inch, and he himself was slashed and sent flying 10 feet away. Fellow Taoist, you flatter me. Guan Yu stopped and stood still, casually summoned back the dragon sparrow and sheathed it, then said with a smile, "My golden statue is shattered." 10 feet away, Lu Buping stood up, coughed up a mouthful of blood, and a bitter smile appeared on his face. Once his golden body was broken, he not only lost his strongest defense, but also his powerful offensive capabilities. Continuing to fight would only be a waste of time. I lost, Lu Buping said unwillingly. Lu Mei was deeply depressed, feeling both regret for Lu Buping's defeat and heartache for her lost spirit stones. 10,000 spirit stones, just like that, gone down the drain. On the other hand, that little rascal Lin Hao is making a fortune. That damn brat, he's grinning so hard his back teeth are practically showing. Elder Lu, don't talk to me. Just seeing you annoys me, Lu Mei said irritably. Elder Lu, betting should not be based on emotions, let alone personal likes and dislikes. Tomorrow, you will place your bets with me. I guarantee you'll break even and even make a small profit. Lu Mei thought Lin Hao's words made sense, but she was unwilling to admit her defeat, so she snorted and went to check on Lu Buping's injuries. Lin Hao excitedly went to collect the spirit stones. Just as she finished collecting the items and putting them into her storage bag, Bai Susu, the elegant manager of the arena, strode over with a captivating gait. Young Master Lin, you've won again this time. Could you tell me your betting secrets? Lin Hao glanced at the woman's ample bosom and thought to himself, rich but not generous. He knew that if he won one more spirit stone, the arena would earn one less spirit stone, and their interests did not align, which was why he was unwilling to discuss the matter. He changed the subject abruptly, saying, Manager Bai, I've heard that the veiled beauties in the arena can stay overnight. I wonder if there are any prostitutes among them. Bai Susu muttered under her breath, little rascal, and a born slut at that. She smiled and said, as long as the spirit stones are in place, there will be no problem. Wow, they're quite capable. Lin Hao stroked his chin and said, I don't know. How many spirit stones per person? A foundation establishment stage courtesan requires 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Lin Hao thought to himself, only 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones. This place is truly chaotic. The prices are incredibly cheap. She asked Shui Linger and the others to find someone to trade with, a clean female cultivator, and the other party was asking for 1,500 mid-grade spirit stones. Then give me 9, okay? Since I'm ordering so many at once, could you give me a discount? Bai Susu was secretly taken aback. 9. Does this kid think he's made of iron? She smiled alluringly and said, what kind of discount do you want? I'll make up the difference and give you a perfect 10 out of 10 discount. Lin Hao's gaze swept over the woman's ripe body, especially her ridiculously long legs, and he said flirtatiously, Manager Bai is unparalleled in beauty. As the saying goes, to die under a peony is to die a romantic death. After saying that, he tried to take advantage of the situation. But the charming and beautiful woman was as slippery as an eel, easily escaping the man's clutches. I'm too old to compete with young girls for men. I'll still give you a discount. I'm in business. I'll charge you 8,888 spirit stones. Round the change. 8,008. No, 8,000. Bai Susu almost bit her own tongue. How can you round down the price like that? That's really a lack of martial ethics. She rolled her eyes at the boy and said quietly, 8,000 it is then. Come and patronize my business more often in the future. No problem. Lin Hao's hand moved with lightning speed, giving the woman's pert buttocks a quick pat. Chapter 148 The storm is brewing. After 2 rounds of fierce competition, the team leaders had mixed feelings. The Wuji Palace, which had been stripped of its shaved head, had already withdrawn from Tiansha City. The Peach Blossom Blade Immortal's advancement saved face for the leader of the Blazing Sun sect. Wanhua Valley and Tianjin sect advanced. Only 2 members of the Xianyin sect advanced, but Ning Qingxue was seriously injured, which damaged her very essence and greatly affected her performance in the subsequent battles. Although Lin Hao advanced, he was not favored because he had not yet formed his core. Lin Hao didn't care about this. He was actually hoping that others wouldn't think highly of him, so he could continue to fleece the arena. Lin Hao, hearing someone call his name, he turned around abruptly and found it was Guan Yu from the Heavenly Sword sect. He had a very good impression of this person, mainly because the other party's feat of slaying a great demon at the Foundation establishment stage was truly awe-inspiring. However, he really wanted to have a match with the other party. Lin Hao, your skills are quite good. But now all the disciples of the sects are at the core formation stage. If you don't reach the core formation stage, your chances of winning are extremely slim. Lin Hao smiled and said, I know. Thank you for your concern, fellow Taoist Guan. Guan Yu wasn't the talkative type. He came over to remind Lin Hao purely because he wanted a good fight and naturally hoped that his opponent would fight at his strongest. That night, at the inn where the Xianyin sect was staying, Murong Qinshue's brows were furrowed with worry. She was very concerned about the prospects of this battle of prodigies. Lu Buping, on whom the sect had placed great hopes, had been defeated, and Ning Qingxue was seriously injured, so it was clear that she had no hope of winning the championship. Now, hope rests on third seed Lin Hao. This kid is too unreliable. Can he even do it? No matter what, we have to help this kid form his core to have any hope. With an idea forming in her mind, Murong Qinshuo put on an outer garment and went to Lin Hao's room. She was a nascent soul cultivator, so entering a disciple's room wouldn't trigger any restrictions. Thump. What are you doing? Murong Qinshuo looked at Lin Hao, who was taking a bath, and was somewhat dazzled by his muscular physique. Lord Murong, shouldn't I be the one asking that question? Why are you breaking into my room in the middle of the night instead of sleeping? What are you trying to do? Lin Hao said speechlessly. Snort. Murong Qinshuo realized that her behavior was inappropriate, but explaining to her disciple would be beneath her dignity, so she snorted coldly. You brat, get dressed quickly. I'm taking a bath. Why am I wearing clothes? Splash. Lin Hao splashed water all over himself. Are you going to wear it or not? Murong Qinshuo conjured an ice dragon in her palm, instantly chilling the entire room. Where? Rustling sounds. Lin Hao put on his clothes, but in his heart he was thinking that Murong Qinshuo must have come over in the middle of the night because of the battle of the prodigies. As expected, Murong Qinshuo eloquently explained her thoughts. Make me form my core. Lin Hao raised the corner of his mouth and said with a smile. No problem. Give me 10,000 spirit stones. Murong Qinshuo frowned. What does this kid want spirit stones for? She voiced her doubts. What do you need 10,000 spirit stones for? Oh, I had the arena find 9 innocent female cultivators for my breakthrough. Murong Qinshuo was shocked. So this kid had planned this all along. But this brat is too arrogant. How can he say such things to my face? You brat, you got all those spirit stones without thinking. Pay for them yourself. Let's go to the arena. I'll protect you. Well, Lin Hao hesitated, worried that Lord Murong might put him in a difficult position. However, we have no choice but to accept it. 15 minutes later. The arena, the VIP boxes are dimly lit. 9 beautiful Foundation establishment cultivators, each with their own unique charm, stood in a row, like soldiers awaiting inspection by a general. Lin Hao glanced at the group of beauties and thought to himself that they were all reasonably good-looking. In fact, with their looks, these female cultivators would definitely be considered stunning beauties in a secular dynasty. But Lin Hao had seen far too many beautiful women, and in his opinion, she was really just average, only about the same level as Li Xuanran. However, it's enough for cultivation. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lin Hao flicked out the lights in the room, leaving only one in front of him. Then, he took out the prepared pills one by one. The 9 Cauldrons Spirit Condensing Pill, the Jade Barrier Breaking Pill, and the 7 Lives Minor Rejuvenation Pill, as well as the Holy Spirit Pill for healing injuries. There was also the Heavenly Sun Mystic Herb, which they had stolen from the green-clad female cultivator when entering Heavenly Slaughter City. His preparations this time were undeniably thorough. Murong Qinshuo, who had been observing the situation inside, was slightly startled when she saw Lin Hao take out the pills. This kid is way too rich. With so many valuable pills and rare treasures, even an ordinary Foundation establishment cultivator at the Great Perfection stage would have a success rate of over 90% in forming their golden core. Before she could dwell on it, Murong Qinshuo quickly withdrew her divine sense and dared not look any further, because I was afraid that the following images would offend my eyes. At the same time, the inn where the little fox was hiding. Are you sure this news is true? I am absolutely certain that the previous sect master of the Blazing Sun sect broke through to the nascent soul stage before his time was up. A look of joy appeared on the little fox's face. Originally, among the 5 major righteous sects, only the Heavenly Sword sect had a nascent soul elder who had been traveling around for many years and had not appeared for decades. Now that the Blazing Sun sect has reached the nascent soul stage, This cultivation world is about to change. In particular, Zhao Wuji, the current sect leader of the Liang sect, has always been ambitious. Now that the sect has a demigod in charge, they will surely develop even greater ambitions and put them into action. The little fox smiled charmingly. Truly, heaven is helping me. Heaven is blessing my demon race. The plan to overthrow humanity is about to succeed. Murong Qinxue was sitting outside Lin Hao's room, meditating with her eyes closed. Sensing Lu Mei's arrival, he transmitted his voice to her. Elder Lu, why aren't you guarding Qinxue and the others at the inn? What are you doing here? Lord Murong, the Blazing Sun sect has a nascent soul stage expert. The previous sect leader of the Blazing Sun sect broke through to the nascent soul stage before his time was up. What? Murong Qinxue was shocked and almost jumped up. Does the sect know about this? It's a message from the sect, telling us to be careful. Murong Qinxue's expression was solemn as she looked up at the dark night sky. A storm is brewing. Inside the room, Lin Hao sat cross-legged on the snow-white surface, his face flickering between light and shadow. Above his head was a black hole vortex the size of a cylinder opening, spinning rapidly and absorbing the fire elemental energy in the room. The 9 women had already fainted after their vital essence was drained. Otherwise, they would have been terrified to see Lin Hao's core formation. When an ordinary cultivator forms their core, they simply compress the spiritual energy within their body. This person was actually absorbing spiritual energy from the outside world, which was a clear violation of the laws of cultivation. The black hole vortex within Lin Hao's body continued to compress, and it had already begun to take shape as a core. However, unlike the 3 qualities of core formation, his was neither a green core, a red core, nor a golden core, but a black core. No, it should be purple. It's just that the color is too dark, so it looks like black. Chapter 149 Midstage Core Formation. The pills he had previously ingested continuously cleansed his meridians and protected his vital organs to prevent damage to his body from a failed attempt to form the elixir. Outside the room, Murong Qinxue's eyelids twitched incessantly. She was worried about the old monster with a split soul from the Blazing Sun sect affecting the situation in the cultivation world, and she was also concerned that Lin Hao would fail to form his core, so she was restless. It's done? Sensing the surge in the aura of the people in the room, Murong Qinxue knew in her heart that the brat had succeeded. Finally, one thing on my mind has been put to rest. She was just about to go in to check the situation when she sensed the fire elemental energy in the world rushing in and then surging into the room. At the same time, she sensed that Lin Hao's aura was still rising. What's going on? Even with her vast experience and knowledge, Murong Qinxue couldn't understand why Lin Hao's cultivation was still increasing even though he had already formed his core. Inside the room, Lin Hao did not open his eyes, but he was fully conscious and aware of his situation. Ordinary people can only store spiritual energy in their dantian, but his black hole vortex, which is even larger than the dantian, is also filled with spiritual energy and a large amount of yin energy. This profound accumulation led to his continuous rise in cultivation level, and he was still frantically absorbing the fire elemental energy between heaven and earth. Early stage of core formation. Early stage perfected. Mid-stage of core formation. Mid-stage perfected. He was just one step away from breaking through to the late stage of core formation. My situation is probably unprecedented, isn't it? Lin Hao suddenly opened his eyes, which flashed with a sharp light. Fellow Taoist Murong, is this a disciple of your sect forming his core here? The mastermind behind the arena, one of the founders of Heavenly Slaughter City, the nascent soul grandmaster Old Man Tianxian appeared out of nowhere. He usually meditates and cultivates in a quiet room in the arena, leaving all affairs to others and basically not worrying about the outside world. I sensed something unusual today, so I went out to investigate. Fellow Taoist Tianxian, it is my sect's disciple who has broken through with the help of your precious land. Murong Qinxue nodded slightly. Her cultivation level was similar to that of Elder Tianxian, but the latter was a rogue cultivator, and it was truly remarkable that he had achieved what he had today. Interesting. Your sect's disciple was able to break through to the next realm after reaching the core formation stage. Murong Qinxue smiled and said, this lad is someone our sect has been cultivating with all our hearts, hoping that he can achieve great results in the battle of the prodigies. I hope you can keep this a secret, fellow Taoist. Old Man Tianxian was a shrewd man. How could he not see Lin Hao's special qualities? However, since the other party was unwilling to say more, he was unwilling to ask further. This is his way of surviving. allowing him to avoid many troubles. Don't worry, this matter will not be revealed to anyone. The old man Tianxian reached into the void and took out a token made of divine iron. This is the supreme token of the arena. I hope you can help me pass it on to that young friend. Morong Qinxue was slightly startled. The holder of this supreme token could have some of the authority of the arena manager. Old man Tianxian is so generous. She cupped her hands and said, "On behalf of that young man, I thank fellow Taoist Tianxian." The old man stroked his beard and then vanished into thin air. He knew that it was not good for an outsider like himself to remain here. Soon, Lin Hao walked out of the room, exuding an astonishing aura with every move, a complete transformation from before. Morong Qinxue was slightly moved upon seeing this. Good lad. He has actually broken through to the mid-stage of core formation. She quickly raised her hand and set up a restriction. You brat, you absolutely must keep your breakthrough to the mid-stage of core formation a secret. Morong Qinxue originally thought that even if Lin Hao reached the core formation stage, he probably wouldn't be able to compete with Guan Yu of the Heavenly Sword sect. Now, she has absolute confidence that Lin Hao can win the championship of the Heavenly Pride battle. Disciple understands. Lin Hao smiled calmly. He understood Morong Qinxue's intentions, which were simply to use him as a secret weapon. Even if the other party doesn't tell him, he already had this intention. This is the Supreme Token, a gift from the Celestial Elder, the behind-the-scenes owner of the arena. The holder of the Supreme Token can have some of the authority of the arena's manager. Morong Qinxue handed the token to Lin Hao and added, I have a suggestion for you. Although Elder Tianxian has a very good reputation, you can't judge a book by its cover. It's best not to use this token unless absolutely necessary. Okay, Lin Hao replied noncommittally. After giving her instructions, Morong Qinxue urged everyone to hurry back to the inn. She also needs to meet with the leaders of other sects to discuss how to deal with the changes in the Liang sect. Xiao Haozi, I really underestimated you before, Lu Mei said quietly on the way. She truly hadn't expected that Lin Hao would not only successfully form his core, but also break through to the mid-stage in one fell swoop. She was at the great perfection of the golden core stage, but she had cultivated for over 100 years. Lin Hao's cultivation time, at most, is only 5 or 6 years. If someone is under 30 and in the mid-stage of core formation, then not only is the nascent soul stage a possibility, but the spirit division stage is the target. Thinking of this, a fiery light flashed in Lu Mei's eyes. Who would have thought that this kid could now address her as an equal? Lin Hao just chuckled at Lu Mei's exclamation. He was quite proud of the result. The next day, the Battle of the Prodigies, 5-3. Bai Susu presided over the lottery ceremony. The draw begins. Disciples from each sect who have advanced come up on stage to draw lots. Ting Yu from Wanhua Valley drew the number 1 lot. This girl, who possessed the spirit of heaven and earth, had a faint smile on her beautiful face. Unknown opponent, I'm waiting for you on stage. Get ready to be defeated. Next, Peach Blossom Sword Immortal went on stage. She drew number 2, then stepped down to rest briefly before the second battle began. Ning Qingxue was still recovering from her injury, and the team leader wanted her to withdraw, but she insisted on playing the match. Morong Qinxue didn't want to force her to do anything, so she let her go, but she told the latter not to force herself. Ning Qingxue nodded slightly, then walked unsteadily onto the stage, drew a fortune stick, and showed it to everyone. Second draw. The Xianin sect is going to fight the Liang sect again, and this time it's 2 stunning beauties, which makes the audience look forward to it. There are 2 slips left. One is the number 1 pick, and the other is a bye pick. Before going on stage, Lin Hao had a thought that he would be happy if he drew a bye. This way, I can fight one more battle and earn more spirit stones. Because a bye is only a temporary bye, they will then have to compete with the loser of the first or second draw for the last spot in the final 3. Unfortunately, fortune did not smile upon him. Number 1. Ting Yu from Wanhua Valley, while Guan Yu will automatically receive a bye. It was him. Ting Yu smiled, thinking it would be a good opportunity to test this guy's abilities. Lin Hao looked at the match draw in his hand and was speechless at his luck. Couldn't he just stand up for himself once? Before the match started, he and Lu Mei went to place their bets. Bet 400,000 spirit stones on himself to win. It was almost all of his wealth. It's like going all in. Since he didn't reveal that he had reached the core formation stage, his odds were quite high. If he wins this match, he can net 600,000 spirit stones. Disagreed with Lin Hao's actions. Even if you are confident in your own strength, what if you lose after taking out so many spirit stones? Wouldn't you be devastated? However, He wouldn't remind the guests, since it wasn't his money that was being lost. Knowing Lin Hao's true strength, Lu Mei decided to bet 300,000 spirit stones, which was half of her fortune. You little rascal, I'm trusting you this time, so don't let me down. She had just prepared to place her bet when she heard the voice transmission of the old man Tianxian. Fellow Taoists of the Xianyin sect, this is just a small business for me. I hope you will be lenient with me. Chapter 150 is you. This. Little did he expect that his bet would actually force the gladiator's boss to reveal himself. A hint of suspicion flashed across Lu Mei's face, but she had no choice but to give up. However, I'll make up for the losses I incurred before. Is that all right? She tried betting 20,000 spirit stones, and this time she was not stopped. After finishing his game, Lin Hao quickly went to compete. He stepped onto the ring and looked at Ting Yu, who was already waiting for him. Lin Hao remained calm and said casually, I'll let you make the first move. Ting Yu believed that her own strength was decent. She might not be as good as Guan Yu, but she was no worse than the likes of Peach Blossom Blade Immortal. I never expected to be looked down upon. She initially had a good impression of Lin Hao, but she didn't expect him to be so arrogant. She decided to let him know how powerful the female cultivators of the Valley of 10,000 Flowers were. With a wave of her hand, she unleashed a 100 flowers bloom technique, causing flowers of various shapes and sizes to grow within a radius of 1 mile. When all the flowers were in full bloom, she flicked her jade finger, and the mature blossoms flew towards her opponent like sharp blades. Upon witnessing this exquisite move, the audience couldn't help but sigh in admiration. The techniques of the cultivators from the Valley of 10,000 Flowers are still the most beautiful. Watching Fairy Ting Yu compete is a real treat. I hope Fairy Ting Yu can advance. I want to see her fight the Peach Blossom Blade Immortal and avenge my sister Ting Yin. Everyone chimed in with their own opinions, clearly concluding that Lin Hao was no match for them. However, when faced with the flying blades amidst the sea of flowers, Lin Hao directly unleashed his early core formation stage cultivation. The audience and the opponents were both stunned. You've reached the core formation stage? Ting Yu asked in surprise. Lin Hao did not answer, but drew the Phoenix Cry sword from the sword box and unleashed a dazzling blazing sun. The blinding light and scorching heat scorched the petals, turning them into withered pieces. Ting Yu thought that her opponent had not yet formed a core and that she was sure to win, but it turned out that her opponent had concealed his cultivation level. Hateful. What a cunning little thief. Ting Yu, her face contorted with rage, unleashed her 100 flowers bloom once more. This time, Lin Hao didn't use the sword energy to attack. Instead, he relied on his movement skills to dodge his opponent's flying blades amidst a sea of flowers. Each time, they barely managed to dodge, but they would occasionally rush to their opponent's side and attack from the high mountains and deep valleys. This caught Ting Yu off guard, forcing her to put on her best defense. After fighting for half a day, Ting Yu's spiritual energy was mostly depleted, and her beautiful face was covered with a layer of fine sweat. In contrast, Lin Hao appeared calm and composed, as if he were handling the situation with ease. On the high platform, the leader of Wanhua Valley looked quite helpless. She could naturally see that her disciple was far inferior to Lin Hao, and it was only a matter of time before he was defeated. Morong, your Xianyin sect has taken in a fine disciple. Fellow Taoist Qingxian, your sect's 2 peerless beauties are both beautiful and powerful. I would like to ask for a Taoist partner for my sect's disciples. It's not impossible. The leaders of the other 2 sects looked strange. Was the Xianyin sect going to join forces with the Wanhua Valley? On the stage, Lin Hao felt that the time was about right, and that continuing the fight would be pointless, so he prepared to end the match. I'm getting serious, are you ready? After saying that, Lin Hao unleashed a powerful aura. He unleashed a sword aura, its power seemingly capable of tearing the heavens apart. The astonishing sword energy stirred up the wind and clouds, carrying unparalleled momentum as it hurtled straight toward the opponent. What a powerful move. Ting Yuhua turned pale and quickly cast several talismans to create a shield in front of her, then unleashed a fist strike imbued with the power of the Sea of Flowers. Boom. The sword energy cleaved through several shields, its power undiminished as it clashed with the fist energy, creating waves of energy. Unable to defeat his enemy with a single move, Lin Hao unleashed another sword strike. Ting Yu fought hard to cope. Those with discerning eyes have already seen that Lin Hao is very strong and can absolutely crush his opponents. The reason he is not going all out is that he is thinking of toying with his opponents. Ting Yu was intelligent and saw through Lin Hao's plan, which made her furious. You despicable thief. You can be killed, but not humiliated. She mobilized her remaining spiritual power and unleashed the 100 flowers in bloom technique once more. Under the cover of the flying blades amidst the sea of flowers, she charged forward with her sword. Faced with the opponent's double attack, Lin Hao remained calm. He first unleashed a blazing sun that withered all the flowers, and then threw a punch. Bang! This punch had the force of an overwhelming force. It struck Tingyu with a loud thud, sending her flying. Cough! As the beauty flew backward, she coughed up a mouthful of blood and fell off the stage like a bird with broken wings. Just as she was about to fall heavily to the ground, Lin Hao rushed over like the wind and caught her just in time to hold her in his arms. Cough! Tingyu coughed up another mouthful of blood, then weakly lifted her eyelids. Looking at Lin Hao, she was suddenly startled. It's you. Lin Hao was completely confused. What is me? What nonsense is this woman spouting? He was suddenly startled, a possibility popping into his head. Could this woman be referring to? If this gets exposed, the people of Wanhua Valley will tear themselves apart. Lin Hao quickly said seriously, What are you talking about, Fairy Tingyu? I don't quite understand. Snort. You little thief, you still want to deny it? I've already confirmed it's you. Tingyu struggled to her feet, gave Lin Hao a cold look, and then told the referee that she conceded defeat. In any case, there's no need to worry about how to deal with the woman's probing questions for now. Lin Hao breathed a slight sigh of relief and prepared to collect the spirit stones. 600,000. Even ordinary core formation cultivators don't have this much wealth, yet he earned it without lifting a finger. When he went to collect the spirit stones, the manager in charge of the trading area kept twitching at the corners of his mouth. What the hell is this kid? He bet 400,000 spirit stones on himself to win, and he actually won. He made 600,000 in one fell swoop. Under the manager's resentful gaze, Lin Hao withdrew the spirit stones and roughly calculated that he had become a millionaire. His excitement was palpable. He calmed himself down before daring to come out. Lumei was also very happy. She made 30,000 yuan by betting with Lin Hao, making back what she had lost. The next match is Ning Qingxue versus Peach Blossom Blade Immortal. Back at the Sect's team, Lin Hao saw Ning Qingxue preparing to go on stage for the competition and couldn't help but advise her, Fairy Ning, your injuries haven't fully healed yet. Why don't you give up this match? Ning Qingxue glanced at the man, who displayed tremendous strength and truly had a chance to reach the top. Perhaps I don't need to fight anymore. But surrendering is not her style. I would rather be defeated than surrender before the battle even begins. After speaking, she took the Snow Dragon sword and stepped onto the stage. On the other side, Peach Blossom Sword Immortal looked at his pale-faced opponent and couldn't help but feel admiration. Ning Qingxue, you are very strong and have a strong will. If we were both at our peak, I would not be your match. But now that you are injured, you are destined to lose. Clang. Ning Qingxue drew her Snow Dragon sword and said in a clear voice, Words are useless. Let's fight. Clang. Peach Blossom Sword Fairy also drew her twin swords. She admired her opponent's willpower, but that didn't mean she would hand over victory so easily. She decided to defeat her opponent with her strongest move. Ning Qingxue was indeed injured. Her very essence was damaged, and even with the Holy Spirit pill, she could not recover in a short time. She fought the Peach Blossom Sword Immortal for 20 rounds, but was ultimately defeated and fainted due to the aggravation of her previous injuries. Lumei quickly took him down for treatment. Originally, Guan Yu was supposed to compete with Ning Qingxue and Tingyu for a spot in the top 3. However, one of them was unable to participate, and the other chose to withdraw. Guan Yu automatically advanced to the top 3, but he wasn't happy about it. He would have preferred to advance through combat. For him, every battle is a chance to hone his swordsmanship. The happiest person today is undoubtedly the leader of the Blazing Sun sect. With a nascent soul cultivator in charge, the sect's disciples have made it into the top 3 in the prodigy battle. The only imperfection was that the brat from the Xianin sect also advanced. He glanced at Murong Qingxue and thought, You bitch, we'll see. Whether it's sect strength or ranking in the prodigy battle, our Liang sect will be one step ahead of you. Murong Qingxue had no time to argue with the leader of the Liang sect. She was worried about Ning Qingxue's injuries. Fortunately, it's nothing serious. The battle just caused an old injury to flare up, and he'll recover after a period of rest. That night, Lin Hao was meditating and regulating his breathing in his room when a servant brought him another phoenix hairpin. Chapter 151 The same decision. Lin Hao informed Murong Qingxue and, after receiving her permission, went to keep the appointment. He walked into a back alley and suddenly sensed something was wrong, so he became more cautious. Before they had gone far, they saw countless vines growing on the ground, like giant green pythons. People from Wanhua Valley? Lin Hao jumped up, dodging the vine attacks while searching for the attacker. Sure enough, I saw a beautiful couple. Tingyan, Tingyu, beauties of the Valley of 1,000 Flowers. Lin Hao swung his sword and severed a vine, then asked innocently, "What do you two fairies mean by this?" "You little thief Lin Hao, stop pretending. You know better than anyone what despicable things you've done." Tingyu raised her delicate eyebrows, her pretty face full of anger. "Fairy Tingyu, please explain yourself clearly. What did I do?" Lin Hao asked, puzzled. "You little thief, you dare to do it, but not admit it." Tingyu said angrily, "You little thief, what were you doing the other night?" "I'm preparing for battle." Lin Hao knew that the two women probably knew about what happened that night and had come to confront him, but he couldn't admit it. So he pretended to be confused all the time. But the two women were very determined and would not give up until they forced the other party to confess. "Sister, why waste so much breath on him? Just kill him." Tingyan manipulated the python-like vines and strangled Lin Hao. "My two fairies, if you keep this up, I'll have to fight back," Lin Hao said, dodging the attack. "Go ahead and do it." Tingyu raised her delicate hand, and a shower of flowers filled the sky. "All right, fairies, then I must offend you," Lin Hao said loudly, his spiritual power surging around him. "But have you ever heard of the fate of those who surrounded and killed me during the demon hunting competition?" Tingyu raised her eyebrows and said indifferently, "You little thief, you plunder male cultivators' demon cores and spirit stones, and force female cultivators into dual cultivation. Who doesn't know about such evil deeds? Since you know that if you lose, you'll have to pay the price." Lin Hao warned, "If you can defeat my sister's combined attack, what does it matter if we pay a price?" Lin Hao's eyes lit up, and he said with a smile, "You guys said it." Seeing Lin Hao's confident demeanor, Tingyan sneered, "Lin Hao, let me tell you, our sisterly alliance is not just a simple combination. Do you know that we once fought against Guan Yu, and he lost?" Lin Hao touched his nose and said disdainfully, "What's so great about defeating Guan Yu? He's no match for me either." "Umph, what an arrogant little thief. Let me see what you're made of." With a single word, Tingyan summoned thousands of vines, while Tingyu summoned 100 flowers to bloom. The vine whip and flower blade are unstoppable. Lin Hao's expression was quite solemn. The combined attack technique of these two sisters was indeed quite miraculous. If you're at the same level, it will take time to defeat both of them. Lin Hao didn't have time to get entangled with them, so he directly unleashed his mid-stage core formation power, preparing to quickly defeat the two women. "What?" The two women's beautiful eyes flashed with surprise. "This little thief just formed his core. How did he get to the mid-stage?" "He leaped to the mid-stage of core formation." "This is outrageous. I've never heard of such a thing before." The two women exchanged a glance, both with solemn expressions. If it were a typical mid-stage core formation cultivator, their combined attack would surely defeat them. But Lin Hao isn't like that. They belong to the top tier of geniuses. He had reached the mid-stage of core formation, and his hopes of victory were slim. However, we must not give up now. Otherwise, people would underestimate them and their Valley of 10,000 Flowers. The two sisters exchanged a glance, and then attacked Lin Hao from the left and right. Tingyu used her magic to unleash 100 flowers, sending endless flower blades flying towards her opponent, while Tingyan made hand seals, ready to unleash a coordinated attack at any moment. Boom. After Lin Hao revealed his true cultivation level, he easily broke through the flower sea flying blade with a casual strike. However, a sudden change occurred. Tingyan uttered a single word, "Swift," and the withered petals were swept up by the wind. And like a giant dragon, it swept towards Lin Hao. A hint of surprise flashed in Lin Hao's eyes. These two sisters had such exquisite teamwork that they were not to be underestimated. He raised the Phoenix Cry sword, extended 2 fingers, and stroked the blade, causing a flame to ignite on the surface. "Two fairy sisters, it's not too late to admit defeat now. Otherwise, once you're defeated by me, it won't be as simple as just admitting defeat." Tingyu raised an eyebrow and said coldly, "You little thief, enough nonsense. Even if you are in the mid-stage of core formation, you may not be able to withstand the combined attack of us sisters." She's usually so mild-mannered, so how could she say something so forceful? No wonder it's a place that can accommodate dragons. Lin Hao no longer held back and decided to go all out to teach the two women a lesson. The phoenix spreads its flame. He uttered 4 words with the force of a thunderclap, and a phoenix bathed in flames appeared out of thin air. Phew! A phoenix's cry resounded through the heavens. Thousands of fireballs fell. Lin Hao broke through to the mid-stage of core formation, gaining a deeper understanding of swordsmanship and being able to freely control the killing range of his sword moves. He controlled thousands of fireballs and hurled them at the two women. Before the fireball even landed, it scorched the walls and floor tiles of the alleyway, causing them to crack. Under the oppressive power of the fire phoenix, the two women felt that even breathing was difficult, but they could not admit defeat. Tingyu bit her lip and waved her hand toward the sky. 100 flowers bloomed in competition. Flowers suddenly appeared out of nowhere and attacked the fire phoenix. However, the gap in strength between the two sides is too great. Those celestial flowers could even reach the fire phoenix. They were roasted to a crisp. At the same time, Lin Hao moved extremely fast and arrived at the two women's side in an instant. The two beauties were terrified. Realizing that Lin Hao was a body cultivator, they quickly used their spiritual energy to protect themselves. When Lin Hao arrived at the two women's side, he didn't hesitate. He directly delivered a powerful punch imbued with spiritual energy to each of them. The difference in minor realms between the core formation stage and the foundation establishment stage is even greater than the difference in strength between the core formation and foundation establishment stages. Even though the two women defended themselves in time, it was to no avail. Bang! Bang! Lin Hao shattered the two women's defenses with a single punch. Lin Hao then used his spiritual power to bind the two women. He then drew Tingyu to his side, casually found a stool to sit on, and placed her horizontally on his left leg. Snap! That'll teach you to disobey. Do you still dare to gang up on me? Tingyu's face. This brat had actually hit her there. It was utterly shameful. Fortunately, her older sister was also drawn in and received the same treatment, which made her feel a little better. Snap! Snap! Lin Hao slapped each of them again. Why isn't anyone saying anything? At this moment, the two women were lying on Lin Hao's left and right legs, their faces flushed with embarrassment, struggling. But no matter what they did, they couldn't break free. During the struggle, the two sisters looked at each other, their eyes met, and then they suddenly fell silent and stopped struggling. With their hearts in sync, the two made the same decision. My lord, I know I was wrong. The two said almost in unison. What? Chapter 152 Responsible. Lin Hao was stunned, wondering why the two women had suddenly become quiet. I didn't want to pull this on him. His words were astonishing. What did you call me? Lin Hao asked incredulously. My husband, Ting Yin said. Lin Hao, I didn't expect you to be so talented, able to leap from the peak of foundation establishment to the mid-stage of core formation. The remaining prodigies are no match for you. You will undoubtedly become the champion of the prodigy battle. With your talent and charm, you are worthy of my sisters, and we have already lost our virginity to you. This. Lin Hao felt a little guilty. He knew his actions were not above board and wanted to deny them. As a result, Tingyu directly exposed her. You little thief, don't even think about denying it. I remember your scent. Are you trying to shirk responsibility? Since both women had said so, Lin Hao simply stopped denying it and forcefully pulled them into his arms. Tell me, how do you want me to take responsibility? Tingyu was just being stubborn, constantly telling Lin how to take responsibility, but when it came to actually doing it, she backed down. You, lecherous scoundrel, your responsibility is naturally to become Taoist partners. Oh, so you're becoming Taoist partners. Lin Hao's lips curled into a smile. There's no time like the present, so today I'll become Taoist partners with these two fairy sisters. You. Tingyu's face turned as red as the sunset. Lin Hao was teasing the two women, thinking of ways to amuse them, when he heard a telepathic message from Lord Morong. Lin Hao, have you forgotten about the important matter? Quickly send away the female cultivators from the Valley of 10,000 Flowers. Lin Hao then remembered that he still needed to go to the little fox's place, wondering what surprise the latter had prepared for him this time. Well, since you haven't made up your minds yet, we can discuss becoming Taoist partners another day. You should go back now. I also have something to attend to. With business to attend to, Lin Hao reluctantly sent the two women away. Who says we haven't thought it through? Tinjian's beautiful eyes welled up with tears, and she bit her lip as she said, Is it because you don't want to? You're so eager to get rid of us. Lin Hao, you scumbag. You have to take responsibility for us. Tingyu said firmly. Otherwise, we will expose what you have done to the public. This combination of soft and hard tactics was giving Lin Hao a headache. It seems that we must appease the two women first, no matter what. All right, I'll take responsibility, Lin Hao said helplessly. Then, Lin Hao sent a telepathic message to Morong Qinxue. Lord Morong, I can't leave here. How about we skip it today? You brat, you're so easily swayed by beauty. Morong Qinxue was a little angry and directly rejected Lin Hao's request, saying that she would complete the mission today no matter what. Left while embracing the two female cultivators from Wanhua Valley. Morong Qinxue was so angry that her face turned pale. This brat really went too far. She wanted nothing more than to drag Lin Hao over and beat him up. The next day, the Battle of the Titans, a clash for the championship. Tickets for the arena have gone up in price again, but that hasn't dampened people's enthusiasm for watching the matches. The main reason is that the matches in the past few days were quite exciting and generated a lot of buzz. The remaining three prodigies are also all popular. Guan Yu, the white-clad swordsman from the Heavenly Sword sect, is a top favorite to win this year's Heavenly Pride tournament. With his outstanding swordsmanship and handsome appearance, he has gained many fans. The Peach Blossom Sword Immortal could amaze the world even without revealing his true appearance. Lin Hao, on the other hand, is quite controversial. As the competition progressed, his previous actions spread among the audience, and he quickly became a hot topic. However, not many people believe he will win the championship. Looking at the dense crowd, Bai Susu was quite excited. This was indeed a grand event that hadn't been seen in the last decade. No matter what, we must ensure the Battle of the Prodigies comes to a successful conclusion. She took a deep breath and announced loudly, the first match of the championship battle is between Peach Blossom Blade Immortal from the Blazing Sun sect and Guan Yu from the Heavenly Sword sect. As soon as she made the announcement, the audience erupted in cheers. The crowd was debating how many moves the Peach Blossom Sword Immortal could withstand. No one believed that Peach Blossom Blade Immortal could win, not even her fans, because Guan Yu's power was deeply ingrained in people's minds. Those cultivators who can challenge others across vast realms are exceptional individuals. 1 in 10,000. In the viewing area of the Xianin sect, Lin Hao and Lu Mei chatted casually. Ning Qingxue sat next to Morong Qinxue with a pale face, without saying a word. Today, Morong Qinxue had advised her to rest and recover from her injuries and not to come to the arena. But she still insisted on coming, perhaps because she hoped to see with her own eyes the final battle, someone's performance, and who would win the championship. Like her, Lu Buping, along with other defeated prodigies, have all come today, eager to see who will ultimately win the championship. Hey kid, aren't you going to place a bet? With the first match about to begin, Lu Mei asked Lin Hao. The odds for Peach Blossom Blade Immortal are high, but the chances of winning are extremely slim. Guan Yu's odds are too low. Even if I bet all my savings, I won't earn more than a few spirit stones. Why bother? Alright, let me know in advance when you're going to place your bet. She had followed Lin Hao's lead and won a small bet the day before yesterday, and she had tasted the sweetness of success. On the field, the battle between the two prodigies began. As Lin Hao expected, Peach Blossom Blade Immortal tried her best, but failed to force Guan Yu to draw her sword. After 40 or 50 moves, she had no choice but to give up. After a short break, the second match began. Lin Hao versus Peach Blossom Blade Immortal. Before going on stage, Lu Mei instructed him. You brat, I have confidence in your abilities, but you must not be bewitched by her beauty and ruin everything. Lin Hao nodded speechlessly. Was he really that unreliable? Lin Hao did not place any bets this time either, mainly because his odds were quite low. As everyone knows, the two were at the foundation establishment stage and had fought each other during the demon hunting competition, where Lin Hao won. Step onto the ring. Lin Hao looked at the Peach Blossom Sword Immortal. Her figure was truly graceful. He regretted not being able to remove her veil and see her face during the last demon hunting competition. He and Peach Blossom Blade Immortal were old rivals. They fought once when they were in the foundation establishment stage, and he won. This time, he was still confident of victory, and couldn't help but feel sorry for his opponent. Do we still need to fight? Upon hearing this, Peach Blossom Sword Immortal took a deep breath. She knew Lin Hao's strength very well from the journey she had taken. He was someone who could rival Guan Yu. She most likely can't beat him. But we still have to fight. It's not just for the sect, but also for myself. Lin Hao, can you use your full strength? Peach Blossom Blade Immortal drew his twin blades and asked firmly. Let me see your true strength. Buzz. Lin Hao patted the sword box behind him and said with a smile, as you wish. He unleashed his peak early stage core formation cultivation, directly unleashing the Fire Lotus sword technique, with a Fire Phoenix and a Crimson Sun appearing simultaneously. The temperature in the arena immediately rose. The audience was all shocked. The Xianin sect kid was incredibly strong. So this kid was hiding his true strength. His real cultivation level is the peak of the early core formation stage. This is too insidious. How is the Peach Blossom Sword Immortal supposed to deal with it? Let alone Peach Blossom Blade Immortal. With this kid's current combat strength, even Guan Yu would probably have to put in some effort to win. In the audience, Ting Yu heard the discussions and a disdainful smile curled at the corner of her lips. A bunch of idiots. Do they think this is all the power of that petty thief? When I face Guan Yu, I'll definitely blow your mind. Chapter 153 All In Again. On the stage, Peach Blossom's Sword Immortal looked extremely solemn as he faced the two incoming sword energies. She knew Lin Hao was strong, but she didn't expect him to be this strong. There was a time when she could fight her opponent for hundreds of rounds. But now, after only exchanging one move, a sense of powerlessness has arisen in my heart. She sighed softly, a bitter smile appearing on her lips, and with all her might, unleashed two sword beams. However, her prized blade only managed to slightly block the sword energy. That unparalleled sword energy still hurtled towards her with unstoppable force. We have no choice but to use our last resort to save our lives. Peach Blossom Blade Immortal took out a talisman from her storage bag. She had nurtured this defensive talisman for 20 years and was going to use it today. She wondered if it could withstand her opponent's attack. She felt waves of pain as she poured spiritual energy into the talisman. Buzz. A golden barrier firmly protected the Peach Blossom Sword Immortal. The Fiery Phoenix and the Crimson Sun attacked, crashing heavily onto the barrier and creating ripples. After about half a cup of tea's time, Peach Blossom Sword Immortal breathed a sigh of relief. He had blocked it. But before she could even rejoice, she heard a crisp sound, and the talisman she had nurtured for many years cracked. She was heartbroken. But now is not the time to feel sorry for them. The opponent's next attack is coming. Clang. The Peach Blossom Blade Immortal frantically unleashed a slash, but he was no match for the opponent and was no match for them. His white clothes were stained with blood as he fell off the stage. Whoosh. Lin Hao moved with lightning speed, catching the woman in his arms before she fell to the ground. Peach Blossom Sword Immortal's face was pale, and the emotions in his eyes were extremely complex. She was quite fond of this embrace. However, their sects are sworn enemies, so this is clearly not the place for feelings to blossom. You, put me down. Upon hearing this, Lin Hao put the woman down. On the high platform, the leader of the Blazing Sun sect had anger burning in his eyes. My own disciple was defeated, and it was a complete defeat. Missed out on second place. The ancestor broke through to the nascent soul stage, and the disciple achieved excellent results. I thought it would be a double celebration. As a result, it was ruined by those brats from the Xianyin sect. Damn it. The leader of the Liang sect held a grudge against Lin Hao. If it weren't for the vast difference in their social status, he would have personally intervened and killed him. Congratulations. Women from Wanhua Valley immediately offered their congratulations to Lin Hao. In Peach Blossom Sword Immortal's eyes. When did Lin Hao become so close to these two sisters? As a woman, she was extremely perceptive and immediately noticed the affection in the eyes of the two women as they looked at Lin Hao. Ting Yu's gaze toward the Peach Blossom Sword Immortal contained a hint of hostility. Your strength is not bad, but you're unlucky to have met my Taoist partner. A Taoist partner? Peach Blossom Sword Immortal felt a slight pang in his heart, gave Lin Hao a deep look, and then turned and left. The competition ended, but the audience's emotions lingered for a long time. This kid from Xianyin sect is really something. But how will he deal with Guan Yu from Shangtian Sword sect? The audience began to look forward to it. The arena also knows how to create hype, extending the preparation time for the championship battle as much as possible. This has really heightened my anticipation. Of course, the main reason for doing this is to make money. The odds offered by the betting odds were 50% for Guan Yu and 200% for Lin Hao. Seeing his odds, Lin Hao felt indignant. He was still not favored and was so much worse off than his opponent. But then I thought about it again. With these odds, I can go all in and make a fortune. The manager in charge of the betting operations couldn't help but twitch his lips when he saw Lin Hao approaching. This kid has earned too many spirit stones from the arena. Does he want to place another bet now? The manager was reluctant, but the arena had no rule against betting. Which side to bet on, and how much? The steward asked in a very official manner. Bear Lin Hao 1 million mid-grade spirit stones. This million was almost all of his spirit stones. He was going all in again. What? The manager almost bit his tongue, blurting out the words. Are you sure you want to bet 1 million? His voice was loud, attracting a lot of attention. 1 million mid-grade spirit stones. Someone is willing to bet 1 million mid-grade spirit stones. In an instant, gamblers flocked to the scene. Bet since the start of the Heavenly Pride battle. You can't go wrong by betting with him. Lin Hao's reputation for winning every bet spread, and he became known as a gambling god in the eyes of gamblers. Therefore, many people followed his lead and placed bets. However, some people are not optimistic, thinking that Lin Hao is too confident in whether he can defeat Guan Yu of the Heavenly Sword sect. They believe that Lin Hao is bound to lose this round. After all, a person's luck is limited, and no one can win all the time. Felt extremely relieved after betting the spirit stones. Although the odds suggest that my chances of winning are slim. However, he knew that it wouldn't be a big problem for him to deal with Guan Yu with his mid-stage core formation stage power. Therefore, he was quite satisfied with the odds. With the arena set up like this, I wonder if they'll cry after the match is over. What Lin Hao didn't know was that the odds were set by the arena's behind-the-scenes owner. When Lin Hao broke through to the mid-stage of core formation, he witnessed the whole process and knew that the former had a high probability of winning the championship. So they deliberately set the odds like that so the arena could make a fortune. After all, the Heavenly Sword sect has a great reputation, and Guan Yu is one of the sect's best members with many supporters. Most people would definitely bet on Guan Yu to win. On the other side, Lu Mei also placed a bet. Knowing that betting too much would be stopped by the boss behind the scenes, she weighed her options and then took out 50,000 spirit stones to bet on Lin Hao to win. She hadn't heard Elder Tianxian's telepathic message to stop her. She could earn 100,000 spirit stones today. Seeing Lin Hao win big, Morong Qinxue also wanted to gamble, but she knew that if she placed a large bet, she would definitely be stopped by Tianxian Elder. She bet too little, and she couldn't bring herself to do it, so she had to give up. The crowd from Wanhua Valley was bustling with activity. The sisters Tingyin and Tingyu each put up 100,000 spirit stones to bet on Lin Hao to win. Their actions puzzled the other disciples, who thought the two women had gone mad. Betting on Lin Hao to win is just throwing money away to the arena, isn't it? So the other disciples bet on Guan Yueying instead, and they bet quite a lot of money on it. The two sisters tried to persuade her, but to no avail. Finally, the championship battle has begun. Bai Susu took a deep breath before stepping onto the arena. Ladies and gentlemen, the championship match is between Guan Yu, a genius swordsman from the Heavenly Sword sect, and Lin Hao, the dark horse from the Profound Yin sect. Now, I declare the competition open. As soon as Bai Susu finished speaking, the audience erupted in a deafening cheer. Amidst the thunderous applause, the vast majority of voices supported Guan Yu. Lin Hao didn't care about this, as he had great confidence in himself. He looked up at his opponent. Guan Yu, dressed in flowing white robes and holding a broadsword in her arms, truly possessed the air of a sword immortal. A fierce fighting spirit ignited in Lin Hao's eyes. He was eagerly anticipating this battle. Chapter 154 shocking the entire audience. Guan Yu is a great touchstone to test how strong I am now. Clang. Without saying a word, Lin Hao drew Phoenix Cry and Purple Lightning from the sword box. Holding two swords to face his opponent was a sign of respect. Moreover, he used his strongest killing move right from the start. The Ravages of Time. The Phoenix, bathed in flames and carrying endless heat waves, swept towards Guan Yu. World-destroying divine thunder. The fire elemental energy, transformed by the Purple Lightning sword, became lightning that struck down upon the opponent. Fire and thunder. It's like the end of the world. On the sidelines, Peach Blossom Blade Immortal's expression changed slightly. So he was this strong. If he had used this move right from the start in the last battle, I wouldn't have even had a chance to use my talisman. The audience was all shocked. This Lin Hao was indeed something else. No wonder he became the dark horse of this competition. I'm afraid no one but Guan Yu can stop his move. On the high platform, the leader of the Heavenly Sword sect looked solemn and said, "This move, Fire Phoenix, spreads across the plains. It seems that Feng Tsungyue has passed on all his knowledge to his disciple without reservation." Murong was about to reply when he heard the other person mutter to himself, "Very strong, but no match for my sect's prodigy." Morong Qinxue curled her lips. "Wait until this brat reveals his true strength, then I hope he'll still say that." Fire thunder. Two violent energies plowed deep pits into the arena. Guan Yu's expression turned solemn as she murmured, "You are very strong. I am about to draw my sword." After saying this, he drew the sword from his bosom. The broadsword dragon sparrow seemed to sense its master's fighting spirit and responded with a trembling cry. Guan Yu held a broadsword weighing over 1,000 pounds in one hand, and with a flick of her wrist, she unleashed several sword energies. In an instant, Sword energy crisscrossed the arena. Boom! The two techniques collided, creating a shockwave that caused the female cultivators on the sidelines to flutter their dresses, and many more Miao Renfangs appeared in the arena. The two sides are evenly matched. The two were evenly matched in their first move. The kid from the Xianyin sect is quite strong. It seems we still have a chance of winning. There is a chance, but the hope is slim. His all-out attack was countered by the sword energy that Guan Jianxian casually flicked out. The difference in strength is immediately apparent. The spectators on the sidelines still didn't have high hopes for Lin Hao. Guan Yu stood with his hands behind his back and said calmly, "Fellow Taoist Lin, please take my sword." Boom! In the arena, a cold glint flashed, and sword energy descended from the heavens like moonlight pouring down. Such strong swordsmanship. Lin Hao narrowed his eyes and quickly drew his sword to protect himself. Buzz! A burst of sword energy flashed and slashed down in an instant. Clang! Sparks flew everywhere. Lin Hao was forced back 3 zhong. This shows how powerful the opponent's swordsmanship is. Having taken the hit, Lin Hao didn't hesitate and retaliated with a move of his own. The Phoenix Cry sword he used appeared particularly narrow compared to his opponent's. As the saying goes, the lighter the sword, the more agile it is. But this rule does not apply to Guan Yu. He gripped the broadsword upside down and unleashed a swift, wind-like strike. Buzz! Sword energy clashed. Guan Yu thought this would be another evenly matched contest, and prepared to unleash her third sword strike. As a result, a cold light flashed. Clang! The two swords clashed. Guan Yu hadn't expected the opponent's swordsmanship to be so unpredictable. How was this move delivered? Before he could savor the moment, Lin Hao thrust out another sword. What a strange sword. Guan Yu was startled, cold sweat pouring down her back. She quickly drew her sword to protect herself. After blocking the sword, Guan Yu's calm and composed state of mind shattered, and a fierce fighting spirit flashed in her eyes. Instead of slashing at the sword energy, he drew his sword and attacked the opponent. Phoenix Cry, Purple Lightning battles Dragon Sparrow. A 3-foot, long sword against a broadsword. Clang! 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 The two fought faster and faster, like a raging storm. For a time, the outcome was uncertain. Lin Hao patted the sword box behind him and took out 2 more swords. Crimson Spirit and Fire Spirit, appear. Guan Yu, you can block 2 of my swords. If I were to unleash 4, how would you possibly respond? As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Hao, wielding 2 swords and controlling them with his inner energy, charged towards his opponent with a thunderous roar. 4 sword energies rose. In an instant, the entire arena was filled with a chilling atmosphere. Guan Yu was slightly startled. Her opponent's killing intent was incredibly strong, like that of a veteran who had stepped out of the battlefield. He rode the dragon bird, facing 4 swords with 1 sword. I feel somewhat overwhelmed. About the time it takes to drink a cup of tea. Well, he sighed heavily. He then took out a 3rd-tier defensive talisman, and upon activation, a golden protective shield immediately covered him. Lin Hao's 4 swords thrust and slashed at it, only causing sparks to fly. Knowing that Lin Hao was a body cultivator, this was a special gift from the Heavenly Sword Sect leader to prevent Lin Hao from getting close. He used it beforehand. With the protective shield in place, Guan Yu no longer wielded the Dragon Sparrow sword to block Lin Hao's 4-sword attack. Instead, he closed his eyes slightly, and his aura surged. He grasped the essence of swordsmanship, and his understanding of the way of the sword was far deeper than Lin Hao's. He needs to focus on striking with 1 sword. This sword strike encapsulated his complete understanding of the way of the sword. He held nothing back with this sword strike. The sword energy surged like a whirlwind. The arena was large, but it gave people the feeling that there was nowhere to hide. With surging sword energy, the broadsword Dragon Sparrow also stabbed towards Lin Hao at a speed too fast for the human eye to catch. I felt that astonishingly cold glint. A hint of seriousness flashed in Lin Hao's eyes. Guan Yu's talent and swordsmanship was truly astonishing. If they were at the same level, it would be extremely difficult for him to win. He took a deep breath. Faced with an unparalleled attack from his enemy, he actually put the 3 swords, except for the Phoenix Cry sword, back into their sheaths. Guan Yu, you are indeed very strong, but if I were to unleash my mid-stage core formation power, how would you cope? What? Guan Yu was startled. Was the other party a mid-stage core formation cultivator? How is that possible? Boom. Lin Hao's aura surged, revealing his cultivation level as a peak mid-stage core formation cultivator. Then, he swung his sword. The ravages of time. A phoenix bathed in flames, carrying endless heat waves, met the dragon sparrow that was rushing towards it. Bang! The Fire Phoenix collided with the dragon sparrow, actually knocking it back. Afterwards, Fire Phoenix continued its offensive and crashed into Guan Yu's protective shield again. Snap! 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 The protective shield shattered visibly, but the power of the Fire Phoenix was also completely exhausted. My god, the Xianyin sect's Dark Horse has the strength of the mid-stage core formation realm. What kind of monster is this? At the peak of the Foundation Establishment realm, he broke through and directly leaped to the mid-stage of the core formation realm. This is unprecedented and unheard of. Damn, this kid is too cunning. He hit himself so well. The leaders of each sect and everyone in the arena were shocked. Peach Blossom Sword Immortal's eyes flashed with surprise, and he covered his cherry lips with his hand. He is in the mid-stage of core formation. No wonder he is so calm and composed. No wonder he dared to bet 1,000,000 spirit stones. Ning Qingshue's eyes widened in surprise. She was unaware that Lin Hao had broken through to the mid-stage of core formation. Only Murong Qingxue and Lu Mei in the Xianyin sect knew this, so Lu Buping was just as shocked as she was. The expressions of the people from Wanhua Valley varied, while Ting Yin and Ting Yu both wore smiles. 200,000 spirit stones are about to arrive in my account. Who wouldn't be happy? And the person who displayed such great prowess on the field was none other than their husband. Chapter 155, Unwilling. Those who bet on Guan Yu to win looked extremely grim, especially considering that the twin sisters had tried to dissuade them before they placed their bets, but they wouldn't listen. I'm so regretful now. The Heavenly Sword sect had always been in love with Guan Yu. Seeing the situation reversed, she couldn't help but worry about Guan Yu. As a fellow swordsman, she understood best that while her senior brother was indeed capable of fighting beyond his level, his opponent was no ordinary person either. Given my senior's pride and arrogance, the consequences of failure would be unimaginable. On the high platform, the leader of the Heavenly Sword sect felt worse than if he had swallowed a dead fly. He made a bold statement early on, saying that Guan Yu would definitely win the championship. It's fair to say that the celebration banquet has already been prepared. As a result, that brat from the Xianyin sect pulled this stunt. Murong Qingxue couldn't hide her smile when she saw the other person's expression. Humph, didn't you already reserve first place? I wonder if my face hurts from this. Of course, Guan Yu herself was even more shocked. He couldn't have imagined that his opponent would be a mid-stage core formation cultivator. If they were at the same level, he would have at least an 80% chance of defeating him. But now he's not even 30% sure. As the other party said, how should he respond? Clang. Swords clash. Lin Hao took a step forward with his long sword in hand and slashed at Guan Yu. This move was just a simple slash, but Guan Yu dared not be careless. He had grasped the essence of swordsmanship and could see the extraordinary nature of the opponent's move. What kind of talent does this guy have? He's actually touched the rudiments of sword intent. He was, after all, a sword genius, and he had a plan in mind, but his hands couldn't keep up, mainly because the opponent's sword moves were just too fast. A cut was made on his left shoulder by a sharp blade. Fresh blood flowed down. Guan Yu, in pain, quickly retaliated, barely managing to block her opponent's 2 consecutive attacks, and skillfully thrust out a sword. This move can be described as quite amazing, and it really tests the swordsman's ability. However, in the face of absolute strength, any trickery is nothing but a flashy facade. Buzz! Lin Hao's sword moved so fast that it was impossible for the eye to follow. He thrust out nearly 100 swords in just 2 breaths. Guan Yu was unable to block all of them. She had more than 10 wounds on her body, and blood gushed out, staining her white clothes red. Give up. Lin Hao's calm voice rang in Guan Yu's ears. Should we admit defeat? Guan Yu's lips curled into a resolute smile. His swordsmanship was unwavering. How could he admit defeat? He drew his sword, dripping with blood, and charged at his opponent. There is a sense of desolation, like the mournful wind howling and the Yi River running cold. Lin Hao shook his head slightly as he watched this scene. He had no time to indulge in sentimentality with his opponent. He would strike with deadly force. A blazing sun descended from the sky, the scorching sword energy blackening the white robes, and the unparalleled power slammed the opponent into the earth. Wow! Lin Hao gave his opponent no chance, appearing on the ground in a flash, pointing his sword at Guan Yu's throat. You lost. I lost. Guan Yu had a bitter smile on his lips, feeling very unwilling. He had always been invincible among his peers. He participated in the Heavenly Pride battle this time because he wanted to make a name for himself in swordsmanship. However, he ended up becoming someone else's stepping stone. I'm so unwilling to accept this. If we were at the same level, I would definitely not lose. There might still be a chance. A resolute glint flashed in Guan Yu's eyes. She moved swiftly, creating distance between herself and Lin Hao. Then he took out an exquisite medicine bottle from his storage bag and poured out a red pill. Offstage, when Li Jinghong saw him take out the pills, she immediately turned pale. Tiger Soul Pill. Taking it can elevate you to a higher realm. However, the side effects are severe. Once the effects wear off, the user will be weak for a month and will most likely experience a drop in cultivation level. She tried to stop him, but her senior brother had already swallowed the pill. Boom! Guan Yu's aura surged, and with the help of the pill, his cultivation level broke through to the mid-stage of core formation. Seeing his opponent's rising momentum, Lin Hao's expression changed slightly, and he quickly retreated. The audience erupted in cheers, especially the gamblers who had bet on Guan Yu to win. They were about to fall into the abyss, but were pulled out again. Good. With Guan Jinxian breaking through to the mid-stage, he will surely be able to turn defeat into victory. Lin Hao's swordsmanship is not as good as Guan Jinxian's. He is just relying on his higher cultivation level. Now that their cultivation levels are the same, I still favor Guan Jinxian more. On the field, Lin Hao stood tall and ready, his whole being like a sheathless sword. Even if you temporarily break through to the mid-stage, you are still no match for me, Lin Hao said to Guan Yu. Guan Yu laughed upon hearing this, saying, whether someone is a match or not, we'll only know after we fight them. He believed that the difference between him and his opponent was their cultivation level. Now that their cultivation levels were the same, how could he possibly lose? Holding the Dragon Sparrow, he moved swiftly and appeared beside Lin Hao. The Dragon Sparrow unleashed a devastating strike. Lin Hao narrowed his eyes, channeled his spiritual energy into the Phoenix Cry longsword, and unleashed a move as swift as a gazelle leaping from its horns. At the same time, his free right hand, like a dragon emerging from the sea, struck towards his opponent's heart. Guan Yu's expression hardened as she suddenly remembered that the other party was a body cultivator. She had completely forgotten about that. Before he could change his move, he took a direct punch and coughed up a mouthful of blood. That's not all. Lin Hao countered the Dragon Sparrow with the Phoenix's Cry, but his right hand unleashed an attack as powerful as a raging storm. Bang! 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 He unleashed punch after punch. Every punch lands squarely. Even though Guan Yu used her spiritual power to protect her vital parts, the feeling was still unpleasant. He didn't know how long he endured it, but he felt like his ribs were broken. This can't go on. Guan Yueqiang took a deep breath and lunged backward. Buzz! He poured all his spiritual power into the Dragon Sparrow and unleashed his most triumphant sword strike. Their power and influence are overwhelming. Even the high-ranking members of various sects on the high platform couldn't help but glance at them. Guan Yu's talent in swordsmanship is truly astonishing. He has grasped the essence of swordsmanship at such a young age. His future is limitless, a true potential sword immortal. How can this Xianyin sect brat possibly block this move? All eyes were on Lin Hao, eager to see how he would respond. Unexpectedly, Lin Hao's actions once again shattered their understanding. Faced with that astonishing sword energy, Lin Hao actually met it head-on with his bare body. This kid is absolutely reckless. On the Xianyin sect's viewing platform, Murong Qingxue and Lu Mei's eyes flickered with worry, while Ning Qingxue's hands were entangled together. Others, such as Peach Blossom Sword Immortal and Ting Yin and Ting Yu from the Valley of 10,000 Flowers, also showed worried expressions. Guan Yu clearly hadn't expected her opponent to take the sword with his body. Just as they were about to collide, Lin Hao threw out a stack of dozens of second-tier top-grade gold shield talismans. Instantly, dozens of golden shields appeared in front of Lin Hao. Bang! 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 The golden shield collided with the sword energy, and the golden shield immediately shattered like paper. Lin Hao ignored it and unleashed a powerful sword strike at Guan Yu. Guan Yu had no time to focus on her own killing move and quickly countered with her own. Just as they broke through their opponent's move, a ragged figure crashed down like a meteorite. Bang! Lin Hao's punch, imbued with all his strength, slammed heavily into Guan Yu's chest. Snap! The sternum has collapsed. Guan Yu spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying like a cannonball. Chapter 156, Winning the Championship. Lin Hao flashed and reappeared in front of Guan Yu, pointing his sword at his opponent and saying coldly, "You lost." Why? Guan Yu struggled to her feet, her hair disheveled and her eyes glazed over. We're already at the same level, so why can't we beat each other? Looking at Guan Yu, who seemed to have gone mad, Lin Hao said calmly. Because your heart is in turmoil. When you try to rely on external forces, you've already lost. Isn't your swordsmanship all about forging ahead without hesitation? If you have fear in your heart, what will you use to fight me? Guan Yu smiled bitterly and said, You're right. I have violated my swordsmanship. I admit defeat. Hearing his opponent concede defeat, Lin Hao finally relaxed and coughed up a mouthful of blood. With his second-tier talisman and his physical body, how could he not be injured when he took the brunt of his opponent's most powerful attack? Wow. Lu Mei jumped onto the stage and helped the pale-faced Lin Hao up. You little rascal, well done. Lin Hao forced a smile and said anxiously, My spirit stones. Lu Mei immediately rolled her eyes. You're already so badly injured, and you're still thinking about spirit stones. Lin Hao laughed and said, I made a huge profit of 2 million. How could I not be happy? To be honest, Lu Mei was extremely envious. All her assets combined amounted to no more than 1 million spirit stones. But this kid has millions. This is even richer than the average nascent soul stage cultivator. If this kid weren't one of their own, Lu Mei might have actually harbored covetous thoughts. Be happy, but don't get too excited because you're injured. Now, Lu Mei is just as happy. Lin Hao has truly brought honor to the sect. Yes, I need to calm down. Help me over there quickly. Lin Hao took a deep breath and went to get it. 2 million spirit stones is no small sum. Getting it sooner will put my mind at ease. So, with Lu Mei's help, Lin Hao arrived at the gambling den. The manager felt a pang in his heart when he saw Lin Hao. He had been following the competition closely, and he knew the moment Lin Hao won. What must be faced must be faced. He immediately showed himself to greet the guest. Fellow Taoist Lin, you have finally arrived. As soon as I learned that you had won first place in the Heavenly Pride battle, I immediately prepared spirit stones. The manager spoke eloquently, but his lips still twitched. That's 2 million mid-grade spirit stones. He probably couldn't earn that many even if he spent his entire life trying. However, now, these spirit stones are about to pass through my hands and be taken away by a dark horse that suddenly gains momentum. Life is truly unpredictable. That's all that matters. Lin Hao's face lit up with joy. Soon, under the watchful eye of the manager, Lin Hao took away the 1 million he had bet on and the 2 million he had won, for a total of 3 million mid-grade spirit stones. From now on, I can be considered someone with some family wealth. Just then, another group of people arrived, namely the sisters Ting Yin and Ting Yu from Wanhua Valley. Lin Hao, congratulations on defeating Guan Yu and winning the championship, the two women said generously. This championship is truly prestigious, and the two women offer their heartfelt congratulations. Thank you, Lin Hao said, then asked, Did you two also win spirit stones? You won. We all bet on you to win. Each of us bet 200,000 spirit stones. Ting Yu said with a beaming smile, eagerly continuing the conversation. After saying that, her pretty face blushed. Not bad. It seems you two aren't stupid after all. You knew to bet on me to win. You have good judgment. TCH, we've always been smart, okay? Ting Yin verbally refuted him, but in her heart, she thought highly of Lin Hao. Haha, you guys are the smartest. Lin Hao smiled broadly. These two young girls were quite interesting. You guys go collect your spirit stones, I'll head back now. Don't. Suddenly, the two sisters, Ting Yin and Ting Yu, said in unison. Is there anything else? Lin Hao asked, puzzled. All he wanted to do now was go back to heal his injuries and recover properly. Yes. These are the healing medicines we prepared. Please accept them. Ting Yin and Ting Yu immediately took out some medicines. There were 3 or 4 bottles and jars, with the names and effects of the pills described on the bottles. To be honest, that's incredibly thoughtful. Okay, thank you. Since they were all his women, Lin Hao didn't stand on ceremony and accepted their kindness. He figured he could always ask his good brothers to repay them properly next time. After that, Lin Hao left with Lu Mei. Lu Mei, who was standing next to her, remained silent. She was truly impressed. This little thief was amazing. Beauties of the Valley of 10,000 Flowers without a sound. As they watched Lin Hao's retreating figure, some of the people in the arena had a sparkle in their eyes. My hands are so itchy, do you wanna? If you wanna die, don't drag me into it. Lin Hao is the disciple of the venerable master of Dazhu Peak in the Xianin sect. I have no interest in him. Indeed, Lin Hao has both ability and connections, so why don't I? With your current level of cultivation, you're not even worthy of carrying his shoes. You should hurry up and start cultivating. Regardless, after winning the championship, Lin Hao became famous throughout the city of Slaughter. In the near future, More people will know about this dark horse in the Battle of Geniuses. Meanwhile, on the other side, Murong Qinxue was beaming with pride and excitement. She plans to throw a celebration banquet for Lin Hao. She began inviting guests. First, there are the leaders of each sect. Wanhua Valley readily agreed, exchanging only a few words, and promised to come. After much hesitation, Mu Hong, the leader of the Heavenly Sword sect, did not refuse. As the leader of the Immortal sect, one cannot be petty or a sore loser. However, when they arrived at the leader of the Liang sect, his face darkened, and he bluntly replied that he was too busy and refused to attend the victory celebration banquet. As for the people from Wuji Palace, they left Tiansha City long ago. Afterwards, the event ended, and everyone returned to their respective inns. Upon returning to the inn, Lin Hao bid farewell to everyone and went back to his room to heal his injuries. Murong Qinxue nodded. She had already checked Lin Hao's injuries on the way. They hadn't damaged his core essence and weren't very serious. He would recover after taking some pills and meditating for 2 days. Ning Qingxue's house was on the same route as Lin Hao's, so she followed behind. As Lin Hao was about to enter the house, she called out to him. Lin Hao, how? Lin Hao turned around, somewhat surprised, and asked. Congratulations on winning the championship. Ning Qingxue said. Thanks. Lin Hao thought the other person had something to say, but it turned out they were just congratulating him on winning the championship. Is there anything else? Ning Qingxue shook her head. Then I'm going to heal my wounds. You should go and heal your wounds too. After saying that, he hurriedly went inside. He knew that after winning the championship, he would inevitably encounter a series of troubles. The most urgent task, of course, is to recover. Ning Qingxue looked at the tightly closed door and couldn't help but feel jealous. What's wrong with Lin Hao? He was so eager to please me before. The sudden coldness made her feel somewhat uncomfortable. Could it be that I've suddenly become unattractive? Ning Qingxue was in a bad mood, but she still went back to continue healing. Back in the house, Lin Hao immediately took a Holy Spirit pill to begin healing his injuries. The moment it was swallowed, I felt a continuous stream of spiritual energy bursting forth from the pill. These spiritual energies don't just randomly wander around. They find the injured areas in the body in a peculiar way. At the same time, a large amount of spiritual energy can also replenish the body. After meditating for a while and fully absorbing the medicinal power of the Holy Spirit pill, Lin Hao could clearly feel that his injuries were no longer a problem. If we perform dual cultivation to heal again tonight, we will definitely be completely healed by the next day. Should we go and call the twin sisters over? Just as I was thinking about it, I suddenly heard a puffing sound outside the window. Letter pigeon. Lin Hao wondered who was sending him the message. He caught the paper pigeon with a wave of his hand. Then, opening the letter, one saw it read, Congratulations on winning the championship. The gift is ready. See you at the usual place. Chapter 157. The net closes. Seeing this, Lin Hao knew that the message was delivered by the little fox. Lin Hao frowned, thought for a moment, and then went to see Murong Qinxue. It was already night when Lin Hao gently knocked on the door. What? Murong Qinxue scanned the area with her divine sense and immediately recognized the person outside as Lin Hao. She then asked, We've got another message from over there, Lin Hao said. Come in. Murong Qinxue spoke softly and had a very good attitude. Lin Hao won the championship in this battle of prodigies, which greatly enhanced the reputation of the Xianin sect. When the next round of apprenticeships begins, it will likely attract even more geniuses. In this situation, the winner will naturally receive a very positive response. Squeak. The door opened, and Lin Hao walked straight in. Tonight, Murong Qinxue was dressed unusually lightly, revealing her flawless white feet, and was sitting upright at the table. Lin Hao closed the door, turned around, and said seriously, Lord Murong, the battle of the prodigies has ended. But the demon race doesn't seem to have made any move yet. In addition, we and other sects will begin our journey back tomorrow. Do you think this is reasonable? Upon hearing this, Murong Qinxue frowned, and a rare solemn expression appeared on her pretty face. It would have been fine if I hadn't thought about it, but once I started thinking about it deeply, I couldn't stop. There are indeed many unreasonable points. If they have any ulterior motives, they will definitely be exposed tonight. After some analysis, Murong Qinxue came to a conclusion. At the same time, a bold idea came to her mind. Without the slightest hesitation, he added, Lin Hao, you better behave yourself tonight and don't do anything. I've decided to join forces with the leaders of other sects tonight and go there together to find an opportunity to strike and capture them. Murong Qinxue's goal was simple, to strike first. She felt that she had the upper hand, and there was no need to wait any longer. Once the time is right, we can close the net immediately. Lin Hao was startled upon hearing these words. Murong Qinshue's closing the net operation will put the little fox in a dangerous situation. He was a little worried about the little fox. At the same time, he also felt that Murong Qinshue's actions were somewhat rash. He was not optimistic about the operation. After thinking for a moment, he said, Lord Murong, isn't this a bit inappropriate? We don't know what the demon race will do next, and we haven't even found out if they have any backup plans. To prepare to close the net so soon? The more Lin Hao thought about it, the more unreliable it seemed to be to close the net so quickly. He thought it was better to play it safe. However, Murong Qinshu did not take it to heart when she heard this. She figured that since this was a joint operation by the sect leaders, nothing unexpected would happen. He also disagreed with Lin Hao's opinion. This is a matter for the higher-ups, so you shouldn't concern yourself with it. Just follow orders. All right. Murong Qinshue's attitude was firm, and no matter how much Lin Hao had objections, he could only keep them to himself. Although his position in the sect is becoming increasingly important, he has not yet reached the point of having the authority to lead teams. We have discovered that a powerful nascent soul realm expert from the demon race has infiltrated Heavenly Slaughter City. We request that you all join our Xianyin sect in hunting down this demon race. Then, Murong Qinshu used a secret technique to transmit her voice to the leaders of the various sects. A demon race nascent soul cultivator? How dare you? This time, I'll teach you a lesson you won't leave alive. The Heavenly Sword sect was cultivating when he received the telepathic message and immediately flew into a rage. As the leading sect of immortals, the Heavenly Sword sect prides itself on eliminating demons. The leader of the Heavenly Sword sect immediately agreed to Murong Qinshue's request. It is the bounden duty of Wanhua Valley to vanquish demons and monsters. In another room in Tiansha City, the leader of Wanhua Valley also expressed his desire to hunt the demon race together. Many of my Blazing Sun sect disciples have been injured in this competition, so I'm afraid we won't be able to hunt the demons. I also have other matters to attend to and cannot leave. Please forgive me, Peak Master Muro. The leader of the Liang sect chuckled coldly and decisively rejected Murong Qinshue's request. If the Xianyin sect were to lead the hunt for demons and succeed, the Xianyin sect would gain great fame. The Liang sect would have no interest in such a laborious endeavor. Murong Qinshu had anticipated the reactions of the various sections. She was only slightly disappointed that the Liang sect did not participate. Even without your Blazing Sun sect, we will still hunt down the demon race. Murong Qinshu also possessed a sense of pride. As the peak master of Xiaozhu Peak, she was also a highly skilled expert. Murong Qinshu believed that with the help of Hundred Flowers Valley and Heavenly Sword sect, they would surely succeed. Lin Hao, it's getting late, you should go. Murong Qinshu exchanged a few more words with Lin Hao, then patted him on the shoulder with her delicate hand. Lin Hao nodded, turned around, and left to keep his appointment. Sure enough, he hadn't gone far when he noticed someone was secretly watching him and following him. Well, Lin Hao sighed deeply, shook his head, and for a moment, his mind was in turmoil. As a disciple of the Xianyin sect, he hoped that this operation would be a great success. But he didn't want the little fox to die. After all, she was his woman. Lin Hao couldn't bear to see her die so tragically. However, now that the die is cast, there's no turning back. He cannot return. A gift? Who could it be? Is it the Peach Blossom Sword Immortal, or Li Jinghong? It couldn't possibly be Ning Qingxue, could it? With his thoughts in disarray, Lin Hao couldn't help but think of the gift again. Having known the little fox for a long time, Lin Hao had come to understand it quite well. He had no idea that the gift the little fox had prepared was a magical artifact or some rare treasure. Thinking of Peach Blossom Sword Immortal and Li Jinghong, Lin Hao couldn't help but feel a surge of desire. Those two were exceptionally beautiful, and their cultivation was not weak. If we could have a deep yet simple exchange, his cultivation would surely improve. Lin Hao, familiar with the place, arrived at an inn in Tiansha City. As soon as he pushed open the door, the little fox came to greet him. At this moment, the little fox transformed into human form with a graceful figure. A thin veil tightly wrapped around her body, and a faint fragrance wafted over, causing Lin Hao's heart to flutter. With his arm outstretched, Lin Hao was about to pull the little fox into his arms. The little fox smiled faintly, took light steps, and dodged away. Lin Lang, you finally arrived. Congratulations on winning the championship. Come and see the gift I prepared for you. As she spoke, the little fox waved her hand toward the bed behind her. The restriction disappeared, and the bed curtains were pulled up at the same time. Lin Hao glanced at her and saw a woman with a beautiful figure, her face veiled by a thin gauze, lying on the bed. It is none other than the Peach Blossom Sword Immortal. Chapter 158. You hate me, don't you? Hee hee. Lin Lang, this generous gift shows your sincerity, doesn't it? The little fox covered her mouth and chuckled softly, her eyes sparkling with charm. Recently, the little fox has captured the hearts of beauties for Lin Hao to enjoy. Upon seeing the Peach Blossom Blade Immortal, Lin Hao couldn't help but feel his blood boil. It's such a shame we can't enjoy it tonight. Well, good things come in pairs, so having you together is the greatest show of sincerity. As he spoke, Lin Hao reached out and grabbed at the little fox. Ning Moyan was startled and hurriedly retreated. She absolutely cannot do anything inappropriate with Lin Hao tonight. Otherwise, it would delay important matters, which would be extremely bad. However, Lin Hao made rapid progress and his cultivation level increased dramatically. His strength was far beyond what the little fox at the late stage of the third rank could match. With a flick of his wrist, a large hand of spiritual energy appeared and reached out to grab the little fox. In an instant, the little fox was firmly in Lin Hao's grasp, and no matter how hard it struggled, it could not break free. Let me go. Ning Moyan was filled with shame and indignation, and felt extremely anxious. Why are you resisting so violently? Lin Hao asked, puzzled. He didn't really want to do that with the little fox, but seeing the little fox's strong reaction, he couldn't help but wonder. The battle of prodigies is over, and I've helped you in first place. I have to go now. My uncle is waiting for me, so I can't indulge in your foolishness tonight. The little fox said. Really? Lin Hao asked. He didn't believe the little fox had no other purpose in coming here. He doesn't believe that he came here simply to kidnap a few beauties from the list of most beautiful women for his enjoyment, to help him get first place. If that's the case, he would feel incredibly guilty towards the little fox. Why would I lie to you about this? The little fox rolled its eyes dramatically. After struggling again, Lin Hao let go. We'll meet again if fate allows. Let's make a date next time, the little fox said. You have other tasks? Planning to leave? Lin Hao frowned and asked. No comment. The little fox didn't linger. It darted out the window and left the room. The night is long, so enjoy it. The graceful figure had already disappeared into the night, and just then the little fox's voice came through the room, which was filled with a faint fragrance. I hope you can turn misfortune into good fortune and escape this calamity. If we meet again in the future, I'm afraid we'll have to face each other to the death. Looking at the vast darkness of the night, Lin Hao felt a mix of emotions. Shaking his head, Lin Hao cleared his mind and went to the bedside. Although we can't really get serious tonight, is it alright to see the Peach Blossom Sword Immortal's true face? He clearly had a chance to see the Peach Blossom Sword Immortal's face during the last demon hunting competition, but he was careless and missed the opportunity. This regret can finally be made up for now. Thinking this, Lin Hao reached out and removed the veil covering Peach Blossom Sword Immortal's face. A pretty face appeared before Lin Hao. Her eyebrows resembled silkworms, her nose was delicate and her mouth was exquisite, and her eyelashes were long and curved. She was truly beautiful. Then look at those long, slender legs, Gaofeng. He truly lives up to his fearsome reputation. Even those on the list of beauties are not necessarily able to outshine the Peach Blossom Blade Immortal. What an absolutely stunning beauty. Lin Hao was stunned. Completely unaware, a tiny, emerald green light landed on him, quickly merging with his skin and invading Lin Hao's body. The next instant, Lin Hao's eyes glazed over, and his hands and feet became uncontrollable. Sizzle. Lin Hao roughly tore off the clothes on Peach Blossom Sword Immortal's body. Sect was located in Tiansha City. Report. Elder. Senior Sister Peach Blossom Blade Immortal went to Tangyuan Restaurant to meet Lin Hao. It's been almost 2 hours and she hasn't returned yet. I'm worried that she might be in danger. What? The leader of the Blazing Sun sect was an impatient person with a lack of sensitivity. In his rage, he failed to notice that his disciple's expression was abnormal, as if he had been bewitched and manipulated by something. Bang! With a bang, the teacup in the hands of the leader of the Blazing Sun sect turned into dust. Of all people to go looking for, you had to pick on that little thief from the Xianin sect. Go and bring the holy maiden back to me. The leader of the Liang sect was furious, his Taoist robe fluttering wildly. He was already furious when Peach Blossom Sword Immortal and Lin Hao were exchanging glances during the Heavenly Pride battle, and now the two of them are even having a secret rendezvous. Princess, the people from the Blazing Sun sect have arrived. Let's proceed according to plan. The corridor where Lin Hao's room is located. The little fox and Ling Feng, the #1 warrior of the demon race, were outside. Ling Feng spoke to the little fox, who was somewhat hesitant. What's there to cherish about a mere human boy? When you become the next demon emperor, won't you be able to choose any of the most talented men in my demon race? Ling Feng, the demon king's top general, didn't quite understand Ning Moyan's behavior, feeling that she was too deeply in love. He tried to persuade Ning Moyan, but she was still hesitant. Ling Feng made his move immediately. He made hand seals and cast a spell. Seeing that Ling Feng acted without her command, the little fox sighed but did not stop him. After planning for so long, it's impossible for it to all fall apart at the last minute. Inside the room, Peach Blossom's Sword Immortal's body suddenly stiffened, and then his eyes opened. Her pupils were as black as ink, and her eyes had lost their former liveliness. Lin Hao, too, had lifeless eyes and was completely out of control. You beast, die. The cold voice carried a hint of murderous intent. A powerful force struck, and Lin Hao was suddenly thrown into the air, crashing heavily onto the floor. Bang! Smoke and dust filled the air, and several floor tiles were still smashed. Kill! 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 With her long hair flying wildly, the Peach Blossom Blade Immortal stared intently at Lin Hao. At this moment, she had only one thought: to kill the person in front of her. Kill! Lin Hao shared the same thought. Just a few breaths ago, the two were fellow Taoists who could communicate frankly, but in an instant, they became mortal enemies. The show is about to begin. I want to see how these righteous human sects will respond. Seeing Lin Hao and the Peach Blossom Blade Immortal locked in a life-or-death struggle, Ling Feng was extremely pleased, feeling a sense of satisfaction at his successful conspiracy. Princess, it's time to go, Ling Feng urged. Lin Hao, I'm sorry. Humans and transvestites are different, so just hate me. The little fox said sadly, and disappeared with Ling Feng. As Ling Feng left, he casually removed the numerous restrictions he had set up. This incident immediately brought news of their fight to the outside world. People from the Blazing Sun sect? What are they doing here? What utter nonsense. Heavenly Sword sect, Myriad Flower Valley, and Profoundine sect were closely monitoring and waiting for the nascent Soul Realm expert of the demon race to show his whereabouts when they suddenly discovered that the people of Blazing Sun sect rushed over in a flurry, seemingly heading towards the restaurant where Lin Hao was. What are you doing? You've ruined our demon hunting plan. Can you take responsibility for that? The Xianyin sect and the Liang sect already had a grudge against each other, so Murong Qinxue would not let the people of the Liang sect ruin their plans, and she immediately appeared to stop them. Get out of my way. The leader of the Liang sect was furious. He raised an eyebrow and was about to attack Murong Qinxue. Wait a minute. Something seems off. The Heavenly Sword sect flashed over and separated the two. At this moment, the group also sensed the fluctuations in spiritual energy. A fight has broken out inside. Murong Qinxue frowned, worried about Lin Hao's safety, and hurriedly ran towards the restaurant. The elders of Wanhua Valley, Tianjin sect, and Liang sect also followed closely in Murong Qinxue's footsteps. A high-pitched scream rang out, and everyone's hearts tightened. Bang! The next instant, the door shattered, and everyone was petrified. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Lin Hao drew his sword and pierced the heart of the Peach Blossom Sword Immortal. Chapter 159 Standoff. You little beast. You're asking for it. While everyone was stunned, the leader of the Blazing Sun sect was the first to realize what was happening. He was consumed by rage, his hair bristling, and with a slap of his hand, a surge of immense spiritual power erupted. He actually unleashed a Taoist technique, attacking Lin Hao. Don't want. Murong Qinxue's face paled, and she leaped forward to block Lin Hao's path. With a flick of her wrist, water vapor filled the air and condensed into ice. Bang! An invisible giant hand collided violently with the ice layer and vanished without a trace. Lin Hao is now the pride of the Xianyin sect, renowned far and wide, with a promising future. Murong Qinxue certainly wouldn't allow Lin Hao to make any mistakes. This obstruction made the Xianyin sect members realize what was happening. Lu Mei and the other elders and disciples also strode in, forming a triangular formation to subtly protect Lin Hao. Lin Hao actually fainted after stabbing Peach Blossom Blade Immortal with his sword. What? Does your Xianyin sect want to fight my Liang sect to the death? The leader of the Liang sect strode forward, leading his men to confront Murong Qinxue and her group. Nothing in this world is more about reason. Lin Hao, this demonic being, must pay with his life. An elder from the Liang sect angrily rebuked him. Peach Blossom Blade Immortal was an invaluable genius to the Blazing Sun sect. The loss of such a talent was a tremendous blow to the sect, one that they could hardly bear. Fellow Taoists, please don't let this damage our harmony. It seems that a powerful demon cultivator has appeared here. As the Liang sect and Xianin sect faced off, their tensions rising, the leader of the 100 Flowers Valley frowned, sensing a faint, almost imperceptible, demonic aura. Indeed, this must be a conspiracy by the demon race. The Heavenly Sword sect also chimed in. The leader of the Liang sect and the elders were also flustered just now. After a little investigation, they also sensed the faint demonic aura. The same applies to the powerful figures of the Xianin sect. Let's go and investigate, lest that old demon escape, said the leader of 100 Flowers Valley. That's exactly right, let's go. At a command, the people from 100 Flowers Valley and Heavenly Sword sect departed to pursue and search for the demon cultivators in Heavenly Slaughter City. Lu Mei save him. After a brief moment of panic, Murong Qinxue calmed down and began to make the next arrangements. Although they were in a standoff with the people of the Liang sect, the people of the Xianin sect knew they were in the wrong. Therefore, Lu Mei checked Lin Hao and, seeing that he was unharmed, quickly went to check on the condition of the Peach Blossom Blade Immortal. There's still hope. Soon, Lu Mei was overjoyed and shouted to the crowd. Lu Mei took out a healing elixir from her sleeve and put it into the mouth of the Peach Blossom Sword Immortal. Then she took out a piece of clothing and covered the disheveled Peach Blossom Sword Immortal with it. A weasel offering New Year's greetings to a chicken? Do you think your Xianin sect is that kind? Could it be poison? Your Xianin sect wants to destroy the peerless genius of our Liang sect. Our sect's holy maiden was slaughtered by that petty thief Lin Hao. How can our Blazing Sun sect tolerate such humiliation? The Xianin sect must give an explanation. Lin Hao, that scoundrel, must die. While Lu Mei was trying to save him, some disciples and elders of the Liang sect began to shout angrily, especially furious when they saw that Peach Blossom Blade Immortal's clothes were disheveled, clearly having been defiled by that scoundrel Lin Hao. This incident was truly unexpected. Now that things have come to this, we should do everything we can to save lives. Gentlemen, you wouldn't want the reputation of the Peach Blossom Blade Immortal to be damaged, would you? If we save lives, but then people with ulterior motives point fingers and gossip. Murong Qinxue frowned slightly, and, before the situation got out of control, sent a telepathic message to the leader and elders of the Liang sect. You few stay here. The rest of you, leave and keep watch around the area. Do not discuss what happened today. If I find out, you will be severely punished. After weighing the pros and cons several times, the leader of the Liang sect finally dismissed everyone, leaving only a few highly skilled and influential elders behind. You may all leave now. Murong Qinxue also dismissed the Xianin sect members, leaving only her and Lu Mei behind. After the bystanders stepped back, the leader of the Blazing Sun sect immediately stepped forward and, as expected, discovered that the Peach Blossom Blade Immortal was not quite dead yet. After taking the pills given to him by Lu Mei, his vital signs stabilized, and his vitality gradually increased. Even so, the leader of the Blazing Sun sect still dared not relax. He took out a few more pills and gave them to Peach Blossom Blade Immortal. At the same time, he cast a spell to protect Peach Blossom Blade Immortal's heart meridian. Looking at the miserable state of the Peach Blossom Sword Immortal, the leader of the Blazing Sun sect was filled with rage. Ugh, my head hurts so much. Just then, Lin Hao woke up, his face pale, his spirits low, and his head throbbing with pain. Lin Hao, tell me what happened. How did you and the Peach Blossom Sword Immortal end up fighting to the death? Seeing that Lin Hao had woken up, Murong Qinxue quickly asked him what was wrong. The elders of the Liang sect were also staring intently at Lin Hao, wishing they could tear him apart alive. Lin Hao pondered carefully, but his mind was blank. He only remembered unveiling the Peach Blossom Sword Immortal's veil and what happened before that, but he couldn't remember anything after that. But he couldn't tell all of these things. Little Fox, Yi Zhaoqiu, Ting Yan, Ting Yu. Can these people and these events be told to others? If these people and events become known, it will arouse public outrage, and the major sects will likely join forces to put pressure on the Xianin sect. I'm afraid the Xianin sect won't be able to withstand the pressure from the major sects. I can't remember. Lin Hao only said this one sentence, mumbled indistinctly. Kid, you think you can just pretend to have amnesia and not say anything? The leader of the Liang sect was furious. You think the mere Xianin sect can protect you after you killed the holy maiden of my Blazing Sun sect? You're too naive. Fellow Taoist, the matter is very strange, and I'm afraid it's a conspiracy by the demon race. You and I are both from immortal sects, and we should be of one mind. Before the truth comes out, it's best not to get angry. Morong Qinxue didn't know what to say, so she could only offer words of comfort. Now, she can only place her hopes on the people of Wanhua Valley and Tianjin sect. If we could capture a few high-ranking members of the demon race and get to the bottom of this, that would be perfect. Just as I was thinking this, a fluctuation of spiritual energy came, and the leaders of the Heavenly Sword sect and the Myriad Flower Valley had returned. How is it going? Have you captured any demon cultivators? Morong Qinxue stepped forward and asked. Chapter 160 Surprise Attack. That old demon is extremely cunning. His aura is secretive and barely perceptible. We haven't captured even a single disciple of the demon race. The Heavenly Sword sect spoke, calmly stating this fact. This matter may be a conspiracy by the demon race, but the specifics cannot be verified yet. The leader of Wanhua Valley echoed this. The Heavenly Sword sect and the Valley of 10,000 Flowers were simply stating a fact, without any emotional bias or personal preference. If they favor the Xianyin sect or the Liang sect, it will inevitably provoke resentment from the other side. State the facts and remain neutral. This is the best and wisest choice. Fellow Taoists, you've worked hard. Morong Qinxue thanked the people from the Heavenly Sword sect and the Valley of 10,000 Flowers. Although they didn't capture the demon cultivators, they did put in some effort after all, so the proper etiquette should still be observed. It was just a small favor, nothing to mention. As the group was talking, an elder from the Liang sect suddenly launched an attack, striking Lin Hao like an eagle hunting a rabbit. The spiritual energy surged and transformed into a giant hand, reaching out to grab Lin Hao. Lin Hao was extremely weak at this moment. His spirit was low, and even circulating his spiritual energy was extremely difficult. Lin Hao was completely powerless against this giant hand. In an instant, Lin Hao felt a complete darkness before his eyes, and all his senses of touch, hearing, and smell disappeared. I felt as if I were in a desolate universe, lost and alone, with no way to go, only to be consumed by the endless erosion of time. Such powerful Taoist techniques. Elder Lu Mei is right in front of me, but I can't sense her presence. Lin Hao felt a chill run down his spine, sensing the terror emanating from his opponent. The elder of the Blazing Sun sect launched a surprise attack, seemingly determined to succeed. He had already noticed Lin Hao's weakness. With that skill alone, at such close range, I doubt anyone could stop him. He grabbed Lin Hao with one hand and reached for his waist with the other, untied a cloth bag, and prepared to put Lin Hao into the bag. Humph, as long as I have Lin Hao in my hands, let's see what you can do to me. You old thief! How dare you be so insolent? Break! Just as Lin Hao was about to be grabbed by the giant hand, Lu Mei's formidable strength and fighting instincts were on full display at this moment. A long spear was held in her hand. With the surge of spiritual energy, the spear resembled a dragon or a huge mountain range, fiercely stabbing towards the giant palm. Pop! With a soft sound, the giant hand crumbled inch by inch. The elder, who had been suddenly attacked, turned pale and retreated rapidly. However, Lu Mei's spear clung to her like a leech, relentlessly pursuing her. Its flashes of cold light seemed intent on devouring the enemy's spirit and energy. Lu Mei, you mustn't be so presumptuous. Just then, Morong Qinshua's shout came. The spear immediately steadied itself and stopped advancing. A fissure suddenly appeared between the eyebrows of the elder of the Blazing Sun sect, and bright red blood gushed out, turning his vision blood red. Lin Hao is the pride of my Xianyin sect. Anyone who dares to launch a sneak attack again will first have to ask the spear in my hand if it will allow it. Lu Mei's voice was clear and cold, and her long hair flowed freely. That was close. I almost died. The elder who had launched the surprise attack breathed a sigh of relief, his liver and gallbladder trembling with fear. At this moment, Lin Hao was pulled behind him by Lu Mei with one hand. He glanced up and saw Lu Mei's plump breasts right in front of him, less than 2 fingers width away. Looking down, he saw her fair legs, and its unique fragrance wafts through the air. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The elders of the Blazing Sun sect are indeed powerful. I was actually injured by their attacks. Lin Hao muttered to himself, and shamelessly wiped his nose, revealing his hand to be bright red with blood. Upon hearing this, Lu Mei looked at Lin Hao and felt that their posture was somewhat indecent. She then saw Lin Hao wiping his nosebleed. He immediately realized that he wasn't injured by the elders of the Blazing Sun sect at all, but rather by his own injury. That little lecher, he's got some nerve. He deserves to suffer. Seeing this, Lu Mei felt a surge of shame and anger and thought to herself. He then let go and threw Lin Hao to the ground behind him. Lin Hao sat down directly on the ground. See? Old habits die hard. Is your Xianyin sect going to protect such a little lecher? The elders of the Blazing Sun sect, with their sharp eyes, immediately saw through the intricacies of the situation. When pointed out by everyone, Lin Hao remained calm, but Lu Mei was filled with shame and indignation. That's right. Lin Hao is a jinx, a demon. Such scoundrels only bring harm to the immortal sects. They must be exterminated. The sneak attack failed, but the elders of the Blazing Sun sect remained undeterred in their determination to kill Lin Hao. Upon hearing these remarks, Murong Qinshue's face turned icy cold as she said, "Your Liang sect is overstepping its bounds. My Xianyin sect has its own rules and regulations to govern its disciples. Lin Hao's life or death is not up to your Liang sect to decide. Your Xianyin sect people are precious, while my Liang sect people are worthless. Peach Blossom Blade Immortal is the holy maiden of my Liang sect. How do you explain that, since Lin Hao first annihilated and then killed her? That little thief Lin Hao must die." The leader of the Liang sect could no longer contain himself. "Good. Hand over Lin Hao so we can take him back to the Blazing Sun sect and execute him according to the sect rules. Only in this way can we avoid damaging the harmony between our two families." An elder from the Liang sect was making a fuss. "Let's see who dares. You lot, think it over. Do you think you can take Lin Hao away?" Murong Qinshuo stepped forward, her aura exploding outwards. "To the death with the people of the Blazing Sun sect. Everyone, please don't act rashly. As immortal sects, we are of the same blood and lineage. Even if we have had our disagreements, we are not irreconcilable enemies, and there is no need for us to fight to the death. This matter is of great importance. We should each send a message back to our respective sects and see how our leaders decide to proceed." The two sides were on the verge of a fight, ready to come to blows at the slightest disagreement. At this moment, the leader of the Heavenly Sword sect stepped forward to appease both sides. The people of Wanhua Valley also advised them to value harmony. If it weren't for the sake of the two elders, I would have made sure you all died." The leader of the Liang sect assessed the situation and, realizing he wasn't confident in killing Murong Qinshuo and her group, decided to back down gracefully and retreat with a cold snort. "Thank you." Murong Qinshuo thanked the leaders of Wanhua Valley and Tianjin sect and then left with her group. The storm has temporarily subsided. People from both the Liang sect and the Xianyin sect are using secret techniques to contact their respective sections. No one knows how things will develop. Lu Mei took Lin Hao back to his room at the inn and instructed him to heal his injuries. "Aunt Lu, how is the Peach Blossom Sword Immortal?" Before Lu Mei left, Lin Hao couldn't help but ask about the Peach Blossom Sword Immortal situation. He felt very guilty towards the Peach Blossom Sword Immortal. Lu Mei glanced at Lin Hao in surprise and said, "He's hanging on by a thread, his life hanging by a thread." After saying that, he quickly left. He was still breathing, thank goodness. Lin Hao prayed silently, hoping that the Peach Blossom Blade Immortal would be alright. He then forcibly suppressed his chaotic thoughts and began to meditate to heal his injuries. Given the current special circumstances, the sooner the injuries are healed, the sooner we will be able to protect ourselves. Chapter 161 Retreat. Not long after she finished meditating to heal her injuries, Murong Qinshuo came to Lin Hao's room. "Tell me, what happened at that time?" Murong Qinshuo asked. She had already contacted the sect and reported the situation here. She told Lu Mei to wait, and that she would be informed as soon as the sect replied. Lin Hao opened his eyes, still feeling dizzy. After thinking for a moment, Lin Hao said, "Really, I don't remember. I only remember entering the inn room, seeing the little fox, and the Peach Blossom Sword Immortal lying on the bed. After that, the little fox left, I went to unveil the Peach Blossom Sword Immortal's veil, and then I don't remember anything else. My head still hurts." Murong Qinshuo frowned in thought, then sighed and said, "Your condition is likely due to being controlled by the demon race's spirit control technique. I was careless and fell into the demon race's trap. The demon race clearly wants to divide the human race. Knowing that we have a deep grudge with the Liang sect, they want to sow discord and make our two sects fight each other. Such an obvious scheme. Surely the Blazing Sun sect can see through it?" Lin Hao said, frowning. "So what if they can see it? It's a fact that you killed their holy maiden. They will definitely demand that you be handed over to save face. Moreover, the patriarch of the Blazing Sun sect has broken through and is now very powerful, and he wants to establish his authority." Upon hearing this, Lin Hao was startled and realized the seriousness of the matter. The demon race is eyeing him covetously. In order to unite the human race and quell the anger of the powerful Liang sect, the sect might really abandon him, a mere pawn. Just as Lin Hao was lost in thought, Murong Qinxue said, "This time it was my carelessness that allowed the demon race's scheme to succeed. You were acting under my orders, so ultimately, the responsibility lies with me. So don't worry, this time I will work with your master to protect you." Murong Qinxue and the others spent a sleepless night waiting for a reply from the sect, but received nothing. The sect leader has ordered, capture Lin Hao at all costs, and bring him back to the sect for trial. In addition, the sect leader has already dispatched a group of experts to assist. The people of the Liang sect, however, had received the sect leader's instructions well in advance. To avoid alerting the enemy, the Liang sect did not immediately arrest the person, but instead made arrangements in secret. "Lord Murong, our disciples have discovered that the Blazing Sun sect is active, seemingly lying in ambush on our way back to the Profoundine sect. They may be cutting off our escape route. What should we do?" Upon receiving the latest news, Lu Mei immediately came to discuss it with Murong Qinxue. "Retreat. We can't wait any longer. Everyone retreat." After some thought, Murong Qinxue issued the order. "Lu Mei, you must bring Lin Hao back to the sect safely. Don't worry. As long as I have a breath left, Lin Hao will definitely be safe and sound." The situation was critical, and no news came from the Xianyin sect, so Murong Qinxue had no choice but to lead everyone to retreat. With so many people around, and to avoid being wiped out by the Liang sect, Murong Qinxue decided to split up and act separately. She divided the group into several teams. Ning Qingxue and Lu Buping were escorted by the elders who were originally stationed here to confront the Liang sect. Lin Hao was escorted by Lu Mei. They dispersed out of the city and regrouped at a location hundreds of miles away from Tiansha City. She, on the other hand, was to stay behind to cover the rear and keep an eye on the leader of the Liang sect, who was the biggest threat. "Take this with you. If the sect leader sends a message, we can communicate with each other immediately." Murong Qinxue placed a jade talisman into Lu Mei's hand. The group wished each other well, and then parted ways. Lin Hao and Lu Mei disguised themselves and wandered around Tiansha City, blending into the crowd and leaving the city with a group of strangers. Sure enough, they had tails behind them. However, those who were following them were not particularly powerful and were easily shaken off. Lin Hao was already at the mid-stage of core formation, and Lu Mei was even more of a half-step nascent soul cultivator. They were both formidable experts even among the 5 major immortal sects. They moved swiftly, and in a short time, they had already traveled more than 100 miles away from Tiansha City. However, in this critical moment, one cannot expend all spiritual energy to travel. They also needed to conserve their strength to deal with any potential conflict, so they slowed down. "How is your injury healing?" Lu Mei asked. "I've recovered about 70 to 80% of my strength. As long as it's not an old guy in the late core formation stage, I can put up a fight," Lin Hao said with a smile. Lu Mei nodded, knowing that Lin Hao's words were true. The purple pill that Lin Hao condensed was 1 in 10,000. Far more powerful than those of other core formation cultivators. Even with injuries, he is still a force that ordinary core formation cultivators cannot match. "Let's go." After a short rest, the two set off again. After traveling only 10 miles or so, they sensed a powerful fluctuation of spiritual energy coming from their side and rear. "You little thief from the Xianyin sect? Where do you think you're going?" The person behind him let out a long howl, rushing towards him at lightning speed, like a shooting star chasing the moon. The newcomer was a master. He actually sensed from the Taoist techniques they used while traveling that they were from the Xianyin sect. This must have been an ambush laid in advance by the Liang sect. Lin Hao and Lu Mei exchanged a glance, both seeing shock in each other's eyes. "You go first. I'll stop him." Lu Mei acted decisively, brandishing her spear and charging towards the enemy behind her. Lin Hao was not one to hesitate. With a surge of spiritual energy, he accelerated his escape. "You little thief from the Xianyin sect, do you think you can escape?" Hadn't flown far on his sword when 3 figures suddenly appeared in the forest ahead, rapidly ascending into the air and blocking his path. Lin Hao's heart sank to the bottom. "Show your true colors. Hiding your head and tail, what kind of hero are you? Our purpose in coming here is only to capture that little lecher Lin Hao. We will not make things difficult for anyone else. As long as you show your true face and prove your identity, we can let you go." The 3 men in front of him shouted and approached Lin Hao with mocking expressions. The 3 of them, one at the early stage of core formation, and two at the great perfection of foundation establishment, were completely unable to detect Lin Hao's true identity. As the three approached, Lin Hao's eyes darted around, and his appearance began to slowly change. Fellow Taoists, I am not Lin Hao. Lin Hao removed his disguise while secretly gathering his strength. Seeing that the three were close enough, Lin Hao suddenly launched an attack, pointing his finger as a sword. Blazing sun and raging flames. War raged across the land. The ravages of time. Without holding back, Lin Hao unleashed his strongest killing move. It took 3 steps in a row, its sword moves changing as it unleashed the Fire Lotus Sword technique. The Fire Phoenix spreads across the plains was a technique he used on someone in the early stages of core formation. In an instant, flames soared into the sky, spreading in all directions, and the phantom of the phoenix rose and fell with the blazing flames. It was as if the sun had fallen, turning the world a fiery red. Don't want. 2 piercing screams sent chills down one's spine. Under Lin Hao's icy gaze, the 2 Liang sect cultivators turned to ashes in an instant. Their physical bodies, along with their magical artifacts, all vanished. Fire Lotus Sword Technique. The ultimate move of Feng Songyue, the venerable master of the Great Bamboo Peak of the Xianin sect. You are. Of the 3, the early-stage core formation cultivator was dead, but the remaining foundation establishment cultivator at the Great Perfection stage was still alive. He seemed to possess a secret treasure. As his body burst into flames, a sudden burst of ice and water vapor provided some protection, preventing him from being immediately killed. In that instant, he realized that this person was Lin Hao. Chapter 162 Bloodbath. Die. A flash of purple lightning shot out from the sword box on his back. Crackling sounds. Accompanied by streaks of lightning, the purple lightning sword, urged on by Lin Hao, slashed fiercely toward the enemy's head. Lin Hao is here, Grandpa, save him. Faced with imminent disaster, the disciples of the Liang sect immediately sent out a distress signal. However, his voice abruptly stopped. A head flew off, and bright red blood gushed high into the air like a pillar. Lin Hao dared not linger and continued flying away. Oh no, my grandson has been beheaded by Lin Hao. Lu Mei was engaged in a fierce battle with the people of the Liang sect when suddenly, an elder of the Liang sect changed his expression drastically. You two hold Lu Mei back, we're going to catch that little thief Lin Hao. The people of the Liang sect acted decisively and quickly made adjustments. Want to leave? Do you think it's that easy? Lu Mei roared and pierced a Xianin sect elder in the mid-stage of core formation with her spear, then swept her spear across the crowd. They fought and retreated, eventually reuniting with Lin Hao. As she ran, Lu Mei sensed that the number of people from the Liang sect chasing after her was increasing. This put her in a dilemma. She wanted to use herself as bait to lure the people of the Blazing Sun sect away from Lin Hao. But she was also worried that Lin Hao might encounter a powerful enemy and be unable to protect himself. Just as she was feeling anxious and uncertain, a small black appeared in front of her. Aunt Lu, let's go. Lin Hao secretly transmitted his voice. Alas, now, it's impossible to lure the enemy away. Lu Mei sighed and had no choice but to go with Lin Hao. Your identity has been exposed. Now, we have no choice but to fight to the death. Approaching Lin Hao's side, Lu Mei said in a deep voice. The two fled, fighting and retreating along the way, their speed gradually slowing down. The other side seemed to know they couldn't defeat Lu Mei, so they didn't fight her to the death. Instead, they clung to them like a mangy dog, waiting for reinforcements. Good and evil will eventually be rewarded. Lin Hao, you little thief, your death is near. Just as they were engaged in fierce fighting with the people of the Blazing Sun sect, a large group of people hurriedly approached from afar. The leader exuded an imposing aura and possessed extremely high cultivation. It's actually a half-step nascent soul realm expert. This is troublesome. Lu Mei's face turned very ugly. The foundation establishment and core formation cultivators of the Blazing Sun sect had already slowed their pace, and now a half-step nascent soul expert was arriving. This time, it seemed the odds were against them. Whoosh whoosh. Soon, the group caught up and surrounded the two of them. The two were surrounded. Lu Mei, we're only here to capture Lin Hao. If you know what's good for you, leave quickly. Hesitation could cost you your life. An old man with gray hair, wearing a blue Taoist robe, and a thin figure gave a stern warning. This person is incredibly powerful. Perhaps only those nascent soul realm cultivators could defeat him. Lin Hao secretly observed the old Taoist priest, pondering to himself. Many powerful figures from the immortal sects and the demon race, and his judgment was extremely sharp. Lu Jinfeng, Lin Hao is a disciple of my Xianyin sect. Aren't you people from the Liang sect going too far and pressuring him like this? Lu Mei had been cultivating Taoism for many years and knew this old man, so she was very wary of him. This Lu Jinfeng is a renowned expert of the Liang sect. 100 years ago, he was already a half-step nascent soul cultivator. It is said that he lacked some luck and opportunity, so he failed to achieve the nascent soul stage. Over the course of a century, Lu Jinfeng accumulated an immense amount of wealth and power, but Lu Mei had no idea how much he had actually amassed, though it must have been terrifying. She was terrified when such an old man came here. Too much. What that little lecher did to Peach Blossom Blade Immortal was truly too much, wasn't it? Enough nonsense. Either leave or die. I'll give you 3 breaths to consider. Lu Jinfeng, relying on his longer cultivation time and greater strength than Lu Mei, did not take her seriously. I'll take care of Lu Jinfeng and those 2 late-stage core formation cultivators who were chasing us before. You handle the rest. Having reached this point, Lu Mei knew there was no turning back. She secretly sent a telepathic message to Lin Hao, then brandished her spear and charged out on her own. Ungrateful wretch. Killed him. Lu Jinfeng had anticipated that Lu Mei would not give in easily, but he did not expect her to be so resolute and decisive. They actually took the initiative and attacked first. With a sweeping motion of her spear, Lu Jinfeng and 2 late-stage core formation cultivators were held back by Lu Mei. Furthermore, 3 or 5 mid-stage core formation cultivators were injured by Lu Mei and coughed up blood. Kill. When he was at his wit's end, Lin Hao also unleashed astonishing fighting power. With a single punch, immense spiritual power transformed into fireworks, striking a cultivator in the early stages of core formation. Give me a good beating. Before the cultivator could react, Lin Hao's angry shout caused his body to explode. The mutilated limbs and flesh scattered in all directions were chilling. This was Lin Hao using the Starburst technique. Lin Hao was a mid-stage core formation cultivator, but he formed a purple core, which was of exceptionally high quality. The other person, however, only had a green core and was at the early stage of core formation. Even if Lin Hao only recovered 70% or 80% of his combat strength, it would still be enough to deal a fatal blow to the enemy. You little lecher. How dare you? Kill him. You scoundrel. Lin Hao, prepare to die. Lin Hao suddenly attacked and forcefully killed a cultivator in the early stage of core formation, which shocked the people of the Blazing Sun sect in an instant. In less than 2 breaths, the people from the Blazing Sun sect realized what was happening. Fueled by both old and new grudges, and with their anger reaching its peak, the disciples of the Blazing Sun sect charged forward fearlessly, utterly unafraid of death. Xiang Xiaoyuan, follow me into battle and fight your way out. Buzz buzz buzz. The sword case trembled slightly, and the Crimson Spirit Sword and Purple Lightning Sword, urged on by Lin Hao, flew up and down, slaying their enemies. Lin Hao gripped the Fire Spirit Sword tightly in his right hand and the Phoenix Cry Sword in the other, striding forward as he began to unleash the Fire Lotus Sword technique. Streaks of crimson flames stretched across the heavens and earth, while fire phoenixes cried out and danced in the air. This entire world had become a realm constructed of flames. Spiritual energy surged, magical treasures danced in the air, and screams rose and fell. The cultivators below the golden core realm of the Blazing Sun sect were like clay chickens and earthenware dogs, unable to withstand Lin Hao's ultimate killing move, and died one after another. Even cultivators at the golden core stage could only struggle to hold on. Lin Hao, too, was under immense pressure. A flying sword swung at a tricky angle, slashing towards him and nearly striking his head. Just as Lin Hao rolled away to dodge, a large seal suddenly slammed into his back, causing him to cough up blood. The Liang sect attacked the outnumbered, and even if Lin Hao had 3 heads and 6 arms, it would be difficult for him to escape. Kill. His internal organs felt like they were being churned, and Lin Hao was covered in blood. At this moment, all that remained in his mind was boundless killing intent. Inadvertently, his gaze fell upon Lu Mei. But then Lu Mei flew away like a kite with a broken string. Blood splattered, tracing an arc as it fell from the sky to the earth. Chapter 163. Heaven and Earth Live Together. Aunt Lu. Lin Hao was startled and shouted. Just then, Lu Mei steadied herself, gripped her spear, and charged at Lu Jinfeng and the others once more. The battle was exceptionally fierce. Quick, we have to speed things up. We must capture that little devil Lin Hao, bring him back to the sect, and execute him according to the sect rules. Indeed, Only by reducing their bones to ashes can I quell the hatred in my heart. While Lin Hao, Lu Mei, and the people of the Liang sect were engaged in fierce battle, a large number of the Liang sect's troops were heading towards Tiansha City. These are reinforcements sent by the sect leader of the Liang sect. Elderly, Lin Hao is just a petty lecher. Is it really necessary to make such a fuss? A young man asked a question. What do you know? The sect leader has received definite information that little lecher Lin Hao harbors a great secret. If we don't nip him in the bud, he'll become a major threat to our Blazing Sun sect once he grows up. Indeed, that little lecher has grown too fast. The tallest tree in the forest is bound to be felled by the wind. I, Zhou, love to see geniuses die young. The people from the Blazing Sun sect are almost here, but Lin Hao and Lu Mei are unaware of it. From dawn till dusk, Lin Hao had long since exhausted all the pills he used to replenish his spiritual energy, as well as all the protective magic treasures he had acquired. At this moment, only the Fire Spirit Sword, Crimson Spirit Sword, Phoenix Cry Sword, Purple Lightning Sword, and the sword box on the back remain. You little lecher, die. A golden mirror shone a beam of light, which shone towards Lin Hao. Lin Hao quickly activated the Crimson Spirit Sword to defend himself. Click. The Crimson Spirit Sword, which already had many nicks and chips, was reduced to fragments. Uft. Lin Hao's arm was grazed by the light, and it immediately became a bloody mess. His body flew backward toward Lu Mei. Lu Mei's ponytail was long gone. Her hair was now disheveled, mixed with blood, and stuck to her body. Seeing Lin Hao being beaten and sent flying backward, her eyes widened in fury. I'll fight you to the death. Lu Mei swallowed a large number of elixirs, and her already meager spiritual power began to replenish itself. One by one, magical artifacts were unleashed by Lu Mei. Magic weapons possess spirits. The sea of blood is boundless. Slay both immortals and demons. Live as long as heaven and earth. Lu Mei began to unleash her secret technique, stepping and treading the steps of the Big Dipper. Die. Give me your life. Both sides were enraged, and Lu Jinfeng and his men fought with all their might, charging towards Lu Mei without regard for anything else. Boom, boom, boom. As soon as more than a dozen experts approached, they each displayed their skills. Just then, a deafening explosion shook the heavens and the earth. The light was dazzling, and the blood-red clouds seemed to pierce through the sky and earth. Aunt Lu. No. A chilling power rippled outwards, and Lin Hao's eyes widened in horror. For some reason, he felt that Lu Mei was going to leave him. Lin Hao, lacking in basic knowledge, was unaware of the spell Lu Mei was using. A nascent soul cultivator would likely perish from that terrifying power. Oh, no, I don't want to die. Screams echoed throughout the room. Even from a great distance, many cultivators of the Blazing Sun sect perished in an instant. Although Lin Hao was in the mid-stage of the core formation realm, he could only retreat. Rumble. The explosions continued unabated, and even from a distance, Lin Hao could vaguely see several figures flickering within the blood-red cloud. Is it just my imagination? Lin Hao muttered to himself. Lu Mei, you are so cruel. A few breaths later, a voice filled with boundless hatred rang out. Immediately afterwards, a figure fell from the sky, still holding a long spear in his hand. Aunt Lu. Tears welled up in Lin Hao's eyes. Whoosh. With a flash, Lin Hao rushed over and hugged the beautiful woman tightly in his arms. Run. Lu Mei smiled, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, her Taoist robe long since torn to shreds. After saying only 2 words, Lu Mei closed her eyes. This earth-shattering and mysterious technique caused heavy casualties among the Liang sect members, with most of them losing their lives. Most importantly, their top combat power was wiped out by Lu Mei in a single move. Lin Hao carried Lu Mei and charged out. The surviving members of the Liang sect tried to stop him, but after Lin Hao forcefully killed 3 of them, they finally scattered like birds and beasts. Lin Hao's own spiritual power was also running low, and escaping was the priority, so he dared not slaughter all the people of the Blazing Sun sect. The 2 fled at top speed, disappearing in a flash. How so? Elder Lu Jinfeng was a powerful cultivator who had the potential to become a nascent soul realm expert. How could he have died here? Could it be that a nascent soul realm expert from the Xianin sect has come to provide support? 2 hours later, a group of disciples from the Blazing Sun sect arrived at the place. The horrific scene was chilling. They searched carefully but found only some fragments of magical artifacts. There was no living person among them. Send a signal to summon the disciples and elders in the vicinity. Ask them what happened. The leader, a a nascent soul realm cultivator, roared angrily. Whoosh whoosh. In no time at all, dozens of figures had arrived. Several of them survived the battle fought here. What happened here? Can anyone tell me? Elder, Lin Hao and Lu Mei were here. Several monks stepped forward. You say one thing, I say another. Soon, these people learned the truth. Ruthless. This Lu Mei is truly ruthless. She actually used a killing move like living together with heaven and earth. The leading nascent soul realm cultivator, combining everyone's descriptions with their own investigations and analyses, finally reached a conclusion. Long lived as heaven and earth. This is a forbidden technique of the Xianyin sect. It is said that such a spell will damage a cultivator's essence. Once the essence is damaged, there is no possibility of further improvement in cultivation. On the contrary, there is a high probability that the cultivation level will drop. Lu Mei is a rare talent in the Xianyin sect. Would she really make such a great sacrifice for a mere lecher? The crowd started talking all at once. However, everyone found it unbelievable and could not understand Lu Mei's actions. It's just a pity about Elder Lu Jinfeng. If he had the opportunity, he could have broken through to the nascent soul realm, but he died at the hands of that bitch Lu Mei. One of the elders said regretfully and fiercely, "The blood of my blazing sun sect disciples cannot be shed in vain. Immediately search for Lin Hao and Lu Mei, and we must not allow them to return to the profound Yin sect." The nascent soul realm cultivator made the final decision. At his command, hundreds of people fled in all directions, mostly in groups of 5 or 6. Aunt Lu, wake up. Don't scare me. The mountains rise one after another, covered with lush greenery and ancient trees reaching for the sky. After kicking a bear away, Lin Hao took over its den. Lin Hao took out the Saint Yuan pill from his body and stuffed it into Lu Mei's mouth. He then fetched some water and made her drink it. However, a long time passed, and Lu Mei still did not wake up. Lin Hao carefully examined her and found that Lu Mei's vitality was weakening and the fluctuations of her spiritual energy were getting weaker and weaker. These are symptoms that indicate impending death and the loss of one's spiritual essence. Lin Hao was like an ant on a hot pan, anxiously pacing around, but at a loss for what to do. Cough, cough. You brat. You're trying to choke me to death. A short while, Lu Mei suddenly coughed a few times. Aunt Lu, Lin Hao was overjoyed and quickly helped Lu Mei sit up. How long have I been asleep? Has no one come after me? It's been 2 days. I've been concealing our presence the whole way, and the enemy hasn't noticed us yet. Lin Hao smiled, with a sense of joy at surviving a disaster. That old bastard Lu Jinfeng's cultivation was indeed profound. Unfortunately, he was ultimately outmatched and was killed by my own hands. Aren't I amazing? Lu Mei tilted her head and looked at Lin Hao, a hint of smugness in her eyes. What time is it? Why are you still talking about this? Aunt Lu, how is your injury? Lin Hao pursed his lips, somewhat speechless. My very essence has been damaged, and even the holy essence pill cannot heal my injuries. Lu Mei sighed. Aunt Lu, it's all my fault for dragging you down. Even if I have to search high and low and spend my whole life trying, I will find a way to save you and help you recover. Upon hearing that even the holy essence pill couldn't heal her injuries, Lin Hao felt extremely guilty. Heh, I never would have guessed you little lecher, had a conscience. But to heal my wounds, you don't need to go to heaven and earth. I just need you. What do you need me to do? Aunt Lu, just tell me. I'll go through fire and water without batting an eye. Lin Hao was overjoyed and, before Lu Mei could finish speaking, began to express his determination. Dual cultivation. With her lips slightly parted, Lu Mei uttered these 2 words. Chapter 164. Another breakthrough. What? Lin Hao's body trembled, almost thinking he had misheard. Looking closely at Lu Mei, I noticed that she had lowered her head. Her long, black hair fell down, obscuring her face. Her face was faintly flushed. Lin Hao pinched his thigh. Is this for real? Am I dreaming? In the previous battle, I used the technique of living as long as heaven and earth, which killed a powerful enemy, but my essence was damaged, and even the Saint Essence pill could not heal my injuries. But you can. You have a pure yang body, and your constitution can heal my damaged essence, Lu Mei said. How do you know I have a pure yang constitution? Lin Hao was quite surprised. He only found out when he went to the Qingyun sect for the test. Ning Qingxue was with him. She knew that too. Could it be that she told Lu Mei? Otherwise, could it be that the higher-ups of the sect already know about his physique? Let's talk about these things when we get back to the sect, Lu Mei said. Alright, healing your wounds is the priority. I'll begin healing you now. Lin Hao treated Lu Mei's injuries with all his might, showing no signs of fatigue. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The two of them had just rested. Lu Mei glanced at Lin Hao, who was practicing his internal energy cultivation, and there was a hint of fear in her eyes, but she had a smile on her face. What a brute. Just as they were muttering to themselves, suddenly, the spiritual energy fluctuations in the cave became extremely chaotic. One after another, spiritual energy vortexes were drawn into Lin Hao's body. At the same time, all the spiritual energy in the world was gathered here, making the spiritual energy in the cave dozens of times more concentrated. Is he about to break through again? Lu Mei was shocked. The immortal sect's battle of prodigies had only been over for a few days, and Lin Hao was already showing signs of another breakthrough. This pure yang body is indeed terrifying, far beyond what is described in the sect's records. With the pure yang body and the aid of cultivation techniques, Lin Hao is making rapid progress by leaps and bounds. Lu Mei secretly clicked her tongue in amazement. Then she was secretly delighted and thought to herself, thanks to Lin Hao's help, not only have my injuries improved, but my source energy has also been greatly enhanced. Once my injuries are fully recovered, I'm afraid I can prepare to break through to the nascent soul realm. After this training, Lin Hao's realm improved once again, and his strength increased greatly, which was already obvious. Lu Mei also benefited greatly. The damage to her essence was completely repaired, and she was even enhanced considerably. Lu Mei didn't disturb Lin Hao, and silently stood guard from the side. Looking at the spear beside her, she felt a pang of heartache. In order to annihilate a powerful enemy, she used the forbidden secret technique of living as long as heaven and earth. This technique not only depletes her own essence, but also requires many magical treasures to be annihilated in an instant in order to unleash its strongest power. Lu Mei had cultivated for many years and naturally accumulated a lot of treasures, but all her savings were consumed in an instant. Even her spear was covered in cracks and needed repair. I don't know how much time, money, and effort it will take to fully repair this spear. All my possessions are gone just like that. Thinking of this, Lu Mei felt her heart turn ice cold, chilling her from head to toe. She took out another jade talisman, which Murong Qinxue had given her to transmit messages, but she couldn't bear to destroy it. Now that it's been taken out and examined closely, no information has been received. For no apparent reason, Lu Mei started to worry about Murong Qinxue and the others again. Why is the spiritual energy here so chaotic? Dozens of miles away, 5 or 6 disciples of the Blazing Sun sect were flying on their swords, searching for the whereabouts of Lin Hao and Lu Mei. Suddenly, they sensed that the spiritual energy was somewhat disordered, as if it was converging in a certain place. Let's investigate. Someone spoke up. The group nodded in agreement, sensing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and began to investigate. Soon, they arrived near the cave where Lin Hao was. It seems someone is cultivating here. The commotion was quite significant. It must have been at least a core formation realm expert. We are only at the foundation establishment stage, so we should be careful. Quickly report to the elders. If it is that little lecher Lin Hao, we will have done a great service. The group discussed amongst themselves, carefully concealing their presence. Bang! Suddenly, rocks flew everywhere, making a rumbling sound, and the entire mountain shook. To the astonishment of the group, 2 figures flew over at lightning speed. One held a long spear, and the other held a long sword that flashed with purple lightning. Holy crap, it's Lin Hao. Run! The distinctive weapons allowed them to recognize the newcomers immediately. Lu Mei was the goddess of slaughter of the Xianin sect. She proved her Tao through killing and was infamous, inspiring fear in all who heard of her. This goes without saying. Even Lin Hao defeated the prodigies of various immortal sects, winning the championship with great force, and his famed sword, making him the most popular. After a moment's consideration, these people realized that they were simply no match for them. They scattered like birds and beasts at the first moment, fleeing at top speed, not daring to resist at all. Do you think you can escape? You're all going to die. Lin Hao sneered repeatedly, his eyes flashing with a fierce light. Soon, all the members of the Liang sect were killed. Now that Lu Mei has recovered most of her injuries, and Lin Hao has broken through to the late stage of the core formation realm, killing a few foundation establishment realm disciples of the Blazing Sun sect is incredibly easy. They've probably already spread the word. Let's run. Although they had killed the people from the Liang sect, Lin Hao and Lu Mei both believed that their whereabouts had been exposed, and immediately fled towards the Xianin sect. The two flew away, but they never received any news from the sect. Lin Hao couldn't help but feel depressed. Have I become a disowned disciple of the sect? Lin Hao was suspicious, but dared not say it aloud, for fear of disappointing Lu Mei. If the Xian'an sect abandons him, Lu Mei will surely be abandoned as well. The Liang sect is besieging them relentlessly, and the two of them will inevitably die without a burial place. Damn it, those two beasts got away again. Chase. We must capture them. Not long after Lin Hao and Lu Mei escaped, elders and disciples of the Liang sect arrived. The members of the Liang sect relayed messages to each other, and their support was timely. After a brief investigation, they quickly gave chase. Chapter 165, A Doomed Couple. While Lin Hao and Lu Mei were busy running around, Morong Qinxue led a group of elders and disciples back to the sect. Although some people were lost, prodigies like Ning Qingxue and Lu Buping were relatively unharmed. Lord Murong and the others have returned. Feng Xingyue was calculating that once the immortal sect's prodigy battle was over, Lin Hao and the others should be returning. But several days passed, and no one returned. She ordered her disciples to keep an eye out and report back immediately if anyone returned. Upon hearing the report, Feng Xingyue vanished from Daju Peak in a flash. Where's Lin Hao? Soon, Feng Xingyue met Murong Qinxue and the others. After a quick glance, she discovered that Lin Hao was not among them. Lin Hao and Lu Mei, haven't they returned yet? Murong Qinxue was also stunned, as were the other elders and disciples. After a conversation, Feng Xingyue quickly learned the situation. How could you divide your forces like this? Lu Mei and Lin Hao are outnumbered. They can't fight against so many opponents. Isn't this arrangement putting them in danger? Feng Xingyue was somewhat annoyed. Alas, it was my oversight. However, if the sect leader had sent someone to meet us, we wouldn't be in such a sorry state, and Lu Mei and the others would certainly be safe and sound. This time, Murong Qinxue did not argue with Feng Xingyue, but she still complained a little about the sect leader, implying that she was not doing her job. Such a big matter. How come the sect leader hasn't made any arrangements? I'm still completely in the dark. At this moment, Feng Xingyue also realized that things were not so simple. I'm going to find her. After saying this, Feng Xingyue turned and left. Soon, Feng Xingyue arrived at the main peak of the Xian'an sect, Chaoyang Peak. Oyangru, come out here right now. The person arrived before the voice. Even 1,000 feet away from the main hall suspended atop Chaoyang Peak, Feng Xingyue's voice already echoed through the mountains. How dare you? The sect leader's name has been forgotten for many years. Arrogant, domineering, and lawless. Don't you even know who that person is? How dare you talk about her? Don't you want to live? Feng Xingyue's shout caused quite a commotion on Chaoyang Peak, with many people discussing it. But when they saw Feng Xingyue land on the square of Chaoyang Peak, everyone fell silent, not daring to even glance at her, for fear of incurring bad luck and bringing undeserved disaster upon themselves. Feng Xingyue didn't bother with these people, snorted coldly, and prepared to enter the main hall. Just then, a young boy with a tender appearance hurriedly came forward to greet them. Lord Feng, the sect leader is currently in seclusion, practicing a secret technique. Do not disturb him. The man had a fawning smile and was extremely respectful. Seclusion? Feng Xingyue raised an eyebrow. She recognized him as the page who had served her when the sect leader was in seclusion. That's right. Ever since Lord Murong led his people to participate in the Heavenly Pride battle, the sect master has been in seclusion. I wonder what business you have with the sect master? I can pass on your message. The boy said. Feng Xingyue then asked, has Elder Qian Wanliang of Xuanji Pavilion ever sought out the sect master? I haven't looked for it. The boy answered. Having received the answer, Feng Xingyue turned and walked towards the Xuanji Pavilion. Xuanji Pavilion is an internal organization of the Xian'an sect for transmitting important information, and it is headed by Elder Qian Wanliang. Qian Wanliang was also quite powerful, possessing the strength of a great perfection of the core formation realm, but due to his own limitations, he was unable to break through to the nascent soul realm. Ouyang Ru, mindful of his contributions to the sect, appointed him to manage the Xuanji Pavilion. Qian Wanliang was quite shrewd and meticulous in his work. As long as he was in charge of Xuanji Pavilion, there were no major problems. Aside from being slightly greedy, Qian Wanliang had no other flaws. Feng Xingyue barged into the Xuanji Pavilion, only to find some elders and disciples bustling about. He looked around, but did not see Qian Wanliang. What about the 10,000 taels of silver? Feng Xingyue said irritably. Not long ago, she learned from Murong Qinxue that after the falling out with the Liang sect, Murong Qinxue and others had also sent messages back to the sect. Logically, the sect should also react and send people to meet them. However, to this day, everything in the Xianyin sect remains as usual. Even Feng Tsangyue herself only learned that the Liang sect was hunting them down after Murong Qinxue returned. All of this is very strange and bizarre. Feng Tsangyue had no choice but to find out the truth. Elder Qian just left not long ago. He said that the sect leader ordered him to go to Hundred Flowers Valley. He has important matters to discuss with the sect leader of Hundred Flowers Valley. Some people answered hesitantly. Qinxue and the others just got back, and Qian Wanliang left already? That's too much of a coincidence. Feng Tsangyue quickly grasped the crux of the problem. Muttering to himself, Feng Tsangyue flew away. Sangyu, where are you going? Wait for me. Seeing Feng Tsangyue leave in a huff, Murong Qinxue knew that things were not going well. Fearing that Feng Tsangyue and the sect leader might clash, she made some arrangements and then caught up with them. They rushed as fast as they could, only to see Feng Tsangyue flying away from the sect. Take good care of yourself, I'll be right back. Feng Tsangyue didn't bother to explain, left a sentence, and disappeared. Shameless thief, where do you think you're going? You wretch, prepare to die. Lu Mei, many elders and disciples of my Liang sect have perished at the hands of the two of you. If you know what's good for you, sever ties with this little lecher and surrender immediately, and we might consider sparing your life. That's right. That little bastard Lin Hao must be taken back to the Blazing Sun sect and handed over to our sect leader for punishment. As for you, you're quite pretty. If you serve each of us well, we might let you live. Lin Hao and Lu Mei fought and fled at the same time. He killed indiscriminately along the way, but was also seriously injured himself. They were only about 500 miles away from the Xianyin sect when they were surrounded by the Liang sect. More than 20 members of the Liang sect scattered in all directions, blocking Lin Hao and Lu Mei's path. These people, the lowest in cultivation level, is the early stage of core formation, and there is even a nascent soul old monster leading them. Lin Hao and Lu Mei, however, had reached their wits' end. Lu Mei was severely injured again, and Lin Hao was also seriously wounded. Most fatally, both of them had very little spiritual energy left. The pills to replenish spiritual energy had long been exhausted. Why? Why didn't you send anyone to rescue us? Lu Mei smiled bitterly, took out the jade talisman that Murong Qinxue had given her, and with a little force, the jade talisman turned into ashes, which scattered from her palm and fingers and drifted into the sky. I've dragged you down with me. Perhaps I would have already become a discarded member of the sect, Lin Hao said guiltily. Without any magical artifacts, relying solely on her own innate abilities, even if she used a secret technique like living as long as heaven and earth, Lu Mei couldn't tear open a gap and break through. Here, they were only about 500 miles away from the Xianyin sect. Hope was right in front of them, but they were about to die. Haha, from being full of hope to being filled with despair, you two were captured just like that. What a wonderful thing. That feels great. Now I can report back to the sect leader and claim my reward. Although we lost many men, it's all worth it as long as we can capture you and bring you back. Of the Blazing Sun sect laughed heartily, feeling extremely pleased with themselves. Many of them were injured to varying degrees, but they were in good spirits and appeared quite excited. It's my fault for being incompetent and failing to protect you. In a moment, I will fight them to the death to give you a chance to survive. If you live, don't forget me. If you can't escape, The mocking laughter from the Liang sect members left Lu Mei feeling utterly hopeless. She was absolutely unwilling to be violated by the people of the Blazing Sun sect. Although the hope was slim, she still decided to use the ultimate move of heaven and earth living together once again. Lu Mei's voice grew softer and softer until Lin Hao could only faintly hear. I would be willing to be a pair of star-crossed lovers with you. We're only about 500 li from the Xianyin sect. If we delay, things might change. Let's make our move. The leading nascent soul cultivator, without further delay, gave the order. Chapter 166, A Fall from the Sky. Be smart and be ready to run away at any time. Lu Mei was also resolute, secretly sending a telepathic message to Lin Hao. She was already circulating her spiritual energy, preparing to fight desperately. At that moment, this area of land gradually turned fiery red. The surrounding temperature rose sharply. Countless trees suddenly caught fire and spontaneously combusted. Help me. Suddenly, several screams rang out, and 7 or 8 elders of the Blazing Sun sect were engulfed in flames. I'd like to see who dares to lay a finger on my disciple. Without a sound, Feng Tsangyue arrived, and the encirclement of the Liang sect was torn open. Her white dress fluttered in the wind, her long hair danced in the air, and a plain ribbon swayed gently, making her appear graceful and charming. Her bare feet revealed tiny, white toes that resembled 10 flower petals. A crimson lotus platform stood at her feet, several fiery lotuses rose and fell around her, and a faint fragrance drifted in the wind. A crimson lotus platform, a long sword, and white robes. Feng Sanyue then appeared, standing in front of Lin Hao and Lu Mei. Master! Lin Hao stared wide-eyed at the stunning figure and murmured to himself. At that moment, Lin Hao's heart suddenly calmed down. Surrounded by powerful enemies, including a nascent soul realm cultivator on the other side, Lin Hao was not afraid for some reason. Lu Mei also breathed a sigh of relief. The casting of the secret technique was terminated. Take this scoundrel back, and remember, don't let him die. Looking back, Feng Sanyue glanced at Lin Hao, then raised her hand, sending a heavily injured, half-dead old man hurtling towards the two of them in an arc. Lin Hao then noticed that Feng Sanyue was holding someone else in her hand. Just now, all his attention was drawn to Feng Sanyue. Lu Mei caught the old man, and seeing Lin Hao's confusion, she said, "This is Qian Wanliang, the elder in charge of the Xuanji Pavilion." Qian Wanliang was seriously injured and showed no obvious spiritual energy fluctuations, which clearly indicated that he had been sealed. Lin Hao had no time to figure out why Qian Wanliang had ended up like this. A voice rang in his ears. "You can leave. I'll take care of this." Never before had Lin Hao felt that Feng Sanyue's voice was so beautiful. As if his mind had crashed, Lin Hao flew towards the Xianyin sect, accompanied by Lu Mei. Surprisingly, the people from the Liang sect did not intervene. After traveling more than 10 miles, Lin Hao finally came to his senses. Looking back, he saw a fiery red expanse, with blazing flames rolling wildly between heaven and earth, seemingly about to devour all the enemies and burn them to ashes. Half an hour later, Lin Hao and Lu Mei were taken to Triang Peak. Murong Qingxue, Ning Qingxue, Lu Ping, and others were also there. But the most eye-catching figure was the slender sect leader Ouyang, who stood with his back to them. Her hands were empty, clasped behind her back, and her hair was tied in a bun with 2 plain ribbons hanging down with her long, black hair. "Greetings, sect master." Lin Hao and Lu Mei dared not be negligent and bowed to the sect leader. Murong Qingxue, Ning Qingxue, Lu Ping, and the others were overjoyed to see Lin Hao and Lu Mei return safely, their faces beaming with smiles. The sect leader turned around, her face calm and composed. The saying, "Even if Mount Tai collapses before you, you will not change your expression," perfectly describes her. Whoosh! A jade box flew towards Lin Hao. "Lin Hao, take this bottle of St. Yuan pills to heal your injuries first." Sect leader Ouyang's voice was calm. Lin Hao dared not be presumptuous and quickly accepted the gift, thanking him. Without saying much, Ouyang Ru approached Lu Mei's side amidst the stares of the crowd. "You've really worked hard." Gently patting Lu Mei's shoulder, Sect Master Ouyang expended his own spiritual power to personally heal her injuries. Before long, Feng Sanyue burst in. "Luckily, I arrived in time. Otherwise Lin Hao and the others would not have been able to come back." Facing sect leader Ouyang, Feng Sanyue did not show much respect. At least Lin Hao could not see any difference between her and usual. "Stop pretending to be dead. So many people have died because of you. You have to say something, right?" Feng Sanyue walked a few steps to Qian Wanliang, who was lying unconscious on the ground, and kicked him. At this point, Qian Wanliang could no longer keep up the act and could no longer pretend to be dead. He got up and kowtowed repeatedly. "Sect master, spare me. It was my foolishness. I deserve to die. Spare me." Qian Wanliang begged for mercy loudly, looking extremely pitiful. Lin Hao, Lu Mei, Murong Qingxue, and the others were all stunned, not understanding what had happened. "Qian Wanliang, you are a veteran of the Xianyin sect and have made many contributions in the past. How could you be so audacious as to kill so many people this time?" Feng Sanyue wouldn't tolerate her, interrupting her and recounting everything she had investigated. It wasn't until Feng Sanyue finished speaking that everyone realized what was going on. It turned out that the sect leader went into seclusion not long after they left the sect. Later, when Murong Qingxue, Lu Mei, and others sent messages back to the sect, all the messages were intercepted by Qian Wanliang. From beginning to end, sect master Ouyang, Feng Sanyue, and the others were unaware of the Liang sect's pursuit. Everyone was filled with righteous indignation and burning with anger. Even the sect leader, Ouyang Ru, showed a fleeting look of guilt and self-reproach on her usually calm face. Regardless of the specific details, as the sect leader, she cannot escape responsibility. Qian Wanliang stammered and mumbled incoherently. Unable to withstand the pressure from the crowd, he finally confessed everything. It turned out that the higher-ups of the Liang sect had bribed him with valuable treasures and promised him a series of benefits, including allowing him to switch allegiance and join the Liang sect, and even saying they could help him break through to the nascent soul realm. Reaching the nascent soul realm is not simply a matter of increased strength. It also signifies a long lifespan. Which Taoist practitioner doesn't yearn to live a few more years? Even nascent soul stage monsters are racking their brains to break through their cultivation levels, let alone someone like Qian Wanliang. How can taking charge of the Xuanji Pavilion compare to becoming a nascent soul realm cultivator? Every man for himself. And in order to live a longer life, Qian Wanliang chose betrayal. His selfishness has killed many people. If he hadn't intercepted the message, and the Xianin sect had reacted sooner, many people would have been able to return to the sect alive. I was blinded by greed. Sect Master, please spare my life. In the past, I also made contributions to the sect. Later, Qian Wanliang began to beg for mercy again. Sect Master, rewards and punishments should be justified. Elder Qian's actions have caused the deaths of many elders and disciples. We implore you, Sect Master, to execute him according to the sect rules. At this moment, Lu Mei jumped out. She and Lin Hao almost died because of this despicable person. How could she not hate him? Murong Qingxue, Lin Hao, Lu Buping, Ning Qingxue, and others were also filled with resentment, and none of them felt sorry for Elder Qian. You are the elder in charge of law enforcement, so you should handle this matter. Remember, everything must be done in accordance with the law. Sect Master Ouyang waved his hand and said this. Having come this far, Murong Qingxue, Lu Mei, Lin Hao, and the others accepted the situation calmly. Before long, Sect Master Ouyang dismissed everyone, allowing them to heal their wounds, leaving only Feng Songyue and Murong Qingxue behind. Songyu, if it weren't for your boldness, meticulousness, and exceptional intelligence, we would have almost let Qian Wanliang escape. It's all thanks to you that the sect was spared even greater losses. Thank you. After everyone left, sect leader Ouyang thanked Feng Songyue. Then, changing the subject, he said, the Blazing Sun sect has actually produced a nascent soul realm expert, and now we've fallen out with them. Let's summon all the elders and discuss how to deal with this. Feng Songyue and Murong Qingxue nodded secretly, feeling that they should indeed consider a countermeasure. Just then, a disciple rushed in to report. Sect Master, an elder from the Blazing Sun sect has come to request an audience. Chapter 167 Envoy from the Blazing Sun sect. Please come in. Ouyang Ru gave the instructions. The disciple immediately went to invite the envoy from the Liang sect. Before long, the envoy was brought into the main hall. The newcomer was a man who appeared to be in his 40s. He had a ruddy complexion, was full of energy, carried a long sword on his back, and wore a Taoist robe with the colors of the sun, moon, water, and fire. He had an extraordinary bearing. Who are you? How dare you be so arrogant? You don't even bow to our sect leader? The elder of the Blazing Sun sect stood ramrod straight, like a sharp sword that seemed poised to pierce the heavens. His gaze swept over the crowd before he began to sneer. His attitude was so arrogant, yet his own cultivation level was only at the great perfection of the core formation realm. Murong Qingxue immediately couldn't help but start scolding. My name is Ma Shuyang, an elder of the Liang sect. I greet Sect Master Ouyang. The envoy from the Liang sect bowed respectfully, but his face showed little reverence. Take a seat. Ouyang Ru remained calm, and waited until Ma Shuyang sat down before speaking, asking, Elder Ma, what brings you to my Xianin sect from so far away? I came here solely for the life and death of your Xianin sect. Ma Shuyang laughed a few times, stood up, and continued, your Xianin sect is incompetent in its discipline, allowing its disciples to bully the weak and harm fellow immortals. Your Xianin sect's leaders and elders are unable to distinguish between good and evil, right and wrong, and dared to attack my Liang sect's disciples, causing many elders and disciples to die. Sect leader Ouyang, how are you going to explain this to my Blazing Sun sect? Upon hearing these remarks, Murong Qingxue and Feng Songyue were immediately enraged, and even Ouyang Ru's expression turned cold, clearly indicating her anger. What a blatant distortion of the truth. Ma Shuyang, do you have a death wish? Feng Songyue's eyes narrowed to almost a slit, making no attempt to conceal her murderous intent. Ma Shuyang's expression changed drastically, and a chill ran down his spine. Just then, Ouyang Ru's voice came. Songyu, You must not be presumptuous. With the sect leader's order, Feng Songyue suppressed her anger and abandoned the idea of killing Ma Shuyang. I wonder what General Zhao Tian intends to do. Instead of answering directly, Ouyang Ru inquired about the intentions of Zhao Tian, the sect leader of the Liang sect. Sect Master's decree. First, hand over Lin Hao so that our Liang sect can judge and execute him according to the sect rules. Second, Lu Mei shall seal her magical powers and serve as a slave in our Liang sect for 200 years. Third, Feng Songyue shall serve as a slave in our Liang sect for 500 years. Fourth, the Xianin sect shall offer rare and precious materials to the Liang sect every year. Bullshit. Murong Qinxue was furious. She slapped him, and a giant hand of energy formed, which she slapped directly onto Ma Shuyang. Ma Shuyang tried his best to resist, but it was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. It was all in vain. In the end, he was knocked to the ground, covered in dust and dirt. Qinxue. Ouyang Ru gave a cold shout, and Murong Qinxue did not make another move. Ma Shuyang got up from the ground. Although he wasn't seriously injured, he was covered in dust and had lost face. What alarmed him even more was the strength of his opponent. He couldn't even withstand a simple slap. As Ma Shuyang got up, he felt a surge of fear, and the arrogance on his face vanished completely. Why must I be enslaved for 500 years? Feng Songyue continued to sneer. It's all because of you, Venerable Lord Feng, who accidentally killed a nascent soul realm elder of my Blazing Sun sect. And Elder Lu Mei also has a heavy sin to commit. The envoy from the Liang sect spoke cautiously and carefully, forcing himself to continue. Initially, the Liang sect only wanted to capture Lin Hao and bring him back to the Liang sect. But later, the two sides really fought, and Lu Mei and Lin Hao launched a desperate counterattack, killing many people. Feng Songyue was even more domineering, directly annihilating a nascent soul realm cultivator from the Liang sect, along with more than a dozen core formation realm elders. Nascent soul realm cultivators are all very important figures in any immortal sect, and the loss of even one would cause a major upheaval in the sect. Such a loss was very painful for the Liang sect, so they wanted to bring Feng Songyue and Lu Mei back to the Liang sect and suppress them. Our sect leader said he will only give you 7 days to consider. If you do not agree, he will come in person. Finally, Ma Shuyang added one more sentence. After he finished speaking, he looked at Ouyang Ru, wanting to know what she was thinking. If we don't agree, will Zhao Tian come in person? Does he want to start a war with our Xianin sect? Ouyang Ru asked. You can understand it this way. Ma Su answered. Ouyang Ru's expression shifted between light and shadow. After a short while, she finally said, see the guest out. Immediately, someone escorted Ma Shuyang out, but Ma Shuyang didn't linger and flew away. After Ma Shuyang left, Ouyang Ru immediately convened a meeting of the senior elders. Whoosh whoosh. One after another, figures landed on Chaoyang Peak, and soon the main hall was bustling with people. I am refining a batch of pills, and it has reached a critical juncture. I wonder what important matter the sect leader has summoned us for. I don't know. I was teaching Taoist arts to my disciples when I received the order and came immediately. Please be patient and listen to the sect leader's instructions. The elders of the Xianin sect began whispering amongst themselves, discussing the matter privately. Elders, please be quiet and listen to me. Once all the elders had arrived, Ouyang Ru gestured with her hands to begin recounting the latest events in detail. A moment later, the high-ranking members of the Xianin sect finally understood. A master at the nascent soul realm. That's terrifying. The former sect leader of the Blazing Sun sect, Ma Yun, actually broke through to the nascent soul realm before his lifespan was exhausted. It's truly astonishing. The situation in the entire cultivation world, the immortal path, the demonic path, and the demon race, is about to change. In the past, only the Heavenly Sword sect, the top immortal sect, had a nascent soul realm expert. Now, the Blazing Sun sect has also produced one. I'm afraid the Heavenly Sword sect's position as the #1 immortal sect will be shaken. Leaving aside the Heavenly Sword sect, how should we, the Profound Yin sect, overcome our current difficulties? The elders offered various opinions, each expressing their own views. Sun sect immediately led to an attack on the Profound Yin sect. For the people of the Profound Yin sect, this was indeed a matter of life and death. After much discussion, everyone had reached a conclusion. Wang Taihang, the peak master of Misty Peak, stepped forward, cupped his hands in a salute to Ouyang Ru, and said, Sect Master, the Blazing Sun sect has produced a nascent soul stage expert. It would be unwise for us to contend with the Blazing Sun sect. Lin Hao, that little thief, is a bad character. He specializes in doing filthy and disgusting things, and he is entangled with people from both the demon and monster paths. In addition, he has harmed his fellow disciples in the immortal path. Their various evil deeds are outrageous. It would be better to hand Lin Hao over to the Blazing Sun sect to avoid a major conflict. These remarks were not just his own opinion. Most of the elders and high-ranking members of the Xianyin sect shared the same view. For their own benefit, they have decided to abandon Lin Hao. Chapter 168 War and Surrender. Wang Taiyang, have you lost your mind? Do you think the Blazing Sun sect will let us off the hook after we've been so groveling? Murong Qinxue stepped forward and confronted her directly, her words quite harsh. Does this mean that Song Yu and Lu Mei are to be enslaved by the Liang sect and imprisoned for hundreds of years? Feng Songyue and Murong Qinxue can be described as old rivals. Whenever they meet, they always engage in heated debates, vying for the best. However, on matters of principle, the two have never disagreed. Lord Murong, please calm down and let me finish speaking. Wang Taiyang strolled through the main hall, his gaze sweeping over the faces of the many elders, before saying, the saying goes, as the saying goes, if you ask for an exorbitant price, you should bargain on the spot. The demands made by the Liang sect are indeed excessive. I reckon they also want to bargain and have some kind of negotiation with my Xianyin sect. If Lin Hao is handed over and a large number of rare treasures are offered as compensation, I am willing to go to the Liang sect and persuade the sect leader to drop the charges against Venerable Feng and Elder Lu. Sects, Liang and Xianyin, can avoid a major war and turn hostility into friendship. Wouldn't that be wonderful? These words resonated with many people. Even some of the pro-war faction has begun to waver. Feng Songyue is at the late stage of the nascent soul realm and can be considered a pillar of the Xianyin sect. Lu Mei also has a great chance of breaking through to the nascent soul realm. To be honest, the Xianyin sect cannot afford to lose such a powerful figure as a slave to the Liang sect. If word gets out, we'll lose face and become a laughingstock among the immortals, demons, and monsters. However, if all that is done is to hand over Lin Hao and then compensate him with some rare treasures, various spiritual herbs, and refining materials, it would be easier for people to accept. Lin Hao has only been a member of the Xianyin sect for a few short years, and in the eyes of many elders, he is just a junior. If it weren't for his sudden rise to prominence some time ago, most of the elders present wouldn't have even heard of him. Using such a person to secure peace and stability for the Xianyin sect is absolutely worthwhile. Immediately, many elders echoed this sentiment, urging Ouyang Ru to humble herself and reconcile with the Liang sect. If our Xianyin sect cannot protect its own disciples, then what is the meaning of our existence? As the elders were trying to persuade him to surrender, Feng Xingyue spoke up. Lin Hao has only been in my Xianyin sect for a little over 4 years, yet his cultivation has advanced by leaps and bounds, and his growth has been rapid. He overpowered Guan Yu, Yi Zhaoqiu, and others, defeating other outstanding talents from various immortal sects to win the championship of the Prodigy Battle. Such a sought-after, unparalleled genius disciple, who brought glory to our Xianyin sect, just gave up like that? Those who have made great contributions are not rewarded, and under pressure from powerful enemies, they offer up the most promising disciples of the sect and hand them over to others to deal with. In my opinion, this is an act of severing the foundation of the sect. If such a thing were to happen, the entire Xianyin sect would fall into disarray. If word gets out, who will be willing to come to my Xianyin sect to become my disciple and learn martial arts? If this continues, the Xianyin sect will inevitably disintegrate and disappear into the annals of history. Feng Songyue's words were not loud, but everyone heard them clearly. Upon hearing these remarks, everyone suddenly fell silent, and the entire hall became so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Everyone is thinking about it. Feng Songyue, stop rambling on. It was clearly Lin Hao who coveted Peach Blossom's Sword Immortal's beauty, forcibly took her as his own, and then, fearing exposure, attempted to kill her to silence her. This is what triggered the current crisis. What nonsense about our Xianyin sect not protecting its disciples. Those are two different things. After a long while, Wang Taiyang jumped out and refuted Feng Songyue. That's right, Lin Hao brought this upon himself. For his own selfish reasons, he harmed fellow Taoists from the immortal Tao sect and brought great disaster upon the Xianyin sect. It is just right to hand over such a disgrace to the Liang sect to deal with him. Indeed, it's not worth it to start a bloody war between two major sects over a scoundrel from one sect. Several elders echoed Wang Taihong's sentiments. The sect leader has already explained what happened in Tiansha City very clearly. Elder Lu Mei, Lord Murong, and people from Tianjin sect and Baiwa Valley were also present. This matter is most likely being manipulated by the demon race in secret. It's a conspiracy by the demon race. Whether Lin Hao is a scoundrel or not, everyone has their own judgment. However, the current predicament of my Xianin sect is definitely not caused by Lin Hao alone. I think you lot are just afraid of the Blazing Sun sect and are just deceiving yourselves. You only say that Lin Hao shouldn't have acted improperly towards the Peach Blossom Blade Immortal. But why don't you mention a word about the Blazing Sun sect's pursuit and killing of my Xianin sect's disciples? Feng Tsungyue glared angrily at the group of people. The men immediately lost their momentum, shrank back, and retreated. Just as Feng Tsungyue said, the Liang sect was indeed hunting down the Xianin sect. If the former sect leader of the Liang sect hadn't broken through to the nascent soul realm, some of them would have already jumped up, ready to roll up their sleeves and seek revenge. A person capable of reaching the divine realm is terrifying. Faced with absolute power, these people can only selectively say things that are beneficial to themselves, seeking advantage and avoiding harm. It's human nature. Even these cultivators who have practiced Taoism for many years are no exception. Wang Taihong's face turned pale and then red, and at this moment, he was speechless. No matter what, it was that little bastard Lin Hao who started the trouble first. If he hadn't been lusting after Peach Blossom Blade Immortal's beauty, how could the people of the Blazing Sun sect have found an excuse to attack the people of my Profoundine sect? The rights and wrongs of this matter will be discussed in detail. But right now, we are facing a catastrophe. I still stand by my opinion. Hand over Lin Hao to the Liang sect for disposal, and then we will send them rare treasures to please them. In this way, a major war can be avoided. Please, sect master, make a wise judgment. After speaking, Wang Taiying looked at Ouyang Ru. I know everything about this matter from beginning to end. Lin Hao was acting under my instructions. Afterwards, I examined Lin Hao and found that his spiritual sense was damaged, which was likely due to the demon race's ethereal technique. Was under the influence of the spirit control spell, and his actions were no longer under his control. In conclusion, Lin Hao bears no responsibility. If we're really going to assign blame, I can't escape responsibility. It was my carelessness and underestimation of the enemy that led to this. After a long silence, Murong Qinxue continued. He took responsibility and cleared Lin Hao's name. These elders could freely criticize Lin Hao, but they dared not easily criticize Murong Qinxue, the leader of one of the peaks. After Murong Qinxue finished speaking, everyone fell silent. But once war breaks out, who knows how many people will die? For the sake of Lin Hao, a mere disciple, do we really want the entire Xianin sect to be stained with blood? The majority of the elders in the main hall knelt down and surrendered, wanting to make peace with the Liang sect. After a moment of silence, an elder spoke. My Xianin sect has been established for many years and has experienced countless crises. Through thick and thin, we have always stood firm. What is it that we rely on? Human nature. Today, we hand Lin Hao over to the Liang sect. What if, in the future, another sect demands that we hand over other members for some reason? I can die in battle, but I cannot stand by and watch the disciples of the Xianin sect become disloyal and eventually fall apart. A few elders with a strong sense of justice refused to surrender and were determined to fight. Whether to fight or surrender, it's all up to the sect leader's word. Chapter 169 The People of Daju Peak. Daju Peak will protect themselves. The Supreme Elder emerges from seclusion. It's obvious that the events at Tiansha City were a conspiracy by the demon race. The demon race harbors treacherous intentions, hoping to incite internal strife within our human race so they can reap the benefits. We must not let them succeed. After much deliberation, Ouyang Ru said the following. Feng Tsungyue grew anxious and said, Senior sister, do you mean you're going to offer Lin Hao up? Are you going to compromise your principles? Wang Taiying felt he had grasped the sect leader's meaning and began to flare up again. The sect leader's vision is truly grand. Unlike some people who can only see their own little patch of land, sacrificing the small for the greater good. What's wrong with Daju Peak making a small sacrifice for the Xianin sect and for the entire human race? Wang Taiying, don't just stand there and talk like you don't know what's going on. If it were your disciple, what would you choose? Feng Tsungyue retorted sharply. Let alone my disciples. I would even offer up my children and grandchildren. For the Xianin sect, for the human race, I can sacrifice myself. It's just a pity that I have acted uprightly and have not provoked the Liang sect. The person they want is not me. This was a case of a dead pig doesn't fear boiling water, and Feng Songyue was furious, but there was nothing she could do. Heh, back then, Wang Yuheng was such a hero. How come such a spineless good-for-nothing came from his descendants? Just then, a thin, gray-robed old man with a full head of silver hair appeared silently in the hall. This person was at least 2 meters tall, thin, with arms that reached past his knees, making him look very disproportionate. Many of the elders were unaware of how this person had appeared in the main hall. This old man is incredibly strong, far surpassing even sect master Ouyang Ru, and is almost at the nascent soul realm. Ruer greets her martial uncle. As soon as the old man appeared, Ouyang Ru immediately bowed. Disciple greets master. Feng Songyue was overjoyed and also bowed. This bamboo pole, over 2 meters tall, is none other than her master. Feng Songyue received his personal instruction, which enabled her to achieve her current success. Get out of here, you useless thing. The skinny bamboo pole kicked out, sending Wang Taiying flying. Wang Taiying cried out in despair as he crashed heavily into the main hall, nearly fainting. However, none of the elders dared to help him up. No wonder Feng Songyue is so arrogant and domineering. It turns out she inherited it from this old guy. Everyone was pondering this amongst themselves. A surge of spiritual energy erupted, and 3 powerful streams of spiritual power separated from the thin bamboo pole, entering the bodies of Ouyang Ru, Feng Songyue, and Murong Qinxue respectively. After probing for a moment, they were withdrawn by the thin bamboo pole. They are much stronger than I was back then. If the Xianin sect could also produce a nascent soul realm expert, then among the 3 of you, the others of your generation are still far behind, and their hopes are slim. Xiaoru, are you hesitant to make up your mind to fight because you're afraid of that old dog Sun Jinxiang? Don't worry, we, Dazhu Peak, will protect our own people. Leave Sun Jinxiang to me. The skinny guy found a spot, sat down casually, and started talking in a nonchalant tone. Hiss. Sun Jinxiang? Old dog. How dare you call the former sect leader of the Blazing Sun sect an old dog? You should know that he was a nascent soul realm expert. Looking across the immortal, demon, and monster realms, there are only 2 nascent soul realm experts. And Feng Songyue's master actually called one of them an old dog. He still wants to deal with a nascent soul stage cultivator? He's insane, absolutely insane. The elders were all taken aback. Although the skinny bamboo pole was a supreme elder, whose status and position were much more esteemed than theirs, it was still somewhat presumptuous of him to call a nascent soul realm expert an old dog. Uncle Master, I know that Sun Jinxiang has been defeated by you many times. However, the path of cultivation is fraught with uncertainty. You have far superior talent, aptitude, and ability compared to Sun Jinxiang, but you just missed out on a bit of luck. Now, Sun Jinxiang, the former leader of the Blazing Sun sect, has broken through to the nascent soul realm before his time runs out. In my opinion, you are no match for him now. Ouyang Ru said very rationally. She still held the person in front of her in high esteem. This person is the supreme elder of the Xianin sect. Since its founding, the Xianin sect has produced many exceptionally talented and brilliant geniuses. These individuals once vied for the position of sect leader in their youth, and upon failing, they wholeheartedly supported the sect leader. When they grow old and their strength reaches a certain level, they will go into seclusion and devote themselves to cultivation. Only when the sect faces a major crisis of life and death will a few of them emerge to help the sect overcome the crisis. Once they choose to make a move, it means they have chosen to fight the enemy to the death. If they lose, they will naturally perish. Even if they win, they will suffer too much damage and will not live for long. The elders who stepped forward at this critical juncture are all worthy of respect. What if I were added to the list? Without a sound, a short, stout old man appeared again. This old man was only half the height of a skinny bamboo pole, with a round belly, a full head of white hair, but his face had rosy and shiny skin. The sight of the skinny bamboo pole standing next to the short, stout old man is striking. Greetings, granduncle. Ouyang Ru bowed again. This short, stout old man is no ordinary person. He is 2 generations above her in seniority and is the master of the skinny bamboo pole. Master, I'm so glad to see you again. Feng Songyue beamed with joy, even showing some delight, and quickly bowed in greeting. This was only the second time she had seen this short, stout old man. The first time was after the skinny old man took her as his apprentice. Since that incident, Feng Songyue has never seen the short, fat old man again. Over the years, Feng Songyue had always believed that he had reached the end of his lifespan and passed away. Songyu, little girl, very good. Your cultivation is not bad. I remember the last time I saw you, you were only 5 or 6 years old, and you even gave me a nickname, Shorty. The short, stout old man said with a chuckle. Master, what are you doing out here? The skinny bamboo pole was getting a little anxious. His strength was still somewhat inferior to that of the short, stout man. Among the supreme elders of the Xianyin sect, the short, stout man was the strongest. The skinny boy secretly hoped that his master could break through to the nascent soul realm before his death, just like Sun Jinxiang, who had gotten lucky. Wang Yuheng, Su Miao Miao, and you. You younger generation guys all say I'm the strongest and have the best chance of breaking through to the nascent soul realm, so you're all vying to come out of seclusion. But what was the result? I didn't break through either. Yuheng and Miao Miao both died in battle. I don't want to see parents outlive their children again. The short, stout man spoke with a heavy sense of regret. It was as if they were lamenting the past, remembering the supreme elders who died in battle to resolve the crisis of the Xianyin sect, and also as if they were sighing at the difficulty of cultivating the Tao. The gap between the nascent soul realm and the divine transformation realm is like an insurmountable chasm. Countless brilliant geniuses and outstanding individuals, upon reaching the end of their lifespan, could not break through this barrier. Chapter 170, Two-Pronged Approach. The appearance of two supreme elders who were almost at the nascent soul realm and expressed their desire to fight greatly reassured Ouyang Ru. As the sect leader, Ouyang Ru shared the same idea as Feng Songyue, that the sect should protect its disciples. However, being in a high position, she tended to focus on the bigger picture and considered things more carefully. The presence of a nascent soul realm expert made her wary, and she hesitated to make up her mind to fight him. But now, Ouyang Ru feels it's time to unify their thinking and prepare for battle with all their might. Our Xianyin sect has never knelt down and surrendered to any other sect since it opened its doors and established itself. All previous sect leaders have followed this rule, and I cannot be an exception. Whether Lin Hao's actions were meritorious or demeritful, and whether he deserved reward or punishment, should be determined by my Xianyin sect. There is absolutely no reason for the Liang sect to decide the life and death of my Xianyin sect disciples. From this day forward, let us unite as one, share a common hatred for the enemy, and prepare for war with all our might, to fight the Blazing Sun sect to the death. Anyone who dares to outwardly comply but inwardly defy us will be executed by everyone. These words set the tone, and those elders who were willing to surrender could only obey the sect leader's orders. I will obey the sect leader's orders. His Liang sect has soldiers to fight, while my Xianyin sect has strategies to defend against enemies. If we fight to the death, we may not necessarily lose. Indeed, the path of cultivation is about defying fate. If I can overcome this tribulation and temper my character, perhaps my strength can rise to another level. Among the high-ranking members of the Xianyin sect, the pro-war and pro-peace factions gradually reached a consensus. Everyone, there is no need to panic. The former sect leader of the Liang sect has just broken through to the nascent soul realm and has launched a large-scale attack on my Xianyin sect. This move is likely to make other sects wary. The Heavenly Sword sect, the Boundless Palace, and the 100 Flowers Valley may not want to see the Blazing Sun sect grow stronger. Prepare yourselves well. I will personally contact other sections. Even if they don't send anyone, they will most likely provide us with some supplies. Upon hearing this, the higher-ups of the Xianyin sect gained even more confidence. Ha ha, Xiaoru is just like her master, always thinking things through. No wonder she was able to ascend to the position of sect leader. That little girl Songyue probably wouldn't have thought of this. The short, stout man chuckled and secretly exchanged a few words with the skinny man. Not mostly, she definitely didn't expect that. Songyue is indeed intelligent, and her talent is even stronger than Xiaoru's. But her overall strategic vision is not as good as Xiaoru's. Strategic alliances and maneuvering. Xiaoru's move was truly brilliant. The skinny bamboo pole secretly admired him. Qinxue immediately summoned the disciples and elders who are training outside back. They are outnumbered and isolated, and the people of the Liang sect will definitely not let them go. Only by working together can we get through this calamity. Elders, please remain at your posts and prepare for battle with all your might. I will contact the Heavenly Sword sect and ask the sect leader to mediate. If the Blazing Sun sect is wary of the Heavenly Sword sect's strength and abandons the idea of attacking my Profounding sect, that would be the best outcome. Ouyang Ru quickly made arrangements, and everyone trusted her plans. The group left Chaoyang Peak in 2s and 3s. Members of the Xianyin sect were discussing matters at Chaoyang Peak. Lin Hao had already returned to his cave dwelling. Shui Linger, Wang Shihan, Han Liyue, and Lu Yi came to greet them. Lin Hao, how did you get so badly injured? Who injured you? How come the disciples from other sects are so much stronger than you? Take a good rest and recuperate. The group of people escorted Lin Hao into the cave. Seeing that Lin Hao was not in good condition, they couldn't help but ask him about his well-being. Everyone showed great concern for Lin Hao. All right, everyone get back to work. How can Lin Hao concentrate on recovering if we're like this? Shui Linger was worried about Lin Hao's injuries, so she asked everyone to go downstairs and then reported the recent situation on the mountain to Lin Hao. With the help of Shui Linger and others, Lin Hao's mountain cave dwelling was well managed and flourished. Not long after the group left, Feng Tsungyue arrived gracefully. You performed well in the Battle of the Prodigies, bringing honor to my Xianyin sect. This blazing flame banner is a reward for you. Refine it carefully for self-defense. Feng Tsungyue flipped her hand, and a small flag, 3 inches long, appeared in her palm. With a casual toss, the small flag swelled in the wind and quickly reached the top of the cave wall. As the painted surface fluttered, the entire cave heated up rapidly. This was only the result of Feng Tsungyue's deliberate suppression. If Feng Tsungyue were to activate the blazing flame banner, it could even destroy the mountain where Lin Hao was cultivating. Lin Hao stared at the blazing flame banner, utterly shocked. He knew that flag all too well. By the nascent soul stage monster from the Blazing Sun sect to hunt him down. Such a powerful magic weapon almost cost him and Lu Mei their lives, but now it has fallen into Feng Tsungyue's hands. The nascent soul stage monster is naturally extraordinary. Thank you, Master. Was overjoyed to receive the blazing flame banner. Then he asked meaningfully, Master, this shouldn't be considered a reward from the sect, but rather a personal gift from you, right? Feng Tsungyue nodded, which was taken as tacit agreement. I knew it. The sect was planning to abandon me. Only you still treat me like a treasure. Lin Hao was sullen and in a very low mood. You know nothing. Feng Tsungyue tapped Lin Hao on the head, and Lin Hao winced in pain. You underestimate the sect leader too much. She is not the kind of person who would compromise. The Blazing Sun sect is being aggressive, and our Profound Yin sect is facing imminent disaster. As the sect leader, she has many other matters to attend to and simply cannot deal with your affairs. Ning Qingxue and Lu Buping haven't received their rewards yet either. Hearing Feng Tsungyue say this, Lin Hao felt much better. The Liang sect's large-scale attack has nothing to do with you. You're just a lowly core formation cultivator. You don't have that much power. In my opinion, this is because the Blazing Sun sect's ambition has grown, and they want to expand their sphere of influence. Between you and the Peach Blossom Sword Immortal just gave them an excuse, nothing more. Feng Tsungyue analyzed it this way. Lin Hao nodded in agreement, then asked, but does the sect master know? Is that what she thinks? Lin Hao was very concerned about his fate and was afraid of being abandoned, in which case he would surely die without a burial place. My senior sister is no simple woman. I can see through the essence of the matter, so how could she not? She would never hand you over. Feng Tsungyue smiled faintly, then took Lin Hao's hand and pulled him away. Let's go. My master and grandmaster have both come out of seclusion. They want to see you. Not to mention the sect, my great Bamboo Peak lineage has never had the habit of abandoning its disciples. As they spoke, the two left the cave and headed towards Deju Peak. Chapter 171 Mediation Fails. Kid, not bad. You've broken through to the late stage of core formation so quickly. In the cave where Feng Tsungyue cultivated on Deju Peak, the skinny bamboo pole looked at Lin Hao with great favor and did not hold back his praise. It's all thanks to my master's excellent teaching. If it weren't for my master's dedicated guidance, I wouldn't have achieved what I have. Lin Hao humbly agreed. He was shocked to discover that the elder guarding the inner sect's scripture pavilion was actually his grandmaster. The two had met several times before. So that's why the other party has been secretly taking good care of him. I've never met the master, but he looked quite kind. Your strength is a little lacking. Although your talent is good, you have not been cultivating for long enough. If you were a nascent soul cultivator, you could be of great help. Dwarf Melon also thought highly of Lin Hao, but he also pointed out the crux of the problem. Talent is not the same as strength. Lin Hao has not grown up, so the role he can play in this calamity is very small. Go and heal your wounds. We need to practice a secret technique these next few days. The skinny bamboo pole gave Lin Hao a healing pill and then asked him to leave. After Lin Hao left, the skinny guy said to Feng Tsungyue and the short guy, "This kid has extraordinary talent and is indeed a rare talent. Now we can rest assured. Even if we all die in battle, as long as we leave behind this seed, Dazhu Peak will surely regain its glory one day. The legacy of Dazhu Peak will never be broken. Song Yu, a cultivator in the nascent soul stage, is exceptionally terrifying. However, your master and I can handle it. You don't actually have to participate. With your guidance, Lin Hao will be able to grow much better. The short, stout old man sighed, hoping that Feng Songyue could pass on all the unique skills of Dazhu Peak. Master, don't worry. I have recorded all the unique skills of Dazhu Peak and entrusted them to Qin Xue for safekeeping. As long as Lin Hao communicates with his senior brothers and sisters and gets the classics from Qin Xue, he can succeed. With his intelligence and talent, he will surely be able to master all the unique skills. I have made careful arrangements for these things. Feng Songyue waved his hand dismissively, showing no sign of wavering. Well, the short, stout man and the skinny man exchanged a glance, and both let out a long sigh. Without a word, the three began their cultivation. Lin Hao was completely bewildered. He had no idea that Feng Songyue was planning to fight to the death against a nascent soul realm expert. Unbeknownst to him, this meeting was partly a way for Feng Songyue to give her last words. The Xianin sect summoned its disciples and the entire sect to prepare for the enemy, which goes without saying. Zhang Zichen, the sect leader of the Heavenly Sword sect, was entrusted by the sect leader of the Profound Yin sect to personally go to the Blazing Sun sect. A day later, Zhang Zichen appeared outside the gates of the Liang sect. The Liang sect who were patrolling the mountain discovered it. They hurriedly reported it. Zhang Zichen was ushered in without any hindrance. Fellow Taoist Jiang, what brings you here? Zhao Tian, the sect leader of the Liang sect, personally met with Zhang Zichen, accompanied by several powerful elders. This is specifically to clear up the misunderstanding between your Liang sect and Xianin sect. Zhang Zichen smiled faintly. Misunderstand? The Xianin sect and our Liang sect have a long-standing feud. There has always been friction between our two families. This time, Ouyang Ru indulged her disciple and annihilated the peerless genius of my Liang sect. This is an attempt to destroy the very foundation of our Blazing Sun sect. Such heinous acts are absolutely unforgivable. It's not that my Liang sect is being unreasonable, but rather that Ouyang Ru is arrogant and disdainful of everyone. She's determined to protect that little lecher. Zhao Tian's face flushed red, and he said angrily. He feigned anger, his words filled with grievance, making no mention of his sending men to assassinate the disciples of the Xianin sect, as if the Liang sect had suffered a great injustice. I've heard about what happened in Tiansha City. The demon race was involved in this matter, and they had grand ambitions. Your great battle with the Xianin sect may be the ultimate goal of the demon race. Have you not heard the story of the snipe and the clam fighting, while the fisherman benefits? Perhaps, when you are both severely weakened, the demon race will emerge and wipe you all out. Zhang Zichen said with a worried expression. The great battle between the Liang sect and the Xianin sect was something that had never happened in the cultivation world for 1,000 years. A bloody battle between the two sides would cause a major upheaval in the cultivation world. If demons and monsters were to take advantage of the situation, the consequences would be unimaginable. Brother Jiang, there's no need for further words. The Xianin sect has been bullying us for quite some time now. How can we swallow such indignation? No one can stop this battle. It not only distinguishes between superior and inferior, but also determines life and death. If anyone dares to stand up and take sides, then be prepared to bear the wrath of the Blazing Sun sect. Zhao Tian suddenly stood up, his attitude unusually firm, and made his position clear. Zhang Zichen's face turned pale and then flushed, and he was in a very bad mood. In that case, I won't say any more. Take care, fellow Taoist Zhao. With a flash, Zhang Zichen disappeared. Humph. Don't they know what era we live in? They still act like the leader of the immortal sects, trying to stop the grand ambitions of my Blazing Sun sect. Now, our Blazing Sun sect has produced a nascent soul stage ancestor, while your Heavenly Sword sect hasn't had a nascent soul stage expert for many years. Perhaps they encountered some problems in their cultivation and perished. After Zhang Zichen left, Zhao Tianqi muttered something under his breath. With a nascent soul stage expert in charge, he was brimming with confidence and had a great desire for power. He didn't believe that the Xianin sect had the foundation and strength to achieve a mutually destructive outcome. Alas, it's hard to be a good person. Now everyone in the Blazing Sun sect is showing signs of going mad, and no one can stop them. After leaving the Liang sect, Zhang Zichen used his profound magic to inform Ouyang Ru of the outcome of his mediation. No, I still need to go to Wuji Palace and Hundred Flowers Valley to remind them to be careful and on guard to prevent the demon race from causing trouble. With this thought in mind, Jiang Zichen flew away. Xianin Sect, Chuyang Peak. Ouyang Ru and a group of elders are negotiating with people from the Heavenly Sword Sect, Wuji Palace, and Hundred Flowers Valley. Thank you all for your sincere gratitude. Once our Xianin Sect has overcome this calamity, I and the elders will definitely come to express our thanks. Ouyang Ru thanked the people from the three major immortal sects, Tianjin Sect, Wuji Palace, and Baiwa Valley. These three major sects, of course, dared not openly send anyone to help. However, each side sent their elders to deliver weapons, magical artifacts, flying swords, talismans, as well as countless rare treasures and precious materials. It can enhance the strength of the Xianin Sect in the short term. The elders of the Xianin Sect were deeply grateful for this gesture. After seeing off the elders of the three major sects, Ouyang Ru suddenly received a message from the sect leader of the Heavenly Sword Sect, and her expression immediately changed. The Heavenly Sword Sect master's mediation failed, and our war with the Blazing Sun Sect is inevitable. The order was given to use the spirit stones accumulated by the sect to provide energy for the operation of the various magic arrays. Effective immediately, the Mountain Protection Formation is activated. Everyone must be on high alert and ready to repel any invading enemy. Soon, Ouyang Ru issued the order. Chapter 172: The Ambition of the Blazing Sun Sect. The entire Xianin Sect was on high alert. Inside a grand hall of the Liang Sect, a group of highly skilled cultivators gathered to discuss a major matter. The lowest level cultivator in this hall is a nascent soul realm cultivator, a true powerhouse, a pillar of a sect, and a figure who truly determines the life and death of the sect. These people also held incredibly high positions. Some were revered masters of a mountain peak, taking on disciples and spreading their teachings. They are either elders of important institutions, wielding great power. Zhao Tian, the sect leader of the Liang Sect, sat high on the head seat, with another person sitting next to him. This man had sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes, and his hair was gray. He even showed signs of rejuvenating. He was none other than Sun Jinxiang, the former sect leader of the Liang Sect, who had broken through to the nascent soul realm. Talented people emerge in every generation, each leading the way for hundreds of years. Today, there is only one topic. Should we destroy the Xianin Sect? What do you all think? Zhao Tian looked around at the peak masters and elders of the Liang Sect and asked for their opinions. Our Liang Sect and the Xianin Sect have always been at odds, and the two sides have fought each other. However, the Xianin Sect has been established for many years and has a profound foundation. In my opinion, we should not attack the Xianin Sect rashly. If we fail to capture it, the foundation of my Blazing Sun Sect will be shaken. An old Taoist priest with white eyebrows and beard, dressed in a white robe, spoke with maturity and composure. Elder Wu, are you getting senile? My holy maiden Peach Blossom Blade Immortal of the Blazing Sun Sect was insulted by that beast Lin Hao and almost died. My senior brother Zhang Ting, who had achieved the nascent soul stage for many years, wanted to capture Lin Hao, but was killed by that bitch Feng Zhanyue. Such deep-seated hatred, how could it not be avenged? Excellent. Lin Hao, Lu Mei, Feng Zhanyue, and the others must be killed. Offending my Liang Sect means certain death. Please, Sect Master, give the order to attack the Xianin Sect immediately. If the Xianin Sect is not destroyed, how can the prestige of our Liang Sect be displayed? Elder Wu's voice was quickly drowned out by the other elders. Sect Master, among the 5 major sects of the Immortal Path, the Heavenly Sword Sect is the leader. The Heavenly Sword Sect has produced many talented disciples, and its foundation is several times richer than that of my Blazing Sun Sect. Even they dare not lightly attack the Profound Yin Sect. How can we accomplish this? We must not act impulsively and launch a major war, for once the flames of war are lit, life and death are unpredictable. If we fail, the Xianin Sect will surely retaliate fiercely, and the Tianjin Sect will take the opportunity to suppress us. How should we deal with this? Moreover, the demon race is eyeing us covetously. Sect Master, please think carefully before you act. Wu shouted loudly, offering his advice. Wu Qingshi, I think you're getting more and more senile as you get older. You're really no longer of any use. No sooner had Elder Wu finished speaking than the former sect leader of the Blazing Sun Sect let out a cold shout. With a swift grab, he slapped Elder Wu to the ground, then used his magic to seal him away. Sect Master, Wu Qingshi is spreading heresy and actually cheering for the Xianin Sect. This person is extremely despicable. I suggest that he be imprisoned and made to reflect on his mistakes and repent. Former sect leader Sun Jinxiang, as if he were holding a chick, threw Wu Qingshi in front of Zhao Tian. Guards, take Elder Wu away and let him sober up. Soon, a disciple came in and took Wu Qingshi away. Senior Uncle Sun has already broken through to the nascent soul realm. The nascent soul realm ancestor of the Heavenly Sword sect has not appeared for many years, and he has most likely passed away. Under such circumstances, Senior Uncle Sun is the #1 person in the 5 major sects of the Immortal Path. Even looking at the Immortal Path, the Demonic Path, and the sects, he is the #1 person in the entire Yuzhou region. Senior Uncle Sun has the highest cultivation level and the strongest strength. Why should we give up the top position among immortal sects to the Heavenly Sword sect? Zhao Tian looked at everyone and continued. Gentlemen, destroying the Xianyin sect is a crucial step in revitalizing our Liang sect. Only by destroying the Xianyin sect can we occupy this auspicious land, possess a large number of rare and precious materials, and control more secular kingdoms. By controlling more secular kingdoms, we can attract more talented disciples, thus enabling our Blazing Sun sect to grow and become the leader of the Immortal Path. Sect Master, we're attacking the Xianyin sect not to seek justice for the Peach Blossom Sword Immortal and avenge Elder Zhang Ting. Then another elder inquired. That's just an excuse to start a war. Our ultimate goal is to destroy the Xianyin sect, suppress the Tianjin sect, and make the Liang sect the #1 sect in the Immortal Path. Zhao Tian burst into laughter. Many elders understood. They had suspected this before, and now Zhao Tian had said it himself. Elders, as long as the Xianyin sect is destroyed, those who participated in the battle and made contributions will receive generous rewards, and your cultivation resources will also increase exponentially. Zhao Tian added, I will obey the sect leader's orders. The shouts of the elders were deafening. At this point, the high-ranking members of the Blazing Sun sect reached a consensus. After the Liang sect elders meeting concluded, everyone in the sect, from top to bottom, became busy. The entire sect knows that the Blazing Sun sect will soon declare war on the Profoundine sect. Peach Blossom Sword Immortal, dragging his heavily injured body, knelt before an old Taoist priest and said, Master, I suffered a severe injury, but I am beginning to recover. However, this matter is very strange. As the people of Xianyin sect said, it may be a conspiracy by the demon race. It would be unwise to launch a rash attack on the Xianyin sect. We implore Master to persuade the sect master to cancel this operation. The old Taoist opened his eyes and sneered. Foolish disciple, do you really think the sect leader decided to conquer the Xianyin sect because of you? You're too naive. Even if you were to die, it wouldn't be enough for the sect leader to lead his disciples and elders to attack the Xianyin sect. The sect leader is doing this for the eternal glory of our Blazing Sun sect. Destroying the Profoundine sect will bring us great benefits, and becoming the leading immortal sect is not impossible. If the Xianyin sect fights to the death, and the demon race stirs up trouble again, how should we deal with it? The Peach Blossom Sword Immortal was deeply worried. A fight to the death. Does his Xianyin sect have that kind of strength? Even if you give them a chance, they won't be able to do it. Enough said. To conquer and annihilate the Xianyin sect is a grand plan to achieve lasting hegemony, and it cannot be affected by some trivial matters. You may leave. In a few days, I will lead my disciples into battle. You should stay here and heal your wounds. Peach Blossom Blade Immortal retreated in a huff. Within the Liang sect, a consensus is being reached and preparations are underway for battle. Meanwhile, the elders and disciples of the Xianyin sect who had gone out for training were gradually returning. Chapter 173, Studying Formations. In the past 2 days, Lin Hao has seen many unfamiliar faces in the Xianyin sect. These are all disciples and elders who have rushed back. See that? That's Lin Hao, a complete troublemaker. That guy is the infamous playboy. He is indeed quite handsome, but I want to stomp on his face and beat him half to death. If it weren't for this bastard, how could our Xianyin sect have suffered this calamity today? If you ask me, we might as well send this beast to the Blazing Sun sect. When the disciples and elders who had gone out to train returned, they had all heard some strange and unusual stories about Lin Hao, and their impressions of him were naturally not very good. With the Xianyin sect facing imminent disaster, these people began to have many complaints about Lin Hao, and their words were increasingly harsh. Lin Hao had heard these kinds of words far too often in the past day or two, but he pretended not to hear and just laughed it off. However, these people were talking very loudly, as if they were deliberately trying to provoke Lin Hao. Lin Hao couldn't hold back any longer and prepared to teach these guys a lesson they would never forget. With a great battle approaching, instead of preparing for the fight, you're here gossiping about your fellow disciples. What kind of behavior is this? Just as they were about to take action, Elder Lu Mei suddenly appeared. The whispers about Lin Hao naturally reached her ears. Lu Mei flew into a rage, seemingly out of protectiveness of her husband, and immediately began to reprimand these people. When this group of people saw Lu Mei, they were like mice seeing a cat, each shrinking their heads and not daring to say a word. After Lu Mei finished scolding them, they all scattered. Strange. Where did he go? I just saw him. After dispersing the group, Lu Mei turned around and found that Lin Hao was gone. Upon further inspection, they discovered that Lin Hao had already run quite a distance, blending into the crowd. Lu Mei smiled and immediately chased after him. You brat, you think you can just run away from me? Do you think I'd eat you? Soon, Lu Mei caught up with Lin Hao. Elder Lu? Sister Lu, oh no, Grandma. What are you planning to do now? I've been spending all my time with you, which has already caused dissatisfaction among others. Lin Hao's lips twitched. After being exploited by Lu Mei for several days in a row, he was starting to feel the strain. Husband, you don't even call me mayor anymore. How heartless of you. My heart aches so much. Lu Mei put on a pitiful and aggrieved look, as if Lin Hao had bullied her. Didn't your injuries fully heal long ago? Lin Hao was speechless and said helplessly. These past few days, he hasn't had a moment's rest, working day and night to heal Lu Mei's injuries. However, what is more gratifying is that Lu Mei's injuries have completely healed, and her strength is even greater than before, with a much more profound source of power. But I also want to break through to the nascent soul realm. After these few days of cultivation, I feel like I'm about to touch the threshold of the nascent soul realm. If you just put in a little more effort, maybe I'll break through in the next few days. Lu Mei persisted relentlessly, refusing to give up. Lin Hao clutched his lower back and stretched his body. But I also have very important things to do. With the mountain protecting formation activated, I need to familiarize myself with it. I also have a responsibility to protect the Xianyin sect. Lin Hao still didn't dare to agree easily. The path of cultivation emphasizes a balance of tension and relaxation. This balance aligns with the natural order. Being constantly tense isn't good either. Lin Hao has come to deeply understand this in the past few days. That would be perfect. In the art of formations, without the guidance of a master, no matter how much time you spend, you will never even begin to grasp the basics. What a coincidence. I'm quite knowledgeable about magic arrays. Let's go. Lu Mei was immediately delighted and grabbed Lin Hao as they left. Hey, wait a minute. Are we seriously studying magic arrays? Lin Hao was getting anxious. Lu Mei ignored him and did not slow down at all. Lin Hao and Lu Mei were studying the formation and exchanging ideas, completely unaware of the passage of time. On this day, outside the Xianyin sect, the disciples patrolling the mountain were all preoccupied with their own thoughts. The fact that the Liang sect attacked the Xianyin sect was already common knowledge in the Xianyin sect. It has been exactly 7 days since the Liang sect envoy came to visit, and today is the 8th day. These disciples patrolling the mountain gazed into the distance, wondering how the enemy would appear. Some even harbored unrealistic fantasies, believing that the Liang sect was just bluffing them, and that in reality, the Liang sect would never come. Time slips away bit by bit. Look, what's that? A young monk exclaimed and pointed into the distance. 2 suns? There are actually 2 suns in the sky. Oh no, the Blazing Sun sect has attacked? That golden light, brighter than the sun, is the Blazing Sun sect's sacred artifact, the Golden Crow Mirror. Some elders noticed something amiss. There aren't 2 suns at all. There is only 1 sun in the sky, and the other is the Golden Crow Mirror. The light emitted by the Golden Crow Mirror is brilliant and dazzling, even more dazzling than the sun. The Golden Crow Mirror hung high, slowly pressing down, emitting countless golden rays. Spiritual energy surged and condensed into clouds, upon which people thronged shoulder to shoulder, banners fluttering in the wind. You treacherous dogs of the Xianyin sect, surrender now. If you hesitate even for a moment, your entire family will be wiped out. Not even a chicken or a dog will be spared. The people of the Blazing Sun sect rode the clouds and mist, creating an extremely oppressive atmosphere. Some elders of the Liang sect used profound and wondrous techniques, merging sound waves with magical power. The vibrations spread far and wide, reaching over 100 miles. Many of the disciples and elders of the Xianyin sect heard the sound. Their expressions changed drastically, and they became uneasy. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Quickly, sound the alarm and notify the sect's disciples. Ding ding ding. The alarm bell rang continuously, its sound resounding throughout the entire Xianyin sect, heard clearly in every corner. Whoosh. A moment later, a graceful figure appeared and went directly to the gate of the Xianyin sect. This person was none other than Ouyang Ru, the sect leader of the Xianyin sect. Ouyang Ru stood with her hands behind her back, looking straight ahead. The golden chrome mirror, gleaming with golden light, hung high in the air. Beneath it was a throne, engraved with patterns of birds, beasts, fish, insects, rivers, lakes, and seas. This was also a powerful magical artifact. Zhao Tian, the sect leader of the Liang sect, sat upright on his throne. Behind the throne was a canopy that radiated light, with thousands of auspicious rays and countless rays of rosy light. Zhao Tian was portrayed as noble and dignified. Seeing that Ouyang Ru had come alone, Zhao Tian was also very confident and stepped forward by himself. Zhao Tian, your Liang sect's large-scale attack is perhaps a bit too much, isn't it? My Xianyin sect has stood firm through countless storms and is not to be trifled with. If you leave now, we can still make peace. Ouyang Ru made a final effort, hoping to avert a major disaster. Reconcile. What level is your Xianyin sect? How about we rebuild our Liang sect? Don't you know your own limitations? I've brought my men here today to annihilate your Xianyin sect. Do you understand or not? Zhao Tian chuckled coldly, thinking that Ouyang Ru was too naive. You want to destroy our Xianyin sect? You're far too arrogant. My fear is that you won't be able to destroy our Xianyin sect, but instead, your Liang sect will be severely weakened and ultimately perish. Ouyang Ru's face turned pale and then red. She was furious with Zhao Qi. Enough with the nonsense. Surrender or perish. Zhao Tian said smugly. If that's the case, then there's nothing more to say. It's nothing more than a lose-lose situation where both sides suffer heavy losses. Let us fight then. Ouyang Ru gritted her teeth. The Xianyin sect has no other choice but to fight and to win. Only in this way can the Xianyin sect be preserved. Ouyang Ru returned to her sect and went straight to Chaiyang Peak, where she took command of the battle from the center. Zhao Tian returned to his throne. He drew his sword and swung it forward. Kill them. Chapter 174 Rivers and Mountains Stained with Blood. At a command, the disciples and elders of the Liang sect, each armed with weapons and magical artifacts, formed a battle formation and pressed towards the Xianyin sect. Hateful. Help. Even though they were still far from the Xianyin sect, the elders and disciples of the Liang sect unleashed their magical treasures. These magical treasures, when gathered together, become a mighty torrent. Many disciples on the edge of the Xianyin sect were unable to escape and were directly killed by the torrent of magical artifacts, their bodies shattered and turned into a cloud of blood mist. Exterminate the Xianyin sect. Leave no one alive, not even a chicken or a dog. Crush the Xianyin sect. Capture Ouyang Ru alive. The leader of the immortal path is none other than our Liang sect. Within a few breaths, a battle formation consisting of more than 10 elders and disciples of the Blazing Sun sect pressed in, with each formation having hundreds of people. The Xianyin sect's patrolling disciples plummeted from the sky like raindrops, while the Liang sect's momentum was overwhelming. At this moment, an elder of the Blazing Sun sect was filled with excitement and shouted loudly. Ha 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 ha, the Xianyin sect is nothing special. Their reputation is far from being lived up to. Sect Master, look at us. The people of the Blazing Sun sect are like tigers among sheep, while the people of the Profound Yin sect are slaughtered in a panic. Dozens of miles away, several elders observed the progress of the war and found that the Liang sect was making unusually smooth progress in all directions. The elders beamed with joy and whispered among themselves beside Zhao Tian. It's all thanks to the sect leader's excellent leadership. This time, with everyone in the Blazing Sun sect united as one and sharing the same hatred for the enemy, we will surely be able to destroy the Profound Yin sect. Zhao Tian found the words of the elders beside him very agreeable. He was filled with pride, pointing to the vast landscape before him, and said boldly, just a few days ago, the sect master of the Heavenly Sword sect advised me to stop the war. He was truly foolish. My purpose in coming here is for one thing only, to destroy the Xianyin sect. After absorbing the Xianyin sect, my Liang sect will recruit many disciples. It won't be long before we surpass the Tianjin sect and become the new number 1 immortal sect. The sect leader is wise. May the sect leader live forever, and may the Blazing Sun sect endure forever. The elders showered him with flattery, making Zhao Tian even more smug. Lin Hao, thank you. I have fully recovered, and my source energy is abundant, so I have touched the threshold of the nascent soul realm. In the heavenly punishment hall of the Xianin sect, Lu Mei put on her clothes. She exuded a charming, languid, and alluring aura. The Liang sect launched a major attack, sounding the alarm bells and waking Lin Hao and Lu Mei. At this moment, Lu Mei finally felt satisfied. In her words, she had touched the threshold of the nascent soul realm and could enter the nascent soul realm at almost any time. That's good. Now that the Blazing Sun sect is attacking, I must fight them with all my might. Lin Hao flew away and left the heavenly punishment hall. The Blazing Sun sect is going too far. Let's fight them. Lu Mei's gaze gradually turned cold as she headed towards Chaoyang Peak. Some time ago, the spear that accompanied her on her campaigns across the 8 wastelands was somewhat damaged, so Ouyang Ru asked a group of elders to help her repair it, and now she is going to pick it up. With a powerful enemy approaching, not only Lin Hao and Lu Mei prepared to fight, but the other elders and disciples in the sect also began their battle. In a valley of the Xianin sect, winds and black water appeared simultaneously, and the runes of the magic array flickered and faded. The elders and disciples of the Xianin sect also appeared one after another, each wielding their magical treasures and weapons to annihilate the powerful enemy. Careful! Run! The hundreds of members of the Liang sect were plunged into a desperate situation in an instant. A chilling wind blew, making everyone feel dizzy and disoriented. The black water further corroded the magical artifacts and polluted their spiritual energy. Despite the desperate resistance of the elders and disciples of the Liang sect, their efforts yielded little result. The sounds of wailing and screaming were incessant. In the end, only 2 or 3 people escaped with serious injuries, while the rest were all wiped out. This scene is not isolated. Sect Master, the people of the Xianin sect are extremely insidious. They almost never confront us directly, but instead rely on magic arrays to maneuver around us. Our personnel losses are much greater than anticipated. An elder's expression changed as he reported the latest developments to Zhao Tian. It's all right. We can afford this loss. Continue the attack. Time passed slowly, and an hour later, someone arrived at Chaoyang Peak. Report. Sect Master, our outermost protective formation has been breached. The Blazing Sun sect is overwhelming and difficult to resist. Okay, you can go now. Ouyang Ru's expression changed slightly, but she quickly regained her composure. Sect Master, let's go. At the core formation stage, following the previous plan, accepted their orders and left. The outermost arrays are not very powerful, and those who control them are only Foundation establishment cultivators. The breach of the mountain protecting formation was expected. The inner array is much more powerful, and the ones in charge of it are a mix of core formation and Foundation establishment realm cultivators. In addition to the central array, the Xianin sect has 3 outer layers of interconnected arrays. Each time an array is breached, the power of the central array weakens. The central array is the lifeblood of the Xianin sect. If the central array is breached, the Xianin sect will be doomed. At that time, with no one to protect them, they could only die tragically under the swords of the Blazing Sun sect. Kill them all, and loot the entire Xianin sect. We will fight bravely and wipe out the Xianin sect. The sect's rewards will be very generous. Perhaps, by taking advantage of this opportunity, we can catch up with the Peach Blossom Blade Immortal. Several disciples of the Blazing Sun sect shouted excitedly after breaking through a magic array. These people, the men were handsome and the women were beautiful, and their cultivation levels were all at the peak or late stage of Foundation establishment, so they were not weak. They were the senior and junior brothers and sisters of Peach Blossom Blade Immortal. In the past, Peach Blossom Blade Immortal had amazing talent and had taken away a lot of cultivation resources, which made the group unhappy. This time, with the Peach Blossom Sword Immortal absent, they had a chance to shine. Why is progress so slow? The Xianin sect and vast mountain ranges were stained red with blood. Blood flowed like rivers, and white bones were exposed in the wilderness. The Xianin sect and the Liang sect paid an extremely heavy price. Even so, the sect leader of the Blazing Sun sect was somewhat dissatisfied. As the war continued, he noticed that the morale of the elders and disciples of the Liang sect had somewhat weakened. Sect Master, some elders and disciples have reported that the elders and disciples of the Xianin sect possess numerous magical treasures, and their formations are also very powerful. So many magical treasures? Where did the Xianin sect get so many magical treasures? How could they possibly refine so many magical treasures in such a short time? Zhao Tian started cursing. Reporting to the sect master, an elder said that some magical treasures and weapons do not belong to the Xianyin sect, but were provided to the Xianyin sect by the Tianjin sect, Wuji Palace, and Baiwa Valley. The sect leader of the Blazing Sun sect was furious, and an elder cautiously reported the latest situation. Outrageous. These three major sects are actually colluding with the Xianyin sect. After we destroy the Xianyin sect, one day we will make them pay the price. Zhao Tian said through gritted teeth. Although my Blazing Sun sect has produced a nascent soul realm expert, the Heavenly Sword sect still leads the Immortal Dao sections. This situation is unlikely to change in the short term. That's true. So we must win. If we can't destroy the Xianyin sect, our Liang sect will suffer a heavy blow. This attack on the Xianyin sect is progressing far less smoothly than expected. Members of the Liang sect also sensed something was wrong, feeling that the situation seemed to be spiraling out of control. How could I not know what they're thinking? Those despicable and shameless bastards. I'm going to teach them a lesson they won't forget. I'll go and ask Elder Sun Jinxiang for help. Today, I'll show the Xianyin sect the terror of a nascent soul realm expert, and I'll also make the other major sects realize the situation. Zhao Tian said with a gloomy face and a vicious tone. Chapter 175, Showing Off Power. Behind Zhao Tianxian's carriage was another unassuming carriage, inside which sat Sun Jinxiang, the supreme elder of the Liang sect in the nascent soul stage. Then, Zhao Tian arrived at Sun Jinxiang's ancestral tablet. I briefly explained the current situation and then expressed my desire to ask him for help. Sect Master, rest assured, this time, I will definitely annihilate the Xianyin sect. Sun Jinxiang chuckled coldly. He leaped forward, his body upright, looked up at the sky, opened his mouth and inhaled, drawing all the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into his mouth, and even the clouds were absorbed into his body. Sun Jinxiang chanted profound and obscure incantations, and his body swelled in the wind, reaching a height of 100 feet before stopping. Disciples of the Xianyin sect, tremble at my feet. Sun Jinxiang exhaled and spoke, his voice like a thunderclap from a clear sky. Lin Hao and a group of Xianyin sect disciples were fighting against the Liang sect disciples within the Xianyin sect's magic array. Suddenly, Sun Jinxiang's voice boomed in my ears like a muffled thunderclap. Oh, ouch, that hurts. Many disciples in the Qi refining realm were shaken by the sound, causing their blood and Qi to surge. Some even suffered from bleeding from both ears and temporary deafness. Screams echoed throughout the room. Is this what a nascent soul realm expert is like? Truly terrifying. Lin Hao was shocked. He looked out of the mountain and saw a giant in golden armor striding forward. The giant was majestic, with golden runes flashing in his eyes, and a faint golden light emanating from them as they opened and closed. He was holding a large, black, and shiny club covered with various flame runes. Clusters of flames rose gently, covering the entire club. An astonishing surge of magical power. What kind of magic is this? How could my body grow so much? Lin Hao was astonished. This was almost beyond his comprehension. This was his first encounter with a powerful expert at the nascent soul realm. Sun Jinxiang strode forward, stomped his huge foot hard, and large rocks turned into dust, the earth rumbling. Many cultivators of the Xianyin sect fled for their lives. But it was as if Sun Jinxiang had imprisoned him, and he was unable to escape. He turned into bloody mud and died tragically at Sun Jinxiang's feet. Break! Sun Jinxiang roared, swung his big stick. A sudden gust of wind arose, and runes flashed. Crackling sounds. A series of explosions rang out, and large sections of the Xianyin sect's protective array turned gray. Click! Click! Engraved with array patterns developed cracks, and were actually damaged. Run! A nascent soul realm expert is too terrifying. We simply cannot withstand him. Many disciples cried out in despair, their cries echoing as they were slaughtered in a panic. Bang! Suddenly, a huge boulder, accompanied by the howling wind, crashed heavily onto Lin Hao as if chasing stars and the moon. Lin Hao tried to dodge, but Sun Jinxiang suddenly stepped forward. The enormous foot slowly pressed down, casting a large shadow over Lin Hao and the Xianyin sect disciples. Buzz buzz buzz. At that very moment, Lin Hao suddenly realized that the surrounding spiritual energy was becoming extremely chaotic, with storms and turbulent currents tearing at each other. He felt as if he were in a swamp, making it very difficult to move. Even circulating magical power and performing Taoist arts was extremely difficult. Run! Just as Lin Hao was struggling to break free, a young man and a young woman flew over. The man had bronze skin, was a head taller than average, and had an exceptionally robust physique. He held a Xianhua axe in his hand. With a single cleave of the axe, a gap immediately appeared in front of the group, creating an almost vacuum-like area. The young woman grabbed Lin Hao and fled at top speed. Bang! The moment the group left, the enormous foot stomped down. Help! I don't want to die! Screams rang out one after another, and in the blink of an eye, 20 or 30 people died. That was close. The three of them flew away, crossing several mountains before finally stopping. Lin Hao breathed a sigh of relief, but cold sweat streamed down his back, and he was still shaken. He looked at the man and woman. He recognized the woman once. She was his senior sister, Zhang Ruoxi. But he didn't know who the man was. My name is Wang Zhong. The man chuckled and said no more. Idiot, why aren't you calling me senior brother? Zhang Ruoxi patted Lin Hao on the head. I have often heard Master mention you, but I have never met you. Thank you for saving my life, senior brother. Lin Hao clasped his hands in a gesture of respect. Although they had only spent a short time together, Lin Hao had already made a preliminary assessment of their abilities. Senior sister Zhang Ruoxi is at the late stage of core formation, while senior brother Wang Zhong is already at the great perfection of core formation. Even the enforcement elder Lu Mei had to put in some effort to subdue him half a year ago. However, recently, Lu Mei's inner strength has increased to the point that she is about to break through to the nascent soul realm, and Wang Zhong is no match for her at all. We are both disciples of Dazhu Peak, and we should help each other. Junior brother, there's no need to be so polite. Wang Zhong chuckled, and then fell silent. Zhang Ruoxi, on the other hand, is quite talkative. Lin Hao understood after hearing just a few words from her. It turned out that the two of them had also been ordered to fight against the people of the Blazing Sun sect, relying on the magic array, along with some elders and disciples. But after Sun Jinxiang displayed his extraordinary power, the magic array they were guarding was breached, and they retreated towards the central magic array. Seeing that Lin Hao was trapped, he rescued him without hesitation. This is terrifying. I'm afraid the outer array of my Xianyin sect won't be able to stop him. Perhaps only the central array can hold him off. After observing for a while, the three discovered that the Xianyin sect's magic arrays were like paper, one after another, and were broken by Sun Jinxiang. The elders and disciples of the Liang sect followed closely behind, forming a battle formation and unleashing their magical treasures to ambush and reap the kills from behind. The Xianyin sect suffered a crushing defeat and collapsed into the mountains, unable to organize an effective defense. Meanwhile, the Liang sect advanced with unstoppable momentum, pursuing their victory with renewed vigor. The people of the Xianyin sect are all cowards. Who dares to come out and fight me head-on? Sun Jinxiang raised an iron bar and smashed it down, causing a small mountain to collapse instantly. He strode forward, swaggering and shouting. Chapter 176 Ultimate Sublimation. The Xianyin sect's magic arrays were breached one after another. Many elders and disciples with high levels of skill led their people to retreat towards the central formation. The area where the disciples of the Xianyin sect can move around is getting smaller and smaller. The caves on the occupied mountains were looted, the medicinal fields were ruthlessly destroyed, and many herbs were harvested by the Liang sect before they were even ripe. The spirit beasts also suffered terribly and were killed by the Liang sect. They boiled the crane and burned the zither, trampled the medicinal herb field. Such scenes are playing out on many mountain peaks. These mountains were painstakingly built by the elders and disciples of the Xianyin sect, who poured countless efforts into their construction, and now they have all been destroyed. The financial loss goes without saying, but the deaths of disciples are even more unacceptable. The power of the nascent soul realm far exceeds my imagination. I wish I could break through to the nascent soul realm. In the central array of the Xianyin sect, Ouyang Ru squinted, deep in thought. A cultivator at the nascent soul realm is too powerful, so powerful that it inspires despair. Looking across the entire Xianyin sect, no one is Sun Jinxiang's match. Ouyang Ru scanned the crowd, and not a single one of the lords of the various peaks or some nascent soul realm elders dared to meet her gaze. They were afraid of being singled out for battle. Ouyang Ru sighed, somewhat helplessly. Just then, a tall, thin Taoist priest rose from the top of Dazhu Peak and went straight to meet Sun Jinxiang. Sun Jinxiang wielded an iron bar, unstoppable and invincible. Nothing could hinder his progress. Just as he was getting into the swing of things, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. The Taoist priest was thin and tall. Old memories flooded back, some long-buried recollections were unearthed, and a raging fire ignited in Sun Jinxiang's heart. "Old man, you're not dead yet." The giant, who was over 100 feet tall, looked at the gaunt Taoist priest and roared angrily. "My wish remains unfulfilled. I cannot leave before you." The thin bamboo pole spoke casually. The sect leader of the Blazing Sun sect and the elders had very interesting expressions on their faces when they heard the two men's sarcastic words. Didn't Feng Songyue's master suffer a cultivation mishap, go into a qi deviation, and die? Zhao Tian suddenly stood up from his throne, somewhat surprised. "We were all fooled by the rumors. It turns out that old bastard didn't die." He stomped his foot in an elder's anger. "This old bastard is not to be underestimated. It is said that our former sect leader was crushed by this old bastard in every aspect. 200 years ago, he almost died at his hands. I've heard about that battle. It is said that Sun Jinxiang had only recently become the sect leader, and as the most talented person in the Liang sect, he could not tolerate his failure. They gathered their fellow disciples from the same lineage, and the 5 of them together ambushed and killed the old bastard. In the end, only Sun Jinxiang returned, his life hanging by a thread and his health severely damaged. The rest of them were all dead. I heard from my senior brother that during that ambush, they killed the old bastard's confidant, a fairy from 100 Flowers Valley. As a result, after the old bastard recovered from his injuries, he came alone to seek revenge, and he killed 7 of my Liang sect's lone nascent soul realm cultivators. Even Sun Jinxiang dared not venture out easily, instead choosing to cultivate in seclusion. Just 30 years later, he retired from the limelight, passing the position of sect leader to his successor and becoming a supreme elder. Several elders at the nascent soul stage were exchanging information in secret. Zhao Tian's face immediately darkened, and he angrily rebuked, "Don't talk nonsense. If you want to establish yourselves in the Blazing Sun sect, keep everything you know to yourselves." All the elders immediately fell silent. No one wants their wounds exposed, especially powerful cultivators. Sun Jinxiang has now broken through to the nascent soul realm, making him one of the few powerful figures in the entire Yuzhou region, even among immortals, demons, and monsters combined. To bring up the past setbacks again would be to slap ourselves in the face. If Sun Jinxiang gets angry, who knows how many people will suffer? Everyone remained silent, all their eyes fixed on Sun Jinxiang. What sparks will fly when former enemies meet again? The elders of the Blazing Sun sect were filled with anticipation. "You're not dead. That's wonderful. We've been fighting for years, with each of us winning and losing. Today is the day to fight to the death. I will personally kill you, bringing a perfect end to the feud between us." Sun Jinxiang sneered. Suddenly, he raised his big stick and brought it down on his head. "We must wipe out the skinny bamboo poles in one fell swoop." A blazing flame erupted from the iron rod, and as it swept across, many ancient trees on the mountain peaks hundreds of meters away were ignited, their flames shooting into the sky. Good timing. I've been wanting to experience the strength of a nascent soul realm expert. The skinny bamboo pole let out a loud shout, neither dodging nor avoiding, and unleashed a section of withered wood. Half of the dead tree was charred, with straight lines running down its surface, resembling a ruler. It was only about 3 feet long, and compared to Sun Jinxiang's huge iron rod, it was like an ant seeing an elephant. However, the enormous iron rod was actually blocked. Withered wood ruler stirred up layers of emerald smoke, steadily supporting the iron rod. The Supreme Elder is mighty. Great Bamboo Peak is invincible. The Xianin sect stands firm. This scene was exhilarating, and the people of the Xianin sect saw it clearly and immediately cheered. "You old codger, don't think that you can change the course of the battle by reaching the ultimate sublimation. You can only maintain this state for 2 hours at most, right? After 2 hours, you won't survive. And I want to tell you plainly, even if you reach the pinnacle of your abilities, you are no match for me." Soon as the two clashed, Sun Jinxiang immediately realized that his old rival had unleashed combat power beyond the nascent soul realm. He knew that the other person had burned their life force to the extreme and achieved sublimation. When faced with such a reckless enemy, the logical approach would be to engage in hit-and-run tactics. When the time comes, the enemy's strength will be reduced by 90%. At that time, winning in one battle would have been the best strategy. However, the enmity between the two ran too deep, and Sun Jinxiang broke through to the divine transformation realm. He was proud and arrogant, so naturally he was unwilling to avoid his sharp edge. Sun Jinxiang swung the iron bar and smashed it down with all his might. In the span of 3 breaths, he smashed it hundreds of times. Uft. The skinny bamboo pole spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backward. Not good. The disciples of the Xian'an sect paled in shock. Such a powerful figure only lasted a few breaths? Who else in the Xian'an sect could withstand a nascent soul stage cultivator from the Liang sect? Quickly, protect the Supreme Elder. The thin bamboo pole was knocked away, and Ouyang quickly reacted. Together with the elders and disciples, she activated the central magic array, and an indescribable power descended, condensing into a black river that swept towards Sun Jinxiang. A bunch of ants, trying to change the course of the battle by using a magic array? Sun Jinxiang roared angrily, brandishing his iron bar and slamming it down. The black river was cut off and split in two. Chapter 177, I'll take care of everything. Enemies meeting are bound to be filled with hatred. Enraged, Sun Jinxiang chased after the skinny bamboo pole, determined to kill him, avenge his humiliation, and put an end to their years-long feud. Ouyang Ru, along with many elders and disciples, activated the central magic array to fight against Sun Jinxiang. Despite the restraint and hindrance of the Xian'an sect members, Sun Jinxiang tried his best, but still failed to eliminate the skinny bamboo pole. On the contrary, the skinny bamboo pole's several surprise attacks resulted in minor injuries to Sun Jinxiang. Junior sister, junior brother, with Master and the two Supreme Elders going out to fight the enemy, there are no experts left to guard Dezhu Peak. We should protect Dezhu Peak. Alright then. The three of us will each move all the treasures and servants from our caves to Dezhu Peak. While the skinny bamboo pole was engaged in fierce battle with Sun Jinxiang, Wang Zhong, Zhang Ruoxi, and Lin Hao also escaped the pursuit of the Liang sect members and entered the central magic array. The Xian'an sect's central magic array covers an extremely wide area, enveloping 5 towering mountain peaks. With Chaoyang Peak as its core, Dezhu Peak, Shaozhu Peak, Luoyan Peak, and Piaomiao Peak are arranged in 4 directions, subtly guarding Chaoyang Peak. At this time, the outer protective array of the Xian'an sect had been breached by the Liang sect, leaving only the central array still in operation. All the elders and disciples retreated into the central magic array. The central array, each towering mountain peak, is guarded by at least one nascent soul realm cultivator. Only on Dezhu Peak, after Feng Songyue and the others left, there were no nascent soul realm experts left. Wang Zhong was worried that Dezhu Peak, which Feng Songyue had been building up for many years, would be breached by the enemy, so he proposed that everyone defend Dezhu Peak together. What the eldest brother says is true. Zhang Ruoxi and Lin Hao completely agreed. The 3 parted ways and each flew to their respective cultivation caves. Master is usually arrogant and domineering, offending many people. With a great enemy at hand, not a single nascent soul cultivator is willing to sit in charge of Dezhu Peak. As Lin Hao flew away, he pondered to himself. Soon, he arrived at the mountain where he practiced his cultivation. Han Liyue, Shui Linger, Wang Shihan, Lu Yi and others were gathered together, casting spells. In front of them, a large number of spirit stones were burning, providing spiritual power to the central magic array. The mountain where Lin Hao was located was not far from Dezhu Peak. Strictly speaking, it was a small hill extending from Dezhu Peak and was also within the central magic array. Not only him, but also the mountains where Wang Zhong and Zhang Ruoxi cultivated were like this. Upon seeing Lin Hao's return, Shui Linger and the others were overjoyed. Quick! Take all the spirit stones and treasures with us. Let's all head to Dezhu Peak. This mountain peak, about 7 or 8 miles to the east, is no longer within the range of the central magic array. It can be said that this is the outermost area of the central magic array. In a critical moment, Lin Hao made a decisive decision and immediately arranged for everyone to retreat. Shui Linger and the others knew that the situation was urgent, so they immediately took action. The servants on the mountain were also gathering. Lin Hao, something terrible has happened. Disciples and elders from the Blazing Sun sect are attacking and will be at the entrance of the cave soon. A short while later, Wang Shihan rushed over to report. Liu Ling, you two wait here while I go to meet the enemy. Lin Hao strode out of the cave. This mountain is rich in spiritual energy, and the medicinal herbs on it are growing vigorously. Who is cultivating here? 20 or 30 people had already reached the halfway point of the mountain. They were harvesting medicinal herbs while exchanging ideas with each other. I don't know, but who cares? Let's attack first. This is the core area of the Xian'an sect. If the sect leader hadn't used the Golden Crow mirror to break open a gap, we wouldn't have been able to get here. Someone said with a smug look on their face. Lin Hao secretly observed and found that among the 20 or 30 people, only 5 were core formation realm cultivators, with the highest cultivation level being only the mid-core formation realm. The rest were all foundation establishment realm cultivators. Once he confirmed that there were no other powerful individuals, Lin Hao immediately jumped out. Oh no, it's that little bastard Lin Hao. Someone recognized Lin Hao immediately, and their expression changed drastically. Quick run. Everyone was already aware of Lin Hao's strength, and they immediately prepared to flee. Some even sent out messages to call for their companions. Die. Lin Hao unleashed his full power without holding back. With a wave of his long sword, flames crisscrossed in all directions, and soon, all of them were annihilated. Run! After eliminating the powerful enemy, Lin Hao immediately led his men away. At this moment, Lin Hao also lost his composure. The presence of members of the Blazing Sun sect within the Central Magic Array, though not particularly high-level experts, was enough to illustrate the point. It seems that even the Central Magic Array cannot guarantee the safety of the Xian'an sect members. Is the Xian'an sect really doomed? Lin Hao muttered to himself. Soon, the group arrived at Dazhu Peak. Wang Zhong, Zhang Ruoxi, and others had arrived ahead of him. They each brought their servants, and Dazhu Peak immediately became lively. Boom. As soon as Lin Hao and the others landed on Dazhu Peak, a thick golden beam of light suddenly shone obliquely towards them, causing large areas of the array patterns to darken. A terrifying energy wave rippled outwards, and the rocks turned to ashes in an instant. An entire mountain, just like that, gone? Wang Shihan was stunned, almost scared out of her wits. That was the mountain where Lin Hao cultivated, and it was instantly reduced to nothingness when it was illuminated by the golden light emitted by the Golden Crow Mirror. Shui Linger, Han Liyue, Lu Yi, and the others were also stunned. They were so close to dying. I can't imagine that if they were still in the same place, they probably wouldn't have felt any pain before death. Dozens of miles away, Zhao Tian and a group of elders from the Liang sect were pale-faced, their spiritual energy almost completely depleted. Everyone quickly took out a handful of elixirs and swallowed them to restore their spiritual power. That little thief Lin Hao should be dead, right? One person made a vicious guess. He's definitely dead. We just received the message from our disciple and immediately took action. He shouldn't have had time to dodge. It's good that he's dead. That little beast's cultivation level improved too quickly. If he hadn't died, he would have always been a threat. The Golden Crow Mirror is indeed incredibly powerful, but unfortunately, our cultivation level is too low to activate it at will. Zhao Tian said with some regret. Feng Songyue concealed his aura, hiding in the shadows, waiting for an opportunity to strike and ambush Sun Jinxiang. The thick golden light startled her, and after quickly discerning its location, her expression changed. Qinxue, is Lin Hao still alive? Feng Songyue secretly transmitted her voice to Morong Qinxue. The two were sworn enemies, but at this crucial moment, the person Feng Songyue trusted most was Morong Qinxue. Soon, she received news that Lin Hao, Wang Zhong, Zhang Ruoxi, and others had arrived at Dazhu Peak, and her panic subsided. Those elders have a lot of opinions about me, and with a formidable enemy at hand, they are unlikely to lend a hand. Qinxue, please look after the disciples of my great bamboo peak, especially Lin Hao. Please take good care of him. Feng Songyue sent another message. Don't worry, I'll take care of everything. Morong Qinxue responded. Chapter 178 Successive Attacks. Feng Songyue said no more and continued to focus on the battle between his master and Sun Jinxiang. Eliminating Sun Jinxiang is the key to victory or defeat. When Lin Hao and his group arrived at Dazhu Peak, they felt much more at ease. I hope Master and the others succeed. On Dazhu Peak, Lin Hao and his group kept watch on the Liang sect, while gazing into the distance at the battle between the skinny bamboo pole and Sun Jinxiang. No, Senior Uncle Sun has gone too far. If the Xian'an sect has any conspiracies or schemes, Senior Uncle Sun is likely to be in grave danger. Zhao Tian, the sect leader of the Liang sect, was stationed at the rear, observing the entire battle, and realized that something was amiss. Sect Master. The central formation of the Xian'an sect is extremely powerful. Disciples and elders dare not even touch it. 4 core formation cultivators. Attacking the formation is almost a death sentence, and even nascent soul cultivators have a high chance of perishing. An elder spoke up. At all costs, break through the central formation and annihilate the Xian'an sect. Disciples and elders above the core formation realm, follow me. Zhao Tian noticed that Sun Jinxiang was having trouble getting down the thin bamboo pole in a short time, and he gradually became a little impatient. Fearing that something might happen to Sun Jinxiang, he immediately led his disciples and elders at the core formation stage and above to charge over. The crowd unleashed their magical treasures, weapons, and even activated the sect's most prized possession, the Golden Crow Mirror. Countless spirit stones burned, and the powerful spiritual energy transformed into a torrent, flowing into the Golden Crow Mirror. The Golden Crow Mirror emitted a powerful magical energy fluctuation, almost capable of destroying the heavens and the earth, burning mountains and boiling seas. Click, click. The hard rocks could not withstand the high temperature emanating from the Golden Crow Mirror. They were scorched and cracked into pieces, then turned into magma that flowed wildly. The corpses of many disciples of the Liang sect and Xianin sect were set ablaze and turned to ashes in the raging fire. A group of experts from the Blazing Sun sect to help us in this battle. Inside the central magic array of the Xianin sect, someone exclaimed in surprise. Even Feng Canyue's master, who had reached the pinnacle of enlightenment, was no match for Sun Jinxiang, who was at the nascent soul stage. Only with the support of many Xianin sect experts and the central array could he barely hold his own. If the people from the Liang sect come, the experts from the Xianin sect will surely activate their formations to fight against them. Without the assistance of many experts, the fate of the skinny bamboo pole is predictable. Sun Jinxiang really got angry. In the past, he was crushed by the skinny bamboo pole. Now, he has broken through to the nascent soul realm. He wanted to destroy his opponent with overwhelming force, but the skinny bamboo pole was like a fly, flying around and impossible to catch. Die. After a brief struggle, Sun Jinxiang created an opening, and when the skinny bamboo pole attacked, he immediately struck with deadly force. One strike, one kill. Sun Jinxiang thought to himself. Hee, a nascent soul realm expert, huh? This old man will see what you've got up to. Just then, something unexpected happened. The short, stout man launched a surprise attack. 6 Desires, Yin Thunder Palm. Break. A giant hand appeared on Sun Jinxiang's enormous head. The hand changed shape repeatedly, transforming from a palm into a claw, and then grabbed down. The spiritual energy surrounding Sun Jinxiang's body was directly torn apart, and the claw reached down and pierced through his skull. The spiritual energy, along with a string of black beads the size of walnuts, was all injected into Sun Jinxiang's head by the short, stout man. Rumble, rumble. Immediately afterwards, a deafening explosion rang out, a cold wind howled, and the world was plunged into darkness. Oh, not good. The Xianin sect is so vicious. That old man, isn't he Feng Canyue's grandmaster? How come he's still alive? That short, fat old man unleashed combat power surpassing that of the nascent soul realm, pushing himself to the extreme and completely disregarding his own life. Swift as a rabbit and swift as a falcon. All of this happened so fast, almost in the blink of an eye. The people of the Blazing Sun sect watched helplessly, but had no time to react. They were furious, their hearts burning with rage. Excellent. With the 6 Desires, Yin Thunder Palm and hundreds of profound Yin Thunderbolts, even a nascent soul realm expert would perish. Inside the central magic array of the Xianin sect, Ouyang Ru almost jumped up. The 6 Desires Yin Thunder Palm is extremely powerful. Those struck by it lose their Tao heart, and their 7 emotions and 6 desires arise in an instant, causing confusion in their minds and making it extremely difficult to circulate their magical power and perform Tao techniques. The Xian Yin Thunderbolt also possesses extremely strong destructive power. Even a nascent soul cultivator could be fatally wounded by a single Xian Yin Thunderbolt if ambushed. Even if it wasn't hit in a vital spot, or at the core of the Xian Yin Thunderbolt explosion, it would still suffer severe damage. This sneak attack was something that the short, stout guy had been waiting for a very long time. More than 100 Xian Yin Thunderbolts were fired into Sun Jinxiang's head and then exploded. Ouyang Ru simply couldn't imagine who else could have survived. Boom, boom. Amidst the earth-shattering explosion, the giant, hundreds of feet tall, had his head, neck, and half of his body blown to dust. Flesh and blood flew everywhere, and the enormous body rapidly shrank. To everyone's astonishment, Sun Jinxiang returned to his normal form, roughly the same size as an average person. However, Sun Jinxiang lost his head, and half of his body was also blown away. The iron rod, too, went out of control and reverted to its original shape. Holding back the gun until the opportune moment, striking with deadly precision, the Supreme Elder is truly mighty. Within the central magic array of the Xianin sect, a sound as loud as a mountain roaring and a tsunami crashing resounded. Quick, kill them and rescue Master Sun. Zhao Tian's eyes were bloodshot, and he was furious. Ouyang Ru and a group of Xianyin sect disciples and elders immediately activated the magic array to prevent Zhao Tian and others from rescuing Sun Jinxiang. At this moment, another person appeared. Feng Songyue flashed out, stepping on a 9-colored lotus platform, with clusters of lotus-shaped flames undulating around her. With a swing of his longsword, he pierced directly through Sun Jinxiang's heart. The three men, short, thin, and Feng Songyue, dared not relax and ruthlessly attacked. In the blink of an eye, Sun Jinxiang's broken body vanished into thin air, and even his soul was destroyed. Thank goodness, it worked, Feng Songyue said with lingering fear. Although she had eliminated Sun Jinxiang, she was not particularly happy. Feng Songyue knew perfectly well what price she had paid. Her master and grandmaster can only live for about an hour at most. Upon realizing this, Feng Songyue's eyes turned cold, and she launched an attack on Zhao Tian and the others. No! Be careful, my disciple! Suddenly, the short, thin man and the skinny man's expressions changed. They shouted in a thunderous voice. At this moment, a purple centipede the size of a palm swelled up in the wind, quickly growing to over 100 feet in length. The centipede was purple, its body was like cast iron, and it had 6 pairs of wings on its sides. With its head wagging and tail swaying, the centipede's eyes were sinister, filled with boundless hatred, as it charged towards Feng Songyue. Chapter 179 Self-Destruction. Great, very good. The lineage of Dezhu Peak is truly full of ruthless individuals. All of you must die. Today, I will sever the lineage of Dezhu Peak. The centipede spoke in human language. It was none other than Sun Jinxiang's voice. The intent to kill swept across all directions. A giant centipede lunged, its mouth wide open. Black mist billowed out, bitter, spicy, and foul-smelling. Feng Songyue felt dizzy, and her vision gradually blurred. Damn it! I've been poisoned. In the blink of an eye, Feng Songyue found herself in a predicament. She was in a daze, like a headless fly, running around aimlessly. Songyu. In the central formation of the Xianyin sect, Murong Qinxue, who was activating the formation, had a deathly pale face. She saw what had just happened. Everything happened too fast. From Sun Jinxiang's execution to the appearance of the centipede, everything happened far too quickly, leaving many people no time to react. Feng Songyue, who was preparing to fight a powerful enemy just a second ago, found herself in danger the next instant. The Xianyin sect wanted to come to their rescue, but it was too late. Songyu run. At the critical moment, the skinny bamboo pole arrived. He unleashed his ebony ruler and smashed it down on the giant centipede's head. At the same time, he struck Feng Songyue with a palm strike, but Feng Songyue floated away like a butterfly. Kill him. A group of elders from the Liang sect arrived, and everyone activated the golden crow mirror. The gleaming mirror swirled high in the sky, with streaks of golden light descending and twisting, intertwining like a spider web, slowly binding the slender bamboo pole. The group unleashed their magical weapons and blasted at the skinny bamboo pole. The short, stout man, his eyes blazing with fury, charged forward, desperate to save his apprentice. Just then, the giant centipede opened its blood-red maw and sucked the thin bamboo pole straight into its mouth. Master! Having narrowly escaped death, Feng Songyue, with tears in her eyes, cried out loudly. You can never imagine the terror of the nascent soul realm. This 6-winged centipede is a spirit pet I've raised for many years. It's an ancient ferocious beast, stronger than a human body. Old man, in the end, I still won. Crimson blood flowed from the centipede's mouth, mixed with fragments of white bone. A part of Sun Jinxiang's soul merged with the 6-winged centipede, and now the 6-winged centipede is him, and he is the 6-winged centipede. My disciple. The short, stout man had a gloomy face, and a sense of powerlessness welled up within him. They had painstakingly planned and finally seized an opportunity, hoping to turn the tide. But unexpectedly, Sun Jinxiang was still alive. Those 6-winged centipedes were physically stronger than humans, and now they didn't even have a chance to launch a sneak attack. It's over. We're all going to die? The Xianyin sect is hopeless. Even the Supreme Elder, who has reached the pinnacle of enlightenment, is utterly powerless against the 6-winged centipede. The Xianyin sect is doomed. Within the central magic array of the Xianyin sect, wails of agony filled the air. The invincible prowess of the divine transformation realm was etched into everyone's heart. Master, Lin Hao saw this scene inside Dezhu Peak. He was filled with grief, indignation, and despair. The nascent soul stage is truly too powerful, so powerful that it fills all the members of the Xian sect with despair. The nascent soul realm is nothing more than this. The profound Yin sect will endure forever. As the Xian sect members wailed in despair, the last sound from the skinny bamboo pole came from the mouth of the six-winged centipede. Rumble. A series of explosions rang out again, as loud as thunder, coming from the mouth of the enormous six-winged centipede. It's Xianyin Pai Li Zi. This is the Supreme Elder's desperate attack. He wasn't powerless to defend himself. This was intentional on his part. Morong Qinxue shouted. At this moment, many powerful figures from the Xianyin sect also noticed something amiss. Even at the cost of our lives, we must inflict heavy damage on the enemy. This scene touched everyone's hearts. You're so cruel. Sun Jinxiang was first ambushed, his physical body was destroyed, and part of his soul was also destroyed. Not long after, he was ambushed by the skinny bamboo pole again. Amidst the series of explosions, the skinny bamboo pole perished, which goes without saying. The six-winged centipede's jaw was also blown apart. It was the same Xianyin thunderbolt again, and Sun Jinxiang fell for it once more. I'm going to wipe you all out. The skinny bamboo pole was completely dead, but Sun Jinxiang was not satisfied. A nascent soul realm expert fought against two nascent soul realm cultivators who had reached the pinnacle of their cultivation, yet paid such a terrible price. Despite the assistance of many elders and disciples of the Xianyin sect, the cost paid was somewhat unsatisfactory compared to the results achieved. The six-winged centipede's body was somewhat damaged. Sun Jinxiang was furious. The six-winged centipede swept its tail, directly killing the dwarf and Feng Songyue. Everyone from Dazhu Peak must die. Another great battle has broken out. Break through the central magic array and annihilate the Xianyin sect. Zhao Tian commanded the many elders to fight bravely. About the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, Feng Songyue was freed from the six-winged centipede's entanglement. Hurry, enter the central magic array. The legacy of Dazhu Peak must not be broken. The short, stout man had lost an arm, but he used all his strength to create an opportunity for Feng Songyue to escape. At this moment, Feng Songyue was also in a miserable state, covered in blood, and the lotus-shaped flames around her body were gone. The nine-colored lotus platform beneath my feet was covered with cracks, and it seemed that it would turn into dust with the slightest touch. Master! Feng Songyue felt as if her heart was being torn apart, and she longed to fight again. Essence of blood, spirit of the soul, immortals slay demons, kill. At that moment, the short, stout man's body swelled up rapidly, like a balloon that had been blown up. Rushed towards the attacking six-winged centipede at an extremely fast speed. It's over. At this moment, Feng Songyue knew that she would never see her master again. The difference in strength was too great, so the short, stout guy chose to self-destruct. A huge, blood-red mushroom cloud rose up, and a giant centipede, hundreds of feet long, was sent flying backward. Winged centipede was almost cut in half at the waist. Only a little flesh and blood were still connected in the middle of its body, and most of its legs were broken off. Wanna leave? Not so easy. Been hit twice by the Xianyin thunderbolt, and then self-destructing, Sun Jinxiang suffered another severe blow. But he was blinded by rage, and, disregarding his own injuries, chased after Feng Songyue. Quick! Don't let that bitch Feng Songyue get away. Seeing that Feng Songyue was about to enter the central magic array, Zhao Tian, along with several elders, activated the Golden Crow Mirror in an attempt to imprison her. Golden light shone down, and Feng Songyue's body was engulfed in flames. Strands of golden light twisted and intertwined, forming a large net. Feng Songyue froze, as if she were stuck in a swamp, unable to move. Songyue, come back quickly. Ouyangru panicked and flashed out, summoning a broken bone knife. As the bone knife swayed, many golden lights were cut off. Feng Songyue gritted her teeth, and the already dilapidated nine-colored lotus platform beneath her feet suddenly exploded. The aftershocks of the explosion reverberated in all directions, and the golden light binding her vanished without a trace. Feng Songyue flashed into the central magic array. The strongest member of the Xianyin sect has been killed. Kill them all. Leave no one, not even a chicken or a dog, alive in the entire Xianyin sect. Unable to kill Feng Songyue, Sun Jinxiang was consumed by rage and roared. Chapter 180: The Collapse of Dazhu Peak. Feng Songyue suffered an extremely tragic fate, paying a terrible price to escape. Her master and grandmaster both perished one after another. Two powerful cultivators from the Xianyin sect, who had reached the pinnacle of their cultivation and were nearly at the nascent soul stage, died in battle. Meanwhile, Feng Songyue, a nascent soul stage cultivator, also suffered damage to her origin and was unable to continue fighting. Songyu. Murong Qinxue flew down from Shaozhu Peak to check on Feng Songyue's physical condition. I am too weak to fight anymore. I hope you can take care of the people of Dazufeng. Feng Songyue smiled brightly, but her face was completely bloodless. I will treat the disciples of Dazhu Peak and Shaozhu Peak equally. Murong Qinxue held Feng Songyue's hand tightly, a sense of respect rising in her heart. She was wondering if she could come back alive if she were to fight instead. After much deliberation, Murong Qinxue realized that no matter what she did, she could not gain any chance of survival against a nascent soul realm expert. Songyu, go and heal your wounds quickly. Sun Zhenxiang has been severely injured, and I don't think he's even 30% as strong as he was at his peak. It's up to us now. Ouyang Ru also arrived and spoke. Senior sister, the Xianyin sect cannot perish. Feng Songyue forced herself to stand up and looked at Ouyang Ru. Go and recover from your injuries. I'll take care of everything. Ouyang Ru comforted her. Feng Songyue said no more and headed towards Chuyang Peak. The main hall suspended atop Chuyang Peak is rich in spiritual energy, making it the perfect place to recuperate. A six-winged centipede, over 100 feet long, hovered high in the sky, its eyes filled with sinister malice and boundless hatred, roaring viciously, ready to devour anyone it could. The supreme elder of the Xianyin sect has fallen in battle, and the peak master of Dazhu Peak, Feng Songyue, is nearing the end of his life. Senior Uncle Sun has won a single battle, and the Xianyin sect is powerless to resist. Everyone, let's charge together. Although Sun Zhenxiang won the battle against the three masters of Dazhu Peak, it was a heartbreaking victory, a defeat that felt like a disgrace. Almost all the nascent soul realm experts could see it. However, in order to boost morale, Zhao Tian still shouted loudly that Sun Zhenxiang had won a great victory. He took the lead, and together with a group of highly skilled elders, activated the Golden Crow Mirror, directly blasting it towards the central magic array. Rumble. The earth shook and thunder roared. The Great Bamboo Peak, the Small Bamboo Peak, the Misty Peak, the Sunrise Peak, and several other tall peaks trembled violently, and the majestic palaces on these peaks developed large, ferocious cracks. Puff. Inside the central magic array, many elders and disciples were injured by the shock and coughed up blood. Sectmaster, help me. Today, I will completely eradicate the Great Bamboo Peak lineage. The six-winged centipede hovered high in the sky. Sun Zhenxiang shouted loudly, his eyes fixed on Dazhu Peak. Skinny Bamboo Pole, Shorty Wintermelon, and Feng Songyue, the three of them caused him immense suffering. Now, with two supreme elders dead in battle, Feng Songyue has gone deep into the Xianyin sect to heal her wounds. These hatreds were then transferred to the disciples of the Dazhu Peak lineage. Eradicate the entire Dazhu Peak lineage. Zhao Tian's hair flew wildly, and a large number of spirit pills flew out from his sleeves. These spirit pills were ignited and turned into a surging torrent, which poured into the Golden Crow Mirror. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The Golden Crow Mirror emitted a golden light, which was almost solid and extremely textured, measuring several thousand feet in length and several tens of feet in diameter. The dazzling golden light stung everyone's eyes. Almost no one from the Xianyin sect or the Liang sect dared to look directly at this light. Not good. They're heading towards Dazhu Peak. Lin Hao, Zhang Ruoxi, and Wang Zhong all turned pale. At that moment, a sense of fear rose in their hearts. The next moment, the golden light approached from afar, hurtling towards Dazhu Peak. Above Dazhu Peak, mysterious and complex array patterns flashed and flickered, resisting this earth-shattering attack. After a long while, the golden light dissipated, and the array patterns disappeared, as if they had never appeared at all. Puff, puff, puff. However, inside Dazhu Peak and Feng Songyue's cave, Lin Hao, Zhang Ruoxi, and Wang Zhong each coughed up a mouthful of blood. The three of them were unsteady on their feet, their bodies swaying, and they were almost falling to the ground. Shui Linger, Wang Shihan, and Han Liue bled from all 7 orifices and collapsed to the ground, unable to get up. Lu Yi also bled from all 7 orifices and lay on the ground, her life hanging in the balance. Many more people had their internal organs shattered and died instantly. No, without a nascent soul realm cultivator in charge, we simply cannot withstand it. Wang Zhong lamented, finding himself at a loss for what to do. This Great Bamboo Peak is an extremely important mountain in the Xianin sect. The magic array on Great Bamboo Peak is very profound and is one of the key points of the central magic array. Unfortunately, it can only unleash its full power with the presence of a nascent soul cultivator. Right now, Master has gone to Chaoyang Peak to recuperate from his injuries. There's simply no way we can manage with just a few of us here. Zhang Ruoxi coughed up blood while talking about her current predicament. Then we have no choice but to run away. Sitting here, we can only wait to die. But if we leave, the magic array on Daju Peak will be broken without anyone in charge. A single move can have far-reaching consequences. If Daju Peak is breached, the central magic array will have a gap, greatly reducing its power. This would put the entire Xianin sect in danger of annihilation. Lin Hao also realized the current situation. They were caught in a dilemma with no other choice. Hold on a little longer. The sect leader will surely send someone. Wang Zhong gritted his teeth. While the key points of the central array are important, the most crucial one is Chaoyang Peak. All the extra nascent soul cultivators from the other peaks are on Chaoyang Peak. Clearly, the sect leader is prepared to abandon the other peaks and defend Chaoyang Peak to the death. Zhang Ruoxi looked distressed, feeling that Wang Zhong was being too optimistic. As the group was discussing, the cave was suddenly filled with steam, and then a plump, graceful woman entered. She was none other than Murong Qinxue, the peak master of Shaozhu Peak. The situation is critical. Come with me quickly to Shaozhu Peak. Murong Qinxue said anxiously as soon as she arrived. Upon hearing this, the group hesitated for a moment before hastily packing up their cultivation manuals and treasures and fleeing with Murong Qinxue. Not long after the group left Daju Peak, suddenly, a golden light that reached the heavens and the earth shot towards Daju Peak once again. Without someone in charge, the power of the magic array on Daju Peak was greatly reduced. Above Daju Peak, mysterious and complex array patterns flickered, resisting the golden light. But soon, the array patterns dimmed completely, while the golden light did not completely dissipate. Boom! Rocks pierced the sky, and the earth shook. Lin Hao and the others looked back and saw a golden light shining obliquely on Daju Peak. Everything on Daju Peak turned to ashes the moment it was illuminated by the golden light. The entire Daju Peak was pierced by golden light. It broke off at about 3/4 of the way down, and the very top of Daju Peak slid down at an angle and plunged into the valley. Chapter 181: The Terror of the Nascent Soul Stage. Since the founding of the Xianin sect, Daju Peak has always stood firm. I never expected that Daju Peak would be blasted down today. Zhang Ruoxi was in low spirits, and tears welled up in her eyes. It's all because our cultivation is too low. If we were also nascent soul realm cultivators, how could we allow the people of the Blazing Sun sect to be so presumptuous? We have disgraced our master. Wang Zhong lowered his head, feeling deeply ashamed. Mountains are inanimate, but people are alive. As long as people live, the tradition of Daju Peak will not be broken. Once this crisis is over, we will rebuild Daju Peak together with our master. Once we've mastered our cultivation, we'll also make a trip to the Blazing Sun sect. They'll pay for today's humiliation 100-fold. Lin Hao gritted his teeth and spoke fiercely. At this moment, the people of the Liang sect landed all over the broken Daju Peak. Like locusts sweeping across the land, they looted everything of value on Daju Peak. Those disciples who couldn't escape were also slaughtered. Using Daju Peak as a springboard, they formed battle formations and launched attacks on Shaozhu Peak, Chaoyang Peak, Piaomiao Peak, and several other peaks. After the breach in Daju Peak was opened, Sun Jinxiang took the lead and charged in. At this moment, his gaze fell upon Lin Hao and his group, who were the fastest to escape. The six-winged centipede, hundreds of feet long, flew incredibly fast. With the slightest flap of its wings, the distance between them immediately closed considerably. The six-winged centipede opened and closed its mouth. Sun Jinxiang's voice could be heard. Where do you think you're going? Everyone from Daju Peak must die. As soon as he finished speaking, the centipede suddenly spewed out a cloud of black gas. The black aura spread very quickly, catching up with Murong Qinxue and her group in the blink of an eye. Lin Hao accidentally inhaled some black mist. He found the black fog pungent, fishy, and somewhat bitter. He immediately felt dizzy and his vision blurred. The circulation of spiritual energy also became extremely difficult. This poison gas is so potent, it's incredibly difficult for me to withstand it. Lin Hao was in excruciating pain. No matter how he circulated his spiritual power, he could not dispel the poison from his body. His arms and hands were covered with palm-sized blisters. all different colors, which were both painful and itchy. The bubbles burst immediately when Lin Hao touched them. A pale yellow liquid splattered out, emitting an extremely foul odor. Lin Hao was in excruciating pain, scratching his ears and cheeks. "You all go first, I'll cover the rear." The situation was critical. Morong Qinxue shouted coldly and made a hand seal with one hand. A stream of crystal-clear water emerged from the void and quickly transformed into a giant bubble, which enveloped everyone. The black poisonous gas, like nimble little centipedes, tried to invade the water sphere, but couldn't get in for the time being. The water sphere continued its momentum, carrying everyone as it landed on Little Bamboo Peak. That was close. If it weren't for Lord Morong's intervention, we would all be dead. Wang Zhong and Zhang Ruoxi breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Hao, however, was filled with worry and looked into the distance. Water flow, centipedes, golden light, and various weapons. The spiritual energy surged, and various profound and wondrous techniques arose continuously. Even with all his eyesight, Lin Hao could no longer see clearly. He couldn't help but feel worried for Morong Qinxue. The disciples on Xiaozhu Peak rushed over to heal everyone's injuries, and Wang Zhong and the others were quickly helped down, but Lin Hao remained standing and gazing into the distance. "Senior brother Lin Hao, we can't get involved in a battle at that level. Go and heal your wounds." The people from Zayas Yufeng tried to persuade them again. "I'm not leaving. You all go ahead and get busy." Lin Hao raised his voice and shouted angrily. Those men were furious, cursed under their breath, and left. Lin Hao waited there anxiously. A short while later, a portal appeared before him, constructed of water, its surface rippling with mysterious waves. The next instant, Morong Qinxue walked out of the portal. Her hair was disheveled, her clothes were tattered, and a hideous wound was visible on her back. The wound was deep, and the blood flowing from it was as black as ink. The stench was unbearable, and much of Morong Qinxue's flesh had become necrotic at the wound site. Experts at the nascent soul realm are terrifying. I really don't know how Tsangyu survived. Morong Qinxue gave a bitter smile. Only after truly fighting Sun Jinxiang did she realize the terrifying nature of the divine transformation realm. At the same time, he admired Feng Songyue even more. Before fighting Sun Jinxiang, Morong Qinxue felt that her strength was about the same as Feng Songyue's, and even if she was not as good as Feng Songyue, the difference would not be too great. However, now she felt that Feng Songyue was ridiculously strong. Even Ouyang Ru had mentioned to her that, apart from the reclusive supreme elders, Feng Songyue was considered the second strongest in the Xianin sect. Morong Qinxue was still somewhat unconvinced, but now she was convinced. "How badly are you injured?" Lin Hao helped Morong Qinxue up and asked with concern. "Dazhu Peak has been breached, and Xiaozhu Peak absolutely cannot be allowed to fall. I have nowhere to retreat. Let's go. Let's use the magic formation to meet the enemy." Morong Qinxue grinned and said. But the next second, she suddenly collapsed into Lin Hao's arms. This six-winged centipede is incredibly venomous. As soon as she finished speaking, Morong Qinxue fainted. Morong Qinxue was a nascent soul realm cultivator, yet now she had fainted. Lin Hao was intelligent and immediately realized that Morong Qinxue's injuries were very serious, possibly similar to those of Feng Songyue. It's over. Another one lost. If Little Bamboo Peak is breached, does the Xianin sect still have any hope of turning the tide? Lin Hao thought in despair. Holding Morong Qinxue in his arms, Lin Hao flew towards the cave at the summit of Xiaozhu Peak. Inside the cave, Lin Hao saw Wang Zhong, Zhang Ruoxi, and the others from Dazhu Peak. Everyone woke up, but their injuries were still severe and they were far from recovered. "Master!" Lin Hao carried Morong Qinxue into the cave. The people of Xiaozhu Peak exclaimed in surprise and immediately settled Morong Qinxue in. A man brought a gourd the size of a palm, uncorked it, and poured some fine wine into Morong Qinxue's mouth. As soon as the nectar was served, the entire cave was filled with a fragrant aroma, and the fragrance of flowers and plants was intoxicating. After more than 10 breaths, Morong Qinxue woke up. "Gentlemen, we must unite against our common enemy and defend Xiaozhu Peak to the death." Having just woken up, Morong Qinxue stood up unsteadily, wanting to fight again. "Lord Morong, forgive my bluntness, but in your current state, I'm afraid you won't be able to defend Little Bamboo Peak. Perhaps you should send a message to the sect master and request assistance." Lin Hao said loudly. "Heh, you make it sound so easy. Excluding the supreme elders, my Xianin sect only has about 10 nascent soul stage cultivators, most of whom are on Chaoyang Peak. ensuring the safety of the main peak. Where would we get any reinforcements? Unless a Supreme Elder is willing to come out of seclusion. Morong Qinxue smoothed her hair, not thinking Lin Hao's suggestion was particularly brilliant. The Supreme Elders of the Xianyin sect decide when to emerge from seclusion. Even Ouyang Ru cannot force them to come out of seclusion to meet the enemy. In Morong Qinxue's view, the current situation has reached a critical juncture of life and death. But none of those old fogies who have been sitting in seclusion have come out to save the situation. Chapter 182, Lu Mei's Breakthrough. Alas, if there had been a few more Supreme Elders, perhaps your two old sages from the Great Bamboo Peak lineage wouldn't have died in battle so soon. Morong Qinxue sighed. No matter what, we should ask the sect leader for help. Whether it succeeds or not depends on how the sect leader persuades those elders. Lin Hao persisted. Having no other choice, Morong Qinxue finally sent a message to Ouyang Ru, explaining the situation at Xiaozhu Peak. After sending the message, Lin Hao and the others took out the spirit stones they had transported from Dazhu Peak and burned them all at once to provide energy for the magic array. While maintaining their position, the group waited for the sect leader to send experts to arrive. A group of elders from the Liang sect cursed angrily as they unleashed the Golden Crow Mirror and launched a forceful attack on Xiaozhu Peak. With each ray of light emitted by the Golden Crow Mirror, the injuries of the group worsened. Morong Qinxue, who had the highest cultivation level, was under the most pressure and coughed up blood repeatedly, but she still persevered. Just when everyone was feeling somewhat desperate, a terrifying surge of spiritual energy came. This is amazing power. Has someone broken through to the nascent soul realm? Wang Zhong, Zhang Ruoxi, and others were overjoyed. A nascent soul realm cultivator is absolutely of great importance in the Xianyin sect. Especially in this critical moment, a nascent soul realm cultivator might be able to influence the entire battle. It's in the direction of the law enforcement hall. Elder Lu Mei has broken through to the nascent soul realm. Morong Qinxue said with great certainty. That's great. Our Xianyin sect has produced a nascent soul realm cultivator. This greatly increases the chances of the Xianyin sect being preserved. Shui Linger, Wang Shihan, and the disciples on Xiaozhu Peak were also invigorated and their fighting spirit was boosted. The group unleashed their profound and wondrous techniques, merging with the magic array to fight against the people of the Blazing Sun sect. A moment later, Lu Mei, holding a long spear, arrived at Xiaozhu Peak. Lu Mei, you've come at the right time. Come in quickly. Let's join forces to fight the enemy. Morong Qinxue sensed Lu Mei's presence and urged her to hurry into the cave. Lu Mei arrived gracefully, her gaze lingering on Lin Hao for a moment, her lips curving into a gentle smile. Then, she and the others activated the magic array. What the hell is going on? How come the magic array on Little Bamboo Peak has suddenly become so much more powerful? Zhao Tian and a group of elders from the Blazing Sun sect forcibly activated the golden light mirror and blasted it towards Little Bamboo Peak. The golden light pierced through everything, and everyone hoped that this time, they could break through the magic array of Little Bamboo Peak, just like they had bombarded Big Bamboo Peak. However, after the light faded, the magic array on Xiaozhu Peak continued to flicker, and it only disappeared after more than 10 breaths. This bizarre scene caused Zhao Tian and the others to curse loudly. Don't be impatient. Let's try again. Disregarding everything, everyone burned the spirit stones to restore their own magical power. About the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, another golden light blasted towards Little Bamboo Peak. The golden light dissipated, and the array patterns disappeared. Damn it, this is the third time we've attacked Xiaozhu Peak. Why haven't we succeeded yet? The members of the Liang sect jumped up and down again, swearing profusely. Inside the cave at Xiaozhu Peak, Lu Mei and Ouyang Qinxue exchanged a bitter smile. These repeated attacks caused them great harm. I feel like I can last 2 more times. Lu Mei wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and said in a deep voice. Sect Master, we're running low on spirit stones. We can't waste them any longer. Let's head straight for Chaoyang Peak and strike at the heart of the enemy. Outside, there were suggestions from elders of the Liang sect. Senior Uncle Sun, how about we directly attack and break through Chaoyang Peak? Zhao Tian secretly transmitted his voice to Sun Jinxiang. Try again. The people of Dazhu Peak must be wiped out. We cannot give them a chance to rise again. Sun Jinxiang's face was gloomy. Soon, the 4th golden beam of light struck Little Bamboo Peak. Rumble. The earth shook and mountains trembled. Chaos erupted in this turbulent world. Inside the cave at Xiaozhu Peak, Lu Mei coughed up blood, suffering a severe injury in an instant. What's going on? A large portion of the array patterns on Xiaozhu Peak have stopped working. Morong Qinxue knew Xiaozhu Peak very well. She noticed that a large number of array patterns had failed to light up, and the magic array had not been able to function properly. Meanwhile, at Chuyang Peak, Sect Master, the spirit stones are exhausted, and the spiritual energy is insufficient to support the operation of the Chuyang Peak formation, an elder reported. What? Ouyang Ru's expression changed. Among the core formations of the Xianin sect, the Chuyang Peak formation is the most important. The Chuyang Peak magic array to function properly will directly affect the magic arrays of other peaks. A single hair can affect the whole situation. The magic array on Chuyang Peak has changed, and the most direct impact is that only some of the array patterns on the other mountain peaks can function, and the power of the magic arrays has also been greatly weakened. Now, because the magic array on Xiaozhu Peak is only partially effective, Lu Mei has suffered severe injuries. They're at their last gasp. Ha ha ha. I knew they couldn't hold out. This time, the magic array on Xiaozhu Peak was unable to completely withstand the golden light emitted by the golden chrome mirror. Some of the golden light directly struck Xiaozhu Peak. A solid rock, the size of a house, turned into dust and vanished completely when illuminated by the golden light. Most fatally, the protective formation of Xiaozhu Peak had a tiny gap. Kill. Quickly, follow me and kill. Sun Jinxiang, Zhao Tian, and the others were overjoyed and led their disciples to storm Xiaozhu Peak. On Xiaozhu Peak, smoke signals suddenly rose everywhere. The Liang sect not only killed people, but also looted all valuable items, including spiritual herbs, spiritual plants, and spiritual beasts. Close the cave entrance, activate the cave's protective barriers, and resist to the death. Rumble. The cave entrance was tightly shut, and everyone was pale-faced and trembling with fear. Capture him alive. That little bastard Lin Hao must be captured alive. With victory seemingly assured, Zhao Tian was full of confidence and determined to save Lin Hao. That's right. I heard that Lin Hao, that little thief, seems to have a very rare physique, which allows him to cultivate very quickly. My physical body was destroyed, and the six-winged centipede was also severely injured. If I can capture Lin Hao, I can separate my soul and possess his body. In this way, I can not only recover to my prime, but also achieve even greater success. Haha, what a stroke of luck. Sun Jinxiang also burst into laughter. Chapter 183 Crisis of the Blazing Sun Sect. We've run out of spirit stones, and Little Bamboo Peak is about to be breached. After that, we'll have to rely on our own spiritual power to hold out for Chuyang Peak as well. Ouyang Ru's face turned ugly as she spoke. Sect Master, this whole affair is due to that little beast Lin Hao alone. Perhaps we should do this. An elder whispered a riddle in Ouyang Ru's ear. Ouyang Ru paced back and forth with her hands behind her back. After a moment, she sighed and said, there is no other way. Someone, summon Wang Taiyang. Qinxue, what should we do? Lu Mei asked Morong Qinxue. They are now completely surrounded. Only because the people of the Blazing Sun sect did not use the golden chrome mirror were they able to hold off for a short while. Don't worry, I have a way to get everyone out of here. Morong Qinxue smiled faintly. Her biggest worry was that the Blazing Sun sect would use the golden chrome mirror again, but unexpectedly, the Blazing Sun sect stopped using it, which gave her an opportunity. Then Morong Qinxue cast a spell. Soon, a portal appeared before them. The portal was made of water, and the water rippled, its destination unknown. This is my secret technique for self-defense and survival. Unfortunately, I haven't mastered it to its peak yet. Currently, I can only teleport a distance of 100 miles, but that's enough to escape within the Xianin sect. Morong Qinxue smiled faintly, and everyone entered the doorway one by one. Lin Hao was the second to last to enter. As soon as he stepped out, it was as if he had entered a water world, where he was completely disoriented and could not tell which way was up, down, left, or right. In less than 2 breaths, a bright light appeared before Lin Hao's eyes. This is at the foot of another mountain peak of the Xianin sect. Following him, Morong Qinxue also appeared. After Morong Qinxue came out, the portal formed by the water waves also disappeared. Let's go to Chuyang Peak. Without anyone noticing, unbeknownst to the people of the Blazing Sun sect, the group escaped. Rumble. The Liang sect's attack was fierce, and with Morong Qinxue and the others already gone, the empty cave was quickly breached. Where are they? Not seeing a single ghost in the cave, Zhao was so angry he stomped his feet. I will kill them. Those scoundrels of the Xianin sect must all die. Sun Jinxiang was furious. The six-winged centipede, over 100 feet long, rampaged through the cave, quickly turning the entire cave upside down. Strike straight at the heart of the enemy, attack Chaoyang Peak. Infuriated the people of the Blazing Sun sect. After a brief deliberation, they decided to attack Chaoyang Peak. Lin Hao and his group arrived at Chaoyang Peak faster than the people from the Liang sect. Sect Master, Little Bamboo Peak has been breached. Murong Qinxue hung her head in dejection and apologized to Ouyang Ru. Victory and defeat are common occurrences in war. Experts at the nascent soul realm are not so easy to deal with. Qin Shui, Lu Mei, you two go and recover from your injuries first. I'll handle the people from the Blazing Sun sect. Ouyang Ru said in a gentle tone. Sect Master, I can fight again. Me too. Murong Qinxue and Lu Mei were both unwilling to leave. The Xianyin sect has reached its most dangerous moment, and they want to contribute their strength to fight to the very last moment. Ha! Sect Master, you finally figured it out. In my opinion, we should have captured that little thief Lin Hao long ago and handed him over to the Blazing Sun sect for punishment. But it's not too late yet. We still have leverage to negotiate. Suddenly, Wang Taihang, the Peak Master of Misty Peak, arrived. The old man was very easygoing. He finished speaking before even reaching the entrance of the main hall. Upon closer inspection, Lin Hao, Lu Mei, Murong Qinxue, and numerous disciples from Dazhu Peak and Shaozhu Peak were all present. The two stared at each other, creating an extremely awkward scene. Thousands of miles away, the mountains stretch endlessly, and under the setting sun, each mountain ridge is shrouded in a layer of golden gauze. Ancient trees reach for the sky, strange rocks are rugged, birds fly, and beasts roam. Various medicinal herbs and plants, bathed in sunlight, grow wildly, and are full of vitality. The captain and senior disciples of the Liang sect patrolled around the mountain gate. It was much more solemn than usual. 800 miles away from the gate of the Liang sect, in a secluded canyon. Suddenly, spiritual energy surged, and many array patterns on the ground of the entire valley lit up at the same moment. Strange symbols flashed at a specific frequency, combining and flowing, appearing and disappearing. In the valley, a dozen powerful cultivators stood solemnly, ready for battle. Although these cultivators tried to hide themselves, they still exuded a faint demonic aura. If any human cultivators were here, they would immediately recognize that these people were powerful demons with profound cultivation. This group of cultivators watched the array patterns flickering in and out of the valley and waited patiently. A short while later, the spiritual energy in the valley became chaotic, and beams of white light suddenly shone, as clear and bright as water. It's done. An old monk with white hair and beard was overjoyed and grinned from ear to ear. Soon, a figure appeared in the white light, followed by a second and a third. Within the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, the entire valley was occupied by demon cultivators. We succeeded. The demon cultivators who first appeared in the valley were exchanging words in private, their eyes still fixed on the enormous teleportation array. A few breaths later, another group of people came out. This group of people are all highly skilled, powerful, and possess immense magical power. The leader was a tall man with an imposing physique, as majestic as a mountain. Every move he made exuded a sense of oppression. He was none other than the Demon Emperor of Qingqiu. Beside him was an old man, dressed in black scale armor, whose cultivation was unfathomable. He was a demon king-level expert of the Blackwater Dragon clan. This operation is a joint effort between the Qingqiu Demon Clan and the Blackwater Dragon clan. What's the current situation with the Blazing Sun sect? The Demon Emperor of Qingqiu asked a question. Reporting to the Demon Emperor, according to reports from our spies within the Blazing Sun sect, all the sect's experts have been mobilized, with only 3 nascent soul realm experts remaining. They have also taken away the sect's most prized treasure, the Golden Crow Mirror. A demon cultivator stepped forward to report. Very good. Taking advantage of the Blazing Sun sect's weakness, we will trample on the Blazing Sun sect and loot all its books, magic treasures, spiritual herbs, spiritual beasts, and spiritual birds. The Demon Emperor of Qingqiu chuckled coldly. Your Majesty, this humble general humbly requests to serve as the vanguard in charge into the Blazing Sun sect. Ling Feng stepped forward and requested to fight. Go. We are mortal enemies with the human race. We will make them bleed rivers, and their corpses litter the ground. Promise. Ling Feng accepted the order and led a large number of demon cultivators ahead of him to attack the Blazing Sun sect. Chapter 184 Summation. At this moment, a major event is taking place in the suspended hall atop Choyang Peak. Wang Taiyang suddenly attacked, heading straight for Lin Hao. Kill! With a roar, Lin Hao also fought bravely. However, how could his strength compare to that of Wang Taiyang, a nascent soul realm expert? He felt an immense force pressing down on him, like Mount Tai crushing him, making it hard for him to breathe. The flow of spiritual energy is extremely difficult, making it impossible to cast spells. Is this the true strength of a nascent soul realm expert? Truly terrifying. Lin Hao gritted his teeth, his body almost crushed by the slowly descending giant hand. Blood was flowing from both eyes, ears, nostrils, and mouth. Wang Taiyang, how dare you? Despite being severely injured, Lu Mei saw Wang Taiyang attacking Lin Hao and, without hesitation, brandished her spear and thrust it at Wang Taiyang. Lu Mei, you've only just broken through to the nascent soul realm. Your foundation is shallow, and you're seriously injured. How dare you attack me? You're too arrogant. Lu Mei and Feng Sanyue were very close friends and shared the same ideals. Wang Taiyang had been unhappy with Lu Mei for a long time. However, he usually showed some deference to Lu Mei because he was wary of Feng Sanyue. Now, Feng Sanyue has been severely injured by a nascent soul realm expert, and it is unknown how long it will take for her to recover. With Feng Sanyue recuperating from her injuries, and sect leader Ouyang Ru showing interest in making peace and siding with him, Wang Taiyang was no longer willing to swallow his anger. He roared and slashed out with his left hand, sending a flying sword shooting out from his sleeve. The flying sword vibrated, shaking its head and tail as it clashed with Lu Mei's spear. With a formidable enemy at hand, you dare to attack your fellow elders and disciples? Wang Taiyang, do you really think I wouldn't dare to kill you? Lu Mei was seriously injured, and having just broken through to the nascent soul stage, she was unable to withstand Wang Taiyang for the time being. Fearing that Lin Hao would be seriously injured, Murong Qinxue disregarded her own injuries and launched a fierce attack. An ice dragon emerged from the void, shaking its head and tail, and with a roar, charged towards Wang Taiyang. Click, click. Facing 3 opponents alone, Wang Taiyang was put on the defensive. Qinxue, Lu Mei, the Xianyin sect is in danger of destruction. How can you two disregard the overall situation? The two sides engaged in fierce combat. Ouyang Ru's face was extremely gloomy. She roared and attacked Lu Mei and Murong Qinxue respectively. Moments later, the seriously injured Lu Mei and Murong Qinxue were subdued, and Lin Hao was completely captured. Wang Taiyang used his mysterious magic to seal him away, making it impossible for him to use any spells. You two should reflect on your actions. Taiyang, let's go. Ouyang Ru, Wang Taiyang, and a group of elders led Lin Hao out of the palace. Let's give chase. Lu Mei wanted to fight again, but Murong Qinxue stopped her. It's no use. We are no match for the sect master, and we are already severely injured. The sect master's actions are disheartening. Once this calamity is over, I will leave the Xianyin sect. Being a rogue cultivator might not be so bad. I can live a carefree and untroubled life, Murong Qinxue said. Lu Mei stopped in her tracks, her body trembling. Overcome with anger and anxiety, he coughed up blood, which worsened his injuries. Son, you know about this yet. She hates evil and might go mad if she hears about it. Murong Qinxue gave the order, and these words were not only addressed to Lu Mei, but also to the people of Dazhu Peak and Xiaozhu Peak. At this moment, Ouyang Ru, Wang Taiyang and others arrived at the edge of Choyang Peak. He spoke to Zhao Tian and the others who were about to make their move, separated by the large formation. Sect leader Zhao, please don't make a move. I have something to say. A servile surrender is too dishonorable, and Ouyang Ru didn't want the Xianyin sect to know. So she had Wang Taiyang secretly transmit a message to Zhao Tian, the sect leader of the Liang sect. What do you have to say? Zhao Tian stood with his hands behind his back, looking down at Ouyang Ru and the others. We've brought Lin Hao here. The conflict between the Blazing Sun sect and the Profound Yin sect started because of this little thief, Lin Hao. I want to hand Lin Hao over to you, and then our two sects can shake hands and make peace again. Wang Taiyang continued to transmit his voice. All right, hand Lin Hao over to us now. Zhao Tian was overjoyed. Let's get Lin Hao under our control first, then we can continue our attack, and the Xianyin sect will be helpless against us. Sect leader Zhao is too joking. Unless you withdraw first, give us 3 days to rebuild our territory, and then we will hand over Lin Hao. If there are other conditions, we can discuss them further. My Xianyin sect can provide spiritual herbs and various refining materials to the Liang sect. Wang Taiyang wasn't stupid. Zhao Tian grinned and told her to hand over Lin Hao, but Ouyang Ru would never agree. Zhao Tian relayed Wang Taihong's words and discussed them with Sun Jinxiang and others. We've lost so many men, and we're on the verge of wiping out the Xianyin sect. How can we give them a chance to catch their breath now? This is most likely a delaying tactic. Besides, our initial goal was to completely annihilate the Xianyin sect. That little beast Lin Hao isn't enough to make us retreat. After some deliberation, Sun Jinxiang felt that it was not worthwhile to retreat now. Instead, they should press on and completely annihilate the Xianyin sect. Ouyang Ru, you are utterly foolish. Our Liang sect has mobilized all its elite forces precisely to destroy the Xianyin sect. Do you really think we're here for that little beast Lin Hao in compensation? Regardless of what happened with Lin Hao, your Xianyin sect is destined for destruction. Zhao Tian had no other thoughts and resolutely rejected Ouyang Ru's suggestion. Then, he roared, and the elders of the Blazing Sun sect activated the Golden Crow Mirror, blasting it towards the Rising Sun Peak. Now, not only is the Blazing Sun sect out of options, but the Profound Yin sect has no choice but to fight to the death at all costs. Wang Taihang, the Liang sect's goal is to completely annihilate my Xianyin sect. I order you to immediately return to Misty Peak, preside over the formation, and fight the Liang sect to the death. Unable to reach a settlement, Ouyang Ru decided to fight to the death. Sect Master, rest assured, the day Misty Peak is breached will be the day I, Wang Taihang, perish. At this point, Wang Taihang also realized the seriousness of the situation. When the nest is overturned, how can the eggs remain intact? Wang Taihang understood this principle. Wang Taihang headed towards Misty Peak, while Ouyang Ru and a group of elders led Lin Hao back to Sunrise Peak. Qin Xue, Lu Mei, the Liang sect intended to destroy the Xianyin sect from the very beginning. We have no choice but to fight to the death. With a formidable enemy at hand, even if you have grievances against me, you should wait until we have overcome this calamity before speaking about them. Let's give it our all. As long as the Xianyin sect can be preserved, I'd even be willing to pass the sect leader position to you. At Shouyang Peak, in the suspended hall, Ouyang Ru spoke frankly, hoping that Murong Qinxue, Lu Mei, and others could go all out and fight for the Xianyin sect once again. Lu Mei and Murong Qinxue looked at each other and nodded. They were indeed furious with Ouyang Ru, but now, they had no choice but to continue fighting. Kill. When spirit stones were insufficient, the elders and disciples of the Xianyin sect poured their own spiritual power into the formation. Boom, boom, boom. The Golden Crow Mirror occasionally emitted golden light, bombarding Shouyang Peak. With each bombardment, some members of the Xianyin sect were seriously injured, and some were even killed. Under the continuous bombardment, in less than an hour, 30% of the elders and disciples on Shouyang Peak were killed or lost their lives, and the rest were injured to varying degrees. They can't hold on any longer. The nascent soul realm experts of the Xianyin sect are all seriously injured, and even Ouyang Ru is almost exhausted. Zhao Tian analyzed the situation. Then he gave the elders the order. Gather your strength and deliver the final blow. This time, we will definitely break through Shouyang Peak. Upon hearing this, the elders and disciples began operating the Golden Crow realm again. Once the formation breaks, some of the supreme elders of the Xianyin sect who are hiding will flee, while others will make a move. However, those who are no match for the two from Dazhu Peak will need to be dealt with by Senior Uncle. Zhao Tian respectfully said to Sun Jinxiang. Yes, I'll take care of them. Sun Jinxiang said arrogantly. Just then, a young disciple dressed in the Liang sect uniform flew towards the Xianyin sect. Sect Master, something terrible has happened. The Qingqiu Demon Clan and the Blackwater Dragon Clan have joined forces to attack my Liang sect. Chapter 185 Zhao Tian's Decision. The young man was on the verge of death, covered in blood. Upon seeing Zhao Tian, he reported the situation with tears in his eyes and great sorrow. What? Zhao Tian trembled, his heart burning with anger, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Quick, Peach Blossom Sword Immortal, save her. More than 100 of us broke through the encirclement, but were hunted down by the demons, leaving only the two of us. Finally, she lured away the pursuers, allowing me to come and deliver the message. Sect Master, quickly send someone to rescue her. Suppressing his anger, the young cultivator uttered these words. Then his head lolled to the side, and he died completely. The matter was of great importance, and Zhao Tian, Sun Jinxiang, and all the elders of the Liang sect could no longer sit still. They were all restless, their hearts filled with boundless anger and fear. What should we do now? Zhao Tian asked the crowd. Sect Master, we are too far away to help. It would be better to destroy the Xianyin sect at all costs. Even if our sect is destroyed, we can still gradually grow stronger by occupying this place. An elder spoke up. No, don't forget, there's also the Heavenly Sword sect. The Heavenly Sword sect was wary of Senior Uncle Sun and dared not openly help the Profound Yin sect. But now, the demon race has attacked, and Senior Uncle Sun is seriously injured. The Heavenly Sword sect, under the guise of righteousness, summons 100 Flowers Valley and Wuji Palace to our aid. Will we still have a chance of survival? Another nascent Soul Realm elder stood up to object. Sect Master, the Xianyin sect is fighting to the death. We don't know how long it will take or what price we will have to pay to completely break through their defenses. It would be better to retreat and defeat the demons. My Blazing Sun sect's formation is powerful, and with the Supreme Elders guarding it, they probably won't be able to take it down easily. The best course of action is to return and preserve our foundation. Another elder offered a suggestion. Sect Master, although I am injured, I am not someone that can be easily shaken by a nascent soul realm cultivator. As far as I know, the strongest among the demon race is none other than the Demon King of Qingxiu. I'm confident I can beat him. We'll march back to the Blazing Sun sect now and protect its foundation. You simultaneously send people to the Heavenly Sword sect, the Wuji Palace, and the 100 Flowers Valley for assistance, and then reconcile with the Xianyin sect. As long as our foundation remains intact, the growth and expansion of our Liang sect is inevitable. We were too hasty this time. Sun Jinxiang is also considering countermeasures. Let's retreat. Elder Fang Yuqing, please select a few people to stay behind and negotiate peace with the Xianyin sect. We don't expect them to send troops to our aid. As long as we can appease them and prevent them from retaliating against us at any cost, that will be enough. A moment later, Zhao Tian made arrangements. Zhao Tian's message quickly reached the ears of every elder and disciple of the Liang sect. Are they leaving? The Xianyin sect is within our grasp, and we're about to win. Why retreat? Damn it. Let's charge again. To avoid causing panic, Zhao Tian did not inform everyone of the actual situation. Only the higher-ups of the Liang sect knew how badly the situation had deteriorated. Many people do not understand and do not comprehend Zhao Tianxia's order. I'm here to deliver the sect leader's orders, not to discuss matters with you. Retreat now, lest you make a mistake. The elder who delivered the order was very powerful. The order was obeyed without question, and soon the people from the Blazing Sun sect withdrew. They withdrew. What happened? Great, we held on. I'm still alive, ha ha ha. We won. We won. The Xianyin sect will endure forever, standing tall and unyielding. The elders and disciples on the front lines were the first to notice the mass retreat of the Liang sect. Those who were still alive were extremely excited, shouting loudly, almost going crazy. Soon, the entire Xianyin sect erupted in cheers and commotion. Too many people died in this battle. Over 30% of the members of the Xianyin sect perished. Countless others were injured. The loss of various treasures is incalculable. However, with the retreat of the Liang sect and the end of the Great Battle, the crisis of the Xianyin sect was temporarily resolved. The casualties and losses do not diminish the joy and relief felt by the survivors at this moment. Murong Qingxue, Lu Mei, and the others seemed to have all their strength drained away, lying on the ground without regard for their appearance, even though the fighting around them had not yet subsided. They were exhausted and just wanted to rest for a while. Fearing this was a ploy by the Liang sect to lull the Xianyin sect into a false sense of security, Ouyang Ru ordered everyone to be on high alert and personally investigated to see if the Liang sect had truly retreated. 15 minutes later, Ouyang Ru returned to Choyang Peak, and she breathed a sigh of relief. Sect Master, Elder Fang Yuqing of the Blazing Sun sect requests an audience. When Ouyang Ru returned from her investigation, an elder immediately came forward to report the news. Very well, let's meet them and see what the Blazing Sun sect is plotting. Ouyang Ru gave an order to arrange a meeting with the elders of the Liang sect. Lin Hao, your master is seriously injured and has a fiery temper. Don't tell her about the sect leader's intention to offer you to the Liang sect yet. I will tell her about it at the appropriate time. Murong Qingxue found Lin Hao and gave him instructions. I know. Lin Hao nodded. He knew what Murong Qingxue was worried about. In this great battle, Dazhu Peak and Shaozhu Peak were breached and suffered the most severe damage, followed by Chaiyang Peak. The battle ended with countless dead and wounded, and the Xianyin sect still had a lot of cleanup work to do. Murong Qingxue left with the people from Shaozhu Peak. Lin Hao, Wang Zhong, and Zhang Ruoxi, along with the people from Dazhu Peak, also prepared to head to Daju Peak. He looked around at everyone. Many people had died or been injured on Daju Peak, but Han Liyue, Shui Linger, Wang Shihan, Lui, and others were still alive. They were seriously injured, but they were still alive. Lin Hao, wait. Just as the group was about to leave, Lu Mei suddenly spoke up, asking Lin Hao to stay. Wang Zhong, Zhang Ruoxi, and the others from Daju Peak all looked at Lin Hao with very strange expressions. They had also heard the rumors about Lin Hao and Lu Mei's affair. At first, they didn't believe it. After all, Lu Mei is an elder in charge of law enforcement, a person of high status. How could she have an affair with a disciple? However, after hearing the constant whispers and gossip, Wang Zhong and Zhang Ruoxi gradually began to believe it to some extent. Elder Lu Mei needs to see me. I'll go over there for a moment. Lin Hao felt a little uncomfortable under the gazes of Wang Zhong and Zhang Ruoxi. He touched his nose and said to the two of them, "Junior brother, don't panic. Calm down and let's talk. If there's anything you can do to help Elder Lu Mei, I'll do my best. Let's go back to Daju Peak first." Wang Zhong patted Lin Hao on the shoulder and walked past him. Zhang Ruoxi's lips twitched. She hesitated as if she wanted to say something, but finally couldn't hold back and burst into laughter. The people of Daju Peak have left. Chapter 186, Giant Claw. What do you want to do? Lin Hao looked at Lu Mei. Lin Lang, I'm injured. With a smile in her eyes, Lu Mei gathered her hair, swayed her slender waist, and walked a few steps to Lin Hao, whispering in his ear. A faint fragrance wafted over, and Lin Hao took a deep breath, saying, "I'm injured too. Then let's go heal our wounds. The Blazing Sun sect might make a comeback. How can we fight them while we're seriously injured?" Lu Mei smiled faintly, pulled Lin Hao along, and the two arrived at the Hall of Law Enforcement. The Law Enforcement Hall has also suffered considerable damage. But Lu Mei had no time to rebuild the mountain. She took Lin Hao and the two of them went into a secret room. Rumble. The heavy stone door was tightly shut, and no one could see it anymore. With the great battle over, some members of the Xianyin sect were healing their wounds, while others were repairing the magic arrays. The cleanup work was proceeding slowly. The people of the Liang sect, disregarding everything, rushed towards the Liang sect in batches. Sun Jinxiang, Zhao Tian, and a group of nascent Soul Realm elders had the highest cultivation and strongest strength, and they moved the fastest. Using the teleportation arrays between major human cities, after several transfers, and traveling tens of thousands of miles, they were to arrive the next day. The first rays of dawn pierced the curtain of night, and the stars were about to disappear as day broke. Members of the Blazing Sun sect pressed on without rest. They were slightly tired, but no one wanted to rest, since they were about to reach the sect. As everyone fled at top speed, suddenly, demonic energy surged into the sky. Up, down, left, right, east, west, north, and south. Evil energy surged from every direction. Sun Jinxiang, Zhao Tian, and the surrounding nascent Soul Realm elders all changed their expressions. They were surrounded. In every direction, a group of powerful demons blocked the way. That group of demon cultivators, there were fourth-tier demon beasts, equivalent to human nascent soul stage cultivators leading the way. Foolish humans. They always fight tooth and nail for the smallest gains, unaware that it's all part of the schemes of the Qingqiu demon clan. When the snipe and the clam fight, the fisherman profits. Zhao Tian, your death is nigh. A hearty and rugged voice rang out, and a majestic man appeared before the disciples of the Blazing Sun sect. Everyone's eyes narrowed as they recognized him as Ling Feng, the #1 general under the Qingqiu Demon King. You bunch of worthless scoundrels think you can destroy my Blazing Sun sect? You're just delusional. Surrounded by demons, Zhao Tian refused to back down. Hey, Sect Master Zhao Tian, don't misunderstand. We breached the Liang sect a day ago. Your Liang sect's protective formation is as flimsy as paper. The Blazing Sun sect has long been destroyed. We've laid a trap, waiting for your rescue. This time, you will all die? Seemingly afraid that Zhao Tian and the others wouldn't believe him, Ling Feng raised his hand and displayed several powerful magical weapons, which were the treasures he had looted from the Liang sect. Sun Jinxiang, Zhao Tian, and a group of nascent Soul Realm elders looked around and discovered that the powerful magic weapons belonged to their Liang sect. Some of the weapons were still stained with blood, clearly indicating that the elders of the Blazing Sun sect had used them in fierce battles against the demon race. Puff. Having failed in their attack on the Xianyin sect, and now with the demon race having uprooted the foundation of the Liang sect, these people have become rootless duckweed and homeless dogs. The successive blows caused Zhao Tianxi to vomit blood. Ling Feng, your Qingqiu demon clan had a very clever plan, but I admit we have failed. However, as long as we don't die, sooner or later we will storm Mount Qingqiu and annihilate the entire Qingqiu demon race. Zhao Tian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said viciously. His gaze was filled with venomous resentment. Is there any point in making threats? If we dare to lay a trap here, then we are absolutely confident that we can capture you all in one fell swoop. You want to annihilate the Qingqiu demon clan? Then I'll kill you first. Ling Feng's eyes flashed with a fierce light, and his words were chilling. Is that so? Foolish demon cultivators, you probably don't know that our Blazing Sun sect has already produced a supreme expert at the nascent soul realm. Senior Uncle Sun, come out and let these beasts witness the terror of a nascent soul realm cultivator. Zhao Tian let out a long roar. Now, his greatest reliance is Sun Jinxiang, who is at the divine transformation realm. Sun Jinxiang suffered severe injuries, and his strength was only about 30% of his peak. However, even he was still not someone that a nascent soul cultivator could shake. Zhao Tian believed that if Sun Jinxiang wanted to escape, even if all the nascent soul realm demons present joined forces, they wouldn't be able to stop him. To make Sun Jinxiang appear more imposing, Zhao Tian even secretly transmitted his voice to the other elders, who wanted to secretly activate the Golden Crow Mirror to enhance Sun Jinxiang's prestige and intimidate the demon race. Sun Jinxiang knew the situation was bad, so he exerted all his strength. The six-winged centipede swelled up against the wind, and the Golden Crow Mirror emitted a faint golden halo. Under the blessing of the golden light, the six-winged centipede exuded a strong pressure. The spiritual energy fluctuations were extremely strong, immediately suppressing some powerful demons. It's a six-winged centipede, a ferocious beast of a different species. Incredible! The former sect leader of the Blazing Sun sect has indeed broken through to the nascent soul realm. Impressive! A nascent soul realm expert. The rumors are true. The leading nascent soul realm demons clicked their tongues in admiration. Upon hearing this, Zhao Tian felt intimidated and stepped forward, attempting to threaten the demon race into letting him live. But at that moment, a huge, pitch-black claw suddenly appeared in the void. Those claws blotted out the sky and covered an area of 5 or 6 acres. The six-winged centipede, which was over 100 feet long, appeared incredibly small in front of the giant claw. In an instant, Zhao Tian felt a strong killing intent enveloping him. He was shocked and activated the Golden Crow Mirror. With a leap, he barely avoided the giant hand. The six-winged centipede was firmly gripped by that large claw, and no matter how much it struggled, it could not escape. The nascent soul realm, is that impressive? The Qingqiu demon emperor came down from the clouds high in the sky, majestic and grand. Then, the giant claw squeezed hard, breaking the centipede's wings and shattering its body. Blood-red demonic flames rose from the giant claw, and the broken centipede body was burned away by the demonic flames, completely disappearing into nothingness. The six-winged centipede, now only having its head remaining, charged left and right through the demonic flames. You've broken through to the nascent soul realm and become a demon emperor. Sun Jinxiang screamed repeatedly, in excruciating pain. Despite his severe injuries, Sun Jinxiang felt that even with 10 nascent soul realm experts working together, he could still escape with his life. But despite all his calculations, he didn't anticipate that the demon king of Qingqiu would also break through to the nascent soul realm and become a demon emperor. The demon emperor is at his peak, while Sun Jinxiang can only unleash about 30% of his strength. The consequences were predictable. Your Majesty the Demon Emperor, I am willing to become your servant. I will serve you faithfully without complaint. With his life in someone else's hands, Sun Jinxiang became frightened and actually wanted to surrender. Those who are not of our kind will surely have different hearts. If I keep you by my side, you might just bite me. Go to hell. The giant claw clenched tightly. The six-winged centipede exploded completely, its physical body and Sun Jinxiang's soul vanishing entirely. An unparalleled master at the nascent soul realm has thus perished. The Liang sect's mountain gate was breached, and even experts at the nascent soul realm were killed. It can be said that the Liang sect was completely destroyed. After killing Sun Jinxiang, the Qingqiu demon emperor slammed down with his giant claw, severely injuring Zhao Tian and all the elders. Afterwards, the demon emperor of Qingqiu, intending to train his powerful demons, instructed, "Cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. The rest is up to you." Then, the giant claw disappeared. From beginning to end, Zhao Tian and his men never saw the true face of the Qingqiu Demon Emperor. He only used one claw, and they were no match for him. Chapter 187 The Immortal Path Trembles. The people of the Blazing Sun sect were ambushed, but the immortal sects were unaware of it. At this time, the people sent by the Liang sect to seek help also arrived at the Tianjin sect, Wuji Palace, Baihua Valley, and other places. Your Blazing Sun sect has a nascent soul realm expert in charge, and you destroy the profound Yin sect at the slightest provocation. With such formidable strength, why would you need to ask my Heavenly Sword sect for help? You can leave now. Once you defeat the demon race, my Heavenly Sword sect will definitely send a representative to congratulate you. The elders of my 100 Flowers Valley are currently refining a magical artifact, and it has reached a critical moment. It is rumored that the former sect leader of your Blazing Sun sect has broken through to the nascent soul realm. With him here, the demon race will surely suffer a crushing defeat. Once the elders have successfully refined the magical artifact, we will go to their aid. The demon race is coming with overwhelming force, and our Wuji Palace dares not rashly engage in battle. We will wait for the sect leader to discuss the matter with the people of Tianjin sect and Baihua Valley before sending reinforcements. You should go back now. The people sent out by the Liang sect to seek help all came to nothing. The Heavenly Sword sect, the Wuji Palace, and the 100 Flowers Valley all believe that the nascent soul realm expert from the Blazing Sun sect could defeat the demon race's expert. They stood by and watched, attempting to weaken the strength of the Blazing Sun sect. On the Xianin sect side, after talking with Elder Fang Yuqing, Ouyang Ru still couldn't figure out why the Liang sect had retreated. She sent people to investigate, and at that moment, she finally learned that the Liang sect had been invaded by the demon race. A quick calculation suggests that Zhao Tian, Sun Jinxiang, and the others should have returned to the Liang sect and repelled the demon race by now. With Sun Jinxiang around, it's almost a certainty that the Liang sect will defeat the demon race. Once Sun Jinxiang recovers to his peak condition, he will most likely launch an attack on my Xianin sect. As Ouyang Ru pondered this, she began to worry again. And so, another day passed. On this day, a piece of news arrived that greatly shocked the entire Xianin sect. Sectmaster, something terrible has happened. The Blazing Sun sect has been wiped out by the demon race. On this day, an elder rushed to the main hall of Chaoyang Peak and told Ouyang Ru the news. Is the news reliable? Ouyang Ru was overjoyed upon hearing the news. She was worried that after the Liang sect defeated the demon race, they would retaliate fiercely against the Xianin sect. Now, the Liang sect has been destroyed. This is not a bad thing for the Xianin sect. Sectmaster, it's absolutely true. This elder is the Xuanji Pavilion elder who is currently in charge of information. The same message came from the Heavenly Sword sect, 100 Flowers Valley, and Wuji Palace, and it was undoubtedly accurate. He immediately recounted the detailed information he had obtained. Great, that's fantastic. Ouyang Ru burst out laughing. You may leave now. Report back immediately if you have any relevant information. Ouyang Ru waved her hand, dismissing the elder. Yes. The elder responded. 3 days have passed since the great battle. During this period, news about the Blazing Sun sect and the demon race came like snowflakes, some true and some false. The most valuable message was from the Heavenly Sword sect master to Ouyang Ru. Sect Master Ouyang, there's something urgent I need to tell you. The Blazing Sun sect has been destroyed, and Elder Sun Jinxiang, a nascent soul realm expert, has also been killed. Based on our investigation and the confessions of the Blazing Sun sect's escaped disciples, we speculate that the Qingqiu Demon King has broken through again and reached the nascent soul realm. The wealth accumulated by the Blazing Sun sect over the years has been completely looted, and even the sect's most prized treasure, the Golden Crow Mirror, has disappeared. The strength of the demon race has expanded to an unprecedented level, and they may very well take this opportunity to launch a new round of attacks. Sectmaster Ouyang, you must be careful. Upon reading this news, Ouyang Ru was immediately stunned. The demon race actually has a nascent soul stage expert. She had experienced firsthand the terror of a nascent soul realm expert. A master at the nascent soul realm is enough to influence the status of a sect and change the entire landscape of the cultivation world. Ouyang Ru was alarmed. He quickly directed the elders and disciples to restore order to the land, repair magic arrays and magical artifacts, reshape the earth's veins, replant spiritual herbs and medicines, and tame spiritual beasts. The wounds of the Great War are slowly healing. The Xianin sect members are also strengthening their defenses, preparing for a potential crisis at any moment. At this moment, in the secret chamber of the law enforcement hall, after 3 days of treatment, Lu Mei's injuries have basically recovered. With the collapse of Dezhou Peak, we must find a way to rebuild the landscape and restore Dezhou Peak to its former glory. Lin Hao finished dressing and stood up. He had completely given up on this sect, but he still had deep feelings for his master and Dezhou Peak. Your strength is too weak. Transforming the earth's veins and restoring the land are things that only nascent soul cultivators can accomplish. You go first. I will help you later. Lu Mei said. Lin Hao nodded and left the hall of law enforcement. He flew straight towards Dezhou Peak. Flying high in the sky, Lin Hao discovered that Dezhou Peak was incomplete and much shorter than the other peaks. Lin Hao circled around Dezhou Peak and found that the collapsed palace on the peak had been repaired, and large areas of medicinal fields had been cleared, with seeds of spiritual herbs and plants already planted. Nourished by spiritual energy, a hint of green can already be seen in the distance, and spiritual herbs and medicines have even sprouted. There were also some spirit beasts running around on the mountain, and they didn't panic even when disciples of Dezhou Peak passed by them. Full of vitality, all things are thriving. Seeing this scene, Lin Hao was in a great mood. Senior brothers and sisters, I'm back. After circling around, Lin Hao landed on the mountainside of Dezhou Peak. Before him stood a magnificent and imposing hall, with carved beams and painted rafters, exuding grandeur and a sense of awe. This magnificent hall was actually newly built. Lin Hao had visited Dezhou Peak many times, and he clearly remembered that there was no such hall on the mountainside of Dezhou Peak before the great battle. Soon, Wang Zhong and Zhang Ruoxi came out of the main hall. Feng Tsungyue was in seclusion deep within the suspended hall of Chaiyang Peak, recuperating from her injuries. During the few days she was away, Wang Zhong and Zhang Ruoxi were in charge of all matters, big and small, on Dezhou Peak. Junior brother, you've come back just in time. We've already repaired the collapsed palace on Dezhou Peak, and the spirit fields have been sown. However, we don't know much about the method of setting up the formation, and the formation on Dezhou Peak can only be repaired when our master returns. Half an hour later, the sect's elders will deliver a batch of refining materials. My senior brother and I plan to use these materials to reforge our magic weapon. You can come and help us in a bit. Zhang Ruoxi briefly explained the situation at Dezhou Peak. Wang Zhong, as always, remained taciturn. It seemed that Zhang Ruoxi had said everything, and he simply nodded to Lin Hao. Senior brothers and sisters know how to refine weapons. Lin Hao said with a smile, but he was quite envious. Those who cultivate the Tao do not merely focus on improving their cultivation level and increasing their combat power. Skills such as weapon crafting, alchemy, and setting up magic arrays are also very important and are part of a cultivator's own strength. Just like the various peak masters of the Xianyin sect, in addition to their own profound cultivation, they are all experts in weapon crafting, pill refining, and setting up formations. Without understanding these things, one cannot become the master of a peak. Our master once taught us some weapon refining techniques, but we have only scratched the surface. Our weapon refining skills are very rudimentary. We can only repair some broken magical artifacts and weapons. We are powerless to create a new weapon or magical artifact from scratch. Wang Zhong chuckled, a hint of shame in his expression. Senior brother, there's no need to be so modest. I know absolutely nothing about weapon crafting, alchemy, or array formation. I would appreciate any guidance from you, senior brothers and sisters. Lin Hao was overjoyed, showing a strong desire to learn. As they talked, they entered the main hall. Chapter 188, Unfair Treatment. The interior of the main hall was extremely spacious. A furnace over 10 feet tall stood steadily in the center of the main hall. Large array patterns were engraved around the furnace, and as the patterns flickered, the surrounding spiritual energy was gathered here and entered the furnace. At the very bottom of the furnace, molten lava was churning and boiling, drawing in the earth's lay fire. Such a feat is truly breathtaking. Was this spirit-gathering formation also set up by my senior brothers and sisters? Lin Hao had cultivated for many years, and although he might not recognize other formations, he recognized the spirit-gathering formation at a glance. However, he did not know how to set up the spirit-gathering formation. A magic array is composed of many array patterns, which are mysterious and complex. Each array pattern has a different shape and can communicate with the great power of heaven and earth, causing all kinds of incredible energy. Lin Hao knew very little about array patterns and formations. We put in a tremendous amount of effort to complete this spirit-gathering array, based on the array diagram taught by our master. This array can only attract spiritual energy within a radius of 30 miles. Since you are so interested in the techniques of weapon crafting and array formation, we will give you a basic introduction so that you will find it easier to learn when our master teaches you the techniques in the future. Zhang Ruoxi smiled gently, her smile bright and beautiful. The three of them sat together around the furnace. Wang Zhong and Zhang Ruoxi began to explain to him array patterns, magic arrays, weapon crafting, and how to identify weapon crafting materials, etc. Of course, these are just the most basic things, just to give Lin Hao some inspiration and let him have a simple understanding of these things. Lin Hao listened with rapt attention, and soon half an hour had passed. Someone reported that the sect elders had arrived and were preparing to distribute some refining materials, spiritual herbs, and pills. Through conversations with Wang Zhong and Zhang Ruoxi, Lin Hao learned that in order to quickly restore the sect's strength, a large number of Xianyin sect elders had gone out to exchange or purchase materials, magic weapons, spiritual herbs, and spiritual medicines. If there are any special needs, a list can be made and given to the sect elders, who will then make the purchases. Of course, some extremely rare treasures that require a large amount of elixirs are not included in this list. As the three of them exited the main hall, they saw 5 elders dressed in blue Taoist robes already waiting in front of it. 5 elders came to Dazhu Peak, 3 of whom were in the late stage of core formation and 2 were at the great perfection of core formation. The leading elder was named Yang Xian. He was tall and had been at the great perfection of core formation for many years, making him very powerful. Here are the materials you need. Please sign for them. With a wave of his arm, a large batch of refining materials flew out from Yang Xian's sleeve. Wang Zhong and Zhang Ruoxi carefully checked the items, and soon their expressions changed. Elder Yang Xian, why did you only provide 20% of the items needed by my Great Bamboo Peak? Where are all the items like Crimson Flame Crystal, Profound Fiend Stone, and Demon Blood Black Soil? Wang Zhong was getting anxious. What he had just mentioned were all urgently needed items. Without these, it would be impossible to refine magical artifacts or repair weapons. The demand for these things is too great. The elders on peaks like Misty Peak and Sunrise Peak all need them. There are too many monks and not enough porridge, so we are in a difficult situation. Yang Xian spread his hands, shook his head, and looked rather helpless. Elder Yang Xian, isn't it a bit too much that you're showing favoritism? Does that mean my Great Bamboo Peak is inferior to others? Why are resources supplied to other mountains first? Why is it that Dazhu Peak always lacks so many of the supplies it needs? Zhang Ruoxi stepped forward to argue. This is the 3rd time today. In the first 2 distributions of supplies, these elders only provided a small portion. Wang Zhong and Zhang Ruoxi complained because the amount of supplies distributed was far too little to meet their needs. Until yesterday, they had no idea that the other peaks had received more supplies than they had. They sent out disciples to investigate, and it turned out to be true. Wang Zhong and Zhang Ruoxi suspected that the elders who distributed the supplies were behind it all. They had hoped that as long as the supplies could be distributed normally this time, the past would be forgiven. However, these elders repeatedly challenged their bottom line, treating the people of Dazhu Peak as fools. This is blatant provocation. What are you shouting for? Our sect has just survived a great calamity and is facing a shortage of resources. As disciples of the Xianyin sect, we should work together to overcome these difficult times. This is already quite a lot. Please accept it quickly so we can report back to our sect leader. Beside Yang Xian, an elder surnamed Zhou coldly rebuked him. Elder Zhou, we are willing to overcome these difficult times together and share the burden for the sect. Of course, that's no problem. However, we have already verified that the supplies allocated to peaks like Luoyan Peak and Piaomiao Peak are more than twice as many as ours. Dazhu Peak and its surrounding peaks are both core inheritances of the Xianyin sect, so why do we have so few resources on Dazhu Peak? The problem is not scarcity, but inequality. Elders, if you cannot provide a reasonable explanation, I fear it will be difficult to convince the public. Wang Zhong stepped forward and argued his case forcefully. Feng Cangyue was fiercely opposed to evil and extremely assertive. Her disciples, influenced by her, were all formidable individuals. Trying to bully Dazhu Peak won't be so easy. Wang Zhong, what are you being so arrogant about? Things are different now. In your Great Bamboo Peak lineage, both of your supreme elders have died in battle, and the venerable lord's essence has been damaged, leaving him seriously injured. Whether she can recover is still unknown. The decline of Dazhu Feng was inevitable. If another powerful enemy attacks, your Dazhu Peak will no longer be able to make a significant contribution. The Xianyin sect can only truly rely on strong peaks like Piaomiao Peak and Luoyan Peak. We allocate more supplies to other peaks in order to strengthen their capabilities. Giving you the supplies is like throwing good money after bad. They won't be of any use. A middle-aged Taoist nun with a ruddy complexion and some beauty stepped forward. She had sharp teeth and spoke very mean words. You've gone too far. Lin Hao felt a burning anger in his chest. These elders are all opportunists. Seeing that Daju Peak strength is not what it used to be, they actually started to sabotage it behind the scenes. Whether there was any behind-the-scenes manipulation is still unknown. However, their actions have angered the people of Daju Peak and Lin Hao. Chapter 189 The Sect Master's Summoning. You little lecher, what are you so arrogant about? The Xianin sect has suffered a calamity because of you. Now that Daju Peak's strength has been greatly reduced, do you still dare to be presumptuous? You must understand, I am an elder of the Xianin sect. Your disrespect has given me the right to teach you a lesson and show you what it means to respect your teacher. Elder Qiao raised her eyebrows, snorted coldly, and was about to teach Lin Hao a lesson. Elder Qiao, do you intend to swagger around on Daju Peak? I'm afraid not. With Master away, I'm the one in charge on Daju Peak. If you want to make a move against Lin Hao, you'll have to ask me for permission first. Wang Zhong stepped forward, channeling his spiritual energy, and his aura suddenly erupted, bringing a great sense of pressure to his opponent. This Wang Zhong is also at the great perfection of the core formation realm, the same level as me. I am not confident enough to defeat him. If I were to fight him and lose, I would lose all face and be unable to hold my head up. Elder Qiao dared not answer and took a few steps back. Are you deliberately causing trouble? This is all the stuff we have. Do you want it or not? If you don't want it, we'll leave now. Even if we take this to the sect leader, I'm not afraid of you. Yang Xian roared angrily. They bullied Daju Peak in this way partly because Daju Peak's strength had been severely damaged and it had indeed declined. On the other hand, they themselves can embezzle some benefits. Furthermore, they have the support of peak masters like Misty Peak and Wild Goose Peak. Wang Taihang, the peak master of Misty Peak, has a conflict with Feng Sanyue, which is common knowledge throughout the Xianin sect. Meanwhile, the Lord of Falling Goose Peak is ambitious and wants to develop and strengthen Falling Goose Peak to replace the position of Great Bamboo Peak. He is also secretly sabotaging the cause. These factors have emboldened these elders. Thank you for your kindness, elders. We will accept the gifts. Lin Hao's face was gloomy, and he chuckled coldly. Wouldn't it have been fine if you had accepted it earlier? Feng Songyue's essence was damaged, her strength greatly reduced, and she might even fall from the nascent soul realm to the core formation realm. The more arrogant you people from Daju Peak are, the faster you'll die. It's all about timing and fate. Oh Seeing the people of Daju Peak back down, Elder Qiao Yuer was extremely pleased. She held her head high, like a swan, and giggled. Lin Hao stepped forward and took the items. Wang Zhong and Zhang Ruoxi frowned slightly upon seeing this, but said nothing. The elders, feeling quite pleased with themselves, prepared to leave. Just then, Lin Hao spoke up. Elders, please wait. What? You're not convinced? Qiao Yuer raised an eyebrow and looked at Lin Hao coldly. You lot, relying on your power, openly bully the people of Daju Peak. Elder Qiao, and especially you, have repeatedly spoken words that insult Daju Peak. Daz Yufeng couldn't swallow this insult. I challenge you to a duel to the death at the Hall of Law Enforcement in the Heavenly Punishment Platform. Do you dare accept the challenge? Lin Hao's words were icy, and a murderous intent permeated the air. Junior brother, don't act rashly. Wang Zhong and Zhang Ruoxi were both startled. Qiao Yuer was at the great perfection of the core formation realm, while Lin Hao was at the late stage of core formation. His cultivation level was inferior to the opponent's, and his cultivation time was far less. Although they knew Lin Hao was an exceptional genius with the ability to fight beyond his level, danger was still inevitable. To decide life and death in one fell swoop is far too hasty. Qiao Yuer turned pale with anger. The people of Daju Peak are all troublemakers. They don't give her any face whatsoever. With Feng Songyue absent, the group thought they could easily control the people of Daju Peak, but reality slapped them in the face. My Great Bamboo Peak demands that we receive the same amount of supplies as all other peaks. Either we replenish our supplies, or you and I will fight to the death on the Heavenly Punishment Platform. Lin Hao remained unmoved, striding forward with an explosive aura. What a powerful aura. That little thief Lin Hao has actually broken through again. Although I am at the great perfection of the core formation realm, he is at the late stage of the core formation realm. It's not worth fighting this hothead. Qiao Yuer muttered to herself, deeply wary of Lin Hao's strength. After much deliberation, she dared not engage in a decisive battle with Lin Hao. Elder Lin Xian, Lin Hao is a hothead, and he's a tough nut to crack. Why don't we just give him the stuff? There will be plenty of time to deal with them in the future. Xiao Yuer secretly transmitted her voice to Lin Xian. Snort. Lin Xian snorted coldly, waved his sleeve, leaving behind another pile of materials, and then left without looking back, leading Xiao Yuer and the others. Wang Zhong, Zhang Ruoxi, and Lin Hao carefully checked and confirmed that none of the supplies distributed this time were missing. The three laughed heartily, feeling extremely happy. Just as they were about to return to the main hall, a figure drifted over. Lin Hao, the sect leader requests your presence at Chaoyang Peak. The visitor said with a smile. When Ouyang Ru summoned him, Lin Hao frowned, but he couldn't refuse. After saying goodbye to Wang Zhong and Zhang Ruoxi, he headed towards Chaoyang Peak. Greetings, Sect Master. Inside the suspended hall on Chaoyang Peak, Lin Hao respectfully bowed. No need to be polite, please sit down. Ouyang Ru was very easygoing and gestured for Lin Hao to sit down. Lin Hao sat down casually and then remained silent. During the great battle with the Liang sect, Ouyang Ru ordered Wang Taihang to capture him, intending to hand him over to the Liang sect. Although the deal didn't go through, Lin Hao's heart was already broken. He felt utterly disillusioned with Ouyang Ru, the sect leader, and with the Xianin sect. From now on, don't think of him fighting for the sect. He will only fight for his master and for Dazhu Peak. If it weren't for the many ties he still had with his sect, he would have loved to leave and visit the Joyful Union sect. Having broken through to the core formation stage, he urgently needed the second half of the cultivation technique that Gu Qingcheng had given him. Lin Hao, in the battle of the 5 major sects of the Immortal Path, you defeated all the other geniuses and won the championship, bringing glory to my Xianin sect. This is a great achievement, and I want to reward you handsomely. I hope you can go further and truly become the backbone of my Xianin sect. Lin Hao's attitude was indifferent, but Ouyang Ru didn't mind. As soon as she finished speaking, a ball of light appeared in front of Lin Hao. Within that light was a magical artifact, radiating powerful spiritual energy fluctuations. This furnace is called the Lihua Furnace, a low-grade earth-rank furnace. I personally refined it, and now I bestow it upon you. This furnace is incredibly profound and powerful, combining offense and defense. It can also be used for alchemy and weapon crafting. You must cultivate diligently and never slack off. Ouyang Ru spoke calmly. Thank you, Sect Master. Lin Hao was overjoyed. Although he had no feelings for Ouyang Ru, this reward was a real and substantial benefit, and he had no reason to refuse it. Among magical artifacts, those such as furnaces, cauldrons, pagodas, and bells are extremely difficult to refine because they contain many magical formations. Just like this Lihua furnace, its value far exceeds that of 3 or 4 low-grade earth-rank flying swords. Ouyang Ru was indeed very generous. The reward was extremely lavish. Lin Hao, you have a pure yang physique and have been secretly cultivated by the sect since the beginning. In just 4 years, you have grown to the late stage of core formation. Very good. You have not disappointed me. Just as Lin Hao was happily putting away the fire furnace, Ouyang Ru revealed his biggest secret. However, he wasn't curious about Ouyang Ru knowing about his constitution. Lin Hao wouldn't take Ouyang Ru's words seriously. If he were a genius being secretly cultivated, would Ouyang Ru hand him over? Lin Hao chuckled inwardly and watched Ouyang Ru's performance quietly. Lin Hao, with a pure yang body, he can heal damage to the fundamental essence of cultivators. Are you willing to help the sect? Ouyang Ru didn't hide anything and stated her purpose directly. The sect leader is injured too? Could it be that she's trying to take advantage of me, an older woman trying to seduce a younger man? Upon hearing this, Lin Hao was astonished and looked up at Ouyang Ru, at which point he became extremely bold. Lin Hao's mind raced, and he came up with hundreds of reasons to refuse. But in the end, he couldn't resist the temptation of a nascent soul realm cultivator. If we can help Ouyang Ru get treatment, we will definitely gain a lot of benefits. Chapter 190 with great joy. How can I help? Lin Hao pretended to be confused and asked. You're willing to help? That's wonderful. You too, come out here. Ouyang Ru clapped her hands, and 2 beautiful women with charming faces walked out from the depths of the main hall. Deep inside the main hall, 2 women dressed in starry sky-colored Taoist robes walked over. Their Taoist robes were embroidered with starry sky and moon patterns respectively. Lin Hao looked at the 2 women and found that they looked very similar, with beautiful eyebrows and eyes, red lips and delicate noses, and graceful and dignified figures. They must be twins. They were not only beautiful, but also highly skilled, having reached the late stage of the core formation realm. He exuded a strong spiritual energy fluctuation, giving people a sense of oppression. Lin Hao knew that these two elders were both formidable experts in the Xianyin sect. These are elders Nen Xiaoxing and Nan Xiaoya from Luoyan Peak. After a great battle with the Liang sect, their vital essence was damaged. They have been recuperating for many days, but their condition has not improved. Lin Hao, your physique is special, so use your cultivation technique to help the two elders heal their injuries. Seeing Lin Hao staring intently at the two stunning elders she had brought, Ouyang Ru couldn't help but smile smugly. Lin Hao swallowed hard, feeling anxious and uneasy, and replied, "Since the sect leader has given the order, this disciple naturally dares not refuse." He was somewhat disappointed that it wasn't for treating the sect leader, but he was more than happy to treat the injuries of the two stunningly beautiful twin elders. Ouyang Ru vanished from the main hall in a flash. Only 3 people remained. Nan Xiaoxing and Nan Xiaoya looked at Lin Hao, their faces gradually turning red, and they lowered their heads shyly. The sect leader is really something. No matter what, I am a core formation stage elder of the Xianyin sect, with a very prestigious position. Although Lin Hao was a prodigy, he was merely a disciple of the great bamboo peak of the Xianyin sect. It was so embarrassing to have him heal them like that. Nan Xiaoxing muttered complaints to herself. Xiaoxing and I are twin sisters, and we have never become Taoist partners with any man in all our years of cultivation. Now, to make the two of us share a male disciple, it's really... Nan Xiaoya also felt uneasy. She glanced at Lin Hao and noticed that he had striking eyebrows and bright eyes, was handsome and imposing, and possessed an extraordinary aura. She was quite fond of Lin Hao's appearance. But Nan Xiaoxing still needs to be mentally prepared to be honest with each other and face the unknown together. Elders, where should we go to heal our wounds? Lin Hao broke the silence and took the initiative to ask. Please follow me. There is a secret room inside. Nan Xiaoya replied nervously. After saying that, he turned around quickly and walked deeper into the main hall. Nan Xiaoxing hurriedly followed, and Lin Hao, seeing this, also followed. Despite being described as a secret room, it was very spacious, with its ceiling inlaid with gems that shone brightly. There was also a gurgling flow of water at the bottom. The water flowed with a misty vapor, and felt cool and pleasant to the touch. It turns out that this stream actually contains spiritual liquid. The spiritual energy here is so rich. It's really great for healing, Lin Hao exclaimed. Lin Hao then looked at the two beautiful elders and said, Elders, let's begin. The two bowed their heads in response. Time flies. 2 days later. Under Lin Hao's meticulous treatment, their injuries have mostly healed. He estimated that after 2 more days of treatment, their injuries would be fully recovered, and their cultivation would also advance further. Lin Hao also benefited greatly from this treatment. He hadn't expected that the 2 elders were actually virgins. Now, with his abundant spiritual energy, he could absorb the spiritual energy in the secret room into his body with just a breath. Flowed through his meridians in a unique way, finally entering the purple pill in his dantian. The purple pill rotated slowly, storing a large amount of spiritual power within it. As it rotated, it created small vortexes of spiritual energy. My strength has increased even more now. Even a cultivator at the great perfection of the core formation realm can be easily defeated by me. Moreover, I feel that it won't be long before I break through to the great perfection of the core formation realm. By then, I will fear no one except nascent soul realm cultivators. As Lin Hao experienced the improvement in his own strength, he also compared it with the strength of the core formation realm elders in the sect. By comparing the two, Lin Hao gained a clear understanding of his own strength. Lin Hao, thank you so much. If it weren't for your help, our injuries wouldn't have healed so quickly. We are deeply grateful and need no thanks. If there's anything we can do to help, please don't hesitate to ask. Nan Xiaoxing said. It's nothing. You don't need to worry about it. Besides, we've all fought side by side, so we're practically family. You will need 2 more treatments before your injuries are fully healed. If you're willing to help someone to the end, I'd still be happy to help you heal further, provided you have no objections. Lin Hao laughed heartily. Lin Hao's words were too blunt, and the 2 of them were a little embarrassed and didn't know how to respond. The 3 of them then tidied themselves up, left the secret chamber, and arrived at the entrance of the main hall. Ouyang Ru had been waiting there for a while. She checked Nan Xiaoxing and Nan Xiaoya's injuries and found that they were recovering very quickly. Ouyang Ru was very satisfied with this. After checking Lin Hao's condition again, Ouyang Ru was even more delighted and praised him. Not bad, not bad. You're only one step away from the great perfection of the core formation realm. You truly deserve to be the peerless genius of our Xianyin sect. Keep up your cultivation and don't slack off. Lin Hao smiled and said, I will definitely devote myself to cultivation and live up to the sect leader's good intentions. After saying that, Lin Hao was about to leave. Ouyang called out to him. Sect Master, is there anything else you require? Lin Hao looked at Ouyang. Get some rest. I'll send you a message tomorrow, and you can come to Choyang Peak again. There are a few elders who need your help with their treatment. Ouyang smiled and handed him a jade talisman for communication. Upon hearing this, Lin Hao was shocked. But then he took the jade talisman and readily agreed. Chapter 191, A Alliance of Attack and Defense. Accompanied by Shui Linger, Wang Shihan, Han Liue, Lui, and others. Since the invasion of the Liang sect, Lin Hao has always been elusive, appearing and disappearing without a trace. Shui Linger and the others had met him a few times. The time was too short to cultivate together, which inevitably made them somewhat annoyed. This time, upon hearing that Lin Hao had returned to Dazhu Peak, they rushed over immediately. When they met Lin Hao, they found him exchanging cultivation insights with Wang Zhong, Zhang Ruoxi, and others, and asking them for advice on alchemy and weapon crafting techniques. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the group left the main hall without disturbing them. Lin Hao has been acting all mysterious lately. I wonder what he's up to. As soon as they left the main hall, Shui Linger said angrily. There was a hint of disappointment in his words. Han Liue and the others tried to dissuade her, but their disappointment was no less than that of Shui Linger. In the end, the four of them looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Lin Hao sought advice from Wang Zhong, Zhang Ruoxi, and others on methods of weapon crafting and alchemy, and gained many insights from it. Only then did he go to see Shui Linger and the others, and also help them treat their injuries. Why did the sect leader ask the elders to cultivate with me? After calming Shui Linger and the others down, Lin Hao began to ponder this problem alone. When the Xianyin sect suffered a major calamity, Ouyang once regarded him as a pawn to be abandoned and wanted to offer him to the Liang sect. This has always been a thorn in Lin Hao's side. Now, Ouyang has arranged for him to treat the elders of the sect, which is undoubtedly a good thing for Lin Hao. However, having learned from past mistakes, Lin Hao couldn't help but be more cautious. Perhaps the sect leader has changed his mind but is too embarrassed to admit his mistake, so he's trying to win me over in this way. Besides, I really can heal their Dao injuries, and cultivating with me would be of great benefit to them and to the restoration of the sect's strength. After much deliberation, Lin Hao still couldn't figure out Ouyang intentions and could only think of it this way. Regardless of any schemes or tricks Ouyang may have, at least for now, these things are in his favor. He had no reason not to accept it. The next day, as the sun rose, the sky was filled with rosy clouds. The jade talisman that Lin Hao always wore suddenly began to shimmer with light. The sect leader has sent a message. It's time to get down to business. Lin Hao got up and headed towards Choyang Peak. Soon, Lin Hao arrived at the suspended hall of Choyang Peak. Two elders with refined features were already waiting there. Both of them were at the core formation stage. When the two female elders saw Lin Hao, they avoided his gaze and dared not look him in the eye. Lin Hao, however, walked forward confidently. After greeting Ouyang, he took the initiative to lead the two elders towards the secret chamber deep inside the main hall. While Lin Hao was healing the two elders, Ouyang also arrived at a secret room. She took out a small golden bell and shook it gently. Golden ripples spread out and then disappeared into the void. Before long, 3 beams of light appeared on the stone bench in the secret room. There was a figure with radiant, sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes, standing tall and holding a long sword. Another figure in the light was a woman, her eyes smiling, exuding fragrance, with petals dancing around her. The last ray of light and shadow was a figure in white. These 3 individuals were actually a divine consciousness of the sect leaders of the 3 major immortal sects, Heavenly Sword Sect, 100 Flowers Valley, and Wuji Palace. They acted as they pleased, and unintentionally, an overwhelming aura emanated from them. Looking at these figures, Ouyang seemed somewhat dazed. Originally, it should have been 4 beams of light that descended upon this place. However, fate is cruel. The Blazing Sun sect, relying on its strength to bully the weak, was ultimately destroyed by the demon race. Now, the Blazing Sun sect master is unable to come no matter what. The demon race has produced an unparalleled expert at the nascent soul realm, and has also obtained a massive amount of resources from the Blazing Sun sect, causing its power to expand to an unprecedented level. The demons, too, began to stir up trouble at this time. Without a nascent soul realm expert to oversee our immortal sect, it would be difficult for us to contend with the demon and monster races. Brother Wong, I wonder if you've managed to contact that nascent soul stage senior from the Heavenly Sword sect? Ouyang Ru got straight to the point and asked the Heavenly Sword sect master a question directly. The sect leader of the Heavenly Sword sect shook his head and said helplessly, "That supreme elder has been gone from the sect for many years. We tried to communicate with him, but failed. Then how do we deal with the possible attack from the demon race and monster race?" 100 Flowers Valley inquired. This put everyone in a bit of a predicament. Of Wuji Palace, Tianjin sect, Baiwa Valley, and Xianin sect each expressed their opinions and offered suggestions, but they all felt that the solutions were somewhat flawed and not perfect enough. After much discussion and debate, they finally came up with a solution. Gentlemen, the demon race is powerful, and the demon clan is also ambitious. To deal with the demon race, why don't we, the 4 major sects, form an alliance for offense and defense? Each sect builds a massive teleportation array. If one sect is in trouble, the other 3 sects will do everything in their power to support it. Only in this way can we deal with the attacks from both the demon and monster races. Ultimately, the sect leader of the Heavenly Sword sect, after considering all opinions, put forward suggestions. The 3 sect leaders of Wuji Palace, Baiwa Valley, and Xianin sect fully support it. On this day, a major piece of news broke. The 4 major immortal sects signed a strategic agreement, forming an alliance of offense and defense. Upon hearing the news, the human race, whether cultivators or the various dynasties in the secular world, immediately felt much more at ease. The demon and monster races were greatly deterred. Some elders from the demon and monster races who had threatened to attack the immortal sects temporarily abandoned the idea. Time flies, and Lin Hao returned to Daju Peak the next day at dusk. Having undergone this healing process, his strength has increased once again, and Lin Hao exudes a powerful aura with every move he makes. Elder Lu Mei, what brings you to Daju Peak? Not long after Lin Hao landed on Daju Peak, he saw Lu Mei emerge gracefully from behind a huge boulder. After the collapse of Daju Peak, the sect leader ordered me to lead a group of elders to reshape the earth veins of Daju Peak and restore it to its original state. In addition, the entire Xianin sect needs to build a super large teleportation array. I came here firstly to prepare for the reconstruction of Daju Peak, and secondly to see where to set up the formation. After a brief exchange, Lin Hao learned about the Xianin sect's plan to establish a teleportation array. At the same time, they also learned that the 4 major sects of the Immortal Path had formed an alliance for offense and defense. A few months in the cave, but 1,000 years in the world. This is a description of cultivating immortality. He was treating injuries in the secret chamber of the suspended hall on Chaiyang Peak, unaware of the passage of time. However, such a big thing happened in the outside world, which was truly astonishing. I heard you've been going to Chaiyang Peak a lot lately. What's going on? Is the sect leader teaching you some secret techniques? Lu Mei asked, puzzled. She then noticed that Lin Hao's strength had improved by leaps and bounds, and he was almost at the great perfection of the core formation realm. Could it be that the sect leader allowed you to cultivate with the other elders? Lu Mei guessed what was going on. Chapter 192, The Great Perfection of the Core Formation Realm. That's right. Perhaps the sect leader felt indebted to me after the previous great battle with the Blazing Sun sect, so he made it up to me in this way. I have gained tremendous benefits in the past few days, and am planning to break through to the great perfection of the core formation realm. Mayor, you've come at the right time. Help me protect you. Lin Hao laughed heartily and entered the palace halfway up Daju Peak with Lu Mei. Lu Mei was suspicious, trying to figure out what Ouyang Ru was planning, but in the rush, she couldn't make a guess. Seeing that Lin Hao planned to break through to the great perfection of the core formation realm, she followed him. Inside the secret chamber, Lin Hao activated his profound and wondrous techniques, frantically absorbing the spiritual energy from the outside world and drawing it into his own body. The spiritual energy traveled through his meridians in a unique trajectory, eventually merging into the purple elixir, again and again, in an endless cycle. As time went by, Lin Hao's purple core became more refined and fuller, and the spiritual energy fluctuations around him also increased further. His strength was improving every moment. Lin Hao's sudden rise to prominence and his growth along the way are simply unbelievable. In just a few years, he traversed a cultivation path that would take ordinary people hundreds of years. This pure yang body is indeed terrifying, defying conventional understanding. Lu Mei was secretly shocked and delighted. She and Lin Hao had a very deep friendship and knew each other well. When Lin Hao's cultivation improved, she naturally felt proud of him. Then, she thought of Ouyang Ru and couldn't understand Ouyang Ru's true intention in letting the elders and Lin Hao cultivate together. For a moment, she was upset. It seems necessary to ask Song Yu. She will surely know the sect leader's intentions. Lu Mei had an idea. After all, Lin Hao possessed a pure yang physique, which Feng Songyue had told her. Therefore, Feng Songyue must know more about Lin Hao. 2 hours later, a powerful force emanated from the secret chamber behind Lu Mei. The spiritual energy fluctuations were intense, and boundless pressure emanated from it, causing the entire secret chamber to tremble violently. It's done. Lu Mei was overjoyed. Rumble. The heavy stone door slowly opened, and Lin Hao strode out. Upon closer inspection, Lu Mei saw that Lin Hao had a tall and straight body, exceptionally vigorous vitality, and his eyes were gleaming with a sharp light. Every move he made was accompanied by an indescribable aura. At the great perfection of the core formation realm. Good lad. It hasn't been long, and you've already broken through to the great perfection of the core formation realm. If I hadn't broken through to the nascent soul realm, I wouldn't have been able to defeat you so easily. Lu Mei looked Lin Hao up and down, clicking her tongue in admiration. Honestly, if it were 3 months ago, and she had encountered Lin Hao, who was at the peak of the core formation realm, she was confident that although she could defeat him, she would definitely have had a tough battle. Truly remarkable, the pure yang body is indeed incredibly profound. Since the founding of the Xianyin sect, there has never been such a young cultivator at the great perfection of the core formation realm. Now you can do whatever you want in the Xianyin sect. Apart from nascent soul cultivators, no one can suppress you. Lu Mei clapped her hands and laughed heartily, feeling extremely happy. As a man, I should have lofty ambitions. How can I be content with merely reaching the great perfection of the core formation realm? At the very least, I need to break through to the nascent soul realm. If another great war were to break out, I hope I would have enough power to protect you. Lin Hao's body trembled, and he pulled Lu Mei into his arms, gently stroking her beautiful face. You brat, you're so bad. Let me go, someone's coming. Lu Mei struggled. The next instant, Wang Zhong, Zhang Ruoxi, Shui Linger, Wang Shihan, and others rushed over all at once. Thank you so much, Venerable Master Lu, for condescending to protect junior brother Lin Hao. Wang Zhong, Zhang Ruoxi, and others respectfully bowed to Lu Mei. Lin Hao then realized that Lu Mei had been appointed as a venerable master by Ouyang Ru. According to the rules of the Xianyin sect, as long as one's cultivation breaks through to the nascent soul realm and is proficient in weapon crafting, pill refining, and array formation, one can become a venerable master. Every venerable master must undergo the sect's assessment, which mainly examines their skills in alchemy, weapon crafting, and array formation. A nascent soul cultivator may not necessarily become a venerable lord, but every venerable lord is a nascent soul cultivator. Now that Lu Mei is called the Venerable One, she is a truly important figure with an extraordinary status, far more esteemed than ordinary nascent soul realm elders. You two talk, I won't disturb you. Lu Mei could tell that these people had come to congratulate Lin Hao. With her around, Wang Zhong and the others couldn't relax, so she simply left. After leaving the main hall, Lu Mei headed towards Chuyang Peak. She wanted to find Feng Songyue and ask her to find out Ouyang Ru's true intentions. Junior brother, you've actually broken through to the great perfection of the core formation realm. Now, among the three of us, I have the lowest cultivation level. After Master comes out of seclusion, he'll probably have to spur me on. Zhang Ruoxi said with considerable distress. Feng Songyue is extremely strict with her disciples. If Feng Songyue seriously urges them on, their good days will be over. It's unbelievable. You've just broken through to the great perfection of the core formation realm. So why is your spiritual energy so much richer than mine? I feel that my combat strength is inferior to yours. Wang Zhong was also greatly alarmed. Lin Hao was in the late stage of core formation. He sensed that Lin Hao had a profound foundation and outstanding strength. However, relying on his superior cultivation level, Wang Zhong was still confident that he could suppress Lin Hao. But now that Lin Hao has broken through to the great perfection of the core formation realm, Wang Zhong has found that he has been left far behind. Among the 3 disciples of Dazhu Peak, Lin Hao is undoubtedly the number 1 in combat strength. Of course, he still lags far behind Wang Zhong and Zhang Ruoxi in terms of formations, alchemy, and weapon crafting. Lin Hao, You've broken through to the great perfection of the core formation realm. Congratulations. Congratulations. Shui Linger, Wang Shihan, Han Liyue, Lu Yi, and others also came forward to offer their congratulations. But at this moment, they looked up at Lin Hao with a sense of awe. The difference in their levels of understanding instilled a sense of awe in them. Reaching the great perfection of the core formation realm is a remarkable achievement in the Xianyin sect. Only those old men with gray hair and beards who have cultivated for many years can reach such a level. Lin Hao is now on par with those elders who have cultivated for many years. If he takes another step forward, he will become the lord of a mountain peak. Anyone would feel pressured to be around someone like that. We're all family, no need for formalities. Lin Hao laughed heartily. Lin Hao, your breakthrough to the great perfection of the core formation realm is a great joy. We must celebrate it properly. Shui Linger made the suggestion. Wang Shihan, Han Liyue, and Lu Yi all chimed in, and the group quickly got busy preparing spiritual fruits and fine wine, wanting to have a proper celebration. Lin Hao couldn't stop them, so he let them do whatever they wanted. Just then, the jade talisman on Lin Hao's body began to glow again. The sect leader summoned me. He needs my help with something important. I'll go there now. Lin Hao called out to everyone, then left the palace and flew towards Chaoyang Peak. Shui Linger, Wang Shihan, Han Liyue, and Lu Yi exchanged bitter smiles, their eyes filled with a hint of resentment. Chapter 193, Another Reward. Although they really hoped Lin Hao would stay and spend time with the rest of them. However, they also knew that Lin Hao was highly skilled and powerful, a pillar of the sect, and would inevitably be burdened with many affairs. Many times, we are not in control of our own lives. The four of them thought this way, finding some solace in it. Lin Hao landed on Chaoyang Peak and, familiar with the route, entered the suspended hall. Along the way, no one stopped them. Ouyang Ru had been waiting in the main hall for a long time. When she saw Lin Hao, she immediately smiled. Ouyang Ru stepped forward, spread her 5 fingers, and sent a ball of vital energy into Lin Hao's body to examine him closely. After a moment, Ouyang Ru nodded and smiled, praising without reservation. Your origin is profound and your spiritual energy is abundant. It's really good. You've reached the great perfection of the core formation realm so quickly. It's truly remarkable. Since the founding of our Xianyin sect, we have never seen a cultivator as young as you who has reached the great perfection of the core formation realm. Lin Hao replied modestly. It's all thanks to the sect leader's cultivation. Ouyang Ru laughed heartily. It's a combination of sect training and personal talent. Lin Hao is indeed a gifted young man, exceptionally so, even in the entire Yuzhou region. Whether it's the immortal sects or the demon race, no one can compare to him, right? Back then, during the fierce battle with the Liang sect, at the most critical moment, I actually wavered and wanted to offer Lin Hao up. I was really out of my mind. With this incident still lingering, he will inevitably harbor resentment, and as a result, he will not be able to serve my Xianyin sect with peace of mind. In that instant, many thoughts flashed through Ouyang Ru's mind. Then, she took out a secret manual and handed it to Lin Hao. You are now at the great perfection of the core formation realm, and the next step is the nascent soul realm. Soul realm is no small matter. Many people, after years of cultivation, remain stuck at the great perfection of the core formation realm. No matter how hard I try, I can't make any further progress and break through to the nascent soul realm. The entire Xianyin sect, including Lu Mei who recently broke through and the Supreme Elder who is in seclusion, only has about 30 nascent soul realm experts. Going further on, simply improving one's personal strength will make it difficult to break through to the nascent soul realm. Guidance from a master is essential. This manual is a compilation of the understandings, insights, and reflections of the various venerable masters and supreme elders of the Xianyin sect regarding the golden core and nascent soul, drawing on the wisdom and strengths of many. You must study this carefully and ponder it thoroughly, striving to break through to the nascent soul realm as soon as possible and become a pillar of the sect. Lin Hao quickly tucked it into his robes and said with great joy, Thank you, sect master. It's like a pillow being delivered just when you're about to fall asleep. The sect leader is truly meticulous and understands his thoughts perfectly. Snap, snap, snap. Ouyang Ru clapped her hands, and from the depths of the hall, 5 graceful and beautiful women emerged. They wore colorful gauze dresses, looking ethereal and graceful. After a brief examination, Lin Hao discovered that these elders' cultivation levels range from the mid-stage to the late-stage core formation realm. Such strength is not weak. However, Lin Hao now has the right to look down on them. These elders are also seriously injured. Please take the trouble to treat their injuries, Ouyang Ru said. Serving the sect is my duty, and I cannot shirk it. Lin Hao readily agreed. For him, this was both treatment and spiritual practice. Looking back, he still spent spirit stones to find female cultivators with relatively weak cultivation levels in the sect and practice with them. Now, with the sect leader personally acting as a go-between, it doesn't even cost a single spirit stone. Where else can you find such a good thing? Deeper inside the suspended hall of Chaiyang Peak, an entire mountain peak has been moved in. On this mountain peak, ancient trees reach for the sky, countless rare herbs and flowers bloom, and a small section of a spiritual vein is buried within the mountain. A cave was carved out of the mountain, and spiritual liquid flows within it. This place is rich in spiritual energy, making it an excellent place for cultivation and healing. After being severely injured in a battle with a nascent soul realm expert from the Liang sect, Feng Tsangyue has been recuperating here without being disturbed by anyone. However, today, someone has come to visit. This person is none other than Lu Mei, who has just broken through to the nascent soul realm, been named a venerable master, and is about to have her own independent main peak, making her a highly sought-after figure in the Xianin sect. Upon entering the cave, Lu Mei saw Feng Tsangyue sitting cross-legged, using magic to heal her injuries. She sometimes relaxed, sometimes frowned. Beside her, several empty bottles that had contained pills lay scattered on the ground. Lu Mei remained silent, simply sitting quietly a short distance away. A short while, Feng Tsangyue opened her eyes and let out a long breath. Mayor, you've actually broken through to the nascent soul realm? Congratulations. It's much faster than I expected. Feng Tsangyue was overjoyed to sense the terrifying spiritual energy fluctuations emanating from Lu Mei. Now, Lu Mei is qualified to stand shoulder to shoulder with her. Sangyu, how badly are you injured? What Lu Mei was most concerned about was Feng Tsangyue's injuries. After examining it carefully, Lu Mei shook her head. Your vital essence is damaged, and your injuries are healing extremely slowly. If you continue to heal like this, even optimistically, it will take at least 10 or 8 years to fully recover. Feng Tsangyue sighed and said, It's good enough that we survived. So many days have passed, and I'm still able to heal peacefully here. I suppose this crisis for the sect has been overcome. Tell me in detail about what's to come later. Lu Mei nodded. Feng Tsangyue continued. Sun Jinxiang, the former sect leader of the Liang sect, was an unparalleled expert in the divine transformation realm. He possessed immense magical power and exquisite Taoist arts, making him extremely formidable. I survived the great battle, and although all my protective magic items were destroyed, I managed to live. My poor master and grandmaster both died in battle. Someone like you, who, without suffering serious injury, can still achieve enlightenment and break through to a higher realm during a great battle, is extremely rare. Upon hearing these words, Lu Mei laughed. Sangyu, you only know one side of the story, not the other. I broke through to the nascent soul stage first before taking action. I went to protect the disciples of your great bamboo peak. Although I did not confront Sun Jinxiang directly, I have experienced the power of Sun Jinxiang and the treasure of the Liang sect. I fought against them from Shaozhu Peak, relying on the mountain protecting formation, but I was still severely injured, and my vital essence was damaged. Therefore, I have a very direct understanding of the terror of a nascent soul realm expert. Feng Tsangyue's expression changed, and a strange light flashed in her eyes. You said your origin was damaged? But now, upon closer inspection, Feng Tsangyue discovered that Lu Mei possessed formidable magical power and was in excellent condition, at her peak, showing no signs of injury whatsoever. Impossible. Its essence is damaged. How could it recover so quickly? Lu Mei's words made Feng Tsangyue frown. Sangyu, you've always been clever, but you've made a foolish mistake just now. When I was being hunted down by the Liang sect, I barely escaped with my life. When I returned to the Xianin sect from Tiansha City, my very essence was damaged. Think about it. What if the injury hadn't healed the nascent soul realm so quickly? Lu Mei smiled faintly and teased. That's right, Mayor. What method did you use? You recovered so quickly. Tell me quickly. Feng Tsangyue beamed with joy, feeling filled with hope. Chapter 194 Best Friends. Of course we should go together. Lu Mei was in a dilemma. Her cheeks flushed, her face burning, and she opened her mouth several times, but then stopped herself. Seeing Feng Tsangyue staring intently at her, she felt even more embarrassed. Forget it. What's done is done. I can't hide this from you for long. You'll find out sooner or later. Lu Mei gritted her teeth and told Lin Hao what had happened between her and Lin Hao. Song Yu, didn't you hear the rumors circulating among the sect disciples about my flirting with Lin Hao a while ago? What they're spreading is true. As soon as she finished speaking, Lu Mei blushed, lowered her head slightly, and dared not look at Feng Songyue. No wonder your injuries healed so quickly. It turns out it was with Lin Hao. This pure yang body is indeed extraordinary, even more powerful than I imagined. After the initial shock, Feng Songyue muttered to herself. After saying that, Lu Mei gradually felt relieved. Seeing Feng Songyue's reaction, she became bolder. Lu Mei said, how about we let Lin Hao treat your injuries too? I think that little thief Lin Hao has been eyeing you for quite some time now. He's incredibly bold. If you just entice him a little, that kid will be eager to come and heal your wounds. Back then, we were equals, but now, because of Lin Hao, I've unknowingly become inferior. If I don't drag you down with me, how can I face you honestly in the future? Best friends, of course we have to go together. Lu Mei secretly pondered to herself, feeling a sense of smugness when she thought about how Lin Hao healed Feng Songyue, and how Feng Songyue was eventually manipulated by Lin Hao. Feng Songyue's eyes widened. She was furious. Lu Mei's words were too absurd. How could she be with Lin Hao? Lin Hao is her disciple, and given the greater right and authority, how could she use that method to heal him? Song Yu and Lin Hao have brought far more benefits than just a little bit. It can both heal wounds and enhance strength. You probably haven't noticed, but Wang Shihan and Xue Linger, the two most talented disciples of Xiaozhu Peak, don't go to Xiaozhu Peak much anymore. They've practically become Lin Hao's personal possessions now. There's also Elder Han Liyue, who has been a mother for many years, yet she was still completely taken advantage of by Lin Hao and followed him wholeheartedly. Although Lin Hao is young, he is far from simple. He is the peerless dwarf of Hundred Flowers Valley, the Wuji Palace. Lu Mei chattered on and on, praising Lin Hao. And you, Mei Er, a nascent soul realm cultivator and a highly respected leader of the Xianin sect, actually spoke up for Lin Hao. I see that you have devoted your entire heart and soul to him. Feng Songyue interrupted Lu Mei. Lin Hao is my Taoist partner, and there's nothing wrong with devoting my body and soul to him. Lu Mei chuckled. Let's see how long you can hold out. With Lin Hao's abilities, it won't be long before he takes you down. There's also Murong Qinxue. Lu Mei pondered how she should help Lin Hao when he saw Feng Songyue and Murong Qinxue as prey. Don't mention this matter again. You can leave now. Even if I spend 10 or 8 years, I will never let anything happen between me and Lin Hao. After careful consideration, Feng Songyue issued an order to expel the guest. She couldn't let Lu Mei stay here any longer. If Lu Mei kept nagging in her ear every day, Feng Songyue worried that she would start to waver. Songyue, look at you. You're getting impatient again. You can't keep your composure at all. Besides checking on your injuries, I have another matter I'd like to ask you. Lu Mei recounted to Feng Songyue in detail what happened after Sun Jinxiang was seriously injured by the people of Dazhu Peak. I reckon the sect leader feels indebted to Lin Hao and the Dazhu Peak lineage. So now I want to make amends. She's now going so far as to have many elders cultivate with Lin Hao, not only to heal their injuries, but also to focus on nurturing Lin Hao. After explaining the situation, Lu Mei analyzed it herself and concluded that it was a good thing for Lin Hao. As Feng Songyue listened to Lu Mei's words, her expression grew increasingly grim. Make amends? You're underestimating the sect leader. The demon race has produced a nascent soul realm expert, and my Xianin sect has suffered a great loss of vitality. If the demon race were to attack the human race, the Xianin sect would be their primary target. With such immense external pressure, the sect leader can't wait any longer. Feng Songyue's expression was solemn. What exactly is the sect leader plotting? Feng Songyue's words were vague, leaving Lu Mei completely confused. You don't need to worry about this for now. Leave it to me. Remember, do not mention this to anyone again, and do not let the sect leader notice anything unusual about you. Just act as if nothing happened. Lu Mei nodded, chatted with Feng Songyue about some everyday things, and then left. She and Feng Songyue had a life or death bond, and she trusted Feng Songyue more than the sect leader. I know you had a miraculous encounter and obtained the secret techniques of the demonic sect in your early years, but if you try to harm my disciple, I will make sure your efforts are in vain. You have gone to great lengths to preserve the Xianin sect, but everything you do must be in accordance with the way of heaven. With the people's hearts scattered, what meaning does the Xianin sect hold? Reduced to a mere shell? After Lu Mei left, Feng Songyue squinted and muttered to herself. No, I don't have much time left in seclusion. I need to hurry. After pondering for a long time, Feng Tsungyue sat cross-legged again and began to circulate his cultivation technique. As the sun sets and the moon rises, the birds fly by. It took Lin Hao 5 days to help the elder heal his injuries. Stepping out of the suspended hall and bathed in sunlight once more, Lin Hao felt as if he had been transported to another world. 5 days later, he was full of energy and spiritual power, and his strength had increased, bringing him great benefits. Lin Hao leaped into the air and flew towards Daju Peak. Soon, a tall mountain appeared before his eyes. This mountain peak stands tall and majestic, piercing the clouds. Around this mountain, there are several other peaks, but they are much smaller than this one. I've never seen this mountain before. What is it? Lin Hao couldn't help but feel curious, so he flew around the mountain once. On a small plain atop the mountain, Lin Hao saw Lu Mei practicing her marksmanship. She was surrounded by a large group of people, including elders of the Xianyin sect and young male and female disciples. Lu Mei has broken through to the nascent soul realm and become a venerable master. This is a Taoist temple specially opened up for her by the Xianyin sect to transform the earth veins. Lin Hao asked one of his disciples and learned the reason. The world has been turned upside down. Things are changing every day, and the old has been replaced with a new look. Lin Hao clicked his tongue in admiration. Just then, Lu Mei sensed something. As a nascent soul cultivator, her spiritual senses were extremely sharp, and she quickly discovered Lin Hao. Lin Lang, would you like to come down and sit for a while? Lu Mei secretly transmitted her voice. It's truly a cause for celebration that Master Lu now has his own Taoist temple. I have urgent business to attend to, so I must take my leave. Lin Hao dodged and fled. With many elders and disciples present, Lu Mei was unable to escape. Why are you running? Do you think I'm going to eat you? Lu Mei stomped her feet in anger. This gesture, however, ignited the passions of the young male disciples. Chapter 195 Reunion with Master. Soon, Lin Hao arrived at Daju Peak. Because a new training ground has been established, the terrain of the Xianyin sect's mountain range has already been reshaped by powerful magic. Peaks like Daju Peak, Shaozhu Peak, and Piaomiao Peak are no longer in their original locations. However, Daju Peak and Shaozhu Peak remain adjacent to each other. Daju Peak has been restored to its original state and is even more majestic and towering than before. Lin Hao landed in front of the palace halfway up Daju Peak. Just a few days later, Daju Peak, which had collapsed in the battle, has been rebuilt. Like Shaozhu Peak and Piaomiao Peak, Daju Peak is in no way inferior. Junior brother, you've arrived. Upon entering the main hall, Lin Hao only saw Zhang Ruoxi. He had no idea where Wang Zhong had gone. Senior sister, where did Wang Shihan and Xue Linger go? After exchanging greetings, Lin Hao inquired about the whereabouts of Xue Linger and the others. He had just done a quick search on Daju Peak, but hadn't detected any signs of the group. The mountain peak where you used to cultivate has been restored to its original state. The others have returned to your previous mountain peak. Zhang Ruoxi said with a smile. Lin Hao nodded. Daju Peak is a very important mountain in the Xianyin sect. Strictly speaking, such mountains are all Taoist temples established for the various venerable lords. The mountain where he cultivated his practice was not far from Daju Peak, but it could only be considered a companion mountain to Daju Peak, belonging to the Daju Peak lineage. I see. Then I'll head back now. Lin Hao turned to leave. Junior brother, wait. Zhang Ruoxi grabbed him. Senior sister, is there anything else? Lin Hao was puzzled. Master has emerged from seclusion. She wishes to see you. Master has emerged from seclusion? Lin Hao was overjoyed and ran wildly towards Feng Tsunyue's cave on the mountaintop. Sai, senior brother has returned to his own peak, and junior brother can also return to his own peak to cultivate. As for me, watching Lin Hao's retreating figure, Zhang Ruoxi wore a bitter expression. Currently, among the three, Zhang Ruoxi has the lowest cultivation level, at the late stage of the core formation realm. Ever since Feng Tsunyue returned to Daju Peak, he has been urging her to cultivate, giving her extra help, and warning her that she must not leave Daju Peak before breaking through to the great perfection of the core formation realm. External pressures made Zhang Ruoxi, this little bird yearning for freedom, feel uncomfortable. Well, with a long sigh, Zhang Ruoxi rallied her spirits and began her arduous cultivation. Disciple greets master. Lin Hao went straight into Feng Tsunyue's cultivation cave and bowed respectfully. Stealing a glance, Feng Tsunyue was still beautiful, lying languidly on a jade bed, with several lotus-shaped flames dancing up and down. Those fair feet, toes like flower petals, and slender calves made Lin Hao swallow hard. Feng Songyue sat on the edge of the bed, straightened her clothes slightly, and said lazily. Lin Hao looked up and saw Feng Songyue's face, which was still somewhat pale. Master, how is your injury healing? Lin Hao walked forward with a big smile on his face. A faint fragrance wafted over, and Lin Hao suddenly felt hot all over, wanting to do something to cool down. Take this. Feng Songyue let out a cold shout, raised her palm, and suddenly slashed at Lin Hao. In an instant, the temperature inside the cave rose sharply, and 9 fire dragons emerged from the void, twisting and turning as they attacked Lin Hao. Lin Hao's expression changed, and he began to circulate his magical power. Lotus blossoms floated before him as he brandished his longsword, slashing at the 9 fire dragons. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing rang out, and sparks flew everywhere. The fire dragon coiled and swarmed, and the fiery lotus flowers disappeared one by one. Sword energy crisscrossed, clanging and ringing, causing the fire dragon's scales to fall off one after another. A moment later, the 9 fire dragons disappeared. Lin Hao's body was also burned, his skin torn and bleeding, and his face was covered in soot and mottled black and white. That's right. Even if you encounter a nascent soul realm expert, you will be able to escape with your life. In that attack, just now, Feng Songyue unleashed the power of an early-stage nascent soul cultivator, wanting to see just how strong Lin Hao was. She was very satisfied with Lin Hao's performance. Lin Hao was extremely frustrated. This strength test was far too harsh. However, he couldn't complain to his master. I heard that you've been going to Chiryang Peak a lot lately. What's going on? Feng Songyue asked. Master, it's like this. The sect leader asked me to help treat the sect elders' injuries. Lin Hao didn't hide anything and told them about what had happened recently. You just said that of the 5 elders you've been cultivating with recently, 3 only suffered ordinary injuries and their essence wasn't damaged? Considering what's happened to you these past few days, don't you find that strange? Feng Songyue asked. I also felt something was strange, but I couldn't quite put my finger on what was wrong. The sect leader's recent actions have done no harm to me. Just a few days ago, she even gave me a secret manual, encouraging me to break through to the nascent soul realm as soon as possible and become a pillar of the sect. As Lin Hao spoke, he took out the secret manual that Ouyang Ru had given him, presented it with both hands, and handed it to Feng Songyue. Feng Songyue took it, quickly scanned it, and then tossed it to Lin Hao. The pure yang body has endless wonders and is a rare Dao body, making cultivation extremely fast. But at the same time, it is also the best furnace. The sect leader is now pouring a lot of resources into you so that you can break through to the nascent soul realm. When you break through to the nascent soul realm, the sect leader will use a secret technique to plunder everything you have, thereby allowing himself to break through to the divine transformation realm. With both the demon and monster races stirring up trouble and external pressure so great, the sect leader can't wait any longer. In the past, when your grandmaster and great-grandmaster were still alive, she still had some reservations. I also believe that Daju Peak could protect you, but now. These words struck Lin Hao like a bolt from the blue, causing him to shudder and break out in a cold sweat. If Feng Songyue hadn't revealed the secret, he would still be completely in the dark. During the previous battle with the Liang sect, Ouyang Ru had betrayed him. Learning from that experience, Lin Hao should have known that the other party wouldn't be so kind. Master, how should I deal with this? After a long silence, Lin Hao asked Feng Songyue. Chapter 196 Refining the Flying Sword. I'll take care of this. You just need to do this. Feng Songyue whispered in Lin Hao's ear. Lin Hao nodded repeatedly, leaving behind the sword box he was carrying on his back, along with the Fire Spirit Sword, Phoenix Cry Sword, and Purple Lightning Sword, and handed them to Feng Songyue before leaving Daju Peak. After Lin Hao left, Feng Songyue pointed her fingers like a sword, and a talisman burned at her fingertips. Before long, 2 women entered her cave. They were Morong Qinxue and Lu Mei. Haha, that's really strange. Sangyu, you actually came to ask me for help over such a trivial matter. Morong Qinxue laughed loudly, flipped her hand, and a Qinkuan bag appeared in her palm. The Qinkuan bag spun around, and a lot of refining materials gushed out, quickly piling up into a small mountain. Sangyu, it's just refining a few magic treasures, such a small matter. Why do you need my help? Lu Mei also threw out a Qinkuan bag, which contained many refining materials as well. The main problem is that we don't have enough time, which is why I asked you for help. Feng Songyue patted the sword box, and 4 flying swords, Fire Spirit, Phoenix Cry, Purple Lightning, and Azure Bird, flew out of it. In 7 days, we will refine these 4 flying swords, along with their scabbards, into low-grade, earth-rank treasures. Murong Qinxue and Lu Mei suddenly realized the significance of Feng Sanyue's visit to them. The Fire Spirit Sword is only a top-grade yellow-rank flying sword, while the Purple Lightning and Phoenix Cry flying swords are top-grade profound rank. As for the Sword Box and the Azure Bird, it's a stretch to call them mid-grade yellow-rank treasures. Refining these things to the low-grade earth level in 7 days is almost impossible for a nascent soul cultivator. Moreover, Feng Sanyue was still seriously injured and had not yet recovered. The 3 of them each took out a lot of refining materials. Feng Sanyue made a series of profound and complex hand seals, and the heavenly fire and earth fire of Daju Peak were instantly ignited and entered the alchemy furnace. The fire blazed fiercely, making the cave both hot and bright. Go! With a shout, the sword box, along with the 4 flying swords, entered the alchemy furnace, where they tumbled and rolled amidst the raging flames. The various materials were put into the alchemy furnace in batches. The 3 nascent soul realm experts began refining their magical treasures. The next day, as the sun rose and the morning mist filled the air, the communication jade talisman on Lin Hao's body once again shone brightly. The sect leader has sent another message. Lin Hao remained calm and replied to Feng Sanyue's instructions. My master's essence is damaged, and his recovery is very slow. I need to go to Daju Peak to help my master heal. After that, it flew towards Daju Peak. Study the secret manual that the sect leader has given you carefully. If you have any questions, you can ask us at any time. The 3 were concentrating on refining the magic weapon when they saw Lin Hao arrive. Feng Sanyue only said one sentence hastily and then said nothing more. Lin Hao took out the secret manual given to him by the sect leader, opened it, and carefully studied it. This manual contains no cultivation methods or secrets to circulating spiritual energy. It simply explains the essence of the golden core and the nascent soul. For example, what exactly is the golden elixir? How is it formed? How did it evolve? How to transform and become a nascent soul, and so on. The main purpose is to explain these things. Lin Hao flipped through the pages. At first, they were descriptions from the successive sect leaders and elders of the Xianin sect. Later, he saw Ouyang Ru's understanding and insights into the golden core and nascent soul of other peak masters such as Feng Sanyue, Murong Qinxue, and Wang Taiyang. Lin Hao skimmed through it, then studied it carefully and began to ponder it deeply. About 2 hours later, an elder came from Choyang Peak and landed on Daju Peak. Zhang Ruoshi was in charge of receiving them. The elder seemed to have nothing important to say, and his words lacked focus. He only mentioned Lin Hao intentionally or unintentionally, but Zhang Ruoshi dealt with them all. Soon, the elder left. Reporting to the sect master, Lin Hao did indeed go to Daju Peak. In addition, Venerables Murong Qinxue and Lu Mei are also at Daju Peak. The elders reported the information they had gathered. Oh, Lu Mei and Qin Shui are here too. A smile appeared on Ouyang Ru's lips. Great, that's really great. I was thinking of getting Lin Hao to break through to the nascent soul realm, but I didn't want to mention dual cultivation in front of the various venerable lords. Unexpectedly, Lu Mei made it happen. Ouyang Ru had known for a long time about Lu Mei and Lin Hao's dual cultivation, and also knew that Lin Hao coveted Feng Sanyue's beauty. Now, they subconsciously assumed that Lin Hao is cultivating with the 3 venerable masters on Daju Peak to heal their injuries. Don't disturb them. Just keep an eye on them secretly and report back after Lin Hao leaves Daju Peak. Ouyang Ru secretly looked forward to seeing what level Lin Hao's strength would break through after this dual cultivation. Time flies by, and 7 days have passed in the blink of an eye. The 4 flying swords, along with their scabbards, were refined into a brand new low-grade earth-rank flying sword. Murong Qinxue and Lu Mei left at the same time. Lin Hao, your flying sword, along with its case, has been melted down by the 3 of us and reforged into a low-grade earth-rank flying sword. You can use it for self-defense. The world is dangerous, and if you are alone, remember to be careful. I cannot fully explain to you the profound mysteries and essentials of breaking through from the golden core realm to the nascent soul realm. That's enough for now. From now on, it's up to you. Feng Sanyue returned the refined magic weapon to Lin Hao. Thank you, master. There is just one thing I would like to ask you to do. I hope you can help me with Wang Shihan, Shui Linger, and the others. Lin Hao knelt on the ground and bowed respectfully. During these 7 days, he sought advice from Feng Sanyue, Murong Qinxue, Lu Mei, and others. The 3 of them taught him wholeheartedly, from which he benefited greatly. To be fair, Feng Songyue had done him a great favor. Go now without delay. I will take care of your family. Feng Songyue waved his hand, saying no more. After leaving the cave, Lin Hao returned to the mountain where he cultivated. The stars in the night sky gradually disappeared, and it was estimated that dawn would break in about an hour. Keep this safe. In the Xianin sect, you should cultivate diligently. If you encounter any difficulties, you can seek help from Dazhu Peak. Lin Hao gathered Xue Linger and the others, and stuffed a storage bag into Xue Linger's hand. Seeing Lin Hao's solemn expression and heavy heart, the four women, Xue Linger, Wang Shihan, Han Liyue, and Lu Yi, couldn't help but feel a little worried. Lin Hao, what happened? Where are you going? Xue Linger was extremely concerned. My master has given me a mission, just a long trip. Don't worry, I'm off. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Hao leaped away and disappeared. Xue Linger opened her storage bag, and inside, spirit stones were piled up like a mountain, totaling a full 1 million. It's almost equivalent to the entire fortune of a grandmaster of the core formation stage in the Xianin sect. It's over. Lin Hao has abandoned us. We don't know how long this trip will take. Xue Linger, Wang Shihan, Lu Yi, and the others couldn't help but shed tears. They were saddened, not knowing when they would see each other again. Chapter 197, Leaving Without Looking Back. Perhaps he has his reasons, and is forced to do so. With Lin Hao away, we must be careful not to give others any leverage. Protecting ourselves is the greatest support we can give Lin Hao. Han Liyue, who had been cultivating for the longest time, could understand Lin Hao's current predicament and offered advice to everyone. For Lin Hao, the Xianin sect had become a place of trouble. Staying in the Xianin sect will inevitably lead to disaster sooner or later. A wise man does not stand under a dangerous wall. Knowing that his situation was perilous, Lin Hao did not linger and left the Xianin sect, quickly flying more than 200 miles away. Lin Hao, why are you in such a hurry? Just then, a beautiful woman stood with her hands behind her back and slowly descended from the sky, blocking Lin Hao's path. The newcomer had a smile on her lips and was calm and composed, displaying a composure that would not falter even if Mount Tai collapsed before her. It was none other than Ouyang Ru. Greetings, Sect Master. Ouyang Ru did not make a move, but Lin Hao knew that all his paths were blocked. He was no match for Ouyang Ru. She could easily suppress him if she so desired. Lin Hao did not resist, but bowed respectfully, his eyes darting around as he pondered a solution. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Do you think I'm going to eat you? Ouyang Ru smiled faintly, her face full of mockery, like a cat toying with a little mouse. Sect Master, you misunderstand. My master assigned me an urgent mission, which is why I left the sect. Lin Hao answered calmly, restraining himself and trying his best not to show any fear. What mission? Ouyang Ru pressed for an answer. My master wants to refine a treasure, saying that he is missing fire cloud crystals and has asked me to go out and find them. What kind of treasure do we need to refine? Do we need fire cloud crystal? My master didn't tell me anything. She just told me to find the fire cloud crystal. Ouyang Ru pressed him relentlessly, and Lin Hao responded cleverly. Since it is something that junior sister Feng needs, it must be very important. All right, I'll send someone else to search for the fire cloud crystal. You come back with me. There are still a few elders in the sect who need your help to treat their injuries. As the sect leader, Ouyang Ru held immense power and fundamentally rejected Lin Hao's proposal. They've just replaced their players. How are we supposed to play now? Lin Hao was speechless for a moment, not knowing what to do. This is the only chance. If we can't escape this time, and Ouyang Ru becomes more prepared, we're doomed. Senior sister, the items I need will naturally be found by my disciple. This is also an opportunity for me to gain experience and hone my skills. If you send someone to look for him, how will my disciple get the training? This is not a good thing for him. When Lin Hao was at his wit's end, Feng Songyue appeared silently. Feng Songyue slapped Lin Hao on the back with her palm. Get lost. Don't come back to see me if you don't complete the mission. Lin Hao flew straight out. Without hesitation, Lin Hao fled at full speed. Ouyang Ru tried to stop Lin Hao, but Feng Songyue attacked her with deadly moves, forcing her to fight back with all her might. You knew all along? Ouyang Ru defended herself while shouting angrily. Humph. How could your cunning tricks fool me? You want to protect the Xianin sect, that's fine, but you want my disciple as a sacrifice? No way. Feng Songyue used all her skills to fight fiercely with Ouyang Ru. Songyue, the external pressure is immense. The Xianin sect urgently needs a nascent soul realm expert to oversee the situation in order to turn the tide. Only by helping Lin Hao break through to the nascent soul realm, and then using my profound techniques to seize his foundational Tao fruit in one fell swoop, can I break through to the divine transformation realm. The bigger picture is important. Don't act impulsively. Ouyang Ru was so angry that she felt like she was about to explode. Although Feng Tsungyue was seriously injured and had not yet recovered, he was, after all, a nascent soul realm cultivator who had been in charge of Deju Peak for many years. Ouyang Ru was confident that she could defeat Feng Tsungyue, but that would require a hard-fought battle, something she couldn't do in a short time. Be courageous and diligent, fight against the heavens, and forge ahead without hesitation. All those who cultivate the Tao are like this. And you, whenever you encounter difficulties, try to resolve them by sacrificing your disciples. Last time they abandoned Lin Hao, and this time they are trying to plunder Lin Hao's foundation and Tao fruit to achieve their own goals. Senior sister, your Tao heart is destroyed. Such actions will not lead to great progress on the path of cultivation, and the Xianyin sect will find it difficult to continue its lineage. Feng Tsungyue used her profound techniques to continue her fierce attack, leaving her no time to spare. I don't have time to listen to your grand theories. All I know is that the Xianyin sect cannot be destroyed. The two fought fiercely, and Ouyang Ru gradually became more and more aggressive. You want to use my apprentice as a stepping stone? I say no way. Despite blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, Feng Tsungyue continued to fight bravely. Gradually, a red sun burst forth from the horizon, and the sky brightened considerably. The two continued their fierce battle for an hour before Ouyang Ru finally defeated Feng Tsungyue and sealed her away. You've ruined my big plan. Ouyang Ru flew into a rage and unleashed a palm strike, intending to kill Feng Tsungyue on the spot. However, recalling all the moments they had shared in their spiritual practice since they met, she ultimately couldn't bring herself to do it. This happened several times in a row, and Ouyang Ru, remembering their past relationship, could never bring herself to do it. What's so great about sacrificing a few people for the sake of the Xianyin sect? If you were in the position of sect leader, how would you deal with it? If I had known this would happen, I would have preferred to have been defeated by you back then, and then wholeheartedly assisted you so that you could become the sect leader. Ouyang Ru's long hair flew wildly, and she was no longer as calm and composed as before, but instead screamed hysterically. She recalled the battle for the succession to the sect leader that she had experienced when she was young. That time, the Xianyin sect gathered together with many talented individuals, and the battle was exceptionally fierce. She fought Feng Tsungyue, who narrowly lost by one move and became her defeated opponent, thus missing out on the sect leader's throne. Afterwards, Feng Tsungyue fully assisted her, enabling her to ascend to the throne of sect leader. Then, in the early stages of her taking charge of the Xianyin sect, Feng Tsungyue helped her maintain the stability of the Xianyin sect. It can be said that Feng Tsungyue played an indispensable role in her becoming the sect leader. This is the kind of person who was once her closest comrade in arms, someone she could entrust her life to. Now, she is openly contradicting her and ruining her plans. Ouyang Ru felt a sharp pain in her heart and was filled with uncontrollable rage. After several hours of fierce fighting, Lin Hao had long since disappeared, and even Ouyang Ru could no longer catch up with him. With a cold snort, Ouyang Ru grabbed Feng Tsungyue and returned to the sect. With such a deep bond between master and disciple, and with Feng Tsungyue by his side, who knows, Lin Hao might even take the initiative to return one day. Chapter 198 Bounty Order. Lin Hao concealed his presence and aura throughout the journey, sometimes heading east and sometimes north, constantly changing direction. Sometimes they hide deep in the mountains to avoid being discovered. And so, half a month passed. Half a month later, Lin Hao appeared near Tiansha City. Tiansha City is located at the intersection of 5 major forces: Xianyin Sect, Tianjin Sect, Wuji Palace, Baihua Valley, and Liang Sect. The Liang Sect was destroyed, but many of its surviving disciples came here. In addition, there are also people of the demon race and the monster race hiding here. Such a chaotic place was the perfect refuge for Lin Hao. As dusk approached, a scarred man wearing a straw hat and hemp clothing entered the city of heavenly slaughter. The scarred man was tall and had sharp eyes. It was Lin Hao. He changed his clothes, put on some makeup, and did a simple disguise. "Boss, I'd like a room." Upon entering Tiansha City, Lin Hao found a relatively bustling inn and spoke in a hoarse voice. In this heavenly slaughter city, there are almost no ordinary people. Most of those coming and going are cultivators, and even the innkeeper is a mid-foundation establishment realm expert. "Which room would you like, sir?" a servant asked in a polite manner. Lin Hao is currently displaying the cultivation level of the early stage of the core formation realm, which makes him a master in Tiansha City. Such cultivation level wouldn't attract the attention of powerful individuals, while those at the bottom wouldn't dare to underestimate it, thus saving a lot of trouble. Give me a top-tier room. I'll stay for 7 days. Lin Hao answered. 500 low-grade spirit stones per day, plus a 100 yuan deposit, for a total of 3,000-6,000 low-grade spirit stones. The servant was very skilled. 3,000-6,000 low-grade spirit stones sounds like a lot, but it's actually just 36 mid-grade spirit stones. He originally had 3 million mid-grade spirit stones, gave 1 million to Shui Linger and the others, and still had 2 million left. Lin Hao readily handed over the spirit stones, and then someone led him into the guest room. I wonder how Master is doing. Upon entering the room, Lin Hao closed the doors and windows, tossed his things onto the table, poured a bowl of tea, and began to worry about Feng Songyue. During this period, he fled east and west, avoiding many cultivators of the Xianyin sect along the way. Lin Hao guessed that those people were there to kill him. Now that the Xianyin sect has openly come to capture him, Feng Songyue's situation is certainly not going to be good. Lin Hao chose to stay in a relatively bustling inn, partly to gather information. In a relatively bustling inn, there's a high volume of people, a constant flow of activity, and all sorts of news and gossip coming from all over the country. After leaving the sect, Lin Hao truly experienced what it meant to be isolated and helpless. The last time I came to Tiansha City was during the battle of the 5 major immortal sects. That time, although being chased by the Liang sect was extremely dangerous, Lin Hao still had something to rely on in his heart, and the Xianyin sect could still protect him from the wind and rain. But now, everything is different. Otherwise, I might as well become a rogue cultivator like Elder Tianxian and the others. Lin Hao inadvertently recalled the Supreme Token, a gift from the Elder Tianxian, forged from Xian iron. Back in the Xianyin sect, Lin Hao hadn't paid much attention to this Supreme Token. Perhaps, we can go and find Old Man Tianxian. Lin Hao looked at the flickering candlelight, and a bitter smile appeared on his lips. After a moment, he dismissed the idea. Although Elder Tianxian was one of the 3 giants of Tiansha City and a nascent soul realm cultivator, he was still far inferior to immortal sects like Xianyin sect and Tianjin sect. Putting aside everything else, the people of Tiansha City are mostly united by interests, while the disciples of a sect like Xianyin sect are much more united. If the Xianyin sect were willing, and no other sects were to interfere, the Xianyin sect could even simply send a few venerable masters to lead the disciples of their own peak to raise Tiansha City to the ground without having to exert their full strength. The last time Elder Tianxian came to Tiansha City, he was willing to condescend to befriend me. Besides valuing my talent, the power of the sect behind me was also not to be underestimated. Now that he has left the Xianyin sect, the sect has even sent people to capture him. To see Elder Tianxian at this time, and Elder Tianxian were to fear the Xianyin sect and capture one, handing him over to the Xianyin sect for punishment, then all would be lost. Even if Elder Tianxian is upright and incorruptible, that only represents him personally. There are 2 other nascent soul realm giants in Tiansha City. If either of them were to flirt with the Xianyin sect, Lin Hao would suffer a catastrophic disaster. After much deliberation, Lin Hao considered various possibilities and ultimately gave up the idea of seeking an audience with the old man of heavenly leisure. Human nature is unpredictable. There are many who will kick someone when they're down. After several days of living outdoors in the wind and rain, Lin Hao was like a homeless dog, exhausted both physically and mentally. Before long, he fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Lin Hao casually ordered some food and a large pot of wine on the first floor of the inn. He mingled in the crowd, trying to project an air of worldliness onto himself and conform to the crowd. Lin Hao ate his food and drank his wine slowly, but actually he was listening intently to what the people around him were saying. It must be said that the destruction of the Liang sect triggered a major earthquake in the cultivation world. Even after so much time has passed, many people are still discussing the great battle between the Liang sect and the Xianyin sect and the eventual destruction of the Liang sect. In these events, the Liang sect and the Xianyin sect are undoubtedly the main players, with all sorts of rumors flying around, bizarre and outlandish, 9 out of 10 of which are untrue. Lin Hao couldn't help but chuckle to himself upon hearing this news. Have you heard? Not long ago, another major event occurred in the Xianyin sect. Just as Lin Hao was secretly laughing to himself, someone spoke up in a serious tone. What is it? The guest next to him asked. Feng Songyue, The venerable master of Daju Peak of the Xianyin sect has been suppressed and imprisoned by the sect master of the Xianyin sect. Really? The venerable master of Daju Peak, a highly respected figure with the potential to break through to the nascent soul realm, has been suppressed. It's absolutely true. Feng Sanyue's magic power was sealed. She was suppressed in the Yinsha Blackwater Deep Pool. The depths of that pool are extremely cold, containing Xiansha true qi and eternal ice that never melts. Hiss. Those around gasped in shock. Lin Hao's hands were trembling, and the wine in his glass sloshed, spilling more than half of it. Why was the venerable master of Daju Peak suppressed? Someone else asked, and the people in the inn craned their necks and pricked up their ears to listen. You probably don't know this, do you? Feng Sangyue is a spy of the demon race. Her youngest apprentice, Lin Hao, annihilated the Peach Blossom Blade Immortal, triggering a great war between the Blazing Sun sect and the Profound Yin sect. All of this was orchestrated by Feng Sangyue. Everyone was shocked, and a chill ran down their spines. Such scheming is truly terrifying. However, in the end, she succeeded. The Blazing Sun sect was destroyed, the Profound Yin sect was severely weakened, and the demon race's power grew stronger. This scheme is truly terrifying. Where is her little apprentice? They have already defected from the Xianyin sect, and have most likely gone to Qingqiu Mountain to join the demon race. It's a pity for the other disciples of Daju Peak. Implicated by these two spies, they are in a very bad situation on Daju Peak, being suppressed by people from other peaks. The first person to speak, like a storyteller, recounted what he had heard under the persistent questioning of the crowd. Hurry up, post 2 more here too. Just then, 5 or 6 disciples of the Xianyin sect appeared at the entrance of the inn. The people inside immediately fell silent and dared not gossip anymore. A moment later, the disciples of the Xianyin sect left. The people in the inn all rushed to the door. Wanted. Lin Hao, a disciple of Daju Peak, is wanted by the Xianyin sect. Someone exclaimed in surprise at the doorway. Chapter 199 Desire to go to the Joyful Union sect. After the crowd gradually dispersed, Lin Hao got up, went to the door, and carefully examined the wanted poster posted there. The bounty notice roughly states that Feng Sangyue was bewitched by the demon race and defected to them, instigating her disciples to trigger a war between the immortal sects. She then sent her disciples to the demon race to seek reinforcements to save herself from her suffering, and so on. After reading the bounty poster, Lin Hao's forehead veins bulged, and he was filled with rage. However, Tiansha City was crowded and full of people, and Lin Hao was afraid of exposing his whereabouts and being discovered by someone with ulterior motives. Therefore, he could only suppress his raging anger, pretend nothing had happened, and leave. Master, don't worry. I will definitely break through to the nascent soul realm as soon as possible and rescue you. Outside the city of Heavenly Slaughter, in a secluded valley, Lin Hao let out a long howl to vent his anger, and then he made up his mind and secretly swore an oath. Upon learning that Feng Sangyue had been suppressed and imprisoned, Lin Hao immediately abandoned his idea of becoming a rogue cultivator. The arm cannot twist the thigh. How can a rogue cultivator, weak and isolated, contend with a celestial sect like the Xianyin sect? Putting everything else aside, right now he can't even break through the Xianyin sect's protective formation, let alone enter the Xianyin sect to rescue people. That's simply a fantasy. One must have extremely high cultivation, either possessing their own power or being strong enough to destroy the Xianyin sect single-handedly. Otherwise, it would be impossible to rescue Master. As Lin Hao pondered his next move, he headed towards Tiansha City. Sigh, I never expected the Hahuan sect's assessment to be so strict. Even with my late-stage core formation realm strength, I still failed the test. It's tough being a rogue cultivator. Compared to cultivators from those immortal sects, we rogue cultivators are like a stray dog compared to a vicious wolf, or a lynx compared to a tiger. The difference in strength is just too great. We ultimately lack resources. Almost all the rare and precious materials have been taken over by those powerful immortal sections. With enough resources invested, even a pig can be raised into an elephant. When we encounter cultivators of the same cultivation level from the Joyful Union sect, we're like clay chickens and earthen dogs, no match for them at all, and we're easily defeated. Let's just continue with the old, hard life. When opportunities come, if we don't have the ability, we simply can't seize them. As Lin Hao was about to enter the city, 3 people passed by him. They were dejected and discussing something. Lin Hao vaguely heard words like assessment and Hahuan sect. Fellow Taoists, I greet you. May I ask what specific test you mentioned earlier? Lin Hao stepped forward, bowed respectfully, and then asked, "Oh, 10 days ago, the Hahuan sect issued a notice recruiting guest elders. Such an important matter has already spread among the rogue cultivators in Tiansha City. It's practically common knowledge. How could you not know?" The middle-aged Taoist with a goatee, who was in the lead, looked Lin Hao up and down. Seeing that he was not wearing the Taoist robe of a Taoist sect, he assumed that he was a rogue cultivator and began to make fun of him. "I have been in seclusion practicing a Taoist art for 3 years and only came out 2 days ago, so I don't know," Lin Hao said with a smile. "You want to go to the Hahuan sect and apply for a guest elder position? Given that you're only at the early stage of the core formation realm, you should give up on this idea as soon as possible." "That's right. It's pointless for you to go. Even without the elders of the Hahuan sect making a move, the sect's most talented disciples can easily defeat you." These people burst into laughter as if they were looking at a fool. It wasn't that they underestimated Lin Hao, but rather that the strength Lin Hao displayed was simply too weak. All 3 of them were at least in the mid-stage of core formation, but in the end, they all failed. None of them passed the test. "Fellow Taoists, it is fate that we have met. I will treat you all to some wine, and we shall sit down and have a good chat, shall we?" With his improved cultivation, Lin Hao's mindset, vision, and magnanimity also broadened considerably, so he naturally wouldn't bother with the group of rogue cultivators. These rogue cultivators looked down on him, but he wasn't angry. Instead, he invited them to drink. The 3 exchanged glances and eventually followed Lin Hao into the city. 3 hours later, these rogue cultivators, their faces flushed and drunk, walked out of the inn with their arms around each other's shoulders. "Brother, I have high hopes for you. You will definitely pass the Hahuan sect's assessment and become a guest elder. Listen to your elder brother's advice. After becoming a guest elder, cultivate diligently and never make a mistake that could lead to being expelled from the Hahuan sect and becoming a rogue cultivator again. Rogue cultivators have no resources, no cultivation techniques, and no renowned masters to guide them. It's damn miserable." This group of independent cultivators patted Lin Hao on the shoulder and spoke frankly from the bottom of his heart. Lin Hao even saw 2 cloudy tears in his eyes. "Brother is leaving, no need to see me off. If you encounter any problems, feel free to come to me." Sect's assessment from them. "We only have 1 month to recruit guest elders. 10 days have already passed, and if I do the math, there are only 20 days left." Lin Hao watched them leave and began to make plans. The Hahuan sect is a good place to go. First, it can provide temporary shelter. Second, it can also help me obtain the second half of the dual cultivation technique. Third, I can use the resources of the Hahuan sect to break through to the nascent soul realm. From the words of those rogue cultivators, Lin Hao learned about the requirements of the Hahuan sect for guest elders. Lin Hao was not worried about cultivation level and strength at all. The only slightly troublesome thing was his identity. The key is to become a guest elder without being discovered by the nascent soul stage cultivators of the Joyful Union sect. "It seems I need to make a trip to the Heavenly Slaughter City auction house first. See if there are any disguise techniques available. If there aren't any suitable ones, then I'll have to think of other ways." After much deliberation, Lin Hao left the inn and headed towards the auction house in Tiansha City. The cultivation technique he needs is of a very high level, and ordinary shops simply cannot sell it. He can only try his luck at the auction house. The Heavenly Slaughter City Arena, the auction house in Heavenly Slaughter City, also has a nascent soul cultivator standing behind it. Was packed with people, shoulder to shoulder, sweating profusely as they worked, including independent cultivators, cultivators from immortal sects, and even demon and monster cultivators disguised as humans, hoping to buy some good items at the auction. "Sir/Madam, I'm the manager here. Is there anything I can do for you?" As soon as Lin Hao entered the auction hall, seeing his profound knowledge, he knew he must be a big client, and a young and beautiful woman came up to him. The beautiful woman appeared to be in her early 20s, with a foundation establishment cultivation level, and was an ordinary manager at the auction house. "I need a technique for disguise and a manual for escape. Do you have any here?" Lin Hao asked directly. The beautiful manager took out a palm-sized piece of emerald green crystal and slid it across. "I'm sorry, the 2 recent auctions did not have the cultivation manuals you need. However, there will be a large-scale auction in 3 days, where some valuable items will be transported from Zhongzhou. You are welcome to come and take a look." As she spoke, the beautiful manager handed Lin Hao a communication jade talisman. "You can also wait until it's available, and then I'll let you know." Chapter 200 The Thousand Faces, 1,000-Person Illusionary Divine Art. In Tiansha City only holds 1 auction a day. It's almost evening now, and the auction is about to begin, so there are a lot of people. Upon learning that he hadn't found what he needed, Lin Hao put away the jade talisman and prepared to leave. Keep an eye out, and let me know in advance if there's anything I need. Lin Hao left a message, gave 10 mid-grade spirit stones as a tip, and then turned and left. This guest is really generous. He gave me 10 mid-grade spirit stones right away. I have to be careful and help him get things done. The beautiful manager was delighted with the payment and became much more attentive to Lin Hao's affairs. Back at the inn, Lin Hao stayed indoors, opened the secret manual Ouyang Ru had given him, and began to study it seriously. Back when he was at Daju Peak, Lin Hao had consulted Feng Songyue, Morong Qinxue, Lu Mei and others. However, the time was too short then, and even though Feng Songyue and the others taught him carefully, they could only answer part of his questions. It will take Lin Hao quite some time to fully comprehend it. 3 days passed in a flash. As evening approached, the jade talisman he wore began to shimmer with light. Lin Hao infused a wisp of spiritual energy into the jade talisman, and the voice of the steward who had greeted him earlier came through. Senior, great news. I just received news that a notorious and powerful rogue cultivator at the great perfection of the nascent soul realm in Zhongzhou has been killed. He happened to have a disguise technique on him. In addition, the escape technique and flying sword you need will also appear at tonight's auction. A look of joy appeared on Lin Hao's face, and he couldn't wait to head to the auction house. This auction is unlike any other. It's a large-scale auction held only once a quarter in Tiansha City, where many rare and precious treasures will appear. As long as you have spirit stones, everything will be fine. The auction hall was packed with people, so crowded that there was hardly any room to stand. When Lin Hao arrived at the auction house, the beautiful manager was already waiting for him. Senior, there are too many people here. Would you like to go to the VIP room? The VIP room can isolate your aura and prevent those with ulterior motives from probing you. When you leave, you can also use a free cloak, which can also block divine sense probing. The beautiful manager greeted us with a smile. Having worked in the auction house for many years, I've seen countless customers from all over the country, and I have a keen eye and am quite shrewd. Lin Hao repeatedly emphasized that he needed a manual on disguise techniques, so I guessed that he didn't want to show his true face and didn't want too many people to notice him. So I took the initiative to explore Lin Hao's potential needs. How much does the VIP room cost? 100 mid-grade spirit stones. Then let's go to the VIP room. Lin Hao nodded in agreement. The beautiful manager led Lin Hao through the VIP entrance to the second floor of the auction house. After passing through a winding and long corridor, they stopped in front of a secret room numbered 99. VIP room 99, we've arrived. The beautiful manager opened the door, and the two strode in. The beautiful manager picked up a square piece of spirit jade, about a foot in size, and introduced it to Lin Hao. This is the auction price tag. You only need to expend a little bit of spiritual energy to write a number on it. The number you enter will be displayed on the outer wall of the VIP room, so the auctioneer can see it at a glance. As they were introducing the food to Lin Hao, several maids came in carrying fruits and fine wines. These fruits and wines were also complimentary. After putting the things away, the maids bowed to Lin Hao and left. Senior, is there anything else you need? The beautiful manager said with a smile. No more for now. Lin Hao responded. The beautiful manager nodded, said hello, and then left. At this moment, Lin Hao stood up and carefully observed the situation in the auction hall. The entire auction hall was vast, with the entire first floor filled with densely packed seats. At this moment, all the seats were occupied by tens of thousands of people. Directly in front of the seating area is a grandstand, and in the center of the grandstand is a display stand specifically for showcasing the rare and precious items to be auctioned. Wall made entirely of emerald green jade, crystal clear, with layers of light and shadow displaying scenes. When the auctioneer introduces the items, the details of the auction items will be displayed from multiple angles on the jade wall. How magnificent! Lin Hao clicked his tongue in admiration. This was his first time attending an auction. Lin Hao carefully examined the area and discovered that the entire second floor of the auction house consisted of numerous private rooms, which were VIP areas. There were as many as 300 to 500 of these VIP rooms. The ceiling and walls of the auction hall were inlaid with gemstones, each shimmering with different colors and dazzling brilliance, making the entire auction hall very bright. Time passed slowly, and after more than half an hour, 3 melodious chimes suddenly rang out. The bustling auction hall suddenly fell silent, almost completely quiet. Immediately afterwards, a large number of gems in the auction hall dimmed, and the entire auction hall became dark, with only the front stand still lit. A tall, graceful woman in a long red dress, exuding charm, walked lightly toward the center of the stands. Ooh! Of shrill screams immediately filled the entire auction hall. Many people were attending auctions before and were already familiar with the auctioneers at the Heavenly Kill City auction house. Upon seeing the woman come on stage, they were captivated by her beauty and charisma and began to cheer and shout. The woman walked to the center of the stands, bowed slightly, and drew gasps from the crowd. She reached out and pressed down, and it took a long time for the auction house to quiet down. Hello everyone, I am Sun Danyang, a first-class auctioneer from Tiansha City. I will be in charge of tonight's auction. Thank you for your support. Sun Danyang's voice is sweet and soothing. Danyang, we love you. Danyang is the most beautiful place. Her smile is captivating. As soon as she finished speaking, another round of cheers erupted from below. It's really interesting that this auctioneer has a group of die-hard fans. Inside the secret room on the second floor, a smile appeared on Lin Hao's lips. As the crowd gradually quieted down, Sun Danyang clapped his hands, and immediately a maid carrying a tray walked to the center of the stands and placed the tray on the display stand in the center of the stands. Fellow Taoists, would you like to know what this is? The group of Taoists below. Fairy Danyang, stop keeping us in suspense. Everyone is getting impatient. Let's get started. The crowd shouted. The atmosphere in the auction room immediately became unprecedentedly enthusiastic. As everyone craned their necks, their faces full of anticipation, Sun Danyang reached out her delicate hand and lifted the red silk covering the tray. The image immediately appeared on the jade wall behind the stands. It was a jade book with several large, crooked characters written on the cover. 1,000 faces, 1,000 disguised divine art.